Ở trên kênh mới tạo này ấy thì mình sẽ bắt buộc phải chèn một số những cái đoạn và âm thanh, bởi vì mình phải tuân thủ chính sách của YouTube, không thì kênh của mình sẽ bị vi phạm, cho nên là rất mong các bạn thông cảm nhé.
Hello everyone. Today we're going to review a new series. The story opens with the bloody scene unfolding before the main character's eyes. He's surrounded by pools of blood and countless bodies. Everything he sees is stained a deep visceral red. It seems a fierce life or death battle has just taken place. Not a single person was left alive. The air of death hangs heavy over this entire place. Suddenly, he turns his attention caught by something. Lying next to him is a sword and the corpse of the Sect leader. This man was his senior, the great Sect leader of Mount Hua. Besides him, his 4 junior brother had also fallen. Everyone had gathered here to fight against the heavenly demon. Thinking back on it fills him with rage. During that slaughter, he had lost an arm. The people who died here were among the most elite warriors. They had united to form a single great army. The reason was simple. No one alone could defeat that demon. The heavenly demon was the source of all this evil. The demon's enchanting voice echoed in his mind. It seemed those words only fueled his burning hatred. Mang gathered the very last of his strength, preparing to fight again. His body was already past its limit from the battle. Every drop of blood, every last breath only highlighted his helplessness. If you can survive and return to this place, you'll have the honor of killing me. The heavenly demon's voice still resonated in his head. It was as if he was beckoning Mang toward him. Even with all the help you received, in the end, it was your sword that moved my heart. I will honor your sword, and I will acknowledge you as the greatest swordsman of Mount Hua. Unable to bear those grating words, he roared, "Shut your mouth." Then he lunged towards the heavenly demon once more. The demon's eyes remained fixed, watching his opponent intently. He felt a tinge of regret for his notorious reputation as the heavenly demon. Chung was still charging toward his position. Below him were the piled-up corpses of all his comrades. The heavenly demon reminded him, "This is our destiny, and this story will never end. The demonic cult will one day return. And when that time comes, our arrow will dawn upon the world." Chung Myeon's sword continued to whistle through the air, aimed straight for him. Now there was nothing in his mind but a single thought. He must be destroyed. Even with only one arm, he still had enough strength to swing his sword. The sharp blade sliced through the demon's neck. The fate of the heavenly demon was now sealed. It seemed as if the demon had no desire to resist at all. The head rolled down a heap of bodies. The surrounding space became terrifyingly silent. Interspersed within it were Hung Mong's exhausted breaths. The first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, signaling a new beginning. He knew that his own death was also near. Our protagonist worried about the future of the Mount Hua sect. All of Mount Hua's finest had buried their bones in this place. Now only inexperienced children were left. Did this victory even have any meaning? He felt a pang of regret for not having trained harder in the past. If he had, he might have been able to save everyone. His eyes squinted as he saw the first rays of dawn. Nothing had any meaning for Chung Myeong anymore. Because in battle, the outcome is always just victory or defeat. And so he breathed his last. His eyes couldn't close, filled with too much regret. After that glimpse of the past, let's dive into the main story. It begins right after the heavenly demon was defeated. Our hero had decapitated him, ensuring he could never be reborn. Those who were left behind were heartbroken, but they had to continue living. The falling leaves seemed to signal that new buds would soon sprout. The scene shifts to the gates of the Mount Hua Sect's Martial Hall. A cute baby had been abandoned by his parents. Afterward, he was adopted and trained diligently here. These thoughts were the last consciousness of our protagonist. The image of his great senior brother always scolding and reminding him. This was a memory from his childhood and also the times he was scolded for bullying his fellow disciples. Chung Myeon felt annoyed by those reprimands. In his mind, he always believed he was superior to all his people. Years before entering the cycle of reincarnation, he felt a bit of regret. Everything he had ever achieved was thanks to the Mount Hua sect. His senior brother was waiting for him at the gate. Chung Myeon just wanted to say everything he never got the chance to tell him. Senior brother, I really want to go back and treasure everything you taught me. The elder's voice was comforting. If that's the case, then try to be a little stronger so that in the future you won't regret anything you do. If you're thinking like that, then you're not truly a man of Mount Hua. And just like that, his life came to an end. A sudden thud struck Chung Mang on the head. The main character had returned to the real world. A child's voice rang out. Is this lazy bum still not dead? His friend was continuously calling his name. Everyone else has gone out to get skewers and you're still sleeping. Our protagonist still didn't understand what was happening. He felt dazed by the scene before his eyes. Hey kid, put down the stick and let's talk. Hearing this, the boy burst out laughing. Chung Mang didn't understand what he had said wrong. He still thought of himself. At the Plum Blossom Sword Saint of the Mount Hua sect, the friend hit him again to wake him up properly. To stabilize the situation, he first had to block that stick. He looked at his small arm with some bewilderment. It was so short, like that of a 7-year-old child. How'd he possibly block that blow with this? Whack! The painful sound of the stick echoed again. Being older, the friend was getting really angry. You've been reborn as a beggar and you're sleeping in past mealtime. You deserve this beating, he yelled again, thinking Chung Myeon had gone crazy from all the nonsense he was spouting. From outside, another kid curiously peeked in. After a look, he winced in secondhand pain. Chung Myeon screamed, "Get a grip!" The kid immediately left as this was a familiar sight. After a while, things calmed down. He had to go to the stream to wash his wounds. Thinking back, he felt so humiliated. From the water, his reflection startled him. A bit of curiosity sparked in his mind. Chung Mang couldn't understand how this could have happened. He thought, why have I returned to this form? The friend from before finally ran over. The sound of his name being called caught the protagonist's attention. As usual, he asked how Chung was doing. That guy's always like that, but today he was way too rough. He signaled for him to stop talking nonsense. Can I ask you 2 things? Chung Myeon silently observed the other person. The friend also didn't understand what he wanted to say. Both beggars entered a state of deep thought. I'm a beggar, right? The friend remained silent. Which was as good as a yes. He scratched his head, realizing how miserable this life was. Then he prepared to ask the remaining question. Do you know about the heavenly demon? Seeing his friend's hesitant reply, he shouted, Answer properly, you beggar. The heavenly demon? Everyone knows about him. He's the great demon lord who died 100 years ago, right? Chung was astonished to hear this. He kept muttering the 2 words, 100 years. Then losing control, he yelled, How could time pass so quickly? He immediately confirmed with his friend, the heavenly demon died 100 years ago. You're lying, right? But then he suddenly stopped. How could this story possibly be true? Chung Mang thought he had really gone mad. Suddenly, he understood the whole situation. So, I was reincarnated after all that time in this world. Why are things so chaotic? He continued to rack his brain. I wonder how the Mount Hua sect is doing now. He asked his friend another question about Mount Hua. Chung Mian listened intently for the answer, but for some reason, the boy said nothing. He repeatedly asked if the other person was really a beggar. The beggar's sect is one of 9 great sects. Yet, you don't know about the Mount Ace sect. What the hell are you talking about? The great sects now are Shaolin, Wang, Dintong, Kong, Qingchong, Hainan, the beggar sect, and your Southern Edge sect. Your Mount Hua sect is not among the 9 great sects. He felt this couldn't possibly be true. Why isn't Mount Hua among the 9 great sects? Once again, Chung Mian grabbed his friend's collar. Those country bumpkins from Hainan Island made it into the 9 great sects. Why was Mount Hua kicked out? Hearing the name Mount Hua, his friend thought for a moment. I think I've heard there's a sect like that in Shangshi, he added. There's a Mount Hua in Shangshi, but it's not one of the 9 great sects. The friend continued to ponder. The Mount Hua sect that I knew of has already fallen into ruin. He was done by the 2 words fallen into ruin. In the past, Mount Hua alongside Wang and the Namgong clan was one of the 3 strongest sects in the world. With nothing more to interrogate, Chung let go of his poor friend. Not really. His arm just went limp when he heard his sect had been ruined. How could he possibly believe this? The friend still didn't understand what was going on. I have to go and confirm it with my own eyes. I will never believe this happened. I have to go to Mount Hua, the protagonist declared. If you don't want to get beaten, you'd better go beg for money. Chung spoke loudly again. From now on, I'll be asking a few more things, so you'd better answer properly. First, this person's name. He pointed to himself. What is this person's name? Beggars don't have names. I just call you Chung Sam. He guessed his body might be that of an 11-year-old kid. Then he continued to ask for his friend's name and the name of the guy who hit him earlier. I'm Gil and that guy is John Pal. Chung's voice turned cold. Favors I repay 2-fold. Grudges, I repay 10-fold. Remember the name Chung Mian of Mount Hawaii. When we meet again, I will repay you for today. After saying that, he left to prepare for his journey to Mount Hua. Guil stood dumbfounded, saying nothing. Suddenly, Chung Mian turned back to his friend. Which way is it to Mount Hua in Shunni? Finally, the kid gave him specific directions. With the directions, he hurriedly set off. As he ran, he felt disappointed. In his past life, he rode horses swiftly, but in this life, he was stumbling in sweating buckets. He thought, I have to get there as fast as possible to verify the truth. But after a short distance, he collapsed from exhaustion with the frail body of a beggar. How could he possibly make it to Shunni? He was afraid he'd die of exhaustion before even getting there. Chung Mang pondered how he could possibly get there. He told himself that with his brilliant mind, he'd find a way. A strange laugh escaped his lips. I'll just train my martial arts again. That's it. You people can't even imagine how formidable I am. In my past life, I regretted not training properly because back then, whenever his senior brother caught him, he would make the training difficult. And there was also the story of stealing wine from his brothers. But since it was so delicious, he didn't classify it as one of his past regrets. After thinking, he immediately stood up to begin. First, he needed to find a place to avoid outside disturbances. Nearby, there were a few trees that looked just right. Chung was very satisfied and immediately sat down. He wasn't sure where to begin. In his mind, all the knowledge of martial arts theory and the history of the Mount Hua sect remained intact. The Mount Hua archives contain 10,000 internal energy techniques. Without limits, one could easily fall into chi deviation. Chung Mian figured he'd just learn whatever came to mind. The first thing was the 6 harmonies fist. As he practiced, he reflected on this martial art. This was a martial arts soul for 5 coins during the war. In everyone's eyes, it was cheap, low-class technique. Chung Myan knew that its true nature was different. In reality, the 6 harmonies fist was the introductory martial art of the Mount Hua sect. It was very simple, but could purify the entire body. For now, there was no need to rush. The pinnacle of martial arts would be achieved gradually. After a while, his body began to change slightly. From now on, he needed to purify the internal energy he had absorbed. This was the process of completely cleansing any unhealthy qi. From there, he would gather this pure qi into his danshan. The energy was released and absorbed into his body. This small seed of power would guide Chung Myan to the highest realms of martial arts in the future. He was very confident, preparing to run straight to Mount Hua. But as soon as he stood up, his body couldn't hold steady. He then collapsed to the ground, having used up all his energy while cultivating. A realization dawned on him. The problem was he couldn't use that energy for running. Chung was a bit disappointed, not knowing how to return to his sect. Afterwards, he temporarily walked to a nearby village. A few street thugs were in a hurry. They were looking for their boss. One of them spoke up breathlessly to snitch. "Over there, there's a wandering beggar stealing our food. He's a small, dirty kid, so people just toss him a few coins." The boss wasn't happy and wanted to deal with it. The lackey were all for it. One of them pointed out Chung Mang's location. At this moment, he was eating everything in sight because he was so hungry. The boss spoke, but our protagonist paid no attention. The boss then yelled loudly to intimidate him. The yell was so sharp that he had to turn around to see what was going on. "Were you calling me?" They were a bit annoyed by Chung Myung's tone. "I don't know who gave you this territory, but don't think I'll spare you just because you're a kid. Just give me the food. And all the money you've begged for, then get lost." Chung Mang looked at the not-so-clean food in his hand. These beggars really have no conscience, even stealing food from others. After saying that, he stood up, ready to teach them a lesson. The 3 thugs were furious at being disrespected by a child. Chung Mang calmly stretched, "And all the money you've begged for, then get lost." Chung Mang looked at the not-so-clean food in his hand. These beggars really have no conscience, even stealing food from others. After saying that, he stood up, ready to teach them a lesson. The 3 thugs were furious at being disrespected by a child. Chung Mang calmly stretched his muscles a bit. He clenched and unclenched his fist to get the feel of it. Although his danshan wasn't complete, this was good enough. "This is a bit annoying, so let's get this over with all at once. I'm weak, so hitting hard will tire me out." The boss was enraged at being looked down upon so much. He ordered his underlings to rush in and teach the child a lesson. The hungry thug quickly threw a punch. Chung easily dodged it. He calmly glanced at his opponent. From below, his fist was already prepared. One blow sent his teeth flying. Then he fell flat in front of his comrades. Chung Myung prepared to declare his name. "I'm the Plum Blossom Sword Saint of the Great Mount Hua sect." The sounds of beatings echoed endlessly. A few minutes later, the 3 beggars were kneeling and begging for their lives. "Who calls a beggar, sir? Correct it now." The guy immediately corrected himself to great beggar. Hearing that, he gave him another smack for being a smart ass. "Do you guys know the fastest way to get a shunny?" The boss laughed through the pain. "Sir, you're asking the obvious. If we knew, why would we still be beggars?" Chung Mang shot back sarcastically. "So, when you're thirsty for wine, you go drink from the river, huh?" All 4 of them burst out laughing at his words. He grabbed the boss by the collar again to interrogate him. "You'd better prepare a way to deal with me if we ever meet again. If you don't know, then think hard and tell me." After that, he chased the useless bunch away. Elsewhere at the Mount Hua sect, the old sect leader was cheerfully enjoying the weather. Suddenly, a respectful voice was heard. Nam had something to report and knocked on the door to ask for permission to enter. The door creaked open as if it had existed for a very long time. "There's a child who wishes to see you, master." The sect leader was a bit surprised by this. Without waiting for a reception, Chung Myong had already slipped inside. He clasped his hands in a greeting. "I am Chung Mong and I wish to join the Mount Hua sect." The man felt it was very normal, and turned to Anong. "You know, our sect is not accepting new members. Why didn't you tell the child?" The man from Mount Hua suddenly fell silent and observed Chung Mong. Our protagonist was very confident and maintained his attitude. However, in his mind, he was thinking back on previous events. It seems he had a very hard time getting here. With no internal energy, it was a struggle just to reach the foot of Mount Hua. This was the gateway to enter Mount Hua. Those three beggars had given him confusing directions, wasting his time. But he didn't dwell on it and prepared his gear to climb the mountain. Despite his fatigue, Chung Mang was determined to return to his sect. With heavy steps, he climbed the stairs one by one. But gradually, he had to slow down due to exhaustion. In his mind, he thought, "Even if I die, I have to make it to the top." When it came to climbing the cliff face, things got a bit tricky. He accidentally slipped and almost lost his life. Just as he was about to fall, he quickly grabbed onto a protruding tree branch. Nothing is impossible with a strong will. Indeed, he was very determined. So, he continued to ignore the danger and climbed on. Finally, after a long struggle, he made it. Our protagonist felt a bit unfamiliar with the scenery here. After all, it had been 100 years, so how could it not have changed? He was a bit surprised that the sect's majestic nameplate from the old days was gone. Where did that damn plaque that senior brother used to polish every morning go? He then started shouting and complaining loudly. Hearing the commotion, Unam's voice came out annoyed. Who was making all that noise? As he spoke, he pulled the door open to see. He was a bit surprised to see a child in ragged clothes. Who brought you here, kid? Did you climb up all by yourself? Without answering, Chung Myong immediately asked a question back. Hearing the answer, Chung was relieved that Mount Hua still existed. Unam then asked him to come inside to talk further. Although they weren't accepting to disciples, he was kind enough to let him stay for a night since it was getting dark. This mountain has many wild beasts and gets very cold at night. Stepping inside, the protagonist's jaw dropped at the difference. The JPAV courtyard had completely vanished. Well, it's been decades. Perhaps the treasury ran dry, so they sold it all. Chung Myong felt a huge sense of loss as the magnificent building from before had also disappeared. Suddenly, he pointed towards a spot and signaled to Unamong. Something seems to be missing there. Has that spot always been empty? You could tell that a grand hall once stood in that location. A child like you wouldn't understand. I considered a glorious but somewhat shameful wound. Just as Unam was about to explain, Chung Myang's curse cut him off. It seemed he was very proud of the fact that the hall was gone. Our protagonist quickly retracted his words and expressed his desire to go inside. Follow me. There's something you need to do. Chung Myong shyly followed his fellow disciple. In front of him was the ancestral shrine. We are a martial arts sect, so we have rules for guests who stay. First, come in and light some incense to pay respects to the ancestors. As soon as the door opened, Chung Myong was surprised again. Inside, the incense burner and candle holders were gone. The treasures passed down from the founding ancestor were missing. Even the handwritten scrolls and golden artifacts were all gone. The paintings that used to hang all over the ancestral hall were no longer there. He looked towards a familiar spot from the past. Wasn't there a flower here? Unam was curious as to how this kid knew so much. The man thought back on a few things. Then he said, yes, there is a strange white plum blossom made of metal, but it was sold, Unam said without a second thought. Luckily, a merchant bought it at a good price because we felt it had no use. Chungang felt helpless hearing this. He thought of his senior brother. Has the Mount Hua sect really fallen this far? The white plum blossom and the violet dawn sword, the treasures that held the sect's soul, were also gone. He thought these disciples were a bunch of idiots. I can't let them make any more mistakes. With that thought, he earnestly requested to meet the sect leader. He kept muttering to himself that he had to join the sect no matter what. Back to the present, while talking with the sect leader. So, you truly know of the Mount Hua sect's existence? He guessed. It seems this old man won't let me join so easily. He already had a plan worked out in his head. All I have to do is mention the name Chung Myong, the one who disappeared during the Great War. The story goes that he fell off a mountain and a woodcutter saved him. To repay this person, Chung Myong passed on Mount Hua's swordsmanship to the woodcutter, and our protagonist is the son of that woodcutter. Theoretically, since Chung Myong was the master, the woodcutter would be on the same level as the current sect leader. Chung Myong was very confident in his pre-planned script. I accept your request to join the sect, the old man declared. Both Unam and he was surprised to hear this. If you are that determined, then I cannot bear to refuse. The sect leader had changed his mind about the rule he had set. Chung felt it was all too easy. Shouldn't the old man be surprised or suspicious of a stranger? This boy has traveled all the way to Mount Hua by himself. That being the case, why would we turn away a boy who so earnestly wants to join our sect? With that, he ordered his disciple to prepare food and lodging for the new initiate. Chung still couldn't accept this. My plan was so perfect. Why couldn't I use it? A little later, he was wearing the familiar uniform. But this was the uniform of the third generation of Mount Hua disciples. The place he was staying now was once the guest room. Basically, the Mount Hua sect didn't have a system of private rooms like it does now. Before, disciples would live together with their masters. And a room like this would surely have to be shared with many other people. The protagonist was curiously observing the layout around him. A voice made him turn around, peeking into someone else's room in broad daylight. Are you a thief? The surrounding disciples also ran out to see what was going on. Seeing your brother, I caught this brat red-handed snooping around someone else's room. What's all this commotion? This isn't a marketplace. You dare to return to your rooms and cause trouble in the middle of training? The senior brother, Yun Jiang, explained, honestly, we wouldn't dare. Our protagonist quickly introduced himself to the elder. You're the new member who just joined the sect, right? It's late now, so go get some rest. But starting tomorrow, you will join the other disciples for martial arts training. Then he ordered the others to return to their positions to continue training. The friend who had discovered him also paid attention to Chong Mang. His voice called out to him again. I'm going to teach you a lesson you'll never forget. The protagonist said nothing and just ignored him. He thought, you all will have the honor of receiving my special attention. However, my kind of special is a little different from everyone else's. Soon that evening, after training was over, the boy's voice rang out, demanding, hurry up and take off your clothes. Chung Myong still didn't understand what they were planning to do to him. You know what's up, so stop pretending. Take off your clothes now. You knew. So, you get a massage from your senior brothers. You should be happy. A few others also demanded that the protagonist comply, but instead he prepared to ask the group a question. Where is senior brother on geometry? I've changed my mind. You talk too much. So, let's just get this massage over with. Chung called out the senior brother's name to get his attention. Seeing his confusion, he told him, "Tense the muscles around your neck." A punch landed right in the middle of the unfortunate senior brother's face. Although he didn't finish his sentence, he noticed the blow but didn't have time to defend. Crash! The tiles on the roof shattered. The remaining disciples looked on in fear. And so, with a single punch, he sent his fellow disciple head first through the roof. Mang said nonchalantly, "There's your full body massage, just as you wished." Then he looked towards the others, making them all signal him to stop. And so, our protagonist successfully established his dominance among his peers. Now, the senior brother, Yun Jiang, was giving him a massage. The others were calling him Great Elder Brother. Next up was Zhou Gol, the one who took the hit earlier. Seeing how scared he was, he asked him to come closer to talk. "Since I'm new, I'm not familiar with the situation in the sect. I hope my beloved senior brother will answer a few questions. Where did the Golden Palace go? Why has our SE become such a mess?" Because he was punched so hard, the kid mumbled incoherently. "Elder brother, do you know the Plum Blossom Sword Saint?" That was our protagonist's former title. According to the story, the Sword Saint played a major role in eradicating the demon, but the remaining remnants of the demon's forces stormed Mount Hua to burn everything down. Therefore, it caused very serious consequences. And even now they haven't been able to recover from all the losses. This was most likely the reason why Mount Hua had declined so much. He thought, "It seems like everything was my fault. Life is truly ironic." Then thoughts from the past when he was talking with his senior brother resurfaced. Chung Mayan was eating while discussing how to change a sword technique. He suggested getting rid of it, but his senior brother said doing so would be disrespectful to their ancestors. "We don't have to get rid of it completely. We just need to make the kids lose interest in it." Then he erased the documents from the library. "That's a good idea. We'll do it the disciples' way." While eating, his senior brother continued to confide in him. "I didn't call you here to discuss that matter. I want you to think about a more important issue. What do you think about taking on your own personal disciples?" Hearing this, he felt a bit excited. "Is there something that's making you tense?" "First, I'll beat them to a pulp. The moment they're near death is when they'll create miracles." Hearing this, his senior brother was at a loss for words. And after that, the topic of him taking disciples was never brought up again. Lost in thought, the senior brother next to him called out again. "Don't talk with that whiny voice. You're the older brother. Instructor Onemetry is calling you down to the training ground. It seems urgent. He said you'll be joining the training with the brothers today." Senior brother Yun Jiang was enthusiastically encouraging everyone to train. The other members were also training intently. The senior brother's voice shouted, "Prepare to strike." Our protagonist was watching this very carefully. He was standing with senior brother on geometry. Then he prepared to voice his questions while watching. He said, "What kind of nonsense is that guy doing?" This is a technique for maintaining balance while using a sword. It's a basic skill of the Mount Hua sect for beginners. Our protagonist was certain they were just clowning around. Although he wasn't pleased, he had to join the ranks to train in his proper position. Training like this, the kids will never improve. This is like trying to teach a baby to read the alphabet. Advanced techniques without a solid foundation are worthless. Teaching like this is worse than not teaching at all. Unconsciously, he looked up at the sky and thought, "The sky today is clear without a single cloud, just like the Mount Hua sect has no future." He thought he had to start over from the beginning. He turned to ask the person next to him, "Besides this move, have you learned any other techniques, senior brother?" After mastering this, we learn the 7 Sages sword technique. Then we pass the basic graduation test and learn higher skills. Finally, we can learn the sect's exclusive techniques. Chung couldn't deny the traditions of Mount Hua. He also tried to remember what the first exclusive technique was. It was the Phantom Azura sword. His senior brother in the past had also said that this technique lacked the element of Toa and wasn't very powerful. A technique like that is useless. We should get rid of it. Thinking back, he didn't feel excited at all. I don't understand why we have to practice something that was discarded in the past. Not learning the 24 movement, plum blossom, sword form. What a bunch of morons. Night began to fall while they were resting. Joel was suddenly questioned again by Chongyang. He reminded his senior brother not to call him great elder brother anymore. Can I ask you for a favor, senior brother? Tell everyone to gather in front of the dormitory at 500 a.m. tomorrow. Then he requested a few more things to be prepared. Prepare 5 of these for each person. Chung Myong whispered meticulously. You really want me to prepare those things? Joel was a bit worried. Seeing that he wasn't listening, he raised his voice to remind him a little. After he was done, he signaled for him to back away. Currently, the Mount Hua sect is lacking in finances, techniques, and talent. It wouldn't be surprising if a sect like has collapsed overnight. Of these 3 things, the only one within my control is talent, Chung thought. Currently, the disciples of the sect don't seem very talented. After all, they say a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. His gaze was always fixed on his senior brother. Helping my senior brothers. Prove is my first mission. Exactly 500 a.m. the next day. Everyone was present, but they seemed a bit annoyed about waking up so early. The one who questioned it seemed to be absent on the day Chung Mang joined the sect. Looks like you have something to say to me. Senior brother, at this point, he had already joined everyone else. The fellow disciple quickly thought, preparing to give him a piece of his mind. Gathering your senior brothers so early in the morning. Don't you know how to respect your elders? Although he was very angry, he had to suppress it. To help them grow, he needed to be a little gentle. I sincerely apologize. I wasn't being considered at all and made you angry, senior brother. To make up for my mistake, I invite you all inside for a private chat. He herded the remaining group into a room to deal with them. The door was slammed shut. Those outside were watching the situation inside intently. Yunjiang and Jogo were a bit worried for their brothers. Things were starting to get rowdy. Joel was thinking back to the beating he took in the previous episode. The entire room began to shake violently. The door burst open and a few of them ran for their lives. A moment later, they calmed down and lined up neatly. He walked back and forth preparing to give orders to his fellow disciples. From now on, every morning we will train together. Finally, the sun rose, signaling a new day. Sunbeams streamed through the instructor's window. The atmosphere felt eerily quiet. The man was a bit angry. Not a single disciple has come to greet me. That means they're all still sleeping. This isn't right. It must be related to the new disciple who just joined. He thought that Joel had given Chong Mang too harsh of a massage. And I thought if Joe go too far, Yanj would have stopped him. As he stepped out into the courtyard, the scene before him stunned the instructor. A pile of disciples were lying scattered, exhausted. He didn't understand what had happened to them. I ask you, disciples, what happened here? But not a single one of them dared to speak a word. For what reason do you not dare to tell me the truth? Looking at Joe Gel, he looked like a living corpse. Looking a little closer, behind him was Chong Mang. The rope on his shoulder was groaning under the weight. All by himself, our protagonist was carrying 2 massive boulders. His heavy breathing was clearly audible. His legs were constantly bending and straightening up and down. The boulders were continuously lifted and lowered. It turned out this was the basic physical training that our protagonist required his fellow disciples to do. That evening, the creditors kicked down the door of Mount Hua. They seemed very angry, wanting to find a sect leader at all costs. On Geometry and Anam had to come out to calm them down. Our protagonist was there from distance, but he didn't know why this was happening. You've kept us waiting long enough. We're out of patience. Hearing about paying off debts, he became frantic. Don't tell me you guys are in debt. Stop hiding and pay us back. Have you no shame, old man? Finally, the SE leader had to show himself to talk. All the creditors were waiting for this. Chung also ran out to assess the situation. What brings you all here so late? Looking at him, he seemed very much like the head of Sect. His gestures and words exuded the aura of a wise man. It was as if he was pretending not to know anything. How can he be so calm when he owes money? The leader of the group prepared to speak. How have you been, Sect leader? To be honest, I don't feel good about coming here for this. I never wanted to come up here, but people have been asking me about you a lot lately, Sect leader. What can I do? And you should understand the deadline for repayment has long passed. Even considering Mount Hua's circumstances, according to the contract, you have to pay a penalty for defaulting on your debt. If you can't pay within a week, we will be forced to take your main temple. Suddenly, Chung Myung made a sound that drew everyone's attention. The sect leader spoke softly. It seems I've misspoken and let a child see something he shouldn't have. Afterwards, he went back to his room to ask his senior brothers. Those creditors are merchants from the Hua EU district. Chung was thinking about what he could do to help the sect. The fellow disciple, afraid of getting an undeserved beating, prepared to sneak away as he left. He told everyone about the kid. Zhao Jiol wondered the Mount Hua sect borrowed money from those merchants. I don't know, but I do know about the Hong Kong residents. He's a very rich man, the biggest name in the whole district. I think he's involved in many big business deals, too. He's the owner of the one trading house, right? Chung Myung inquired. When the big boss spoke, the others were terrified. He was cracking his knuckles, ready to interrogate them if they didn't tell the truth. Because the Wang trading house used to be the property of the Mount Hua sect. He grabbed one of them by the collar to force the truth out. You lend a few paltry coins and dare to act like a big shot, demanding our temple as collateral. But thinking it over, he wasn't the creditor, so why pressure him? It was strange. A trading house belonging to Mount Hua, lending money to Mount Hua itself was ridiculous. All these absurd things happening meant that things were starting to go the wrong direction. Thinking this, he prepared to give Zhou Go a task. Have you gotten what I asked you to prepare, senior brother? It seemed he had prepared it. As he answered. Very quickly. Then he immediately ran to get it and brought it back. It's a set of thief's clothes, but what are you planning to do? Holding the item in his hand, he immediately got ready. As he put it on, he preached some wisdom to his underlings. To find the Buddha, you must kill the Buddha. To become a Buddha, you must steal and rob. Meaning, to achieve enlightenment, you must violate the path. Therefore, I must act on behalf of heaven. The kids realized Chung was preparing to sneak out of the sect. A while later, he approached the Luan trading house. Inside, a lavish feast was in full swing. The creditors were drinking and discussing their plans for Mount Hua. That old man must think he owes a small amount. It's over 100,000 gold coins, not a small sum. Someone else was confident. Because they had the contract to foreclose. He felt very uneasy because after all, the Mount Hua sect had always maintained a good relationship. There's nothing else you can do. They've been given countless extensions already. Hearing this, he happily toasted the other magnates. From outside, Chung Mang was furious. You cannot underestimate the power of our Mount Hua sect. The power here is not combat ability, but the history and prestige of Mount Hua. Although this is the weakest period for Mount Hua, it's still no match for this province. Merchant Gong thought that Mount Hua was now a tender piece of meat, easily torn apart with just a pair of chopsticks. He meant that Mount Hua would become a delicious meal. One person wondered what he planned to do after seizing their temple. It's not certain anyone will buy it if we sell it. Why not take something more valuable? The value of that temple is beyond your imagination. It may look dilapidated on the outside, but I guarantee it holds great value. Gong was getting a bit fed up with the incompetence of the people with him. He put down his chopsticks and explained further. There are many rival sects willing to pay a lot of money to erase the existence of the Mount Hua sect. You don't have to worry. I guarantee that all of your investments will be handsomely rewarded. One person spoke up to flatter him. Sir, you are truly a man of great wisdom. Then they continued to raise their glasses to toast to this matter. Unfortunately for them, Chung Myung had heard everything. After the party, one man returned home, staggering. He happily thought, as long as I successfully collect the debt, I'll have enough money to live lavishly for the rest of my life. As he walked, he sang happily, but he didn't know that our protagonist had been following him all along. Suddenly, he stopped because someone was blocking his path. His eyes were spinning from the mix of alcohol and pressure. He continued to observe more closely. It was indeed Chung Mang blocking his way. He shouted, "You stop right there. Is this guy a robber? He looks ridiculous, like a child in disguise." The magnate wasn't scared at all as he had many bodyguards with him. He retorted, "Do you want money or what? I have no interest in your money. Answer my questions and you won't get hurt. I have no desire to answer you either. Threatening me is a mistake, kid." As he spoke, dark figures appeared to protect him. The man continued to order them to deal with the person blocking the road. Chung Myeon thought they looked like Heil guards. I want to hear what he has to say. Capture him alive and make sure he can still talk. Not liking violence, the man turned away to let his underlings handle it. Hearing a few sounds of fighting, he felt very satisfied. The sounds grew more intense. The man started to get nervous as the sounds of his underlings faded. He turned back and reminded them, I said, capture him alive, not beat him to death. But looking out, it seemed he was mistaken. Chung Myeong had taken care of the entire group of bodyguards. The man was frozen in place by this sight. Our protagonist mused, everyone should learn to listen, but it seems no one understands. Now come here. I have some questions for you. I repeat, answer all my questions and you won't get hurt anymore. The man heard this and agreed immediately. He then grabbed him by the collar, preparing to interrogate him. If you had been cooperative earlier, nothing would have happened. Now, I'll give you what you deserve. Don't worry, I'll make sure you can still talk. A moment later, he was beaten black and blue for not talking. Just as he was about to land another blow, the man begged, I'm sorry, I'll talk. You said our Mount Hua sect owes over 100,000 gold coins, right? Hearing this, he thought for a moment. Then he continued, preparing to make a declaration to the creditor. Even if I sold everything you own, it wouldn't be worth 10,000, let alone 100,000. And yet you dare to say you lent the Mount Hua sect 100,000. The man quickly explained that it was due to interest because the Mount Hua sect borrowed money at a high interest rate. The debt kept piling up. Now the interest is even higher than the principal. Seeing a man's smug face, Chung punched him again. You're the creditor of the Hua Unfabric store, right? When did your family buy that store? Without hiding anything, he replied, my family has owned that shop for generations. Our protagonist didn't quite believe it as that place was one of the businesses owned by the Mount Hua sect and also the largest business in the Hua Eum district. These bastards must have pulled some tricks while the sect was weak and seized it. As he thought this, he punched him again. Suddenly, someone appeared and stopped his action. Stop your despicable cowardly act right now. Based on your skills, I'm sure you're not just an ordinary thug. State your name. You've surely heard of my name. I am the escort warrior, Young E. But he didn't care who he was. The man spoke boldly. I always remember the names of those who die by this sword, and you will be no exception. After saying that, he angrily prepared to draw his sword. And then he accelerated, charging in to attack him. Warrior Young AE, that name sounds interesting. Chung Myong understood that in terms of health and physique, he was inferior to him, but that didn't mean he was at a disadvantage. In a fight, strength and speed alone don't determine everything. Chung Myong drew his sword in time to block the fatal blow. The man could understand how a mere kid could deal with him. With his reputation as the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, our protagonist had plenty of experience. If I lack strength, I can always borrow it from my enemy. He gathered his strength and threw the man backward. Then he spun around, preparing to counterattack. The man, Young AE, was still suspended in midair. Train for another 10 years, and then come back. The opponent lay motionless in one spot. Chung was worried because the other guy was still there. If he discovered his Mount Hua swordsmanship, it would be disastrous. Dazed from the punch, the man was still looking dumbfounded. He muttered, perfect swordsmanship, supreme martial arts, and especially that powerful stream offki. He felt that this situation was getting very bad. If his identity was revealed, there would be no way to explain it. You're a member of the Northern Sword Sect, aren't you? Luckily for Chung Myong, he was just a tailor. He quickly replied, that's right, my friend. Finally, the man agreed to tell the whole truth. The scene shifts back to the Mount Hua sect. Zhou Jiao and Yin Jiang were very worried because Chong Mang hadn't returned. Neither of them understood why he was gone for so long. The senior brother was confident because our protagonist was not an idiot. He'll come back sooner or later as long as nothing unexpected happens. A moment later, there was some commotion outside. The dormitory door was gently opened. Did anything happen while I was away? Senior brother's inside the room. He quickly sorted out his gear and clothes. I was treated to a warm reception. And even got some extra perks. He smiled as he remembered the fat guy mistaking him for a member of the Northern Sword Sect. However, he also felt a little guilty for being too rough. He was sad that the plum blossom had been lost and that no one recognized him as the Sword Saint anymore. Joel became curious. What were you doing out there? A kid like you wouldn't understand, senior brother. He didn't say anything more and asked everyone to prepare to go out to the training ground again. Joke. Joe found it strange. Junior brother, you just came back from a tough journey. Aren't you going to rest? Chung wasn't concerned about that at all. Whether it's raining, sunny, or if Mount Hua is collapsing, we must still train. Hearing his spirited words, the senior brother enthusiastically prepared to go wake the others. Just one small thing. I won't be participating today. Wei Jiang reminded him, without you, we can't train because no one will take it seriously without you. After that, the two senior brothers immediately left. Left alone, he thought back on everything with a headache. What should I do about the current situation? The representative managers have now seized the businesses. The books proving ownership were all burned in that fire. He wondered, should I kill them? To silence them? Of course not. Doing so would risk giving the Mount Hua sect a bad reputation. Then I need to find an excuse for Mount Hua not to pay the debt and evidence to prove Mount Hua's ownership of the businesses. The problem now was where to find the evidence and the reason. You had to think back to 100 years ago. The accounting ledgers were all carefully recorded by his senior brother. But every time they appeared, he would hide them. Thinking of this, an idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps there weren't just a few books. He must have hidden the rest of the books somewhere else. The Mount Hua sect controlled so many businesses. There couldn't have been just a few accounting books. They must be hidden in a secret vault that only the sect leader is allowed to enter. Although he had heard of it, he still didn't know its specific location. Chung Myong started thinking again. Somewhere on Mount Hua, near the seal, the hill behind that house. He was certain there might be an underground vault. It seems I'm about to start an unprecedented treasure hunt. No sooner said than done, he rode the wind and clouds to get there. If he found it, he would definitely give it to the current sect leader immediately. It was very likely that the way to pay off the debt was in that vault. After walking for a while, he reached the location. They call it a hill, but it's bigger than several mountains combined. And finding treasure on an entire mountain would be no easy task. So, Chung Myong performed a spell to find his way. He took a deep breath, gathering internal energy from his dantian. The chi condensed into a small stream of energy. Then he sent it straight into the ground. After the shock wave, if it hits a large empty space, it means that's the vault I'm looking for. But after a long while, he still hadn't found any clues. Searching like this, I'm afraid I won't find it in 3 lifetimes. This method was both time-consuming and exhausting. Well, I might as well try again. Still using the same method, the energy wave traveled through the ground to probe. Suddenly, he received a signal, but the sound seemed to be pointing towards that direction. After a while, he succeeded. Chung quickly grabbed a shovel and started digging. Thomas started digging. Secret vault, here I come. Half an hour passed and he finally found the vault. He guessed that the Mount Hua sex vault couldn't possibly be built with just bricks. He temporarily removed one brick to look down. Below was a vast wide corridor. Suddenly, a faint footstep was heard. Chung remained silent, looking down. The person was the sect leader. He must already know this secret. Approaching the door, he reached out his hand to feel for the opening mechanism. He still didn't understand what the old man was preparing to do. His fingers trembled as he pressed them against the wall. Then his whole body did the same. Chung Myong understood the situation. The sect leader was also powerless to open the door. As the head of the sect, he must be carrying a great inner turmoil. This feeling was like watching the sect he had spent his whole life protecting crumble before his eyes and being unable to do anything about it. This is truly something he can't confide in anyone about. Everyone relied on the sect leader, but he could only come here to suppress his pain. A while later, the sky brightened. The sect leader was no longer here. Our protagonist had broken a few bricks to go down and prepare to open the door. He had to hesitate for a moment about his actions because doing this was against the sect's rules. But to pay off the debt, there was no other way. The only way now is to blow this door open. He walked over and placed his hand in front of it. From his body, a large stream of energy was generated again. Small earthquakes began to rumble. Although the palm force was strong, it couldn't destroy it. It turned out to be completely reflected back. This thing is eternal adamantite. At least a handman's breadth thick. Even the strongest master in the world could only scratch it. No wonder the sect leader was so helpless. Even Chung Mang himself was the same. He thought, my senior brother wrote the instructions, so there must be a way in. But the important question was, what was the way? Looking closely, the pattern seemed strange. Were actually sword slashes. He realized this was the 24-movement plum blossom sword form of the Mount His sect. But that wasn't enough. There were many other divine techniques right here. This must be the clue to open the door. First perform the equilibrium sword followed by the flood sword. Then transition to the 24-movement sword form and finally end with the plum blossom sword dance. The method was there, but execution was the important issue. He also didn't know how to perform that set of skills because it was very difficult in the body of a child. But it wasn't impossible if he could force his own power. Chung really didn't like that method at all. The result will be lying in bed for a few months. He comforted himself. I'll just need to use a little internal energy and it'll be successful. Our protagonist immediately used his innate truki to try. This was the source of life-preserving energy the humans have from birth. Therefore, it would lead to unforeseen consequences. Chung stopped thinking and acted immediately. For the sake of the sect, a little injury will be fine. This cannot fail. The first sword strike was unleashed, but it seemed it wasn't enough due to the limits of his internal energy and health. He tried again. In his mind, he reminded himself not to give up. The first step was the equilibrium sword formation. The second was to use the ultimate 24-movement Mount Hua sword form. No mistakes were allowed in any step. And finally, the plum blossom sword dance. His body was now completely exhausted. The door's formation system showed a slight change. Chung Myong prayed for success. The crackling sounds of energy continued to echo. It seemed they were gradually contracting. The power ceiling barrier must have been destroyed. Our protagonist still didn't know if it had worked or not. A small creak caught his attention. From the wall, a crack appeared vertically downwards. The door slowly opened. His face became more excited than ever. At this point, he couldn't hold it in any longer. Our protagonist coughed up blood immediately. That meant he would be seriously injured. He muttered, "Just for this sect, I have to be bettered in for 2 months." He tried to force himself to continue inside. By now, the secret room was completely open. Chung Myong was waiting to see what was in there. Let's see what senior brother hid in this vault. He gently opened the door. Inside were only classified documents. This room was tiny, containing only 3 shelves. It's understandable. Building a large vault with eternal adamantite would cost an astronomical amount. Senior brother always complained about being out of money. He must have used whatever he had to build this. He flipped through a few books. Thank goodness I found the Sect's asset inventory log. To be safe, he must have made many copies from the Financial Management Committee's books. You bunch of merchants, your time is up. Chung took all the important things with him. As he was about to leave, he wondered, this vault only contains papers. So, he rummaged through everything. On the opposite side, there was a strange book, so he pulled out to check. It turned out to be a record of the Sect's secret techniques. The thing was, it had never been used. This was a martial arts manual that the Sect had removed from its curriculum. As expected, senior brother couldn't bear to throw away anything connected to Mount Hua. Perhaps he thought that preserving them here would help future generations remember their roots. The first shelf was related to the Sect's administration, while the second represented personal sentimental attachments. Thinking of this, he swore that he would revive the Mount Hua sect and make it strong, even stronger. Our Mount Hua will be 10 times stronger than before. Suddenly, Chung Myong turned to the remaining shelf. This one only had a single scroll. He quickly unrolled it to see what was written inside. It turned out to be a letter left behind. The letter generally said, the person reading this letter must be the future sect leader of this sect. Chung Myong carefully read each line left by a senior brother. The role of a sect leader is not simply to be the head of the sect. The ones who truly lay the foundation for the sect's development are the disciples and the younger generation. The job of a sect leader is just to protect and encourage them every day so they always strive to achieve their dreams. Therefore, please be patient and remain calm when holding this responsibility. Whether the sect's power rises or falls, it will always be itself. Please always encourage and push the younger generation to preserve the traditions and heritage we leave behind. As your predecessor, I leave you with a great responsibility. From the 21 sect leader of the great Mount Hua sect, Chung Man Chong Mang mumbled, "You always had to act so high and mighty, teaching everyone lessons." He stopped reading and put in his pocket to give to the sect leader. The most important thing now was still the inventory log. As he prepared to leave, our protagonist still seemed very hesitant. He took another careful look around the room. He felt like something was not quite right because he knew his senior brother had a thing for neatness and order. A person like that couldn't possibly leave this bookshelf empty. Our protagonist examined it once more. Then he prepared to lift the entire bookshelf. This damn thing must be hiding something. He placed the shelf heavily in a nearby corner. Underneath, a small hidden compartment was revealed. Chung understood the situation immediately. From below, a dazzling light shone out. He also didn't understand what could be so bright, so he squeezed down a check. The moment he arrived, a wave of ecstasy washed over him. It was a massive pile of gold. There were also precious swords and weapons neatly arranged. Gold, silver, jewels, and secret martial arts manuals were all there. Looking at the fortune in his hands, Chung was overjoyed. This time our protagonist had struck it rich. Returning to the Sect's headquarters, he was sighing as the debt repayment deadline approached. The man felt pain because there was no way to raise the money. There were only 5 days left. From outside, geometry shout caught his attention. What's all the shouting about? He insisted that he had to follow him to believe it. The sect leader still didn't understand what was wrong with his disciple. Feeling it was important, he decided to follow him. The two of them walked far into a nearby forest. On the way, he discovered the other disciples. They were lying scattered everywhere from exhaustion. Geometry explained that it was just their morning exercise. Finally, they reached our protagonist's location. The instructor called his name Chung Myong. Where are you, Chung Mang? He immediately showed himself and spoke up. Looking at his disciple, he felt terrified. What's wrong with you? You look like a living corpse. He told him not to worry and to worry about the matter at hand instead. He also turned to where he was pointing. The light of jewels and rare items appeared. The SE leader broke out in a cold sweat. Chung Mang wasn't very surprised. He explained that he had accidentally dug up a treasure. When his master pressed for more details, he quickly found an excuse to leave. Understanding his intention, he let him go rest. The man thought to himself, is this gold before me real? Could this be a dream? What he had been waiting for was this pile? Account books, proof of assets, and financial records. As he was about to take them back, he had to admire them a little longer. The sect leader reminded himself, I must be very careful. If any page is torn, it's all over. Seeing the secret martial arts manual, he also became curious. The sect leader opened it and watched intently. The information inside surprised him greatly. Due to his old age and weak health, he couldn't control his emotions. Then he unconsciously fainted. It wasn't until a while later, after being brought back by his disciples, that he gradually recovered. He muttered the 7 Blossoms sword manual and immediately passed out again. In his mind, he still couldn't believe what was happening was real. Afterwards, he sent for the current accountant to examine the books. Immediately, Hyan arrived to inspect them. He confirmed that everything written inside was true. The sect leader asked him to confirm it one more time just to be sure everything is authenticated and the content is all correct. Right now, if we want, we can reclaim all of our sect's businesses. The head of Mount Hua breathed a sigh of relief as the situation was resolved. His sad eyes turned to think of Chung Yan, that child. He is the one who has brought us this prosperity. Unable to wait any longer, he decided to act immediately. Quickly, summon all individuals related to our sect's businesses here. The invitations were sent out, and a few days later, people began to arrive. The creditors of Mount Hua all arrived in a hurry. Magnate Gong encouraged the members to climb the mountain well, as they would be receiving money soon. The fabric shop owner asserted, after getting the money, I will never return to this damn mountain. I never want to see this mountain again. A few people were still confused as to why the Mount Hua sect leader had summoned them so urgently. Merchant Gong thought that the 100,000 gold coins was not a small amount. He probably called us here to beg for a debt extension. Dragging this out until the agreed date is pointless. That must be why he called us here early. Some thought the sect leader was shameless, while others reminded them to respect him. The fabric shop owner wasn't very convinced about getting the money back. He was probably thinking about the time Chung Mang ambushed him. A while later, the magnates arrived at the gate of the Mount Hua sect, but they were still waiting for someone to let them in. The merchants felt conflicted about personally bringing down Mount Hua, the protector of Huayuan, for hundreds of years. They would never agree to extend the debt with the sect leader. Merchant Gong was the one who had schemed to get ahead of this. Unam was also there to welcome the creditors. He immediately bowed respectfully in greeting. The SE leader is waiting for you. Please follow me this way. The head of Manhwa had been waiting for a long. The merchants are whispering among themselves, wondering if they would get paid. Seeing the debtor's face, they immediately bowed in greeting first. Welcome everyone. Thank you for answering my call and climbing the mountain. You must be tired. How about we have a cup of tea and talk? Merchant Gong immediately began to speak as planned. I know this is a bit presumptuous, but we are just humble merchants, so we'd like to skip the formalities and get straight to the point. The SEC leader heard this and wasn't worried. He already understood the intentions of the people before him. Actually, the reason I called you all here is to inform you of the Mount Hua sect position in this matter. I have contacted many people, but no one is willing to lend us money. Therefore, I will not be able to repay the debt on time. Hearing this, the merchants quickly changed their attitude. He flatly refused, saying, the time had been dragged on for too long. That is precisely why I'm bringing this up. Although we cannot repay the entire debt, we can repay a portion. As he spoke, the Mount Hua sect leader bowed, hoping to request an extension from the creditors. I implore you all to have mercy on the Mount Hua sect and help us. The listener scratched his head, looking displeased. The fabric shop owner felt that something was not quite right. The atmosphere began to take a strange turn. Chung Mong was watching intently from the rooftop. He still didn't understand what the old man was trying to do. Since he is all the books, why is he acting like this? Is he acting this way to push the merchants to hell, or is he simply treating them with leniency? But no matter what, this person was not as simple as he appeared. The most important characteristic of a sect leader is calmness. Although the Mount Hua sect was a place where many Taoists resided, its foundation was still rooted in martial arts. Therefore, making wise decisions was second nature to a sect leader. He also wanted to see if this person was truly worthy of his position. Merchant Gong reiterated, I cannot delay the deadline any longer. Haiyan Zhang replied, I am not just making a request to the rest of you. Although the total debt is up to 100,000 yong, I believe I owe a separate amount to each person here. The sect leader's demeanor was now very confident in requesting a delay. I'm asking if anyone here is kind enough to allow us to postpone the payment date. The leader felt this method was truly pathetic. Can you immediately pay those who refused to comply with your request? Although we cannot pay at all, we can pay a portion. Merchant Gong couldn't take it anymore and was about to criticize him. The fabric shop owner stepped forward. If we postpone the payment date, will you pay us in the future? The Mount Hua sect leader affirmed. Exactly. But he was just afraid that Mount Hua would collapse before they could pay off the entire debt. Many people were also worried about this. So trusting your words and postponing the debt repayment comes with the risk that we won't get our money back. What reason do we have to accept your request? At this point, Haiyan Zhang didn't know what else to say. He just breathed a sigh of relief because the other person had spoken exactly what he wanted. For the name of the Mount Hua sect and its history, Merchant Gong heard this. and laughed out loud. "Caesar, aren't you being unreasonable? You say I'm being unreasonable? What does the Mount Hua sect mean to each person here? Does its name and history have no value at all? Who dares to take the name of the Mount Hua sect lightly? And who dares to deny its history?" The sect leader reminded them that his sect had protected Hua Huan province all this time, not just for one, but for many generations. The fabric shop owner felt flustered because it was too true. "I humbly ask everyone, please reconsider what the Mount Hua sect means to you." Merchant Gong started making demands again. "If you're going to say that, then I have a proposal. Those who are willing to postpone the debt will stand over there, and those who are not will stand with me." He warned that anyone who postponed the payment date would not be protected by the Merchants Guild, even if they didn't receive their loan back. "Now, please choose where you want to stand." The creditors all fell silent, thinking, seeing that none of his underlings spoke up, the cunning merchant was very pleased. "It's a pity that no one here is willing to postpone." Surprisingly, a footstep was heard softly stepping out. The fabric shop owner had single-handedly stood against the Merchants Association. No matter what anyone said, he had already made his decision. Han Jiang felt a glimmer of hope in this matter. "Shopkeeper, what do you think you're doing? Don't give me that look. I know I'm doing something foolish because you're not from Hua Eum province. If you have no connection to the Mount Hua sect, you wouldn't understand. Since he was young, shopkeeper, you have been told many stories about the Mount Hua sect by his father. Every person who grew up here knows those stories by heart. You must also enter the Mount Hua sect to become the strongest martial artist in the world." And even if they weren't talented enough to enter, they heard stories of how the Mount Hua sect protected the world. Merchant Gong didn't understand what the hell his partner was talking about. "It's not just me. Since my father's and grandfather's generation, we have always considered the Mount Hua sect our pride. If you leave after receiving the money, that's it for you. But I can't go anywhere because I've lived my whole life in Ha Eum province. So you're giving up a large sum of money for such a trivial reason. I'm sure you will regret it." Shopkeeper, you had thought that if you received the money, he wouldn't have to work for the rest of his life. But when he stepped in here, he realized his mistake. "I've earned enough to live," he said bluntly. "Even if I don't get the money back, I could just see it as a small regret for choosing not to take it. If Mount Hua collapses, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Even if I get an amount of money I can never spend, and I don't want to live a life like that." Merchant Gong paid no more attention to this person. The voices of those accompanying him rang out. Again, after hearing Shopkeeper Yu's story, a few people must have changed their minds. In truth, they were also people of Hua Eum province protected by Mount Hua for so many years. Now, only one person remained who refused to postpone the debt. The sect leader felt relieved by the creditor's thoughtful consideration. "I am very pleased that there are still people who cherish a meaningful connection with the Mount His sect." After saying that, he requested Unam to bring the pile of account books to work with. Everyone was beginning to understand what this implied. All of them were account books of Hua Eum province. The Mount Hua sect has been merciful to you and your ancestors for many generations, but it seemed to have betrayed us instead of repaying our kindness. This statement made Merchant Gong jump. Now, according to the books, the Mount Hua sect will take over your businesses. Not only that, but also every coin you have accumulated through them until now. Sect leader, what the hell are you talking about? The merchants here were all very surprised. Everyone was stunned by the decision to confiscate all their assets. Merchant Gong spoke up. "You're taking the joke too far." But Haiyan Zhang, as the sect leader of a sect, didn't have time for jokes. The merchant was still checking the account books very carefully. "How do we know if these books are real or fake? Are you now accusing Mount Hua of making false claims?" "Of course not. But there's also a possibility that Mount Hua was deceived by these books. It was really a headache because of the merchant's words. The leader again requested for his sex accountant to be called to talk. This person requested that the matter be looked into very carefully. The remaining merchants all agreed with Merchant Gong's viewpoint. I anticipated these doubts early on. So 2 days ago, Mount Hua sent half of the account books to the Hua government office for appraisal. Hearing this, the deceitful merchant began to show fear. He had not anticipated the sect leader's plan. That was to call everyone here and let the authorities investigate all the businesses. It would take at least 2 days to verify everything. He also thought that Mount Hua must be lying. This pile of account books was likely worthless. Surely down the mountain right now, the government soldiers are waiting to confiscate all of my shops. And so he for the name of the Mount Hua sect leader. Haiyan Zhang shouted, "You have no right to speak now. Have you ever heard the saying, birds of a feather flock together? Those who are willing to stab Mount Hua in the back in times of trouble are not worthy of being called friends. Everyone, please return. By the time you get back to everything will be over. We will reclaim everything that originally belonged to Mount Hua. As for your troubles over the years, each person is allowed to take 1 card of possessions." Merchant Gong roared. "I will never forget this debt today." And so he turned and left directly. Now only the merchants belonging to Hua remained. The sect leader's voice began to ring out again. To those who until the very end did not forget their bond with Mount Hua. What belongs to Mount Hua will naturally return to Mount Hua. Although those businesses being Mount Hua's property is an unchangeable fact, the sect leader's main intention was to allow them to continue operating the shops once more. Afterwards, Haiyan Zhang invited everyone inside to discuss further. "Shopkeeper, you felt that Merchant Gong's fate had fallen from a great height to the ground." The man let out a sigh of relief for this stroke of luck. It was better than having no business at all. In his thoughts, he only remembered his grandfather's merit, which had carried him through today. Back with our protagonist, he was very angry, precisely because they gave a card of possessions to those who left. By now, some were filled with regret. As soon as they got down the mountain, they saw government soldiers occupying all their business shops. If it weren't for the sect leader's intervention, they all probably would have been arrested. He thought, if I hadn't listened to Merchant Gong, it wouldn't have come to this. "What are you going to do now? Say something? Didn't you say we just had to trust you? Are you blaming me now?" Human greed is truly indescribable. Merchant Gong still didn't believe those books were real. He roared, "It's all fake." The person with him thought, those books have already been certified by the authorities, right? Just by looking at them, you can tell they're real. He must have bribed the county magistrate. Merchant Gong temporarily requested everyone to head to Nikyong first. The intention was to find a powerful force to take revenge for this matter. Chung's voice rang out. "You all seem quite lively." Our protagonist appeared again in his thief's attire. He had a very satisfied attitude seeing these people get their just deserts. Merchant Gong was squinting, trying to identify the person in front of him. He thought he was about to be robbed and said, "Give up that idea." Hearing this, Chun Gang was very annoyed. "I'm not here to rob you. I'm just here to take back my property." "Are you from Mount Hua?" From behind, dark figures began to appear. "Excellent. I want to teach you all a lesson back on Mount High." Anyway, with that, they all charged at Chung Mang with his level of skill. He wasn't afraid of a single thing. Our protagonist's eyes darted, observing the enemies. He began by leaping high into the air. In a flash, he faced Merchant Gong's guards. He casually used the hilt of his sword to strike one of them. The one behind was also slapped so hard his teeth fell out. With his sharp sword strokes, Chung Miang gave them a sound beating. They had no idea they were facing the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. He began to speak. "It seems you still don't quite understand the situation until now. Not a single person who has disregarded my words has left with all their limbs intact. Merchant Gong thought to himself, how can Mount Hua still have someone like this? He then shouted for his useless underlings to leave. I really don't understand why someone like you would hide your identity. If Mount Hua had someone like you, it wouldn't have fallen into this state. Today, you will die by my hand. Consider this a message to your sect leader. It turned out he didn't just know how to do business. He also had some formidable martial arts. If someone like you dies by my hand, the sect leader will surely be heartbroken. Chung thought this guy was very cunning. He also promised to try not to hit his mouth. The merchant leaped up, preparing to use a palm strike to kill our protagonist. His attitude remained as calm as ever. Is that how you're going to keep running that mouth of yours? Boom! The entire forest shook after he unleashed his technique. This person truly could not be underestimated. His strike was extremely vicious. The ground around him crumbled, but this guy had used up all his strength. Chung Mian was completely unharmed. The man felt his opponent's attitude was very arrogant. Once again, Merchant Gong charged in to attack him. The guy just wanted to kill our protagonist. Looking at his face, it seemed he wasn't paying much attention. The space was torn apart by the efforts of the two. With just a scabbard, he had easily blocked the blow. It seemed his palm force had no effect. Then he immediately withdrew his hand in pain. You blocked my punch? My internal energy was reflected back. You're too slow. We should probably stop here. If we continue like this, you might not be able to keep your fingers. The man still couldn't stand these taunts. His left leg retracted and shot out a kick with the Hone technique. This blast of chi was so powerful it created a large explosion. Chung Mian's after image appeared from behind. He gently tapped him with a suggestion. Although he blocked it, the man's left arm became deformed. I told you your hand would get messed up. Merchant Gong couldn't understand how his opponent could be so unbelievably fast. He was wondering, is this person really strong? This masked man is neither fast nor strong. Looking at him, I could probably handle 10 like him. Merchant Gong didn't understand how his opponent could dodge every one of his attacks. He guessed, although he's slow. This guy moves to the most logical direction and position with perfect precision and no wasted movements. He looked like a demon. No, he was a true monster. Chung Mian felt a bit tired and didn't want to fight anymore. Why would someone like you hide all this time? The two of them had completely stopped fighting. How could our protagonist tell him how high his status was? You people with your silver tongues are always delusional about your own strength, aren't you? You think I have to answer just because you ask. He was wondering, how can a mere merchant have martial arts of this level? Are you saying that if I have high martial arts, I can't be a merchant? With your level of skill, there are many ways to make money besides business. The man was furious at Chung Mang's sarcastic tone. I have no conspiracy or wrongdoing here. Nor am I taking orders from anyone. This is all a private personal matter. Is that what you're going to say? It was clear he had read him from his martial arts down to his very thoughts. Then I'll tell you what the problem is here. If I want to get all the information from someone like you, what should I do? The way is to use strong measures. Merchant Gong had no idea what the person in front of him was talking about. He continued to move closer to him. Then he immediately charged into attack. The position he was aiming for was the left knee. But that was just what Merchant Gong thought. He had deceived him to make him make a mistake. Another sword stroke continued towards his face. He was sure this blow would come from above, but it wasn't. It came straight forward. The most precise location here was the throat. Hit by this, he had to retreat due to the immense pain. Now he couldn't speak a single word, accompanied by dizziness from the shock. Chung didn't let his opponent rest. He continuously struck him several times. If this continues, he will die. Merchant Gong thought that our protagonist's eyes were the eyes of someone who had killed countless people. Only now did he draw his sword from its scabbard. The man showed great fear. He didn't want his life to end here. Lost in thought, he prepared a finishing blow. The guy shouted weakly, raising his hand to defend. The sound wave created a terrible earthquake. A moment later, everything around became quiet. The guy's hands were trembling as he had just unleashed a palm strike to counter. He was confused, not knowing where his opponent was. He then revealed the technique was the T divine art. Chung didn't dodge at all and just prepared to run his mouth again. You're a member of the Southern Edge Sect, aren't you? The mastermind behind putting Mount Hua in debt happens to know the martial arts of the Southern Edge Sect. Do they send you? Han began to regret revealing his technique. I shouldn't have revealed it, especially when facing someone from Mount Hua. How could I have made such a fatal mistake? It must be because this guy took so many hits that his mind became M. The intentions of this masked man are truly unpredictable. You want to remain silent? That's not a bad choice. Since ancient times, Southern Edge and Mount Hua have had a hateful relationship. But it's undeniable that Southern Edge is a very strong sect. But even so, there's no reason for them to handle things so carelessly. He didn't know where to get information from before, but now he was very confident in talking to him. For one of the top sects in the world to use money instead of martial arts to destroy another sect is truly shameless. Hearing this, the man silently accepted it. Isn't doing this a good thing for Mount Hua? Sir, you must already know Mount Hua has long lost all hope. Because it has lost its roots, it can never return to its former glory. Its destruction is only a matter of time. What's the point of a martial arts sect that has lost its martial value existing? Seeing him say nothing, he continued to ask, do you not understand what I'm saying? You mean Mount Hua's martial arts have lost their roots, right? These words made him quite angry, so he hit him a few times. In Chung's mind now was the image of how he had subdued the Southern Edge sect. And so the two of them began to deny which sect they came from. The classic martial arts duel had now become a duel of wits. Since you show me the tele-divine art, I have something to show you, too. He used the tip of his sword to make him stand up. If you can understand it, it will be very interesting. But if you can't appreciate it, it would be a great pity. Relay these exact words to the person who sent you here. As he spoke, the sword in his hand trembled violently. The cunning merchant saw this and showed great fear. Chung Mian unleashed a series of illusions and mystical techniques. Although it didn't cause any damage, it made the opponent freeze in place because it was too fast. Whirlwinds rose fiercely. How can he create such strong winds with just his sword? But the sword, she doesn't even touch me. The plum blossoms that bloom in one's eyes will emit the sweetest fragrance. Chung said a few more enigmatic sentences. As he spoke, he prepared to unleash a blow that would make his opponent remember forever. A sword stroke cut across Merchant Gong's body. Although Mount Hua is in its winter, spring will come again. The guy didn't understand anything and just used his two hands to cover his body. Only now did he start to look around a bit. From the air, many plum blossom petals were falling. This guy was also gradually sensing our protagonist's intentions. Actually, he unleashed this move not to intimidate, but to make him understand clearly that when the plum blossoms bloom, Mount Hua will be revived. The guy was still bewildered by what was before his eyes. What the hell am I seeing? Tens of thousands of plum blossom petals are floating in the air. And so he slowly used his eyes to watch. A strong light shone down on his head and he realized it was the 24th movement plum blossom sword art. After being hit, his entire body collapsed. As Mang sheathed his sword, his opponent also passed out. In the past, this move was simple for him, but now was extremely difficult to perform. After pondering for a moment, he discovered someone watching from the side. They were the merchants who had come with him. He shouted loudly to make them reveal themselves. A moment later, they all gathered to be questioned. Who wants to take a beating and then be released? All four of them didn't know what to say as everyone was afraid. Then who wants to be released right away? Hearing this, the whole group responded in unison. Then they all ran away, leaving their assets behind. They forgot that leaving wasn't that easy. Suddenly, his voice rang out, ordering them to stop. Can't you people think if you leave like this, how can I pull all these carts by myself? Chung Myung ordered them to inventory the assets and report back. Indeed, the amount of gold, silver, and jewels was very large. Although they were friends, they didn't know why their assets were so large. In the end, they started arguing loudly. Our protagonist had to think for a moment to come up with a way to handle this fortune. He made them pull the cards to the nearest pawn shop and bring the money back. It turned out he was going to sell all the gold in those carts. Everyone couldn't believe this was going so smooth. What if we go to the pawn shop and just run away? He then asked them, your assets have all been confiscated, right? If you still want to receive a few taels, you should come back here. Another person continued to ask for permission to voice his opinion. What if we report you to the authorities? Hearing this, Chung Myung swung his sword to intimidate them into understanding. If you do that, don't ever come back. Try to run to the ends of the earth. The whole group panicked and didn't dare to run away anymore. To not waste time, he immediately ordered them to carry it out. A while later, he had a sum of money in his hand. Indeed, this trip had earned him quite a lot. And so, the story of Mount Hua's debt was concluded. He happily returned to the Sect's headquarters. The next morning, at a nearby stream, Jogo had just finished training and was washing his clothes. He felt that his fellow disciples were no longer exhausted during training. This scene was truly a sight to behold. Senior brother Yun Jiang found it a bit strange and went to talk to him. Zhou Ji felt happy because he could now feel the demeanor of a martial artist. I know it's a bit strange to think like this. No, I have the same thought as you. Everyone who trained before thought they would just stay for a while and then go back down a mountain. But that was changed by the appearance of Chung Myung. It's clear that kid has changed Mount Hua. This breeze is just a small wind, but no one knows if it's just passing through or will it become a typhoon. One thing is clear, training every morning will bring results one day. As they were returning to the dormitory, many voices suddenly rang out. Joel and his fellow disciples all stopped to pay attention. It was very likely that the sect leader had hired them to repair Mount Hua. Unam's voice was urging the workers on, move carefully. If you break it, you can kiss your back goodbye. The third-generation disciples didn't understand what was happening. They turned their attention to their martial uncle. One of them suddenly spoke up to inquire. Yuan John spoke up. What's going on, sir? He said that all these people were hired on the sect leader orders. This time our Mount Hua will undergo a big change. As you can see, our dormitories are too old. No one denied this. Then what are you standing there for? Get in and lend a hand. They've already exhausted themselves bringing the materials here. Still standing there? Get to work. The instructor had requested all students to help with the repairs. That evening at the communal kitchen, many thought they were dreaming when they saw this scene. It looks like grilled meat. Senior brothers, we have meat in our meal. I can't believe it. The corners of everyone's mouths were practically drooling. They all hugged each other joyfully because their meals had improved. Chung's contribution was truly immense. It's true that anything can happen in this world. Well said. Suddenly, the dormitories are being repaired. Each person even got 2 new sets of martial arts uniforms. Senior brother Yun Jiang was deep in thought. Joel then asked, what are you thinking about, senior brother? Of course, having money is a good thing. The two kids also had to admit this. They guessed that even the ancestors of Mount Hua didn't expect things to happen so quickly. Yun Jiang thought it was a good thing that the merchants became poor and Master Unam has been so cheerful lately. I used to think he didn't know how to smile. Joel wondered again. What's going to happen now? Mount Hua is changing rapidly, so we must also be determined. Joe still didn't understand the senior brother's meaning. But Yun Jiang's point was not about money. Did you see that pile of precious martial arts manuals? It turned out that Chung Mian had brought them back before and deliberately made it seem like he had received them from a noble. These two actually knew all along that everything was due to our protagonist's great contribution. Yun Jiang didn't know what his intentions were, but he still affirmed to Zhou Jiol that Mount Hua was changing. He reminded his junior brother to have an iron will to face it because we can't let that kid Chong Mang's efforts go to waste. Don't worry, senior brother. I am Zhou Go. But where did that Chong Yang guy go? I haven't seen him since this morning. Yun Jiang replied. The sect leader summoned him today. He's probably still there now. At this time in the sect leader study, the meritorious person must naturally be rewarded. He was saying to those present, Mount Hua will reward you, which is why I have called you here. Do you have any wishes? Thinking back on that fortune, he felt a little regretful, but he didn't really care. Haiyan Jiang was a bit surprised that his disciple didn't need money. He was very pleased with this thought from Chong Mang. He didn't know that our protagonist had already made fortune from those merchants. The master wanted to make an exception and allow him to learn mystical martial arts, but he didn't want to. You don't want that either. Does martial arts mean nothing to you? Martial arts should be practiced in a methodical sequence. I don't think it's right to practice ahead like that. Chung Mian thought again. I'm the one who should be teaching you martial arts, sect leader. It's clear I already know many disciplines, but how can I pretend to teach naturally? And why do I even have to worry about this? What do I need from here? What can Mount Hua do for me? After thinking for a moment, he found what he wanted. Whenever I want to go down to Ha Eum, please allow me to do so. Hearing this, the sect leader was very surprised, not understanding why his disciple wanted this. He then explained, experiencing the vast world out there is extremely important. I understand your point, but this is against the rules of Mount Hua. Although you have performed a great service, if I do this, others will become resentful. So, it's not possible. He felt the rules were too strict. If one is not possible, what else is there? Feeling that his health was not good, an idea came to him. As you can see, Master, my physical condition is not good at all. I've heard that if I take a spirit pill, I can restore my vital energy. He didn't deny it as he had heard of this before. So, what I want is, could you give me a spirit pill, the kind that can help the body become strong? Haiyan Jiang heard this and prepared and made a decision. Chung Mang was eagerly waiting to get the pill. The sect leader took a sip of tea for formality. He then said, as the sect leader of Mount Hua, I declare that from now on disciples are allowed to go down to Hua Eum without anyone's permission, and so his spirit pill matter vanished into thin air. If you cause trouble in Hua Eum, you'll have to answer to me. Now go back. It seemed that our protagonist merits were a bit small compared to this. He was still upset because he didn't get what he wanted. Little did he know where the SEC leader get one at this time. His body was too exhausted from breaking down the secret vault door. After closing the door, the sect leader asked his disciples if they thought he handled it well. Unam felt this method was very righteous. Haiyan Jiang commented on Chung Miang. Although he is young, he is very wise and quick-witted. His behavior is a bit impulsive, but given his age, it's understandable. The instructor remarked that he didn't feel like he was talking to a young child because his expression doesn't exude the usual innocence of a child. This boy exudes the aura of a toist master. What do you think? Haiyan sang. Even if you don't have an eye for people, you must have a feeling. At this point, the martial uncle had to reconsider a bit. This child is not childish at all. Hearing this, he completely agreed with the instructor. This is not a normal child because he is deep in thought or grew up in difficult circumstances. But the fact that he is more mature than his peers doesn't mean he is like an adult. Meaning his heart is dark, right? The sect leader felt that the elders here all had two similar ideas. He then reminded everyone not to worry about this. If he is a talent, we will help him develop his talent, so that he could do great things in the future. Both of them nodded in agreement. After this matter, it was on to the matter of repairing the sect. The situation was a bit difficult because the terrain made transportation difficult. Although they had cut down nearby trees for additional supply, the process of drying and cutting the felled trees also took a lot of time. Haiyan Jiang also silently understood. He was now very confident because Mount Hua's finances were full. The necessary thing now was to revive the sect. The first thing was to convey this idea to the disciples. Bunam nodded in agreement again. The sect leader turned to ask his junior brother Haiyan saying to complete the evaluation of the new martial arts manuals. Absolutely do not do a half-hearted job because the fate of Mount Hua depends on those martial arts manual. His way of working was so reasonable that his junior brother had no objections. At this point, he was preparing to end the conversation. Master Hyansang was thinking whether to tell the sect leader something. He noticed that some of the manuals, though said to be 100 years old, had handwriting that looked brand new. Many places even had ink smudges as if written in a hurry. Could this be someone's conspiracy? It must be Chung Mang who had good intentions and gave some pointers. He knows that someone is secretly helping Mount Hua, but who is that person? Meanwhile, at Chung Mang's place, he was angry because he couldn't get the spirit pill he demanded. He had some regrets about painstakingly writing the secret manuals himself. He silently told himself that Haiyan Jiang was a man without a conscience. Our protagonist was still certain that the sect leader was hiding the spirit pill and didn't want to give it to him. His demand was reasonable because breaking down the vault door with a child's body was too much. My body can't recover that much. At this rate, I'll have to rest and recuperate for at least the next 6 months. For a child, this pause is like a fatal blow because this is the most suitable time to build a foundation of internal energy. Missing this stage means there will be no other chance. He thought I must find a way. Actually, there were 2 ways to restore innate Truki. The first way, of course, was to eat a spirit pill or would require painstaking help. For example, a transfer of internal energy. In the past, he had taken that pill before. During that time, he happened to drink too much. That's why it had no effect at all. Speaking of wine, he swallowed his saliva because it had been too long since he had tasted it. I secretly took the sect leader ginseng soup so I can sober up from any wine. At this point, an idea about a hangover cure flashed his mind. There must be some way to overcome this. In his mind, he silently thought about the 2 words spirit pill. Our protagonist immediately ran to the place where he used to store his hangover cure. His body flew through the night. A pessimistic mind can be useful sometimes. After running for a while, it was already very late. Only then did Chung Mang arrive at his destination. He had reached the foot of the Cliff of Penitence. This was the highest and most treacherous place on Mount Hua. What he was looking for was in the middle of this cliff. That place was a secret spot that only Chung Mayong knew. Halfway up, there was a small cave that no one had ever found or set foot in. This place would be the most ideal spot to avoid the sect leader's attention. It was the place to drink without fear of being discovered, eat meat without fear of being seen, and take a nap without being caught. He still didn't understand why the sect leader had saved his life that day. But that wasn't important anymore because up there was definitely a spirit pill hidden. He hesitated a bit because of this weak body. In the past, he could have just jumped up. Afterwards, he ran to find a rope to hang down. Chung Mang quickly tied the rope to the most secure spot. He was afraid, what if the rope isn't long enough? If I jump straight down, would there be any problem? Of course, there would be. It would be 10 times more dangerous. To let his body recover, he didn't care about his safety. As he worked, he continuously muttered a few unpleasant sentences. Saving the Mount Hua sect is truly a rough journey. Actually, the reason for banning cultivation on the Cliff of Penitence wasn't just because it was high. There was another reason. It was a sheer cliff, just as its name suggested. There was nowhere to hold on to. Thinking of this, Chung Mian slipped and got goosebumps. It was truly a treacherous and unpredictable cliff. Unfortunately, he had misstepped and plummeted down. Our protagonist shouted loudly because he wasn't prepared. This is it. I'm really dead. Fortunately for him, the rope caught his entire body and now he was dangling in midair. The wind blew so hard that Chung Mian was about to slam his face into the rock. He quickly put all his strength into his 2 arms. He unleashed a technique to avoid a strong impact. However, his bones broke instantly. Now only 1 arm was intact. A child's body is truly fragile and easily broken. Fuming, he looked to the side. Chung Mang had only estimated the length of the rope, but he didn't expect it to reach the cave entrance. Although it was right in front of him, getting inside was not simple. 1 arm was injured, so he had to jump over to it. Above, the rope was stretching very tightly. Chung Mian had to swing to build some momentum. He had to swing a few times to get the strongest force. After a while, the most suitable moment arrived. The rope above was now about to break in 2 from the friction. Just as he was about to succeed, it seemed he would fail, and so he fell freely downwards. His remaining arm desperately clung to the cliff face. But the speed of his fall was so fast that all his fingers broke. He still had to try to swing inside. Our protagonist rolled in front of the cave entrance. Fortunately, the rope above had caught on a ledge. Just a little more and he would have died a second time. It must be my senior brother in heaven protecting me. After resting a bit, he had to climb up. As soon as he got up, he started cursing the deceased elder, the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. What the hell was he thinking? Building a hiding place here. Did training on a mountain for too long fry his brain? Putting that aside for now, he was planning to loot everything valuable here because returning to the cave had almost cost him his life. Lifting the covering board, he discovered a few precious items. Before him was a sparkling night luminous pearl, but it wasn't as precious as some other things. He turned to open the box next to it. Inside was a box of plum blossom pills and a wine flask. This was very useful for covering the body. As he gently opened the lid, a light shone out. A fragrant aroma spread everywhere. It felt like being in a flower forest. A moment later, there was also a snow plum pill, which was twice as effective as a plum blossom pill. Chung Mian was overjoyed with his senior brother's stash. However, he also knew that his big brother's most precious hidden treasure was not here. There was no more time. Chung Mian prepared to consume the pill. If I can increase my internal energy a little more, that would be great. He couldn't delay any longer and swallowed it. The pill quickly entered his body. Then it gradually dissolved and blended inside. This thing seemed to take effect immediately. His whole body emitted a sweet fragrance. Chung Mian continued to circulate his internal energy and focus intently. First, I must not let the chi of the snow plum pill which is spreading through my body escape. Its light was shining brightly and magically. Although it was a good thing, the snow plum pill was not pure. When it entered the danchin part of his body, he felt it wasn't very smooth. His only option was to filter out those impurities. Although this choice was not easy, rushing it would cause it to be destroyed. Remove all the impurities and leave only the purest essence. The streams of qi in Chung Mang's body were merging. He felt they were too little to absorb. After completing the purification process, only a fraction of the qi remained. Our protagonist was trying to merge the two streams of energy. Then he directed it to the deepest part of his danshan. That was where the innate truk qi was stored. A tick sound was heard. A huge amount of energy suddenly erupted. Outside, one could see how powerful the snow plum pill was. He shot out powerful bolts of lightning. The nearby night luminous pearl was also slightly affected. It rolled down immediately. The whole cave felt like some force was making Chung Mian's body float in the air. During this process, he had to endure to get used to the new true qi. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The energy from within was preparing to burst forth. As expected from my senior brother's good stuff. The broken parts of his body were gradually healing. This signaled that he had succeeded. The light gradually dimmed. Chung Mang closed his eyes to feel this miracle. Very quickly, he gained control of everything. The broken bones and wounds all healed. His body was much more flexible than before. He also didn't expect this medicinal pill to be this good. Waste were also flowing out all over his body. His major acupoints and veins also expanded. His heartbeat suddenly became chaotic. Energy was being poured into him. It was like a great flood. Just like now, if he couldn't control it, he would definitely fall in a qi deviation. Chung Mang was trying to stop the flow of blood and qi. His hand had to squeeze his chest tightly. Although it was painful, he had to endure. His consciousness was fading. His mind was now filled only with his senior brother's words. Where is the order of the world placed and how is it resolved? If you want to block water by building a dam, you must let the water flow over the dam or just let it be and everything will operate in its proper order. Humans are very small, just a part of nature. So just let it be. The voice of the deceased echoed in his ear. Chung Mian had truly let his soul go. His soul was now in a mysterious place. He still didn't understand what was happening. It was very likely the upper danshan. He knew because his intuition told him so. His feet slowly stepped forward. This broken wall was the entrance to the upper danshan. He wondered how rotten his body had become. He gently touched it with his hand to feel. Many vibrations were escaping. Sooner or later, the stream of blood and qi would pierce through the upper danshan. This would be very dangerous. If the wall opened, everything would be swept away. Chung Mang now didn't know what to do. He thought of his senior brother's words, just let it flow. The more you try to stop it, the more it will overflow. You can only let it flow. At this point, he did as he was told. And so he overcame it. His soul watched the transformation intently. It took him 100 years to realize this. And so the circulating true qi streams had merged. Our protagonist gradually regained consciousness and reality. This was truly an unexpected success. While floating, he fell to the ground. His limbs and wounds were healed as if nothing had happened. He felt a bit unfamiliar with himself. All the meridians in his body had been opened. This weak body had endured it all. Just a slight deviation could have resulted in paralysis or even instant death. Thankfully, I had my senior brother's guidance. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Chung Mang actively stood up to feel the changes. His innate truki was restored. His narrow acupoints were opened and his internal energy had increased significantly. It's true that you have to die once to truly succeed. His senior brother's advice now carried a much deeper meaning. A martial artist knows how to control and regulate. A person of the Tao will always let things be. The unique characteristic of Mount Hua is that it is both a sword sect and a Taoist sect. He also felt that this was a bit strange. Can I really restore Mount Hua to its former glory? First, I have to try. If not, then so be it. Chung Mang now fully understood the properties of those pills. If someone else had taken them, they might have had an even greater effect. It was getting late, and he figured he should head back. But as he was leaving, he turned right back around, feeling like something was missing. Turns out he forgot the good wine flasks. It's not that I'm craving a drink. I'm just curious what it tastes like after 100 years. This small cave held so many old memories of the Mount Hua sect. Being here brought a flood of memories back to his mind. But the greatest memory was with his great senior brother. Now that he was strong again, he didn't need a rope. Chung Myong channeled Hiski and soared high into the air. It seemed he had regained a portion of his strength from 100 years ago. His body became as light as the wind. His speed was unmatched. Just like that, he flew back to the sect. Our protagonist's abilities were truly overpowered. The cliff that was once impossible to grip was now incredibly simple. His spirits were now incredibly high. A bright future for Mount Hua was about to be forged by him. After a moment, he reached the summit. Being light as a feather isn't bad at all. Chung Myong took the opportunity to breathe in the fresh air and feel the dawn, but something smelled not quite right. The stench from his body was so bad it made him want to puke. A while later, he made it back to the dormitory. A few of his fellow disciples whispered, "So tired, I don't want to get up yet. So sleepy." Gradually, everyone began to prepare for their daily training. A few were discussing Chung Myong's health. He doesn't look too well. He hasn't been training regularly lately. Another one was speculating wildly, thinking he had suffered from chi deviation. Think about it. He's gotten so thin and haggard. His health is so bad, he keeps skipping practice. So, it's fine if we don't go to practice. Ice, right? Everyone was thinking about quitting this grueling training. Why? We've been blindly following him all this time. Isn't it because none of us can beat that Chung Myong? They were picturing how weak our protagonist was at that moment. So, they were planning to gang up on him. Jogo was watching from a distance as his fellow disciples planned their revenge on Chung. Senior brother Yin Jiang spoke up. Don't touch him. You'll all soon find out the truth. Outside, the door was slowly opening. Joel and Yun Jiang knew who it was. The protagonist aura made everyone curious. The first familiar footstep entered. A few of them were startled to see how different Chung Mang looked. He had returned with the same aura as before. The revenge plan was now complete. Completely abandoned to apologize to his fellow disciples. Our protagonist began to speak. Your instructor here feels extremely guilty. I had to take a break for a while because my body wasn't well. I feel incredibly sorry about this. It sounded like he had some sinister plan. So, someone replied, we understand. It's really no problem, junior brother. But he still felt bad that his fellow disciples have been so diligent in his absence. So, if I can't take back my mistake, I can still make up for it. Everyone understood implicitly. If we didn't train enough, we just need to train more, right? But no. Chung Mong pointed behind him. Not exactly behind him, but the towering mountain. He gently told the group to get ready to run. The disciples still didn't fully understand his meaning. Line up from tallest to shortest. The last half to finish will have to run it again. We're doomed. This training is 1,000 times harder than before. Senior brother Yin Jiang was the first to take off while the others were slowly catching on. Jobgo followed right behind, yelling, Senior brother, why are you running so fast? These two were truly in sync, acting on their thoughts immediately. Some of the people below also prepared to follow. They were afraid that if they were late, they'd have to run again. And then all at once, everyone accelerated in a rush. Actually, Chung Mang already knew about their revenge plan. He was satisfied with that rebellion. Even obedience has its limits. The worst thing before dissatisfaction is a lack of ability to rise from being a nobody. Everything depends on ability. He was determined to help all the disciples of Mount Hua gain the most formidable power because throughout the 1,000-year history of the martial world, countless top masters have achieved that title through their own strength. But having only one strong person in a sect cannot make that sect famous everywhere. Meaning if a sect wants to restore its reputation, all its disciples must be strong. All of our protagonist's thoughts were focused on reviving Mount Hua. Now, after a moment of contemplation, he reminded the last ones that they would have to skip their meal. And so, after his absence, he had smoothly returned. A while later, all the disciples returned exhausted. Jojo was out of breath. He then looked ahead. Senior brother Yin Jiang was also speechless. How can he still be standing after running like a madman? Joke. Joel wondered. I understand even more now why the great senior brother became the great senior brother. The key was not in his strength. It was that this person had an unwavering will. Thud. The rock he often used for weightlifting was thrown down. Those of you who haven't finished the formation training, give me the sandbags. What's the matter? Why is everyone lying down? OG was thinking that the person before him was truly a monster. The youth of today are too weak. It wasn't like this in our time. After saying that, he threw down 2 weights and reminded everyone to go have breakfast and then train later. If you slack off during training, the reps will be multiplied by 10. Go. Arrange the training equipment properly. All the disciples of the Mount Hua sect considered Chung Mang a total bastard. This morning's meal was unusually silent. The senior brother asked everyone why they weren't eating. One said he was afraid he'd throw up if he ate, so he couldn't swallow. Another was preparing to complain to Yun Jiang. Is our training intensity a bit unreasonable? Training like this will kill us. My hands are shaking so much I can't even eat. The whole group whined to their senior brother, hoping he would talk to Chung Mian and reduce the training time. He turned to ask his close junior brother for his opinion. Everyone was waiting for Joel's response. The training gets harder every day, but it's not so much that our bodies can't handle it, right? Although a bigger ox is a stronger ox. People aren't like that. He was hoping that Chung Mian wouldn't find out about this. For now, it's better to just endure it a little longer. If things don't change after a while, then follow my lead. And so, everyone enthusiastically agreed with this idea. At that point, I won't endure it anymore, the senior brother declared. After eating and returning to the room, Jogo collapsed in the middle of the floor. He was also very tired of this training style. Wake up, train, sleep. At this rate, my body will collapse. Jogo thought that no matter how hard the training was, he could endure it. But could he continue to endure? His tired eyes had drifted off to sleep for a while when the protagonist's voice called out to wake him. He opened his eyes and saw it was Chung Mang. You've been working hard. Here, I'll give you this. Joel was curious about the object in our protagonist's hand. His pupils dilated when he realized what it was. It was the spirit pill that Chung Mian had brought back from the cave in the cliff. Why do you have something so precious? Aren't you going to use it? He then said that senior brother needed it the most right now. He also asked him to keep it a secret from everyone. After that, he used his internal energy to help Jogo recover his stamina. He was a bit ashamed because he always thought his junior brother was a cruel person. In fact, it wasn't like that at all. Chung Mian gave them to everyone and reminded them not to tell anyone. This was a clever way to make everyone always fond of him. And so, no one dared to have any complaints about Chung Mang anymore. After resting, they returned to sword practice. The disciples were swinging their swords with great enthusiasm. The instructor watched and felt a difference in his students. The kids' sword strokes are much more stable now. Although the sword stance was still the same, the sharpness and stability in each stroke were completely different. Their stances look very solid. Their upper bodies were also stable, so the weight was directed to the tip of the sword. The instructor couldn't believe how much the disciples had improved in such a short time. He thought back to our protagonist promised to him before. "Just give me 1 month and I'll show you the results, martial uncle." He was sure this was due to the benefits of early morning exercise. Looking into the kids' eyes, they all exuded a fierce spirit. It had been a long time since the instructor had seen that. Afterwards, he let them take a break and offered some praise. "I'm very pleased to see you all training with such enthusiasm. If you keep up this momentum, I'll let you skip many of the basic steps and then I'll directly teach you the Tuli melee sword." The kids were very excited to hear this. "We really get to learn that technique. It must be because we've changed so much." The instructor was confident that if they kept this up, the people below would soon become the top swordsmen of Mount Hua. Suddenly, the sect leader appeared, looking as if there was something very urgent. "What's the matter that you've come to the training hall in person?" Ken Jiang felt that something was not right. He then handed the 6 Harmony Sword manual to One Geometry to look at. Quickly opened to the last page. As soon as the instructor opened it, he was astonished. What could have happened to make him react like that? It turned out to be a letter left by the ancestors. "To my descendants, the responsibility of the descendants is not to develop or change the martial arts of Mount Hua because martial arts will constantly transform and develop. The 6 harmonies is the foundation, the lifeblood of Mount Hua. If it is changed, it is no different than the soul of Mount Hua no longer being intact. I hope the descendants will engrave this in their hearts." There were still a few more things that Geometry didn't say out loud. He was carefully reading every word, every sentence. The 6 harmonies was a basic martial art maintained at Mount Hua since ancient times. It was the martial art that taught disciples how to hold a sword correctly. All martial stances were developed from the 6 harmony sword form. The times have changed a lot. Should we still be learning the 6 harmonies? The problem was that it was too slow. So they had invented the advanced 6 harmony sword. It was because of this that the sect leader needed to listen to his junior brother's opinion. As Geometry said, Mount Hua had gradually abandoned the 6 harmonies and switched to the advanced 6 harmonies. But we cannot take the teachings of our ancestors lightly. Geometry did not dare to deny this. In all sects, descendants must strive to follow the path laid out by their ancestors. That has been the resolute principle from its founding until now. Because this is the most fundamental martial art, I cannot help but listen to your opinion. Don't overthink it. Just share your thoughts with me." Geometry was pondering the story of his predecessor. But in this day and age, he also had some meditation. He then explained the reason he created the advanced 6 harmony sword was to save training time for Mount Hua. "We don't have time to leisurely teach the disciples because we are a sect that could be annihilated at any moment." At this point, he prepared to ask the sect leader a question in return. "Does the current Mount Hua have a future?" Even Haiyan Zhang himself found it difficult to answer after hearing it. The 2 words future were too heavy for him. Now the financial problem has been completely resolved, which is very good, but in reality, that was just one problem in a mountain of them. The sect leader spoke up. "I hope you understand, I cannot answer your question accurately." Hearing this, the instructor objected to practicing the 6 harmony sword. The sect leader, bewildered, asked again, "Why?" Closing the manual on geometry seemed afraid someone might overhear this because it's very difficult to start over from the beginning. The 6 harmony sword and the advanced 6 harmony sword, although sharing a common origin, are 2 completely different martial arts. The 6 harmonies is slow but very steady. The advanced six harmonies, on the other hand, is a sect that focuses on speed and elegance. Moreover, the kids learn this martial art very quickly. They've already grasped its foundation. If they had to learn the six harmonies again, it might not yield any results at all. To master the six harmonies, one must have a strong and stable lower body. It was now too late to do that. The most necessary things are a solid lower body and a cautious mind. After saying that, the instructor himself had to turn back to look at the disciple. Their center of gravity now seemed very solid. Not only that, but their minds also appeared very cautious. The sect leader remarked softly, "It seems the training has had quite an effect, but this wasn't due to the instructor's efforts." He turned to look in Chung Mang's direction. In his mind, there were many thoughts that needed to be questioned. Sect leader, wait a moment. I need to ask this child something very urgent. The instructor's voice shouted, "Where is Chung? Mong, come here. I have something to ask you." Slower to go further or faster to be precise. In your opinion, which direction should Mount Hua take? Chung Miang actually still didn't understand the hidden meaning of this sentence. He gently replied, "Of course, we need to go further. That is the inevitable decision for Mount Hua to develop." The sect leader was very pleased after hearing this. Mount Hua is a sect with no small amount of pride. How could those vague past words come from a brat? The words from Mount Hua were now imprinted in his mind. If we were an ordinary sect, we would do that, but Mount Hua is not. To reclaim our past glory and become famous throughout the world once more, we cannot compromise like that. These were the deep thoughts in the heart of instructor on geometry and even the sect leader. He asked again, "Because it's Mount Hua, we can't compromise." The two brothers looked at each other as if they were about to say something. After he left, they felt a little embarrassed. I can't believe we heard those words from a child's mouth. Is this all for Mount Hua? On geometry himself had to admit this to his senior brother. He understood that a child would not be discouraged by matters of daily life because accomplishing this would be very difficult. But as elders, they couldn't be ashamed in front of child. With just a few words, Chung Miang had laid out the path for his descendants. The sect leader thought the simplest thing is also the most difficult. Establishing a basic martial art is an extremely important matter because that is the path Mount Hua will take in the future. After thinking for a while, he was preparing to order the instructor to carry out the mission. I order you as the sect leader that the basic martial art of Mount Hua will change from the advanced six harmonies to the six harmonies sword. Not only that, but we will have to rethink all the martial arts at Mount Hua. The sect leader reminded him. The role of the head of the White Plum Blossom Hall is extremely important during this time. We will not be allowed to become a sect that lives a mediocre existence anymore. One day the name Mount Hua will be the #1 name in the world. This is the duty that the disciples of Mount Hua must bear. And so everything was decided. Haiyan Zhang realized that Chung was the future of Mount Hua. He knew that there would come a time when his generation could only go so far. But in the future, when it was Chung Miang's time, he would bring glory to the sect. Returning to the ranks, our protagonist had some thoughts. These idiots, do I really have to ask? It's like I have to teach them how to chew after putting the food right in their mouths. These guys really can't do anything right. The protagonist acknowledged that he was doing very necessary things for Mount Hua. Anyway, I think I need to make a trip to Hua Eum. The business districts there must be in chaos again. The senior brothers were frustrated because his actions and gestures sometimes seemed crazy. Mount Hua had gone through the ordeal of debt and had now returned to its usual peace. New challenges were also waiting for this sect to overcome. Because in the not-so-distant future, Mount Hua will always be filled with happy laughter. Chung Miang's thoughts were truly vast and encompassing. In reality, it was now as chaotic as a fish market. While cleaning up, he took the opportunity to chat with Jogo. I heard you're the son of a famous intercontinental merchant, right? My father is just a small merchant. His intention was to ask Joe to check on Mount Hua's small business situation. Now, because he was too old, he said a few things that made him not understand a damn thing. While they were talking, they were interrupted by the scolding of a customer. People were complaining wildly about the poor service of the disciples. The reason was partly because the previous managing merchants had all quit. They were quite famous, so a few employees quit with them. To be more precise, they had a lot of connections. Most of the workers were relatives and friends from near and far. Chung Myong became curious. So, the workers are the main problem? That's just a small factor, Jojo replied. He was hesitating, wondering if he should say it. The elders of Mount Hua, they all lack business sense. That's the biggest problem. Chung Myong understood. Currently, Mount Hua had no ability to do business at all. Next to them, two senior brothers were arguing loudly because no one wanted to wash the dishes. Looking at this situation, what Jogo said was absolutely right. Running a business is not a simple matter. One must carefully select everything from raw materials to employees. Mount Hua was too weak in selecting those things, and their ability to calculate income and expenses was also too poor. Using cheap ingredients will gradually lose customers. If we can't find true merchants, they will sneak around behind our backs and no one will work hard. Our protagonist simply thought that just learning from the beginning would be fine. If you ask an old uncle to start learning martial arts, will he learn? Joel asked implicitly, what we lack most is talent. Relying solely on manual laborers who only do what they're told will only lead to eating porridge. If things continue like this, there won't even be bones left to gnaw on. Joe Gell asserted that all business dealings had gone completely wrong because it was wrong from the very beginning. Chung Mang thought again of his deceased senior brother. He now realized how truly great this person was. Now, he only wished this person would come back to life to revive Mount Hua with him. But dwelling on the past will only lead to a faster death. Lost in thought, he asked Joe, what's the solution now? He secretly wished he had the ability. Things would have been different. But at Mount Hua, even his father couldn't salvage the situation. Hearing his senior brother's words, the protagonist realized this was a very serious matter. Mount Hua had no talent with deep knowledge of trade. He added, if Lord Hong were here, the situation would surely be different. Kwong became curious about this person. What kind of person is he? He is a great merchant. Not only that, but he's also capable of trading goods in Shanghai, the western regions, and Yunnan. Although he supported Mount Hua in the past, he doesn't now. Jogo explained, our protagonist naively thought now that Mount Hua has us. Why doesn't Lord Huang come and invest? Seeing how foolish his junior brother was, he couldn't be bothered to say more. Besides Mount Hua, I heard he is invested in developing many other places. Joel was certain. If this person were here, everything would be resolved. So, all we have to do is ask for his help. And it's done, right? His senior brother was about to say that it wasn't possible. Lord Huang has been seriously ill for a year now. There are even rumors that he has lost consciousness. Chung Myong sat down dejectedly, all hope of saving Mount Wagon. Suddenly, Unam's voice called his name loudly. He must have something urgent to look for him. The two disciples respectfully bowed to the elder. This person was strange. He had something to say, but said it was nothing. The task this time required him to make a trip back to the mountain. Chung Mang didn't understand why out of so many people he was always the one being sent on errands. He was about to refuse when Unam gave him a reason. Don't worry, it's not a difficult task. What does Master want to ask of me? Please deliver this letter to the leader or the treasurer. This letter was sent from the Yinha Merchant Guild. Zhou Jio pointed out that this was Lord Huang's merchant guild. Ungeometry requested that it be delivered urgently and without delay. It was very possible that this would be another good thing for Mount Hua. Afterwards, Chung set off on his own. He had already traveled quite a distance. His eyes darted from side to side to see if anyone was around. He gently took out the letter with one hand, preparing to do something bad. He was curious about the letter's contents. Was this written by Lord Huan or was it sent by that old geyser? Unfortunately for him, the letter was sealed, so he couldn't read it. Our protagonist had to look very carefully at what he was holding. With my brain, how could I not be able to read it? His senior brother in the heavens was. Very annoyed with his mischievous junior brother, Xiong Yang turned to the back to see who the recipient was. The person was his own sect leader, Haiyan Zhang. A critically ill old man sending a private letter meant something very big was happening. He thought to himself, I'll just take a little peek. With a few basic tricks, he easily opened it without leaving a trace. Old men usually greet each other respectfully, so he skipped the first 10 paragraphs. The content was written by Lord Huang's son, who explained that his father's condition had worsened. As you know, my father is in his twilight years, so death is not far off. But recently, he has been experiencing many bad symptoms. The veins are very visible, and his body has turned a reddish purple. He has lost consciousness and can no longer move. A strange black spot appeared between his two eyebrows. Reading up to this point, Chung Mian felt his hair stand on end. I have invited many famous physicians to examine my father, but none of them could give an accurate diagnosis. If the SEC leader knows anything about my father's symptoms, I sincerely hope to receive a reply, and I will do my utmost to repay those who can improve my father's condition, hoping to receive good news from the sect leader. Sincerely, the young guild master of the Yinha Merchant Guild, Huang Zhang. After reading it, Chung Mian understood that the situation was very difficult. He felt that this person's illness seemed unusual. From the outside, his symptoms looked very similar to someone who had been poisoned. The treatment method would surely have focus on detoxification. His thoughts were now focused on the heavenly demon from before. Lord Han's illness was exactly like being hit by his attack. He's already dead, yet he's still causing harm to humanity. He confirmed to himself that he had destroyed him on the summit of the 10,000 Great Mountains. So, how could he still exist now? They must have some conspiracy in the Central Plains. Chung didn't understand what else these guys wanted from Mount Hua. He felt very angry because his sect was always the one that had to suffer. There are tens of thousands of people in the Central Plains. Why did they have to mess with Lord Hong and cause this whole mess? Our protagonist had to open the letter again to read it carefully. Based solely on the description in this letter, I'm not sure if it's demonic chi or not. The only way now is to see it with my own eyes. However, his purpose was also very clear because if he could cure him, he would receive a great reward. He knew that the Una Merchant Guild was a place with countless gold and silver. For 100 years without me here, the Central Plains and that demon have not had a major conflict. So, very few people would know about the existence of Demoniki. Moreover, most of the people who wrote about that illness were annihilated by that guy on the summit of the 10,000 mountains that day. However, anything is possible in this world. It's not impossible that someone survived and knows about this. If one of those channels learns of the contents of this letter, it will be very troublesome. Thinking of this, he sped up to reach the Yunha Merchant Guild faster. He was afraid that other physicians would snatch the patient from him. In his mind, he was only thinking about how to make the most money. I'm doing this for righteousness. I must be the one to solve this matter. It must be me. That evening, back at his fellow disciples' place, his senior brothers were walking back to the sect. Yun Jiang felt miserable, wondering why their master didn't rent them a room down the mountain. Zhou's voice called out loudly. He didn't understand what this kid was so worked up about. When did this kid become so disrespectful? When the junior brother arrived, he was out of breath. Senior brother, something big has happened. Zhou Jiol shouted. It was unclear what had happened, but Yin Jiang vaguely thought of Chong Miang. The two of them quickly ran to our protagonist's room to check. Senior brother Yin Jiang threw open the door to the room. Inside it was completely empty. Where could he have gone? Jogo then pointed to the letter left on the bed. I have something to take care of, so I'll be gone for a few days. Take care of things, senior brothers. If you skip training, you'll get hunchbacked, so don't miss a single day. Yun Jiang was furious after reading it. What do we do now? Great senior brother. First, go and tell everyone to keep their mouths shut because it's no use for reporting to master now. Anyway, he said he'll be back in a few days, so for now, let's just hide it. Fortunately, Chung Miang had recruited good people. Zhou Jewel worried, what if we get caught? But the sect leader wasn't worried about that. He didn't understand why his junior brother had left like that. That reason must be a really important one. The two of them were thinking, could our junior brother have gotten into some serious trouble? Back to the situation with our protagonist. He ran almost day and night to reach the Hong family's merchant guild. He moved as fast as an arrow. The matter related to the demonic chi was truly not to be taken lightly. It was unclear what plan he had to cure old Wong. If his master found out about this, he would surely face a heavy punishment. Fortunately, he had already warned Yun Jiang and Joel, so he was somewhat at ease. At this rate, he would probably arrive there by dawn. After a short while, he had to slow down. His whole body ached from running without rest. Chung thought he had to rest for a while because if he continued like this, he would die of suffocation. This was too much for a child's body. Last year at this time, I could jump from one mountain to another with a single step. With 2 steps, I could cross a river. If he continued at a leisurely pace, he estimated it would take another hour to get there. Chung Miang now needed to find a cool stream to take a sip of water before continuing. In front of him was the bustling downtown area of Zan. It's been a long time since I've returned to this place. He silently observed and thought back on old memories. It seemed a lot had happened in this place. Remembering back then, he was chugging wine by the barrel. Our protagonist was a complete mess. This place is truly a paradise for fun and games, and I don't have to worry about my great senior brother finding out. His feet staggered as he walked from drinking too much. He accidentally bumped into a passerby, the wine jug in his hand. Slipped right out. The other person spoke up mockingly. Hey, don't you have eyes? If you bump into someone, you should apologize. He continued to taunt. There's a very unpleasant smell on you. I was wondering where it was coming from. Turns out it's from a Mount Hua brat. The atmosphere became silent after the other person's words. Looking at the things that had fallen to the ground, he seemed very regretful. You pick it up for me. Hearing this, he felt a bit refreshed. All of you from Mount Hua are the same. You don't even have basic manners. I've seen this kind of arrogant attitude quite a lot. Even though they keep coming to Zine, it seems they still haven't learned much. Therefore, our Southern Edge sect will teach you a lesson. Only then will you Mount Hua brats understand the consequences of loitering in front of someone else's house. Chung Miang walked towards the group without hesitation. He lightly kicked the wine jug up into the air. The person opposite watched in bewilderment. They didn't know that our protagonist had already charged into attack. His speed was so fast it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. He caught up with the falling wine jug. After finishing the attack, he was behind them, ready to pick up his favorite drink. The opponent's body trembled with aftershocks. The sound of the attack was only now revealed. Chung Myong reached out a hand to catch his inseparable object. At the same time, the three from Southern Edge truly felt the pain. Southern Edge and Mount Hua were two sects that always held a grudge against each other. Our protagonist also didn't understand why things had gotten so bad. Then again, What's the benefit of a good relationship? How could there be a good relationship between major shit of similar rank? These two sects had too many similarities. Who was strong and who was weak could only be decided by drawing swords. Therefore, whenever disciples of Mount Hua and Southern Edge met, there was always conflict. Everyone at Mount Hua was always afraid of this. But Chung wasn't afraid of anyone. He only considered Zan his playground. Although he got into a lot of trouble, our protagonist never looked for trouble with the Southern Edge folks first. They were always the ones who started the fight. Every time he beat them all to the point that the number of Southern Edge disciples defeated was countless. Their will is truly good. They either like getting beaten or like being beaten to death. So many times it was those same crazy guys who came to get beaten and then ran for their lives. That made the Southern Edge sect what it is today. Now he understood that history would always repeat itself. Chung happily ignored the trivial matters of the past. There aren't many guys who look for me like in the old days anymore. The scene shifts to the Enham Merchant Guild. The physician was examining Lord Huan very carefully. He said to Hang Jiang, "I'm afraid it's very difficult, Your Highness." In truth, he didn't know what more to do. You mean the poison has seeped deep into his body and cannot be treated? Although he was the best poison expert in the world, he still had to give up. He reminded him that his father's condition was not due to poison. Although the symptoms are very similar, I can confirm this is not poison. It's very likely caused by some other reason. Huang Zhong desperately grabbed the physician's arm. If so, what exactly is this illness? Although he said that, he still didn't get an answer. Because he was too agitated, he had to stop his improper attitude. "I'm truly sorry. I was too anxious and acted that way." The physician didn't accept it and then excused himself to leave. The door was gently closed. He didn't know what to do now because his father's condition was getting worse. Countless gold and silver were of no help at all. He lived his whole life for the poor. Yet, he has to suffer from an unknown illness for a year and then just pass away like this. Huang Jiang felt helpless because he couldn't find a way to save his father. A voice came from outside. "Young guild master, may I come in?" One could sense that this person was very close to the head of the Homong family. He was the elder of Southern Edge, Jin Jim Ryong, young guild master. It's time to accept reality. The only way to save Lord Hang is through a ritual. How could Huang Jie believe in such superstitious things? This is Lord Hang's blessing, a good thing for the Yunnan Merchant Guild. Because he had sent many letters asking for help and was waiting for replies, he couldn't decide right now. Jean Gimon clicked his tongue in displeasure. And Master Hong was just as annoyed. That Southern Edge guy was truly a foolish and disrespectful person. For many years, he had to endure him. The reason was simple. This stinking brat was an elder of Southern Edge. Recently, this sect has been making a name for itself. Zan is a region heavily influenced by Southern Edge. In short, it was very difficult to refuse Jean Gimon's proposal. Performing the ritual will cost a lot of gold and silver to save my father. I am willing to go bankrupt. Shouldn't they save the person first and then ask for repayment? That would be more appropriate. Zin Jim Rang spoke up. This is truly frustrating. You've invited famous physicians from all over. How can you cure an incurable disease from died? The servant's voice echoed in. The man didn't know how to present it to his master. Sir, someone from the Mount Hua sect wishes to see you. He was a bit surprised because the letter he sent should have just arrived today. The elder from Southern Edge realized it was his rival sect. What audacity! What kind of place do they think? This is young guild master. This is just a waste of time. What does Muan know? How can they cure the Lord's illness? Huang Jiang said that since he was the one who invited them, how could he turn them away? Jin Jim Riang fell silent and didn't offer any more opinions. He also gave up on the idea of pressuring Master Hong. Afterwards, both master and servant rushed to the gate to meet the guest. Hang Zhang slightly scolded the servant for not knowing how to receive guests properly. Arriving at the door, he quickly ordered it to be opened. The creaking sound echoed slowly. "How rude of me! I am the young guild master of the Yinha Merchant Guild, Huang Zhang. It is my fault for not training my subordinates carefully. I hope you will forgive me." "That might be so. In any case, I didn't come here to be entertained." As he was bowing, he realized the person before him was a child. He quickly looked forward. Chung had a slightly arrogant attitude, not respecting his elders at all. Master Huang didn't know what to say anymore. He then asked, "Where are the others who came with you?" Our protagonist replied, "I came here alone. I know how to cure Lord Huang. Lead the way. Also, can I see the huge reward first?" Hang Zhang was about to get angry. Mount Hua couldn't possibly have sent a child here. What is this kid up to? You came alone? Of course, I came alone. How many of me do you see? You really came alone? He had to ask again just to be sure. Our protagonist repeated himself so he could hear clearly. Huang Zhang furrowed his brow and looked at his servant. He couldn't understand why he was being bothered with such nonsense at a critical time. Is Mount Hua looking down on the Yinha Merchant Guild? If not, why would they send a child? Jin Jim Ryong from behind laughed loudly. Young guild master, you're wasting your time again. I told you you don't need to meet with the people from Mount Hua. How shameless. How can they send a child like this? The sect leader of Mount Hua is a righteous gentleman. How can he be so cowardly? Chung Real realized he was not being respected. He thought, I'm about to teach them a lesson. Unexpectedly, he clasped his hands and prepared a bow. I'm a third-generation disciple of the Mount Hua sect, Chung Miang. I know a little about the symptoms the young guild master described in the letter, so I took the liberty of coming here. Huang Zhang was very surprised to hear this. You can make a guess about my father's condition. His hands trembled because this was the first time someone claimed to know how to diagnose the illness. Until now, none of the famous physicians dared to offer an opinion on the root cause of his father's illness. He was very hesitant, not knowing whether to believe it or not. Jin Jimong heard this and burst out laughing. So young yet you already know how to talk big, young guildmaster. No need to waste words on this breath. That we should go in. We're wasting time here. Our protagonist suddenly signaled for this guy to pay attention. He felt his words were very venomous. Who is that guy? Why has he been so malicious towards me? Until now, no one had dared to be disrespectful to the elder of Southern Edge. Are you talking to me then? A stream of vile insults was directed at Chong Mang. He felt his hands itching. So you're from Southern Edge. Seeing how confident you are, I thought you were shaman. As Uresi found a way to cure Lord Hang yet, not knowing how to answer, he said that Lord Huang had fallen ill due to improper cultivation. The only way is to perform a ritual to appease the heavens. Then quickly call a shaman. That's their specialty. It's still better to let a Taoist perform rituals to the heavens. Since we're doing a ritual anyway, why not choose a cheap and high-quality expert? Master Hang remained silent, observing everything. Jin Jim Rion opened his mouth to berate him terribly, but he became even angrier when the brat in front of him showed a disdainful attitude. He then requested the young guild master to kick him out. Huang Zhang remained silent. Elder, this is the Yuna Merchant Guild, not Southern Edge. The decision to receive guests at the Merchant Guild is mine to make here. Young Taoist, I want to ask you a few questions. You said you've diagnosed the illness. May I hear about it? I heard that Lord Hong used to travel to the upper regions frequently. Is that correct? Before falling ill, he must have visited the 10,000 great mountains in the upper regions. Am I right? Huang Jian was still bewildered, not understanding what this kid was saying. He immediately denied Chung Meng's assessment. Our protagonist was still certain he was right. He then turned to talk about being assassinated. Lo Huang hadn't been attacked in the last 5 years. How was this possible? We're in a world. Did the Lord get hurt? And so Huang Zhang's hope was extinguished. I told you not to waste time. Mount Hua is an untrustworthy sect. Just looking at this situation is enough to know the kid's guess was completely wrong. Young Taoist, I hope you will understand my position. At this point, he requested the servant to close the door. I understand your ambition, but it's best if you return. Please convey my deepest gratitude to the sect leader. Just as the door was about to be closed from the inside, he reached out his hand to stop it. Body turns reddish purple. Whole body feels cold. Our protagonist began to list the symptoms. Hang Zhang paid a little attention when he heard this. If you press with your hand, it will turn white and then quickly return to its original color before falling into a state of unconsciousness. He felt a bone-chilling cold, as if he had a severe flu. Not only between the eyebrows, but also on the back of the neck and the top of the head, strange black spots appeared. At this point, Master Hong immediately opened the door. How do you know that? As expected, everything he had just said was true. Please, sir, come in. I will lead the way myself. He's just listing the symptoms that anyone afflicted with Inchi would have. Jin Jim Riang stammered. What? So strange about knowing that? If you know so well, then why haven't you been able to cure my father until now? The elder of Southern Edge was now silenced. This is the business of the Yinha Merchant Guild. Please don't interfere anymore. If you persist, we will file an official complaint with the Southern Edge sect. Enraged, Jin Jim Riang turned and glared at Chong Yang. He huffed in anger and then left. A while later, he was in Lord Huang's room. Our protagonist quickly lifted the bed curtain to check. As expected, his body was exactly as described in the letter. The condition was even more serious than Chong Mang had thought. He knew this was the work of Demoniki, but this type was not the genuine article. If he had truly been hit by the demonic art of a master, at his age, he would have died in an instant. He immediately took his pulse to check. All of his internal energy was entering the old man's body. The traces of poison seemed to be pushed back as our protagonist entered. Hang Jiang asked, "Is it very serious?" "No, the treatment is not difficult at all." Master Hang thought it would be very difficult because everyone said so. But hearing it again, it was clear that Chong Miang said the treatment was not difficult at all. He repeated, "I said this is very easy. I've already handled it. He won't die." The patient's glabella showed a slight sign of recovery after our protagonist's intervention. To cure him completely, we need more time and also need to prepare a few things. Hang Jiang was very curious about the things he needed to treat the illness. Chung Mian was calculating everything in his head. But first, I need to have breakfast. Master Hang had to call for food to be brought up. While eating, he also asked, "Young Taoist, what do we need to prepare?" While chewing, he replied, "Not much is needed." He took a bite of meat. And then a sip of water to wash it down. The treatment requires a lot of stamina, so I have to eat my fill first. Huang Jiang wondered again how he could trust this kid. But thinking back on the scene just now, he couldn't help but believe him. Actually, the important thing now is not to treat your respected father, but why he fell ill in the first place. Therefore, I want to ask you a few things. Who is the person closest to your respective father? Everyone around him, from the ones who take care of his food and sleep to his protectors. If we know that, we can narrow down the scope of suspicion. Master Hang didn't understand why this person was asking such a question. So, he had to think back from the beginning. I don't know either. There are too many people supporting my father, but the number of people who fit the criteria the young Tao has described is probably 5. Hearing this, he felt the number was a bit large. This seems difficult to find. What are you looking for, young Taoist? While chewing, he thought and calculated again. Looking at Lord Huang's condition, it's clear he was harmed by an outsider. Meaning someone within your ranks has been playing tricks. Hearing this, Huang Zhang slammed the table and said loudly, "Please be careful with your words, young Taoist. All the members here are like my own flesh and blood. They have dedicated their lives to the Yinam Merchant Guild and also have great respect for my father." Losing his appetite while eating, he put down his chopsticks to talk. "I'm just suspicious. If it's not them, then all the better. But don't worry, a little investigation will clear things up." Looking at the old man's condition, he must have been continuously infected with demoniki by someone who was not yet skilled in the demonic arts. At first, it's not a problem, but if left for a long time, the situation will become more and more serious. How will you investigate? He didn't go into detail, just reminded him. Young Guildmaster just needs to watch silently because then there will be a good show to watch. Next, he asked him for a favor. "Please give me another bottle of lean Thai wine temporarily." We switched to Jean Jim Rion's place. He was eating but couldn't swallow because of what happened this morning. A Mount Hua brat dares to swagger into Zan. I just want to chew him alive to vent my anger. This guy silently thought that our protagonist's style was very similar to the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. Unexpectedly, after 100 years, there was still someone who remembered him. "Master, are you talking about the Plum Blossom Sword Saint?" Leon Beck inquired. Seeing his disciple mention his enemy, he became very angry. How can you attach such a noble title to the name of that arrogant brat? He understood that every time this topic came up, his master became very sensitive. That Plum Blossom name has been dead for 100 years. Yet people still pray and worship him. Thinking of this, Li Songbek comforted his master. "Please don't overreact like that." He then recounted that the story of that kid treating Lord Huan was being discussed very lightly by everyone. Could that kid really do it? I've heard there's been progress. Only now did he understand why his elder was so angry. Lord Huan was a person who was very clear about gratitude and grudges. If that child could successfully treat him, he would surely spend all his money to revive Mount Hua. Leon Beck's thought was truly insightful. He silently told himself he had to stop this. "If you find that boy an eyesore, we'll chase him away immediately. We are your disciples, so we will definitely do it. It's just a second-generation disciple of Southern Edge sparring with a third-generation disciple of Mount Hua." Jean Jim Rion was a bit worried. Won't we get a reputation for bullying children? It's just a chance encounter and a friendly exchange of sword skills. A little accident happened, that's all. Moreover, the Janhua conference is coming up, making it even easier for us to use the situation to our advantage. Hearing his disciple's analysis, it seemed a bit reasonable. He agreed to let his disciple do this. Jean Jim Rion requested his disciple not to be too heavy-handed as it would affect the reputation of Southern Edge. What will people in the martial world say when we bully a child from a sect that is on the verge of extinction? Li Songbek understood immediately and intended to go and do it. Before leaving, he said a few things with hidden meaning to Jean GM. "Yong, a disciple who makes a mistake by accident will have to receive a suitable punishment, right?" The elder did not deny this. "I will be the one to personally issue the punishment, and of course, there will be rewards as well." This Southern Edge group was truly low on martial arts, but high on schemes. Liang Beck and his sworn brother immediately carried out the mission. Jean Jim Rion hoped this would embarrass Mount Hua in front of the world. Ever since those kids were born, Mount Hua's strength has not been the same as before. In the past, it was definitely not a place that Southern Edge could easily mess with. If Mount Hua hadn't been involved in the battle with that demon, perhaps Southern Edge still wouldn't have been able to surpass Mount Hua. I absolutely cannot let things return to that era. That brat dared to leave Mount Hua and come all the way here. That shows that Mount Hua is starting to regain its diplomatic relations. I must crush them. I cannot let Mount Hua revive. After this is over, I might need to have a serious talk with the Sect leader. The scene shifts to Lee Songbek's place. Senior brother, what are you going to do with that kid? Go why? Ask. Curiously, just rough him up a bit and send him back where he came from. He didn't like bullying, but it was better than the elder getting a bad reputation. These two guessed that Chung Mang must have had a reason for coming down the mountain alone. Goi thought that Mount Hua's management was terrible for allowing a disciple to act alone. For now, we need to focus on the task the elder gave us. As he was walking, he suddenly stopped to observe. It seems we don't need to bother looking for that kid. It turned out our protagonist was standing right in front of them. They thought he was busy treating the patient, but he also had some free time to go out and get some air. Lee Songbek's voice rang out in greeting. Not only that, but this person was also preparing to bow. It is a great honor to meet a disciple of the Mount Hua sect in this place. I am Lee Songbek, a second-generation disciple of Southern Edge. As usual, Chung Mang greeted him briefly. Forgive my rudeness, but may I ask where you are going? I'm going to see if there's been any progress with Lord Huang. How shameless. All the elders and famous physicians in the world couldn't treat him. So, how could this brat? And yet, he can spew such lies about curing Lord Hong. If you don't mind, could you talk with me for a moment? It's nothing special. Since ancient times, Southern Edge and Mount Hua have frequently exchanged sword skills to develop their techniques. He mentioned the upcoming Jianghua conference and Chung Mang explained that he didn't know about it because he had just joined. Lee Songbek observed him very carefully and then said no more. If you knew about the Jianghua conference, how could you be so arrogant? In front of me. As the air became quiet, a few gusts of wind rose. This is very beneficial for practicing martial swordplay. Would you like to participate? Because I really want to witness the Mount Hua swordplay. Han thought that he would definitely refuse. Liang Bek was certain that Chung was no match for him. You mean you want to fight, right? As expected, it was the same with every generation of Southern Edge. They were always the ones to provoke him first. Not a fight. Right. I mean, just practice and exchange. Chung Mang knew this pathetic sect all too well from 100 years ago. Of course, he agreed to this provocation. A fight's a fight, but you won't regret it, will you? Very quickly, the two of them found a suitable place to duel, and now they were both ready in there. Fighting stances. Liang Bek spoke up asking for Chong Mong's alias. I don't have an alias. My name is Chung Mang. Hearing the name, he mistook him for the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. This will probably be a shock for a child like the young Taoist. Perhaps the Taoist thinks he has done nothing wrong. But matters in this world are not decided by clear right or wrong. The Taoist should return to Mount Hua before things get worse. Hearing him talk so much, he shouted, Are we fighting or not? Does the Southern Edge sect only fight with their mouths? It's clear you're the one who started it. So why are you talking so much? Do was very angry at this attitude. Liang Bek signaled him to be quiet so he could handle it himself. It seems my cultivation is still lacking. My conscience is telling me. I want to beat up the brat in front of me. Reluctantly, he drew his scabbard to prepare for an attack. He's right. No need to consider anything else. Let's settle this right now. Both hands bowed in a salute. Liang Bek of Southern Edge requests a duel with Chung Myong of Mount Hua. Just as he was about to charge in, Chung Myong stopped for a moment. He had no intention of backing down, but just wanted to do one thing first. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the uncle behind you. Besides, go why, there was no one else. It turned out he didn't have a weapon and was planning to borrow one. Will you lend me your sword? The person from Southern Edge thought his opponent was too shameless. Who would ever lend their weapon? He hadn't expected to fight in Xi'an, so he forgot to bring a sword. Seeing that he wouldn't get one, he was about to go pick up a tree branch. Or a piece of wood to use. Li Songbek requested his junior brother to lend him a sword. I don't want the world to say that a Southern Edge disciple bullied someone from Mount Hua who didn't even have a sword. In the end, Goi had to agree. He threw him a weapon to fight with. After catching it, he didn't forget to say thank you. He tapped the sword on his shoulder as usual with a nonchalant attitude. Well, let's get started. Liang Bek requested that he draw his sword to make it easier to fight. Right. We're not trying to kill anyone. Why draw? You go ahead and draw yours. With these disrespectful words, the Southern Edge disciple didn't want to hold back anymore. He just wanted to beat him up so he would be less arrogant. It's better to just teach him a lesson. Today, I will teach you a lesson. Hurry up. I'll be standing here all night. Come on and fight. Liang Bek was preparing to get into his stance. His posture was that of a true Toist master. His feet were planted firmly on the ground to build up speed. His speed was truly impressive. Chung Myung still waited with wide eyes for his opponent. Liang Bek's right hand swung the sword. Han aimed at our protagonist, but he blocked it lightly. However, he was still pushed back a little. Chung was a bit surprised by his opponent's power. As expected, he was not an easy opponent to deal with. As soon as he retreated, this person charged in to attack again. It seemed this technique was unleashed with all his might. He had to let out a cry at this strength. They said it was a friendly exchange of sword skills, but it was actually an indirect duel between Southern Edge and Mount Hua. I felt this was very normal. He judged that his senior brother was angry. He won't let this go easily because that brat poked a nerve. Passers-by looked on thinking the two of them were just playing around. Just by looking, it seemed the kid was defending well, as if getting a taste of death. Outsiders thought that Southern Edge was bullying a child. The strength Li Songbek was using was only a small fraction of his power. At this level, it was just teaching Chungmi a lesson. If this continues, senior brother will cause trouble, Go predicted. Liang Bek's sword strokes were becoming very fierce. Chung Myung seemed to be underestimating his opponent. The surroundings seemed to be creating many tremors. Chung Mang had to retreat a little to defend. Both of them temporarily paused their movement. Liang Bek seemed a bit tired from continuously attacking his opponent. He wondered why he could still block after so many attacks. I tried not to be slow, but he still blocked me. His initial thoughts resurfaced. Chung had placed his sword exactly where Li Songbek was aiming. He can read my sword path. Unbelievable. It's not like he's inside my head. In terms of age, this kid was only as old as his youngest sibling, at most 15 years old. The Southern Edge master charged towards Chong Yang again. He continued to hold out his sword to block, not to counterattack. Liang Bek's eyes changed, becoming full of killing intent. If you're so good, then block this attack of mine. His effort was immense. Wherever he went, the bricks shattered. Chung Mang's feet moved lightly. He skillfully dodged to the side. This time, Li Songbek had missed. He realized that from the beginning, every attack he made had been neutralized. Our protagonist retreated another step. He quickly stopped to observe more carefully. Even among the geniuses of Southern Edge, only a handful can block my sword. Feeling a bit humiliated, he decided to use his full power. Our protagonist understood that he wanted to go all out. Whirlwind were being created. Liang Bek's hands gripped the sword tightly. He couldn't accept this. For now, Chung Miang did nothing. Just waited silently. The opponent's eyes were as sharp as ever, as if he wanted to eat him alive. With this sword, I can even split the heavens, let alone a brat like you. This technique was the 36 heavenly swords? Li Songbek once again charged in to close the distance with his opponent. Go shouted to stop him. Senior brother, don't be so rash. Perhaps he had managed to bring his senior brother back to his senses in time. The streams of energy below had dissipated. The space became quieter than ever. The Southern Edge disciple thought to himself, I almost killed someone. Chung's body seemed to be pulled backward. It was unclear whether this was intentional or an act. He was thrown far from the fighting stage. He even vomited blood. Liang Bek's attack was so painful that he was injured. Go thought so too, he clearly stopped it. Thud. Our protagonist collapsed to the ground. It was unclear what plan he was hatching. His entire body was covered in blood. The opponent was still looking dumbfounded. He was still frozen in place. Suddenly, Go-I ran over. Senior brother, what the hell are you doing? Liang Bek began to explain in a small voice. But before he could finish, his junior brother had already gone to check on Chung. He quickly checked the wound. Our protagonist passed out just like that. My opponent didn't use any internal energy at all because just as he was about to unleash it, he had stopped everything. The image from that moment appeared in his mind again. It's clear that even if I had attacked with my full strength, that brat would have been completely unharmed without a single scratch. So, how could he have been sent flying so far just by the sword chi that I didn't even use any internal energy with? Chung prepared to vomit blood again. Go-I looked like he was about to cry. Even though he was a martial artist, he was also scared in a situation like this. Senior brother, what do we do? Can a person really spit out that much blood? Liang Bek was done for because anyone who saw would think it was his fault. Suddenly, Huang Jiang appeared and spoke up. What is going on here? What the hell are you guys doing? Wahei was silent, not daring to explain. Master Hang roared, shouting and berating them loudly. It seemed our protagonist had calculated his appearance. For now, he was still spitting blood like a fountain. A physician was summoned to examine him immediately. The boy's condition is very bad. His body is completely exhausted. We must take him back first. The servant quickly carried him on his back to run to the room. Li on bed. Still hadn't figured out how to explain it logically. Looking at the pool of blood at his feet, he didn't know what to say. In this situation, not even his ancestors could clear his name. A disciple of a prestigious and righteous sect. Yet, he was about to punish a child. Master Hang didn't want to hear his explanation anymore. No need to investigate further. I've seen the whole thing with my own eyes. Huang Jiang turned and glared at him to vent his anger. I will never forget what happened today. You all leave my merchant guild. How can you say such a thing? Jin Jim Riang's voice rang out. What on earth happened? The elder's eyes widened when he saw the scene. He observed the pool of blood left by Chong Yang and also the mess his disciples had created. Now he couldn't even speak to Hong Zhang, looking at Liang Bek. He just wanted to slap him a few times. Young guild master, perhaps this was just an accident. You look at this and call it an accident. The child who was trying to treat my father almost lost his life at the hands of your disciple and you dare to call it just an accident. Young guild master, this is all just a misunderstanding. You look, does this look like an accident? So why did a Southern Edge disciple raise his sword against a Mount Hua child in the first place? You call it duel? A duel is an exchange of martial arts between peers, leaving a child half dead and calling it a duel. The Taoist sect of Southern Edge is truly pathetic. Today, I ask the elder and all the Southern Edge disciples to leave my merchant guild. This is the message that I, the young guildmaster, on behalf of the guildmaster of the Merchant Guild, wish to convey to Southern Edge. Xin Jim Riang agreed without hesitation. Before leaving, he also wished that Lord Huang would soon recover his health. Hang Zhang didn't care anymore. He had already strode away. As he passed by, he said a word of thanks, although someone didn't think so. The main idea was that Jean Gimon didn't want his father to get well, as he said, and so Southern Edge had brought disaster upon itself. Go now could only look at Li Songbek. He felt very regretful about the idea of teaching Chung Mang a lesson. He was about to speak to the elder, but he said that he and Go Wai would return to Southern Edge. You must stay here and atone for your crime. No matter what, you must obtain the young guild master's forgiveness. Otherwise, don't come back. Understood? Perhaps when leaving the restaurant, Leon Beck had stepped out with his left foot first, which was why he was so unlucky. He obediently listened to his elder. Back at our protagonist place, the physician judged, his qi and blood are in severe disorder. The boy is in critical condition. For now, we can only regulate his qi and blood. Recovery will be very difficult. The good news is that his life will be saved. Hearing this, Huang Song breathed a sigh of relief. It will take 2 to 3 days for the boy to regain consciousness. The young guild master had to accept it. He was now very worried because only Chung Myung had a way to cure his father. I hope my father's condition doesn't worsen in the coming days because up to this point, that kid is the only one who can make my father's condition improve. Perhaps this is the last hope. Thinking about the Southern Edge group, he was also very angry. You have no respect for my father and the Yinha Merchant Guild. They will have to pay the price for this arrogance. Then the physician asked, can this child really cure the guildmaster? He doesn't look trustworthy at all. Many famous physicians have come here, but none have been able to diagnose my father's illness. But this boy was able to describe everything without ever seeing my father. He even made the illness show a noticeable improvement that could be seen with the naked eye. This belief is entirely justified. Perhaps the heavens are trying to help the Yuna Merchant Guild. The young guild master wished the physician would do his best to save Chong. Time passed into the late night. A mysterious dark. The figure was in our protagonist's room. This guy opened the door and entered in a hurry. He immediately arrived at his bed. The guy observed very carefully. His hands were raised, preparing to kill. I know you will be very resentful, but this is the price you must pay for ruining my plans. He used demonic arts again to assassinate him. Without waiting, he struck him. Suddenly, this guy felt that he had missed. He didn't feel any movement. Lifting the blanket, he was looking up in bewilderment. As expected, this was a perfect trap. Chung Mang gripped the arm that had just struck. He was about to unmask him. As expected, I've caught you. This must be the one who had worsened the guild master's condition. Han was struggling and preparing to fight back against our protagonist. Very quickly, he jumped up to dodge. With these agile movements, it was unlikely he was actually injured. It might not be as the physician had diagnosed this afternoon. The guy was very angry because his identity was about to be exposed. He then turned to prepare to fight back. The power he possessed was exactly like the heavenly demon from 100 years ago. A terrifying palm force was unleashed. Chung Mang dodged it again. Seeing him in the air with no defense, his other hand was gathering chi for a sneak attack. Got you, you little rat. Let's see you dodge while you're floating in the air. With that, he immediately attacked him, but our protagonist flipped over and kicked his attack away. This guy couldn't understand how someone could deflect his demonic art. In a little while, the young guild master will send people to capture me. Aren't you mistaken about something? The one who got caught isn't me. Huang Zhang's footsteps echoed. The guy was very worried about being caught. The door opened and the young guild master and his subordinates were waiting. The one who got caught is you. What the hell are you doing here? This person was Bong Jabbok. It was certain that Huang Zhang had teamed up with Chung Mang to capture him because our protagonist himself was not surprised by the assassination attempt. I told you he would show up. I was skeptical, but this result really leaves nothing to be said. I can't believe the person I trusted the most is the culprit who harmed my father. How could you have suspected me? I never suspected you at all. The plan here was just to pretend to know how to cure Lord Huang to lure out the enemy. You would definitely have to follow my plan. If I were to be killed at this moment, all the blame would be placed on the Southern Edge sect. How could you miss this opportunity? So, you've been in contact with Southern Edge. It's just that they happen to be itching for a fight at the right time. What about the internal injuries? You were clearly seriously injured. If I couldn't even fake an illness, I wouldn't have proposed this plan in the first place. All of this is no longer important. The important thing is that you are the culprit who harmed Lord Wan. The evil culprit laughed loudly because his identity had been exposed by a brat. Neither the young guild master nor our protagonist understood his meaning. I only intended to assassinate you. That can't be evidence that I harmed the master's family. This brat's reasoning is missing a crucial point. Why would I do that? He treated me very well. Hasn't the young guild master ever wondered why? Why would I want to kill the young tailist? Because he is skilled in martial arts, yet he hides it. All the famous physicians in the world have failed to treat the guildmaster. So, how can this brat treat him? If so, then you should have talked to me. What's the point of using this method to solve it? Your mind is no longer normal. People affected by hypnotic arts don't listen to others. It's better if I just eliminate this child. Then, the young guildmaster's spirit will soon recover. That's the only way. Our protagonist thought the guy was talking nonsense. How much longer do I have to stand here and listen to you justify yourself with these ridiculous reasons? As he spoke, he walked directly towards his position. His fist was already clenched with palm force, ready to attack. Let me finish this. The guy quickly raised his hand to defend. He managed to deflect him to another place. His arm was now hit and in the same condition as the guildmaster's. Chung Mian was truly a person of many schemes. He held up his poison hand for everyone to see. It was clear that the wound was very similar to Lord Hong's. The young guildmaster was also vaguely realizing it. This is called the demonic in Pong. If hit by it, you'll be gone in an instant. Although my condition isn't that bad yet with this move, you have more than enough ability to kill someone, especially if the target is an ordinary old man who doesn't know martial arts. It would be all too easy. Point out one person close to El Hang who could have continuously infused him with the demonic in Palm for a long time, and we will believe you're not the culprit. The young guild master ordered his men to quickly capture the culprit. If he resisted, they would show no mercy. Everything was about to end perfectly. If it weren't for that brat, I would have succeeded. Back at Li Songbek's place, he was racking his brain, not knowing how to win Han Zhan's favor. The elder's words sounded more like a reprimand than an order. But while wandering around, he discovered a few explosions nearby. The Southern Edge disciple was unsure of what was happening. By now, that guy had completely wrecked Chung's room. His red hands showed that he was the real culprit. This guy's words are making me uncomfortable. Now that you understand everything, he will surely have a lot of tearful excuses. I want to finish him off quickly so I can go to sleep. The person who can beat me? That arrogant brat. If I were to really use the demonic palm, could you still withstand it? Our protagonist said again, "It's not me." He then turned back. Huang Jiang still didn't understand what to do next. Liang Bek had crept up to eavesdrop. The two heroes of Southern Edge appeared to defeat the demon. "Senior brother, did you come to save us?" The person still didn't understand what the other was saying. Chung Myong gave him a signal to understand his meaning. The young guildmaster was also looking in that direction. Only now did he understand. Could this be the perfect opportunity for me to atone for my mistake? Fortunately, his mind was a bit sharp. He held his sword, ready to strike and assist. If that's the case, I will absolutely not miss this opportunity. "You thief, take this sword stroke for my Southern Edge sect." Chung was very satisfied because everything went as planned. The two masters were fighting fiercely. And so, one problem was solved. The young guild master now vaguely understood that our protagonist was faking everything. To prove his credibility, he held up his hand. He wasn't lying. The fact that he knows the demonic in palm is true. As he spoke, he completely dissipated all the poisonous qi. So, he really is a Twice master. Moreover, I am the most experienced Twice master in this world. The two of them said nothing more and waited for their comrades to finish fighting. By now, he was yawning because it was taking too long. He couldn't believe the disciples of the Southern Edge sect were so weak. At this moment, he was gaining the upper hand. What kind of fight takes over an hour to finish? I might as well do it myself. After he spoke, the culprit was lying flat on the ground. Liang Bek had now won, but it was a tough fight. Only now did he open his mouth to speak. "The culprit has been subdued, right? I will never forget Southern Edge's help." Hearing this, he felt very relieved. Finally, everything was over. Although it took a little long, the young guild master had nothing to say. The difficult problem that the merchant guild had faced for the past year was solved in just 2 days. He wondered if it was a simple problem. Why did no one know about the culprit's existence until now? This young Taoist is like the old soul of an enlightened master hiding in the body of a child. Why did that old man harm my father? Do you have any guesses about this? Huang Jiang also didn't understand the reason. Didn't you anticipate this? I just solve problems and receive rewards. Speaking of which, have you prepared the reward? It seems the young Taoist has forgotten something important. The problem hasn't been solved. I never asked the young Taoist to catch the culprit. All I want is for my father to wake up and recover. Can you do this? Of course I can. A gentleman's word is his bond. Hearing this, he was very satisfied. I promise to use the full strength of the Merchant Guild to assist Mount Hua. Chung was stunned by this statement. He quickly grabbed his hand. Young Taoist, you don't have to be so grateful. Are you joking with me? The reward is for me, not for Mount Hua. You reap what you sow. You can't expect to benefit without doing anything. Afterwards, he still had to agree and go to Lord Huang's place. It's not difficult at all. In the process, I can even make those Southern Edge brats suffer a loss. I'm truly very pleased. Looking at the patient's body, his expression changed slightly. The real problem is, I'm not very confident about this. Thinking seriously, whether the old man's illness can be cured is still an unknown. I'm no longer the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. On the contrary, as a novice, I might cause the demonic qi to explode if I touch it. At that point, old Huang with his weak body might die without even a gasp. But how will I know if I don't try? If I guess wrong, don't hold a grudge. He continued to use the initial method to treat the patient. His soul merged with his consciousness to enter the old man's body. It was like when he was in the cave eating the medicine. Our protagonist had successfully approached. Inside here was all the qi and blood of the demonic art. He was examining the things here very carefully. It was like a writhing mass of maggots. A few of them noticed his appearance. It shrieked to intimidate him. It didn't take long for them to clash. Unrefined demonic chi was still demonic chi. It was unknown whether his internal energy could clear these things. The internal energy in his hand formed a sword. The demonic creatures charged at Chung. I will keep trying until I can't try anymore. A blinding light flashed. With just one basic stroke, he sent them flying. Wherever the palm force went, their bodies disintegrated. From the outside, one could see the demonic chi being gradually pushed back. The treatment method was not very difficult, but no one knew how arduous it was inside. In any case, nothing could be said for sure about this yet. From behind, another wave of attacks came. With just a simple swing of his sword, he blocked them. Our protagonist here only gathered and absorbed the purest divine chi. So his internal energy was very powerful. Thanks to that choice, things became unbelievably easy and it was no longer a battle of him alone against the demonic chi. Now it all depended on how long Lord Huang could hold on. After this, Chung will likely raise his power to a new level because after eating the medicinal pill, he had mastered the regulation of his internal chi. Now the demonic chi was being completely suppressed. Just hold on a little longer. I'll end this in one go. The swarm of insects shrieked continuously. They were afraid of the streams of light emanating from his body. It seemed this was not as simple as it looked. The entire demonic chi had retreated. They started to run away from me. He didn't understand where this group was going. Regaining consciousness outside, he immediately focused on the patient. It turned out they had all gathered at the most important part of the body. If the attack failed and a collision occurred, Lord Hong would surely be greeting King Yama before he could even utter a last word. There was no time to think. Now he couldn't advance or retreat. He was hesitating, not knowing what to do. Now he could only follow his gut instinct. Ink Chong went straight to the most sensitive organ. His hand pressed directly against that spot. He muttered, "This is the place." That was where the chi was flowing to. His body was also being infected with the poisonous chi. It was very likely being invaded. The power of the demonic chi was still formidable. It was so strong that he had to kneel down. In his head, he told himself never to give up. Now he was gradually losing consciousness. But the pride of the plum blossom sword would not allow that to happen. His eyes became hazy. Everything became more and more blurry. He could only clench his fist tightly to try to stay awake. From within, the Truckee appeared again. This body is still young, so I can't hold on for long. Once again, he entered Lord Huang's body. I must resolve this quickly. You damn demonic chi. Wait for me there. This group became unusually ferocious. They attacked him without fear anymore. He jumped up above using their bodies as a springboard. Then he flew straight to the very center. Swish! The sword swung up. A huge amount of primal energy was burning the demonic chi next to him. One of them took advantage of Chung Myong's inattention. It charged in to bite him. Streams of energy were waiting to erupt. Another sword tore it into 100 pieces. Our protagonist was a bit confused. How could they mutate like this? As he fought, he observed. Their speed had increased frighteningly. Their numbers were also increasing. It was difficult to keep up with their movements with a naked eye. A group was above his head, preparing to swarm him. They used him to push and tear once again. Energy was released. Hundreds of sword strikes were executed in one technique. Destroying this group was truly exhausting. He felt a bit tired. Compared to before, the situation had been reversed. With nowhere left to run, they would gather to fight a final battle. If this drags on, I will lose. The demonic chi is gradually seeping into my body. As he was thinking, another one charged into attack. His strength was no longer as fast as before. The one above had already opened its mouth to bite. If he were swallowed, his body would become like Lord Huang's. With the sword in his hand, he was about to stab it. He shouted, "Die, you monster!" Oh, how unlucky! He accidentally dropped it. His only weapon was now gone. The swarm of insects coiled around, preparing to swallow its prey whole. His soul could no longer move. Is this how it ends? I can't hold on any longer. He then calmed his mind to find a way. There's only one method left. A method. I don't want to use it all. If a mistake occurs, my own body and primordial spirit will also suffer heavy losses. But at this point, there are no other options. The only way to eliminate all the demonic chi is one. That is to spread the chi from the dantian to the entire body. Thinking of this, he immediately channeled his chi to use it. The swarm of insects could no longer touch our protagonist. He was now like a ticking time bomb. All the energy was being accumulated to explode. His limbs were now trembling uncontrollably. The time was probably near. He screamed in pain. His body was breaking into hundreds of pieces. However, the demonic chi seemed to be gradually pushed back. And finally, it all disappeared. He was exhausted and lay motionless. Then passed out. It seemed that everything had calmed down. Our protagonist had to pass out for a while. A while later, he regained consciousness. His ragged breathing was as if he had been suffocated for a long time. It made him have to pat his chest to wake up. Fortunately, his body was still intact, and he was in control. I almost went to greet King Yama. He was angry with himself and swore he would never do that again. My skill level is still not enough to deal with this demonic chi on the bed. Lord Huang had opened his eyes. Due to his weak health, he still couldn't speak. By natural reflex, he turned to look at Mang. His blurry eyes didn't understand who this person was. Congratulations on waking up. He didn't understand what he was saying. And so, the illness of over a year had been successfully cured. We just took a trip to the gates of hell and came back. This time it might have been partly due to the blessing of his great senior brother. In times of difficulty, our protagonist always thought of him. After Hangman K woke up, he quickly reorganized the Yinha Merchant Guild. Bong Jabbok was punished accordingly. The reason he did it was to take revenge for the Hong family's business rival. Although this guy until his death still tried to weave a sad and tearful story. Chung Miang didn't really care about that story. The only thing I care about right now is the origin of the demonic in Pong. It turned out that Guy had discovered this secret manual on his way to the upper regions. He thought if he were a true demon, there's no way he would be so obedient. They are very clean people if things don't go the way they want. Anyway, I've caught the culprit and successfully treated Lord Hong. Everything has come to a perfect end. His reward was to be received as an honored guest. To be more precise, it was extremely luxurious. On the table were all kinds of delicacies and a lot of wine for him to drink. His soul was old, but he ate and drank like a child. From outside, the voices of the Hong father and son could be heard. The guildmaster personally came to thank him. As soon as he came in, he spoke up to ask, "You are the young Taoist, Chung Mang, right?" "That's right. We met when you woke up. Or did I eat so much that I got fat and you don't recognize me?" Huang Jiang felt that after just 3 days of eating, the Taoist had doubled in size. Chung was curious what this father and son pair had come for. The guildmaster began to cough lightly and prepared to speak. First, he bowed down to salute. "Please accept my bow, young Taoist. You have saved this old man's life. I will never forget this favor." As he ate, he asked the old man to stand up. I have heard everything that has happened over the past period. How can I repay this life-saving favor? If my benefactor has any wishes, please do not hesitate to let this old man know. As a Taoist, saving people is my duty. How can I accept a reward? Moreover, I came here without even getting permission from my sect. Because this matter was quite urgent. I didn't have time to tell my master. If that's the case, then I must repay you even more. He promised not to tell the sect leader about this. After saying that, he was helped up by Hang Jiang. He quickly took out the book he usually wrote in. It's nothing important. It's just that I'm getting old, so my memory isn't as good anymore. Huang Man was curious. What have you written down? You just said I could tell you what I wanted. Shall we begin? It was unclear how many books our protagonist had written. After finishing, he returned to his room. It's a bit hard to believe, but my body really feels as light as a feather. It feels like I'd become 10 years younger. Seeing that his father was awake, the young guild master prepared to talk business. Father, there is something truly strange about this. Seeing that his son was having a hard time speaking, he reminded him, time is money and no one works for free. Get to the point. And so, in his capacity as the young guildmaster, the son began to report, I heard you ordered to reduce transactions with the Southern Edge sect and also promised to repay Mount Hua generously. In truth, Hang John was worried about this. Guildmaster, the Southern Edge sect is a major power, not only in Zan, but throughout this western island. Giving up such a power to join hands with Mount Hua is truly too risky. What you promised to repay is truly too much. Shifting trade from Southern Edge to Mount Hua is very difficult. I think we should maintain our existing transactions with Southern Edge, he said. He understood his son's meaning was that he was worried about the merchant guild. Young guild master, what do you think is the duty of a merchant? Huang Jiang didn't understand his father's meaning. After thinking for a moment, he began to answer. The duty of a merchant is to conduct business ethically, contributing to a healthy business environment. From there, contribute their strength and wealth to the national and world economy. Hearing this, Hangman AK laughed heartily. The young guild master's mouth is full of beautiful words and profound meanings. Still talking big in front of me. The duty of a merchant is to make money. Sometimes even having to ignore the law to pursue it. This is the righteous path and a mission. These words showed that Hangman AK was truly very talented. Only efficiency makes a true merchant. Huang Jiang still didn't understand his father's hidden meaning. If you say so, does that mean you will cancel the transaction with Mount Hua? Have you forgotten how I created the Yinha Merchant Guild? I'm a person with the discerning eyes of a merchant. From there, to find things of value that others haven't noticed yet to invest in, consider that a sect can also be called a merchant guild. And just like that, today we have created the largest merchant guild on this western island. Until now, you still don't understand the reason why I invested in Mount Hua. Because there is no clear basis for us to do so. You've already witnessed that young Taoist with your own eyes. It's true that currently Mount Hua cannot compare to Southern Edge, but I predict that Mount Hua will grow stronger and stronger if we can maintain a good relationship with them. The benefits we can reap are truly unimaginable. After hearing this, Huang Jiang began to voice his thoughts. If Mount Hua cannot grow, won't we be the ones who suffer the most? Moreover, in the current situation, there is no guarantee that Mount Hua will develop. Merchants don't just look at the evidence and wait. We need to create that evidence. The father stood up straight to explain further to his son. We shouldn't just stand by and wait for Mount Hua's development. We must create that development. It turned out he also had a feeling that Chung would be the foundation for his second revival. Don't try to understand too much. Just do as I say. All the wealth we give away today will create an unbreakable bond with that child. And you will see that our merchant guild will not suffer any losses at all. In fact, you might even feel that you've profited. Huang Jiang was still skeptical and didn't quite believe it. But with his father's authority, how could he go against his wishes? Actually, compared to my thoughts, I've already toned it down by half. Hangman AK felt that our protagonist was cunning as a fox. At this point, the young guildmaster also had to be satisfied because he saw his father's determination was great. If that's the case, then I will trust and follow everything. But honestly, I'm still skeptical. Therefore, I will use my own hands to turn this doubt into certain. I will try to develop the Mount Hua sect as quickly as possible. The guildmaster had no more words to say. Good. These are the words I have long been waiting to hear from you. Back at Chanjian's place, he felt that something was not right. There's no reason to go to such lengths just to say thank you. They're giving me whatever I want. At worst, if they didn't give it to me, I would have just gone home. He felt it was no trouble at all because he had lived for 100 years. Lost in idle thought, Li Songbek appeared. He immediately glanced over to see what he was up to. Or is he planning to challenge me to another duel? Why have you come looking for me? He then presented the sword in front of him. Don't misunderstand. I have no ill intentions. If you agree, I really want to have another duel with you. A duel in its true sense. To resolve this matter, you deliberately lured me into a trap, didn't you? Our protagonist began to act as if he knew nothing. But weren't you the one who was trying to lure me into a trap? He felt this guy's personality was truly strange. Am I wrong about something? But what does that have to do with a duel? Li Songbek admitted that he was weak and had been reprimanded by his sect. The only thing that weighs on my mind is the duel with the young Talist, and that is I still don't understand what happened during that time. So you want to have another duel, right? It may be hard to believe, but I already knew that the young Talist martial skill is much higher than mine. He says I'm better, yet he still wants another match. It's obvious he still thinks he has a chance to win. What an interesting guy. You won't regret this, will you? Leon Beck felt very confident about this. Even if I do, I will gladly accept it. A moment later, the two were at the Yuna Merchant Guild's training ground. The atmosphere once again became just like their previous confrontation. This time, Li Songbek appeared very cautious. A child a full 10 years younger than him, a whole generation. He thought that a second-generation disciple like himself could even take a third-generation disciple like this child as his own student. The gap here was truly immense. And yet, he still managed to create such an overwhelming feeling for him. This confrontation felt exactly the same as when he had to face the elders. His eyes, once confident, now showed fear. He wondered if his feeling was just an illusion. I will confirm everything with my own eyes. Our protagonist was also quite pleased with his opponent. Li Songbek hadn't even started fighting, but his whole body was trembling. He felt that this person must possess a mysterious hidden power. Liang Bek only wanted to one day become the #1 sword of the Southern Edge sect. Chung Mang was preparing to teach this kid a lesson. He gestured to invite his opponent forward. Come on, come at me. The Southern Edge disciple was preparing to strike. Indeed, this time he was thoroughly prepared. This was actually an opening move to build up momentum. This move was also similar to Chung Mang's Plum Blossom Sword, the Falling Blossom Sword. Since what did Southern Edge learn to use it? Liang Bek warned him to be careful. I am well aware that I still have many shortcomings. Therefore, from the very beginning, I will bring out the best I have to deal with you. The man's hands began to shake violently. Streams of palm force flew out from all directions. It slammed to the left, then slammed to the right. This was the 12 forms of the snowflower from the Southern Edge sect. His attitude at this moment was very cautious. He stammered as he realized the danger. Liang Bek immediately charged into attack. His body was now completely enveloped in sword chi. Chung Myong stood still, seemingly lost in thought. It was unclear what method he was thinking of to counter his opponent. Liang Bek cried out in pain. The wooden sword in our protagonist's hand shattered. His opponent coughed up blood suspended in midair. Instantly, he flew towards him. He kicked him down to the floor with one foot and grabbed him by the collar. It was unclear why he was injured to this extent. His body trembled with fear. Our protagonist's voice was filled with rage. Where did you learn that technique? Liang Bek still didn't understand what was happening. Chung Mong was seething. The 12 forms of the snowflower is absolute B. You can fool everyone else. But you can't fool me because I understand this sword technique better than anyone. In reality, that move was one of the techniques from Mount Hua's 24 movement plum blossom sword form. It was the scattering plum blossoms. He couldn't understand why it was being wielded by a disciple of Southern Edge. Liang Bek just let his opponent do whatever he wanted. He couldn't resist Chong Meng's pressure. The gap between him and this guy was too vast. He felt that terrifying sensation as if facing a demon. Overwhelmed by fear, the Southern Edge disciple gradually lost consciousness. He feared that he would die here like this. Somehow, a moment later, he gradually woke up. His body was now treated and bandaged all over. Liang Bek sat up to check his surroundings. His mind was still dazed from Chong Mong's blow. The internal injuries will heal soon. Your wounds will heal too. Liang Bek didn't understand what had happened to him. You said that was a Southern Edge martial art, right? That 12 forms of the snowflower. Our protagonist emphasized. He also had to think for a moment. Then he confirmed with Chong that it was indeed so. He thought, Mount Hua surely doesn't know about this because at Mount Hua now there's no one left who remembers the 24 movement plum blossom sword form. This is like a mockery of my Mount Hua sect. Only now did Li Song Bek confide that all second-generation disciples of Southern Edge learn this sword form. So the only ones who know this sword form are the first and second-generation disciples and the elders, right? I heard that even the elders have never learned this sword form. The only ones proficient in this sword form are the first and second-generation disciples. Hearing this, our protagonist breathed a sigh of relief. He was relieved that this sword form was only passed down to the most recent generation of disciples. In truth, there must be a secret to this story. It turned out someone from a Southern Edge sect had secretly stolen Mount Hua's manual, and he was still alive. He remembered the day his sect was engulfed in fire. That was the time when that heavenly demon was attacking. On the summit of the 10,000 Great Mountains, Mount Hua was almost completely wiped out and beyond saving. The only survivors at that time were children. Suddenly, a shout from a Southern Edge sect was heard. Reinforce Mount Hua. To repel the demonic cult. Perhaps those children had received their help. A large number of masters were present at the scene. They were the reinforcements from the Southern Edge sect. Chung felt that this was just because if this group didn't assist Mount Hua, they would be ridiculed by the martial world. The problem was that someone had pretended to help with the main purpose of stealing Mount Hua's martial arts manuals. He guessed that Mount Hua being engulfed in flames might not have been the work of the demonic cult. 100 years ago, all of Mount Hua's disciples risked their lives to save the martial world. And yet they dared to repay kindness with such treachery. Thinking of this, he became angry again. A righteous sect would never do such a thing. And yet they dared to mock Mount Hua and even claim someone else's martial arts as their own. At this point, his head hurt too much, so he reminded Li Song back. You're not allowed to learn that martial art anymore. He was a bit surprised. Not allowed to learn it? What? Already annoyed, he kept pestering him. So, he gave him smack. It was a bit pitiful for the Southern Edge disciple as this person had no idea about the origin of the sword form he was learning. You will never succeed with that martial art. Liang Bek was still dazed from his injuries, so he had no objections. At this point, he just wanted to get rid of him. But luckily, thanks to him, he learned about the so-called 12 forms of the snowflower. Southern Edge martial arts focus on honing the basics, Chung said as if apologizing. Focusing on basic swordsmanship can make one seem heavy and slow, but in return, it helps one become limitlessly strong. That is the essence of Southern EDG's martial arts. However, the 12 forms of the snowflower is not like that. If you want to succeed with Southern Edge's swordsmanship, you should quickly abandon that martial art. The dominant falling blossom sword movements of this art are not compatible with Southern EDG's martial arts. Liang Beck still didn't understand our protagonist's intentions. Damn it! I've been talking for half a day and it's that simple. He was becoming bewildered by his confusing words. A Southern Edge disciple doesn't even know the basics of a sword path. Why on earth do I have to teach him to this extent? This kind of sword form will cause a fundamental change. At this point, he seemed to understand something. He thought about how the disciples of Southern Edge were always picking fights with Mount Hua. Could the reason those brats act like that be because of me? Our protagonist vaguely remembered the past. He remembered his youth. Was it because I beat up the Southern Edge guys too much that it caused something like this? As one of the top sects, they must have their own pride. But to always be defeated by someone from another sect, they must have doubted their own swordsmanship. He thought, if I were a Southern Edge disciple, I would probably have become the Southern Edge sword saint. The issue here is not which sect's martial arts it is, but the person who uses the martial arts. Chung didn't know how to make Li Song-Beck understand, as he was just a person from a later generation. Ah, screw it. Who cares? Chung Miang said his farewells and left immediately. Liang Beck was about to stop him. Forget what I just said. Your own path must be decided by you. My advice might not be useful, so think about it and make your own choice. Your sect and I in the end can only do so much. Liang Beck seemed to understand a little now. He quickly ran over to talk. His demeanor looked like he was about to bow again. He clasped his hands tightly and spoke respectfully. Thank you for your guidance, young Taoist. Chung felt satisfied with this politeness. He gestured again that there was no need for such formalities. After that, he said goodbye and that he'd see him again. The Southern Edge disciple was still frozen in place. He couldn't understand why someone from Mount Hua would be so kind. He muttered, this encounter was truly novel. Chung Miang had reached the gate of the Yuna Merchant Guild. In reality, he was suppressing his anger. All his efforts from 100 years ago, and now he didn't even get a word of thanks. That Southern Edge bunch are a bunch of ungrateful bastards. No, I have to get stronger. The martial world is a place where only the strong get to speak. You've messed with the wrong person, Southern Edge sect. If you dare to touch Mount Hua, I will risk my life against you. The scene shifts back to the two brothers of Mount Hua. Yun Zhang is very confused by Chongmang's absence. He's not the type to get into trouble. It must be something extremely important that he still hasn't returned after 7 weeks. I hope that reason is big enough for the instructor to overlook this. Joke Joel said, Master Run Geometry has already gone to the sect leader. Have we caused a big problem? The situation is very serious. Accountant Hyan was very angry that Chong Mang left without permission. We are in a critical period of rebuilding the sect. What do you all think about this issue? Master Hyan Sang defended him. Perhaps the kid has run into some difficulty. No matter what the problem is, he ran out of the sect on his own. How can we let this slide? What if the boy slipped and fell? Say leader, we should search around the mountain. Master Hyan retorted, why did you grant that kid the freedom to go down to Hua Eum in the first place? Hyan Zhang replied that he had his own reasons, which made the accountant even angrier. Haven't we always followed the sect rules without exception? This is seriously affecting the foundation of Mount Hua. Since when did it become a place that allows such privileges? Even if it's a special case, it's hard to accept something like this. The entire meeting was just him talking, so it was getting tiring. The sect leader temporarily paused the conversation. Han thought back and felt he was a bit excessive. I'm sorry, senior brother. I was too hot-headed. Han Zhang himself also didn't understand the hidden meaning behind Chung Mong's actions. Kai had been wrong about that child. The Chung Miang I know would never do something like this. Instructor Anemetry was preparing to go scout the surrounding situation. Bunam's voice shouted from outside. He's back. The sect leader immediately ran to open the door. He was surprised, not knowing who had returned. Chung Miang is currently on his way back to the sect. All the elders ran outside. Feeling impatient, Haiyan Zhang had to go and confirm this himself. Haiyan's voice stopped him. Please wait a moment, senior brother sect leader. What is it, junior brother? This person was being roundabout, implying that they shouldn't be too fond of Chung Mang. What do you mean? Don't coddle that child too much. Clear rewards and punishments are the way to raise a child to be mature. Please do not forget that the more you care, the stricter you must be with them. The sect leader felt his junior brother was being too long-winded. Do you think I don't know what you're saying? I'm the one who wants to raise that kid to be a better person than anyone else. I just want to see if he's safe and sound. Is that not allowed? Instructor on geometry suggested confining Chung Mian for half a year. The sect leader seemed reluctant to use this punishment. If you don't issue a proper punishment, I will do in your place. Do the others think so too? All three martial uncles agreed with this opinion. The SEC leader was silent and thinking. He was probably trying to find a way to reduce our protagonist punishment. As he was thinking, he turned to Master on geometry. This person also didn't dare to defend him anymore. Why did you do such a thing, kid? As he entered the gate, countless fellow disciples were standing around watching. He realized the elders had appeared. It didn't look like a happy occasion. Haiyan Zhang observed his disciple very carefully. Chung Miang respectfully greeted him as if nothing had happened. He didn't bother to reply. He then raised his voice to reprimand him. When asked why he left, I had a special reason, master. If you don't give a valid reason, you will be punished. Haiyan Zhang reminded him. Tell me. If the story is convincing, you won't be punished. Chung Miang didn't know how to present it. Lo Huang's voice rang out. Please, sir, don't do that. The accountant was stunned to see the magnate appear. It turned out our protagonist had asked the Yinha guildmaster to follow him back to Mount Hua. Please don't scold that child, he continued. Are you all well? The SE leader quickly ran out to greet them. It's truly been a long time since I've seen you. Just 7 days ago, I received a letter informing me that you were unwell. How are you able to come here now? Huang Man pointed at Chung Miang. This is the reason. The young Taoist saved my life, so please don't be too angry with the boy. Hearing the words, saved my life, Haiyan Zhang turned to look at his disciple. Chung took the credit for himself. That's right, sect leader. After that, he had to go to the study and explain everything. There's a thing called 5-engine RAS. It looks similar to mugwort, but contains toxins. The point here was that Lord Huang had accidentally eaten a poisonous herb. If poisoned, the body will gradually ache and lead to death. The cure is very simple. Just eat pickled radish. Because the symptoms were similar, I tried it and he recovered very quickly. Martial Uncle Haiyan Sang confirmed that what Chung Miang said was true. Our protagonist also wasn't worried because he had already briefed Huang Man instructor. Nam added. If that's the case, then he couldn't have just returned. If that's true, then we should reward him instead of punishing him, right, sect leader? Suddenly, Ange Geometry spoke up. No, what reward? No matter how great the achievement, violating the laws of Mount Hua is the same. He requested the leader to make a clear decision. The SE leader felt a bit conflicted. Are the laws more important than a person's life? The SE leader asked, on geometry back. You mean to praise a disciple for returning on time and abandoning a dying person? Mount Hua is not a sect of self-interest. Is there anything more important than helping and saving a person's life? Is my petty command more important than building a relationship? Master and geometry couldn't refute anything. He just stammered, I didn't mean it like that. He felt as if he had made the sect leader angry. All the other elders were silent and didn't dare to say anything more. Perhaps Haiyan Zhang already had his own decision. He then stood up and prepared a walk towards Chung Myung. Our protagonist silently accepted the punishment. Hearing his name called, he quickly answered, yes, yes, yes. You have worked hard during this time. And so our protagonist would not be punished. And yet they argued and made him kneel for an hour. A while later, they all went to the reception room to meet Lord Huang. I received the help of Taoist Master Chung, but the boy transferred all the credit to Mount Hua. Therefore, I will invest in Mount Hua. Master Haiyan, the accountant, was completely stunned when he heard it. The word invest isn't quite right. It's more accurate to say support. The SAC leader was curious why the magnate was being so enthusiastic. If I only wanted to thank everyone from Mount Hua for their kindness, I wouldn't have come here in person. Now, I want to try placing my faith in this place. Let's take our time discussing as I've brought the merchant guilds with me. Han Jan was so overjoyed he was moved to tears, thanking him profusely. You have truly brought fortune to Mount Hua, and now we have the great lord's help to spread our name. Because of that, I feel incredibly proud. A moment later, the sect leader asked everyone to step outside to discuss business with the Yinha Merchant Guild. Haiyan Sang was overjoyed that Mount Hua was about to prosper. He humbly said, it wasn't that great of an achievement. The person you saved was Lord Huang. Mount Hua is truly blessed. Instructor Onemetry spoke up. Chung Myung immediately turned back to continue the conversation. You can't just leave Mount Hua without saying a single word. You know, doing so is a grave offense. The fact that you violated the sect leader rule is true, and there is no way to justify it. Chung Myung silently waited for his punishment. But he wasn't punished like that. The instructor left cheerfully. You must always continue to train yourself. And so he didn't receive any caning at all. Just as Mount Hua's luck has arrived, so have I. When will the sacrifices I've made finally be enough to revive a sect? Our protagonist looked up, as if towards his deceased senior brother. A satisfied smile crept onto his lips. In the heavens, he was very much at peace about his junior brother. Time passed until the next morning. Everyone here was still discussing business with the Yinha Merchant Guild. I will personally be in charge of the business in Hua Eum. Mount Ma will no longer have to worry about money. La Huang then laid out 2 conditions for him to do that. First, the money earned must not be accumulated. It must all be used for the development of Mount Hua. The sect leader completely agreed with this condition. As for the second condition, he was a bit hesitant. Always give special privileges to the 3rd generation disciple, Chung Myung. The head of Mount Hua wondered what other good things he could possibly give him because up to this point, he had already received all the favoritism. There was nothing left to prioritize. Haiyan suggested, what do you think about letting him practice with the secret martial arts manuals we found before? After I finish researching, I'll let him learn the Falling Plum Sword and the 7 Plum Sword. That's good. That's not a bad idea at all. But Haiyan spoke up in disagreement. Everyone turned their eyes towards him. Is there a problem that you're so displeased about? We're talking about reward that can't be considered a reward. Adding more work for a child who was already busy training at the White Plum Blossom Hall is no reward at all. That's not a reward, the accountant shouted. We have to give him something that we truly cherish for it to be called a reward. Actually, this person didn't have any ill intentions towards Chung. The sect leader didn't understand what his junior brother was planning since just a moment ago he was demanding punishment. This is no ordinary achievement. Hyan shouted in his senior brother's face. He explained, Chung saved Lord Huang, which is why we have an investor and are making money. What's more, Lord Huang is managing it directly, so this is no small matter, and he's not even charging a management fee. The sect leader remembered the difficult work that Han Young had to manage at the treasury. That was the place that shouldered the financial burden of the Mount Hua sect. Yet, he hadn't dared to complain even once all this time. Managing the finances of a sect on the brink of extinction must be very frustrating, right? The fact that Mount Hua could be maintained in this state until now was thanks to Hyan's efforts. He must have had to endure a lot. He was only allowed to spend a fixed amount each month and he had to painstakingly maintain a rest just to wait for a moment like this. This was the reason why the accountant was so happy with Chung. We have to reward the boy appropriately. Only then will he have the motivation to achieve more. Hyan roared, demanding that our protagonist be given the freedom to travel at Mount Hua. This time, he earned a huge sum of money, something an ordinary person couldn't earn in a lifetime. Hyan's face became even more exaggerated. Is a special person. You understand what I mean, right? Master Hyanson had to step in to relieve the pressure on the sect leader. Honestly, Chung Mion's contribution is so great that his excitement is understandable. I hope everyone understands him. He has endured too much hardship. Geometry spoke up as a treasurer, right? We must reward him appropriately. The other disciples will look at this and learn. And Mount Hua will also gain a reputation for being fair with rewards and punishments. This person was planning to allow our protagonist to travel freely with the job of liaising with the Yinha Merchant Guild. Isn't that just making the kid work hard? It can't be considered a reward. Every time Lord Hang meets him, he receives him very warmly. How about we let the boy practice the plum blossom sword? Isn't that sword form the symbol of our Mount Hua sect? Hyan kicked the door open. Forget it. Just give him the money. With money, you could do whatever you want. Arguing with this guy was just so frustrating. Luckily, Master Hyan Sang was there to take him away. Hyan Jiang fell back in a deep thought. Mount Hua was becoming stranger and stranger. Meanwhile, Chung was having a private conversation with Huang Man. You're quite a good actor, you know. Of course, because we're in the same boat now. You should still talk to the sect leader about everything. I'm a nobody. How can I be in the same boat as the guildmaster? I have absolutely no intention of being in the same boat as Mount Law. To be honest, if the young Taoist wasn't here, I would never care about this sect. Chung Mang was being highly praised by this person, but this showed that the old man truly had great foresight. I have been a merchant my whole life, and I will continue to be until the day I die. My only weapon is my eyes. 4 people. If I had been wrong, the Yuna Merchant Guild would have been gone long ago. Indeed, these were the cryptic words of a seasoned merchant. If this eye is still sharp, isn't that a good thing for both Mount Hua and the Yuna Merchant Guild? Chung Mang also implicitly understood that deep meaning. Please don't use the phrase in the same boat. I really don't like it. Instead, you should use the phrase empty vessels make the most noise. He thought back to the past. Because of La Huang's words, Mount Hua saved the world and received countless praises and accolades. At that time, many people considered this sect to be number one, and Chongyang was their hero. But among them, perhaps very few had real feelings for Mount Hua. Huang Monet spoke up. Actually, I don't like that saying either. Working together, we could be on the same boat today, but we can also get off the boat at any time. If we have a purpose, then there's no need to get off the boat, right? Two people rowing the same boat will go faster. He completely agreed with the future that Lord Huang envisioned for Mount Hua. He felt that the decision to do business with Mount Hua was the right one. In that kid's mind, Mount Hua has already developed. Is that the confidence that this sect will be revived? Indeed, it is an extraordinary confidence. Young Taoist, do you understand the meaning of my words? Are you going to confront the Southern Edge sect directly? Our protagonist wondered why he was helping so much without asking for anything. Don't tell me you want a different kind of price. I don't want anything. I just hope the young Taoist understands my heart. The two of them laughed out loud together. In reality, these two old men each had their own dark intentions. Hangman AK continued to talk. Sir, you are truly talented. At this age, you wouldn't find a second person like him in the whole world. Chung Mian thought, who else could be reborn from the past besides me? He also reminded him to tone down his excessive confidence. The world is an extremely scary place filled with many demons. Not only that, but humanity is also always fighting amongst itself. The moment the young Taoist reveals himself will be the moment those people reveal their true nature. It seemed a bit redundant as Chung Mang was already 100 years old. How could he not understand this principle? You overestimate me. I'm just a kid. This was also the sentence that ended their conversation. Lord Huang respectfully greeted him and left. It seemed there was something else, so he was about to stop him. Lord Huang, please wait. I'd like to ask you for a few things if it's convenient. It was unclear what he had asked for, but the old man strode away very quickly. Going downstairs, he stopped to think. This kid is truly formidable. I can't figure out what he's thinking at all. On the outside, he's a child, but deep inside he's definitely not. Mount Hua. This place should be called a dragon's lair. More than anyone, I knew from the start that Mount Hua is a place where a dragon lives. Grasping this, the Yinha Merchant Guild can become the #1 merchant guild in the world. Huang Jiang was waiting for his father below. How did the conversation go? He then gently confided in his son. It seems you've gradually changed your mind, haven't you? Above, our protagonist was also watching the father and son intently. Huang Jiang, there will be a lot of work waiting for you soon. Now, let's get going. Let's create a joyous feast here together. A moment later, a sedan chair arrived to pick them up. The magnate of Zan leisurely departed. Chung Miang acknowledged, indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. In reality, talking with the elders of Mount Hua was just a negotiation. Truly a man of the business world, but with a good heart and vision. Anyway, Mount Hua's biggest obstacle regarding the budget has been resolved. This is not the time to hate Southern Edge. If Southern Edge has forgotten its own roots, is looking elsewhere, then Mount Hua is also in a state of having completely lost its roots. Now is the time to focus on practicing martial arts. The power of the Yunha Merchant Guild was truly impressive. They quickly stabilized the business locations in Hua Eum, which previously had no hope of doing business, and now they were developed. In just a few days, all business activities were in place, and goods began to be imported and sold very quickly. Thanks to that, the accountant Marshall uncle was always smiling brightly, a smile that never seemed to leave his face. Finally, Mount Hua was able to stabilize after several decades, and things continued to go on peacefully as usual. It seemed that our protagonist had intensified the training regimen for his senior brother. Yun Jiang was carrying a large rock on his back. He was continuously muttering numbers in sequence. Chung was always in the back saying, "Keep it up. Just a little more and you can rest. Don't worry, everyone. Doing this won't kill you." As he was talking, he suddenly slipped down. It turned out he was sitting on Jogo's back. His expression looked very satisfied. Below him, he was straining to hold on. His body had changed. His muscles were firmer and more defined. To find his senior brother, he saw his disciple's training was too intense. He felt this was truly magical. In his mind, he thought back to previous events. I doubted whether this simple physical training would really be effective because Mount Hua swordsmanship is basically based on the agility of a short sword combined with a long sword. Simple training methods to increase strength will hinder the expansion of Mount Hua's new sword techniques. That is completely incorrect. After his body was trained, his sword strokes became twice as fast and sharp. That made the training sessions more enjoyable every day. Before, everyone looked forward to noon to rest. But now, even as time passed, they remained dedicated and trained diligently. Chung had truly changed everyone's mindset. The difference was often easy to see on the outside. That was the development of the body. The Mount Hua disciples looked like they were competing in weightlifting. Yun wasn't sure if this was Mount Hua or Mount Muscle. Thinking of that, the senior brother reminded the disciples to go inside for breakfast and then continue training. People were wondering why Mang didn't come practice today. Joel felt the same way. I haven't seen him at practice lately either. Ever since we started training on our own, I haven't seen him during practice hours anymore. He's clearly the earliest riser, right? Where on earth did he go? After Mount Hua stabilized, he has to travel back and forth between Mount Hua and the Yuna Merchant Guild. Zhao Jiao asserted, the busiest person here is Chung. Nearby, the Sect leader's room was lit up. Joko confided, do you feel it, senior brother? It's clear we're getting stronger. Anyway, after Mang appeared, we became twice as strong, haven't we? Yun felt that way. He was confident he could fight 3 versions of his past self. Joe brought up the topic of testing their strength. Do you know the Plum Blossom Conference is coming soon? Therefore, we need to get even stronger. This was a competition between Mount Hua and Southern Edge. So, the disciples must have been looking forward to it. If so, when that brat comes back, I'll tell him to increase the training frequency. Yun was truly a person of high determination. Back to our protagonist place. While sleeping, he woke up in the middle of the night with a child standing. He should be sound asleep at this hour. A moment later, he had changed clothes to go out for some air. Lately, he had been avoiding his senior brothers to practice alone. This isn't a good way to avoid the kids. What I should be doing is thinking of a way to close the imbalance between my mind and body. This method was simple and also very easy to learn. It was the unity of sword and self. Now my sword and body have become one. So I can repeat the exact same form as in the past, but it's still not quite accurate. The problem is I can't just take out my sword and practice randomly in front of them. It turned out he had to wake up earlier to find a secret place to practice. The safest place now was on the peak of Mount Peak. As he got closer, he noticed someone practicing their sword ahead. He thought, who else would be here at this hour besides me? Wow, that person's sword path is amazing. It was gracefully elegant and beautiful. It turned out to be a woman, which was why it was like that. Both speed and power were very balanced. She then stopped to rest for a bit. Our protagonist recognized this sword form. It was the graceful lady sword. The focus here was on being soft, yet strong with a very decisive swordsmanship. This style of practice looked like a master's sword form. He saw the sword path of the old Mount Hua in this person's swordsmanship. The ancient swordsmanship of Mount Hua, which he thought he would never see again, was now unfolding right before his eyes. Chung praised both the person and the sword. Little did he know, she was also on guard. After a slight pause, she charged straight towards our protagonist. Who are you? He was almost skewered. Mang was completely defenseless. He still didn't understand how he had been discovered. Just as I was about to embrace death, I was discovered by a child. I guess the Plum Blossom Sword Saint is truly dead. I don't think I've ever seen you before. That was the same question he wanted to ask her. Looking at the uniform, it seemed she was also a disciple of Mount Hua. In his mind, there were so many curious thoughts about the person in front of him. Anyway, that woman would surely make any man's heart flutter. Although I've met many strong opponents, I've hardly ever encountered a woman with such beautiful looks. He thought, she looks as beautiful as a fairy descended to earth. The sword was already at our protagonist's neck. Reveal your identity now. He gently pushed the tip of the sword away. I am a disciple of the Mount Hua sect. As he spoke, he tried to reveal the symbol. See, our clothes are the same. You're a third-generation disciple. Why have I never seen you? Third-generation disciples are forbidden from going out after sunset. Chung replied, but I have the sect leader's permission. She thought he was lying. It seems you don't believe me. Would a disciple really make up things about the sect leader? Can you please put down the sword? It hurts like hell. In reality, this person seemed very serious. The two of them were about to start conversation. It's not proper to spy on others while they are practicing their martial arts. But you just appeared out of nowhere and blamed me. What am I supposed to do? You're someone I've never seen before, so I had to observe you carefully. This person seemed to be looking down on him. His face looked as if he was about to get angry. Chung scrutinized every detail of this woman. He was pleased that his retort had made the beauty angry. This way, she probably can't talk back to me. She's still too green. She then asked for his name, and he immediately said he was Mang. That's my name. Not my TIS title. A third-generation disciple without a TOS title named Mang. If you were to receive a TOS title, it would have to be Mang, the woman wondered again. After saying that, she reconsidered her words. She was muttering something under her breath. Then she continued to think. Suddenly, her eyes fixed on Yang. I am Lu Iol, a second-generation disciple. If you are third generation, then I am your Saiku. Martial ant. This was also true as every sect has a hierarchy. After thinking, he felt it was a bit reasonable. However, since joining Mount Hua, he had never heard anyone mention this. Our protagonist thought that the order had long been abandoned by Mount Hua. I see all raised her voice, preparing for him to bow again. A bit annoyed, but he still had to follow the rules. In his mind, he thought, why hasn't she left yet? The sun is about to rise. Let people practice. I will go to the sect leader to confirm your words. If you're lying, you'd better be prepared. Chung couldn't be bothered to explain anymore. Before leaving, she stopped to observe him more closely. Indeed, a strange child. Our protagonist didn't understand why she said that. I'm like this, and you call me a child. Anyway, I have to find another place to practice. The next morning, at the communal dining hall, a few senior brothers were feeling dejected. One of them sighed as if he was very tired. Mang's group felt very strange. This was the first time such a gloomy atmosphere had returned since he came back a few months ago. What's wrong with everyone? Senior brother, is there a problem with the martial ants returning? Don't call them that. If the martial uncles hear you, there will be big trouble. Yun Jiang reminded him to be careful with his words. Because Mount Hua didn't have space for training, the second-generation disciples had to go into seclusion. Could it be that everyone is like this because the martial uncles returned? Or are they too strict? He continued to bombard his senior brother with questions about that group. They came back because of the Zhonghua conference. Joel spoke up. He thought it was the last day of the Plum Blossom Festival. No, that's the conference between Mount Hua and Southern Edge. Once every 2 years, Southern Edge and Mount Hua will gather to compete and compare their strength. At first, it was once every 5 years, but it was changed later. This was an event for the second and third generation disciples to interact. If it's a competition, then we're basically be just their punching bags. One of them spoke up. 2 years ago, I was beaten so badly my limbs are still sore. And after losing, I was punished by the martial uncles until I was half dead. He understood that to avoid a major incident, the elders would not participate in the competition and would leave it to the disciples. Because they had suffered too much humiliation, the martial uncles had returned this time. In other words, this is an extremely important competition for our Mount Hua. Yun Jiang emphasized. Chung was overjoyed at the chance to officially fight Southern Edge. He knew that Southern Edge had set up this game because they saw Mount Hua's decline. Those guys dared to humiliate our Mount Hua. No matter how much we've declined, I will not let anyone think of humiliating this place. So that means the martial uncles have returned this time. Prepare for this competition. I know that, but no matter how good their martial arts are, it doesn't necessarily bring glory to Mount Hua. The senior brother sighed. You mean we can't win? We have to win it for ourselves. He stood up and shouted, Are you all ready to fight with determination? Everyone must make them lose. We have to beat them so they can't get back up to bring glory to our Mount Hua. Are you all ready to sacrifice? Our protagonist shouted, Don't worry. Worry about anything. I'm here. I will make them kneel at the feet of Mount Hua. Meanwhile, in the sect leader's study, he was talking with geometry. The Jianghua conference was supposed to be in 6 months. So, why is it happening so urgently this time? Southern Edge has sent a letter. They probably want to hold it earlier this time. So the date can't be moved. Geometry felt that everything was becoming difficult again. He continued, Mount Hua is growing stronger every day. Everything is going very smoothly because we don't have to worry about daily necessities. This is truly a significant change compared to a few months ago. But this is not the core of our sect. Although we have trained very hard, our strength is still not enough to fight against Southern Edge. He was worried that the result would be the same as the last competition. He was afraid that this failure would negatively affect the morale of the Mount Hua disciples. Haiyan Jiang understood that. We can't avoid the Jianghua conference for that reason. Do you think that as a sect leader, I am not worried about failure? There's no shame in losing even if we try our best and lose. There's nothing else we can do. As long as we strive every day, we cannot avoid it just because we are at a disadvantage. That is absolutely not allowed. Hearing this, Geometry understood the sect leader's deep meaning. After that, the two of them ended the conversation. Geometry bowed respectfully and then excused himself to prepare food for the disciples. After their training, Kanjiang fell into a deep thought for a moment. He sighed again as was his habit. He was both thinking and admiring the blooming plum blossoms. The feeling now was like a sharp thorn piercing his heart. Every time he breathed, it hurt. And one day, it would pierce deeper, making it impossible for him to breathe. Difficult matters kept coming to Mount Hua without a way to resolve them. At the training ground, Chung Mian and his two senior brothers were talking. Zhao Zhel was very confident because he had become stronger than ever. Chung Mang said he was this strong. The two senior brothers were at a loss for words. He quickly changed the subject. I'm kidding. How can it be like that? It's probably more like this. Zhou Zhel asserted again. I can feel my body brimming with energy. If a grain of rice swells to 3 times its size, could it be compared to a tree? Chung retorted sarcastically. He also felt that the third-generation disciples were developing very quickly now. However, compared to the past, they were still far behind. If Southern Edge maintains its current level of ability, none of the disciples can beat them. He predicted that only if few would be able to temporarily deal with them. Zhou Jiao and Yun Jiang were progressing well, but that was only 2 people. Is there any way for us to win? That would be to get stronger. There are 15 days at most until the Jianghua conference. Even after training for months, we're not guaranteed to win. Our protagonist posed another difficult question to his senior brothers. I ask you, senior brothers, do you dare to take a risk? So, I guess he changed all the training methods. Some thought that changing it would just make the training more tiring without any results. Is everyone here? Chung Myong spoke up. It seemed that this time he had brought out a real sword to practice with his senior brothers. I've gathered everyone as you asked. As he was about to ask about the training method, he drew his sword in his hand. He was preparing to draw it from its scabbard. Swoosh! As if to show his clear determination. Everyone was amazed. Isn't that a real sword? What else are we going to practice? It's nothing new and not complicated at all. Chung Mang was preparing to make a grand announcement. All it takes is one perfect sword strike and the enemy is dead. Everyone thought this kid was crazy. Don't look him straight in the eye. He continued to swing his sword to intimidate them. Even if I die, I don't want to see Mount Hua lose to that Southern Edge bunch. And I will help you all train to defeat them. Jot Joel comforted his brothers. If that's the case, what training method will everyone strive for? After saying that, he still didn't understand Chung Mang's hidden meaning. You step forward first. Yun Jiang felt it wasn't his turn and was about to back away. The others did the same. Everyone pretending to be confused. Zhou Jiao was indignant that he was about to become a punching bag. He shyly ran out at our protagonist surging. He held out the wooden sword in front of his senior brother. Didn't you say you wanted to get stronger? I'll tell you all the truth. Actually, you have all been getting stronger. The training sessions over the past period have not been in vain. So why do you all always think you can't beat Southern Edge? What the hell are you talking about, junior brother? He was thinking about Song Beck again. Anyone from Southern Edge like him must be very strong. On our side, Zhou Ji can probably hold his own. Yun Jiang is a maybe. The others have no chance at all. Even with luck, the prospect of Southern Edge losing is not very likely. Actually, the reason we can't win is not because you are weak. It's just that your sword path is still chaotic and you still maintain the old training styles. Everyone think about it. Why we have to practice the sword? The answer is to control the body through enlightenment of the sword path and finally reach the highest threshold. He knew very well that this group could never achieve enlightenment. Joel answered to defeat the opponent, right? This was truly a typical half-hearted answer. You're half right. It's to win against the opponent. So, how can we achieve that? Of course, you have to be stronger than the opponent. You have to be stronger to have a chance to win. But there's still a deeper meaning. Chung Mong then threw the sword to Zhou Ji. He didn't actively try to catch it. From now on, I will have a match with you. Use all the methods you've been taught in training, and I will only use one sword stroke, Zhou. Joel wondered. Only one sword stroke. He then stared intently at the sword in his hand. Although I know I don't stand a chance, if it's just one stroke, there's a possibility. In that case, I have to try it now. Joe, you felt he gotten much stronger recently. Are you really going to use a real sword? That would make others worry. Joe Go didn't know how to win. This was Chung Mang's hidden intention. Why doesn't he answer with certainty and just keeps being evasive? What is he really thinking? Shall we begin? Joel spoke up. You seem quite confident, don't you? It's because of you that I've learned that training is for sacrifice. He said it with bravado, but his hands and feet were trembling. Chung Myong had already seen this. Zhou Gol didn't hesitate and charged in. He was right above, preparing to attack. His momentum was high as he remembered the times he had been beaten by Chung. A whirlwind was formed from above. Our protagonist still dodged lightly. He looked so ambitious to defeat me. What'd I do wrong? Seeing his opponent dodge, Zhou Gol immediately observed. His feet began to maintain his center of gravity. Then he accelerated to perform the 7-star step. Chung Myong continued to retreat backward. His senior brother continued to use the falling blossom sword to attack. Approaching with the 7-star step and then combining it with the falling blossom sword. He really knows how to coordinate. In terms of ability, he probably wouldn't be overwhelmed by Lee Song Baek. He just needs to be confident in himself. Joel was fighting with all his might. His senior brother and the others had to admire him. Joel is fighting so well. He's doing better than we thought, right? Even John didn't think so. He's only attacking from one side, but he hasn't even touched a single hair on his opponent. The senior brother felt it was nothing special. With every step he takes, Jojo's sword can't reach him. From another perspective, it's as if the blade is deliberately avoiding Chung Mang. Yun Jiang guessed that Chung Mang knew Joji's attacks in advance. He wasn't sure either, as this was the first time he had seen his junior brother fight with a sword. It feels like he's not intentionally attacking but just dodging. I could see how fast he is. Zhou Gol kept attacking and attacking, but always missed. His stamina began to decrease. His heavy breathing and sweat were pouring down. Observing closely, he only ever dodged to the side, no matter what attack was thrown. Wherever my sword goes, he just dodges by tilting his head back. This person was feeling very frustrated. Why am I trying so hard? I thought I had gotten so much stronger, and yet I'm just dancing around as backdrop for Chung. This can't be happening. Joel's voice was gradually changing. At this moment, he was preparing to unleash his power. The lifeless sword now seemed to have a divine power. Streams of sword chi were gradually appearing. He wasn't surprised, just continued to apply the techniques he was learning. This time, the speed was significantly faster than before. Chung still dodged lightly. The sword play was no longer simple and had destroyed a nearby structure. The power was truly strong, causing a huge explosion. Everyone watching was very surprised. All eyes were on where Jogo had unleashed his technique. He looks pretty impressive, doesn't he? Suddenly, both of them stopped. Chung was raising his sword, preparing to strike his opponent. Joel was already exhausted and could only wait for it. Our protagonist's expression showed no change at all. He coldly said to his senior brother, "The match is over." The sword came down very quickly, accompanied by Truki. A line cut across Zhou Jiuel's face, but just in time, it stopped. The surroundings shook violently. Clouds of dust spread everywhere. No one was killed here. His senior brother's forehead was drenched in sweat. Then, overcome with fear, he sat down on the ground. His whole body was now trembling with fear. He still couldn't make sense of everything around him. What does it feel like to be just one slash away from death? This method truly made Zhou Jiuel wet his pants. "All right, you should rest for a bit." Chong Yong spoke up. He felt this still wasn't enough and turned to find another opponent. The whole group jumped in surprise when he requested another fight. Yun Jiang kept pushing his junior brothers forward. Chung's voice reminded them again, "You all should think carefully. Are you going to keep hiding forever? If you don't come here, I'll go to you." With that, he charged into the quiet night at Mount Hua became more lively and noisy. A moment later, every single one of them was lying on the ground. "I told you all beforehand that I would only use one sword strike. Why couldn't you defeat me?" Joel yelled. Who told you to be so damn fast? Just thinking about fighting you is impossible. And on top of that, you're fast and strong. Then why don't you all do the same? In reality, this was also a training exercise for everyone. 1. Chung Mang raised his sword again to show his might. He then swung it down hard on the ground. Though simple, its power was very tyrannical. Is that the sword you used? It seems to be several times faster. Didn't you intend to strike down slowly? If you all keep using those sword fighting stances, it's just the most basic swordsmanship that anyone can do. First, the lower body. The two legs must be firmly fixed so that the body doesn't sway. That is the most important thing. From there, transfer the power to the fingers so that the sword and limbs become a unified system. Thud, he demonstrated the movement again. This is the essence of internal energy. It's not that it's invisible due to high skill or extreme speed. It's just about swinging the sword in a straight line and mastering it. Zhao Jiol muttered the words his junior brother had instructed. Yun and John spoke up. I understand what you mean. We need to swing the sword more simply and gently and train our bodies to be solid. That is the core, right? You must focus on a single fatal sword stance and absolutely not swing the sword a second time. If you can't kill in one go, then you'll die. The senior brother silently understood that theory alone was not enough. It had to be combined with practice to be useful. If everyone here didn't dare to let Chung Mang's sword almost hit their heads, it would be hard to understand just by seeing it once. Knowing this, he was about to mock him. We are disciples of Mount Hua. Shouldn't we defeat our opponents with Mount Hua's swordsmanship? What is the first basic of the Six Harmonies sword? Our protagonist asked back, isn't the Six Harmonies sword a Mount Hua sword? The Six Harmonies is the basic foundation of Mount Hua and also its key. Everything about Mount Hua begins with the Six Harmonies and also ends with it. Everyone was listening intently to his instructions. If we don't know how to exploit it and just buy flashy sword manuals, what's the point of the Falling Blossom and 7-star step? If you can't get used to such things, then learning the sword is useless. If the foundation is not solid, don't dream of building an architectural masterpiece. First, you senior brothers need to practice both literature and martial arts to become the best disciples. Joel now stood up to reply, from your words, I now know how important the meaning of the Six Harmonies is. But no one here can do it. To be honest, you're the only one who can create this power from the Six Harmonies. What we need now is the strength to defeat Southern Edge rather than practicing martial arts for ourselves. Now, Jogo was getting serious. If we learn from you, at least we might not lose to those Southern Edge guys, right? It seemed his determination was very high because he didn't want to be embarrassed by the rival sect. Chung was preparing to give him a smack for that thought of being afraid to lose. As a disciple of Mount Hua, you have no right to speak like that. How can a disciple of Mount Hua lose to Southern Edge? If you fight, you win 100 battles out of 100. Chung Myung shouted in his senior brother's face. Even if you get beaten from one round to the next or in any form of sword fight, you must win. After saying that, he pushed Jogu to the ground for being a coward. Our protagonist told the story of warriors on the battlefield who are not afraid of death. Everyone get those rotten thoughts out of your heads and fight with determination. He then requested everyone to practice a single movement. Over and over, swinging the sword. Even if it's 10,000 times, you'll practice. Now, do you want to practice or do you want to fight me? The scene flashes back to the past for a moment. The story is that the senior brothers were arguing about Chung Mang taking disciples. The senior brother didn't want him to, fearing the children he took in would be beaten to a pulp. No matter what, his training methods were still very harsh and no one could stop him. Our protagonist was also present listening to his fourth senior brother's heartfelt words. Seeing him arrive, the other person said no more. Chung got angry just thinking about this. In reality, those things were only meant for everyone's good, but no one understood. Thinking back, he had to be so patient with Jogo and Yun Jiang to get them to where they are now. It's better to sweat during training than to bleed in a duel. He thought, even if I die, the next generation of disciples must have the spirit to bring glory to Mount Hua. It's like a flower. It blooms and then withers. Although spirit is not the root, it is what helps the tree survive. I know that, but doing it is not easy. Lost in thought, he arrived at the secret training spot. He was a bit disappointed that Blue IC all wasn't there. It's 3:00 a.m. now, so she probably won't come. Chung had no choice but to focus on his training. He was trying very hard to prepare for the upcoming Manhwa conference. He was trying very hard to become like his old self from 100 years ago. What he had now was not enough. His thoughts were flooded with the past again. The image of the heavenly demon appeared. At this rate, I wouldn't have been able to defeat the heavenly demon. Partly because everyone had joined forces to weaken him. Otherwise, Chung Mian would not have been able to defeat him. He didn't understand why he was so strong. A one-on-one fight was probably no match for him. Perhaps it was because he greatly regretted not training hard enough to win. If I'd been stronger, no one would have had to shed blood then. The tragic death of his fourth senior brother would not have happened. His fourth junior brother would still be the same fourth junior brother. Everyone would probably have returned to the peaceful life they once had. If my martial arts were more profound than in the past, something like that would not have happened. He wasn't sure that a heavenly demon like that wouldn't return. Perhaps someone even stronger than the heavenly demon would appear and target the high-ranking Taoists. Then who would protect Mount Hua from those disasters? Thinking of this, he told himself, I must get even stronger. All the illusions were cut down. The image of the demon was still deeply ingrained in his mind. No one in this world can be stronger than my past self. His speed became abnormally fast. All the illusions were shattered. Now only the heavenly demon remained. The anger and regrets from the past flooded back. That seemed to give him a lot of strength. Even if he slashed 100,000 times, the truth could not be changed. What's past should probably be left behind. The disasters caused by the heavenly demon had shattered everything he believed to be right. It was as if Han wanted to laugh at the thought that just by following the path of the pioneer Taoists, one could achieve one's dreams. I must surpass my existing limits. Chung was sad because he had too many regrets. From afar, his martial aunt had been watching for a long time. Perhaps our protagonist was too preoccupied with many things to notice. Luo was a bit unfamiliar with his plum blossom swordplay. After finishing, Chung Mang told himself he had to surpass his own limits and find a new technique for the development of Mount Hua. It's definitely possible, although that may be a long time from now. Not to create a new sword method, but to explore a new horizon. Even though everything will become very difficult, lost in thought, his martial aunt suddenly appeared. She spoke up to question him a little. Startled, thinking it was a ghost, he couldn't help but scream. Our protagonist quickly tried to remember the name of the person in front of him. Why is that lady standing right in front of me? Yet, I can't feel a single thing. It's impossible. Not a single movement felt. Not last time. Not this time. Who is this lady? Has she learned the art of invisibility? Chung Mang didn't know what she had heard. The two words, plum blossom, were uttered from this person's mouth. He figured he had to act natural, as if nothing had happened. I see. All suddenly prepared to draw her sword. Do you want to kill me to silence me? How can that be? Are you crazy? Fearing he would say something wrong, he decided to remain silent. The two of them now had nothing to say to each other. Chung Miyang had to think about what to do next, so he had to sheath his weapon. Then he began to prepare to bow. His gesture was like asking for permission to leave. The martial ant gestured to stop this. Chung didn't let the beauty speak anymore. He immediately used his light and his skill and left. In a flash, he disappeared without a trace. I see all want to say something but stopped. She muttered the two words, plum blossom again. Again. By now, our protagonist was running like crazy. This time, only one person heard it, so no one will probably believe it. But what if there are 3 witnesses? In the future, I have to be more careful when I meet my martial ant. Thinking of this, he had to brake sharply. But before my martial ant returns, I have to do something. Right. Chung had to calculate how to be reasonable. This must be completed before returning to Mount Hua. Time passed until the next morning in Hua Eum town. The scene shifts to a very crowded tavern in the center. He had been drinking alone for some time now. Holding a cup of wine, he felt a bit refreshed. After returning from the mountain cave, I've gotten used to this, but this is a privilege granted by the sect leader, so I have to know how to enjoy it. He felt dissatisfied because the sect had forbidden so many things. It's understandable that everyone at Mount Hua is a Taoist. Our protagonist was truly a complete mess. His 4th senior brother appeared again to remind him, "You're a Taoist, too, kid." Chung sighed once. "I'm different from them, senior brother. I'm almost 100 years old." He kept drinking, emptying, and refilling, and felt the taste of the wine was no longer the same. "It tasted best when I stole it from you, senior brother." Chung felt very sad when he thought of his relatives. How ironic that I've never once thought of the person who spent his whole life sitting opposite the tavern. If senior brother saw me in this pathetic state, he would probably laugh at me. I was once called a Taoist or a descended immortal, but in reality, I'm just an old man with many tricks. His voice was a bit slurred. "There's probably nothing like that in here, right?" Then he continued to drink. Indeed, raising a cup to drown sorrow only makes it worse. The order to ascend to immortality is like ice. Is there any other immortal realm here? My senior brothers haven't changed at all. Live happily in that place. Everyone outside 3 strangers had arrived. They were also preparing to enter this tavern to eat and drink. The waiter cheerfully ran out to greet the customers. "It's been a long time since I've had a decent meal. The 1,000 root radish is already up to my neck. That's why we came here. I'm sure the martial uncles will understand." Our protagonist turned to pay attention because they were wearing the uniform of the Mount Hua sect. The plum blossom pattern on their chests. They're from a martial ants group. If I run into them, it will be trouble. I have to drink quickly and leave. The other 3 were discussing how their junior sister had already returned to Mount Hua. "So, our masters will also know we've returned. Everyone knows ICOL is a strange person." One of them requested the waiter to bring the best food and also drinks. Chung was complaining, "These 2nd-generation disciples are so bold to dare to come to Hua Highway and drink like this. Even if they return to the sect, they should be more moderate. In my time, they would have been locked in the repentance cave." He guessed the one in the middle was probably the leader. The table next to them was preparing to get rowdy. One person spoke up. "It wasn't hard at all. Senior brothers, we were just following along." The one called senior brother smiled with satisfaction. He thanked them for these words from his junior brother. Chung saw this and praised. "Wow, he's so handsome. Even as a man, I'm attracted. It feels like a knight stepping out of a legend. This round is on me." Junior brothers, don't feel pressured. Just drink to your heart's content. It seems Chung wasn't the only one who knew how to drink. He continued to listen in. "Senior brother, what level is our strength at now? We've worked so hard. Can we achieve a good result at the Manhwa conference? He wasn't sure about this. Southern Edge is very strong. They are a true member of the 9 great sects. In the past, we were too, but now the gap between Southern Edge and Mount Hua is too large. But that's just in terms of reputation. Representative reputation and strength are not linked. At last year's competition, I felt the gap between us and Southern Edge wasn't that big. Everyone has stayed up late and woken up early to train. It was very difficult to get through the seclusion. We have tried our best and those efforts will not betray us. Now we are strong enough to compete with Southern Edge. These words showed that he was feeling very confident about the upcoming event. If we continue to strive without rest, surpassing Southern Edge is not impossible. Chung Mian, who was eating, almost choked on those words. The 3 people who were talking also noticed. Unconsciously, he had to turn around to look. The handsome young master also looked over, so our protagonist had to pretend to be rude. The other person was watching intently. He's not fooled. I acted so deeply. Suddenly, the junior brother's voice rang out and he was preparing to bring a cup over to socialize. Who are you? I don't think I've ever met you at Mount Hua. Junior brother, if you don't mind, may I ask for your esteemed name and sect? Chung Mian felt he was truly done for. He had no words to reply. This person felt the kid in front of him was very strange. From the moment I first stepped into this place, I felt a magical harmony. It seems I now know why I feel that way. It's because of that kid. Now, a child of only 15 years old is ordering thousand-tailed dishes and drinking wine. As far as I know, no rich kid has enough money to enjoy such luxury in Hawaii. He then spoke up. I'm just a passerby. Don't mind me. Please continue eating. A passerby? Definitely not. He was feeling very curious. So he pulled up a chair to sit with Chung Mang. Meeting like this is fate. What do you think if we introduce ourselves? As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared right in front of him. Without hesitation, he sat down to talk. I am beggar, a second-generation disciple of Mount Hua. It's a pleasure to meet you. Chung Mian was very afraid of his face being revealed to him. He said in a small voice. I don't have a name. Hiding one's face while introducing oneself is not the way of a gentleman, is it? This toast is so annoying. If that's the case, I'd rather be a commoner. After thinking, he stood up and covered his face a little. Sorry, I'm busy right now. He quickly grabbed the wine bottle and left. The boy's voice called after him. Junior brother, please wait. Can I talk to you for a bit? I'm not interested in men. Excuse me. Beggar gritted his teeth and made his move. Chung lightly and deliberately dodged. You've worked hard. I'll be leaving now. He felt a bit surprised by this action. Why'd he dodge my grab? Without even looking. Senior brother, why did you let him go after catching him? What do you mean, junior brother? Why'd you let that kid go so easily? I think forcing a kid is really not right. In reality, it wasn't that, but because Beckon's action was predicted. He was a bit flustered because he had made a mistake. By now, our protagonist had run very far. As he walked, he thought, the reason life at Mount Hua is comfortable is because of the age gap between the Un and Chan generation. He was a bit dissatisfied because the jug in his hand was empty. I shouldn't have laughed there. There were so many delicious dishes I hadn't tasted yet. But his long-winded, absurd words were impossible not to laugh at. Guys like that probably just live off their big mouths. His bad habit was always mimicking his opponent's technique. Names. That's a surag. This is more shocking than when I first met the third-generation disciples. The third-generation disciples were in their foundational period. And the second generation was the stage where disciples had to mature through the process of training. I can't waste time like this. After that, he put down the wine jug and didn't drink anymore. At this age, I should be using my time to practice, right? The scene shifts back to the Mount Hua sect. The disciples were gathering to welcome the returning martial uncles. One of them ran over to inform Gol. He was wondering where Mang had gone. Next to him, he had returned to his room. By now, he was snoring loudly from having been out since early morning. Gol quickly ran over to get him. He opened the door, and this was the scene. Of the smell of alcohol. Did he drink? He quickly shook our protagonist to wake him up. The strong smell of alcohol filled the entire room. Looking around, it was an eyesore. Wake up, you deadbeat. Chun groggy woke up. Wow, what a beautiful day. What are you doing here, senior brother? I just had a little to drink and I'm so sleepy. The martial uncles have returned. Go and wash up quickly. Smelling of alcohol like this at this hour. Are you kidding me? So he immediately performed a technique to expel the alcohol concentration. The entire room now smelled even stronger. Joel was confused. Has the smell of alcohol disappeared? Why are you talking nonsense about such a pure and sacred thing? Get out. If you're late, you'll get a beating. Chung pretended that he hadn't been drinking. Why do we have to participate in the return ceremony of the second generation disciples? Even so, we still have to welcome them. They are the ones who have returned after arduous training. He knew very well that in that Eastern station system, just a few swings of the sword would earn everyone's praise upon return. Sipping on delicious flavors while waving a sword around. And those arrogant drinkers who call it cultivation are also considered to have worked hard. The martial uncles haven't even brought their swords anymore. No matter what, they'll still put Southern Edge in their place once. Be careful. Martial Uncle Baek is very strict. Just act like a normal person and he won't get angry. Joel warned, you might get a severe scolding. The two of them went out. An entire sect was already in the courtyard to welcome them. Yun Jiang wondered, what took you so long? A voice came from outside. The second generation disciples have arrived. Open a mountain gate. The senior disciples turned their eyes to observe the gate. A large number of martial uncles had arrived. The sect leader was very pleased with the disciples' morale. Everyone had to applaud to welcome them like heroes. Chung didn't understand what was so great, that they had to be so enthusiastic. A long line of adult men entered. The one leading them was none other than Baek. Only now did our protagonist turn his eyes towards him. Indeed, no matter how you look at it, he was really handsome. I used to receive this kind of reception a lot in the past. On the contrary, standing here now probably suits me. Chung was a bit narcissistic. In his mind, he thought of the beautiful young ladies on the street. This expression was again noticed by Baek. He had vaguely recognized Chung, so he stopped and turned around. The other martial uncles also turned their attention to that spot. He didn't understand what this guy was about to do. With one hand, he flicked the hem of his robe. Next, he pointed it at Mang's face. What does this crazy guy want to do to me? It turned out he was doing this to see if he looked the same as in the tavern. He smiled with satisfaction. Are you an acquaintance of mine? Right, little junior brother. What does this bastard want to do to me? Chung was calculating whether to beat him up or not. Judging by the look in your eyes, it seems you already know who I am. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, senior brother. Baek then retracted his action. Strange. You look familiar. So, when did you join the sect? This child joined when the martial uncles had just left Mount Hua. Yun Jiang spoke up. The second-generation disciples turned to look more closely at Chung Mang's group. You disciples seem quite close to each other. As a great senior brother, I have to take good care of my youngest. Anyway, I have a connection with you. The first time we met, I felt a sense of familiarity. Our protagonist immediately introduced himself. Chung, and my name is beggar. The instructor reminded him, the sect leader is waiting for you and you're standing there having a private conversation. We'll probably be seeing each other often in the future. So you must remember my name. Don't forget this disciple Chung Myung. Our protagonist felt a bit annoyed by that attitude. The senior brother was curious. Have you met the martial uncle before? Our protagonist couldn't possibly answer that they had met at a pub. Could he? Martial uncle is known as the soaring spirit of Mount Hua. Praise for his potential to revive Mount Hua. Hearing this, he thought again of his deceased fourth senior brother. Chung thought this soaring spirit should be Zhou Gol. He was a bit embarrassed. What are you saying? People will hear you. Beggar is someone I wouldn't dare to follow. Surrendering like that is good. You are truly too humble. Everyone thought he should be called the number one crane in the flock. It sounded good at first glance, although its meaning was the opposite. When a crane and a flock of chickens are together, it's natural. But a crane being stuck in a flock of chickens is quite unusual because in most cases there'll be a flaw. At this time, Beggar was representing all his brothers to greet the sect leader. It could be seen that he was very outstanding among the second-generation disciples. It seemed someone was still missing. Oh, right. It was the young lady Lu. From afar, she quickly stepped into the ranks. Kian still hadn't said anything yet. Chung Mang had so many thoughts about this person. Is that lady not going to say anything to me all day? I also find it hard to take my eyes off Marshall. An aunt, Joel confided. I understand. The first time you see her, how can you look away? She's so beautiful. But don't dream. The martial aunt already has feelings for the martial uncle. The senior brother in Chung Myung didn't want to listen to this old man ramble anymore. He sighed, what kind of sect is this? Full of soaring spirits and a number one beauty of Shunny. If you had practiced your sword during your courting days like those martial uncles, you would probably be famous by now. The sound of Beggar's fist clenching was heard. We pay our respects to the sect leader after he spoke. The junior disciples behind him also said in unison, you have all worked hard with the training tiring. This is a cultivation course with a sect that we must be diligent and complete. So we cannot dare to be tired. Haiyan Jiang was a bit curious. Do you have any results? I have realized that the path of the sword in cultivation has no end. However, before starting the cultivation, I had to promise myself to achieve results before returning. The sect leader then turned to the accountant. Shouldn't we organize a small feast to celebrate the disciples' completion of their arduous cultivation course? He was feeling a bit stingy with the money. What's the need for a feast? Then he retracted his words. Then I'll go and prepare. As he left, he even sneered. If you knew it was so hard, you should have just cultivated moderately. After the incident with the Yuna Merchant Guild, this person became strange. Unam, help me arrange for the little ones to rest. Then he also called our protagonist's name. Chung, come to my place. I have something to talk to you about. Beggar kept scrutinizing our protagonist. How dare this kid talk to the sect leader like? That Haiyan Jiang saw the child was a bit upset, so he comforted him a little. If I prepare sweet candy for you, will you come? The martial uncle had to observe the attitude of these two very carefully. He then turned to ask the instructor. Where on earth did that child come from? He thought, that caring for each other was a good thing? Beggar didn't understand what Mount Hua had become after his seclusion. He had to reflect on it alone. Is this really the Mount Hua I once knew? A moment later, he also had to follow his brothers to the prepared feast. This person continued to not understand where his sect got so much money from. The others were feeling that a lot had changed. I wonder if some god of wealth helped Mount Hua while we were away. Baek continued to observe the kids. What are they talking about? Are they tired of eating meat here? The Mount Hua I know. It's the #1 sect in the world and the only one that has figured out how to live by begging. It includes a group of beggars, but they are not actually poor. And yet, now that I'm back, everything is so different. What's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? What on earth did Mount Hua do while we were away? It's a long story. You'll find out eventually. Just understand that a blessing has rolled into Mount Hua. At this point, our protagonist kicked open the door and entered the dining hall. It was unclear what the sect leader had said, but he seemed very angry. Everyone here was also looking at him. Baek wondered where did he eat to act like such a big shot. At this moment, Chung was still fuming and hadn't said anything. His face looked like he was about to eat alive whoever had displeased him. After a moment, he ran straight to his senior brother's place. The second-generation disciples were a bit fed up with him. It was probably a daily occurrence, so Jo Jiol and Yun Jang were used to it. Baek showed surprise. Why don't any of the third-generation disciples remind their youngest? Everyone's expression looked very normal. Why isn't even senior brother on geometry saying anything? His eyes became fearful. Could it be that kid has got something on all the third-generation disciples? Moreover, he's sitting with the two most capable kids. Could it be that this person has them under his thumb? What on earth did that child do to make everyone like this? What are you angry about now? He told me to go to the Yinha Merchant Guild again. Chung Mang said sulkily. I'm not a carrier pigeon. It's so annoying. Fortunately, it's only day EUM. If he told me to go to Zen again, I'd just stay in bed. Baek wondered what method he had used to make the third-generation disciples like this. Yun Jang is always polite and gentle. So, how can he bow his head to him? So, this person was planning to find an excuse to punish Chung Mang. The one sitting nearby wondered, aren't you eating, great senior brother? You haven't touched a single chopstick since just now. Of course I have to eat first. As he was about to shoo a chicken, he suddenly stopped. Where is junior sister Lu? His junior brother also didn't know where she was. He only saw her come to the dining hall with him earlier. So, you didn't go looking for her? While your brothers are eating and drinking to their heart's content, you let her sulk alone. If she doesn't want to come, no one knows where she is. That's right. It's a futile effort, senior brother. It seemed everyone understood her personality. To be fair, junior sister Lu is also quite stubborn in other matters. As he was about to go look for her, he stopped. Luol's footsteps were heard entering. Baek looked up. His eyes lit up when he saw the beauty. The young lady was observing as if she was looking for someone. His fellow disciple waved his hand, inviting her to sit and eat together. It seemed she didn't pay any attention at all, just kept looking around. Baek voice continuously called for his junior sister. She ignored him and went to another place. He was feeling a bit embarrassed for being ignored. The martial ant was heading towards Chung Mayang's place. At this moment, our protagonist was eating heartily. I see all spoke up to get his attention. May I sit next to you? The group of boys shouted, Junior's sister is talking to a man. When was the last time she did that? Chung was already in a bad mood, so he wasn't interested. He spoke up and refused. Then can I talk to you? I have no intention of talking. Please leave. Joel, right next to him, felt it was a great pity. I've never seen anyone at Mount Hua talk so intimately with a martial ant. And yet she approached and started a conversation with Chung Mang. I really don't understand what kind of situation this is. ICL had lowered her voice, but our protagonist still refused. Really, not even a little. I have nothing to say to you, martial ant. So annoying. I can't even eat in peace. This person felt helpless. After that, he also pulled up a chair to sit nearby. Then I'll wait until you're done eating. I have a lot to do. Please find someone else, but I came to see you. Suddenly, Baek Kyan's voice rang out. Behind him, a group of disciples were also eavesdropping. Everyone was silently waiting. Everyone was watching to see what their senior brother would do. He was also sitting dumbfounded. Suddenly, he stood up. Then he turned to our protagonist's place. You are Chung, right? He answered immediately. I know you're quite tired from the many tasks the sect leader has assigned you in Shienna. After saying that, he paused to think. A forced smile appeared on his lips. Your marshal and has asked you like that. Even if you're a little tired, can't you help her just once? That is one's duty to one's superior. He is very satisfied with his presentation to point out that kids' mistakes in the middle of a feast. I truly admire myself. Why do I have to? Chung Myong retorted. Hearing this, he was a bit furious. Baekhyun was trying to suppress his anger. You ask me why? First, a person must know etiquette. Of course, one must know etiquette with disciples. Our protagonist showed great enthusiasm for this statement. Martial ant, hurry up and apologize. Didn't you say there was no etiquette? Lei Call didn't understand what this kid was up to. At the welcoming feast for the second generation disciples, you asked me to talk privately for some personal reason. The woman immediately bowed her head to apologize to her senior brother. Not that senior brother. The other martial uncle. I'm sorry, martial uncle. My thoughts were too shallow. Unam didn't understand, but he forgave his junior sister. Baekhyun was fuming now. Yun Jiang and Zhou Jiol figured they should intervene before a murder occurred. So, the two of them teamed up to change the subject. Isn't this a happy day? Since the martial ant is here, let's start the celebration. Everyone remained silent while the two of them joked around. That he own sighed once more. He kept repeating the name Chung Myong. Zhou Jiol was scared and worried for his junior brother. Please just be quiet and let it go just this once. It seems the Baek disciples had a hard time on their way back. If you're tired, you should go home and rest. I want to ask you a question. It's best if you're honest. Is it true that you've never met me? Before I told you it was the first time. Have you been tricked a lot? The handsome young man had nothing more to say. I didn't want to come to this. If I don't teach you a lesson, I'll be a laughingstock among the disciples. After thinking, he turned to the instructor's place. I have something to say, and I hope you will forgive me for it. Martial uncle. As far as I know, third-generation disciples are forbidden from leaving Mount Hua without an order, and wearing casual clothes instead of the uniform is even more improper. Today I saw a third-generation disciple alone in casual clothes in Hua Eum. As he spoke, he looked towards our protagonist, and that person is Chanbro. Unam showed great surprise. This is truly improper. If you had assigned me to investigate his whereabouts, the instructor spoke up to stop him. It's fine. Baek Kyan was stunned. Unam repeated. I said it's fine. He thought, is there something wrong with my ears today? Why do I keep misharing things? Martial uncle has always been sensitive to rules and extremely strict. So now a third-generation disciple violates the rules and he does nothing. What kind of authority was that kid given that the martial uncle would say that? It's an order from the sect leader. Do you have a problem with that? He asked again just to be sure, but the answer was still the same. His eyes quickly turned to Changyang's place. By now, he was eating as if nothing had happened, and he's even making noise while chewing. Baek Kyan gritted his teeth. From outside, the footsteps of the accountant were heard. He stopped where everyone was paying attention. His face was still very serious. Looking at the elder, Baek Kyan thought, what is he planning now? If that's the case, I'll go all in. I can't let things be like this. Then he immediately ran to Hyan's place. I pay my respects to the elder. Just be comfortable. I just came to see if the disciples were eating their fill. Then he reminded the instructor to control the children and not let them get too rowdy. Elder, I have something to tell you. It seemed the second-generation disciple was trying to get revenge no matter what. After thinking for a moment, he began to speak. This morning, I saw a third-generation disciple drinking in Hua Eum. The elder shouted because this matter was extremely serious. Did you really see it? Which disciple was it? I clearly saw it, although he himself wouldn't admit it. Don't blame me, kid. You're the one who started it. The person is that child sitting over there. The name Chung Mang was called out by him again. Hyan quickly looked over at him. He asked again if it was really Chung Mang. But so what? I said so what? What I mean is a third-generation disciple going down Hua alone and drinking is a crime. Are you the one who decides the discipline of Mount Hua? The elder asked back. Among the principles of Mount Hua, is there any rule that says you can't drink outside? Hide the mountain gate. And so what if he drank? He's allowed to drink. There are so many disciples who can't even earn a single coin. You all just know how to eat. Did the boy borrow money from you to pay? Oh my God. The accountant spoke up to defend our protagonist instead of punishing him. Are you really a martial uncle or just a second generation? Disciple who knows how to lecture others. All you do all day is swing your sword and eat. I should give you a beating. You are all just parasites living off Mount Hua in luxury. That boy saved every coin to go drinking and you can't stand it and come here to tattle on him to me. A bunch of useless people. What have you all accomplished? Hyan was so furious that Hyan Sang had to come and shut him up. You've gone too far. Let's go outside for a bit. Aekion was now so embarrassed he couldn't speak. He then turned to Chung Mang's place again, but he was still eating heartily. In an instant, he used his eyes to mock him back. The second-generation disciple felt dejected. What the hell is going on? After eating and drinking his fill, he returned to his room. In the room, his junior brother was still nagging him. Do you feel something, senior brother? It's like the seniors are trying to cover for that kid. Even junior sister Lu acts like that. It's the first time in my life I've seen junior sister talk so much to someone when she hardly says anything to us. It seems there's something very strange. It's as if they've known each other for more than a day or two. Cheyenne spoke up. Back saying, that's enough. Don't waste your breath. The other person didn't say anything more. He just felt a bit wrong for his senior brother. We've worked hard for the past year. We should have been welcomed warmly, but just because some brat appeared out of nowhere and won the favor of the seniors. The time when we were favored by them is over. You know, we're no longer favored. Baek Kyan also didn't know why. He only knew this wasn't a matter of winning favor. It feels as if all the Mount Hua we last saw when we left is truly different from now. Like a chipped teacup for being used for too long. Because in the past, the greatest hope of the second-generation disciples was Baek Kyan. Even if he was the favorite, it was meaningless now. I had thought of the charm of these old things. But now it has become outdated. I don't know what that kid. Are you just going to let the kid be senior brother? Baek-sang said again. We have to teach him some manners. If we let this go, Mount Hua will not be the same as before. Sean asked his junior brother to calm down. It's not that I don't want to. First, I need to know something. What is the connection between them? I want to know the reason why they are protecting that child. So, have you thought of a way yet? Suddenly, there were footsteps outside. Sean felt that the reason he wanted to know was about to be revealed. Baek sang her a knock on the door and invited them in. The door opened. Yun Jong's voice rang out in greeting. This disciple pays his respects to the martial uncle. Come on in and have a chat with me. You must have had a hard time while I was away. That is something I must do. Of course, it seems something is going on at Mount Hua, right? Something about a certain kid. Yun Jang knew immediately he was talking about Chongyang. The martial uncle put down the teapot and listened to the story. As a senior brother, I did not guide him properly. If the martial uncle has any reprimands, please punish me. Tell me yourself what on earth happened while I was away. I will listen and decide what to do. Back to about an hour ago, Jun Jang told Chongmyang that he had been summoned by the martial uncle. Our protagonist didn't care. If you want to tell him, then tell him everything. Joel was also here and didn't know what to say. The senior brother felt uneasy. It would be less scary if he just made up a bunch of things. I know I have to tell the truth, but why do I feel like I'm betraying Chong? He had to hesitate a lot before he dared to go and meet him. Now, he was beginning to tell everything. I have to start from the time I first set foot on Mount Hua. A moment later, he had told the whole truth. Hearing it, Kyan's whole body trembled. So that kid discovered the Sect's secret martial arts manuals. He discovered Mount Hua's asset inventory log and went all the way to the cliff to get them. He even cured Lord Huang. And in return, the Yuna Merchant Guild will decide to invest in Mount Hua. Yun Jang confirmed that everything was true. Only now did Baek Kyan understand why the elders did that. He had no more questions. So, we let Y go. His face now dared not face the third-generation disciple. His junior brother's voice asked and closed the door. Both he and Baekong were now very quiet. His junior brother began to speak. That kid solved all of Mount Hua's troubles by himself. I now understand how the seniors have been doing on that boy. It's not just about achievement. If Mount Hua can generate revenue under the management of the Yuna Merchant Guild, its status will become higher and higher. No wonder the sect leader gave him such special privileges. Baekanang suddenly felt a little jealous. Thinking about it differently, it's not that big of an achievement. Think about it again. Is it Mount Hua sect? A martial arts sect giving a kid those priorities just because he made money is just too absurd. Kyan reminded his junior brother to be careful with his words. That's no different from you criticizing and questioning the martial uncle and the other seniors. Baekong stopped having any more opinions. But what you said is also right. I'm not saying you're wrong. Mount Hua is a martial arts sect. No matter how much money it makes, it's not a merchant guild. In the end, only martial arts are the important core. Moreover, the Jianghua conference is coming up. How can the sect masters not pay attention to the gossip when that event is so close? First, let's just focus on martial arts. After a while, this sect will eventually return to its core. Baekhyun also mentioned that this time third-generation disciples would also be participating in the exchange. He was worried that it would humiliate Mount Hua in front of the world. Kyan was just as worried about this issue. If we just train, that's fine, but we can't neglect our juniors. Why don't we go and see for ourselves how the third-generation disciples are training? This person was truly very worried about Mount Hua. His senior brother also had to admire him. Junior brother, indeed, no one values Mount Hua as much as you do. He thought that just shifting his concern to the seniors was not enough. If I let this go, that kid will one day climb on my head. I'll be the one to show you exactly why you have to bow your head to me. Unfortunately for Baek, he was underestimating our protagonist's martial arts level. Little did he know, the person he hated was Plum Blossom Sword Saint. Everything outside was going on as usual. Yun Jang had now returned to Chuangong's place. By now, he was already fast asleep. He was worried that his junior brother would get into trouble again. I'm really overthinking things. Is there something wrong? Great senior brother. Joel spoke up. I was just recounting what that kid has done up to now. Why can't you improvise, senior brother? I was so flustered at the time. How could I make up so many things? Besides, we can't hide it forever. Sooner or later, he'll find out anyway. Joel then asked about Baekhyun's reaction. The result is already obvious to everyone. Yun Jang was confused about his junior brother. Where does this disciple who always argues with his seniors come from? He was worried. In the future, the relationship between the second and third generation disciples will become strained. Jogo thought it was a disaster created by Chong Mian. The two of them sighed again because of this disrespectful junior brother. Didn't everyone guess it would be like this when they heard the martial uncles were returning? Yun Jang reminded everyone to pay attention to their actions and not to cause trouble and get reprimanded again. He happily agreed and went to inform them immediately. As he was heading to the door, something made him stop. Jo Geol's voice called back into the room. Senior brother, I'm really curious about something. If Baekjeon and Chong Mian were duel, who would win? Instantly, that scene unfolded in the senior brother's mind. This person himself couldn't know the result. Stop talking nonsense. And go gather them. Joel left resentfully because he didn't get an answer. Yun Jang sighed again. He looked at his junior brother again. Sleep well. You really don't care what you've done. Such a carefree child. Perhaps Chung was just pretending to hear everything. The peaceful days of Mount Hua were about to end. Meanwhile, Unam and the SE leader were talking. Unlike before, there is something very strange between the second and third generation disciples. Hanjiang was thinking more specifically. The gap between the Baek and Chong generations is too close. Louisol is no different from Yun Jang. Even if they all had their own disciples when finances were tight, entering the sect was extremely difficult. Those who are about 10 years apart will surely be aware of each other's presence. Disciples with a large age gap don't see each other as competitors. Have I been too hasty? If in the past the Chan generation couldn't do anything, for the Baek generation. It's different now, right? Unam thought that was correct. This was bound to happen sooner or later. The only difference is that the focal point has changed. The disciples surrounding Jo Geol and Yun Jang are nothing more than third-generation disciples. But the Chong disciples surrounding Chongmyong have a completely different feeling. The instructor was blaming himself for this mistake. This is not your fault. I was the one who advocated for the White Plum Blossom Hall. This was anticipated when the White Plum Blossom Hall was established and we started accepting the first third generation and disciples. The natural gap with the martial uncles is also unavoidable. So, sect leader, what do you plan to do? Sometimes letting things take their natural course is not a bad thing. In the end, it will pass. Hasn't it always been like that? Bunamam was afraid. If we let it be, there will be a big fight. Qian Zhang was very calm and comforted the instructor. Let's just trust the kids this once. Baek Kian won't overdo things. Hearing him talk about his fourth disciple, he felt a bit strange. The SE leader didn't understand this person's meaning. The problem isn't Baek it's that kid. In the SE leader's eyes, he's just an adorable puppy who brought good fortune to Mount Hua. Han Jiang knew Baek was a good kid, but his pride was hurt. So he was temporarily angry. He wasn't the type to damage the brotherly bond over such things. He'll know his limits and reconcile. So don't worry too much. Bunam had nothing more to say. He was worried this matter would escalate. Back at the third-generation disciples' training ground, they were all exhausted from our protagonist's training plan. He was also here, and didn't seem surprised at all. Only with diligent training can one become talented. Only by being super diligent can one become strong. Don't let yourself get lazy. Moss will grow all over you. However, the second-generation disciples appeared. One shouted, "Who allowed you to lie down during training? We just finished training and we're taking a break." Truly no sense of hierarchy letting disciples laze around like this. Chung Myung didn't understand what the other person meant. The Manhwa conference is not far off. How can you act like this? Clean all the doors until there is no dust after the training session ends. That is the punishment for this laziness. After saying that, they left immediately. The kids didn't understand what they had done wrong. Joel was a bit dissatisfied. Chung wondered, what's wrong with those people? Did that group eat something wrong? Seeing Joel staring, he glared back to Vin's anger. What's with the scary look, senior brother? Deep down, he wondered, does this kid have a conscience? In the end, the training session was over. Joel was frustrated with the new rules from the returning martial uncles. He paced back and forth, remembering those requests. When walking, you must straighten your knees and have the correct angle. You can only drink water when permitted. Truly petty and mean-spirited. He confided in his senior brother. I'm used to being beaten and punished, but how can I learn these things? Yang also agreed with this. Joel kept complaining about Mount Hua's sword-holding rules. They were tired of training and gathered together. One person makes a mistake and everyone has to suffer. Great senior brother, we have to do something. This is really too much. It's clear they're deliberately harassing us by nitpicking such small things. Yun Jiang was looking at our protagonist's place. He also asked his junior brother what to do now. I also know that what they want is as clear as day. I'm not asking you to change your habits or submit, but can't you just humor them a little? Hearing this, he glared at him as if he was about to eat his senior brother alive. He was a bit scared and gave up on persuading him. I used the wrong words. That's not what I meant. I know a better way to solve this than what he said. Just follow it and everything will be resolved. It seemed he was very confident about this method. That was to beat up those martial uncles. As expected, Chung Mang's personality made everyone very worried. His senior brother was scared and ran out after him. He shouted, ordering all the disciples to grab our protagonist. Everyone, grab that mad dog. He weaved through them to avoid being caught. If you don't catch him, we're all dead meat. The sound of footsteps became more frantic in pursuit. Chung Myung slipped through them all. Everyone fell to the ground. Just a little more and he would have been outside. He was too fast to catch. Someone charged out from the side preparing to tackle him, but unfortunately he missed. He had carefully bent down below. The situation at this moment was truly chaotic. The number of third-generation disciples was very large. Their determination was very high because they just wanted to teach the martial uncles a lesson. The outside door was getting very close, but two senior brothers had opened the door and charged in to block him, and so they finally succeeded in suppressing Chung Myung. One of them shouted, ordering everyone to gather. Everyone charged and grabbed him. Someone hugged his leg to be sure. Two other disciples also locked him down on this side. From above, Joe jumped. He was also taking the opportunity to get revenge for previous incidents. Thud. He had slammed Chung Myung down hard. Aren't you all going to let me go? Junior brothers, absolutely do not let go. What kind of trick is this? 100 years ago, no one pulled such a despicable trick. Trust me, it'll just be one hit. I'll only hit him once. The senior brothers were still holding on tight. Calm down. If you hit a martial uncle, you'll be expelled from the sect. I understand your feelings, but you really can't do that. The Manhwa conference is coming soon. Chung Myung, the martial uncle, is the representative of the second-generation disciples. If he gets beaten up, he can't participate in the duel. I just need to hit him so he's not too seriously injured. Don't you know that's my specialty? Even so, it's still not allowed after being beaten like that. Well, that martial uncle'll still be confident even if we're bullied now. It's better than being looked down upon by that southern edge bunch. The senior brother had to beg him not to act rashly. Feeling it was somewhat reasonable, he didn't struggle anymore. Joel looked at Yun Jang to see if he should let go. Seeing the agreement, he also let go. Everyone else also stopped this action. The senior brother's intention was to let the Manhwa conference end and then he could do whatever he wanted. Anyway, the great senior brother has worked hard all this time. I have to accept this small request. He was moved to tears of joy. Our protagonist continued to speak. What if the other side provokes us first and wants a fight? At that time, you have to take care of it yourself. He was satisfied with this statement. Isn't that just showing the deer the way made a run? At this time, Baekong was reporting to Kyan. Just as you predicted, senior brother, they haven't made a move. They showed clear anger, but didn't resist, not even saying a single word. I thought just provoking them a little would make them go crazy. It turned out this person also had a plan to make the kids angry and commit the crime of disrespect. That kid must be holding it in. Well, his junior brother advised, going harder is not allowed. If we make a big deal out of it, our side will have a problem with right and wrong. So that Brad is not an impulsive kid who doesn't think. The other third-generation disciples are just practicing strange techniques and are no problem. Senior brother, we can't let this drag on any longer. From now on, we also have to gradually prepare for the Manhwa conference. Baek Kyan also knew that and had already prepared. His junior brother didn't understand what was going on. The Chung generation kids are important children, right? Before leaving Mount Hua for seclusion, they were still innocent children. I didn't expect them to change so much in just 1 year. That's called near ink, one gets stained black. Near a lamp, one gets lit. We don't need to discipline all the third generation disciples. The problem lies with that kid. Baeksang was curious what to do now. Aren't we just protecting the rules of Mount Hua? Chung is also a precious disciple that I must cherish. Although a bit arrogant, he has very good abilities. The problem here is the method of teaching. Because time doesn't allow, I don't want to use violence. Baeksang was confident. One day he will understand your deep thoughts. Senior brother Baek Kyan felt it would be so. Although it's a bit painful for both sides. Now that evening at the third generation disciples' dormitory, the space became very quiet as night had fallen. Our protagonist gentle. Door opening sound was heard. His eyes were always watching, afraid of being discovered by others. Was he sneaking around doing something? Next, he immediately slipped outside. I won't go back the way I came. How could I be fooled 3 times by the same person? He just wanted to avoid those kids. A brat who clings to me all day and bothers me. And now a good-for-nothing kid who brings out 3 rules to make me follow. In his head, he remembered Yun Jong's nagging. Junior brother, I'm asking you to do this. Why does my senior brother's face look like the sect leader's today? Every time I cause trouble, he puts on that sad and sorrowful face. This makes me feel unusually guilty. From now until the Jawa conference, it's best to just be patient. I really want to kick those Beck generation guys and. But those Southern Edge guys make me want to kill them even more. After walking for a while, he arrived at the training spot. He temporarily put this matter aside to focus. He had prepared to draw his sword to practice. Just as he drew his sword, he immediately sheathed it again. In his head, he continued to think about something. Our protagonist looked into the distance. He was a bit worried, not knowing if anyone was watching. He was afraid his martial aunt would be following him. She's not here, is she? I can't be at ease. She keeps following me, so I can't do anything. When I'm with the other Chung disciples, she's a bit restrained. But when I'm alone, she appears and says she wants to talk. It's really difficult to grasp her every move. He thought this person was like host always following him. Thinking of this, he comforted himself. I've lived over 80 years and have never met anyone like her. In this world, occasionally there are people with weak auras, so their presence feels faint. A charming voice rang in Chong Myong's ears. Luol had been behind him all along. He shouted loudly out of fear. Can you not just appear out of nowhere like that? My heart is about to jump out of my chest. Hearing his disrespectful words, this person explained. I am your martial aunt and you are my junior brother. He was waiting to see what else she would say. You should change your etiquette towards your martial aunt. Why you keep following me? Louis Call was so thick-skinned. She didn't know she was bothering him. Having to be patient with a snot-nosed brat. This life is truly ironic. He sighed in helplessness. His eyes were always observing the woman in front of him. What's the point of being beautiful on the outside if you don't know what's on the inside? The martial aunt suddenly spoke up, curious about his training a few days ago. Her mouth spoke of the sword that makes plum blossoms bloom. He knew she would ask about this. Martial aunt, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know. I think you saw wrong. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and teach me that technique. Wow, her voice sounds like she's begging. Shumon was a bit surprised by this. Martial aunt, what did you just say? Teach me the technique that makes plum blossoms bloom. Is that the only reason she's following me? I thought she was going to forbid things and force me to learn Mount Hua's martial arts. Starts. So the martial aunt knows about that. I should keep this a secret. I told you I don't know anything. Lu, I threatened to go and tell the martial uncles. I'll also tell the sect leader. Our protagonist, of course, was not afraid of these things. Probably no one would ever believe that a brat who just stepped in a Mount Hua could perform a few sword strokes that make plum blossoms bloom. Chung reminded her of their respective statuses. His hand pointed straight at the person opposite him. I'm a junior brother. What can I teach a martial art? Aren't I the one who needs to learn? It's fine. Just teach me. Learning doesn't require a hierarchy. As expected, this lady didn't care about etiquette. I don't know what you saw. You must have been hallucinating. Let's end here and go home. Lu, I see all. Said she hadn't seen wrong. It was so clear. A sword that makes flowers bloom. Who wouldn't be in awe? I've seen it before. Our protagonist showed great surprise. There are many imitations of the plum blossom sword form at Mount Hua, but few can make the plum blossoms bloom. This secret technique is only passed down orally. At least only the elders can learn it. In the past, all the elders of Mount Hua died on the 10,000 mountains because they were unprepared. They couldn't even leave behind the oral incantations. He thought that besides himself, no one could do this. Chung was getting angry. He didn't use honorifics and called out the martial ant's name directly. Are you related to the Southern Edge sect? This question made both of them fall silent. The beautiful lady still didn't understand why he was talking about the Southern Edge sect. He then drew his sword to intimidate her. This action was like a demand to tell the truth. Why did you suddenly bring up Southern Edge here? Our protagonist thought she was acting. Louise still acted as if she knew nothing. That cunning little brat has a face that looks like she knows nothing. It's so perfect it doesn't even look like acting. He also thought that with the skill level of the Southern Edge guys, how could they achieve the plum blossom? Some sort of form, because to reach that state, one must combine it with Mount Hua's internal energy. What did Martial Uncle say before? Chung spoke up. Where and when did you see that sword form? Martial Uncle, I've seen it before. This was a long time ago. Then the same old words, teach me. I told you I don't understand what you're talking about. Martial Uncle Louis all stopped demanding. Has she finally given up? Suddenly this person prepared to draw her sword. Then I have no other choice. Her eyes became more dangerous. So you're determined not to teach me? This voice made him feel very scared. I'm not teaching you. But why did you draw your sword? Martial Uncle. You're right. I am your martial aunt and you are my junior brother. Then let your martial aunt teach your junior brother a little something. He thought that men weren't close because her personality was truly insane. Louis warned, I'm attacking. As he was about to intervene, she charged in very quickly. A sharp sword stroke was aimed straight at him. It was clear she was serious. This person really doesn't know how to joke at all. All the techniques she unleashed were very cold. Chung Mion felt it was very dangerous. She really wants to kill me. What kind of martial aunt would use a sword to attack her junior brother like this? Because you are stronger than me. The beautiful lady's eyes were truly sharp. After saying that, she attacked again. He quickly dodged the technique. Our protagonist paid attention to every gesture of this person. He was figuring out her attack pattern. It's just like what I felt before. Her sword path was as fast and elegant as the falling blossom sword. This person's body moved very nimbly. Then she suddenly exploited the opponent's weakness to attack. Chung Myong didn't counterattack, but just tried to get away from this person. I've seen the way both the Chong and Baek generations wield their swords, but this is the first time I've seen swordsmanship that has reached the root of Mount Hua like this. Lu Ic all shouted, there's an opening. He froze for a moment and almost lost his life. He didn't lose his life, but he did lose some hair. Chungmi was scared out of his wits. Martial aunt, you're crazy. If I hadn't dodged, I would have been dead, right? Why are you so confident with that thought? Stop talking and continue. He didn't want to attack, fearing his thoughts would cause an unnecessary misunderstanding. Standing. So for now, he was just dodging to avoid getting hurt. As she was attacking, she paused for a moment. Her eyes became very sharp. A sword stroke like a whirlwind was aimed at him. The way she executed the move was as if she wanted to kill her opponent. I told you not to use fatal moves. After attacking, Lu Isel was out of breath from exhaustion. What kind of martial aunt would try to kill her junior brother like that? You must have a problem with your head. He quickly observed his opponent. Her eyes looked less scary now. It seemed this person was drunk on the sword. Constantly unleashing fatal moves can easily make a person fall into a state of selflessness. A person in this state can find their own sword path. But in this process, one must be extremely cautious because a slight mistake could lead to annihilation. Ordinary people would not dare to interfere and would just quickly retreat. The speed is fast, but it leaves many openings. This move needs to be tilted a little more. As he thought, he tried to guide his martial ant. As he swung his sword, he also showed great surprise. She realized there was a hidden meaning here. Then she stopped her attacking stance. It seemed she was thinking about something. He felt, has she reached enlightenment? I thought Beckon was the most talented person at Mount Hua. I didn't expect this girl to be here too. Luol was very tired. She leaped at him again. Chung saw her speed had increased significantly. But your right hand should be a little higher. He gently moved to change her movement. That way the power hitting the neck will be more precise. It was unclear if Luol knew this. This attack is a bit low. It needs to be a little higher, but this is too high. As he thought, he also tried to create a stance to help make the technique more perfect. The martial ant became very understanding and attacked the right spot. The movements had now become very efficient. From above, someone suddenly appeared again. Baek Kyan had been observing for a long time. The two swordsmen were now taking a short break. It's getting better, but it's all just temporary. As I see it, she is gradually entering deeper into the state of selflessness. Baek Kyan was preparing to take a breath and shout loudly, "What the hell are you doing now?" He was stunned that the person he hated was here. Our protagonist also shouted back, "And how did you appear there?" Without answering, he had already gripped his sword tightly. Then he drew it, preparing to go down. Beckon was messing things up again. From the air, this person was jumping down. Neither of them understood why he was doing that. The furious martial uncle shouted, "You bastard." Chung realized he was planning to smack him. He realized that if he didn't smack him, he wouldn't be the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. Then without hesitation, he went forward to confront him. Baek Kyan's sword path was creating sword chi. One of our protagonist's legs also seemed to be enchanted. He kicked straight at the opponent's weapon. The second-generation disciple still didn't stop. His right leg and the blade had touched. Beckon was a bit panicked. Why didn't he dodge? Chung's eyes were very determined. It was clear he was not affected by this move. From a distance, you could see he had been powerfully countered. Our protagonist landed back on the ground immediately. The martial uncle was lying motionless in one spot. He mumbled, "What the hell just happened?" Chung Myung turned his thoughts to Lu, "I see all right now." She was deep in a state of selflessness. To swing a sword and fall into that state is a crucial moment for a martial artist. If she were to awaken at this moment, it would be very dangerous. Running closer, it seemed she hadn't woken up yet. Her once beautiful face had become dazed. Being dazed like that might actually be a blessing. If she had been broken out of her state of selflessness by this conflict, she would regret it for the rest of her life. "What the hell are you doing? You. Do you have any idea how important the moment of selflessness is? In my eyes, you're not exactly a decent person, but I never thought you'd be such a bastard as to lay a hand on your own martial ant." Perhaps he didn't understand that our protagonist was trying to help his martial ant. If you charge in like that and your precious junior sister got hurt, what would you do? Only now did Baek Kyan understand the situation. "Are you trying to kill me?" The two of them had to stop to let Lu Isil come to her senses. Are all the second-generation disciples insane or something? The other person didn't respond at all. "How could I possibly have any intention of killing you? Your entire body was radiating killing intent and so was your sword chi. What else could it be?" Baek Kyan quickly denied it. He also thought back on what had just happened. It's true. I had some killing intent, yet that brat is acting as if he's completely unharmed. Another thought came to his mind. I won't ask what you've been doing until now anymore. Now, drop your sword and back off quickly. Otherwise, today you will have to fight me as a martial artist. Oh, that would be even better. Chung turned to his martial arts place. Just a little more adjustment and it would have been a perfect result. He felt overjoyed because he was the one who had guided Luol into a state of selflessness to raise her realm. Things are going so well. Why did that bastard have to show up at this point? He could only hope for his martial arts good fortune for a ship that has already left the harbor. I have no lingering attachments. But beating up the guy who made me miss that ship is another story. It was clear his intention was to teach Baek Kyan a lesson. Are you okay? The martial uncle was angered by his disrespectful way of speaking. If you have something to say, then hurry up and say it. After all, you're a martial uncle. Fighting with a junior brother like this isn't very becoming. I didn't come all this way for you to make such pathetic excuses. If there's any punishment, I'll be the one to receive it later. Baek Kyan was relieved because now there were no elders to protect our protagonist. I have a better way. Do you want to hear it? What kind of trick are you planning now? Let's swear that we won't tell anyone about this fight. Meaning, even if I get beaten to a pulp, I won't tell the elders. A true man accepts his wins and losses. Baek Kyan didn't understand what this kid was on about. Are you trying to avoid the current situation? If you think that, I won't let you off. He spoke up and denied it. What I mean is, let's put aside our statuses as martial uncle and junior brother and have a proper fight. Wouldn't that be better for both of us? If I tattle, then in the future. I'll do whatever you say, martial uncle. And of course, you have to do the same, martial uncle. Only now did Baek Kyan understand. And he was overjoyed. All right, I agree. You're a true man after all. As for me, I won't reveal what happens here to anyone. So, we have a deal. The martial uncle happily agreed immediately. He drew his sword. Then there's no need to worry about the consequences anymore. All my ill feelings towards you will also be resolved after this duel ends. Hearing the word duel, Chung knew it wasn't right. I just heard you say duel. Who told you we're having a duel? This time you're dead for sure, you bastard. The handsome young man was a bit taken aback. What is a brat who's only been in the sect for half a year doing? You really are crazy. Chung was so tired of all this talk. I'm not the crazy one. You're the one who's crazy. Otherwise, you wouldn't have picked a fight with me. These words made Baek Kyan furious. You're tired of living, aren't you? The sword in his hand began to radiate sword chi. Baek Kyan swung it a few times to build up some momentum. Nearby pebbles were split in two. This guy might be as strong as Luol. Chung saw this sword path was too rough. The opponent's hands were clenched tightly. This technique looked so clumsy. Moreover, the transformation was quite similar to southern edges. Could he be imitating their sword form? He wasn't sure if this was true or not. What a bunch of useless trash. Today, I will correct your attitude. After saying that, he charged at Chung. Immediately, he tried to block this move. His right hand clenched into a powerful fist. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped. No one has ever been able to correct my attitude before. Got it, you bastard. It seemed the martial uncle was about to receive a painful beating. His fist was now right in his face. Wham! His face caved in. This looked a bit vicious. The force was so great, it sent Baek Kyan flying backward. Not just a little but very, very far. A loud explosion echoed in the middle of the night. The once handsome face was now a bloody mess. Chung showed no sign of pity. The martial uncle was suspended in midair about to fall. Thud! He had fallen flat on the ground. His whole body was trying to tense up to stay steady. Get up, you. Baek stammered. How can this be? You modified and reduced the transformations of a sword technique that was originally created to pursue transformation. You act as if no one would notice. Of course, it's full of openings for me to attack. The martial uncle had no words to rebut and tried to stand up. You can still stand up. Is there a problem with my sword form? You can get far with that now, but your junior brothers will immediately surpass you. How can you say that? You've only been in the sect for half a year. Looking at him, he felt like he was following in Lee Songbek's footsteps. This was nothing strange, as things like this have been happening for hundreds of years. With my experience, of course, I can see it clearly. You should be grateful that you're a disciple of Mount Hua. I wanted to hit you with my fists, but after all, you are a promising disciple of Mount Hua. Even if I hit you, I'll take this opportunity to hit you in a way that helps you improve. Don't worry, I'll use a sword to hit you, not my fist anymore. The purpose of Mount Hua's sword form is to resemble a plum blossom. But only those who don't know Mount Hua's shortcomings would say that. Because Mount Hua's sword form is not about imitating a plum blossom. Forget it. I won't say any more since you wouldn't understand anyway. Practice and you'll gradually understand. His hands suddenly began to shake violently. The martial uncle also had to freeze to admire it. His eyes were very focused. From there, it turned into extreme horror. Thousands of illusions were created by Chung Myung. As he swung, he also gave him a tap. Baek let out a small cry of pain from his legs through his shoulder and wrist were hit. Then his hip, knee, and foot. The opponent had to collapse because he couldn't counterattack. Next is the shoulder. Every move he made was very decisive. It was as if he couldn't see anything at all. After a while, he stopped. This was to help his martial uncle broaden his horizons. Baek couldn't say a word. Chung Mi-young prepared his familiar stance again. He wore a wicked smile and his opponent was waiting with his mouth agape. The last part is the head kid. At this point, even the viewers had to feel the pain. Not just one hit, but probably many hits. He just kept beating him up mercilessly. In too much pain, he just kept muttering the same sentence. Over and over. Chung Mang seemed to be venting his anger from his sect. Indeed, he didn't miss a single punch. He even beat his hair tie off. He was almost completely unable to resist. Baek still tried to count each hit. He counted a full 6 times. After a while, he was lying flat in one spot. He seemed so confident at first. His eyes had become very dull. He was probably about to pass out. The surrounding images were gradually fading. Are you awake? Chung Myung spoke up. As he was about to pass out, he regained consciousness. Baek had to hold his head in pain. You don't have to be that startled, do you? Indeed, there was nothing to say at this moment, so I lost. This felt really shameful. But how could he not accept it? I have something to ask you. Why are you so strong? Obviously because I'm the main character. Even after all this, he can still admit it. He's a guy with a lot of pride after all. He then ran closer to speak clearly. I'm not the strong one. You're the one who's weak. Baek was surprised by this statement. Chung Mang was making his martial uncle understand the problem. Don't you look down on me like that. As he was about to argue back, his wounds acted up, making it difficult. He was trying to suppress it with all his might. He kept muttering, I am Baek. One day I will become the sect leader of Mount Hua and lead the sect. But there's no evidence that you're not weak. You've been beaten like this and you still want to be the sect leader. You're truly a frog in a well. Other frogs wouldn't even bother with the bottom of the well, while you, martial uncle, are bloated frogs sitting at the very bottom. This comparison was quite fitting. Baek Kyan was in too much pain, but he still tried to argue. Look, martial uncle, didn't you know long ago that Mount Hua was in ruins? Of course, I knew about this. But I still have to strive relentlessly and revive Mount Hua at all costs. What effort? I don't see any of that at all. During the day, you go into seclusion to train, and at night, you sneak into a tavern to get drunk. Recently, you've been bullying your junior disciples. You call that effort? Cutting back on the things you like is what's called effort. It's just that you, martial uncle, want to be like a king who can rule over a small kingdom called Mount Hua. The second generation disciples of other sects have already discussed the heaven. You've only run a little and you think you're good. It's not that I'm strong, it's that you're weak. Baek Kyan was gradually being enlightened. Perhaps he had understood the problem. Are there countless people stronger than you in other sects? What are you talking about? Of course, I'm the strongest. Damn, this young man is too arrogant. At your current level, you can't beat Southern Edge, let alone compare to the disciples of Shaolin, Wang, or the Namong clan. So, even if it wasn't me, beating you wouldn't be difficult at all. Do you understand the problem now? Baek Kyan had no choice but to say, I understand. He kept confirming, I understand what you mean. Then he spoke up, preparing to rebut. Once I'm no longer a disciple of Wang or the Namong clan, the only way is to rely on myself. I told you it's because you haven't put in any effort. You think just by working hard, you can become a master? If that were the case, you could just hit a training dummy for about 500 years and you might get there. At this point, Baek Kyan really had nothing to argue back with. Do you know the right way to become strong? At least I know more than you, Marshal. So, that means you can make me like that. Chungmi was satisfied with this question. Of course, I can help you. The martial uncle's heart was shaken. Who else could it be besides our protagonist? Baek Kyan continued to speak tremblingly. If so, then make me stronger. I will do whatever you say. As long as I get stronger, I don't mind learning martial arts from my junior brother. If I feel like it, I'll even consider you my senior brother. Chungmi didn't like this at all. I said, I don't like it. Everything I've said up to now was just to show you the right path, right? Why should I teach you? It's too annoying. Baekhyun was hit with another reality check. It seems you're mistaken about something. Martial uncle, this isn't over yet. Sean was worried he was about to get beaten again. You don't think about what you've done. Just wait for the right moment to compromise and then tell yourself that's enough of a price to pay. Is that not enough for your habit of lecturing and bullying the third generation disciples? Well, that's true, but you've paid enough of a price, martial uncle. But my excitement hasn't stopped there yet. Still haven't gotten it through your head, have you? Baek Kyan pleaded. Please don't hit me anymore. Don't worry, the night is still young. Let me enlighten you. The reason why you're weak, martial uncle, why your sword form is flawed. As he spoke, he raised his sword again and why you can't touch me, martial uncle. Now come here and let me teach you. Baekhyun took the blow head on. After a while, Chung felt a bit tired. He comfortably lay on the ground to rest. It's been a while since I've had such a satisfying fight. At this point, he sat up. He turned to look at his martial uncle. He was beaten so badly that the author had to blur the image. I did hit him hard, but not so hard that he can't move like that. Isn't it more satisfying to have a good fight like this? In truth, Chung Mian was a bit heavy-handed. Suddenly, his martial aunt appeared before his eyes. He shouted again, thinking he had seen a ghost. Can you please reveal a little bit of your presence? I already made you realize it. Luo pointed towards Baek Kyan. That was when you were fighting. Probably because I was busy teaching my junior, so I didn't notice. You saw all of that. The martial ant said she had been watching from beginning to end. Are you planning to kill me to silence me? Chung Mang couldn't possibly go that far. The martial ant's head was experiencing a few minor pains. She was probably afraid her head would end up just like her senior brother's. I'm thinking if I hit you on the back of the neck right now, will you forget what just happened? I see all immediately replied. I've forgotten everything. You've really forgotten? I've completely forgotten. You can rest assured. Then in return, you teach me swordsmanship. After all, she has already witnessed my fight. How can I just ignore it and pretend it didn't happen? After thinking for a bit, he asked, Why do you want to learn that, martial ant? I can't tell you the reason, but I must learn that sword form at all costs. It seems she wanted to learn it not just because the plum blossoms were beautiful. Do you really want to learn martial ant? Our protagonist looked at this person's expression. It was very serious. You don't have to ask me. It's originally a sword form of Mount Hua. So just wait and you'll get to learn it. That sword form isn't at Mount Hua now, is it? So that means she knows the plum blossom sword form was modified in my own way. It's true that Mount Hua doesn't have this secret manual now, but it's about to return after it's been prepared, he added. Our protagonist was standing up and preparing to do something. The martial ant was watching her junior brother's actions intently. Suddenly, a stream of light appeared from his fingers. Chung spun it around for a moment as if performing a magic trick. Then he did it faster. Luol's eyes widened in amazement. She realized this was the Jade Maiden Sword. This was a sword form she had spent a long time learning. She didn't understand the hidden meaning behind him showing this. This technique was a bit different from what she had learned. It wasn't just a difference in the sword path, but a fundamental difference. This is the Jade Maiden Sword, isn't it? Chung Mang confirmed this with his martial ant. After he was done, he asked again if she understood. I see, all shook her head, not understanding anything. Although I don't understand. I know what you mean by saying that. If you don't reach a certain level, you can't learn it. For now, I need to master what I have and build a solid foundation first, right? I thought she was just beautiful, but she's also very intelligent. You're not to tell anyone about today, martial ant. Otherwise, I won't teach you. She immediately agreed to this condition. But she didn't forget to remind him of the status between the disciples. I know that you're an obedient martial ant. Feeling very satisfied, he prepared to leave. It seemed there was something else. So he turned back to remind her, throw that idiot into a room for me, will you? If you leave him lying there, he'll catch a cold and die. Luol was still pondering what had happened. Her mind was constantly echoing the two words, plum blossom. She then thought about things in the past. Her father's words were always imprinted in her mind. I will definitely restore this sword form and one day I will return to Mount Hua to atone for my mistakes. My dear daughter, please come with me. Mount Hua is a place like no other. It seemed there was a very sad story with a martial ant in the past. It could also be one of the reasons why she was so insistent on having our protagonist teach her the sword form. I must learn this technique at all costs. At the same time, Chung Mian was casually returning. His two senior brothers were waiting at home. Still awake at this hour? Your training schedule seems too relaxed. No, something big has happened. Junior brother, the martial uncle, is missing. The others have gone to the White Plum Blossom Hall to look for him. He felt this had nothing to do with. If I had known, I would have beaten him up as rumored for my own satisfaction. So, this has nothing to do with you, right? He nonchalantly replied to Yun Jiang that it did. You were with a martial uncle. It's not what I think, is it? You're a sensible kid, so that would never happen, right? The senior brother was afraid of what he had predicted. He was thinking that our protagonist had beaten or punched the martial uncle in the face. Chung Mang again reversed and denied it. Even if my nerves aren't normal, why would I go and hit a martial uncle? I didn't hit him. I beat him relentlessly like you'd beat a mad dog. Hearing the first sentence but not the second, Yun Jiang felt very relieved. Suddenly, he remembered his junior brother's words more clearly. He now felt like he was about to fall into depression. This person's voice shouted in reproach. Even when you do crazy things, you have to know your limits. Why did you beat up the martial uncle? Do you know how big of a crime it is to strike your own master? Feeling a bit annoyed, Chung Mang pushed his senior brother away. Don't worry, I've resolved everything smoothly. Don't think I don't know anything. A person has to follow some principles at least, right? Did the martial uncle say anything? But he can still talk, right? He told me to hit him harder. The two senior brothers didn't know if that was true or not. But if you think about it, there's nothing wrong with it. These are two completely different things because that person is a martial uncle. Our relationship is brotherly, so we don't need to be so calculative. Yun Jiang said, "What did you say? Did you agree?" I didn't agree. I just hit him. I felt good, so I hit him until I was satisfied. Stop worrying and go to sleep. You'll know when you wake up. The senior brother was at a loss for words with Chung Mang. Did you really hit him? Jogo had already realized something else. He may talk fast and wild, but he absolutely does not lie. This monster will play any game now. Then where will Mount Hua go from here? Time passed until the early morning of the next day. The other two had been at the White Plum Blossom Hall since early. Looking like this, it seemed they were waiting for something. Yun Jiang calculated that the second-generation disciples would come sooner or later. I remember they have to sneak up on us and then bully us. He thought again about what happened last night with Chung Mang. I don't know if he really resolved it smoothly. But it might actually be over. This is the first time I've known that the thought of solving a problem with a martial uncle by beating him up actually exists. It seems very quiet today. So that means Chung Mang really defeated Baek Kian. If that weren't true, there's no way they would have changed like this. So that means he's stronger than the martial uncle, right? Zhou Gol continued, why do you keep asking such a question? It's already obvious. But what if he's compared to Southern Edge? Even compared to Southern Edge, Chung Mang wouldn't be at a disadvantage. I don't know what will happen if he participates in the Manhwa conference. If he participates, it won't make a difference, his senior brother replied. Having a master in a sect is something to celebrate, but if there's only one, it won't do anything. It could also raise Mount Hua's reputation. If Chung Mang disappears, our sect will be ruined as before. We shouldn't rely on our junior brother. We have to get stronger ourselves. Until no one dares to look down on the disciples of Mount Hua. Only then can we say we have truly revived. Jogo felt these words were very reasonable. There was nothing to refute his senior brother with. Speaking of a Manhwa conference, I'm curious, too. We have to go, right? Chung will either truly become the hero who changes Mount Hua or he'll become the overlord who rules this small place. While they were talking, our protagonist's voice shouted, Martial Aunt, I have nothing to teach you. That woman immediately brought up the Jade Maiden Sword. Go find Martial Uncle on geometry and ask him to teach you. That sword form is for women. I can't just teach it. The two of them thought. Has the martial aunt always been so talkative? Putting this aside, it was time to prepare for training. Up nearby, the second-generation disciples were observing. Chung and his martial aunt were still playing cat and mouse. Senior brother, are we just going to let it be? He doesn't look like he's repenting at all. Isn't this the time we should punish him? How dare someone like you even say that word? Baek Kyan spoke up. Baek Sang didn't understand what his senior brother was saying. I can't say that I went and got my ass kicked. How can he hit someone without leaving a single external wound? That brat is truly a vicious person. Why aren't we allowed to touch the third generation disciples? I don't understand your meaning at all, senior brother. If I recounted what happened last night, Kyan would probably be very embarrassed. The Manhwa conference is coming up. I realize now that I didn't think things through. Punishing a third generation disciple can be done anytime. The important event that happens once every 2 years is the priority. Considering the current situation, it's better to temporarily put everything aside and bet on the Manhwa conference. Our enemy is Southern Edge, not the third generation disciples. Have you forgotten the reason we went into seclusion? Baekong didn't dare to refute his senior brother's thoughts. Baek Kyan figured he should change the subject. Otherwise, if he asked more, he'd be at a loss for words. Thank you for understanding me. For now, let's put aside the matter with the third generation disciples and focus all our efforts on getting revenge in the upcoming Manhwa conference. Go and check on the martial arts of our junior brothers one last time. Baek Sang obediently agreed and went to do it immediately. When the Manhwa conference is over, I won't remember the etiquette matters of the third generation disciples anymore. Looking at the scene below, he found it hard to believe. When the event happens, Southern Edge will be even more surprised than Mount Hua. For now, I have to do what needs to be done. All my efforts will be proven at the Manhwa conference. Baek Kyan was eagerly waiting to show off to the sect leader. Do I really have time for such nonsense? Perhaps he was thinking of a certain opponent which made him very determined. Everything would probably be answered at that time. I will definitely prove my worth. At the same time, the sect leader and the instructor were talking. Today the disciples of Southern Edge will arrive. Have you prepared everything? This time there will be no problems with receiving the Southern Edge sect. Han Zhang was relieved because Mount Hua's economy had stabilized and there was no fear of losing face. The more I think about it, the more I realize that Kid has done us a great service. It's not just about food and drink. He also helped Mao regain its face. The instructor wasn't surprised as the sect leader always defended Chongmyeon. What do you find a tea? The fragrance seems to have gotten richer. It was dried for a long time and only now has the fragrance faded a little. The flower petals were dried for a decade and only now do I realize it. Mount Hua is similar to it. I said we would restore our past glory. But in reality, enduring every day is truly difficult. After enduring for so long, we've finally reached this day. Sometimes to get the answer, we just need to wait, not use any schemes or tricks. It seems we're not the only ones who have become better. Geometry felt the sect leader was mistaken that the task was completed. He has chosen the path of relentlessly honing himself until his last breath. He always trusts to the sect leader's way of handling things. Under the leadership of this sect leader, Mount Hua will restore its past glory. But if that becomes a reality, it won't be because of my efforts, but thanks to the efforts of the disciples. How can it not be your effort? Haiyan Zhang was aware of his own shortcomings. If Mount H wasn't in this state, how could I have become a sect leader? If my senior brothers hadn't left, I would probably just be studying some Taoist scripture and living day by day. The fact that they left proves that they were not qualified to be sect leader. You are the true righteous sect leader of this Mount Hua. So this was the reason he was nominated for the top position. Han Zhang then asked about the story of the second generation disciples. Geometry had many unspoken thoughts. Sect leader, to be honest, I'm a little scared. You think the second generation disciples are not strong enough to face the disciples of Southern Edge? I really want to believe in them, but he also wasn't sure that Mount Hua would defeat Southern Edge. Then what about the third generation disciples? The instructor replied, "They've all prepared with all their might." They're even more enthusiastic than that. The instructor was concerned because the kids hadn't been in the SE for long. The sect leader posed another question with a hidden meaning. If there's a mountain in front of you, what should you do? Seeing that his junior brother couldn't answer, he added that he had to cross it. If there's a road, you turn back. If there's time, you rest before going. But if there's neither, then we have to cross that mountain, right? Even if we can't cross it, we'll still gain experience that will help us cross mountains more easily in the future. The Manhwa conference is a place for exchange. Winning or losing is not important. Consider it a place for exchange. And what's important is who can develop more. Geometry understood that these words were profound. Caesar, you're absolutely right. They've come a long way, so try to prepare a thorough reception for them. La Huang of the Yuna Merchant Guild will continue to help us, so there shouldn't be any problems. I'm afraid Southern Edge won't let us off easily. Don't worry too much. Everything will happen in its own time. And so, their conversation ended. The instructor bowed in greeting and excused himself to prepare. The room was now empty, except for Haiyan Zhang. This person had too many worries in his heart. He thought about the story of winning and losing. He felt ashamed for lying to himself like that. Although he now had the 7-plum sword manual found by Chong Yang, but returning Mount Hua to its golden age was almost impossible. Suddenly, a plum blossom petal fell into his teacup. The SE leader immediately thought of the plum blossom sword form. As long as I have the plum blossom sword form, everything will be successful. Oh, ancestors, please bless Mount Hua. The scene shifts to the center of Hua Eum town. The streets were bustling with trade. The disciples of Southern Edge were here. His eyes were looking up at the peak of Mount Hua. Not understanding what he was thinking, he turned to ask his senior brother, was Mount Hua really one of 9 great sects? A sect that was once among the 9 great sects surrounded by such small and desolate villages. It's the other way around. It's because of Mount Hua that this place has a village like this. The fact that they came to Mount Hua and developed this place to what it is today is enough to see how powerful Mount Hua was in the past. Jin Jim Ryan's words seemed to enlighten his junior brother. I really don't understand why they organize such a pointless event. What's the benefit of dueling with those weaklings from Mount Hua? It's better to use that time for training. Hearing this, his senior brother reminded Zhang Xiaohan to be careful with his words. The elders want to do it, so we have to participate. He then looked towards Li Songbek's place. The Manhwa conference has its own meaning. This is the best opportunity for us to avenge our humiliated disciples. After the last beating, Liang Bek was now very calm. He didn't react at all after being provoked. It's been 100 years since we were humiliated by Mount Hua, so we must get revenge. We will do just that, Jean. Jim Ryong asserted. Song Bek didn't care much about that. He thought about old memories. The last time I came here, this place was still just a small village. Now, every time I look at Mount Hua, I think of one person. Who else could this person be but Chung Mion? I don't know, maybe my master and his disciples are walking into a tiger's den. And so, the group continued on their way up the mountain. I don't know what those people were thinking building a monastery in a place like this. A monastery is a place to get away from the secular world and be close to nature. Is it natural to choose a place that is not easily accessible to outsiders? Aren't half of them secular disciples? If Wang were in a place like this, I would understand, but Mount Hua is just unbearable. Some were worried that when they got there, they would have to eat tree roots and stay in a dilapidated room. I don't expect to eat delicacies. I just want a good night's sleep. Great senior brother. Shouldn't we stop this pointless Manhwa conference? You all know our elders have a special feeling for Mount Hua. I really can't understand that. Why are the elders so obsessed with a sect that has fallen into ruin like that? Perhaps it's because they have some potential. Hearing what Jean Gimong said, the other person found it humorous. 100 years have passed and they're still stuck in the same place. So it seems that's their true position. Every sect has experienced prosperity. The most important thing is to live in the present. The others also had to agree with his viewpoint. After all those battles with us, their strength has weakened. What 9 grade SM worried will be kicked off that list? Leon Beck spoke up. I don't think everyone should take Mount Hua so lightly. Everyone was confused when their fellow disciple confided in them. If you're not careful, you'll get a good slap in the face. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. Django Han smirked. Is it like that with you, senior brother? Please don't worry. We won't do things that help Mount Hua regain its momentum like you did. On the contrary, we'll make them lose all their momentum, including the one you created for them. I'm just saying everyone shouldn't be careless. What's different if we're careless? They are Mount Hua. If you're careless, you yourselves will have to pay the price for it. A voice from afar agreed with Lee Songbek's viewpoint. He was slowly approaching. This man's eyes had a hint of cunning. Many more disciples were escorting him. Jin Jim Ryong showed great respect for him. This must be the leader of the delegation for this event. I request everyone to rest for a moment. Have you all forgotten the incident at the Yuna Merchant Guild already? Si Tang's words were like a warning to the disciples. We were humiliated by a sect on the brink of ruin. This has made our sect leader very angry. The sect leader wants to put an end to the relationship with Mount Hua with this event. So don't embarrass us. Otherwise, I will never forgive that person. A swirling vortex on the battlefield will leave no future troubles. Not only must we defeat them, but we must also trample on their spirit. Everyone remember this. The conspiracy of this group was truly sinister. Simon, stop preaching and urged the disciples to hurry up because Mount Hua had been waiting for a long time. After walking for a while, they were almost at the entrance gate. The sound of rhythmic footsteps echoed from afar. Ahead was the Mount Hua sect. Jean Gimong paused to observe. Those following him also did the same. The entrance seems brighter and more beautiful than before. I knew the Yuna Merchant Guild was investing in Mount Hua, but it hasn't been that long. In just a short time, all their financial problems have been solved. They even built a new mountain gate. There's no way it could be this fast. Perhaps they try to repair the mountain gate first for outsiders to see. One of the brats added, it's probably just for show. Even if they change, their nature is still the same. Mount Hua is still all about doing pointless things. As they were entering, the gates slowly opened. Only one person came out to greet Southern Edge. Master Hyanson was responsible for this task. The other group waited silently for him to speak. Elder Sima, you must be tired from your long journey. I'm an elder of Mount Hua. We have met before. It's a pleasure to meet you again, elder. Is the sect leader not coming out to greet us? He is waiting for you inside. Simon felt a bit annoyed by this. A guest comes from afar and the sect leader doesn't even bother to come out and greet them. Hai Sang was fuming. An elder expects the sect leader to greet him. Looking at their attitude, it was clear they were very determined this time. They really have no etiquette at all. With a sigh, he also signaled them to come in. Please, this way. We have prepared a feast to welcome the disciples of the Southern Edge sect. The leader of the rival side acted nonchalantly. Does Mount Hua think the Janhua conference is an occasion for feasting and fun? How can you say such a thing? Well, it's good anyway. Please lead the way. I have to go and see the leader first. Simon thought getting aid isn't worth much. He thought Mount Hua was doing this for show. They must have used the little money to handle the most urgent things. As he was walking, he had to stop and look down at his feet. Isn't the training ground a dirt floor? Mount Hua prepared everything very carefully for this event. Thinking of the halls, he also looked out to observe. Inside, it had also been renovated to look like new. Everything was much more magnificent than before. Didn't they just build the mountain gate? Hyan-sang saw his strange behavior and asked, "What's wrong, elder?" "There's something very different from before." Did Mount Hua receive that much aid? People who call themselves a righteous sect would surely not resort to thievery. The point here was to say that Mount Hua had embezzled money from the Yinha Merchant Guild. Please be careful with your words. Given a thievery, how can you say such a thing? At this point, Chung Myong's voice shouted loudly. "You're talking, Dolly. Dolly, reason/logic like shit." The elders on both sides were startled. "Say that again and I'll beat the hell out of you." Seeing how much of an eyesore it was, he had to do that to show his might. And his other senior brothers were gaping, training their stamina. Simon was a bit surprised that someone would talk to him like that. The old man observed Chong Mang's position. "What the hell did you just say?" "Our protagonist acted in," I asked. "What did you just say?" He immediately ignored him and turned to his senior brother's place. "You've only been running for a short while and you're already asking for a break. Stop messing around and run properly." In reality, he was doing this to get Southern EDG's attention. That's what I meant. For that sentence to reach your ears. How embarrassing. Simon knew very well that wasn't the case. Jin Jim Ryong began to speak. "Please remain calm. It's not a good idea to fight with a brat." He also looked towards our protagonist. "May I ask who you are, young Taoist?" Chung Myong acted naive again, as if he knew nothing. "Even if I tell you, would you know?" The senior brother of Southern Edge heard this and smirked. "I might know, so why don't you try and tell me? Anyway, it's not a difficult thing. I am Chung Myong of Mount Hua. This name is the Vietnamese pronunciation of our protagonist. Everyone, isn't the name of the one who embarrassed Southern Edgium? He looks younger than I thought. I didn't expect that because of this brat, all of Southern Edge's transactions with the top 10 merchant guilds of Shunny have fallen to Mount Hua." Xin Jim Ryong was feeling it was too absurd. "So, you are Taoist Master Chung Mang. It seems you haven't been taught any manners at all." Chung Myong couldn't be bothered to pay attention to his words. "It's too far. I can't hear clearly. Can you come closer and tell me?" The opposite side remained silent. "Are you deaf? I told you to come closer and talk. Can't you hear anything?" A few words like this were making the Southern Edge disciples a bit uncomfortable. What is he relying on to be so arrogant? He took a blow from Li Song-baek and coughed up blood. So, his martial arts aren't that great. So why does he dare to stand in front of me and show that annoying attitude? You are a third-generation disciple, right? Chung comfortably confirmed with him. If so, then I am of your martial uncle's rank. Shouldn't you be the one to step forward rather than making me come closer? That would only happen if you knew some etiquette. A few senior brothers behind also stopped to eavesdrop. He felt this was reasonable. All right, thinking back, you're right. So what if I take those words to the elder standing next to you? Compared to the elder of Southern Edge requesting our sect leader to come out and meet him, me telling a martial uncle to come closer is still quite polite. Am I wrong? It turned out he had overheard them when they were outside the mountain gate. Jin Jiamriang had fallen into a trap of his own making. He made my intentions lag, making me seem like I was criticizing the elder. He deliberately led the conversation so that I would have to say it myself. And by the time he realized it, it was too late for the great senior brother of Southern Edge. Simon gestured for him to stop. You step back for me. This brat's mouth is not to be underestimated. Your affection for your sect leader is commendable, so I won't pursue it further. Do you know what the difference is between my disrespect and yours? That is strength. There must be someone to speak up and criticize for that disrespect to be called meaningless. The right for you to criticize comes from strength. The disrespect of a powerless person like you is just disrespect. But the disrespect of a powerful person like me cannot be called disrespect. Our protagonist immediately retorted. You should learn to speak more simply before talking about etiquette. A child's arrogance is easily forgiven, but at some point that arrogance will take your head. Remember these words of mine. Well, seeing that Chung Mian didn't answer, Simon took the initiative to go in. Shall we continue? Master Hyansang didn't dare to open his mouth to defend his disciple. The Southern Edge members also stopped chasing the flag. Chung Mian silently observed this group. In a stream of people passing by was Li Song-bek. He immediately looked towards him. Although they knew each other, this situation was not suitable for greetings. If he did that, Chung would surely tell everyone the reason he got beaten. Liang-bek only nodded his head and place of words. Our protagonist also took the initiative to respond. This was probably the only disciple of Southern Edge not hated by Mount Hua. Just like that, they all gradually went inside. The mere fact that these thieves dare to bring their asses to Mount Hua is enough to make me angry. And they dare to insult the sect leader, too. I was planning to treat you kindly, but now you're planning to cause trouble. Are you crazy? How can you do that? Joe kept reminding him, why do you dare to pick a fight with an elder of Southern Edge? That person is an elder. The two words, elder, were always on his senior brother's lips. Chung Mian painfully kicked him. Didn't you senior brothers see what those bastards did? And you all could just endure it. We didn't want to, but there was no other way. Everyone listen carefully to what I have to say. His eyes became sharp, his hand pointing towards Southern Edge. He issued a warning to everyone. I forbid you all from losing to those bastards. If you do, I will personally beat you all to death. Even if I die, I cannot see you all lose to Southern Edge. Anyone who lets me see a sight I don't want to see should just be prepared. But we're not confident we'll win. So, you're very confident you'll be beaten to death. If so, then just try it. Even if it's just one person, I'll beat the whole lot of you to death. He had to shout loudly to get everyone's fighting spirit back. Jang Han also had to pay attention to our protagonist. Is that brat worth worrying about? Jin Jimon asked his junior brother. He wasn't sure if he was or not. You don't need to worry about that disrespectful brat because getting angry at a disrespectful person is the privilege of the weak. Only frauds at the bottom of a well who don't know how high the sky is would be so reckless. These words could be understood as them showing contempt for Chung Mian and all of Mount Hua. Don't regret it because we'll still have a chance to punish him later. I really want to know if he can still talk big after his mouth is torn apart. Dong Han thought Chung was the one who picked a fight with the elder first. Xin Jim Ryong repeated the elder's words, the side with the power is the side that has the right to speak. Martial artists should talk with their swords. Just flapping your gums won't change anything. This Zhonghua conference will be very interesting. It felt like they really wanted to beat up our protagonist to vent their anger. Putting this story aside for now, a moment later, Simon went to see the sect leader. He was very surprised by the other person's attitude. Looking at this leisurely attitude, he thought, is it because they have money now? His eyes kept observing the other people. Anyway, there's no way Mount Hua has anything that can surpass Southern Edge. This arrogance is truly baseless. It seemed he was not happy that Mount Hua was developing. This is not pleasing to my eyes at all. I wonder if this tea suits your taste, elder. Haiyan Zhang spoke up. The tea was good, but he still had to show a little attitude. Although the tea is good, I've never liked the taste of plum blossoms. The sect leader of Mount Hua didn't understand what this meant. I don't know for what reason the elder dislikes the rich fragrance of plum blossoms. A forest is always a place full of different scents, including the scent of the earth, sky, grass, and trees. But in places where plum blossoms bloom, there is only the scent of plum blossoms. That scent is so strong that it overpowers all other scents. As he spoke, he was gripping the teacup tightly. Simong didn't dare to look straight ahead, but only at the tea inside. The world is a place where all things live in harmony. Compared to a scent that breaks that harmony, I prefer the faint scent of tea leaves. Hyen Sang understood that this person was always showing his displeasure with their sect. Is he implying that Mount Hua in the past wanted to dominate the world and rejected Southern Edge? Putting aside the tea for now, shall we discuss the main business sect leader? The main business here is about the Manhwa conference. Our sect has no intention of holding this conference ever again. Isn't that like severing the small thread of goodwill with Mount Hua? May I know the reason? The reason is very simple. Simong condescendingly explained further. All the elders of Mount Hua were listening. For Southern Edge, dueling with Mount Hua is a completely meaningless endeavor. It has not helped the development of Southern Edge at all. Isn't the gap between the two sects already too large? Hyen Sang stopped the accountant from speaking and also blared at Sitang. Hyen Jiang also didn't feel too surprised. The Manhwa conference is not just a simple duel. This event is held for the deep friendship between Mount Hua and Southern Edge. Isn't that just an empty name? The relationship between Manhwa and Southern Edge has never been good. To be blunt, it's more like enemies than friends. Everyone present here now probably wants to eat me alive, right? Am I wrong about anything? The relationship is like a broken ceramic vase. Even if you try to mend it, it's useless. Even if you do, you can't erase those shattered traces. As expected, Semat Hang had laid his cards on the table to avoid any more trouble. Hyen Jiang understood now. Southern Edge wanted to put Mount Hua under their feet. This was a clear insult. Thinking back, this was bound to happen sooner or later. Master Unamam thought this was too much. This should have been done long ago, Sima Tang replied. If so, then let me ask you one more question. Does the current Mount Hua have the right to be Southern Edge's rival? This question was more of a confirmation of severing ties. The mere fact that we have received Mount Hua all this time is considered as Southern Edge having fulfilled all necessary courtesies. Both martial uncles shouted because this was too much. Sitang appeared very calm because he was prepared. Did I say anything harsh? Southern Edge has always forgotten its grudges and helped Mount Hua. Isn't holding the Manhwa conference an injustice? Every time we hold the event, we always send a certain amount of wealth to Mount Hua. And you still want to blame Southern Edge? The main reason they did that was to come and laugh in Mount Hua's face every time. And the valuable gifts were just bait. Master Unam was about to give him a piece of his mind when he looked at the sect leader. It seemed he couldn't believe the words he had just heard. He thought back on that sentence. Even though it was hard to hear, I couldn't refute it. If you find it difficult to understand, I will make it easier to understand. Just by seeing the result of the Manhwa conference, Mount Hua will be the one to speak first and say it will never be held again. If you don't want to destroy the children, I hope you will think carefully. After saying that, he immediately stood up to leave. Hyen Jiang had nothing to say. Seeing Sitang leaving, he spoke up to stop him. Is Southern Edge planning to dominate the world? He stopped when the question hit the mark. That is not within my authority to decide. Indeed, from his reply to his behavior, there was not a single bit of respect for Mount Hua. All 5 leaders of Mount Hua fell into a silence. Master Hyen was very angry. At this point, he just wanted to devour Sitang. On geometry knew they were always like this, but this time it was too much. Just an elder, nothing more. And he dares to be so arrogant in front of the sect leader. Shouldn't we make this clear with Southern Edge? The SEC leader thought they should just let it be. No matter what we say now, it's meaningless. No matter how much I'm insulted. I can take it. What I'm worried about now is something else. Now I'm very worried about the children. Geometry still didn't understand the sect leader intention. What he said means that the duels of this Manhwa conference will be more dangerous than ever. What do we do about the pain the children will have to endure now? Everyone was worried about this issue. Master in geometry was planning to stop this event. But thinking as a martial artist, he couldn't possibly do that. To surrender before even trying to fight with those of the same rank, that stigma will follow them for the rest of their lives. Sect leader, you don't need to think that far. They want to show a clear gap between Southern Edge and Mount Hua and will go around spreading the word that Mount Hua is not qualified to be a prestigious sect. This will be a fatal blow to a sect that has already lost its status like us. Isn't that what they're aiming for? Han Zhang knew but was powerless because there was no way. The instructor thought there was no need for any special strategy. Isn't enough that we don't lose to them in the duel? Please trust the children because they have been striving relentlessly every day. Who knows, good news might come to us. The instructor was the one who directly trained them, so he understood this very well. Han Jan was a bit surprised because his junior brothers and the third-generation disciples' faith was too great. Of course, it has to be. How can we let down Chung Mian? He thought of the kids working hard in the training yard. Now it's my turn to prove it to everyone. Pausing this story, we switched to the communal dining hall. The disciples of Southern Edge were eating and drinking their fill. On a table were all kinds of delicacies. Jin Jim Riang didn't seem very interested. He observed the food served by Mount Hua. A feast this lavish makes me feel uncomfortable. Django Han was always observing his great senior brother's gestures. It's true that Mount Hua is being very arrogant. But in the end, the most important thing is still martial arts. Even if you polish a flashy exterior, a sect with subpar martial arts is just an empty vessel. Ryan felt this was very true. He didn't care for those luxurious material things. The only thing he wanted was to fight. In his heart, he was certain he would bring a complete victory to Southern Edge. His voice grew louder, and he acted to get his junior brother's attention. Fame. Well, health and martial arts, we must surpass them in every aspect. If we can't do that, then it's all meaningless. If Southern Edge has any aspect that can be compared to the declining Mount Hua, then that is a humiliation. We cannot let this place hinder us. Our generation must make Southern Edge the #1 sect in the world. Your relaxed attitude as if you've come here on vacation really angers me. Maintain your will and do not forget the purpose of being here. I will not forgive anyone who disgraces a disciple of Southern Edge. The underlings all promised in unison to try their best. The sound of applause from outside the door was heard. Simong appeared again with the disciples. The old man was very happy when his disciples said that. The words I had to say Jimeng has said them for me. In the presence of the elder, he immediately bowed in greeting. Everyone else also had to do the same respectfully. If I knew the elder was coming, I wouldn't have said such things. As a disciple of Southern Edge, you should naturally always keep those thoughts in your head. This event doesn't just stop victory. We have to make them not even dare to mention the two words Southern Edge anymore. Do you understand the words I just said? A duel is to compare martial arts. Not injuring the opponent is a basic rule. But with their momentum like that, we need to reconsider. No matter how much we of Southern Edge cherish old feelings, there must be a limit. The intention here was to request the disciples to be ruthless with Mount Hua. If we fight with that momentum, aren't we also at risk of being injured here? Even if the duel is important, what's the point if our disciples get hurt? You all just be careful and end the duel with the thought of absolutely not getting hurt yourselves. To win, even breaking their legs and arms is acceptable. Jin Jim Ryong promised to manage his junior brothers so that no incidents would occur. After that, Simang made another request. You absolutely must not let that brat run wild. He was referring to Chong Yang. He's not even 20 yet, but if he grows up and leads Mount Hua, that's something I cannot accept. So, we have to eliminate that seed of trouble. Understanding his master's meaning, he immediately called a third-generation disciple. Wang quickly ran to present himself. It seemed this person would be our protagonist opponent. He impolitely greeted the elder. This child's full name was Qian Liang. Although not old, he is considered a prodigy among the third-generation disciples. He is very suitable to face that brat. Tomorrow when the event takes place, I will definitely handle him thoroughly. His voice sounded very confident. Simang felt that this Jianghua conference would be the prelude to Southern EDG's era of prosperity. Mount Hua Sect, you'll be trampled on completely. Time passed very quickly until late at night. Yun Jiang still hadn't gone to sleep and was wandering outside. He opened the door and saw Zhou Jiaol contemplating outside. His junior brother must be very worried about tomorrow's story. In fact, this is the first time I've put what I've practiced into practice. At this point, Zhou sighed again because he had too many thoughts. The senior brother's voice asked, "Why are you here?" "I'm here because I can't sleep, senior brother." When asked about Chong Myong, our protagonist had already been asleep for several hours. Is his courage made of iron? Or something? These two thought Chong Mang wasn't afraid of anything. Both of them were eagerly waiting for the morning. It's not that my courage is big. It's that your courage is the size of a pea. Our protagonist has spoken up to refute Yun Jiang's words. Why are you still awake and talking nonsense here? Zhou's heart was pounding. He immediately took back his words, remembering that Chung would deal with anyone who lost. Only those who are not fully prepared feel nervous. Right. We're afraid we won't perform well tomorrow. Yun Jiang seemed to not trust himself very much. So, if we turn back time to 10 days ago, could you do anything more, senior brother? Even if we go back, nothing will change. The senior brother was terrified when he remembered the arduous training intensity. For those who have prepared with all their might, there's nothing to be nervous about right now. You're not nervous. You just don't believe in yourselves. If you're weak, you have to accept it. The important thing is to do your best. So, have you tried your best, senior brother? Although a bit blunt, what Chong Yang said was also good. Yun Jiang was also trying to change that thought. I've done my best. It's certain that we have worked very hard. This sentence was like affirming his determination to win no matter what anyone says. I will still acknowledge that you senior brothers have truly tried your best. So go to sleep. This will help you maintain your health, both your strength and your effort. When asked about Chong Myong, he wanted to train more. His training was 10 times more important than that Jianghua conference. After advising his senior brothers, he also left. Joel was curious. Is he really going to train? Yun Jian spoke up. Don't worry for nothing. Even if the Jianghua conference is happening, I only see his usual demeanor. He's right to confidently say that you have strived until the last moment. Of course, that includes going to sleep. Now, let's go to sleep. This also seemed to have settled their minds. If you don't maintain your health, how can you fight? The senior brother thought of Chong Yang. This kid is truly a strange brat. With just a few words, he made me and my junior brother stop worrying. No matter what the result is, as long as he's here, the third-generation disciples will become stronger. Zhou then reminded him to hurry up and rest. The two of them happily listen to Chung Mang's opinion. The scene shifts to our protagonist's place. He was wandering to the old familiar spot. This time, he seemed much more cautious. His eyes were always darting around, observing. I hope no one is here today. He was afraid that all would appear. At this point, he just wanted to knock her out and throw her down the mountain. But thinking back, isn't that kid my martial aunt? She's called a martial aunt, so I can't just lay hands on her. What have I done to deserve this fate of having to avoid people in the middle of the night? While cursing his fate, he noticed some movement. It seemed there was a figure nearby. He thought it might be his martial aunt again, but he had to look a little closer. No, that's someone else. Observing carefully, there were two people. It was unclear what they were talking about, but they had to drag each other out at night to talk. Baek spoke up. You seem very relaxed, don't you, senior brother? Why can't I be like that? Jin Jim Ryeon was happy to see his biological brother. It turned out they were two brothers from the same family but with different ideologies. Chung Myeon, knowing this from the bushes, was very surprised. He made a noise that made the martial uncle pay attention. This person knew there was someone following behind. It could be that he knew it was our protagonist right away. Don't call me by that name anymore. My name is Baek, not Dong Ryeon. You can't just abandon the name your parents gave you. No matter what, you are still Tan Dong Ryeon. So that means the two of them are brothers. Our protagonist just wanted to meet their parents to ask why they gave them such childish names. Baek yelled in his brother's face. My name is only Baek. Understand? Please present the movie, The Tale of the Youngest Son's Brother. It seems your life at Mount Hua is not bad. You look well. I simply wanted to see you because I was curious how my brother who ran away from home was living. Didn't you already know 2 years ago? I'm a type who doesn't mind how many times I kick a defeated dog. Baek knew his brother was the type to pretend to be gentle on the outside to hide his rottenness on the inside. To those he thinks are weaker than himself, he will treat them with extreme cruelty and ruthlessness. He knew this well because he himself had been treated that way. The Southern Edge disciple didn't refute anything. If you kneel and beg now, Southern Edge might acknowledge you. I am now a second-generation disciple of Mount Hua with the nickname Great Senior Brother Baek. My goal is to make Mount Hua a sect that stands above even Southern Edge. So don't ever say those words in front of me again. If I begged, wouldn't you just be delighted and pretend you never said these words to me? You're a despicable person by nature. Our brotherly bond is truly magical. Even after being apart for a long time, you still understand me. So well, it's clear you've made a wrong choice. If you want to defeat me, you should have joined Southern Edge to have a chance. But you chose Mount Hua instead of Southern Edge. You joined a fallen sect to defeat me. Even a dog knows that's a ridiculous story. Jin Jim Ryeon laughed loudly, revealing his true nature. Initially, the reason I joined Mount Hua was indeed because I was angry. I wanted to lead Mount Hua, a sect that you all hate, to defeat the older brother who always looked down on me and treated me carelessly. Even if it was out of anger, that thought is still too stupid. I must say that personality suits you. Now, I really like Mount Hua. Living under the identity of a second-generation great senior brother makes my life feel incredibly meaningful. Chung Mong remembered how Lee Song-baek had begged for guidance. If so, then please make me stronger. He understood that this person had his reasons. Living as a second-generation disciple of a fallen sect and feeling that life is meaningful. I'm surprised you can say that. The Southern Edge disciple thought his younger brother had lost his ambition. You're not allowed to look down on Mount Hua. In your eyes, this is very strange. I didn't join because I could eat good food and wear fine clothes. At least this place needs me. The goal I have set for myself is to turn this place into a sect that doesn't have to be jealous of any other place. Mount Hua is the place that gave me a purpose in life. And this is the place that has embraced a child like me with all its love. Jin Jim Ryeon, seeing his strange words, wanted to make Baek Kyan understand. Then let me tell you, you've lived your life wrong. The price to pay for this choice is a lifetime of living a life of humiliation under the name of a third-rate martial artist. And you will stay here forever watching me become the leader of Southern Edge. He thought his younger brother's life was a trashy life and just watching it was interesting. Today, I will show you that choosing Mount Hua instead of Southern Edge was a stupid choice. A fallen sect and a fool. What a perfect combination. Hearing this, Baek Kyan got angry. You are not allowed to use that stinking mouth to mention the two words Mount Hua anymore. Do you believe I'll smash your mouth? Jin Jim Ryeon was not afraid and immediately used his martial arts. His whole body radiated a lot of spiritual power, creating a very strong momentum. Can someone like you do that? After today, you and Manhwa will have no face to show in the martial world anymore. Perhaps these two brothers will fight for their own principles. We will make that a reality. Look forward to it. The Southern Edge disciples suddenly stopped and then left immediately. Baek Kyan was a little worried because of the pressure his older brother had just created. He was not confident he could beat that person. In his mind, he kept comforting himself not to waver. One day, I will become the sect leader of Mount Hua and will reclaim the past glory of the sect. I will definitely make the plum blossoms bloom once more. Chung now came out to praise his martial uncle. Baek Kyan was startled when he saw that. Why are you here? I didn't feel a single bit of your presence. He ignored him and chuckled, thinking of the name Baek Kyan's parents had given him. Did you hear everything? I must say, this junior disciple is deeply moved by your heart for Mount Hua. Martial uncle. He pleaded not to tell anyone about this because it would be very embarrassing. He was very confident because he was the most tight-lipped person in the world. In short, you were Jin Gimon's junior, right? Even so, our relationship is not very close. As he was about to tell his family story, he was interrupted by him. Chung Myeon understood that Baek Kyan's status as a younger brother led to him being bullied and unloved by his family. In the end, he couldn't stand it and ran away to Mount Hua. Don't summarize someone else's life in 3 short sentences. My life is not easy to describe. Chung Mang spoke up again to praise. You did well, martial uncle. Baek Kyan was very surprised by this statement. That thing about coming to Mount Hua. I said you did well. It doesn't matter what your background is or what hardships you faced. As long as you set foot on Mount Hua, you are officially a disciple of Mount Hua. And I will also prove to you how right of a choice it was to choose Mount Hua over Southern Edge. Baek Kyan felt these words couldn't possibly come from a child. However, hearing them, he felt an unusual sense of peace in his heart. So, when will you prove it to me? Chung Myeon nonchalantly demonstrated. What other time could it be? Obviously today. Both of them looked expectantly towards the dawn. It's time we smash those Southern Edge punks. Let's play a big game with them. Very quickly, the sun rose. The disciples of Mount Hua were gathered in one place. Everyone was lined up neatly, waiting for the leader's command. The leaders of the second and third generation disciples were Baek Kyan and Yun Jang. Hyun Jang saw that his disciples looked too tense. There's no need to be so tense. Winning or losing is not important. Just think of this as a stepping stone for the future. No matter what the result is, you will always be the proud disciples of Mount Hua. Chung thought that these words were useless and wouldn't boost morale at all. This wouldn't give them the determination to carry there for honor. Everyone was silent, each with their own thoughts. However, those words would make the disciples feel as comfortable as possible. Our protagonist wasn't affected much because he was the strongest. The sect leader was trying to make sure the disciples weren't burdened by the issue of winning because after all, he knew what his people were like. I'll be here watching you all. Now, let's move out. Very quickly, both sects had gathered their full personnel. The first to enter was the Southern Edge sect. Following them was Master Hyans, leading the Mount Hua delegation. The disciples actively went to their positions. The ranks were very orderly, unlike on normal days. Everyone gathered around the arena to watch and wait for their turn. On this side, Jin Jimon was present in the first round. He was standing opposite his own brother. Simatang was also safe. He sat on the same level as the Mount Hua elders. The atmosphere was now very tense. From outside, Master Unam's voice could be heard. He was stopping the nearby villagers from coming to watch. In addition, there were also some influential figures. Everyone was surprised because there were no invitations. Haiyan Jiang didn't understand what this was about. These people had come to Mount Hua to witness the Jianghua conference firsthand, so they were allowed to enter the mountain gate upon request. Their attire was extremely magnificent, and there were a few familiar faces. They were the famous people of Shangshur, not just famous scholars, but also many merchant guild masters. Why do they want to watch the Jianghua conference? Thinking of this, he looked towards Seat Tang's place. The sect leader remembered the instructor's words. They will take the opportunity to spread throughout the Shangshur region that Mount Hua is no longer qualified to be a prestigious sect. Haiyan Jiang was very angry because of this childish way of acting. Didn't you know that without my permission, outsiders are not allowed in? How can we let them get their way? It's not like that, sect leader, the elder of Southern Edge, spoke up. It seemed this matter hadn't been discussed beforehand. So, you're saying Southern Edge didn't cause this? What on earth is going on? Please explain. Unam hesitated, unable to speak. It's me, sect leader. Lord Huang was also present. So, is he who caused this? The head of Mount Hua was curious why. The guild master of the Yinha Merchant Guild bowed his head lightly. I thought the Jianghua conference would lose its excitement without guests, so I took the liberty of inviting a few people to watch. That's not a bad idea at all. Anyway, this event is being held for the last time. It's fine if it becomes a festival for Shunny. Ken Jiang also didn't know what to do since everyone had already arrived. Chasing him away now would make the guildmaster lose face and affect our business. Hang Manik didn't pay attention and just looked toward Shanyang. He remembered that a few days ago he had sent an important letter. The young guildmaster had personally delivered it to his father. The meaning of the letter was to gather influential and famous people, and the situation would gradually change. I've done as you instructed. I don't know about the rest, he thought. Immediately, Mount Hua had to prepare more tables and chairs for the guests. Very quickly, they were brought out. Not only did they get to watch, but they also had tea tables to enjoy. Chung was now at ease to fight. Unam was the first to step onto the arena. He confidently stepped up to make an announcement. Before speaking, he took a deep breath to build up his momentum. A steely voice was heard from the aces of both sides were eagerly waiting. Everyone's determination was very high. It was unknown which side would win and regain their honor. From this moment on, this year's Jianghua conference is officially open. After the announcement, the first match began. Martial uncle Baek Shian was the one chosen. Facing him was his own biological brother. The underlings below were continuously cheering. You must win, senior brother. Don't lose. You can do it, senior brother. He had more than enough confidence, but it was unknown how the martial uncle would fight. Jin Jim Ryong still maintained a calm and unworried attitude. The late-coming audience was extremely interested. They all had their predictions for the winner in their hearts. Some commented that the Southern Edge disciple was a talent who would usher in an era of prosperity for his sect. This is the appearance of a young hero. People also acknowledged that Baek was a person from Mount Hua and was just as outstanding. White and black, just like a painting. It really makes people look forward to it. But can the disciple of Mount Hua defeat Jin Gimong? I didn't expect you not to run away and even dare to show your face. There's no reason for me to run away from that little southern edge. Before fighting, the two brothers took the opportunity to have a little chat. Han Jiang was waiting to see how his disciple would perform. Without wasting time, Baek immediately got into his fighting stance. As he did, he also spoke up to affirm to his opponent that he was a second-generation disciple of Mount Hua. I am a disciple of this sect. And I will also become the sect leader who will lead Mount Hua. And my name is Baek. After he spoke, he immediately charged in to attack, his sword-wielding hand shaking violently. His brother felt a bit surprised. This was the restoring Blue Yang sword form. The Southern Edge disciple was still tensing up. The Raging Tiger dance technique was executed. The fierce whirlwinds affected the audience. Yun Jiang and Zhou Jiuol thought this blow was too strong. This is an ultimate technique that links attacks together and then charges at the enemy with incredible speed, like a tiger crouching before pouncing on its prey. I've never even seen this before. Since when did the martial uncle become so strong? Even the opponent can't block a single blow. This must be the result of his seclusion. Zhou Jiuol felt that seclusion was very important. Inside the arena, Baek was continuously on the offensive. His eyes were full of killing intent, and he unleashed palm strikes as if he was about to devour his own brother. The sect leader was also curious. When did that child reach this realm? Si Tang didn't seem right at all. Yun Jiang reminded our protagonist, the martial uncle is overwhelming him. He's already cornered Jin Rang. At this rate, he might actually win. He couldn't quite believe it. How can that be? We'll only know who wins and who loses after they've had a few rounds. He hasn't landed a single hit so far. Look at the martial uncle. Does his face look like the face of someone who has a chance to win? From within the dust, the figure of the Southern Edge disciple was as steady as a rock. He didn't have a single scratch on him. Baek was getting tired, not understanding why he kept missing after so many attacks. Another series of sword chi was aimed straight at the opponent. The Mount Hua disciple was trying very hard to gain the upper hand, but with his expression, it didn't seem right. Baek couldn't believe he wasn't hitting him. He accelerated and charged in to close the distance. But another sword strike was easily avoided by Jin Gimong. The martial uncle observed his biological brother very carefully. This person's demeanor was frighteningly cold. Reluctantly, he changed to another stance. His body retreated a little to find his opponent's opening. His hands were now gripping the sword tightly. Another slash missed. His center gravity was quickly maintained. His figure attacked the opponent from behind. Jin Gimong seemed to have eyes in the back of his head as he dodged in time. Baek temporarily stopped to observe further. In his mind, he kept wondering why he couldn't touch him. The Southern Edge disciple's attitude and movements were like he didn't respect Mount Hua. His eyes showed no emotion. Why on earth can I touch him? Perhaps the distance between the two opponents had already made a difference. It was like looking at a sheer cliff that soared into the sky. A cliff that he didn't dare to climb or cross. He felt as if his efforts were gradually running out. Was all the time I spent in vain? Baek roared in anger. Streams of sword ki emanated from his body. His arm was preparing to swing up to unleash a new technique. Dozens of slashes were aimed at his opponent, but again, whatever came was easily dodged. He missed all 10 of his 10 slashes. Baek was frantic as if he was about to lose his mind. Jin Gimong must have been waiting for the right moment. He also moved to get closer to his opponent. The closer he got, the more he prepared to close in. Baek Kyan also ran to intercept him. He didn't understand why the martial uncle had become so angry. In his hands, he was preparing to channel his chi to unleash the next blow. The posture was ready to skewer the opponent. He charged forward at a dizzying speed. The Southern Edge disciple had begun to act. The two of them passed each other as fast as the wind. After executing the move, they had applause like in action movies. Baek Kyan's entire body was suddenly hit. He coughed a few times in pain. His body couldn't control itself, and he knelt down on the floor. Was Jin Jimon leisurely walking in that direction? He still hadn't done anything. At this point, has the winner and loser been decided? Big J's opponents smiled slightly. Did you have fun just now? 2. Annoyed to listen, he immediately turned around to curse him. Before he could finish his sentence, he had already raised his sword. Swish! This blow hit a vital spot. Baek Kyan cried out in great pain. The second-generation disciple of Mount Hua fell flat on the ground. You really are a fool. You think you can touch a single strand of my hair? With that cat-scratching martial art of Mount Hua. Feel it with that body of yours. You need to understand just how stupid you are. As he spoke, he also taught his younger brother a lesson. Baek Kyan was being kicked around like a ball. He rolled from one place to another. Although in pain, he gritted his teeth because he couldn't close the gap in strength with his brother. The sword given for the duel was now broken in two. His hand also had to grip it tightly. He tried to endure and stand up to continue fighting. The initial confident demeanor was now gone. At this point, it was just a matter of how long he could endure. Jin Jim Ryong charged in so fast he didn't have time to notice. He ducked underneath to dodge. Casually, he circled around behind and gave him a few more taps. It was unclear what move it was. But it was like a beast toying with its prey until it was exhausted. And just like that, Baek Kyan was hit by it all. How can I not even touch him? He was trying to keep his body steady so he wouldn't collapse. His whole body was trembling. His determination was still very strong. He roared again to warn his opponent. And then he flew in to attack again. The script was the same as at the beginning. The Southern Edge disciple dodged and his other hand found an opening. By the time Baek Kyan realized it, it was too late. He was truly too weak in front of his relative. The kids were terrified when they knew their martial uncle was getting beaten up so badly. Baekong didn't understand how his senior brother, who usually talks so well, was so different when he fought. He was hit and drops of blood splattered. Baek Kyan fell flat again. He was still trying to force himself to stand up. Even standing is difficult. Yet your killing intent is still soaring. But you can only go this far for the rest of your life. Don't even think of touching the hem of my robe. Are you slow? I've said so much and you still don't understand. Han tried to raise his voice so that everyone could hear. His mouth was constantly muttering about the gap between Mount Hua and Southern Edge. The gap between me and you is too big, isn't it? With that pathetic martial art, how can you be a rival to Southern Edge? If you want to catch up, then leave Mount Hua immediately. There's no future in staying in this place. It will only make people laugh at you. How can you shake the will of a second-generation disciple? I will never leave this place. His voice trembled because of his serious injuries. His breathing became more hesitant than ever. I am a disciple of the Mount Hua sect. Of course, a true man should be like that. Jin Jim Ryong also had some praise for his younger brother's courage, but he didn't let him jump again and finished him with one stroke. Even so, I have no intention of going easy on you. It seems I said this a bit late. And so, the match ended. Baek Kyan passed out on the spot. The junior disciples quickly ran out to check on him. Baekong worriedly called his senior brother's name and now he was unconscious. Fortunately, his handsome face was still intact. His junior brother was angry because of this dangerous way of attacking. "Isn't this too much?" he roared. "This is a duel. What kind of rule allows you to injure your opponent to this extent in a match?" Jin Gimong retorted, "Because it's a duel, things ended like this. If I had a real sword in my hand, do you know what would have happened to him by now? Who knew he was so weak? I thought he could at least block my attack. I'm sorry for overestimating your senior brother." Too furious to say anything, Baek Sang requested to take him for emergency treatment. Partly because he couldn't say anything as he also saw that Baek Chi-fon was truly weak. "I also want to experience the talented swordplay of Southern Edge once." "That's not difficult for you." He immediately called Zhang Xiaohan out for the second match. Let him broaden his horizons. Seeing it was his turn, the other person also came forward. This guy's eyes looked even more dangerous than his senior brother. A demonic smile with a plan to crush the disciples of Mount Hua. Baekong was not afraid and waited for the referee to start. The audience was happily having their eyes opened. The loser was stronger than I thought, but Southern EDG's achievement surpassed all expectations. Truly worthy of being called the #1 prodigy of Shangshur. A sect that has a disciple like him is very suitable for the position of the #1 sect in Shunni. The person next to him also commented that investing in Southern Edge was still better than Mount Hua. Lord Huan couldn't say anything because Mount Hua was at a disadvantage. Although he was a merchant, seeing the scene also made him feel very sad. In his head, he wondered what Chung was planning. "The young Taoist confidently told me to invite everyone. So, I thought he must have had some secret plan. If the Jianghua conference continues in this direction, no matter what method Mount Hawaii uses, they will not be able to regain their former reputation. I hope it's not because I overestimated the young Taoist." Yun Jiang was worried about Baek Chung. Will the martial uncle be okay? Is he badly injured? Chung Myong knew the situation was very serious. Our protagonist remained silent, observing and waiting for his turn. The senior brother showed his face in frustration. Even if your relationship isn't good, no matter what, that person is still your martial uncle. Our own person was beaten so badly, and you could say such calm words. You're truly an inhuman junior disciple. Chung Myong asked his fellow disciple to calm down. What were you expecting, senior brother? At first, did you think he would win? Actually, it's not like that. I didn't expect Mount Hua to win the Jianghua conference. Yang just thought they could at least keep some phase for Mount Hua because everyone has worked so hard. Is the wall of the 9 great sects that high? If just by working hard you can get there, then there would be no one in this world who isn't a master. What's important is not whether you've put in the effort, but how you've put in the effort. Now you should look carefully because all the second-generation disciples are going to lose. Hearing this, Yun Zhang couldn't believe it. There's one person who might win, but it seems that person isn't fighting. At best, Lu Si all has some ability. The senior brother was now accepting it, so we're going to lose miserably. How can we lose? Our protagonist hasn't even shown his face yet. So why worry? I only said the second-generation disciples. Warm up, senior brother. We'll probably have to fight a really grand battle on the arena. The result was just as he had predicted. Baekong was also beaten soundly by Zhang Gohan. By now, he had been beaten to a pulp. What's wrong? Is that all you've got? Can you even get up to continue fighting? As he spoke, he looked towards Chongyang. His attitude suggested that our protagonist was all talk. It's a good thing he's from the second generation. If you're from a third, he'd be eating porridge. Let's see how long that smile stays on your face. A moment later, all the second-generation disciples were also defeated. Not a single person could win. seeing his disciples getting beaten up. Lion Sang was heartbroken. They went into seclusion for over a year and lost 9 consecutive matches. I give up. Shouldn't we stop? If this continues, the third-generation disciples will also be treated cruelly by them. How can we do that? The sect leader couldn't just arbitrarily ask to stop the game. All the influential guests were sitting here. How can we stop when there are famous people from the West in front of us? Are we supposed to say that we're no match for Southern Edge? That's no different from declaring to the whole world that Mount Hua has completely fallen. Even if we get beaten like this, we absolutely cannot stop because of honor. The sect leaders still believe that Mount Hua would one day regain its past glory. I cannot say those words in such a capacity. Now, even if I wanted to stop midway, I can't. On the arena, the second-generation disciples continued to be beaten. Up to now, it was the 10th consecutive loss and not a single Southern Edge disciple was injured. In terms of strength, this sect was truly very strong. Simon was very satisfied with the results his disciples had produced. He couldn't have imagined that things would go so smoothly. This result couldn't be more satisfying. Isn't this the outcome that the previous generations have always hoped? For the guest spectators were also predicting that the outcome of this match had been decided. They couldn't determine if the victory was because Southern Edge was strong or because Mount Hua was weak anymore. The elder of Southern Edge was delighted that public opinion was completely on his side and it was time to end the duel between the second-generation disciple. The next matches would be between the third-generation disciples of the two sects. Simon was waiting for the remaining disciples to extinguish all of Mount Hua's hopes. It was unclear who would fight the first match. Once again, Master Unam was preparing to announce the rules of the fight. He felt annoyed and just wanted to leave this place immediately. His eyes revealed his worry for the little ones. Next will be the duel between the third-generation disciples. Yun Jiang was worried because the result was not as expected. Although he had been mentally boosted by Chung Mayang yesterday, losing 10 matches had made him discouraged. With such a huge gap before my eyes, my previous confidence seems to have disappeared. He turned to his junior brother to assess the situation together. Looking at our protagonist's face, he was a bit startled. It was clear he was very dissatisfied with the recent results. I know you're very angry, but for now, you have to calm down. While sharing the rules of the competition, Unam also had to look at the disciples. A few of them had to advise against letting Mang compete. In reality, he was angry because he was scheduled to fight in the last match. While everyone was comforting him, his voice suddenly roared. Then he shot straight up. If I had fought the first match, the senior brother's morale would be very good. The guests were a bit surprised by this. Chung Myong had landed, ready to compete. Warong was unlucky to have met him. At best, a second-generation disciple could barely handle the moves of the Plum Blossom Sword Saint. Master Unam didn't understand why Chung Myong was allowed fight. He raised his voice louder so that no one needed to announce anything. Who's the first one? I don't care. Just get out here. The two senior brothers were terrified by his don't give a damn voice. Get out here before I kill you all. Simon thought he had gone completely mad. In the end, they let a junior disciple open the show. Very quickly, Yang was chosen. Show that brat his place. He obediently agreed and the boy charged out. He seemed quite confident. As soon as he faced him, he called Chung Mang's name. I will cut out that dog mouth of yours. This kid kept introducing himself. Just as he said the first sentence, our protagonist was already in front of him. Luckily, he managed to say his full name so that Chung wouldn't know who he was fighting. This blow was so painful. He probably passed out on the spot. The Southern Edge elder's jaw dropped because all his calculations were wrong. Yun Jiang and Zhou Jiaoel were the same with so little martial arts. You dare to act so arrogant? You go to hell. The Southern Edge disciple really didn't have time to react. See, Madang was stunned by the image before his eyes. The first match of the third-generation disciples did not go as the old man had wished. What is this? That brat disappeared in the blink of an eye. They, as elders of Southern Edge, still couldn't see Chong Meng's movement. This can't be happening, he thought. Wuong now had no strength to continue competing. It's lucky it was only one blow. If it had been a longer combo, he might have been a mess. Our protagonist ran out to get his sword. Because he wanted to continue fighting. His opponent didn't move an inch. I haven't even used my internal energy yet. What you lying there faking for the Southern Edge side thought he had sneak attacked because he hadn't finished his greeting. Don't the disciples of Mount Hua know any etiquette? Wuong was just now regaining his senses. His whole body was trembling. Chung urged, hurry up and stand up. My time is also limited. He was also a bit worried, not knowing if he could continue fighting. He's like this after just one punch. I can still fight, Wudang said in a small voice. He couldn't help but cough up blood. If I keep fighting like this, that brat might actually die. Chung was thinking of the scenario where the first person he killed after being reborn was a kid with no strength. He called out to the referee. Doesn't this kid need treatment? Master Unam had never encountered a situation like this before. First, I should ask for the consent of both sides. Wuong had torn his clothes to bandage his body's wounds. It was clear that Southern Edge didn't want to lose. The kid's face was as fast as a monkey's. Our protagonist understood that he wanted to continue. The Southern Edge guys must be beasts, which is why they don't give up easily. Lost in thought, his opponent spoke up, mocking him as a despicable person. Aren't you ashamed to pull such a dirty trick? I will chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Even if you bow your head and beg me, it's too late. I'll beat you so your own parents won't recognize you. A stream of curses due to his anger. Let's skip the silly words and continue. I felt guilty for you earlier, but now that useless thought has disappeared. I'll show you what it means to not even be able to touch a single strand of your opponent's hair. Immediately after, Wu Riang became even angrier. Jin Jumon's voice rang out as a reminder. The third-generation disciple of Southern Edge also had to turn back to listen. Junior brother, don't get agitated, and you also shouldn't underestimate your opponent. The kid felt these words were absolutely correct. Perhaps he had understood the problem. His spirit seemed to have returned to continue competing. Your ideal plan is pretty pathetic. At that point, it's best not to cry and beg. Your sword will not be able to touch me anymore. Didn't I already punch you once? Wu Riang roared, wanting to kill Chung Miang at all costs. He accelerated and charged into attack. Our protagonist's stance was ready to counter. His figure now became illusory. It was impossible not to laugh at the contorted face of the Southern Edge disciple. The two opponents clashed with a single technique. Wu Riang froze for a moment. Then the boy winced in pain. His body felt as if it had been split in two from the blow. Chung had no problem at all. He was preparing to turn back and beat him to a pulp. This time, he probably won't have enough strength to even complain. Our protagonist coldly beat him without mercy. The method was like teaching a lesson. These kids nowadays have no manners at all. If only Wu Riang had kept his mouth shut a little more. Wouldn't it have been so much better? He was beaten so badly that he was a mess before he even hit the ground. Chung Miang charged in and kicked him straight in the lower body. The Southern Edge disciple probably won't be able to continue his bloodline after this. Our narrator thinks this is a bit heavy-handed. The boy was in so much pain he couldn't even scream anymore. The great senior brother also felt the pain for him. His entire body hit the ground. At this point, he could only hope the physicians would come quickly to treat him. Chung Myung approached his opponent. He looked at him with contempt. What's wrong? You can't touch me, can you? Poor Wu Riang. Just because he wanted to show off, he ended up like this. A stream of blood flowed like a rainbow in front of his senior brothers. Our protagonist did this to show his might. To the Southern Edge group. What are you all surprised about? Although it was very humiliating, Jin Gimong couldn't do anything. He leisurely returned to Mount Hua's position. The elders in the distance also had to pay attention to their disciple. What the hell is going on? Am I dreaming? The accountant elder didn't think Chung Mang could defeat a third-generation disciple of Southern Edge, and he won so overwhelmingly. He turned back to talk to the sect leader. The head of Mount Hua's expression was no different. Master Hyansang was in the same mood. That child can't be that strong. This is absurd. You should have lost, right? These two had predicted that Chung Myung would lose miserably. Hyan reprimanded. Why are you praying for the boy to lose? Hyansang turned to ask the instru. After he replied, the boy has only been in the sect for less than 6 months. After only 6 months, he could defeat his Southern Edge disciple. Wu Yang was lucky to be pulled out by his senior brothers for treatment. To reach that state in such a short time, there's no sign that he had learned martial arts before entering the sect. Geometry himself also didn't know for sure because our protagonist never showed it. The sect leader thought Chung Mang only knew how to do business. If I didn't expect more from that child, wouldn't I be too heartless? The martial arts talent he just showed seems to not just stop at this level. Han Jiang felt that Chung was a martial arts genius. Anyway, we won one match, right? Isn't that enough to regain our face? The sect leader thought it was not just about keeping face. A talent who can step up and shoulder the responsibility of succession for the next year of Mount Hua has appeared. Turning to the special guests of the event, it seems the Mount Hua disciple has won. Lord Huang spoke up. If he fought in the first match, then it's clear the Southern Edge disciple is also an outstanding talent among the third-generation disciples. Everyone thought only Southern Edge had them. But now Mount Hua was not lacking either. The guild master, the Yunham Merchant Guild, was very confident in his decision to invest in Mount Hua. Perhaps the young Taoist had already predicted the entire current situation. At this very moment, none of them could see that Chung was a big fish. He thought, don't anyone dream because I've already caught this fish early. If the other third-generation disciples all lose, then everything will just end with that child's superiority. This assessment was indeed well-founded. There was nothing wrong with what they said. Show them young Taoist. Lo Huang also wasn't sure that Mount Hua would continue to win. There were many confusing thoughts in his head. Will it all end with a fluke or will it end with the start of Mount Hua's counterattack? The scene shifts to our protagonist's place. He felt very refreshed because he had eaten them without missing a single punch. The voices of the second-generation disciples were praising his performance. Well done. You should have trampled him even more. Seeing that, I feel a great sense of relief. Yun Zheng understood that everyone's morale had been restored thanks to that victory. The martial uncles ran out to submit. In admiration. Chung Myung's nose puffed up at the praise. I'm not in a mood for flattery, so go somewhere else. He then called his senior brother back. His eyes seemed to speak volumes. Yun Zheng understood his junior brother's hidden meaning. He knew the next match would be his. Chung had done his role very well. In fact, it was a bit excessive. I have to be determined to maintain this atmosphere. What are you standing there frozen for? Get up on the dueling stage. He was a bit appointed for not receiving any words of encouragement. Do you have any advice for me like the characteristics of Southern Edge's martial arts? Just aim for your opponent's head and smash it. Even if I tell you, can you apply it? Understanding his junior brother's meaning, it was time to go into battle. Time seemed to pass much slower than the first match. Everyone was looking at him with expectant eyes. I have to try to live up to that expectation. It's not just about winning. This will greatly help Mount Hua. And I can't lose here. As he was hesitantly walking out, Mang reminded him. Yun Jan turned back startled. If you lose, you're dead to me. Losing to the Southern Edge guys was not as scary as this. The senior brother understood immediately. How could he waste all that training? All his efforts were for today. Everyone was silently waiting for the two contestants to compete. Yun Jang slowly walked onto the stage. His mind was very steady as he introduced himself to his opponent. Yun Jang, third-generation disciple of the Mount Hua sect, asks for your guidance. Jin Jim Riang was quite angry that the opposing side had gained confidence. He shouted loudly, calling for someone to come up and fight. Get out there. Beat that arrogant brat to death for me. Yun Jang's opponent immediately ran onto the stage. How dare you break Southern Edge's perfect winning streak? His face was contorted with anger as he thought of Chung. You're stronger than I imagined. But the other disciples are not like that. Your victory alone cannot become Mount Hua's victory because I will never let that happen. The opponent of the third-generation senior brother of the Mount Hua sect was a familiar face because he had faced him 2 years ago. Time passed so quickly it was a bit bewildering. Yun Jang remembered the day he was defeated. At that time he was beaten to a pulp. He couldn't find a way to touch his opponent. Thinking of it always made him feel ashamed. In his mind, he was always thinking of Chong Myung. If he hadn't appeared, the result today would be the same. Every year, Ma always lost miserably. But this time, it was definitely not. All the training will not be in vain. The image he thought of caused a lot of turmoil in his mind. I was so desperate that no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't win. Everyone had given up before that wall of despair. Yuan remembered the idol he pursued. Only one person dared to stand up and challenge it. No one at Mount Hua has such a will. Even if he failed, he was never discouraged. That person, and then suddenly Chung Mang fell from the sky. I didn't expect him to be so strong compared to his appearance. Thanks to that brat, everyone had lived and died. Half a year to train with all their might. With such arduous training, can the gap between Mount Hua and Southern Edge be shortened? I can't be sure. No matter what the result is, it doesn't matter. And I won't lose easily. As he was thinking this, Yun Jang's opponent reminded him, last time I saved you face, but today I'll show you what bone-deep pain is. I have no intention of thanking you. The two opponents took the initiative to start. His stance was exactly the same game as last time. The attack was fast, accurate, and the sword path was perfect. I couldn't even block one of his moves before. That was just a thought from 2 years ago. Yun Jang had changed and was no longer weak. He was applying everything he had learned into this match. The sound of the clash became fierce. The Southern Edge disciple was surprised. The senior brother had pushed him back. It seems you haven't just been playing around all this time. Even so, nothing will change. Seeing his opponent accelerate so fast, he was a bit scared. Yun Jang had to try to move and dodge the technique. His sword moves were not only faster, but also heavier than before. How can he still deliver so much power to the sword at this speed? It seemed he had become twice as strong as their last confrontation. Is this his true strength? The Southern Edge disciple continued to actively pressure his opponent. Yun Jang was still vaguely fighting and thinking. The clashing sounds were constant. Why can I see everything? After a while of fighting, the other person also seemed to be at a disadvantage. The two of them were slipping and stumbling. He was very surprised. Why can he not only block my sword moves now, but also push me back? Yun Jiang himself also didn't understand why. The two of them were reasoning with each other. I'm not kidding. I'm being serious. Are you going easy on me to embarrass me? Don't get your hopes up. You just got lucky and blocked a few moves. The Southern Edge disciple angrily charged in again. The Mount Hua disciple gracefully dodged. Then he counterattacked when his opponent revealed an opening. His opponent was hit, but still stood firm. His mind was now very scared. Yun Jiang still didn't understand how he did it. In his head, he thought of our protagonist again. What on earth did that brat do to us all this time? He got so angry, he shouted loudly. He still didn't waver. His opponent had immediately shot towards him. His face was feeling very passive. I can do it because I've trained so many times. I've repeated that countless times. Yun Jiang was preparing to use the upper plunder stance. All transformations and final sword moves originate from the fingers. I must always keep my lower body as steady as Mount Hua. Don't miss any of the opponent's changes with your own eyes. Spiritual power was emitting from his hands. Yun Jiang was waiting for the right moment. He remembered Chung Mang's words. You must have the determination to not need to swing your sword a second time and not hesitate even for a moment. The Southern Edge disciple was hit as soon as he got close. He quickly lost sight of him. His center of gravity quickly dropped. His two hands managed to block Yun Jiang's sword stance in time. This was truly not his calculated. The Manhwa disciple was still determined to strike this blow. The power was too strong to resist. The image from the past was recreated. The sword flew into the air and fell far away. The tip of the sword had broken in two. The result seemed to have been known beforehand, and Yun's mouth hung open, not believing his eyes. The Southern Edge side was just as surprised. Both the elder and the great senior brother were very surprised. He, the opponent, who had tormented him years ago, had now been paid back in full. His whole body collapsed to the ground. And so Yun Jiang had done what Chung Mang had expected. He then sheathed the sword. His demeanor was again preparing to bow. The Mount Hua disciple thanks you for your guidance. The junior disciples outside understood the situation. The whole group shouted with joy. Senior brother Yun Jiang did it. Mount Hua has defeated Southern Edge. Yun Jiang just wanted to faint. It was true that the elders had gone from one surprise to another. It's truly unimaginable. Yun Sang was proud of the third-generation disciples. The martial uncles had to run out to welcome the winner. Joel still couldn't believe it. Senior brother, how did you win? What do I have to do now? Even if you wanted to lose, you couldn't. His happy eyes looked straight at Chung. How did you do that? He asked our protagonist. It's nothing special. I just made it possible for you senior brothers to win. The Southern Edge guys are really strong. For that age, they are truly very strong, but on the other hand, they are also quite weak because they have learned too much compared to what they need to learn at that age. The more you learn, the more you know. Isn't that a good thing? Cultivating martial arts is like building a tower. How solid the foundation is, the lower floors will determine how high the tower can be built. They just keep building higher without reinforcing the lower floors. What would happen if that tower were to collide with a tower with a perfectly built first floor? The foundation of martial arts cultivation is only one. Use your own body perfectly. And then attack the opponent accurately. From that fundamental, a tree will grow, the trunk will pierce the ground, and branches will grow from the side. It will be faster, more accurate, and more solid. I just help you senior brothers focus on that middle part. As he spoke, he asked his senior brother to look at Joji's match. The movement was much clearer and different than before. His lower body doesn't waver at all. The sword path is very neat. His vision can see everything calmly. In addition, there is one more thing. The concentrated force allows one to use the full strength of the entire body to deliver a single blow. At this time, that's enough for now. With just that, you can sweep away all your peers. Yun Jiang wondered again. If this is so easy, why don't the other sect train like us? It seems what you senior brothers have been training up to now is too easy. Chung Myong then shared his life experience of 100 years to become the person he wanted to be for his senior brother. Why not? Just by doing that, you can become a gentleman. Yun Jiang was vaguely understanding his junior brothers. Hidden meaning. He thought no one knew how to become a true gentleman. In other words, even if ordinary people know it, they still can't do it. Nothing is more important than effort. Even the sages have always emphasized that. Do you senior brothers know why? Cultivate to the point where you feel like you're dying and coming back to life. Always pushing yourself to your limits. Always striving and striving like that. In reality, it's possible to do those things. The result is just like on the stage now. Yun Jiang understood everything clearly. When his senior brothers can endure it, the winner and loser are already decided. A series of Southern Edge disciples were successively defeated. So this is the meaning of training all this time. Where on earth did that brat learn those things? The senior brother quickly turned back to continue watching. Mount Hua had won again. In the blink of an eye, it was 4 consecutive matches. He understood that the other junior disciples didn't have much strength. If it were the event 2 years ago, the gap would be too big. The results of those matches were all losses. In other words, Mount Hua has now defeated Southern Edge. Thinking of this, a Southern Edge disciple collapsed again. The competitor himself also didn't understand why he had won. He simply did his best. Try his best to create what he wanted. All the third-generation disciples shouted with joy for the victory. The number had reached 10 consecutive matches. The momentum was now very strong. The Southern Edge side was silent and no longer arrogant. Yun Jiang gratefully thanked Chung for this. Our protagonist thought it wasn't like that. We lost 10 consecutive matches, so now it's just a draw. It seems the senior brothers still don't know anything. In my dictionary, that word does not exist. Yun Jiang knew that his junior brother would not let Southern Edge get away with it. If I just let things be like that, I would be so ashamed for the rest of my life. I wouldn't know where to hide my face. If it just ended in a draw like that, I wouldn't have started it. The debt for stealing the precious plum blossom sword form of Mount Hua hasn't even been fully paid. And they dare to speak so recklessly in front of the sect leader. They dare to look down on Mount Hua. So how can I let those bastards go back safely? If I did that, then I wouldn't be the plum blossom sword saint. After thinking, he announced to everyone, "You've seen your brothers. Watch what I'm about to do now. Watch carefully and don't miss a single movement." Our protagonist continued to show his face. The other disciples looked at him in confusion. Watching from the back, they seemed to be mesmerized. That back was the back of the one who would lead Mount Hua. At the sect leader's place, he had just woken up. He was in a happy mood because this day had finally come. Although I always believed this day would come sooner or later, I didn't expect it to happen in my time. Master Hyan Sang said cheerfully, "Sect leader, the children have done it. I can't even describe my current feeling with words. I can only repeat the 2 words, 'That's right,' countless times. Now I can die and face my ancestors with pride." Observing our protagonist's place, the sect leader also didn't understand why he was competing again. Simong was continuously berating his disciples. After losing so miserably, you still dare to look up and return to Southern Edge. You idiots have dragged the honor of Southern Edge down to the ground in front of so many people. You let that bunch of Mount Hua kids beat you. Jin Jim Ryong also showed great anger. Southern Edge's perfect victory has just been shattered bit by bit. Chung Mong's voice called out to them, "Hey, wait a minute." The elder and the great senior brother of Southern Edge turned to pay attention. "I still have a question I want to ask you." It turned out this question was for La Huang. "I saw you standing in the middle and watching from beginning to end. So, I thought you would make an appropriate judgment. Therefore, I want to ask you something. As you see it, which side won this battle?" He understood that our protagonist didn't want to end the Manhwa conference with a draw. It was unclear what his intention was, but this person still had to respond. "I think we should clearly determine the winner and loser," as the young Taoist said. The guest next to him thought that Southern Edge would win because the second-generation disciples were very strong. Isn't the meaning of the Manhwa conference to look towards the future of his sect? The other person continuously refuted and insisted that Southern Edge was the winner. La Huang also felt it was very difficult to draw a conclusion. If it ends like this, won't the viewers who have been watching all this time feel annoyed? It's better to just clearly decide the winner and loser. Southern Edge and Mount Hua have both won 10 consecutive matches. Besides those who have lost, we just need the winners to fight each other again. Wouldn't that solve everything? Chung Miang suggested getting rid of the one-on-one duel format. Whoever wins will continue to fight the next person. Let's just call this a wheel battle. Fight like this until the last person. Whichever side has someone left, that side wins. Jean Jim Rion was very angry because of this kind of rhetoric. What do you all think of my opinion? If anyone is afraid of losing, they can just admit defeat. See, Madang spoke up. What did you say, a wheel battle? I understand that. Who are you to dare to represent Mount Hua and make a proposal to us of Southern Edge? Then you could just ask the SEC leader yourself. Didn't Mount Hua teach you any manners? Don't you find that proposal interesting? A guest also spoke up. I'm looking forward to that. Forget about whether it's fair or not. If we can continue to watch an interesting duel like this, what could be more fun? Hearing this, everyone had to agree with this viewpoint. So now we just need the two sects to agree, right? The elder of Southern Edge was speechless. The sect leader of Mount Hua didn't understand what his disciple was planning. The instructor also hoped the sect would approve of this. The boy is a very intelligent child, although a bit excessive. But please trust him. A child like that can't possibly not know what we're worried about. He must have a plan in hand. So, please agree, sect leader. Haiyan Zhang was very hesitant and couldn't decide. He turned to Haiyanang and Haiyan for their opinions. Then he reflected on everything. If I make the wrong decision, Mount Hua will be in ruins. His voice rang out that he would agree. Sim Tang felt very troubled. If that's the case, then Southern Edge also agrees. It was a good thing for Chung Miang to give him a beating. Suddenly, the senior brother ran up. He then pulled our protagonist down. Can you please stop causing trouble? How can we beat that second-generation group? That side has the number 1 prodigy of Shangzhou, GM Ryan. How can we beat him? Have we become that strong? I'm doing this because you suddenly made such a baseless proposal. If there were other second-generation disciples, Zhou Ji could probably fight them. But the moment Jin Jimong takes the field, the third-generation disciples of Mount Hua probably wouldn't even have time to do anything before being beaten to death in a flash. After all, he's in a different realm. What's your plan? Do you have one? How can you ask our protagonist about a plan? His plan was the wheel battle itself. See, Madang guessed they will send 9 disciples to fight in a row and the last one will be Chong Mong. If 10 people come up, I'll fight 10 people. 20 people, I'll fight 20. I'll take down however many. There's no need to fall into the enemy's trap like that. I'll be the last one. Even if I beat all 10 third-generation disciples, it's nothing to be proud of. Southern Edge had requested Lu Bec to fight first. I will absolutely not disappoint you. What kind of B-plan are you trying to pull on me? I'm the plan of Mount Hua. Hurry up and let go of each other, his voice urged. Lu Bec really wanted to give our protagonist a beating. He had already taken the initiative to step onto the stage. Now, the rank of second or third generation no longer mattered. Chung also thought to himself, even if Mount Hua is strong, if it can't prove it, no one will know. We have to make others feel the change with their bodies and see it with their own eyes. That's the fastest way to reclaim Mount Hua's reputation, which has fallen to the bottom. Although the third-generation disciples defeating the third-generation disciples of Southern Edge is also an interesting thing. And if the third-generation disciples of Mount Hua were to defeat the second-generation disciples, that would be an amazing thing. And what about something even more special? Like a third-generation disciple of Mount Hua single-handedly defeating all the second-generation disciples of Southern Edge. That would be a story that would shake the entire martial world. After thinking, he also turned back to remind his senior brother. Remember my words carefully. You must watch clearly and absolutely not miss anything. Lu Bec spoke up that confidence of yours can be called number one under the heavens. I will teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Confidence without ability is a shortcut to failure and shame. Chung, third-generation disciple of Mount Hua, requests a duel with Southern Edge. The opposing side also politely introduced themselves in response. The senior brother felt something was unusual. My junior brother, who is always provoking his opponents, is being so polite now. His figure was like a sword cultivator about his step onto the battlefield. He also turned back to remind Zhou, go, don't miss a single movement. Of Chung Mang. Absolutely do not blink. Today I will create a legend. Lu Bec had already prepared his stance ready to attack. Today I will correct that attitude of yours. The SE leader realized the technique looked very familiar. Since when did Southern Edge have that kind of swordsmanship? The Southern Edge disciples' sword dance looked very beautiful. Chung Mian remained calm, waiting for an opening. In a single moment, he had seen that direction. With just a very light move, he could stop him. He's already neutralized my sword form. Not only did he neutralize it, but he also took the initiative to attack. A sword had cut into the middle of his body. The power became overwhelmingly terrifying. This was not a flashy technique or a sharp, fast sword. It was just a simple thrust into the sword's path. However, the speed was dizzying. There was not a single flaw. Lu Bec found it very difficult because he didn't know how to execute the 7 flowers 12 forms. He now could only dodge and wait. I just need one opening. That's enough. But unfortunately for this person, he was about to fall off the stage. Our protagonist continued to advance towards his opponent. Another sword was swung at his opponent by him. Lu Bec was too engrossed in his own thoughts. Whirlwinds rose and the second-generation disciple was cornered. Without even needing internal energy, it was enough to affect the people around him. Haiyan Zhang couldn't believe his eyes anymore. The Southern Edge disciple was hit head-on. He was thrown backward. Actually, Chung Mian didn't really hit him. It just made him psychologically scared. Lu Bec shouted in horror at this. Our protagonist lowered his sword as the result was clear. His opponent had failed right in front of his teammates. Next person, get up here. It was clear that our protagonist didn't use any internal energy at all. Basically, he just wanted to teach them that Mount Hua was not weak. See, Madong thought he could suppress Lu Bec with just basic swordsmanship. I could do that, too. But how can that brat suppress his opponent so perfectly? Even I'm not sure I can do that. What on earth is he doing? Thinking of this, the old man was preparing to hatch a sinister plot. According to current predictions, it was not good to let Chung Mang grow up. One day, Southern Edge might have to live in its shadow. Was the next opponent. You get up there and fight him. Absolutely do not let him win too easily. Wear down that bastard brat's stamina. Most importantly, don't let your guard down. Our protagonist was still coldly waiting for his opponent. This guy had also changed his attitude from the beginning. The arrogant and contemptuous demeanor was gone. If I don't give him an opening like Lubeck did, there's no way I can lose. As he thought this, our protagonist's huge pressure appeared before his eyes. What is this terrifying feeling? He had disappeared instantly. A basic sword stroke was about to split Jung Seohan's face. This guy quickly raised his weapon to block. The weight was so much that his knees had to buckle. What the hell is this? Our protagonist's footsteps were still moving forward. His opponent knew but couldn't do anything. A cold sword stroke ended the second match. Jang Shan's teeth were all mixed up. He was knocked out cold. Chung's action was still the same. Next person, get up here. His teammates below were amazed. Yun Jang was a bit unfamiliar with that sword form. That brat defeated the second strongest among the second-generation disciples of Southern Edge with just one sword stroke. Chung Myung had a thought in his head again. If I just let you all lose like this, then this punishment is too light. Today, right here, I will definitely leave Southern Edge with an indelible stain of shame. Your mistake will have to be paid for all eternity. Mount Hua offered everything to save the world. Although I tried to stop them, my senior brothers were still determined to sacrifice themselves to stop the heavenly demon. So you people of Southern Edge are living in that world. Mount Hua lost everything because of this. The trash of Southern Edge were not grateful and even dared to steal the Plum Blossom sword form and look down on Mount Hua. And now you even dare to plot to suppress us forever. Every day I had to try to suppress my anger to wait for today. His voice shouted, next person, get up here. This time's opponent seemed discouraged. He shyly ran onto the stage. The confident demeanor that relied on Southern Edge was no longer there. Chung Myung decided not to use the Sect's beginner sword form. I've shown you all the 6 harmonies enough. Jo Ji realized he was using the Falling Blossom sword. The opposite side swallowed their saliva in fear. On his hands, he was also preparing a stance to attack. But since when had our protagonist passed by like a breeze, even his opponent wasn't prepared. Just a very small cut, but the power was very great. The shoulder of his robe was torn to shreds. This guy shouted loudly and charged in for revenge. His feet skillfully turned back. The old move was still performed. The wound was the same as before, but on the right side, his body couldn't control itself, and he also collapsed. Instantly, the sword had pinned him in a vulnerable spot. In reality, he didn't attack with such cruelty. Simply put, he just gave him a light tap. Another victory belonged to Chung Myung. Yun Jang felt it was too different from the Falling Blossom sword he had learned. Only now did he realize that Mount Hua's sword form was even more formidable than Southern Edge's. Chung Myung was proving that Mount Hua's sword form was not inferior at all. Jo Gol was speechless about the Falling Blossom sword. Don't take your eyes off it. That is the sword form of Mount Hua. We will have to cultivate and pass it down to future generations. Show them what the Mount Hua sword form is. Chung Myung. Another match continued and the result was the same. It was still just a single move. Next person, get up here. He had defeated 6 people in a row. The Southern Edge disciples were now really worried. If this continues, we will be defeated by a 3rd-generation disciple. They were pushing each other to face Chung Mang. As a disciple of Southern Edge, are you afraid of a brat 10 years younger than you? The great senior brother spoke up. Have you all forgotten what shame is? This time I will personally take the field. I can't stand to watch that arrogant brat for another second. I don't even know if there's any honor left in Southern Edge. As he came up, he requested his junior brother to bring out a wooden sword to deal with him. Suddenly, he had to stop because Sitang had intervened. You follow the plan I've requested. Man, Suk, you go out and fight. Try to hold them off. It's okay if you lose. Do you understand what I mean? So, this person had to fight reluctantly. The Southern Edge elder requested to Ji to talk privately to discuss. Baek Kyan's older brother obediently followed. You see, the other kids can't win, right? I think so, too. Your thoughts are not wrong. That brat is a true monster. If we turn a blind eye now, he will become a real monster in the future. And he will stand in the way of our Southern Edge once again. Do you understand what I just said? Gimong also thought so, but not to the extent of the elder. That bastard Chung Mang will stand in the way of my Southern Edge. Those words are no different from saying I can't handle him. You are a genius. But how many people are called genius? In this martial world after 4 generations, there have been 10 people. Do you think you can become the number 1 in the world in the future? Those who fight for that title are not geniuses. They are monsters. Only those who go against their innate talent can fight in the harsh battle to win that title. Just as he said 2 sentences, Mansuk had already fallen to the ground. They're monsters like that. Even so, he's just a little monster for now. Even a tiger can be bitten to death by a dog. Jin Jim Ryon was gradually understanding the elders' intention. You go and help him, the old man requested. Before his outstanding talent can fully bloom, crush him. There's only one chance. If you can't kill him, at least cut off his arm. The Southern Edge disciple thought the person in front of him had gone mad. He didn't want to do this. Do it if you don't want to live in that brat's shadow for the rest of your life. The choice is yours, GM Rangan. I will take all responsibility. Just consider it a mishap during the duel. Hearing this, the disciples spoke up mockingly. I'm not an ordinary person who has to live in someone else's shadow. If his existence hinders the glory of Southern Edge, then there's no need to distinguish between methods or means. Sitang was very pleased with this thought. So, you understand what I mean, right? Inside the arena, our protagonist was still gradually defeating the final opponents. This was the 8th match he had won. I was thinking of winning 10 consecutive matches, but it seems that won't be easy. Those brats are just sitting there in fear, so they probably won't dare to step up. He knew very well that the final match would be against Jin Gimong, although a bit regretful. Perhaps he had to be satisfied with 9 consecutive wins. Suddenly, a Southern Edge disciple took the initiative to step onto the stage. I know it's still too early to fight the young Tailist, but I can't just stand by and watch my SE be humiliated from afar. Chung understood they all thought the same. It's a bit interesting that Lee Song-baek is coming up. I wonder how he is trained and changed. The two of them respectfully bowed to greet our protagonist. He also politely responded immediately. Although he's from Southern Edge, this is the only one I don't feel any hatred for. If that's the case, then showing him probably wouldn't be too bad. This was the realm that Leon Beck would one day have to achieve. The Southern Edge disciple had prepared his stance. His center gravity was even more solid than before. His body was radiating a powerful momentum. Our protagonist thought that if he could accept and overcome it, it would be a valuable lesson. But if not, it will be a deadly poison that destroys. It all depends on that person. Lee Song-baek. He roared again and the arena shattered from the force of his effort. He moved at a blinding speed. In reality, Chung Myeon was only revealing his weakest state to the other person. In my time, this was the realm of swordsmanship that Southern Edge desired. Leong Beck was very close. He charged in a slash but missed. The surrounding space became dark. In his head, he wondered where the place was. Suddenly a lot of power attacked from behind. His eyes widened when he saw that scene. The pressure of the Plum Blossom Sword Saint was too great. So much so that his opponent was as small as an ant. Li Beck tried to comfort himself that the truth was not like that. He didn't understand what kind of monstrous power this was. The pressure is crushing me, making it impossible for me to escape. A sword stroke also cut the Southern Edge disciple in two. Chung Miang's internal energy was truly profound. Liang Beck was defeated before he could even feel anything. His body was also out of control. It seemed that our protagonist was still holding back with him. Although he lost, his opponent's mouth was still smiling in acceptance. I've seen the realm of the unity of board and self. Chung Miang ran over to observe his opponent. This was the 9th match he had won. In the end, there was only one person left. That person was none other than Jin Jim Ryong. He also spoke up to make him understand. You get up here, Jin Gimong. The fact that Mount Hua could completely crush Southern Edge openly like today was something that had never happened in history since the beginning of time. Even in the time of the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, Mount Hua was only in a higher position. At that time, there had never been a public event large enough to be talked about so much in the world as now. Since when could a disciple of Mount Hua stand so proudly in front of Southern Edge? Thinking of this, the sect leader was interrupted by Hyan saying, he requested his junior brother not to ask any more questions. Right now, we must observe that child carefully. I think he still has something he wants to show us. Our protagonist opponent had stepped onto the stage. He also had complicated thoughts in his heart. I have spent my whole life being recognized and expected by everyone. And yet in just one morning, that bastard has turned all those eyes full of pride into worry and anxiety. GM Riang spoke up to praise, but Chung Miang thought it was nothing to be surprised about. How dare you look down on our Southern Edge? The issue here is not whether I look down on you or not, because I have no reason to be proud of defeating those who are weaker. Thinking back to when they first met, he was very angry. With people like you, there's no need to be humble. It might even make the listener furious. I admit you have the right to be arrogant for having defeated 9 second-generation disciples of Southern Edge. Your misfortune is to be born in the same era as me. You will never be able to catch up to that. He continued to use his words to entice him to join Southern Edge. You disciples are just searching for a bunch of martial arts from the past and trying to recreate the glory of the old days. But Southern Edge is different. We are moving forward without clinging to the past. My sect will create and make a bright future. That is something Mount Hua can never keep up with. Chung also had to feel impressed by this guy's faith in his sect. But little did he know that Southern Edge had stolen Mount Hua's martial arts. I've also thought a lot about it. What will become of the future? Painted by those who repay kindness with treachery. A few minutes ago, I left a single seed for Southern Edge. Although I don't know if it will sprout, that is all the compassion I can offer. Are you all that thirsty for Mount Hua's sword form? If so, then come and take it properly because I will show you something you will never forget. He silently told himself. He no longer had the right to be a third-generation disciple, but his fame here would be that of the Plum Blossom Sword Saint Chung Miang. At this point, he spoke up, then I must also give a gift to that future. A gift that you all will never forget for the rest of your lives. The two opponents above were still keeping the audience in suspense. The martial uncle's voice came from afar. Move aside, I must watch this match. Baekong ran out worriedly asking about his health. Although Baek Kyan's injuries were serious, he still tried to hold on. As soon as I opened my eyes, I heard that Chung had won 9 consecutive matches. If I just lay in bed, that wouldn't be the right action for a great disciple of Mount Hua. Even if my bones are broken and my flesh is torn, I must come here to cheer for that. Brad Chung Miang, the martial uncle, really hoped the third-generation disciple would win. You must win, Chung Miang. Above, the two of them had prepared their stances. Jin Jim Ryon was eager to wash away the shame for Southern Edge. The entire space was unusually quiet. Suddenly, both of them disappeared in an instant. The viewers also had to widen their eyes, not understanding why. The sound of their weapons clashing echoed loudly. The force sent both opponents flying. Our protagonist was also slightly affected. The Southern Edge disciple was not spared either. Everyone actively retreated. Then they continued to charge at each other. The two of them were snarling as if they were about to eat each other. The locked swords showed the weight of both sides. Chung Mian threw Jin Jim Ryon away. The swordsmanship of both sides clashed terrifyingly. Our protagonist's expression showed not a hint of fear while his opponent was frantically stabbing and slashing. This showed that he was very resentful of what Chung Mian had done. The match was no longer a simple duel. To be precise, it was a life or death battle. Zhou Ji observed to the point that just following with his eyes was too much for him. He didn't understand why his junior brother was so strong. What I'm witnessing is truly unbelievable that it's happening. Our protagonist and his opponent were clashing fiercely in the air. They appeared and disappeared as if by magic. The sound of their weapons clashing again was deafening. Was Jin GMO using the 12 forms of the snowflower again? Chung knew very well this was a sword form stolen from Mount Hua. Aren't these guys a shame? The scattering snowflowers technique was executed by the Southern Edge disciple. From above, he had landed on the dueling stage. Our protagonist saw their application was too similar. The sword stance is chaotic, as if it's living and breathing. What's hidden inside that beauty is an extremely sharp fatal blow. The external appearance has been perfectly copied. It's a world of difference compared to the 12 forms of the snowflower that Li Song-Bek used before. If it were anyone else, they would surely be stunned and defeated by this wonderful sword path. Not a single wasted movement, even a power it emits is so profound and sophisticated that even I have to admire it. As he thought this, the Southern Edge disciple accelerated and charged into attack again. He also didn't pay attention because he was now thinking about Mount Hua's secret martial arts manual. Cold sword strokes were appearing before his eyes. Once again, Mount Hua's technique was attacking its own creator. He immediately retreated to get out of danger. How can you win against me if you keep running away like this? Didn't there was a time when your Mount Hua was known throughout the world for its flower-like swordplay? The world will remember Southern Edge's 12 forms of a snowflower and forget Mount Hua's swordplay. Jin Gimon continued to nag. The previous generation of Southern Edge created this sword form to let everyone know that no matter what form it takes, Southern Edge swordplay will always be superior to Mount Hua's. What's the point of just proving you're superior to a fallen sect? The fact that this sword form can destroy Mount Hua is of course very meaningful. He continuously provoked, "Come here. I will personally put an end to your final lingering attachments." With that sword dance that looks like it's from a traveling theater, our protagonist retorted, "How dare you compare my sword form to those performers in a troupe? I despise your sword form and the sect that created it. It seemed you're the one most influenced by Southern Edge." Jin Jim Riang was preparing to attack because he was being mocked too much. Wait a minute. I want to ask you something. What exactly is contained within that sword form? The Southern Edge disciple didn't understand the meaning. So you understand a thief has no meaning. You called it the 12 forms of a snowflower, right? Imitating Mount Hua's sword form is also similar, but with just that, it's still very lacking because Mount Hua's sword form is much faster and sharper. He also retorted, "No matter what else you say, it won't have any effect on me, right? Let's not waste any more time. You bastard will die by this sword form today." Zhang had used all his internal energy. His body was surrounded by powerful spiritual qi. Among them were also snowflower petals. This guy was waiting for the energy to reach the right level to unleash a fatal move. Snowflowers as sharp as knives will blanket the sky. Dispel those foolish illusions of yours. I will never let you escape. Not even a single step. He had used the ultimate form of the 12 forms of the snowflower. The sword stance inside was the sky full of snowflowers. Baek Kyan felt he could never reach his brother's realm. His brothers were worried for our protagonist. The second-generation disciples showed great fear. The martial ants saw it and it looked like blooming plum blossom sortie. However, it was different from the plum blossom. Learned from Chung. At this moment, our protagonist felt it was very interesting. Now I understand how the demonic cult felt when they faced my techniques. But this is just the outer shell. It contains no threat or sense of oppression at all. The instructor realized he was using a familiar sword stance. That was the 7 plums, 6 swords. Master Hyanson thought that sword form was not yet properly cultivated. You bastards thought only the plum blossom sword form could make flowers bloom. The proud 12 forms of the snowflower is just an imitation of the plum blossom sword form. In the end, it's nothing more than an empty shell. Because it's not just the plum blossom sword form that can make flowers bloom. Having stood at the supreme position, it no longer matters what kind I use. Because as long as you're a sword cultivator of Mount Hua, the plum blossoms will surely bloom. It doesn't just bloom in dense forests, but it can also be done on a sheer cliff. Only trees that are not bent by the wind can bloom. Chung Mang had used the ultimate form of the 7 plum sword, the flower slash, to block it. From within the snowflowers, plum blossoms were growing larger. After the plum blossoms, I heard they will never bloom at Mount Hua again. Therefore, everyone believes that Mount Hua cannot be revived. What seemed to have disappeared from Mount Hua is now blooming before my eyes. The flowers were clashing with each other. The snowflowers were gradually melting. Everything that Jin Jim Ryong had unleashed was withering. Chung Mang confidently explained to his opponent. Because it's all an illusion, he continued to use the ultimate form of the 7 plum sword to attack. The technique here was the plum blossom wall. At this point, his opponent still couldn't believe that the sky full of snowflowers had been broken. He thought, I executed the 12 forms of the snow flower perfectly. This sword technique is so perfect that no one could deny it. This can't be happening. As expected, in his head, he always thought that Southern Edge was always stronger than Mount Hua. So, he also roared as if he couldn't accept this truth. Did you really think that the sword form of Mount Hua is only in the shape of a plum blossom? How can it be that simple? All Taoist sects that exist in this world are like images of nature. It could be said that their highest goal is to use their physical body to realize the Tao. Only Mount Hua is the plum blossom and will forever be so. This is what makes Mount Hua different from other Taoist sections. Only at this moment did he understand a profound thing in the sword form. Mount Hua's sword form does not represent plum blossom and does not imitate the plum blossom anymore. In reality, Mount Hua's sword form makes the plum blossoms bloom. However, the name plum blossom is a bit inappropriate. Our protagonist's eyes affirmed one more thing. All of that is wrong because there is only one truth. Mount Hua's sword form is flowering. We're just repainting the blooming plum blossom on Mount Hua. If a new life can bloom at the tip of this sword, then does it matter what flower it is? It doesn't have to be any particular sword form. As long as it's from Mount Hua, the plum blossom will always be there. That is what those who bear the name of Mount Hua must engrave in their hearts. However, those who do not realize that truth and are only attracted by flashy and brilliant beauty will only sink deeper into that flashy swamp forever. A prime example is Jean Gimon. I've always been watching to see how your sword form collapses. The image of Southern EDG's sword form will be cut down by my flashy and brilliant sword on this arena to the point that every time you swing your sword, that scene will appear in your heads. Every time you practice, you'll unconsciously follow that image. Chung wanted to make Southern Edge remember forever and never forget. Today's scene will be the chain that binds you forever. This is the price to pay for you inhuman people. My Mount Hua, even if it is betrayed by those it trusts, even if it loses the core sword form of the sect or is cornered by its mortal enemy. No matter what, Mount Hua will never fall. He understood that what is called time is the cycle of eternal birth. The elders' mouths were gaping open, eavesdropping. The senior brothers didn't understand why their once hated junior brother was so powerful. Chung Myung continued to unleash the plum blossom slash. He would use it as a pivot and execute the plum blossom wall. The sword became dense throughout the arena. The two moves together would form a whirlwind. The plum blossom whirlwind would spin with the wind. In the end, it swirled like a fierce tornado. Jin Jim Ryong was still spinning in the chaos he had created. His eyes showed less anger and more curiosity. "This is the sword form of Mount Hua," he mumbled. Chung Myung had gathered enough internal energy and unleashed the plum blossom flow. His opponent did not resist at all. He just stood there dazed, watching. He felt no pain at all. Is this really the sword form of Mount Hua? It's so beautiful. What's the difference? Why can't I create such a magnificent scene? The petals were still around him. His body was uncontrollably immersed in the scene. The southern-edged disciple happily accepted this. Perhaps now he would gradually understand the meaning of martial arts, more specifically that Mount Hua would never be weak before Southern Edge. Jin Jim Ryong still didn't understand why. It was a good thing our protagonist didn't beat him up like he'd beat up his younger brother. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the strength to think about the beauty of the plum blossoms. Has Jin Griang collapsed? Not because of pain, but because of the perfection of the sword form Chung Mang had created. From afar, Baek Kyan silently thought, the wall that I could never cross. Now it has been taken down by a third-generation disciple. Our protagonist loudly declared to those present. Haiyan Zhang had already shed tears when he learned that. He smiled faintly at that emotion, this time's Zhonghua conference. Ma Hua is the winner. Baekhan's eyes also showed great joy. The second-generation disciples shouted with joy. The third-generation kids were also visibly happy. The elder side was just as satisfied. Everyone was shouting Chung Mong's name. Southern Edge won. That crazy guy won 10 consecutive matches. Have you seen, you bastards of Southern Edge? The victory of the Zhanghua conference belongs to Mount Hua. Yun Zhang understood that even though the martial uncles didn't win a single match, they were still happier than Chung Mang. Although there were always disagreements, the moment Mount Hua's name became famous, those petty feelings meant nothing. That's what a sect should be. Jogo was even happier than everyone else. He shouted, "Senior brother, that crazy guy won 10 consecutive matches." Back at our protagonist place, he was also injured. Although he could push the 7-plum sword to its limit, this time the internal injuries were quite serious. This is not something to worry about yet. Once there's an occasion for the sects to gather, there will be no shortage of clashes with Southern Edge in the future. For now, this is enough. He raised his voice and reminded Master Unknown, "Aren't you going to announce the results? What are you waiting for?" He then quickly ran up. In his head, he still couldn't think of anything. He had a glance over at Chung Mang. After that, he seemed to understand. His action was the same as at the beginning. Unam took a long breath and announced, "I hereby announce that the victory of this Zhanghua conference belongs to Mount Hua." Our protagonist understood one thing. The events of today would surely change Mount Hua. But as always, he looked up to remember his old fellow disciples. Perhaps they were also eagerly waiting for Mount Hua to develop once more. Senior brother is always like that. I don't expect much because you're a stingy person by nature. The kids had now run to his place to congratulate him. Everyone was proud to have a junior brother like Chong Yang. The sect leader had gathered his emotions and was watching silently. He knew that this day would eventually come. It's been a long time since I've seen the disciples of Mount Hua gather together and be so happy like this. The instructor quickly reminded him, I know we can't help but talk about our joy, but shouldn't we stop now and resolve this matter properly? It's not a good thing to let Southern Edge just stand there. Haiyan Jiang also took the initiative to go to see Matan's place. The old man was trembling with sadness, but he didn't forget to congratulate him. This time, we were just lucky. This might be the last joy, so you should be happy. I admit that I have failed at the Zhonghua conference. That doesn't mean Mount Hua has defeated Southern. I hope you remember that. Chung Myong spoke up again. This insolent person really won't leave. See, Matan's eyes widened in anger. As a superior, you should at least know how to maintain your dignity. Our protagonist took the initiative to speak to Joji, implying the Southern Edge elder. What kind of dignity are you talking about? I'm your senior brother. It was unlucky for his senior brother to always be used as a shield. A superior who forgets his dignity and acts like that. Does he know any etiquette? That's why I said it's arrogant. See, Madang just wished he could find a hole to hide in. Our protagonist quickly and respectfully greeted the sect leader. All the other disciples followed Chong Mang's lead. The Southern Edge elder was having thoughts of eliminating him, fearing he would stand in Southern Edge's way. On his hands. He had prepared to channel his energy for a sneak attack. Are you planning to hit me with a palm strike? Having been discovered, he showed great fear. Perhaps we'll be seeing each other often in the future. I'll greet you all first next time. See, Madang was going crazy. He roared because he couldn't do anything. Then he shouted, ordering the useless disciples to return to the sect. Before leaving, he didn't even bother to greet anyone. Why is that old man in such a hurry? He's lost both face and fortune, abandoning the children of his sect and just leaving like that is truly a person without a future. As he was thinking this, the sect leader suddenly called him back. Our protagonist looked over and was a bit bewildered. The image of his fourth senior brother had appeared in front of him. Chung Myong, you have worked hard. His heart was suddenly filled with mixed emotions. He conveniently said, thank you. But without respect. Master Hyansang was observing the guests. They wanted to discuss business with Haiyan Jiang. I just want to discuss a little about Mount Hua's transactions. Are you talking about matters related to transactions? Haiyan now spoke up. He shouted, if you want to do those things, you have to discuss it with me, the treasurer. Please, this way. I have plenty of time today. No need to rush. The sect leader also had to follow and gently reminded Chongmyeon. He didn't see the sect leader reward him with anything. Can I stay a little longer? Liang Bek said. He also intended to talk to Chong Mang. It's not very proper for you to come here like this. Your senior and junior brothers are very angry with me right now. Anyway, our relationship is already half broken, so just let it be. Chungmyeon also carefully observed the Southern Edge group. I came here to thank the young Taoist for his guidance. Before that, he had reminded Lee Songbek, other people's words cannot decide your own path. Now I understand that sentence and also know the path I need to take. Did you learn all that from a disciple of another sect? If there is something to learn, then anyone can become my master. Looking at Jin Jim, Yang sighed. He also warned Chong Myong, young Taoist, be careful. My senior brother is an outstanding person right now. He will definitely use you as a goal to cultivate and then he will become even stronger and more terrifying. Leon Beck forgot that Chung Mang was very strong and had to take it back. That sentence probably doesn't mean anything to the young Taoist. He didn't care and just replied, that path will surely be difficult. The path you're thinking of right now is by no means easy. Even so, you will still continue, right? It's true that nothing can escape your eyes. I'm not walking on that path because I want to. But isn't that the path I must take? After saying that, he also excused himself to leave. Our protagonist had more thoughts about this special person. He knew that after this event, the Southern Edge disciples would relentlessly train to develop their sword form. Being able to preserve Southern Edge's sword form in the flow is no easy matter. As he was thinking, his senior brother, Yun Jiang, ran up to report, "The SEC leader is looking for you. Go over there." I was just about to rest. And I can't even get any peace. It's true that what goes around comes around. On the way to meet him, he wondered if he should reveal the truth that he was the Plum Blossom sword saint from that year. I don't even know how to cover up the story that I wrote all the secret manuals and passed them down to the disciples. Or maybe I just happened to receive a secret manual on the road and try to practice it. How can I justify all this? As soon as he entered, the accountant elder affectionately praised him. This kid is truly a god of wealth. I've lived for so many years and have never heard of someone who could earn a fortune through a duel. Master Hyans was more concerned. Are you injured anywhere? So that the wound doesn't get infected. After you leave here, go straight to the medical hall to check. Feeling it wasn't right, he was about to call the physician to examine him. No sooner said than done, he immediately requested a junior brother to go and call him. At this moment, Hyan was still showing affection for Chong Yang. Hyan Jiang spoke up. "You follow me for a moment." He shyly and obediently followed behind. It was unclear where they were going, but it seemed very far. The two of them walked in silence. This was the second time our protagonist had seen the SE leader back. This was the second time, and the first time was in the secret vault. The back that was once helpless now looked much more peaceful. After walking for a while, they stopped. Now they were standing on the peak of Mount Hua. The sunlight shone down as if the future of the sect was gradually rising. Hyan Jiang remained silent. Suddenly, this person spoke up. "This is the highest peak of Mount Hua. How do you feel climbing up?" This question was truly full of hidden meanings. He could only say that it was too high. The sect leader cheerfully observed his disciple. "Plum blossoms have bloomed on your sword." Hearing this, he was a bit startled. He knew he would be asked a lot about this. "Although I don't know where you will ask from, I have already prepared an answer. I just need to be slow so I don't get confused." The sect leader called our protagonist's name again. This action surprised him greatly. "Chung, thank you. Why are you doing that? Why are you bowing your head like that?" "I am thanking you not as the sect leader, but as a person named Hyan Jiang. This is a sight that I have wanted to see just once in my life. Thank you for fulfilling my lifelong wish. The position of sect leader of Mount Hua is much more important. So I cannot help but ask you, how can you use the 7-plum sword to make flowers bloom?" "The plum blossoms will bloom on their own when you master the 7-plum sword." Chung Mian had to think of every word to deal with him. He asked the sect leader back. "In the end, can't all of Mount Hua's sword form do that?" Only then did Hyan Jiang realize that was true. He understood that if the other third-generation disciples also trained diligently, then one day plum blossoms would bloom on their swords. When that day comes, the era of Mount Hua will once again be opened. On his lips, he was muttering something. In his head, he only thought, in a little while, all the disciples of Mount Hua will make plum blossoms bloom, and that name will return. Chung Myong suddenly spoke up, although it's still a long way off. "Are you very happy in your current state? In this Chung Mang, I want to ask you again, what does Mount Hua mean to you?" This question was both easy and very difficult to answer. He thought back to when he mocked his fourth senior brother or when he stole wine to drink. And also when he bullied his fellow disciples. Sometimes there was also gentle care and concern. The stories and discussions about the plum blossom sword form. The past with Chung Mian could not be erased. Senior brother, what is Manhwa to you? Manhwa is Manhwa. What else can it be? He cheerfully prepared to answer the sect leader. For me, Mount Hua is Mount Hua. If I'm a disciple of Mount Hua, that's enough. After today's incident, even if you want to stay put, the world will bother you. Can you deal with all of that? If I couldn't handle it, I wouldn't have started, he replied. In that case, Mount Hua will definitely protect you. No matter how big the matter is, everything you have to endure, I and Mount Hua will help you stop them. He knew that the sect leader had many questions, but couldn't ask them. In terms of reputation, he had nothing back then, yet he still made me respect him. SE leader, you don't need to protect me. We just walking together under the name of Mount Hua. I really hope that one day I can talk with you more. Indeed, Haiyan Zhang was very understanding. Our protagonist also promised that day will surely come. Time passed until the evening at the third-generation disciples' dormitory. The group of kids were gleefully recounting their fight with Southern Edge. At this time, Zhou and Yun Jiang were both less happy. Just by closing my eyes, that sword keeps appearing in flashes. It has to be called mesmerizing. I don't know how to explain it, but that's what it is. The senior brother's thoughts were deeper. It's not just a simple victory, but an illusion. He really hoped that one day he could execute a sword path like that. Zhou said what was on his mind. At a certain point in time we will also be able to execute a sword path like that, right? To be honest, I used to only want to become stronger because I never thought I would reach a certain realm or execute any sword form, but when I saw it and do that I wanted to as well. I want to execute that sword form with my own hands. Perhaps everyone wants to. We've been in the sect for several years and only now have we witnessed the true sword form of Mount Hua. You ask me if we will be able to execute that sword form one day. I believe it will happen because we are disciples of Mount Hua. How can a disciple of Mount Hua not be able to execute the sword form? Zhou couldn't deny this. Chung Myung from outside kicked the door open. Who gave you permission to be here celebrating and having fun? Winning one duel means your life is over. Or do you not want to live anymore? His expression became fiercer. The disciples of another family are training hard and you all are happily celebrating because you beat a bunch of kids 5 years younger. As expected. Child's body with an old soul. Chung Myung was scolding them wildly because no one was willing to train. Yun Jiang quickly spoke up. It's true we were a bit lacking, but wasn't the result still good? It's natural to make mistakes in a real fight. Chung looked like he was about to eat this person. You train so that you don't make mistakes in a real fight and you call it natural. It's because you think like that that you got injured today. He then mimicked Zhou's words sarcastically. Will we be able to execute that sword form one day? He also warned, in the future, you will have to clash and fight countless more times. When you look back, this will be nothing. The senior brother asked again about being able to do the blooming plum sword form. It seems you're mistaken about something. That sword form is not something you can choose to execute or not, but something you must do at all costs. Don't think I'll let anyone who calls themselves a disciple of Mount Hua not be able to make a flower bloom with their sword. Oh my God! Chung Myung shouted and forced everyone outside to continue training. The whole group was scared and quickly went to prepare. What's the point of getting so worked up? This is just the first step. If confidence turns into arrogance, it's a disaster. Thinking of this, he discovered that his martial uncle had found him. What are you doing there? Come on in. Baek Xian also had to hesitantly go in. I came because I have something to tell you. Can you come outside and see me for a moment? A moment later, the two of them had gone to the meeting point. Our protagonist was complaining about being tired. Baek Xian thought his junior brother looked like an old man. Thank you for spending time with me. What is it that you brought me to this desolate place? I saw your duel with Jean Gimong. You completely overwhelmed him and all the martial uncles are shaken. Different from the initial excitement. Their minds are now very complicated. What do you want to say, martial uncle? Don't beat around the bush. Just say it straight. Baek meant that he really wanted to get stronger. It's not easy for me to say this to you. No matter what this is, the best way. It's not that I don't trust the teachings of the martial granduncles, but after all, what I can learn from them is different from what I can learn from you. You mean you don't care about your pride anymore and are asking me to teach you and the other second-generation disciples, right? He confirmed this and Chung replied, why should I do that? It's just more trouble. For me. What do I get out of it? There's no need to take on those troubles. The martial uncle will use his time to guide the third-generation disciples to train hard. In truth, our protagonist didn't want to waste time on the second-generation disciples. Baek then asked why he taught the third-generation disciples. In his head, he thought, why won't he accept the second-generation disciples but accepts the third generation? Do you want to turn me into a loser? Chung Myung immediately denied. This Baek reminded him that the sect also has its own rules. Have you seen the third-generation disciples practice before? Martial uncle. I've seen them. They roll around like pine cones. With my senior brothers, I can do whatever I want. But with the martial uncles, the martial granduncles, won't let me be. He understood. He was just mentioning the potential problems, not saying it couldn't be done. Baek thought back to the image on the arena today. The third-generation disciples completely overwhelmed their opponents. The kids had won by their own strength. Everything was now too complicated. If you don't learn, you're weak. But learning is also too difficult. So, he had to speak up. The ones being taught will naturally be the disciples. All the second-generation disciples will respect you as a master. Our protagonist gestured for him to stop talking only during the teaching. What if after the training the martial uncles turn around and berate me? What do I do then? If you're going to do it, you have to do it thoroughly. The martial uncles can't distinguish between times. If not, I won't teach any. The images of the magical sword form appeared in his head again. The thought of defeating his biological brother was constantly nagging him. From this moment on, you will no longer be a junior disciple. No second-generation disciple of Mount Hua will be allowed to use their status to oppress you. I will stake my name to guarantee this. And so, Baek had taken a bait. So, the two of them ended their conversation until almost dawn. The kids were wandering outside to prepare for training. Although they didn't know what the result would be, the kids were still happy to do it this way. Opening the door, they discovered many martial uncles waiting. Baek determination was truly high. What is this? Why are the martial uncles here? Chung knew it would be like this. Yun Jiang was curious. Why are the martial uncles lined up neatly in front of the White Plum Blossom Hall so early in the morning? I'm heartbroken to know how you have been oppressed by the martial uncles all this time. But now you can rest assured a beautiful world will begin where everyone is equal during training. The senior brother thought it was more like hell. Today the instructors will be very moved to see the martial uncles voluntarily participating in training. Before the training, he also went over all the training rules with the new people. To become strong is not a path strewn with roses. Going all out is the only way to become. If you martial uncles trust and follow this instructor, you will become stronger. Do you understand? The two junior brothers were very proud that he had tamed the martial uncles. The first thing was to start from the basics. What are you all standing there for? You have to personally show the martial uncles how to move their muscles. Hearing this group of kids was very pleased. They all lifted heavy bags of stones. After one training session, the martial uncles will be crying for 9 months and 10 days. We will help you make your cries more elegant. Suddenly, his martial aunt also appeared. This young lady's face was thicker than a steamed bun. Chung Myong waved his hand to shoo her away. Go over there and ask someone else to teach you. Why are there two people teaching me? What about Junior's sister? She's just standing there playing. Even if you cry and beg, I will absolutely not teach you. Martial uncle, as persistent as a leech. But what leech clings this persistently? If I can endure this, then I can also use my sword to make plum blossoms bloom. Right? Hearing this, he then announced to everyone. If you're a disciple of Mount Hua, your goal is not to make the plum blossoms bloom because that's just the process. Everyone remember my words carefully. Our goal is to complete the sword technique that makes the plum blossoms bloom. Hearing the word complete, Lu, I see all thought back to of the past. In her head, the image was all of her deceased father. Before, I was only concerned with my own strength and didn't pay attention to the martial arts of my junior brothers. Now, there are things I can't solve on my own. Our protagonist understood that Mount Hua's opponents were not just one strong person, but other sects in the martial world. One day I will send them all to hell and then unify the martial world. His shouts were so loud that Geometry had to notice from afar. Actually, he had been observing for a long time. I can't believe a second-generation disciple is also training with a third-generation disciple. The instructor also thought back on his conversation with the sect leader. If we keep interfering in guiding, we might become an obstacle in his path. So what we have to do is help the boy's path shine. He has the towel in his heart so he will not go astray. Geometry didn't know who Chung Myong's true identity was. I can't make the boy wary because of my questions. Is it the toe? The toe is flowing into and embracing him. No matter who he is, I have no reason not to embrace a disciple like him. I must strive to keep up with the gradually strengthening Mount Hua, at least not become a burden to the children. When he had some free time, our protagonist was trying to think of a way to revive Mount Hua. He felt as if a heavy burden was pressing on his shoulders. Is this the mood of a person leading a sect? If I were like this back then, could I have changed the fate of my senior brothers in Mount Hua? At this point, he no longer wanted to think about that painful past. The important thing is to know how to use the past as a stepping stone to live on and strive for a better future. There are no shortcuts. You have to take it one step at a time and strive with your own 2 feet to achieve true martial arts. In the future, Mount Hua must break free from the protection of this treacherous mountain and spread throughout the world. At that time, we need to create a place where they can trust and rely on. I must become stronger and I will no longer be the plum blossom sword saint of the past. And one day, I will even surpass that heavenly demon. The whispers of his 4th senior brother always echoed in his ear. Has your plum blossom bloomed yet? Our protagonist still shook his head because he hadn't succeeded. Defeated yet. When Chung Myong's own plum blossom blooms at the tip of his sword, not only Manhwa, but the entire world will be turned upside down by the fragrant scent. Don't worry, senior brother sect leader, because I'm the present Chung Mang. After that, he also turned and left to continue training. The spring of Mount Hua, with its gradually blooming plum blossoms passed. It always happens so silently. Sometimes looking back it was a bit heartless. The law of nature is to bloom and then wither and so on. The plum blossoms of the world have bloomed and faded twice. It may still pass like that. It's like an eternal never-ending flow. It will wither and it will bloom again. A few months later, a young boy was climbing the peak of Mount Hua. Alone. After walking for a while, he reached the mountain gate. His entire body thought, finally, I'm here. This place was the Mount Hua sect. He understood that since the Joa conference 2 years ago, Mount Hua had completely changed. The reason this person came here was because his father had ordered him to. If your judgment is not wrong, then everything will be fine. The boy took the initiative to knock on the door to inquire. But for a long time, no one came and greeted him. "I'm a visitor to Mount Hua. Is anyone here?" After hesitating for a moment, he was about to leave. The gate suddenly creaked open slightly. The boy was happy because someone had come to greet him. "I have come to your esteemed sect with a request to meet the sect leader of Mount Hua," Beck Sang replied. "Today is not a day for receiving guests. Please come back tomorrow." "So, I have to climb this mountain again. That's also a bit tiring. There's really no other way because today is not a day when Mount Hua receives outsiders." After that, he threw down his bag. "I'm not an outsider. I am Wai So Hang from the secular branch of the Haiyang sect. I have an urgent matter and must see the sect leader. Can the Taoist master please listen to the situation of the Haiyang sect and convey the message to the sect leader for me?" "Did you just say you're from the secular branch of Mount Hua? The Hawaiian sect?" This was the only secular branch that had scraped together every coin to send to Mount Hua for the past 30 years. The accountant elder was very happy to meet him. "What brings you here, son?" "Anything is fine. Just tell me and I'll take care of it. If it's about money, just say so. I'll lend it to you at a very cheap interest rate." Master Hyan Sang had to remind Hyan of his attitude. The sect leader thought, where did this person come from be so childish? "If you're less tense now, let's continue talking. What brings you to Mount Hua?" "The Haiyang sect has encountered a great disaster. So my father has sent me here to request Mount Hua's help." As he spoke, the boy also mentioned our protagonist's name. All the masters were very surprised. "I would like to invite Taoist Master Chung, the hero of the Jua conference, to come with me." No one answered this request. "Your name is Wai So Hang, right? Don't just jump straight to the main point like that. Can you explain the situation clearly to me first?" The root of all the problems started when a martial arts hall called the Jiang Nam was opened opposite the Haiyang sect. That martial arts hall is a secular branch of Wang. So they've been trying to lure away all those who want to cultivate. The Haiyang sect is still supported by everyone. So they started to make things difficult. Unable to bear the provocation, my father dueled with the hall. He was unfortunately seriously injured. They are requesting aid from Wang to drive the Haiyang sect out of the Nanyang territory. Hearing that, I had to come here to see the sect leader and ask for his help. Please help the Huayang sect. If Mount Hua does intervene, we will have to take down our sign. Hyan Jiang understood this could not be avoided as it was time for Mount Hua to step out. The criterion for judging a sect's strength is the number of its secular branches. From now on, we must gradually increase the number of secular branches like in the past. Among the second-generation disciples, a few will go down the mountain and build martial arts halls. It can be said that this issue will help determine how the world views Mount Hua. You said you wanted to bring Taoist Master Chung with you. My father repeatedly told me that I must invite that Taoist master. The hero of the Janhua conference who single-handedly defeated all of Southern Edge 2 years ago. The sect leader didn't decide hastily and replied, "We have something to discuss privately, so please wait outside for a moment." "Why?" So Hang obediently went outside to let the internal members of Mount Hua discuss. "Now we must quickly release the children to go and bite those damn bastards. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Wang is still a tough opponent for Mount Hua. Even though it's a matter of a secular branch, it's quite common for problems starting from a secular branch to escalate into a battle between sections." Unam then secretly said, "I think there are 2 issues we need to consider. The first issue is whether this is the right time for Mount Hua to resume its external activities. And the second is whether our disciples can stand up to the disciples of Wang." Master Hyansang thought the important thing was whether to bring Chong Mayang to the forefront was the key. Everyone heard this and agreed. The SE leader was getting a headache because there were too many things he didn't dare to decide. He then asked for the instructor's thoughts. There's no need to think too much. You should just send the boy. At some point, he will have to step out into the martial world. Anyway, procrastinating is not a good thing. If we drag it on any longer, that brat might become a true toist. Since he's going to get beaten anyway, it's better to get it over with sooner. Kanjang was also satisfied with this way of thinking. Bunam reported again, not long ago, he went into seclusion. Still hasn't come out. As far as I know, it's almost finished. The sect leader then summoned the senior brother of the third generation disciples. Immediately, he was there. You said that after finishing his seclusion, your junior brother will leave this place and go on a journey to a faraway place. Yun Jiang didn't quite believe this. Please take the guest from the Haiyang sect to see Chong Mang. This trip will probably be long, so you two need to get to know each other a little. The disciple quickly obeyed and took Wishong to see our protagonist. As they walked, the person from the Haiyang sect commented, "He doesn't look very old, but the momentum I feel is completely different." Is this what a true mountain disciple is like? Like a vast calm lake? The boy took the initiative to speak. What kind of person is Taoist Master Chung? Since that Jianghua conference, the Taoist master's whereabouts have not been spread. So, you're also curious about him. Some say he is a sword cultivator who exudes a terrifying aura, while others say he is a great hero with unparalleled generosity. Since he doesn't go outside much, Yun Jiang is also very curious. Is there really someone like that in this world? Compared to hearing it from my own mouth, it's better for you to meet him and feel for yourself. After walking for a while, they arrived at the seclusion place. This is the Plum Blossom Cave. We come here whenever we want to cultivate or achieve enlightenment and want to avoid being disturbed by others. If so, then did Taoist Master Chong Mang come here to achieve some new enlightenment? The senior brother didn't say anything and asked him to wait outside while he went in to call the person. He had to be very careful with his attitude, otherwise he would be beaten by our protagonist. Yun Jiang whispered, calling for Chong Miang. After a long while, there was still no movement. So Hang thought, how can anyone hear if he calls so softly? His senior brother reminded him to leave and come back tomorrow. Just as he finished speaking, boom, the cave was blown to pieces. Meeting like this for the first time was truly a bit overwhelming. Chung Miang's figure was gradually revealed. The person from the Haiyang sect had to widen his eyes to see. This is the person who single-handedly defeated the second-generation disciples of Southern Edge, the new Golden Dragon. Our protagonist's voice rang out with a dissatisfied tone, eating only Big Dan every day. Is making me sick to death. That's why I don't want to go into seclusion. Chung Miang then glanced over at the stranger. He swore he would never go into seclusion again. Yun Jiang was very embarrassed by his junior brother's behavior. Why? So Hang was observing his idol very carefully. It seems it's not him. How can that be? Who is this? Could this person be the Mount Hua divine dragon? Besides his attitude, I can feel that he is not ordinary at all. His body is well proportioned and his appearance is also very handsome. If it's not ending today, then why did you come here, senior brother? It seems something has happened. So the SE leader is asking to see you. Our protagonist turned back to ask about the boy who came with him. This is young Master Y So Hang, a member of the Haiyang sect. He knew this was one of the secular branches of Mount Hua. I thought all the secular sects were gone. There's still one that has survived until now. His senior brother then wondered if he knew about Huayang. First, we have to go and see the sect leader to hear the details of everything. Chung Mang agreed and requested to leave this place quickly. Our protagonist was craving meat and wine very much. The person from the Haiyang sect was thinking he looks like a street ruffian from behind. Yun Jiang urged, young Master Y, let's go. Aren't we going to find a Mount Hua divine dragon? The Taoist master told me to come here to meet the Mount Hua divine dragon. I don't know what a Mount Hua divine dragon is, but the person you're looking for is that guy. Why? So Hang was now gradually understanding problem. His idol in his heart was now shattered. Yun Jiang knew how a child like this could endure this. Young master, you'll be surprised by many more things. A moment later, our protagonist had arrived at the sect leader's place. He was very angry when he heard about the Haiyang sect being bullied by Wang. On his lips, he was constantly berating Wang without paying attention to everyone's attitude. Please don't worry. I will personally handle this matter cleanly. He was planning to twist all their heads off and then set fire to the monastery, making it so they could never set foot in Nanyang again. The instructor was whispering to the sect leader, I think we need to reconsider. Our protagonist simply thought that he had to protect the people who had given him money in his territory. Otherwise, who would be willing to give bribes anymore? He roared again. Please entrust this matter to me. I will crush all their heads. Haiyan Jiang felt depressed with this disciple. A few more disciples will go with you. We need to assess the situation because there are still some obstacles here. So, let's set off tomorrow. The sect leader then requested Yun Jiang to prepare a place for Wai Sohang to eat and sleep. After finishing their work, the three of them also excused themselves to let the elders continue their discussion. Our protagonist was also preparing to leave. The sect leader spoke up, calling him back. Did your seclusion bring any results? The bodies of the Wang scum will answer that question for you. And so the masters returned to their usual contemplative atmosphere. Haiyan Jiang was preparing to ask Master Haiyan something. Is it a coincidence that a secular branch of Wang suddenly enter the Nanyang region and cause trouble with the Haiyang sect? Everyone still didn't understand the sect leader intention. I don't know if sending Chung Mang there is the right thing to do. It was clear he was afraid this was aimed at our protagonist. It's unnecessary for them to cause trouble with a secular sect to lure Chung Miang. What benefit is there for Wang to cause trouble with Mount Hua? Does that small Nanyang region bring any great benefits since the Zhonghuacan conference? Its reputation has been pushed very high. I am worried about this. The title of Mount Hua Divine Dragon is also too ostentatious. The instructor also wondered, then what should we do? Do you know what the Mount Hua children call Chung Miang in particular? The kids usually call him the mad dog of Mount Hua. Mad dog is a bit much. But fierce dog is enough. You also know for the past 2 years the children have strived to the point of bloodshed. Now neither Shaolin nor Wang can look down on us. And during that time, Chung Miang has become even more special. Those who dare to recklessly challenge the Mount Hua Divine Dragon will soon find out why the children call Chung Miang by that name. We will need people to restrain Chung Miang when he gets too excited. I'm already thinking of the names that will accompany him on this trip. Meanwhile, our protagonist and everyone else were eating in the dining hall. Having been in seclusion for a long time, he was taking the opportunity to enjoy himself a lot. Wai Sohang opposite him couldn't believe his eyes anymore. He thought the news about the Mount Hua Divine Dragon was completely wrong. The person who even makes noise when he eats is really the Mount Hua Divine Dragon. Looking at Yun Jiang, he thought that person was more likely. Chung Miang was eating heartily but didn't forget to ask his senior brothers. He asked a question that startled everyone while I was away. Did everyone still train diligently? Many were very angry because the senior brother was the one who brought Chung Mong back. Some are frustrated wondering why he was called out so early. Yun Jiang also shyly spoke up. Everyone has been training very hard. When his junior brother asked to check, he immediately reminded him, the matter of the Haiyang sect is very urgent right now. The sect leader has ordered us to set off tomorrow morning. So after you finish eating, go and prepare your luggage. We will set off as early as possible. Chung Miang didn't care anymore and went back to his room to rest first. The atmosphere in the dining hall now became calm. Baek Sang sighed, thinking he was about to get beaten again. I thought I was going to die. To be more precise, it was a fate worse than death. Why? So Hang knew Chung Mang was the youngest disciple. Not only does he speak without etiquette, but even the martial uncles have to look at his face. Young master, there's no need to try to understand this because even if you don't want to understand, you'll soon find out anyway. Very quickly, time passed until the next morning. The three of them were standing outside again, waiting for the other members. Why So Hang was a bit worried. We have to set off early to arrive on time. Young master, don't worry. Everyone will be on time. A few footsteps were heard. Joel knew who it was. Just in time, the martial uncle is here. Martial Uncle Baek. The other boy was surprised by this name. This was the person who had led the senior brothers to roam the martial world, punishing bandits and saving many people. That person is the righteous sword of Mount Hua, Baek. In the eyes of the Wei family, he is called a heroic figure. Yun Jiang respectfully greeted him. Did you sleep well? What crime have I committed to have to travel the martial world with that brat? After he finished guiding, he also turned to inquire about Wei So Hang's identity. As he was introducing his name and address, his martial aunt also arrived from behind. The boy was startled, thinking it was a ghost. Is that a woman? When did she get behind me? Although scared, his eyes began to scrutinize her. Although her expression is a bit cold, her appearance is truly beautiful. This is the first time in my life I've seen a beauty like this. She is truly special. This is a sect with a lot of people. But every person I meet feels extraordinary. He was the last to arrive, so all the senior brothers and martial uncles knew. Our protagonist also spoke up to greet them. Everyone's here early today. The other three were very frustrated to have to go with the most hated person in Mount Hua. Baek didn't really want to talk to him. Chung also didn't know what to say. Martial aunt, do you really have to go too? The sect leader's voice came out. Are you all here? Everyone quickly clasped their hands to greet him. Ken Jiang had something to say. To Wei So Hang, I know you are very worried, young master, but these children are people you can trust. Baek you take care of everyone, I trust you. Jo Jio Yun Jiang, I see all help be Kyanasi leader, please don't worry. There is one last person who needed to be instructed. He gently called our protagonist named Chung, please don't cause any trouble. It seems the instructions you gave me are a bit different from the others. You all should get going now. Go to Nanyang and help the Haeung sect. Let the world see the perfection of Mount Hua. 2 years passed, not short and not long. Now is the time to show everyone the change appearance. The appearance of the people who will make Mount Hua famous throughout the world. Haiyan Jiang had to watch his disciples until they were out of sight. Didn't we worry 2 years ago that Southern Edge would crush us? Senior brother, you don't need to worry. This generation of disciples will bring glory to our Mount Hua. I'm sure they can do it. The SEC leader did not deny this at all, but famous is not necessarily so. Good fame and bad fame are both fame. The scene shifts to Chong Mong's group. At this time, everyone was preparing to rest. It's fine. I've already thought of this. It turned out he had prepared some money for everyone to share. To avoid walking anymore, the group had bought a carriage to travel in. Truly a move no one expected. Chung Mang was still the same, as much of a mess as in his previous life. So Hang was very bored because a tourist was drinking. Baek explained that Mount Hua did not forbid that. Everyone was planning to inquire about the specific situation in Nanyang. What kind of place is the Haeung sect? Although we know it's a secular sect, we also need to know a little information to handle it. The head of the Wei family replied, there's nothing special there. What does that mean? You shouldn't say that, young master. It's a secular sect of a declining Mount Hua. Yet, the Haiyang sect still tells the world it is a secular sect of Mount Hua. That's enough to prove the specialty of Huayang. Doing that is not a big deal. My father is very proud to be a disciple of Mount Hua. Although he was drinking, our protagonist still had to raise his hand to eavesdrop. He says that, but in his heart he must be thinking hard. Mount Hua is now just a shadow and has no reputation in the martial world anymore. If they didn't bear the name of a secular branch of Mount Hua, they might have lived a better life. When he heard about the Zhonghua conference, my father was very happy. He said it might be time for Mount Hua to make a comeback. So Hang recounted that his grandfather was never an official disciple and still regretted it. We are still alive today thanks to Mount Hua's help in the past. Now that we are being harassed by the John Nam Hall and are being saved by the disciples of Mount Hua, I'm truly grateful. Young master said your father lost to the master of the Zhang Hall. My father also knows his martial arts are not high, so he always trains every day, but there's no way he could have lost that match. Chung knew very well that with an ordinary person's body, they would be weak. But with a martial artist, the older they get, the stronger they become. Why so? Hang also recounted, the master of the John Nam Hall is still young. He hasn't been practicing martial arts for long. I don't understand how my father could lose to someone like that. Baek Kyan also understood, but he was also unclear about the sects in the secular world. The boy from the Haiyang sect now began to speak his mind. I apologized for doubting everyone. When I came to Mount Hua for help, I didn't think everyone would respond like this. Wudong is not a simple sect at all. I thought Mount Hua would not respond, but my father on the contrary believed that Mount Hua would help. No matter what the outcome of this is, I am very grateful to you all, young masters. Hearing the two words, no matter what, our protagonist sat up straight. The result is that those Wang bastards won't be left in peace by me. Yun Jiang had to try to calm Chung Mian down. Please bear with it a little. The SE leader has already said so. He doesn't have much longer to live anyway. I have to finish off all those Wang bastards. That way, even if he ascends to immortality later, he can smile. No matter what the reason is, if they dare to mess with Mount Hua, there's only one outcome, annihilation. With that, he reminded everyone to hurry up and get to the Haiyang sect at full speed. We have money. If the horses are tired, we'll get new ones. The scene shifts to the exact place our protagonist needs to go. The pouring rain was creating a gloomy atmosphere. The Sem's cough here showed that he was very weak. In his mouth, he was muttering. The rescuers from Mount Hua will be here soon. Why Lipson always believed in the sect he had studied under. Yin Ping, a disciple of the Huayang sect, spoke up, you shouldn't hope too much. The opponent is Wuong. It's not even certain if Mount Hua will intervene in this matter. And even if they do, we don't know what the result will be. The SEC master must calm down and think. Our problem is something we must solve ourselves. Why do you keep hoping that others will help? We are a secular sect of Mount Hua. So Mount Hua will not abandon us. If you keep looking at other mountains from this one, you will always be inferior. When Wuong is weak, we leave Wuong. When Shaolin is weak, we leave Shaolin. Do you want to live like that? This showed that the master of Huan was truly a righteous person. Mount Hua really needs secular disciples like this. No matter what you do, the result will not change. So what other choice do I have? I always want to live confidently that what I do is right and that I am never wrong. Yin Ping had no words to persuade the sect master. If you were the type to give up easily, I wouldn't have followed you until now. He was worried that even if Mount Hua came, they wouldn't be able to do anything. The Mount Hua Divine Dragon will definitely come to help us. Why? Lipan asserted. As they were talking, there were many knocks on the door outside. Sacaster, why, are you in there? We've come to talk again. Please come out and stop hiding. Ping also didn't know what to do in this situation. The SAM master also had no way to solve it. What else can we do now but go outside? They've come, so how can we hide? That's no different from a turtle hiding in its shell. A moment later, he also went outside to open the door to greet them. The people of the Jammal master were standing outside in large numbers. Please understand, everyone. I have nothing to say. The master of the John Hall spoke up. What are you talking about? There are still many things to be said. It's true. I lost. But why do I have to leave Nanyang? So, you don't know the rules here? You've lost a challenge. You no longer have the strength to be a home and teach martial arts in this place. The sound of thunder rolled, making the story more tense. Everyone was silent after the Jong Nam Hom's question. A person from Wang had a step forward. Hom, let me talk to him. Wai Lip Sin showed fear when he looked at the person opposite him. He noticed the hat and clothes, the way of speaking and the way of dressing, and also the pine tree emblem on his chest. Without a doubt, this was an official disciple of Wang. The other person coldly questioned Wai Lipan. It's an honor to meet the Samaster. I am a second-generation disciple of Wang named Jin Hyan. Hearing his name, he showed even more fear. You are the indestructible sword, Jin Hyan. He replied, I feel ashamed of that title. In reality, it is the Wang Sword Dragon. I heard that the master of the Jongnam Hall has recounted the events here. It seems you still want to stay in Nanyang, right? This is not a good idea. Nanyang is very small. It's not possible for two martial arts halls to coexist. I know that, but we have existed here for a long time. How can we just leave when you say so? Everyone here understands that if the two sides conflict, the Hangon sect will suffer a great loss. But don't worry, if you leave, we will compensate you. Wang will bear all the moving costs and losses. Whippen understood that this Dukal group had a plan from the beginning. The history of the Haiyang sect is in this place. To tell us to give up Nanyang means to give up our roots. So through the sect, Master declares that he will not leave at all. If you want to stay, then there is still one way, that is to give up the Mount Hua sect. Two Taoist halls cannot exist in Nanyang. We cannot accept another Taoist sect existing here. Hurry up and choose. 1. Move away. 2. Give up the Mount Hua sect. Otherwise, there is only one way. Annihilation. The thunder rumbled again as a final warning from the Wang disciple. Whip Sand could not possibly agree to the above condition. Since he was young, he had always believed in Mount Hua. I can never give up Mount Hua. Then I will give you 3 hours. If you don't leave, don't die a cruel death. Why is Wang acting like this? You're doing this. Aren't you afraid of the consequences? Jin Hyan was not worried about public opinion. I gave you a chance to give up. But since you have chosen to be loyal to Mount Hua, there is no other way. Always remember that the time is only 3 hours. After saying that, both the Wang disciple and the people of the Jongnam Hall left. He suddenly stopped and said, Are you waiting for Mount Hua to come here and help? If so, then are they trying to confront us of Wang? Is a small secular sect worth them doing that? Our protagonist's voice was heard from afar. You Wang bastard, what are you doing? The whole group turned back to pay attention to the person behind. The whole family member blocked and asked for his identity. He didn't care and directly pushed him away. You bastard. Do you want to die? Our protagonist didn't care and went towards the Sem. Jin Hyan was watching him intently. Even if he doesn't realize this is a Wang disciple. How dare he charge into a place like this with swordsmen? The voices of his senior brothers and martial uncles were also present. Get out of the way. Why are you blocking the road like this? Wang still hadn't acted and just observed. The last person to go was Wai So Hang. He quickly signaled to his father. "Father, it's me. I'm back. I brought the people of Mount Hua here." "Father." Hearing the two words, Mount Hua, Jin Haiyan realized something. "Yes, we are Mount Hua." Chongyang spoke up. "Who do you think we are?" "We are here." Because of his sudden appearance, this guy didn't notice. Only now did he realize the symbol on each person's clothes. "I heard the SEC master was in trouble, so we came to help. I am Baek Kyan, a second-generation disciple of Mount Hua. It is an honor to meet you." Whippen was very surprised that Mount Hua had sent its most prestigious disciple, but he couldn't hold on. He commented that this person's momentum was no less than Jin Haiyan of Wang. A thought about the Mount Hua divine dragon. Did that person come here? Our protagonist quickly ran out to inquire about his health. "Aren't you the one who has supported Mount Hua financially quite a bit during difficult times?" "I am Chong Mong, a disciple of the Mount Hua sect." Hearing the name, he was quite surprised. Chung was also curious if he was curious. Xan Haiyan also knew about his stage name, the Mount Hua Divine Dragon. His eyes widened and he had to ask again to be sure. "You said you're Chong Mang of Mount Hua. Is that really you?" He didn't care. "Don't mind me. I'll talk to you later." Xan Haiyan's thoughts were the same as So Hang's. He looks like a street ruffian and he's the Mount Hua Divine Dragon. "Now that I'm here, you don't have to worry about anything anymore. The sect leader has highly praised what the sect master has done." The Wang disciple was thinking he doesn't look like anything special. "You also know why we came here, right?" Both Baek Kyan and the Wang disciple took the initiative to introduce themselves. "What you have to say to the sect master, you can say to me now." "Say it to you." So, Mount Hua is officially getting involved in this matter. The martial uncle didn't hesitate and replied, "You guessed right. Mount Hua is almost in ruins. It's just made a small comeback and it dares to interfere in Wang's business, truly not knowing the height of the sky and the depth of the earth. I don't know how you all plan to handle this. If the two sides can reconcile, that would be for the best. And it seems Wang has no intention of doing so." Jin Haiyan felt the opponent's aura was very strong. The people around must have felt it too. He thought that the sword of Mount Hua Baek Chi was even stronger than the Mount Hua Divine Dragon. "You mean our two sides will compete?" Chung Myong choked. "That's enough. Will you all?" Xan Haiyan was startled by his insolent way of speaking. The other Wang disciples also heard and were preparing to make a move. "A bunch of bastards came here to chase people away to another place. And you want me to talk with etiquette? Etiquette is only for people with etiquette. You are not worthy." Jin Haiyan must have been very angry and just wanted to fight immediately. "You want to make a move? Wait a minute. Come back in 3 hours. At that time, be prepared to die. Can I understand that this is Mount Hua's intention? Didn't you realize the meaning of my words just now? In my eyes, didn't you already implicitly make such a judgment?" Zion Haiyan did not deny this. "I will give you all just 1 day. At this time tomorrow, I will bring people to level the Haiyang sect just as you wish. Let's just settle this according to the laws of the martial world. Whatever misfortune happens, don't blame us." Our protagonist sneered. "Didn't you say you'd make a move in 3 hours? Why do you need to wait until tomorrow? Don't tell me you're so scared you're jumping out of your skin." The two senior brothers didn't know what to say to stop him. The Wang disciple was so angry he just wanted to cut his head off with one sword strike. But his mind still had some calmness left. His stance changed from defensive to offensive in a flash. "Tomorrow at this time, I'll be honored to meet you all again. After saying that, he also left immediately. He was so angry that even though it was raining so hard, he didn't need an umbrella. Yun Jan exclaimed he could even endure that as expected of Hua. At this time, the two father and son were very confused about the title Mount Hua, Divine Dragon. Didn't I tell you to just trust us? Just rest easy and sleep soundly. The Master then said in a small voice, do you have any idea what you've done? I just wanted to reconcile with them. Doing this is no different from pushing us into an all-out battle. At this point, his anger was so great he was about to faint. Our protagonist was thinking he had done something wrong. The scene shifts to the Wang disciples. Why are we waiting until tomorrow? Let's just go and beat them into their senses right now. Jin Hyan had to stop when he heard his junior brother say that. Or should we go back and show them who's boss? Do you know why I set the appointment for tomorrow? This guy's voice became very sinister. If we go back and pick a fight, I might just kill that brat. Soon, those bastards will realize what kind of trouble they're in. What will happen to them if they make Wang their enemy? Back at Wai Lapan's place, he was having a very strange dream. The reason Mount Hua can be called a prestigious effect is because the sages had to shed countless sweat and blood. This person in his heart had always revered Mount Hua with great intensity. Always stay with it so that one day our Heian sect will soar to the heavens with Mount Hua. His father's words were very firm. You must protect Mount Hua and live. And die with it. The Master woke up immediately. He stammered. Was that just rain just now? Yin Ping was already lying in bed on standby. As he was wondering what to say, our protagonist's laughter broke the silent atmosphere. At this time, he was enjoying his wine. Wai So Hang was very frustrated with this attitude. Take your hands off me before I chop them off. Immediately, the Sem opened the door and entered. What is this wine party? What time is it that you all can still eat and drink your fill? The martial uncle spoke up to apologize. The children of our sect are naturally free-spirited, so they're used to it now. Chung rudely said, how about you have a drink with us, too? Whip was very regretful. This prestigious sect you talk about, I'd rather just die. Indeed, everything he had thought was completely the opposite before meeting Mount Hua. He sighed and announced, after careful consideration, our Heian sect has decided to give up and withdraw from Nanyang. Although leaving the place where I was born and raised is not easy since it has come to this, I have no other choice. Baek Kyan was about to speak up to stop this, but was cut off. How can I not trust you all? It's simply that the opponent is the Wang sect. Once we make on our enemy, how can we stop them forever? Things will continue like this in the future. So, the Heian sect can only leave. Our protagonist was also a bit curious. What is so valuable in this place that they are targeting it? Am I foolish? Why lip sand? There seems to be nothing in this Ningyan land. He then thought, if the Y sect master knows any information, then no one in this Ningyan land wouldn't know. I believe they must know something to be so pushy. When the sun rises tomorrow, you can all return to Mount Hua. I will stay and take care of the rest. Chung Myong spoke up. No, that's not right. Smaster Y, I know you think this is not easy to solve, but how can Mount Hua forget the kindness of the Heian sect after all these years? In the past, my Mount Hua was in difficulties. But it never abandoned its secular sections. Is there anyone in this world who doesn't know this? While San had retracted his bad thoughts. Perhaps I have judged him too narrowly. Before that, I have something to ask you. If your esteemed sect still has any wine, can you bring me another jug? This sentence extinguished his. The scene shifts to the Wang disciples. They were worried that the Huayang sect would run away in the middle of the night. But Jin Hyan understood that since Mount Hua was here, that would not happen. He thought that Mount Hua, because of its past reputation, would not dare to do that. That brat who proudly calls himself the Mount Hua divine dragon cannot abandon his empty fame. If he challenges but retreats, he will become a laughstock for the world. If they don't know what shame is, I just need to teach them a lesson to make them realize. Our responsibility is to lift the burden from his shoulders and teach him a lesson to know his place. At this point, Jin Haiyan reminded his junior brother, "Don't forget our main purpose in coming to Nanyang. They're all annoying. Flies. We just need to remove all eyes from this Ningyan land." If this goes smoothly, our Wang sect will soar to the heavens and leave Shaolin far behind. In reality, this group had deliberately created the Sid Meek story for another purpose. The purpose here was the Sword Mount. According to the plan, the day when my Wudong can trample the world under its feet is not far off. And so, time passed until the early morning of the next day. Our protagonist was exhausted because he had drunk too much the night before. "It seems my stomach is not feeling well. I told you my body is not well, but you woke up and continue drinking." Jogo also blamed. "What time is it that you're still drinking in this state? How will you fight later?" After saying that, he immediately used his familiar skill to get rid of the smell of alcohol. Baek Kyan had no words to describe it. Meanwhile, the two, father and son, were confiding in each other. "I have followed your order and gathered all the brothers in the 4 sects and locked the main gate," the father said. The boy was asking a very redundant question. "The disciples of the Wang sect will be here soon, right?" Father said, "We will not fight them." "Why?" Lipan thought to himself, it was the people of Mount Hua who provoked the disciples of Wang, not our sect. He was worried because if he left, he would lose his reputation, and if he stayed, his disciples would not be able to avoid bloodshed. At that time, Sohang and I will be forced to abandon the thought of escaping this place safely. Too tired, he was about to ask for his son's opinion. "If it were you, what do you think you would do?" "Of course, I think I will fight alongside the people of Mount Hua. They're our guests. How can we just watch our guests fight with the enemy outside? Besides, there is another deep reason. I respect and love the Haiyang sect precisely because you have dedicated your entire heart to this place. There was a time when I felt regretful that my father kept spending money to pay respects to a sect that was on the verge of collapse. But I saw in your eyes the spirit of being a secular sect of Mount Hua. This is the work of a lifetime. So why don't we stand up to protect it? Aren't we still proud to be a secular sect of Mount Hua? Even so, a disciple is still a disciple. How can we stand by and watch our fellow brothers fight?" The sect leader of Mount Hua heard about our trouble and immediately sent reinforcements without a moment's hesitation. The way they handled this matter seems not quite right, but what's wrong with them coming here to help us? So Hang asserted, "Even if I have to die today, I will fight alongside the people of the Mount his sect." These things made Wai lip senator. "I feel so ashamed. Isn't that what I usually say? When danger comes, I don't dare to face it and only think of running away. And yet the boy always keeps in his heart the things I used to teach. Everything is clear. In Ping, go and open the main gate. Those who truly want to fight will stay. Those who don't can leave and go home. If we survive this ordeal today, I will still accept them without any recrimination. I'm afraid if you do that, there won't be anyone left here. If so, then just me and Sohang will be enough. We will fight and carry on our shoulders the name of Mount Hua." "I understand. Then you two just do as you think. Will you also leave?" "I have never fought under the name of Mount Hua. As a disciple of the Haiyang sect, if I fight, I will fight under the name of this Haiyang sect." The scene shifts to Chongyang. He's had about a liter and is still going. In his head, he was idly wondering why the Wuan group hadn't arrived yet. Baek Kyan had to speak up to get his attention. "No matter how much you all mess around, I won't say a word. But now I have to say that the situation is different. The sect leader once said that this battle is a beacon announcing to the world Mount Hua's return to the world stage. I hope you all understand that today's battle is not just our own. We carry the very honor of Mount Hua on our shoulders. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards the protagonist. He was feeling completely drained and didn't want to hear any of it. If you're to fight, there is one thing I want you to confirm. There's no need to show mercy to those who are our enemies. Did the SE leader really say that? You're not just making up his orders, are you? Beggar reminded him of his promise to make Mount Hua's name renowned before the SEC leader passed away. While they were talking cheerfully, he noticed the disciples of the Flower Shadow Sect. The whole group turned their eyes in that direction. They're the disciples of the Flower Shadow Sect, right, senior brother? It seems like they've temporarily opened their main gate. Gwynlap's son and his son, who had stayed behind, explained the reason. Since they didn't want to become enemies with the main sect leader Gwyn didn't want to force them. He thought everyone would leave, not realizing so many people felt a connection to him. He praised them, saying the sect was indeed a good one, full of good people. At this moment, they were no different from Mount Hua all those years ago. The sect leader quickly bowed his head, apologizing for his harsh words last night, explaining he was in turmoil. He declared that no matter the outcome today, he and his disciples would stand side by side with the Taoists of Mount Hua. Beggar understood that this man had the qualities of a great hero because even he couldn't bring himself to trust a group like this so easily. Our protagonist was feeling on top of the world. A seasoned pro like me naturally thinks differently. Sealing Gwyn. You won't have to lift a single finger. It's hard to explain, so just stand back and watch because today you're about to witness something truly incredible. It looks like they're coming. The group once again turned their gaze toward the main gate. Nearby, the Wang disciples had appeared. Their aura was burning with intensity. Jin Haiyan ordered his juniors to crush everyone who remained at the Flower Shadow Sect. They all respectfully obeyed and eagerly began their mission. Some flew, some ran, but everyone wanted to repay the humiliation from the previous night. Inside, the Mount Hua disciples were also in their ready stances. The senior uncle warned, "They're here." Immediately, 3 of them flew in using their lightness technique. The protagonist vanished without a trace. He had already appeared right behind his senior uncle. With one hand, he unleashed his internal energy to give them a taste of his power. The Wang disciples were all blown back outside. Beggar hadn't even had a chance to do anything. He was a bit annoyed that Chung Myung had stolen his thunder. You took out 3 of them all by yourself. You really are a monster. Or should we just let them all in before we fight? This seems like too few. The ones who were hit and the ones outside were all stunned, not understanding what had just happened. Jin Haiyan thought this was completely absurd. This could only happen if the people inside were several times stronger than us. Follow me. I don't know if they've set a trap, so I'll lead the way and smash through it. True to his word, all the Wang disciples followed their senior. They seemed much stronger than the Southern Edge sect.
Mình sẽ cố gắng chia sẻ ngắn gọn bộ truyện để cho mọi người cùng thưởng thức nhé.
With just a swing of his sword, the gate of the Flower Shadow Sect was shattered. Stepping inside, they couldn't find any traps. Why did you break down the main gate? I didn't even lock it. You youngsters nowadays really have no manners. Observing with his sharp eyes, Jin Haiyan realized there were very few people inside to face them. You want to challenge the Wang disciples with just this many people? Don't be so overconfident. Actually, I don't know if I should call it confidence or arrogance. Zhou Gul and Yun Zhang felt that line sounded very familiar. The protagonist was sure it was something their senior uncle Beggar would say. The battle seemed like it would be intense, but his attitude wasn't serious at all. Shiena Haiyan couldn't understand why they were acting this way. I really don't know where you get this confidence from. Mount Hua has always been inferior to Wang. The protagonist shot back. 100 years ago, you guys were kissing our feet. Wasn't it the era of the plum blossom sword saint you're so proud of? Don't you know that your pride and joy was soundly defeated by our Wangs? Tai, Sword Emperor. Chung was a bit flustered, thinking back to the past. Seeing your reaction, it seems you didn't know. The two of them once sparred, and the Plum Blossom Sword Saint was crushed by the Tai Sword Emperor. A sect like Mount Hua, whether it was 100 years ago or now, is absolutely no match for Wang. Zhou Gul and Yun Zhang angrily stepped forward. He is not someone you can speak of so carelessly. Little did they know, the legendary figure from the past was standing right in front of them. He said, "Who won? Are you talking about the guy who looked like he wanted to ascend to the heavens the second he saw my face?" "It's true. I fought that runny-nosed brat. He said he'd rather die than make it public. So, I never told anyone the final result." Images from their duel seemed to flash before his eyes. "Don't blame my sword for being merciless. Reflect on what you have done." But in the end, this is how it turned out. The Wang elder looked absolutely pathetic. It was so terrifying that he had to get on his knees and beg the protagonist for his life. He realized that Wang must have distorted history. Are the people from 100 years ago standing behind you cheering you on? They're all dead, you little brats. But only guys like this are worthy of being called Wudon. Without bothering to argue further, he raised his voice and called from Guin Xiaohong. The frightened boy just kept nodding and saying, "Yes, yes, young master, have you done what I asked? I've spread the word to everyone in Nanyang." Feeling very satisfied, he drew his sword and swung it to build up momentum. This move was very light, yet it was enough to confuse his opponents. Jin Hyan and his juniors had no idea what he was up to. The gate of the Flower Shadow Sect was gradually being sliced apart. Every brick and tile shattered into pieces. They still didn't understand the meaning behind this. Guan Xiaohong had sent people to announce the fight so everyone could come and watch. "I really like setting the stage like this. Senior brothers, how many of them can you handle?" Zhou Gul and Yun Zhang said 5 in total. As for senior sister, she could definitely take on 4. Becken's opponent was Jin Hyan. The protagonist would stay on the sidelines to cheer them on. His voice urged everyone on. "Hurry up and go, senior brothers." The senior uncle reminded them, "This is a great opportunity to prove what we've been training for." Baek Kyan roared the order to begin. "Everyone, show them the sword style of Mount Hua." All 4 of them leaped towards a dozen or so Wan disciples. Jin Han didn't hesitate to launch his attack either. And so the battle between Mount Hua and Wang began. Most of the swordsmen here had strived for the past 2 years to better themselves. Zhou Gul knew his opponent could never comprehend the hellish training that Chung had put them through. That madman used every possible method to push us to our limits. As long as I get stronger, I can endure any hardship. That arrogant thought vanished into thin air about 2 months after the Mount Hua conference ended. He remembered the arduous days of training. The only thought in his mind was always, when will this end? He was constantly in a state of exhaustion. His mind always tried to console him. I must work hard to become strong. Was my choice the right one? His weary body made him constantly doubt himself, but I couldn't run away. The 2 years of training with Chung Mian were all accumulated in my body and my swordsmanship. Zhou Gul's eyes could now see his opponent's movements. Starting from a moment they held their swords, the cunning look in the opponent's eyes or with their sense of balance. I want to criticize every single one of those things because this guy is not my opponent. The swords clashed with a deafening ring. Wang was using the technique of striking second to gain control. This was the technique their sect used to claim the title of the world's greatest sword sect. There's a very simple way to counter this move. You just have to be faster than it. Water can extinguish fire, but if it meets a massive flame, it will all evaporate. Yun Jan's opponent was sent flying. He had used his speed to overwhelm his opponent's slowness. The two third-generation disciples of Mount Hua were like completely different people now. They joined forces to give Wang a sound beating. One of them kept muttering under his breath. I was defeated by a Mount Hua disciple. Soon they were all lying on the ground. Your swordsmanship isn't bad, fellow Taoists. It's just that the time we've experienced is different. Even if he said that, they couldn't respond. Both Zhou Gul and Yun Jiang felt the change within themselves. A satisfied smile spread across their lips. We've gotten so much stronger, haven't we? In his moment of joy, he sensed something was wrong. One look at that glint in his eye, and he knew that little brat was about to stir up trouble again. Your form was wrong 4 times. And Zhou, you messed up 3 times. Though he knew there were flaws in his technique, he was also coming to a realization. The swordsmanship of Mount Hua was truly too powerful. Baek Kian and Jin Haiyan were also locked in a fiery battle. Now was the time for not just them, but the entire world to know this truth. Lap Sun was astonished by the performance of the Mount Hua disciples. Despite being outnumbered, they could still easily overwhelm Muda. That sect was renowned as a leader in the martial world. He could feel it. They were truly powerful. His heart ached and emotions swelled within him. Mount Hua has changed. The disciples have become so much stronger. Not only that, but a madman has appeared among them. Your senior brothers and senior uncle are fighting right now and you can still drink. I'll spend all this time training them. If they lose to that bunch now, I'll personally dunk their heads in water as punishment. Nguyen Lap's son was stunned by this statement. What? Who was the one who taught them? At that moment, the senior uncle was completely overpowering the Wang senior. He raised his voice to provoke his opponent. It seems you care a lot about your reputation, don't you? Then stop holding back and come at me with everything you've got. The opponent hurriedly shouted to the remaining disciples, go and help your senior and junior brothers. And so they all charged forward recklessly. Now all the Mount Hua disciples were receiving special attention. It was at least 2 against 1. The fight paused for a moment. This was truly an unforgettable sight. There were no known as Wang disciples. Yet now they had to team up just to deal with the disciples of Mount Hua. Jin Haiyan thought, if I didn't absolutely have to win this fight, I would never send so many people against one, even if I were to lose. He sighed and admitted, I acknowledge that you are very strong, but why isn't that other guy showing his? Are you looking down on Wang? I think you're mistaken about something. With your current strength, you're not worthy of drawing that kid out. He only fights opponents on his level. No need to get angry because even I am not yet skilled enough to draw that kid out. Baek Kian described Chung Mang to his opponent as someone with godlike strength. Isn't it fitting for Mount Hua's righteous sword to face the unending sword? But facing the divine dragon of Mount Hua, that would be too much for you. The taunt stung and Jin Haiyan charged in. The senior uncle was carefully observing his every move. I've heard this name many times. He is one of the most promising rising stars in the world. If it weren't for the Mount Hua conference, the Golden Dragon would surely be among the 6 dragons. This meant that his own older brother and Jin Haiyan were on the same level of strength. The senior uncle's opponent was still closing in meticulously. His internal energy is formidable, and his swordsmanship shows no hesitation. I understand now why the world praises him. But at this level, Baek Kian had already surpassed him. Now I too can make the plum blossoms bloom. Instantly, he created numerous illusions. His true body was nowhere to be seen. Jin Haiyan's eyes widened in surprise. He never imagined Mount Hua's swordsmanship could be so deceptive. Baek continued to press his opponent. The Wang disciple seemed frozen in place. Plum blossom petals began to appear. This was the 7 sages' sword technique. The plum blossom technique defeated the opponent. Jin Haiyan seemed to have lost all consciousness. The courtyard of the Flower Shadow Sect was filled with plum blossoms. The onlookers had to admire and praise the beautiful sight. Chung showed his satisfaction with this scene. The way Baek ended the fight looked so elegant. Truly worthy of a name. Mount Hua's righteous sword, Baek. The protagonist lavished him with praise. Senior uncle, you were amazing. Meanwhile, in Yun Jiang's fight, why are they all ganging up on me? I'm the weakest one here. You guys should go after the second strongest one. When his opponents looked curious, he pointed towards his senior sister. Lu Isel was gracefully toying with her opponents. Her movements were flawless, her swordsmanship like a dam. The Wang disciples couldn't land a single hit on her. With just a few basic moves, she handled 2 of them on her own. The remaining ones were hesitating, unsure if they should continue fighting. Do you still intend to continue? If this goes on, your sect has no chance of winning. If you treat your wounded, you can avoid any unfortunate incidents. This matter isn't so important that you would abandon the future of your senior brothers, right? Take your brothers for treatment and leave Nanyang tonight. Baek declared Mount Hua the victor. A few of them began to retreat. One was helping Jean Hein up. The other disciples looked exhausted. They left grateful for Mount Hua's mercy. Thank you for your generosity, Mount Hua. Today we admit our defeat. Don't touch the flower shadow. Again. You fought with your honor, so I trust you won't do anything shameful. After speaking, he respectfully bowed and saw them off. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Mount Hua has reclaimed its former glory, so it wasn't just an empty rumor. This place is a vassal sect of Mount Hua, so it's only natural for them to protect it. Baek hurried over to the sect leader. Mount Hua has protected the Flower Shadow Sect. You're safe now. As the leader of the Flower Shadow Sect, I truly don't know how to repay this debt of gratitude. All the Mount Hua disciples felt it was simply what they had to do. When Lap's son was moved to tears, Chung was happy he didn't have to lift a finger against anyone. And so, Mount Hua successfully defended the Flower Shadow Sect from the hands of Wooden. That evening, after a banquet was held, the sect leader was seeing off his guests. After all this time dedicating yourself to Mount Hua, you've finally been rewarded. In his mind, he was secretly overjoyed that this day had come. A sect that I thought had fallen into ruin traveled 1,000 miles to help us. He looked up at the stars with a melancholic gaze. Father, what you said was not wrong. The sounds of the Mount Hua disciples eating drew his attention. They must be very happy with their achievement right now. Feeling guilty, he prepared to go and talk to them. I didn't trust them and I couldn't hold back my anger, and I will discuss the future of Mount Hua with them. He was about to go in and offer them a drink. He pushed the door open with a cheerful expression. The sound of arguing drowned out his greeting. Inside, Chung Myon and his senior brothers and uncle were causing a ruckus. Joe Ghoul managed to trip him, but he couldn't hold him for long. Baek tried to calm his junior down. Calm down and think this through. Wang has already left. We don't need to go this far. It's over, so we can return to Mua. The sect leader specifically told us not to cause trouble. Although I'm not satisfied with everyone's performance in the spar, since we won, I'll let it slide for now. Except for one person. Senior brother Joe Ghoul. Were you planning to go dressed like a thief? Without letting anyone stop him, he flew outside. His face had a very mischievous look. Then he immediately took off using his lightness technique. Baek felt that this was going to be a disaster. Winlap's son was still standing there dumping. Founded. In his mind, all his good thoughts had changed. Father, I think something has gone terribly wrong. Meanwhile, the Wang sect was gradually leaving Nanyang. Xian Haiyan was still unconscious as he was being taken back to the sect for treatment. Fortunately, his eyes fluttered open, and he didn't understand his current situation. A junior's voice whispered, "Senior brother, can you hear me? We are on our way back to Wang and haven't left the mountain yet." After hearing that, he suddenly woke up and immediately asked about the mission. Instantly, the image of Baek Kyan was seared into his mind. He gradually remembered the scene and realized he had lost the battle. His junior also said that the branch dojo was already being packed up to move. Jin Hyan was furious for having brought shame upon Wang with his own hands. Even after resorting to a shameful tactic in front of so many people, he still couldn't achieve his goal. Speaking of his goal, he remembered the sword tomb. He was plotting something in his head and was about to give an order to his junior. Return to the main sect immediately and report the situation. We cannot go back without a plan. Suddenly, a voice from above boomed. There's no need for that. Jin Hyan stammered out the name of his granduncle. He was Wu Jan, a senior uncle of the Wang sect. This was a first-generation disciple of Wang, of the Wu generation. He was one of the masters of Wang's core martial arts and one of the three swords of Wang. All the disciples wondered why this man was in Nanyang. The sect leader was uneasy. So he told me to come and check on you all. It seems his insight was not wrong. Did Mount Hua bring twice as many people or did another sect assist them? Jin Hyan still didn't dare to speak the truth. After a moment, he finally had to tell senior uncle Wu Jan everything. Even after betting your honor, you still couldn't win. Does your honor belong only to you? If you commit a shameful act, the world won't just blame you, they will blame Wood. That's no different from tarnishing Wang's name. Don't you understand? It doesn't matter now. We will abandon Nanyang. We will bypass Nanyang and head straight for the sword tomb. At this point, he announced, the main sect has found the location of the sword tomb. Failure is humiliating, but there will be many opportunities in the future. Compared to the great task we have to accomplish, this is just a trivial matter. Those who are seriously injured should return. If you're fine, follow me. Jin Hyan thought to himself. As long as I can find the sword tomb, I can repay this threefold humiliation, no matter how great. Assess your own condition. There's no shame in not being able to go due to injury. Thank you, sir. I can go and I will absolutely not be a burden to anyone. Suddenly, the elder detected something. His eyes quickly darted to the distance, suspecting someone was watching. Who's there? Show yourself. At that moment, the protagonist slowly emerged. He must have overheard their entire secret conversation. Wu Jan thought the person before him might be a bandit. Chung leaped down from above to talk to them. He casually walked towards his opponent. The Wang senior uncle appeared very cautious. I'm just a robber passing by. Can I ask what a sword tomb is? The Wang group remained silent at this absurd question. How could he just be casually passing by in the middle of a mountain path like this? You're a mountain bandit, aren't you? Stumped for an answer, he immediately agreed. Wu Jan noticed the plum blossom pattern engraved on his sword. They all concluded that this person was a disciple of the Mount Hua sect. How did you recognize me as the divine dragon of Mount Hua? How shameful. I thought that as a disciple of Mount Hua, you at least have some dignity. He was also a bit flustered. Just pretend you don't recognize me. You're so dense. So, you're not a Mount Hua disciple, but a robber, right? I will treat you as if you're not a disciple of Mount Hua. I'm just dealing with a robber who is threatening us here. Ah, so his intention is to deny attacking a Mount Hua disciple. Take off your mask and apologize. If you try any funny business, I'll teach you a lesson, the protagonist retorted. If you tell me what that sword tomb is and hand over all the information, I'll let you all leave here unharmed. If not, I certainly won't show any mercy. Mount High has gotten stronger. I heard that among them, the divine dragon of Mount Hua is the strongest, right? But I know none of this, nor the fact that the plum blossom pattern is on your sword. And even if you were the divine dragon of Mount Hua, I can still seriously injure you. He deduced that this person wasn't channeling his energy, yet his presence felt like it could pierce through his opponent's flesh instantly. Even the second-generation disciples considered him a rising star. At this level, he is truly a master among those I've faced since my rebirth. This is a true sword cultivator of wooden. After thinking, he also reminded his opponent to be careful. I want to add one more thing. You should watch your head because this is also a daily habit of mine. The air became strangely quiet. The two masters observed each other carefully, each with their own calculations. What will the level of Wan's senior uncle Wu Jian be like? Jin Haiyan anxiously recalled senior uncle Baek Chan's words. You seem to have misunderstood. With your strength, you absolutely cannot draw him out. He only faces those of the same caliber. This guy realized the divine dragon of Mount Hua is the strongest among the Mount Hua disciples present here. Even so, does he dare to face senior uncle Wu Jian alone, a man over 30 years a senior? To break the silence, he suggested a bet. The Wang master showed his surprise. If I win, tell me what the sword tomb is. And if the opposite happens, isn't there something you want to know about me? If you lose, take off your mask, bow your head in apology, and then admit that Mount Hua is no match for Wang. All right, then. If that's all, I agree. In return, the loser better not go back on their word. He gestured, inviting his opponent to attack. Are you telling me to attack first? Wu Jian thought the person before him was being incredibly arrogant. If you're not going to attack first, then I will. In a flash, he executed a sword strike that was invisible to the naked eye. Instantly, a small cut appeared on Wu Jian's face. The scene had now become terrifying. The Wang master looked extremely surprised. That was my greeting. Despite being a sword cultivator himself, he couldn't see that sword technique. If he had aimed for my neck just now, my head would have been rolling. Thank you for showing mercy. If you're going to fight, then fight properly. Don't play around. Instantly, he appeared in front of him. Chung felt satisfied that his opponent was finally going all out. The protagonist skillfully avoided the fatal sword tip. The surrounding terrain was shaken by powerful tremors. As he fought, he analyzed his opponent. Wu Jian continued to charge relentlessly. Now I understand how different the martial world of 100 years ago is from today. The two powerful swords clashed. A murderous aura flashed in their eyes. Instantly, the two pushed each other away. The martial arts of the current martial world have developed greatly. The speed of the masters has increased dramatically. His afterimage flickered in and out of sight. The Wang master's stance was majestic. He attacked a vital point but still missed. Chung was disappointed in himself. Or have I gotten weaker after losing something in the war with the demonic cult? At this point, he launched a kick straight at his opponent. He actively dodged but was still affected. The sheer weight of the blow made Wuan grimace. He lost his balance and fell downwards. A cascade of rocks and dirt followed him down. Jin Haiyan was very worried for his senior uncle. His eyes continuously followed the action without rest. The internal energy emanating from the two before him was terrifying. His mind was racing. The sword chi that Wang is so proud of requires a vast amount of internal energy to maintain. Its characteristic is that it all requires endless effort to overwhelm the opponent. This means that even if they practice the same martial art, the power will be as different as heaven and earth depending on the strength of their internal energy. As expected, your sword ki truly fits the name of the Azure Flow Sword. Chung knew this person was outstanding, but it wasn't enough. He took the initiative to dive down and attack his opponent. His strike split Wang's endless sword chi in two. Wuan looked surprised and became angry. If that's the case, then try to block this sword move. Instantly, he executed the Supreme Purity sword art. Its power was twice as strong as the previous move. The disciple felt that this sword art was too perfect. No matter how talented the divine dragon of Mount Hua is, he cannot stop a sword strike that is like the flowing Yangtze River. Wu Jian thought he had it all with his sword strike. His eyes widened in shock as the protagonist figure was still in midair. His body had been struck at its weak point. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. The Wang master had now used all his strength. Chung Mian thought his opponent was nothing special. Is this all the three swords of Wang are capable of? Wu Jian's eyes only now widened as his opponent closed in for a direct confrontation. He was preparing to take the life of Jin Haiyan's senior uncle. It seems we have to fight first and talk later. Ha! The old man was still frozen, not knowing what to do. Then he quickly spun around and knocked him away. The nearby mountain peak crumbled into dust. The senior uncle had to dodge and his body tumbled away. The sword's force was shockingly powerful. If I had taken that hit, I wouldn't have just been fatally wounded. The protagonist figure reappeared, seemingly completely unaffected. Compared to that person, my strength is clearly weaker now. Why would someone with such abilities wear a mask and act so strangely? Realizing this, he quickly recomposed himself and prepared a defensive stance. I was surprised that you could easily split one's sword chi. The mental and internal energy contained within that stream of sword chi is immense. Wu Jian continued to raise his sword and pointed at his opponent. He struck out, but he still dodged it with ease. What will you do against dozens of streams of sword chi? The Supreme Purity sword art was once again executed by this person. The Wang senior uncle unleashed the endless azure river. Hundreds of streams of sword chi flew towards him. You should have done this sooner. So Chung Mang had no choice but to use the Seven Sages sword art. He elegantly weaved and dodged. Then he used the soaring scent and charged in. Jin Haiyan's jaw dropped at the sight before him. How could he dodge all of those streams of sword chi? Wu Jian relentlessly unleashed his sword chi. The protagonist continuously escaped fatal blows. He leaped continuously in midair. His opponent couldn't praise him enough for this level of skill. If I let that kid escape the range of my sword chi and make me miss, it would be a waste. This is the moment I've been waiting for. The moment that kid is trapped in midair with nowhere to land. He unleashed a palm strike, but he quickly used his sword to block it. He was now very close to his opponent. One of Wu Jian's hands created a ball of energy. Take my revolving palm. You have to resort to that. You've cultivated quite a lot of power, haven't you? Shrinking the space I can dodge while continuously attacking. That surprised me. He used his leg to block the opponent's internal palm strike. Wu Jian was watching to see if his opponent was done for. The nearby disciples looked like they were about to be blown away. From above, he shot straight down at the opponent. Instantly, the man was knocked even further back. His natural reaction was to evade the opponent. He's too strong. I can't predict his every move. If this continues, I'll surely be defeated. And Wang's honor will be shattered. This sect truly values honor more than life itself. In his mind, he prepared to unleash a dangerous technique. Jin Haiyan vaguely recognized his senior uncle's stance. With his abundant internal energy, he managed to maintain his balance. His hands intertwined to use a stronger sword technique. The disciple realized this was the wisdom sword. This technique is the symbolic swordsmanship of Wang. Wang's ultimate sword art, the Tai wisdom sword. The disciples thought that once this move was unleashed, their senior uncle's victory was certain. The protagonist also recognized this move and immediately rushed in to stop it. He slashed a line in front of his opponent. Wuan couldn't understand why this guy was hitting so hard. Chung raised his sword and spoke. What kind of trick are you pulling in the middle of our fight? One of the 3 strongest men in Wang was getting a beating. You're truly weak. You haven't even mastered basic swordsmanship, and you still dare to use such a pathetic sword art? Chung continued to hit him until his back was about to break. Wu Jian cried out in extreme pain. In his mind, he still thought he had a chance of winning by using his ultimate move. Do you think he could be stronger just by using a good sword technique without the fundamentals? How is it that after all this time, you haven't improved at all? The Wang master was now trying to figure out how to escape quickly. Just one opening and I can live the moment the swords clash. If I focus my strength into my legs and withstand the impact. Suddenly, the protagonist's sword also stopped. Wu Jian was stunned again for having misjudged. His eyes immediately shifted when he realized his opponent was striking from a different place. I'll punch you right under the chin, you miserable bastard. The senior uncle got a mouthful of pain. The disciples could only stare wide-eyed, not knowing what to do. He collapsed to the ground, having lost too much strength. The protagonist, not tired at all, continued to mutter, "Is your great sect so weak that a hit to the head is all it takes? You should consider this a valuable experience." Remembering the sword tomb, he demanded that the man stand up and tell him the whole truth. But no matter how much he shook him, he wouldn't wake up. It would probably take 3 days for him to regain consciousness. Seeing Jin Hyan, he decided to make him talk. The protagonist gestured again, beckoning his opponent to come towards him. At this point, if he didn't comply, he would probably die. So, he reluctantly walked over. "Tell me about the sword tomb." Now, he was hesitating, unsure whether to answer or not. Looking at Chong Mong's fist, he flinched slightly. So, he stopped asking. "I admit, the one who promised to talk is this guy. Since you people won't talk, I have to wake up the one who will, right? I've lived and realized this. Violence can't solve everything, but it can solve most things. You all just stand still. Don't you dare open your mouths. I'll keep hitting him until he wakes up." A moment later, Jin Hyan finally whispered the truth. He still had his hands on the senior her uncle. So the man asked him to put him down. "Don't worry, as long as you talk properly, nothing will happen to him. The sword tomb is a grave. So why is Wang looking for a grave? Because that grave belongs to the sword plunderer Win." The protagonist was a bit surprised, but it seemed he also knew something. Chung Miang knew this. The person who was the strongest under heaven 200 years ago. So that person's grave is the sword tomb. Are you here to excavate it? Jin Hai nodded. Yes. Do you really have to resort to graver robing? Why do you have to do that? The protagonist was still very curious about what was inside the tomb of the sword plunderer Win. The second-generation Wang disciple also mentioned that there was currently a thief in Wang. While tracking him, we found a map. After analyzing it, we learned that it's near Nanyang. Chung asked if they knew the exact location yet. He read the situation. They were pressuring the Flower Shadow sect to avoid attracting the attention of the locals. It was already strange for Wang to bring so many people to this small place. So, what's actually in the sword tomb? Seeing Jin Hyan's reluctance to speak, he held up Wu Jian as a threat. Are you still not going to talk? If anything happens, don't blame me for being cruel. After a moment, the Wang disciple recounted the story. The sword plunderer, Win, stole other people's swords. He didn't belong to any sect. If he defeated someone in a duel, he would take their weapon as a prize. After Win obtained the beloved weapons of many masters, he suddenly disappeared. Those weapons were divine artifacts. When asked why they would easily hand over such a precious item, Jin Hyan thought it was probably due to a bet. If they lost, they had to give up their beloved weapon. If they won, he would return all the weapons he had taken before. But no one ever won. Not only that, but after Wu In disappeared, many rumors spread. People thought that the sword plunderer had hidden all the weapons in one place. He used that place as his tomb and also left his martial arts manuals there. So the world began to search for the sword tomb. Chung now understood. So he told him to stop. Everything is clear now. He felt this was just an ordinary legend. Is your intention to excavate the tomb to get the divine weapons and martial arts manuals? Is that all there is to the story? Jean Hein affirmed that he wasn't hiding anything else. The protagonist picked up the disciple and slapped him a few times. If the subordinate messes up, the superior gets beaten. How did you teach him? Jean Hein, terrified, repeatedly said he had told the whole truth. Do you think I'm an idiot? You're not lying, but you're not telling the whole story, are you? The Wang disciple still feigned ignorance and denied it. Alright, I'll have to beat this guy until he comes to his senses. Wang needs to rely on the sword plunderer's stuff. If Zhang Samfong heard this from his grave, he'd probably use his tai chi to kick all your heads off. As he spoke, he continued to land blows on Wu Jian. Jean Hein kept trying to intervene, acting as if a few hits would kill him. He kept reminding them, I know you brought a whole crowd here, so you must know the location. What you hear is holding the map, right? Hand it over. I just need to take it and decipher it myself. Chandong's fist this time seemed different from before. He punched the Wang senior uncle straight in the face to the horror of the other disciples. Xin Hien finally screamed out a name. The force of the punch was terrifying, but thankfully he stopped just in time. The thing he mentioned was the medicine saint. Wu Jian's life was just moments away from meeting his ancestors. The protagonist let him go. Actually, the identity of the sword plunderer Win is the medicine saint. Many people rumor that he had the best pill refining method from over 200 years ago. The protagonist knew that just one of these pills could bring the dead back to life. A spirit pill with extremely high efficacy called the Chaos Origin pill. He was a medicine saint, right? Chung burst out laughing because he knew this person. Now, this is a reason worthy of Wang causing trouble. The medicine saint was the only person who could create a divine pill even more potent than the great rebirth pill of Shaolin. If anyone could consume the Chaos Origin pill, they would gain immense internal energy. Its reputation as a priceless treasure was no exaggeration. This type of pill had appeared in the martial world 100 years ago. To obtain it, many martial artists wouldn't hesitate to kill each other. Chung Mian understood that if the pill was inside, the recipe for making it would be there, too. Are you sure the tomb of the sword plunderer Win is the tomb of the medicine saint? Jean Hein had a sigh as there was no point in hiding it anymore. The gaze of the divine dragon of Mount Hua was terrifying. If he didn't talk, he'd be finished. The Wu Dong disciple added. Although the medicine saint's martial arts were high, he had no known origin, so people didn't recognize him as the strongest under heaven. Many people still didn't believe he was the medicine saint. There were many rumors, but he denied them to quiet things down. After he died, one of his close acquaintances revealed the truth. Only a few sects knew about it. This time, Jean Hein swore that he had told everything he knew. So, please let us go. I will let you go. I'm a man of my word. Before leaving, Chung Miang said one last thing. Hand over the map. The Wudong disciple was startled and replied, I cannot give you the treasure map. If you guys have it and still haven't found the location, I wouldn't be able to find it, even if I dug up this entire town by myself. Chung Miang knew that if he kept stalling like this, Wang would soon swarm the place like. If you're smart, give me the map to the sword tomb. Jean Hein still shouted, why should I? No means no. Would a deist really resort to robbing someone? A Taoist? Don't you find that funny? The protagonist struck a blow to intimidate them. Jin Hyan still didn't understand his intentions. The other disciples were terrified and willing to hand over the map. Bring out the treasure map, then go back to Wang and call for reinforcements. Otherwise, you'll all be buried here until I find the sword tomb. You choose. Either way is fine. The second generation Wang disciple now didn't know what to do. Isn't it true that one must abandon greed to become a true Taoist? In the end, they had to do as the protagonist said as he examined the map in his hand. He thought, looking at this map, I have to investigate the places it indicates. Is Old Man Medicine Saint trying to make things difficult for others? But with the might of the divine dragon of Mount, he decided to focus intensely to find any abnormalities. He kept looking at all the marked locations inside. He stared until his eyes were about to pop, but he still didn't understand anything. Frustrated, Chung Mang threw the map into the water. The ink marks weren't sword techniques or instructions. In short, I'm a genius at bashing people's heads in, but this kind of puzzle is beyond me. After thinking for a moment, he remembered he still had the option of asking his senior uncles and brothers. I'll have to hand this treasure map over to them. Knowing he had beaten Wu Jian to a pulp, the protagonist decided he had to leave. Otherwise, it would be troublesome when Wang arrived. Even if I proclaim myself the number one of Mount Hua, fighting Wang's entire group isn't a good idea. He thought that within 3 days, he had to find the location of the sword tomb before them. Inside is the method to create the Medicine Saint's Chaos Origin pill. I must have it. If I can get the Chaos Origin pill, Mount Hua can once again rise and make its name known throughout the world. So, Chung Miang returned to the town of Nanyang to find something to eat first. Meanwhile, senior brother Yun Jiang was waiting anxiously for his junior. He was asking his senior uncle for permission to go out and search. He chased after the wine group, so we just need to follow their trail. But if we go there, we won't be able to stop him. Bikayan lamented to the heavens, wondering what crime he committed in his past life to deserve such a crazy junior brother. Zhou Gul echoed the senior uncle's sentiments. I wonder what big trouble he's caused this time. Lu Isel calmly enjoyed her tea while listening to her fellow disciples' worries. Whatever you say, the trouble he causes always involves us. It'll be a pain if we get dragged into it. The group became dejected, knowing full well Chong Mang's impulsive nature. Zhou Gul looked tiredly at his senior sister. To be able to drink tea in a situation like this, she's truly a strange one. Suddenly, Isel detected a movement. The senior sister knew immediately that the protagonist had returned. Chung Miang was moving so fast he couldn't be bothered with the main gate. He crashed straight through a wall of the Flower Shadow Sect. Without taking a moment's rest, he pulled out the map. He shouted for everyone to gather. The group sat down together to discuss a plan. Chung reminded his senior uncles and brothers that they had to decipher the treasure map. Baek Chong knew it was important, but also wanted to ask where he had been. Before we do this, can you tell me where you stole it from? Chung Miang innocently said he took it from Jin Hyan of Wu. Yun Jiang had to ask again to be sure. The azure flow sword of Wuong. Did you just chase after the Wang group and rob them of this map? The senior uncle sobbed helplessly at the protagonist's outrageous actions. Do you know the consequences of this? The Wang sect will come to Mount Hua demanding an explanation. When Chung Miang said he wore a mask, Baek Kian yelled. But you dulled them with your sword. This action is like plucking the hairs from the emperor's nose. Why did you suddenly chase after the Wang group and steal their treasure map? The senior uncle now didn't know how he would explain this to the sect leader. I'm asking again, if you don't want this map, I'll return it to Wang. He had to explain the whole story. This is the clue that leads to the tomb of the Medicine Saint. It contains the method for creating the Chaos Origin pill. Baek Kian was at a loss, not knowing what to decide. He thought it was just a poison pill. But no matter how poisonous, he couldn't ignore the Chaos Origin pill. It's a world-renowned pill. How can I just ignore it? Chung added that everyone should have new experiences. At least once in their life. Sometimes we need to do things outside the box, right? What I mean is we need to take a gamble. Forget about everything else. We have to go all in on this. The Chaos Origin pill must belong to Mount Hua. Hey, if you go all in, you could lose everything. Chung didn't reply. If it's bad luck, it's bad luck. What can you do? But if we get lucky, we can do whatever we want. Joe Gould felt that his junior brother's words made a lot of sense. This time even his senior uncle agreed with Chung Mayan's point of view. The Wang group is returning to their mountain. They'll bring reinforcements and it will be very difficult for us to fight them. If we're going to do it, we have to go all the way. We need to hurry. Senior brother Yun Jiang didn't dare to object. After a moment of thought, he also agreed with Joe Gould's idea. Baek Kyan looked in surprise at the determined eyes of the third-generation disciples. It seems they are very determined. So he reluctantly went along with Chung Meng's idea. We just need to decipher this map, right? Could it be that when we do that, another problem will arise? It's fine. Just deciphering it is enough. No matter what traps are in the sword tomb, we will definitely overcome them. Are you sure you can do this? Baek Kyan had no other choice, as returning it was no longer an option. Since it has come to this, even if the sect leader punishes me, I have to do it. The senior uncle assigned tasks to Yun Jiang and Zhu and also to senior sister Luizil before Wang arrives in Nanyang. We need to enter the sword tomb and get the method for creating the Chaos Origin pill. Everyone, let's work together for this pill. Chung was thrilled that everyone was on the same page. With the eyes of a 100-year-old ancestor, he knew these kids had all grown up. Switching to sect leader Nguyen's location. The noise woke him from his sleep, so he went out to see what was happening. In just one day, the wall has been destroyed. I really want to forget everything. This man also didn't know what to do. I don't know why, but since they arrived, my illness has gotten worse. As he thought this, sharp pain shot through him. The sect leader's body couldn't take it anymore. He kept telling himself to hold on just a little longer. My internal injury cannot be cured by medicine. This kind of injury is completely incurable. I can't let them see me in this condition. This is when the Flower Shadow sect needs me more than ever. For the sect to be restored to its former glory. I cannot die with my eyes open. Gwynlap's son suppressed the pain inside him. The sect leader tried to endure and get some rest. There's a lot to do tomorrow. This body cannot collapse. In his thoughts, he always had a hold on until the day the Flower Shadow sect regained its former status. Outside, Chung Myung opened the door and entered. Winlapson didn't understand what he was doing here. Are you preparing to rest, sir? What business do you have here so late at night? Are you feeling unwell, Taoist? The protagonist's eyes remain fixed on the leader of the Flower Shadow sect. Wrong. The one who is unwell is you. I'm in a hurry, so I need to take care of this right away. Taoist, what are you talking about? Chung Myung walked straight up to the man before him and touched the location of his internal injury. It turned out he wanted to treat him. Don't open your mouth. Just stay quiet for me. Wait, young Taoist, what are you doing? The words internal injury surprised him. Are you saying you will treat my internal injury? This isn't as easy as you think. If there's any mistake, both of us will be affected. Chung Myung himself understood this issue best. And I also know exactly how to treat internal injuries. There are two ways to treat an internal injury. One is to use one's own internal energy to regulate the chaotic flow of qi and blood. But Nguyen Lap's son didn't have this ability. His qi was already in complete disarray. The second way is for another person to transfer their internal energy to restore the original state. This method is very difficult, 10 times harder than the first. Without another word, the protagonist began the treatment. As the sect leader cried out, he covered his mouth. This wasn't out of malice, but to prevent internal energy from escaping through the mouth. If it continued like that, he would suffer from chi deviation. Fortunately, you weren't completely injured. It seems to be working. Gwen Lapsun couldn't quite believe it. The pain I've endured for so long is disappearing. A cool and warm internal energy was spreading throughout his body. Is this the chi of a Taoist? Please endure a little longer. It's almost done. He knew that only a veteran martial artist could perform such an internal energy transfer. Even the elders of major sects wouldn't dare. Who is this Taoist? Just then, Chung told him to sit up. The man's entire body floated in midair. Gwen Lapsun wasn't doing it himself. A powerful force was controlling him. My body is turning and sitting up on its own. From now on, I will perform the great heavenly circulation. Chung Myong said, I will open all the chi channels in your body to treat the internal injury, including the meridians that are normally difficult to access. Control your internal energy according to my guidance. The sect leader hadn't even had time to prepare when the protagonist started. The moment he touched him, the chi and blood channels lit up. This stream of chi gathered in his dantian to spread throughout his body. One small mistake could lead to complete paralysis in an instant. At this point, the energy flow became even stronger because there was no time. He did it as quickly as possible. In return, the great heavenly circulation was very prone to conflict. But if left alone, the sect leader injuries would only worsen. This forced him to endure. He had to unblock the clogged meridians and clear out the accumulated blockages. This way, the flow of chi and blood would return to its original path within the body. Wherever Chung Mang touched, it felt as if it was being healed. This process would be repeated over and over until he was healed. Gwen Lapsun was still trying to endure the pain. Chung Mang called this method the 12 heavenly circulations. The energy spread from his feet up to his head. The sect leader's entire room glowed in the middle of the night. Finally, the treatment for the internal injury was complete. He no longer had the weary appearance from before. His body felt a bit strange after being cleansed. The excruciating pain from before had also vanished. Not only that, but he was more energetic than ever before. Lapsun was about to express his gratitude when Chung Myong interrupted him. Mount Hua will remember and not forget your kindness. This is a reward for the past decades. I hope this leader will always protect Mount Hua as he does now. Let's work together to make the Flower Shadow Sect in Mount Hua renowned throughout the world. Gwen Lapsun now understood why people praise the third-generation disciples so much. Truly worthy of the name Divine Dragon of Mount Hua that the world speaks of. After a long, long time, my wishes and dreams have been fulfilled. Those are the important things for restoring the Flower Shadow Sect. Thinking of this, he couldn't hold back his tears. Gwen Lapsun promised his savior. I will definitely always do so. And just like that, the matter at the Flower Shadow Sect was smoothly resolved by Chung Mang. Time passed until the next morning. The Mount Hua disciples were doubting whether the map was fake. Chung insisted it was definitely real. If we had more time, we could keep trying. Although he said that, he still hadn't thought of a way. This was impossible from the beginning, said Yun Jiang. Isn't it difficult for just us to face one? As he was about to suggest giving up, his junior brother stopped him. Senior brother, what did you just say? Yun Jiang repeated it so the protagonist could hear more clearly. With just us, we can't handle Wang. Chung understood that this was very accurate. It just needs to not be just us, right? Everyone, let's take a gamble. If, as senior brother says, we can't handle Wang, then why don't we make a huge bet? We'll spread a rumor throughout the world that there's a sword tomb somewhere in Nanyang. This plan sounds a bit flawed. Even someone as cool-headed as Lu Isel couldn't figure out what this guy was thinking. Baek Kyan was worried because Chung's mind wasn't normal. You intend to take such valuable information and spread it all over the world? Yun Jiang had to intervene again. It sounds crazy, but when you think about it, it's not entirely wrong. If Wang comes here in full force, their numbers won't be small. With just the 5 of us, it will be difficult to stop them. If all of Wang attacks at once, even with another Chung Myong, it would be hard to win. As he spoke, the third-generation senior brother had to draw out a plan for everyone to understand. He was having the same idea as the protagonist. If other sects from all over gather here, it would create a chaotic situation, right? That's a thought that while Slim still has a chance. If Wang appears alone, we can't interfere. If many sects cause a chaotic situation, there might be an opportunity. That way, fewer people will pay attention to us, right? Senior Uncle Baek Kyan now understood his disciple's intention. It seems like everyone has gone crazy, but it's not completely illogical. He once again agreed with this plan. How do we spread the news? Do we have to go everywhere and gossip? Is there a better way? We don't have any time left. This news has to come from a reliable source. Everyone still didn't understand what Chung Myong meant. Not which person, but which place. I'm going out for a bit. You all get some rest. Scene changed to the main headquarters of the Wang sect. You say Woan lost and was seriously injured. Jin Hyan was reporting the recent situation to the sect leader. Elder Hodu appeared strangely calm. So the rumors about the divine dragon of Mount Hua are true. He consecutively defeated 10 second-generation disciples of the Southern Edge sect. So defeating Wu Jan isn't surprising. That also happened about 2 years ago, right? Do you know why this happened? The Wang disciple admitted he acted foolishly without thinking. The reason this happened is due to the characteristics of Wang's martial arts. All martial arts become stronger with mastery. But for Wang, the growth is incomparable to other sects. I guarantee one thing. If Wu Jan hadn't learned Wudong's martial arts, he wouldn't have been defeated by that divine dragon of Mao. Xin Hyan still didn't understand the sect leader's meaning. He didn't dare to answer because if he was right, it would be an insult to his own sect. If he was wrong, it would be a slap in the sect leader's face. The answer is, I do not know, sect leader. Then let me explain the reason to you. We need to obtain the pill refining method of the medicine saint. Hearing this, he knew that telling Chung Myong everything was a mistake. It's not your fault. I was the one who misjudged. I knew the divine dragon of Mount Hua would come, but I didn't think he was strong enough to defeat Wu Jan. I thought you alone would be enough to handle him. Jin Hyan repeatedly apologized to the sect leader for his incompetence. What did the divine dragon of Mount Hua seem like in your eyes? He is a monster sect leader. Although I couldn't defeat the other Mount Hua disciples, the divine dragon of Mount Hua is on a whole other level. Elder Hyo Du was a bit surprised by his disciple's assessment. Even this outstanding child felt that the divine dragon of Mount Hua was like an unbreakable wall. This issue cannot be overlooked. The next generation of Wang could very well be crushed by Mount Hua. Can you set out one more time? Since you made a mistake, I will give you a chance to redeem yourself. Those going to Nanyang this time are almost ready. Next, I will have the elders take action personally. Prepare to go with them to Nanyang and excavate the sword tomb. The Wang sect leader also figured that Chong Mang was probably struggling to decipher the treasure map. At this point, his intention was to secretly observe and then choose the right moment to steal the divine medicine. Very few people should know about the sword tomb. Do you understand what I just said? If you made a mistake, then fix it yourself. Although he knew it would be difficult, how could Jean hide in refuge? He still had a score to settle with Chung Mang. I will definitely complete the order in return. At the same time, the protagonist was heading straight to Luoyang City. The bustling street scene had many beggars asking for food. Kind sirs, please spare a coin for a poor man to eat. While working, this person also overheard many interesting stories. Two customers inside were enjoying their wine while discussing how Mount Hua had thrashed Wang without breaking a sweat. Wang is a major sect. How could they possibly lose? That story has been buzzing all over the place since last night. After hearing half the story, the beggar abandoned his work to report back to his branch. He went straight into the camp to report. Whispers were exchanged. The people here listened and wrote everything down in a letter. Very quickly, it was sent to another location. It seems Chung Mang's method was very effective. It immediately reached the hands of the intended recipient. Wang was utterly defeated by Mount Hua. You dared to write such a ridiculous story. If you're spouting nonsense like this, you'll have to answer to me. You don't confirm information and just write whatever you want. Are you trying to test the lion branch? I've been too lenient lately. I need to call this bunch back and teach them a lesson. This person is Hong Duang, the branch leader of the Beggars Union in Liang. While eating meat and drinking wine, he noticed a stack of letters from his disciples. So many reports from Nanyang. It seems something has happened in the past few days. Glancing back and forth, it was all about fights between rival gangs. Suddenly, an important piece of news caught his eye. The second-generation disciples of Mount Hua and Wang fought at the Flower Shadow Sect. Mount Hua won, and the Wang branch dojo withdrew from Luoyang. To be sure, he had to read over and over again. The news of Mount Hua crushing Wang was truly unbelievable. Not only that, but Wang had more people than Mount Hua. And other reports said the exact same thing. There's no way they all conspired to lie. Does that mean all of this is true? Mount Hua defeated the Southern Edge sect and now Wudong. Could this really lead to Mount Hua's resurgence? He had known that this sect had withdrawn from the 9 great sects, one union 100 years ago. If that forgotten sect regained its strength and stepped back into the martial world, it would definitely have a huge impact. This would affect the balance of power in the martial world. Additionally, the story of Jean Haiyan being beaten to a pulp was also carefully reported by the beggars. What in the world am I reading? In any case, I need to investigate this thoroughly. From outside, the sound of a disciple trying to stop a stranger from barging in could be heard. A stranger's urgent voice grew louder. What's with all the noise out there? Chung kicked the door open and stormed in. His expression was hard to read. Is this the branch leader's place? Hong Duong still looked clueless. He quickly drew his weapon to defend himself. Yes, it is. What do you want? The protagonist remained silent. He walked straight towards the leader of the Beggars Union in Luoyang. Then he took the map out from his clothes. The branch leader still didn't understand what he meant. You're coming with me to do something. Hong Duong had to bring out water to serve his guest. Why is he drinking tea like that? Anyone would think he was drinking wine. It seems he's not a very difficult person. Cheap water was poured into a dirty cup. Normally, anyone would frown, but he didn't seem to mind. After thinking, he spoke up. You are the divine dragon of Mount Hua, right? What business do you have with this branch leader? Chung replied, I want to sell something. Selling something in a beggar's den after you kicked down my door like that? It seems the young hero has no experience in the martial world. The place you've come to is a branch of the Beggars Union. I don't know what you think of us, but the Beggars Union is not a place for buying and selling. If you want to sell something, take it to the black market. Chung was quite surprised by this kind of treatment. If that's the case, then I have no other choice. We are both from the righteous faction and have been here for a long time. The Beggars' Union doesn't seem to be the same as it used to be. As he spoke, the protagonist put the map away to get his attention. This is a rare item, so I can't sell at the black market. Where's the nearest branch of the Hua clan? Hearing this, Hong Duang immediately understood the importance of that item. That unconcerned look in his eyes. Does it mean he could easily sell that item to anyone? I should first ask what he's planning to sell. As he raised his voice curiously, Chung brushed him off. I don't need to sell things to people who aren't buying. Hearing this, the branch leader understood immediately and laughed loudly. This person didn't bother beating around the bush anymore. Disciples, go get some good wine for me. A moment later, the protagonist took out the map of the sword tomb for him to see. Looking at the handwriting, Hong Duang knew this was no ordinary map. As an experienced branch leader, he had never encountered a case like this before. As he was about to touch it, Chung Miang shouted loudly. Who said you could touch it? You can only look. The branch leader wasn't angry at that action. He was just surprised by the divine dragon of Mount Hua's imperceptible eye movement. I've heard about the divine dragon of Mount Hua. But is he really this strong? Putting that aside for now, the map was more important. So what is this thing? He had to explain the whole story again to make it clear. The beggars outside were emotional after hearing the story. Hong Duang had to make him repeat it over and over to verify the truth. Isn't this kind of thing your job as a branch leader? How much will you buy it for? He looked at the map and tried to appraise it. If everything he said is true, then this is indeed the treasure map leading to the sword tomb. How can I possibly appraise this item? No matter what is discovered, the fate of the martial world will change from here. Chung Miang impatiently urged the branch leader to decide. Hong Duang's voice was just a mumble, not forming any words. Are you wondering why I couldn't find the secret myself? If I could, I would have. But since I can't, there's no point in holding on to it. He's right. There are people who hold on to things their whole lives without ever knowing their value. Hong Duang was now focused on the important detail that the medicine saint was involved. Besides, this person also didn't understand why a Taoist would talk about buying and selling like a merchant. If these people get their hands on power, they will turn the martial world upside down. Just thinking about it, he seemed like a dangerous person. The protagonist sipped his wine and demanded that he quickly name a price. The branch leader was still racking his brain. Even though his mind is sharp, he still lacks experience. If this treasure map really leads to the sword tomb, it could be called priceless. However, I need to reconsider. Since this item was in Wang's hands, the price will be halved. I'm also not sure if I can decipher it. I also need to keep the Beggars' Union's purchase a secret and secretly find a buyer for it. More importantly, you can't prove that this is genuine. If I buy it, I will have to bear all these risks. The price that guy offered was 100,000 taels. Considering our friendly relations with Mount Hua, I'll pay an additional 20,000 taels. Chung was a bit annoyed by the number Hong Duang offered. The man was pleased, thinking he was about to get a great deal. This is a very good price. If you go anywhere else, you won't even get 10,000 taels. The protagonist immediately left, not forgetting to ask about other shops. What do you mean by that? Is the price not right? Don't be so hasty. If you're not satisfied, I'll take a small loss. 150,000 taels was the new price offered by the branch leader. This is a rare case because you are the divine dragon of Mount Hua. Chung made him state the final price. 150,000. Are you kidding me? Along with that, he unleashed a wave of pressure to intimidate him. Who do you think you're robbing, you beggars? Looking at the scene before him, he felt a little scared. 200,000. I'll pay you 200,000 taels. Are you still half asleep? How about 300,000? I think 300,000 should be enough, right? 3 million paid all at once. Anything less is a dream. What? 3 million? The branch leader's jaw dropped. He seemed hesitant because even if he bought it, he wouldn't have enough cash. Even if he scraped everything together here, he could only temporarily gather 1 million. Even if the main branch supported it, it would still take at least half a month. This was Hong Di Wang's problem. So Chung Mang couldn't care less. Are you saying you don't have enough money? After a moment of hesitation, he tried to haggle again. How about 2 million taels? He promised to give 1 million. Front as a sign of trust and the rest after a month. But how could he sway the protagonist? Well, 3 million is 3 million. No more discussion. The branch leader himself could imagine the value of the treasure map. So he was speechless. In his mind, he also estimated its value at 3 million taels. He was also afraid that if he didn't agree to buy it, this guy would take it to the Hua clan to trade. In the end, he had to agree. But the difficult part was that he hadn't gathered enough money. Chung Mian knew beggars didn't have money, so he showed him how to get it. So, he asked about the Continental Bank in Luoyang Prefecture. Right. The simplest way the protagonist suggested was to go to the bank and take out a high-interest loan. If you don't have cash, you can bring back a banknote. Duong didn't agree because doing so would ruin his future prospects. At this point, he felt cornered and spoke firmly. 2 million, no more talk. Sell it to me or find another place to deal. I assure you that even the Hod clan would find it difficult to come up with that much money at once. This brought the negotiation to a standstill. Chung Mian casually stood up as he didn't get the amount he wanted. In the branch leader's mind, he was sure the divine dragon of Mount Hua would reconsider. To increase his credibility, he said, even if you go to the Hua clan, it will be just as I said. If you don't believe me, just go there and see for yourself. Chung Mian said coldly, I'm not going there. I'm going to the branch in Wuhan because Wuhan is farther. I came here first. Didn't you say Wei Yang doesn't have enough money? Is there a reason why you're so panicked and don't want to go there? Hong Duong looked scared. If he let another branch snatch this item, he would lose face in front of the elders. So, he had to swallow his pride and agree to the deal. I agree to buy the treasure map for 3 million taels. Not only that, but he insisted on paying in one lump sum. Now, he seemed very relieved. Chung hesitated slightly. Who told you I was selling it for 3 million taels? The branch leader was probably unlucky to run into an economics expert like the protagonist. The number he gave was 3.5 million taels. When he questioned it, he blamed it on inflation. So, a small increase was no big deal. You should consider it because it will go up again soon. Hong Duong panicked as the number kept increasing. Wait, please wait a moment. The price was shouted out chaotically. I saw buy it for 3.8 million taels. Is that enough? It seems Chung's deal was successful this time. He sealed the deal at that price. Deal. This is truly a wise choice on your part. A moment later, Chung Mang was counting and recounting dozens of stacks of money. The branch leader felt this was a really great deal for the protagonist. Please remember one thing. There is no place in this world without the eyes and ears of the beggars' union. If this item is fake or if you've done something, you will pay the price. Chung Miang insisted it was 100% real. What reason do you have to be so sure? Seeing the customer's attitude, Hong Duang felt somewhat reassured because he knew the value would increase 3 to 4 times if it was real. So, what's the reason you're so confident? That treasure map was already figured out by Wang. Hearing this, it felt a bit unreasonable. You should probably hurry up because by now they've probably already set off to dig up the grave. Stepping outside, Chung Myung affirmed that he hadn't lied at all. A beggar next to him spoke up. Just let him go like that. It seems like he said something unpleasant. But no matter how much he called, he didn't see the leader respond. Hong Duang looked like he was about to go crazy. He yelled and ordered his disciples to gather and capture Chong Yang. Leaving the tense moment behind, we moved to the peace of Mount Hua. Since the protagonist and his group left for the Flower Shadow Sect, this place has become much quieter. Everything was not as lively as usual. The sect leader also became more sentimental than ever. While admiring the clouds and flowers, he heard the annoyed voice of the finance elder. Actually, the leaders were worried because they still hadn't received any news from Senior Uncle Beck. They're not on vacation, are they? They're on a mission, so there's no time to send news. The junior brother heard this, but knew full well that the sect leader was more anxious than him, coming up here a dozen times a day to wait for the disciples. Master Hyan Hang always trusted the young ones. You say that so easily. How can you not worry when they have to face Wuda? Hyan felt that the other two were too uncaring. Aren't they different from us? No matter where they are, they won't be easily defeated. The three of them felt a bit more at ease and just waited. The finance master spoke up again. Of course, how can the kids be like us? Because they cannot live as miserably as we have. Hearing this, the sect leader felt more pain than ever. He had to witness the collapse of his own sect. And the help from merchants was all rejected, or even the senior brothers who lost faith and left Mount Hua. Now he eagerly awaited the next generation to lead Mount Hua upwards. So the difference was all too clear for those who had contributed to the sect's decline. They have to be different. They have to live more prosperously than us. Honor is no longer important. As long as they don't go hungry and are not looked down upon by others, I will be very satisfied. The sect leader couldn't deny the finance elder's opinion. Those children will bring glory to Mount Hua, and we will support them at this point. The only hope surely rested heavily on Chung Myung's group. In his excitement, Master Yunam ran over to deliver news. From his hurried appearance, it must be important news. The Wang branch of the Yaina Merchant Guild sent news from Nanyang. It must be related to Chung Myung. So, the sect leader was very interested. The general content of the letter was that the disciples of Mount Hua and Wang had a spar on behalf of the Flower Shadow Sect and the Wang branched over dojo. The result was that Mount Hua won. So the Flower Shadow Sect stayed and the branch dojo had to leave. Gwen Lapsun has reorganized his vassal sect and has gradually started accepting disciples. After reading it, everyone was overjoyed. The guild leader has confirmed it, so it must be true. The sect leader had to be supported by his junior brother. Otherwise, he might have had a stroke from this news. He really couldn't believe it. These kids want to spar against Wang. They have truly grown up. One day, Mount Hua will definitely return to its position in the 9 great sects, one union. Master Ungam added. Since we couldn't contact them, we don't know if they are returning or not. If there's no more business in Nanyang, they will probably come back right away. They'll probably be back at Mount Hua in about 3 days, right? The sect leader was about to assign a task to the finance elder, who immediately knew he wanted to prepare a welcome for Chung Myung and his brother's return. Don't worry, I will prepare everything meticulously. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Hyanson asked for leave to depart. Now only the sect leader was left with his many thoughts. In his heart, this man always held the hope that his sect would continue to rise. You children have worked so hard. I wonder if Chung caused any trouble. That child is a handful both inside and out. At this time, the Luoyang branch of the Beggars Union was in an uproar. Hong Duang was becoming more frantic than ever. Branch leader, are you okay? He kept muttering the name Divine Dragon of Mount Hua. He looked down on us and played a dirty trick. Right now, he probably just wants to strangle Chung Mang. I will show you a kind of end you'll meet for messing with his Hong Duang. After a moment of frenzy, Hong Duang calmed down and ordered his disciples to inform the other branches of the situation. One person spoke up, reporting that the main branch couldn't send many forces at once. Ignoring him, he continued to order for anyone with artistic talent to be summoned to copy the treasure map into multiple copies. Also, spread the word to the sects that are likely to buy this. Tell them, I'll sell it cheap. Tell everyone all the surrounding sects from the famous to the infamous. As they were about to rush off, the branch leader gave another order. He couldn't forget the important matter of tracking the whereabouts of the divine dragon of Mount Hua. The news spread very quickly. All the sects, both righteous and unorthodox, gathered in large numbers in Nanyang. The Wang people were closely monitoring their every move. Isn't that the Five Poisons Hand Gyurshun of the Western River? That person in the red robe is the three killing devils. Not only that, but the ghostly whale Shadowless has also arrived. The atmosphere now felt like a war was about to break out between the factions. The Swordgate sect, the Pine and Cypress sect, and even the Waning Moon sect. It seems all the famous people have gathered. Elder Hosan asked Jin Hyan. The treasure map was stolen 3 days ago, so how could everyone gather in Nanyang so quickly? And they couldn't have figured out its contents. The second-generation direct disciple guessed that the Mount Hua sect had spread the news about the sword tomb. The Wang elder was now feeling very suspicious. He thought Mount Hua's intention wasn't about the value of the sword tomb, but perhaps they wanted to prevent Wang from entering alone to excavate the treasure. Maybe if they couldn't get it, they decided to ruin it. For everyone. I can truly sense malice in this matter. After thinking, he also reminded his disciple to follow the plan that the sect leader had laid out. The fact that they've gathered in Nanyang means that no one has been able to decipher the treasure map yet. Jin Hyan's master understood that all the sects gathered here were just waiting for Wang to make a move and then act accordingly. By any means necessary, they will wait for us to find the location of a sword tomb and then find a way to stop us. We are wounded on. Each of us has the ability to deal with the other sects. No one in this world is capable of blocking our path. After a moment of explanation, the disciple understood and Elder Hoas ordered the disciples to set out immediately. As expected, his calculations were closely watched by the other sects. Everyone was waiting to see what Wang's move would be. Of course, no one would pass up a great opportunity like the Chaos Origin Pill. Jin Hyan had heard the order to enter the sword tomb. If there is a confrontation, I just want everyone to understand that we don't want to make things complicated, but we are absolutely not running away out of fear. Soon, the Chaos Origin Pill will be in Wang's hands. At the same time, Hong Duang had found Chung Mang's whereabouts. The senior uncle and 2 senior brothers still didn't understand why the beggar from the Beggars Union was looking for their junior. After listening for a while, they also realized the person on the roof was the Loyang branch leader. Baek Kyan was certain that that little brat had caused trouble again. Although he didn't know the details, he could understand Hong Duang's attitude. The way that person looked at Chung Mian was not friendly at all. There are now more martial artists than people in Nanyang. Are you happy now? He sounded resentful. But Chung Mang replied, why are you even here talking about it? Wasn't it the Beggars Union that spread the news that Nanyang had a sword tomb? Are you afraid that Wang will get the sword tomb first? Hearing these words, the veins on the branch leader's face bulged. He had to suppress the anger in his heart for being tricked so badly and asked what the next plan was. What do you mean? What to do? I just want to sit here and enjoy the view. Since I've made enough money, there's no need to rush. In his mind, Hong Duang was contemplating whether he should beat him up to vent his anger. But then he remembered his power and immediately dismissed it. His thoughts now were that he had to force himself to endure because the transaction was clear. It would be difficult to demand it back now. I struggled to chase him here for a day, but that's all. I can't do anything more now. He was thinking about waiting for reinforcement from the main branch, but that would take a lot of time and wouldn't solve anything. With that number, they couldn't even deal with a minor sex, let alone wounded on. After considering everything, he gradually accepted his fate. Looking at the current situation, he could only place his trust in Mang. The sky is probably going to fall, but at least I still have something to bet on. Although his mind isn't normal, there must be a reason for this strange event to happen. Hong Duang was now very confident in Mang's bloody determination. That's the last hope I can rely on. Despite his unpleasant appearance. At this point, he took the initiative to yield. Now you have to do something. This is not the time for drinking, so don't offer me wine. Outside, martial artists have gathered like ants. Don't you have any thoughts seeing that? A sword tomb or whatever. I really can't understand why these fools are pouring all their money and effort into this. Well, Chung didn't put in any effort, so he has nothing to lose. The beggar yelled, pointing to remind him of the important thing. The Chaos Origin Pill. The Chaos Origin Pill. Do you understand now? You look like this and expect others to do the good work and serve it to you on a platter. Look outside and see for yourself. Everyone is acting like that. What is that kid thinking? Hearing the noise, the senior sister came out to see what was going on. The branch leader jumped in surprise. He was both scared and curious, not knowing who the woman before him was. Izil didn't bother with greetings and just said that Wang had mobilized. Chung Niang threw away his wine bottle upon hearing that. A few beggars below had also gathered. He quickly shed his lazy, good-for-nothing demeanor. They're finally making a move, huh? The three of them, senior uncle and senior brothers below, didn't understand the situation but prepared to go with him. The divine dragon of Mount Hua and the senior sister immediately took off using their lightness technique. In the blink of an eye, the others on the ground also chased after them. It was clear that the Mount Hua disciples also had a plan to seize the Chaos Origin Pill. Hong Degguang shouted loudly to the disciples of his sect. Why are you just standing there? Chase after them, you beggars. He himself was getting very anxious. Since there was nowhere to hold on, he decided to just follow Mount Hua closely. Then he also took off running. Faced with a legendary elixir that could bring people back from the dead, everyone's greed was stirred. The Flower Shadow sect was now completely empty. Young Master hungrily asked his father, "What is happening?" Obviously, Nguyenlap's son didn't know either. To not even know about something this big. I'm at a loss. Hello everyone. After some time, we meet again. In the last episode, the martial arts factions were closely following Wang, hoping to take advantage and get a piece of the sword tomb. At this time, they were speeding up towards the discovered location. The Wang elder noticed that many people were following them. He knew that normally no one would dare to follow so brazenly, but this time it seemed they didn't even care about Wang's watchful eyes. Wu Yin reminded everyone to always be vigilant. The disciple obeyed the order and stayed behind to cut off their tail. The others did the same, each taking a corner to set up a formation. A senior brother spoke up, reminding his brothers to prepare to deal with them. The mandatory order was to block anyone who intended to rush in. But how could they be stopped just like that? And so many chaotic battles broke out. For those blinded by greed, words of persuasion were useless. Elder Hosan figured that letting the disciples use force would minimize casual. A disciple ran up and reminded the elder that they were almost there. And so the group had traversed the entire desolate silverleaf forest. According to the treasure map, the place before them could be where the divine medicine was hidden. The elder was surprised by the current situation. He immediately stopped to assess the surrounding situation. It was strangely barren without a single blade of grass growing. As expected, there's definitely something strange here. If you just pass through without thinking, you would only see this place as very simple. But if you suspiciously examined it closely, it was clear that the sword tomb was here. He immediately ordered all the disciples to investigate the surrounding area. The group spread out over a very wide area with the intention of scouting. Many people thrust their swords into the ground to see if there was any reaction. And so a whole patch of empty land was continuously dug up. Elder Hosan was certain that this place was the sword tomb. It couldn't possibly be wrong according to the treasure map's instructions. Suddenly, a disciple shouted that there was something very strange nearby. The elder immediately ran straight to the disciple's location. He also repeatedly checked and searched thoroughly. Then the sound of metal clashing against metal was heard. As expected, his prediction was not wrong at all. The elder shouted loudly, telling everyone to get away. A lot of spiritual energy radiated from the sword in his hand. Along with that were relentless power. Full tremors. This was the power that the Wang elder was creating. It was clear that he wanted to dig deeper to see what was underground. He gripped his precious sword tightly with both hands, exerting all his strength. An immense amount of internal energy was being used. At this moment, a large area seemed to collapse downwards. The disciples were holding their breath, waiting to see what would appear. A series of powerful sword strikes tore up the ground like a giant plow. From beneath the crumbled earth, a large cellar door was revealed. The person at the center of the area looked very surprised. In the end, Wang was the first sect to find the sword tomb. Before him was the only entrance to obtain the miraculous pill. On the outskirts, the chaotic battles continued to rage. You Wang people, get out of the way. Don't think we don't know what you're hiding. A man emerged from the forest and immediately took notice. He was certain there was something up ahead. What is Wang opening over there? A disciple ran to block his path, but was a moment too late. He looked scared by the opponent's aggressive attitude to become so excited over something unclear. It wasn't just the one-eyed man. Countless others also rushed and eagerly. All these people have gone crazy. Stop them all. Wudan will not allow anyone to advance. The situation was now extremely urgent. Everyone must hold them off and prevent them from reaching the elder. What's the use of just shouting like that? Elder Hosan himself realized the greed of the people in the martial world. He gently asked his junior brother to show himself. Haigong flew in from somewhere to assist his senior brother. Many masters were sent flying in all directions. He didn't stop there, but even killed them without mercy. Wang was continuously harming people in the martial world without holding back. The senior brother reminded Haigong to be extremely careful. The aura of those people is stronger than I thought. We can't leisurely investigate anymore. Go help Wu Yin clean up. As soon as we get the chaos, us origin pill, we will retreat immediately. After hearing that, the other person immediately flew off recklessly. At the center, many other disciples were trying their best to pry open the door. At this rate, they wouldn't be done until next year. Elder Hosan felt it was taking too long and told everyone to move aside. Even my sword, she, can't leave a single scratch on the door. This is indeed no ordinary block of iron. If chi doesn't work, I'll have to try brute force. With that, he shouted, focusing all his internal energy into the tip of his sword. Dozens of cuts were driven straight into that hard piece of metal. And so, he successfully opened the door to the sword tomb. The elders still weren't worried about the danger and calmly examined it further. It seemed there was a very strong suction force that pulled in all the fragments. The sound of wind howled continuously from below. It seemed it would be very difficult as below was a deep dark cave. Not only that, but there were no stairs or vines to help. Looking at the situation, Elder Ho still couldn't figure out a way. If he just jumped down without thinking, he would probably be in freefall. He felt, why would they make a place like this? It seems the sword tomb is indeed hidden below. Do I really have to jump into that dark place to get the chaos origin pill? The ancients were truly malicious. Even so, he couldn't turn back now because the number of people following behind was gradually increasing. Hai Gong was called over again to be given a task. I will lead the way. You stay here and guard until Wu Yin and the other disciples return, then follow. With that, he ordered the people around him to follow him down below. This action was truly reckless, as no one knew what else was inside. For the sake of the Chaos Origin pill, Wang had to risk it all. The elders silently vowed that the delicious prize would definitely belong to their sect outside. The other disciples were actively pushing back the other sects. It wasn't just the weak. Countless strong individuals were also here. It seems some people were running out of strength. Those greedy Wang people dare to touch what belongs to me. No one could take what belongs to this Moi of the great strength manor. With that, the law protector also charged forward, intending to kill his opponent. He jumped very high, preparing to bring down a fatal blow. The sharp weapon whistled through the air. The Wang disciple could only stare wide-eyed. He was too exhausted to defend himself. The huge figure came crashing down. Yet, he still tried his best for the great cause of his sect. You're so big, but you don't know how to use your strength. Get out of the way or I'll cut all of you in half. Right. Now you guys should relax a bit. I'll help you with that. The group of the Five Poisons cult was now cautiously approaching the place. It wasn't because they were slow, but because they had a plan. The leader thought that after everyone was done, he would launch a sneak attack to get the upper hand. He was pleased with his perfect plan. But from behind, the divine dragon of Mount Hua and his senior uncles and brothers had arrived. His group was arguing loudly, afraid that Wang already had the Chaos Origin pill in their hands. The Five Poisons cult was about to ask something but didn't even get a word out. Chung Miang had already sent them flying elsewhere to get them out of the way. He told everyone to stop making noise and hurry up or they would ruin everything. Meanwhile, Mo Hawaii was brandishing his huge axe, about to bring it down on the Wang L's head. He charged in, hacking and slashing everywhere while the other person continuously leaped and dodged. But that strength was still not enough to touch Hai Gong. How long are you going to keep running, old man? Below, sword began to emit waves of spiritual energy. The Wang disciple calmly received the axe. At the moment the axe and sword blades clashed, Haiyang's sword suddenly transformed strangely. Mo Hawaii had noticed a change in his opponent. He was easily knocked back. Are you just starting to use that trick now, old man? That's not enough to even leave a scratch on me. But Hyogong's figure was already behind him and gave him a light kick. The force was so strong that the man's large body was sent flying far away. His body quickly flew toward the forest he had just emerged from. Many other masters fighting nearby also had to stop their actions. Everyone was stunned as they felt Hyon's power. He is a Wang elder who defeated Emo Hai with a single move. His divine might is no joke. I'll handle this place. You all go into the sword tomb now. Hai Gong instructed his disciples. So from here on this elder would handle everything from the outside. He projected his voice loudly to the masters of the martial world. His arrogant voice asserted that this place had already been claimed by Wang. Anyone who wants to enter must first get past me, the Wang's restraining sword. His words were also accompanied by a lot of murderous aura radiating from his body. No one dared to look directly into Hyogong's eyes, and could only observe in silence. Why does this old man like to spout such meaningless words? From the dense forest, someone slowly walked out. Are you the masters of this sword tomb? Are you perhaps the three killing devils? It seems your eyes are still quite good. The owner of the sword tomb is the sword plunderer. Win, it's not Wang, is it? It seems you're holding on to the logic of I found it first, so it's mine. Aren't you afraid the world will laugh in your face? A few people followed, stepping out of the forest. I never thought the three killing devils would say something so right. It is an honor for me to meet the famous Elder Hagong. The Wang's restraining sword recognized that person as Greatsword Fu Bo of the Daluo sect. In such a short time, all the influential figures of the martial world had gathered here. He increasingly felt how significant the name Sword Tomb was. For someone like Elder Hagong to utter such an unreasonable statement, I'm not defending the three killing devils guy. To threaten the heroes of the world just because you arrived first is truly unbecoming. This attitude is completely unworthy of the name Wahong. As the Wang elder was about to argue back, Fu Bo interrupted, I just want to say that the opportunity is fair for everyone. It doesn't matter that Wudong discovered the sword tomb or whatever, but the right to enter it belongs to everyone. The nearly extinguished flames suddenly roared back to life. Another person also chimed in that Wang's ambition was too great. We have to push back that selfish bunch first. They're probably rummaging through the sword tomb right now. And so the masters argued chaotically just like a marketplace. But Hyogong calmly repeated one last time, anyone who wishes to enter the sword tomb must first defeat the sword of Wuda. Fu Bo drew his long sword. That sounds scary, but if we were afraid of that, we wouldn't have come here. The whistling wind showed his terrifying presence. In the tomb, the last disciple was preparing to go down. Haigong felt very relieved that all his people were inside. The Wang elder's energy continued to create a large stream of light. Wu Ying casually descended below. Haiyang's mission was complete. Now that he was alone, he spoke bluntly. Do whatever you want. After speaking, he also struck a powerful palm attack in front of the masters. Dust and smoke filled the air, obscuring everyone's vision. It turned out this was just a trick to distract everyone's attention. The Wang's restraining sword flew straight to the mouth of the cave, the only entrance to the sword tomb. And just like that, his entire figure freeled down below after his disciples. A few people shouted and called to each other to chase after him. In reality, this was also a signal for other marshals. Artists scrambled to find their way into the sword tomb. No matter how wide the entrance was, that many people couldn't rush in at the same time. The great sword of Daluo passed through those who were fighting each other. He quickly approached the entrance of the sword tomb. The three killing devils also passed through the crowd of martial artists to stand opposite the great sword of Daluo. Fu Bo was silent for a long time, observing his opponent. It seemed that neither of them wanted to fight each other. A smile appeared on Fu Bo's face when the person before him said there was no need to waste energy here. Understanding each other's intentions, there was no bloodshed. After exchanging glances, they both jumped into the sword tomb. A few people near the cave entrance were greedily slaughtering each other. Everything was in chaos as they automatically jumped down. Unlucky for those who had to leave their lives behind without even seeing the treasure. The dead bodies were about to pile up. Although it was unclear what was below, the scene had become very chaotic. There are divine weapons in there. Kill anyone who blocks the way. The divine dragon of Mount Hua had just arrived at this moment. Although Chung had spread the rumor that created this tragic scene, he never thought it would reach this extent. The protagonist led his senior brothers and uncle like a big boss. But no matter what, we have to rush in. Becken grumpily drew his sword from its sheath. I know. Stop repeating yourself. Senior sister Isu and Yun Jiang looked very determined. The senior uncle reminded everyone again from now on a careless move could cost you your life. Chung raised his sword and began to shout with blazing eyes. All of you get out of the way. I've warned you. The Chaos Origin Pill was just a few steps away from the Divine Dragon of Mount Hua. The group roared and charged after the people in front. The martial artists were running full speed to get into the sword tomb. Everyone was muttering about the spirit medicine as they could see nothing but the precious treasures below. A few people were in the same mood but were startled by Chung Mang's voice. Countless people blocking his path were soundly beaten by him. "You useless trash, get out of my way." The people in front were all thrown to the sides. He also added a few punches and kicks for good measure. Chung Miang and all the Manhwa disciples descended like a ferocious storm, barreling straight for the sword tomb. "All those who dare to touch my things will surely die." The divine dragon of Mount Hua's group was like a sharp drill charging straight ahead. While running, Beggar also had a look around a bit. Some nameless guy conveniently sneak attacked the first-generation disciple of Mount Hua. Although he was a bit caught off guard, it wasn't enough to trouble him. As he blocked, he also landed a solid hit. The other guy's body flew backwards into the advancing crowd. Yun Jiang knew well the pain of being hit by his senior uncle's sword hilt. Because of that, it seemed everyone had taken notice of the protagonist group. His own senior was so focused on running that he only now noticed his surroundings. This is definitely not a spar. It's just because Chung Miang is leading that I didn't feel it. A few stumbling steps landed him and several pools of blood from the unlucky ones. Yun Zhong's eyes twitched uncontrollably. He understood what the situation was right now. A hell full of blood where bottomless greed had made people lose their humanity. I must be even more alert. Above, the divine dragon of Mount Hua had spotted the location of the sword tomb. He ordered everyone to jump inside immediately, but a loud shout rang out, calling Chung Mang a shameless, heartless bastard. Hearing that, he also stopped because it was too on the nose. "After robbing someone clean, you should at least bring us along." The whole group was startled and turned around. The very familiar face of a beggar emerged from the dense forest, charging as fast as the wind. The protagonist saw the beggar, drenched in sweat, rushing towards him. A sense of pity that had long since disappeared in Chung Mang's heart suddenly resurfaced. He shook his head and gestured to Beggar with his eyes. The senior uncle had no idea what his junior was trying to do. The people who made way for Chung were now avoiding Hong Duang. He was completely out of breath, fighting and afraid of losing sight of the divine dragon of Mount Hua again. The Beggars Union branch leader staff continuously struck anyone who dared to block his way. Looking at the layers of people blocking his path, he looked like he was about to explode. How on earth did those damn Mua people get through that crowd? "You useless beggars. I told you to clear a path for me." This guy's anger spread. He said to his subordinates, "Branch leader, we've already used up a lot of energy getting here." Most of the remaining beggars were whispering to their leader that they should retreat as there was no chance for them. "How can you say that? The sword tomb is right in front of us." Hong Duan's eyes now widened as he looked in Chun Myon's direction. As expected. Ed. Only Chung Mang could come and go as he pleased. He himself probably didn't stand a chance. At that moment, the protagonist turned back. A few unlucky people were hit without doing anything wrong. The crowd was dispersed by the divine dragon of Mount Hua's palm force. The people around still hadn't processed what was happening. Seeing Chung Miang swing his sword hilt, Hong Duang's eyes widened. "There's nothing to pick up over there. Hurry up and get over here." But it seemed difficult as the Beggars Union branch leader was carrying dozens of his men on his shoulders. "I have to bring all of them, but in this condition, I can't keep up with your speed." The protagonist was speechless at Hong Duan's incompetence. Honestly, he wasn't happy at all with this group of beggars. "Oh well, I guess I'll do a good deal." For one day. The protagonist shot towards Hong Duan like the wind. It was unclear what he was planning to do now. While he was out of breath, his subordinate was grabbed by the collar. He used one hand to throw him straight towards the sword tomb. "What are you doing?" The beggar leader was shocked. The other guy's body flew in an arc. Chung's aim was perfect right through the gap. And then it wasn't just him, but a few others, too. The whole group flew like birds into the sword tomb. And this old man was still pushing them out. After seeing the utterly crazed and terrifying look in Chung Mang's eyes, Hong Duang himself realized what he needed to do. And so the number of Beggar's Union disciples was preserved separately outside the tomb area. The leader was still screaming his head off, having never experienced such a thrill. Both man and staff followed each other down below. The useful ones were all inside, leaving only the useless ones outside. If we wait a little longer, more useful people will come. But speed is also important. Wasting time in this place is not a wise choice. Chung Mang casually looked around as if he wasn't bothered by the martial artists. He sighed because it was now like a sparring ground. That's no longer important to me. The protagonist leaped straight towards the sword. The tomb. A plan must have already been brewing in his head. He drew his sword from its sheath with an indifferent face. That sound made everyone who was approaching instinctively take a step back. I only invited you here. A smile blossomed on his lips. See you again soon, everyone. He continued to shoot straight up into the air. The mouth of the cave was right below. Not far. Then he shot straight down into it with all his might. Chung Myong's sword also began to swing fiercely to both sides. As expected, a delicious meal cannot be shared with the world. Along with that incomparably loud sound, his figure also gradually disappeared inside. And so the entire entrance was buried under countless rocks and stones. It's unclear if the senior brothers and uncle have found anything yet. The protagonist looked extremely anxious. Below, a few beggars were being mercilessly beaten. Do you know what it means to have made it this far? 3 men in uniform were boasting. The ghostly whale, Shadowless, the leader of the ghostly whale, 3 killers, looked at the Mount Hua disciples with eyes full of murderous intent. Outside there might be reinforcements, but in this tomb it's different. Even if you die and your bones rot, no one will find you. Baek Kyan and Yun Jiang were annoyed because after a while of trying to persuade them, the other group still wouldn't behave. In any case, they were blocking the way forward, so there was no easy way to pass. That guy is right. This is a tomb. So, the Mount Hua disciples no longer cared about anyone's eyes. Even if someone died here, no one would be able to guess the culprit, so they could act freely. The senior uncle was about to give the ghostly whale 3 killers a few stabs when suddenly the leader was scared out of his wits, almost getting obliterated. Lucky for him, but unlucky for that other guy. Chung had descended from above and conveniently bought a one-way ticket to the underworld for that guy. Who are these guys? I'm the one who should be asking that. Who are you? But the guy was probably so scared that he couldn't think of anything else. The protagonist was the same. Whatever. Let's just deal with them first. He kicked the annoying corpse under his feet far away. Seeing his senior uncle, he asked who those useless bums were. They're the ghostly whale 3 killers' junior brother. One of the remaining subordinates was slack-jawed at the sight of his comrade. That guy was now unrecognizable. Baek Kyan was still boasting that the ghostly whale 3 killers were more famous in Hunanan than tigers. What does 3 killers mean? Does it mean they die 3 times? Why are such mediocre people here? It's no exaggeration to say that their names had spread throughout the central plains, as even Baek Kyan knew of them. So, the senior uncle was a bit emotional seeing them dragged into a corner and beaten like thieves being beaten to a pulp on the street. It seems life has completely left the leader of the ghostly whale 3 killers. Looking at the corpse of the ghostly whale 3 killers was so gruesome it was about to make him puke. Baek Kyan casually cleared a spot to sit down and discuss, also showing some sympathy for the fate of that life. The members began to pick up the broken pieces as if they had just discovered something. As expected, this could very well be one of the clues to find the specific location of the sword tomb. The inscription sword tomb on the stone tablet made the divine dragon of Mount Hua feel it was too obvious. What's wrong with carving a name on a tomb? Yun Jiang asked. Chung Myong shrugged at Yun Jiang's question. Isn't it supposed to be the medicine saint? This is his tomb. Carving your own name on your own tomb. Don't you find that too absurd? Normally, people carve the name after the tomb is finished. And Sword Tomb is the name carved on the tomb of the sword plunderer Win. But right from the entrance, this place is marked as the Sword Tomb. Yet, we haven't found any tomb at all. Yun Jiang frowned again. The sword plunderer Win would carve the name Sword Tomb on his own tomb and then spread the news to the world. The group understood that this place couldn't be the tomb of the medicine saint, and the creator of this tomb was no ordinary person. Chung Myong smirked and turned away. The only door to leave this stone chamber caught his eye to dig such a deep hole and build a stone chamber of this size. It's unimaginable how terrifyingly powerful that person must have been. While the Mount Hua disciples were still lost in thought, Hong Duang cautiously followed the divine dragon of Mount Hua. What are you going to do now? Looking at the people who came down here before us, this place is no different from a den of tigers. With just our strength here, it won't be easy to deal with them. It was clear where the branch leader had come from. He suggested they should find an ally with decent people to prioritize searching the sword tomb for the chaos origin pill. Chunjian's expression was a bit grim. If they were the kind of people to peacefully share the spoils, they wouldn't have come here in the first place. He also chuckled and continued, "You don't need to step up. Either, because they've already started. If they had any sense, they would have already formed an alliance. It's normal for martial artists to form and break alliances to exchange their goals. Outside, they may be enemies, but to go deeper, the only way is to join forces. Because the strongest of the 9 sects, one union, are here. No matter how high the reputation of those who entered here in front of Wang, they are just ants. With the existence of such a great enemy, an alliance is naturally logical." Looking at Chong Mang's expression, it seemed everything was still proceeding according to his plan. "It seems I have to reduce Wang's strength to avoid dying because there's a python behind me that I don't know about. I know what you're thinking, but if we let them get the chaos origin pill first, won't we be in a situation where the dog chases the chicken?" Hong Duong had to remind the protagonist to act before that terrible thing happened. Chung Myong turned his head to look at the Mount Hua disciples and ordered them to move out. Everyone immediately followed the divine dragon of Mount Hua. Hong Duang looked at the protagonist's eyes and quickly followed the Mount Hua disciples. The disciples of the Beggars' Union also followed suit. Chung Myong frowned at the sight and criticized Hong Duang. "Are you guys trying to bury yourselves? Have you ever seen a beggar get a full meal? Get out of the way. I'm not a dog, but to survive, one must know how to help others. I'm very useful when I'm out there." The protagonist smiled sarcastically. "Help me die faster, maybe. Except for having some information, but in his mind, it felt too logical." Chung Mang's original plan was to establish some level of connection with the Beggars' Union because this faction held an information network. Although, if he just lived in Mount Hua like now, that information wouldn't mean much. But if he wanted to expand his sphere of activity throughout the Central Plains, information was more valuable than martial prowess. As soon as he thought of that, a thought popped into Chong Mang's head. He stared straight ahead and opened his mouth. "Old man, as the branch leader of the Beggars' Union, what's your status? Even if you search the entire world, there are no more than 100 beggars who stand above me. Then you can always grab a 3-knot beggar, right?" Hong Diguang puffed out his chest confidently. "I can do it with just my big toe." So, Chong Mang allowed him to come along, but he also had his own condition. "Help me catch a beggar from the Wuhan branch of the Beggars' Union. In Wuhan, there's a beggar named Tombat. I will help you if you get out of here and bring him before me." Hong Duang could do it, but when he asked for the reason, the protagonist said he owed that person a favor. "I owe him a favor. A very deep one." That was the person who gave him a few slaps on the head. while Chung was in deep shock after being reincarnated into this body. It seems that Beggar has plucked the whiskers of this tiger. Although he didn't know what he had done, Hong Duang could only express deep sympathy for the beggar in Wuhan City. He broke out in a cold sweat, seeing Chung Mang's expression. It seems if they meet again, that guy will have to reincarnate into another life. The group continued to follow the corridor that the protagonist had discovered earlier. Hong Diguang immediately tilted his head back and looked up, his eyes narrowing in admiration. This place is brighter than I thought. I can even see my own reflection. It's definitely man-made. The fact that luminous pearls are embedded above like this means the financial resources of the creator of this place are not small. If it's a medicine saint, then this is not strange. All a single transaction of his Chaos Origin pill is worth 1,000 gold. Then a few small noises were heard catching the attention of the Beggars Union members. Hong Diguang turned his head to look behind him, his eyes wide. What is the divine dragon of Mount Hua doing? Chung Myong was like ant crawling on the ceiling, his hands frantically prying out the luminous pearls. Hong Duang was speechless. He pointed at Chung Myong. As the leader, he should be leading the way for everyone to follow. You're still paying attention to these things at a time like this. Wong might have already gotten the Chaos Origin pill by now, but the protagonist was adamant. That good-for-no bunch won't get it anytime soon. He asserted that they were still searching tirelessly. Hong Duong's face stiffened in an instant. Could it be that he can sense their presence? The Beggars Union branch leader couldn't sense anything. He only had a faint feeling that there was a group of people ahead, but the feeling was so vague that he couldn't be sure. Then he turned to stare at Chung Myong with a different look. Ever since he met this kid, he had gone from one surprise to another, but they will get there before us. Just keep going, old man. There are plenty of luminous pearls here. Seeing Chung Mang jump up to the ceiling again, Hong Duang covered his face with both hands in exasperation, but it seems the corridor is getting narrower and narrower. Baek Chio nodded after Yun Zhang's words. When they were at the entrance, the width of this place was just enough for 5 young men to walk shoulder to shoulder, but now it has narrowed to only enough for 3 people to pass through. There's no need to intentionally make it like this, is there? The junior brother following behind also understood, but also noticed a very unpleasant smell. Senior sister Izel identified it as the smell of blood. The faces of the entire group froze. Let's go and see. Chung Myong quickly ran to the front. The Mount Hua disciples and the Beggars Union followed him closely at high speed. After a short distance, everyone finally knew where the smell of blood was coming from. The protagonist suddenly froze in his tracks. A horrifying scene unfolded right before the eyes of the Mount Hua disciples. Senior brother Yun Zhang immediately mumbled a warning to junior brother Chong. A corridor was filled with blood and dead bodies. Sect Uncle Baek Kian, without even checking, also noticed a few details. The strange thing here is that the blood sprayed from their mouths wasn't red, but black. Was there a poison user among the group that went ahead? Chung Myong pointed to a corpse and said, "There's a trap. If you didn't look closely, many people would miss this small detail." Countless needles were densely embedded in the corpses, and the direction they came from was also strange. Not from one direction, but from 4. It was truly enough to give anyone goosebumps. If Hongdae Kwang had been the first one through here, he'd have been 100% caught. The divine doctor knew how to make such vicious contraptions. Who would have thought that a righteous figure like the divine doctor could create such wicked traps? Right inside his own tomb. While Hong Duong was still hesitating, unsure whether to proceed, Chung Myong began to walk forward as if what just happened was nothing. The longer we stand here, the more likely we'll be poisoned, so let's just go first. No one is to touch anything recklessly. It's extremely dangerous, the protagonist warned his seniors and sect. Uncle Baek Kian swallowed hard and quickly followed behind Chong Mang. As he walked, he kept his eyes glued to the bodies lying on the ground. So this is what the martial world is like. It's truly a different feeling. They were now in a place beyond the protection of Mount Hua. The more he thought about it, the drier Beck Chang's throat became. Can one person really make this many mechanisms? Chung put on a profound expression. This place is definitely not just a treasure vault. If this place were simply a tomb or a weapon cache, there would be no need for so many traps. The creator of this tomb is definitely hiding their true intentions. The level of danger will depend on what those intentions are. From that moment on, Chung Myung became much more cautious. Hong Duong gasped and pointed upwards. Everyone else stopped to see what had caught his attention. This night luminescent pearl is different from the ones we've seen so far. Chung Myung also tilted his head up to look. Indeed, until now, the night luminescent pearls he had obtained glowed with a green light, but the one they were looking at now was red. As if afraid Chung Myung would snatch it, Hong Dae Kwang shot up to the ceiling and swiftly grabbed the red night luminescent pearl. Then he leaped down. I found this pearl first. Surely you don't intend to take all the good stuff here for yourself, do you? Hong Dae Kwang turned to look at Chung Myung and grinned slightly. The protagonist's eyes darted around. I clearly told you not to touch anything strange. Upon hearing this, everyone panicked and looked around. A faint sound was heard. The sound seemed heavy and solid, but it wasn't loud at all. Then it began to grow louder. Beads of sweat started to form on Hong Duang's forehead. Hello everyone, it's your host Koi Ji. Here today, we'll be watching episode 94 of Return of the Mount Hua Sect. In the previous episode, due to Hong Duong's greed, the entire group faced certain dangers. The loud noises were heading straight for the Mount Hua Divine Dragon. Everyone stood frozen trying to see what was behind them. A shower of rocks and debris fell at the entrance of the corridor where they had just killed the 3 demons. Perhaps the Beggars Union branch leader was deeply regretting how his actions had endangered others. Just like that, the ground shook as if some force was pulling everything into the tunnel. It happened so fast that no one had time to warn anyone else. It was only a few feet away from reaching the Mount Hua disciples and the Beggars Union. The Mount Hua Divine Dragons group all had their mouths agape, showing their panic. Chung Myung started shouting while his sect uncle and senior brothers didn't know what to do. He yelled at everyone to run if they didn't want to die. Then the already narrow corridor became even tighter. The 2 walls seemed to be closing in, ready to crush anyone unfortunate enough to be inside. How is Hong Dae Kwang so fast, following right behind Chong Yang? The protagonist just ran for his life without saying another word. No longer concerned about everyone else's safety, realizing the gravity of the situation. Hong Duang started yelling at his subordinates to run faster even if it killed them. Those poor beggars following behind were in trouble. All because of their branch leader's foolish actions. This is why I didn't want to team up with beggars. It's like talking to a brick wall. Chung had repeatedly warned against touching strange objects so the man couldn't argue back. Some of the beggars also grumbled that they had pledged allegiance to the wrong branch leader, which is why they were in this miserable situation. As for Hong Dae Kwang, he didn't dare say a word or argue. He silently wondered to himself why Chung Myung could take treasures without issue. But the moment he touched something, it caused a disaster. As he was thinking this, the walls on either side of him began to vibrate. Knowing that something bad was about to happen, he stopped caring about his subordinates and ran even faster than Chung's sect. Uncle Baek Kyan saw it too and shouted a warning to everyone. The path is getting narrower. Form a line and run faster. Chung Myung sighed. Right now, the protagonist just wanted to beat Hong Dae Kwang for 3 days and 3 nights to vent his frustration, but this wasn't the time for that. Then he kicked the troublesome branch leader running in front of him hard in the rear. Move your legs. If you're slow, we'll all be smelling incense on our own altars. Hong Dae Kwang was panting heavily. Perhaps he deserved to be hit for making such a dangerous mistake. As for the protagonist, he continued continuously telling everyone to keep running without looking back while he himself ran back towards a tremor. His senior brothers were reluctant, but the situation was so urgent they had to run or they'd cause a pileup. It was unclear what the Mount Hua divine dragon planned to do to stop that earthquake. The two walls were closing in so tightly that not even an ant could breathe. If they weren't fast enough, the whole group would surely be squashed in a juice. Hongdae Quan was leading the way now, running on all fours just to be sure. The voice of senior brother Chun Mang yelled out before he could even finish a sentence. He alerted everyone ahead, "There's light at the end of the tunnel. It must be the exit." Hearing that, Baek Kyan got right up behind the old beggar, forcing him to run even faster. From behind them, Yun Zhang screamed, his throat raw. "Anyone who doesn't want to die, move your legs." The sides of the corridor were now about to crush dozens of people inside. Everyone must have been in a great hurry because the situation was so perilous. Numerous shouts were heard, telling each other to leap as far as possible. Not only that, but Chung Myong from behind had to give the slower ones a boost. The protagonists started to build momentum and then kick the slowest beggars at the very back. As expected, this caused everyone to surge forward without even needing to run. Bam! The corridor slammed shut with a terrifying finality. The whole group flew out one after another into a relatively spacious area. Behind them echoed the sounds of countless falling rocks, and a thick cloud of dust billowed out. Fortunately, no one was unlucky enough to lose their life. It was likely that once the situation stabilized, the Beggars Union branch leader was in for a beating. He was panting, his heart pounding from both exhaustion and fear. In his heart, he could only thank God for sparing his wretched life. Today. His gaze went back to the corridor and he realized that only the tunnel was affected. The surrounding area was unharmed. As for the Mount Hua disciples, they all called out their junior brother's name. But the more they shouted, the more the protagonist didn't respond. His close senior brothers ran to the collapsed corridor and started digging through the rubble, thinking their junior brother had been buried. The two of them removed rocks from large to small to the astonishment of the others. Hong Duang, no longer afraid, now remembered the Mount Hua divine dragon. The old man had just regained his composure and ran over to see if he could help. His whole body trembled with fear, worried for Chung Myang's safety. That young sword prodigy who was destined to become a pillar of the martial world. Dead because of my carelessness. Just like that, at that thought, he fell to his knees in despair, feeling helpless. The four words, Mount Hua, divine dragon, echoed in his head, accompanied by an indescribable emotion, even though they were rivals over the map purchase. Tears streamed down his face from overwhelming regret. The man just kept shouting the title that the martial world had given to Chung Myong. But before he could say another word, a loud explosion shattered the corridor. It was very likely the protagonist was still alive to be able to do something like that. Perhaps at this moment, neither the Beggars Union branch leader nor the Mount Hua disciples could believe it. Chung Mang dusted himself off and walked calmly towards his allies. The happiest person right now was undoubtedly Hongdae Quan. The old beggar's face contorted into an ugly grin when he saw the protagonist. He rushed over, grabbing his hands and feet to check for any injuries. But as expected, the protagonist's hand clamped down on his with a crushing grip. It was certain that before searching for the sword tomb, the Mount Hua divine dragon would have a little chat with Hong Duang. The man's face began to tremble with fear as Chung Myong revealed a murderous glint in his eyes, preparing to slap him a few times for the crime of having hands faster than his brain. And so the man shouted, begging for forgiveness and promising never to do it again. But it seemed everyone around, even the other beggars, couldn't be bothered to intervene anymore. Meanwhile, at the location of the Wang disciple, they were facing a situation not much better than Chung Myang's. In addition, countless other martial artists who had entered earlier were following them closely. In this corridor, the traps were different from the previous one. The Wang elder was leading the way, and he looked extremely tense. He continuously muttered his daily scriptures, but his hurried steps immediately triggered a nearby trap. Just one look at his eyes was enough to know that the situation was becoming very dangerous. From ahead, countless incredibly sharp hidden weapons were shooting towards them. This made moving forward very difficult. As the leader, the elder had to calmly stop and circulate his internal energy. Then he struck out powerfully against the traps, aiming for him. He knew something like this would happen. But he couldn't have imagined it. The divine doctor is truly a demonic figure. He filled his own tomb with traps. From behind, a few disciples reported that many people were following them very closely. If all of them get in, they'll either hinder each other or cause a rock slide and die. But fewer people enter than I thought, and they're all strong. Not only are they cautious, but they're also working together. As expected, he understood the purpose of those behind them was to stop Wudong from finding the legendary primordial pill. This is suspicious. Something's not right. I can't shake the feeling that someone is pulling the strings from behind. Could it be that brat? The Mount Hua divine dragon? It can't be him. He can only come up with a shallow trick like leaking information about the map, but he couldn't have orchestrated all of this. As he was thinking, the disciples reminded him again that there was a lot of pressure from behind as they were being tailed closely. And so the man began to give orders to the junior brothers skilled in martial arts. Try to hold back those following us as much as possible. I'll take a few people and press forward. Saying that, he also told Jin Hyan, Mugak, and Mu Peon to follow him to find the primordial pill. The rest were to block the artists following behind. Restraining those who are following is by no means the best option. Taking me and a few others ahead will also be a burden to those left behind. But right now, even if we have to sacrifice the majority, we must get our hands on the primordial pill. Just as he thought this, a light from the tunnel ahead startled the elder. He hurriedly warned the 3 disciples behind him to be careful of poison darts. But as he spoke, he had already unleashed a palm strike to blow away the countless traps. It seemed that the deeper they went and the closer they got to the tomb, the more dangerous the mechanisms became. At the Crimson Vine Sands, the Wang group had to stop immediately when they realized something. Jin Hyan saw it and immediately alerted the elder to pay attention, and so everyone fell silent to assess the situation. The leader also saw something moving towards them from ahead. But how could he believe that humans could live in a dark place like this? Growling sounds mixed with fear began to echo throughout the dark corridor. Although they weren't moving fast, they had already thrown the Wang members into disarray. Hyo Sanja started pointing frantically because he knew exactly what they were. In front of him were rotting corpses scattered about as they advanced. These are the ones who couldn't even ascend to heaven after death. Hello everyone. Today Koi is back with the latest episode of Return of the Mount Hua Sect. Let's continue the journey to find the primordial pill with the Mount Hua divine dragon. A strange sound came from within, making Hyo Sanja feel all the hair on his body stand on end. Just seeing that scene was enough to instinctively fill everyone with a sense of unease. The Wang elder continuously cursed the traps laid by the divine doctor. But the man wouldn't have time to complain for long because countless reanimated corpses were approaching. Hi! Sanja gripped his sword tightly. No matter what was approaching them, there was only one thing to do. There are corpses that though dead cannot rest. Think of them as pitiful souls and help them find their sleep. Is it possible that no one will leave this place alive? He owes. Sanja cleared all the distracting thoughts from his mind. He shouted his deist title as he charged towards the Jang. Perhaps he had misjudged the divine doctor. Sanja felt his own fear as he faced those dried corpses. Perhaps no one would ever know how many tricks the divine doctor had prepared. This only confirmed how precious the primordial pill was. You're watching Koi G-View. Please support me with a like and a share so I can have the motivation to bring out more great stories. Back with the Mount Hua Divine Dragons group, the Beggars Union branch leader was getting the beating of a lifetime. He clutched his head in pain, making up all sorts of excuses to stop the protagonist from tormenting him further. Luckily for him, someone stepped in to stop their junior brother from letting his anger get the best of him. Did Hongdae Kwon understand Chung Myong's feelings? Because right now, he just wanted to pluck out every single hair on the man's head. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, constantly aimed at the man. Why didn't you just get buried alive? Dying at the hands of the Mount Hua divine dragon here would be a bargain, wouldn't it? A few loud voices rang out again. The ones criticizing him now were not the Mount Hua disciples, but his own subordinates, which made him feel even more miserable. Hongdae Kwon was berated by his subordinates to his face, so he could only sob without being able to say a word back. Misery loves company. Baek Kyan, seeing this, cautiously approached Chung Mang and tried to change the subject. Calm down. We can't delay here any longer. The protagonist sighed heavily. Right now, he just wanted to beat Hongdae Kwon for 3 days and 3 nights, but this wasn't the time for that. The situation stabilized, and the group was wondering where they were. Chung Myong observed the surroundings. At the end of the corridor was another vast stone chamber. And in front of that stone chamber was another door. The door was tightly shut with no signs of anyone having entered. The protagonist fell silent, trying to figure out what to do next. Out of nowhere, the sound of grinding teeth could be heard. In his mind, Chung Myong was replaying the moment the group fled the narrow tunnel. At that time, there was a side path they could have taken. We were supposed to take that path, but because that beggar made the ceiling collapse, we ended up in this mess. If that incident hadn't happened, the group would have been safe by now. Just thinking about it made Chung Myong's anger return. He began to yell and curse at Hongdae Kwon terribly. Outside the sword tomb, this man was considered a rare talent in the Beggars Union and a seasoned master in the martial world. Chung turned back and said, "Anyway, the way back is blocked, so there's only one way to go." A moment ago, if something happened, they could have climbed back up from where they fell, but now there was no retreat. For now, I'll go ahead. You all follow me closely. Chung Myong gave his instructions, but also had to get right in Hongdae Kwon's face to warn him. If you dare touch anything strange again, I'll cut off your hands. Hearing this, the other man nodded his head repeatedly in agreement, and Chung Myong began to move. Chung Myong stared intently as he strode forward to open the door. Fortunately, when he touched it, nothing dangerous happened. The people behind him were holding their breath, observing. The only sound in the space was the desolate wind. Then Chung Myong tilted his head slightly, using his sense of hearing. The faint smell of blood wafted through the air from somewhere. After speaking, he very cautiously pushed the stone door open. The heavy scraping sounds echoed back to where the Mount Hua disciples and the Beggars Union were watching. After looking around for a moment, and seeing nothing, the protagonist went inside. He took each step very carefully and gently. One by one, the people behind him followed closely. This place was not much different from the outside. This time, Hongduong wasn't reckless anymore and just timidly followed the Mount Hua disciples. Although it looked no different from the outside, the cavern showed absolutely no trace of human intervention. It seemed to be a rather narrow cave. Chung Myong frowned as he walked hastily. The silence was so terrifying that nothing could be heard but their footsteps. Suddenly, the protagonist sensed something. He asked his sect uncle to tell everyone to be quiet. They all continued walking sullenly without uttering another word. Then Chung stopped again and frowned in annoyance. "I told you to be quiet." "We didn't make any noise," Yenjang replied softly. Chung Mang started speaking louder, thinking that one of them had drawn attention. "Then what is this sound? Did I make it?" As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow flashed by, causing him to turn his head. Others felt it too and looked up gradually. Everyone fell silent and glanced around. On the ceiling, hundreds of small, bright red dots appeared at the same time. It was as if someone had splattered red paint on the cave walls. No one knew what those red things were. They only knew that crimsony blood bats was the name for the bats with those red eyes. Hongdae Quang glanced around and spoke. So, all those red dots are really bad eyes. They're just bats. Let's just pass through, Chung Myong said as he continued walking. However, the others still looked around nervously. Just then, Baek Kyan walked up to Chung Myong and asked softly, I've heard stories about blood-sucking bats, but this is the first time I've heard their eyes are red. The protagonist clapped his hands together as if he knew a lot about this strange creature. They aren't ordinary blood-sucking bats. They're called demonic bloodbaths. Demonic bloodbaths are demonic creatures found only in Yunnan. It's said that if you get bitten by one of those demonic creatures, they'll suck you dry until you're just skin and bones. Their bodies are so tough that even a sword can't pierce them. So, even for a master, it's very difficult to take one down. Chung Myong's voice trailed off as he turned his head back. It turned out that out of fear, everyone had scattered and fled without looking back. The protagonist let out a bitter laugh at the sight. Brothers who live and die together, huh? So, this is the deep bond of brotherhood. As he thought this, growling sounds echoed down from the cave ceiling. The crimson eyes of the blood-sucking demon bats flashed everywhere. The entire swarm of demonic creatures took flight and dove towards where Chung Mang stood. Seeing this, he hurriedly ran back to the rest of the group. He muttered, I thought they were only in Yunnan. When Hong Duan yelled, bats in a cave is normal, isn't it? You said it was fine earlier. After he owed Sanja, the second person to curse the divine doctor was Chung Mang. He complained about why that old man had to bring those demonic creatures here. He silently prayed, Senior brother in heaven, if you meet the divine doctor, give him a few punches for me and ask him how I'm supposed to fight the world's greatest expert. If Chung Mun were really here, he would yell that Mount Hua's honor had been thrown to the ground by his crazy junior brother. The demonic bloodbats with their sharp fangs pursued him menacingly, as if they were punishing him. A few of them quickly closed in on their chosen target, the Mount Hua divine dragon. With his profound martial senses, the protagonist felt this. He immediately swung his hand behind him, trying to swat away the disgusting demonic creature. But as soon as he made contact, a pain shot from the back of his hand straight to his heart. Chung Myong felt as if he had punched a rock when he tried to wave the bats away. Although Chung Myong could swat the attacking bats away, in this situation, the others couldn't do the same. A long scratch appeared where the demon bat's claws had raked and blood began to spurt out. The unlucky beggar's union disciple cried out as his arm went limp. Attracted by the smell of blood, the demon bats flew even more frantically. Hundreds of them swooped back and forth in the air, creating a dizzying sight. Just seeing it was enough to make one's face turn pale. These were monsters that even masters struggled to deal with. Hongdae Kwang turned back after feeling a sharp pain in his shoulder. Without him realizing, a demon bat had latched onto his shoulder. Hongdae Kwang cursed as he tried to swat the demon bat away. But the movement only made the wound worse and blood gushed out. The wound itself wasn't the main problem. The important thing was the paralyzing poison that entered the body through it. Soon the man would be unable to move and would become prey for the damned creatures swarming from behind. Hongdae Kwang quickly reached out to fend off the bats heading for his face. The palm technique that the Beggars Union was proud of throughout the world was the 8 Immortals' drunken palm. However, the bats flew around in the air, easily dodging Hongdae Kwang's palm strike. How can such a tiny creature dodge a palm strike containing the martial principles of the Beggars Union? Why does such an unbelievable monster exist in this world? As a branch leader of the Beggars Union, he had the most extensive information network in the martial world more than anyone else. Despite his status, Hong Duang was becoming helpless. If he used his full power, he could probably take down a dozen of these monsters. Or at least it was highly likely. However, this place didn't have just 10 demonic bloodbaths. There were hundreds. At this rate, everyone would die here. Thinking this, the branch leader looked up with a helpless and dazed expression. The bats became more and more aggressive as the scent of blood filled the air, and he had no choice but to turn to Chung Mang. Mount Hua Divine Dragon, do something! Hongdae Kwang yelled. Hearing this, the protagonist quickly ran towards the most useless person in the group. He frowned in annoyance and drew the sword in his hand. Hongdae Kwang unconsciously shut his mouth as he turned to urge Chung Myung on one more time. Nothing had changed. The protagonist was still just swinging his sword. His expression, movements, and aura hadn't changed at all. But there was a feeling that the Chung Myung of now was completely different from the Chung Myung running behind him a moment ago. That unbelievably strange feeling stunned Hongdu. Hello, fellow viewers. The next episodes of Mount Hua are here. So, let's see how the Mount Hua divine dragon escapes the demonic blood. The bats. In the previous part, Chung Myung, who was busy running for his life, had to turn back to help Hong Duang against the blood-sucking bats from Sichuan. The brat from Mount Hua, who would curse people and dogs just by opening his mouth, had disappeared. Right now, that person had become a master with a sharp blade, as if he had gone through hundreds of grueling battles. The Mount Hua divine dragon's sword was slowly moving and it seemed as if a wind was blowing from somewhere. Then the blade in Chung Myung's hand strangely slowed down. And then hundreds of sword images began to appear, filling the dark cave. Each time a sword image appeared, a plum blossom bloomed. In just a moment, a small bud had become a radiant flower. It felt as if the cave had transformed into a vast forest of plum blossoms. Chung Myung's lone shadow moved gracefully throughout the cave, creating a brilliant and colorful light. Although he knew this wasn't the time to be impressed, Hong Duang was already mesmerized. The plum blossoms of Mount Hua, which had disappeared from everyone's memory, had begun to return to the martial world and were being perfectly recreated before his very eyes. It seemed as if the fragrance of plum blossoms was wafting everywhere. He knew that the blossoms on the sword's edge couldn't possibly emit a scent, and the fragrance he was smelling was likely his own imagination. Hongdae Kwang still shivered at the scent, and then Chung Myung unleashed the falling blossom sword technique. The plum blossoms began to swirl upward, their petals riding the wind and charging straight at the demon bats as if they had eyes. The tragic screams of the demonic blood bats echoed throughout the cave. The sound of flapping wings hitting his ears was the same sound he had heard just a few minutes ago. Hong Duang unconsciously let out a sigh of regret. As the plum blossoms that had bloomed in the cave vanished as if they had never existed, the scene now looked incredibly beautiful, accentuating the majestic aura of the Mount Hua divine dragon. The sharp blade was immediately sheathed by Chung Myung. After letting out a sigh, the protagonist's face was cold. Stupid bats. Truly clueless. However, not all the demon bats fell after Chung Myung's single strike. More than half of the demon bats were still alive, returning to cling to the walls and staring down below. It seemed that the sword strike had instilled fear into these demonic blood bats. This was either a bizarre event or an astonishing one. Hong Duang sighed in relief, looking at the corpses scattered on the cold ground. He wasn't sure what other terrifying things might appear. After thinking, he bit his lip and strode forward. No matter what, staying by his side was the best choice, he kept telling himself. Hongdae Kwang looked at Chung Mang with eyes full of trust. He knew what the man was feeling and smirked sarcastically. So, you're staying by my side now, huh? Are you here to play? Why do you keep staring at things? The protagonist constantly reminded him, you're so lucky. You have someone to pave the way for you no matter what you do. The Great Beggars Union is about finished, isn't it? The group resumed their journey. At the end of the cave was another cave. This cave was different from the ones they had passed through. It was a cave within a cave. However, this place also had night luminescent pearls. Yun Jiang felt like everything was repeating itself strangely. I think so. I'm not entirely sure, but it's best we don't touch any place with a night luminescent pearl. Remember, don't act recklessly, Baek Kyan hinted. Seeing him turn his head to look at him, Hongdae Kwang could only sigh. Traveling with the Ma disciples for a long time, Hong Duang had observed and noticed some very strange things. The first was that they were completely different from Chung Myung. Someone called out to Hong Duang, pulling him from his wandering thoughts. He walked while panting heavily and turned to look at the Beggars Union disciples who were too tired to breathe. Maui Dragon, I know you're very impatient. Can we rest for a bit? My subordinates also need time to check their wounds. Hearing this, Chung also had to stop to check on the Beggars Union branch leader. To everyone's surprise, the protagonist agreed without hesitation, getting an easy nod from Chung Myeong. In turn, startled Hong Dae Kwang. Because you agreed so easily, it's not like you at all. People are injured, so it can't be helped, the protagonist replied. What about it? In that moment, the man looked at Chung Myeong with a touched expression. Temporarily setting aside his exhaustion, he went to his injured disciples. He took out a bottle of healing medicine and applied it to the wounds to prevent infection. Looking at his usual personality, I thought he would never agree. In matters concerning others, he always prioritizes them over his own interests. Great hero is a title often used inconsistently, and Hong Dae Kwang used those two words for Chung Myeong, someone who didn't look like a great hero at all. At this moment, the protagonist started to frown and look ahead. It seemed there was something in the distance that was bothering him a lot. The aura of those ahead was very strong, full of killing intent. It seems they're either in a battle or have fallen into a trap and are fighting something. There's no need to rush into the fight. Just wait patiently for the path to be cleared. It was for this reason that Chung Mang had deliberately chosen strong people to enter this place. Who knows how many more traps were still in here? If something like the demonic bloodbaths appeared again, even the Mount Hua divine dragon would die from exhaustion. To survive in a place like this, one had to conserve every bit of stamina until the very last moment. This was the valuable experience Chung Myeong had gained from his long battles in the past. His group stopped to rest. Some leaned against the walls. Others sat on the ground, but everyone was careful not to trigger any mechanisms. Yun Jiang sighed. At this rate, even 10 lies wouldn't be enough to die. Chung Myeong smirked and his senior brother turned his head upon hearing him say, "You're overreacting." No matter how brave a person is, the first time they encounter something like this, they can't help but feel bewildered. But that guy acted as if he was already too familiar with this kind of thing. A dark place with traps everywhere, forcing them to move slowly, step by step. This exhausted them because they always had to be tense, afraid, and worried about everything. Yet, Chung Mang remained as calm as ever. What have we even done to be tired? This is just the beginning. The protagonist's voice shattered Yun Jiang's worried thoughts. For someone like the Divine Doctor or the Sword Saint, if they're determined to set traps, this level is still too light. Who knows what else lies below? Yun Jiang reamed again. It wasn't that he was dissatisfied with Chung Myeong's words. He was just haunted by the phrase determined. Why create a place like this? If he wanted to leave behind the primordial pill or a divine weapon, he could have just left it. Why make a bunch of dangerous traps for people who enter his tomb? It felt even stranger, especially when thinking of the name Divine Doctor. Isn't he a saint who treated countless martial artists and created many spirit pills? That's why people called him the Divine Doctor. How could a person like that create this tomb? Yun Jiang kept sending his confusing questions to Chung Mang. After hearing him, he shrugged and began to explain it more clearly to his senior brother. It doesn't start from here. It has to start with why the Divine Doctor became the Sword Saint. Yun Jiang was startled not having thought of that. The Divine Doctor was famous throughout the world for alchemy. So why do you have to wear a mask and fight with a sword? Chung Mang smirked and said, "Humans are the most unpredictable creatures in this world. Even someone you think you know very well can change to the point of shocking you. How can we understand the thoughts of someone from 200 years ago? Our job is just to take what we want and get out." Anyway, that person's true intentions were nothing good. What Chung Myeong said was completely true, but also very cold. Although he said that, Yun Jiang still couldn't stop thinking about the divine doctor's intentions with his tomb. Or maybe the divine doctor wanted to convey something to those who dared to touch his tomb. If he had other intentions, would you leave the primordial pill and obediently retreat? Of course not, right? I don't care about the personal affairs of people from the past. The important thing here is that this place might contain the method to create the primordial pill. I have to get it. Even if I die, I absolutely have to. Seeing that fiery gaze, Yun Jiang sighed without another word. Chung Myong turned to Hong Duang and shouted, "Old beggar, are you done yet?" The medicine the old man carried was ma tea powder. He had brought it as a precaution to detoxify. Chunang looked at Hong Duang in surprise. I may look like this, but I, Hong Duang, am known as a genius of the Beggars' Union. I don't know why the old man is saying such childish things. If you're done with the detox, let's get moving. Hearing this, Hong Duang became curious about the sword tomb. Where does this ultimately lead? Chung Mang explained, the cave just winds and twists, but the distance we've traveled so far isn't much. Even so, creating space underground is limited. We'll reach the destination soon. After saying that, the group silently followed their leader, the Mount Hua divine dragon. There was one problem. It wasn't just Chung Myong and his group. Inside this vast and complex mechanism, there were still countless other groups with the common goal of the primordial pill. Chung Myong wasn't lying when he said they were close to the destination. It's just that it wouldn't be them who reached first, but other beings. Now that everything was coming to an end, all the corridors, tunnels, and caves were filled with killing intent. Not only that, but the stench of blood from those who had died here also wafted through the air, drawing the large sword in his hand. The great Luo sword from a distance sensed that strangers were approaching. The scene around where they stood was also a battlefield littered with corpses. The attire of this group was varied and mismatched. Just deal with the ones coming and we'll be done. There probably aren't many left now. If we're late, those who went ahead of us might get their hands on the divine weapon. Most of the people gathered here were notorious figures in the martial world, known only for their evil deeds without a shred of good reputation. Each had their own goal, and they had all joined forces to achieve the common one, the legendary primordial pill. Hello everyone. Today, Mount Hua has published episode 97. Let's watch it together. Chung looked up at the night-luminescent pearls on the cave ceiling with disdainful eyes. He silently cursed. How much is all that worth? His anger immediately shifted to Hong Dian. If I hadn't seen some beggar cause the cave ceiling to collapse, I would have taken all those night-luminescent pearls. Hong Duang slightly avoided Chung Mang's fierce gaze and replied that it was thanks to him that everyone was safe. Hearing that, he turned back with an even more resentful look, as if he wanted to skin the Beggars' Union branch leader behind him. Luckily for Hong Dae Kwang, his senior brothers intervened, or else it would have happened. Ak, Kian, and Yun Jiang quickly pulled Chung Mang out of the cave before a bloodbath could occur. The rest could only sigh and follow them out. Immediately, they all looked around with surprised eyes. Before even taking in the scene before him, he sighed, thinking that they had finally reached their goal. One by one, the Mount Hua disciples, followed by the Beggars' Union disciples, walked forward together. The sight here sparked a lot of curiosity mixed with fear in everyone. The place that lay before them was nothing less than a giant plaza, a vast space that besides the word plaza, no other description seemed more fitting. And then, as they all passed through the tunnel, tremors began. The large cliff face above where they had just passed collapsed. And so, what might have been the only way out was slammed shut by some force. This made most of the Beggars' Union disciples more anxious than ever. Hong Dae Kwang's heart pounded. He had been through so many dangers with a Mount Hua divine dragon, but he never expected that hardships would keep coming so quickly. Suddenly, the man smelled a very familiar scent mixed in the desolate winds here. Paying closer attention, it was the smell of blood, and it seemed that no one from the Mount Hua disciples had spoken for a long time. Hongdae Quang's eyes widened and he too fell silent because there was a group standing in the middle of the plaza radiating killing intent towards them. Not only that, but around them were the countless corpses of unlucky martial artists. It seemed that before this, these people had all met a very tragic end. And naturally, that stench of blood was emanating strongly from that direction. Of course, the culprits behind this could only be the group that was coldly observing the Mount Hua divine dragon. Looking closer, there were more than 20 corpses, all brutally murdered. Hong Duang strained his eyes to get a clear look at the people standing over the bodies. The tall, dark, and imposing man holding a heavy weapon with a grim face was Moi the giant axe. Then there was East Mountain Swift's sword, the scholar's sword, and the three-eyed ghost in a blood-red robe. Juwang San of the Long River Saber had also joined this crazy game. When his name was mentioned, the man looked over and recognized the old beggar. Hong Duang, I thought that you and the great Luo sword were at the very least men of principle. I never thought you would massacre innocent heroes. What kind of cruel game are you playing? Zhuang Sin chuckled. Old beggar, you're mistaken. Don't forget the old saying in the martial world. An innocent man is guilty for possessing a treasure. And of course, aiming for a treasure is also a crime. Hearing this, Hongdae Quan's face turned red and he gritted his teeth. I thought you at least knew the meaning of righteousness. Zhuang Sin looked at him and said, Ah, that's right. Weren't we brought together by that righteousness? If I obtain the divine weapon here, I will naturally become stronger, and I will use that strength as a foundation to display my righteousness. Even more. You've all been blinded by treasure. Even if you have ambitions, there are things in this world that should and should not be done until now. Hongdae Quang had looked like a fool. But his current appearance was truly worthy of a hero of the Beggars' Union. Mac, why the giant axe? Also replied in a hoarse voice, did you come in here to chat? From the moment you jumped in here, you must have also thought that you had to obtain the divine weapon at all costs, even if it meant killing others. War, does someone like you have to act like a hero? At least I don't have the thought of killing people I can subdue like you all. You even deliberately waited for others to arrive just to kill them. Everything in this world has its principles. This time it was the scholar's sword who spoke coldly. You beggar. Isn't that thing called principle different? For everyone. After speaking, he began to bare his teeth, revealing an exceedingly dangerous expression. Anyway, there's no need for more words because you're all going to die anyway. Hongdae Quang slowly turned his head, ignoring the threats. He saw many gates in a row leading to the plaza that he hadn't noticed before. It seemed they were blocked by rock walls like the place they had just passed through, so they couldn't be detected. Of course, this anxious expression was not noticed by the other group. There was only one exit located behind that group. And of course, to get out, they would have to go through their corpses. Do you understand? We are just following the will of the Sword Saint. It turned out they understood that all the paths they had taken were now sealed. All paths converged into one, leading to this giant plaza. Of course, there was only one path forward. The giant stone door was something that mesmerized everyone, making anyone who approached pay with their lives. The great Luo sword continued to smile sinisterly, confirming one thing for the Mount Hua divine dragon and his allies. In other words, the Sword Saint wants us all to kill each other here. Hearing those chilling words, Hong Duang's body trembled slightly. So, you want to kill all of us, right? The opponent remained smug, believing that the martial world was a merciless place, so there was no need for complaints. Hong Duang had already prepared himself for bloodshed before coming here, but capturing and killing everyone who came here under the pretext of avoiding trouble was a deliberate massacre of the innocent. So he couldn't forgive that reason. Immediately Hong Duang gritted his teeth and clenched his fists with all the Beggars' Union disciples ready for battle behind him. However, the Beggars' Union branch leader also had to admit his weakness. Each one in that group was a strong individual, not easy to deal with. With just the Beggars' Union disciples here, they couldn't do anything to them. the outcome would be the same as that pile of corpses. The only way now was to borrow the strength of the Mount Hua disciples. I know this is shameless, but at this rate, me and my beggars will be turned into paste. So, I beg you, young heroes, please help me. Hongdae Quang had to cast aside his pride and beg Mount Hua for once. Baek Kyan drew his sword and stepped forward, clearly declaring, I won't boast that I'm doing this for righteousness, but I cannot stand by and watch those who dare to defy the way. Is this the spirit of the young heroes of Mount Hua? It's interesting to see these newcomers who have just stepped into the martial world. Don't waste any more time. Let's finish this quickly and go after the Wang group. Jay Myang urged. Looks like I have to smell blood again. Why the giant axe said with great arrogance. They began to draw their weapons one by one, putting pressure on Mount Hua and the Beggars' Union. Hongdae Quang knew that even with Mount Hua's help, they could only hold out and would find it very difficult to beat this group. In fact, the probability of being crushed by them was very high. At all costs, they had to find an opportunity to escape through the only path behind them. This was all the Beggars' Union branch leader could think of at the moment. As he was making his decision and calculations, right beside him, Chung Myang began to speak. Hong Duang slowly turned his head back and saw an emotionless face walking past him to the front. The Mount Hua Divine Dragon's confidence was abundant as he didn't even consider those trash worthy of his attention. When the great Luo sword saw Chung Myang step forward, he also became confused. And so he asked loudly for the protagonist's name. Chung Myang stared at the great Luo sword and shouted in a cold voice, You don't need to know who I am. Didn't you just say that the martial world is a merciless place? Then his sword slowly left its sheath, creating a chilling sound. If that's the case, then let me show you what true mercilessness is. Ju Meong-san of a long river saber had been observing the brat with determined eyes for a long time. His hand began to lose control and trembled violently. He had truly never experienced this before. His body's senses were clear, but he didn't understand why he was reacting this way now. From that moment on, Juong couldn't take his eyes off the Mount Hua Divine Dragon. Perhaps he felt a chill down his spine when he saw the form of the martial artist wearing the uniform of the Mount Hua sect. Before, I didn't sense any special aura, but from the moment that Brat drew his sword, my body froze. The feeling he had now was as if his own body was warning him that the kid was very dangerous. Those fearful thoughts combined with the sound of his own heartbeat, which now pounded louder than ever in Ju Myang's chest. The great Luo sword laughed at him when he heard the warning not to underestimate the Mount Hua Divine Dragon. With great difficulty, Juong-san escaped his anxious thoughts, but no one understood his words. They all just mocked. Even though they're just kids, we still have to raise our swords and play with them a bit. Mak Y, the giant axe, also said while laughing loudly, Don't tell me you're the type to freeze up just by seeing a disciple of a famous sect. Hearing this, he didn't get angry at their reactions. Even he couldn't understand why he had such a certain feeling. So, how could he expect them to understand? At this time, the great Luo sword laughed as he took a step forward. No one warned this man that he was facing a ferocious and dangerous wild beast. When he got closer, he slammed his great sword down to show his dominance. And spoke, You're going to show me what mercilessness is, right? Chung Myang didn't reply, only to see the great Luo sword grip his weapon and swing it powerfully into the air. Kid, you should know one thing. That thing called justice is useless in the martial world. After speaking, he didn't forget to warn. I'm attacking now. Aren't you going to prepare? Chung Myang remained absolutely silent as the massive greatsword came crashing down on him. Upon impact, sparks flew from the friction and the sound was ear-piercing. Accompanying it was a terrifying tremor, as if the entire plaza was about to collapse. The great Luo sword now had to strain his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. Chung Myang had effortlessly blocked his full-strength attack with just his long sword. Not only that, but his relatively serious attitude made his opponent even more afraid. Then he powerfully deflected the weapon back towards his opponent, gripping his greatsword tightly. The great Luo's sword roared in fury. He continued with an even more powerful strike, twice as strong, to see if this kid could take it. This time, the muscles all over his body tensed. Just considering the people he had killed here, they were all skilled enough to be wiped out with his bare hands. Yet, in front of an unknown kid, he couldn't even make a dent. It seemed that the more forceful the great Luo sword became, the more flexible Chung was, unable to break through from above. He swung sideways, hoping to cut him in half with one strike. With such a towering aura, it was as if a voice was urging the great Luo sword to take the kid's life. A roar erupted from the mouth of the great Luo sword. But Chung only looked at him with a cold expression. It was a series of killing strikes, completely ignoring the surrounding situation, and it was an overwhelming aura that could instantly shatter an opponent's skull. The moment his heavy great sword swung down, it was as if an invisible cutting force swept through and drops of blood splattered in his eyes. The whole world was spinning in one direction as if the sky and the earth had been reversed. Now the ground was flying up to the sky and the sky was falling to the ground. The great Luo sword was very familiar with his large solitary body. But this was also a strange sight. When in his life would he ever get to see his own headless body? Viewers might perceive Chung Mang's swordsmanship as flashy, but he didn't. Right now, he was simply calling out the names of the next unlucky victims in a cold voice. Hello friends. Today, Mount Hua has published a new episode. Let's watch it together. In the previous episode, after underestimating the protagonist's power, death was inevitable. For the great Luo sword, his large body collapsed to the ground and his head rolled away. Fresh blood spurted from the clean cut on his neck, soaking Chung Mang's feet. However, he didn't even glance at the unlucky man, only coldly projecting an aura that terrified the remaining ones. Inside the cave, everything fell silent, and even Manhwa the giant axe couldn't say a word. They never thought anyone could defeat the great Luo sword so easily. If they had to fight him, they would surely have to bet their lives. He's too used to killing people, was how Juong described it as he swallowed hard. The protagonist beheading a person was done so naturally, like plucking a leaf from a branch. In the process, he made rivers of blood flow and piled corpses into mountains. The whole group was terrified, sensing that their opponent was definitely not a Taoist priest, but a god of slaughter. Juong Sin suddenly realized that his sweat had soaked through his clothes. He knew that one person alone couldn't defeat the Mount Hua divine dragon, so he planned to get his comrades to join forces. Those around him looked at Chung, then turned to Ju Meong-san, their eyes filled with astonishment and indignation. Now you're telling us to team up to kill that little brat just because he killed the great Luo sword? Do you know how shameful that is? Zhuangyan didn't need to say any more because to him in this martial world age didn't matter. Strength was everything. You better shut up. That's not important. He is a strong man. No matter how he tried to explain, there was no logic in this world that could perfectly describe the feeling of facing a killer skilled in the art of murder. This wasn't an issue that could be explained with words. It was a matter of intuition. And so, if they didn't join forces, they would all go down a hell together. You have to be alive to keep your pride. Once you're dead, there's nothing left. Besides, who would know that they ganged up on him? In a place like this, if word got out that they all ganged up to kill the Mount Hua kids, they would surely become a laughingstock. However, this was a dark, deserted cave. If no one spoke, no one would know. Until the great Luo sword's head fell, they hadn't suffered any losses. Therefore, the strength of the great Luo sword and the one called Chung Mang was clearly vastly different. His stamina was still abundant, and his full power was completely intact. Thus, the remaining ones were also very aware of the current situation. Ju Meong trembled as he held his sword, worried that the world would find out they all ganged up on the child. But then he realized that as long as they kept their mouths shut, no one would know. Pride be damned. You have to be alive to protect it. Since waking up in this body, I've only fought in child's plays, spars, and tournaments. The first person I killed on a real battlefield where my heart was full of hatred, even if my arm was severed. These were Chung Mang's thoughts as he understood that his opponent had once again given him a sense of longing, or more simply, the drive to raise his sword. And of course, this was also a legitimate reason for him to chop off the great Luo sword's head. Chung began to look over the group with a cold face. There were 7 of them left in total, and right now he wanted to wipe them all out to ensure safety. And of course it was very likely he would do it alone for all the Mount Hua disciples. The giant axe stood at the front with a twisted face pointing his sharp axe forward. Damn it, we can't call him a brat anymore. He spoke loudly right to Chung Mang's face. Be honored. If you weren't strong, we would never team up like this. The protagonist didn't bother to reply, just coldly assessing the opponent's strength. Their teaming up was truly a shameful act. But facing a stronger opponent and clinging to petty pride, letting themselves be killed one by one would be a foolish choice. Suddenly, Baek Kyan stepped forward and stood next to the protagonist to deal with someone younger. 7 of you are ganging up on him. After speaking, he gave a slight smile and it seemed he was about to step up to help the Mount Hua divine dragon. It seems that to survive in this martial world, you people are capable of doing such shameless things. Now, faced with such a heartfelt gesture, his reaction was startling. Sect uncle, what are you doing? You're in the way. Move aside. Baek Kyan sighed, ignoring Chung Mong's words and drew his sword forward. You'll just have to endure this hindrance because I am your sect uncle and also your fellow sect member. My junior nephew is fighting for his life. How can I, as a sect uncle, turn a blind eye? As if illuminated by the sun of truth, Jun Jiang quickly moved closer to Chong Myong and stood on the opposite side. Died of Baek Kyan. My junior brother is fighting for his life. How can I as a senior brother turn a blind eye? Not only him, but even his sect aunt and senior brother Zhou Geology also moved to Chong Yang's side. The Mount Hua disciples surrounded the protagonist. And seeing this, he could only let out a long sigh. Not knowing the situation, not preparing at all, just rushing in a fight. What's wrong with you? This made the protagonist genuinely annoyed. At this very moment, it seemed that the other 4 Mount Hua disciples had disregarded their own lives. However, it also highlighted Mount Hua's team spirit, which made many people admire them. At this moment, if anyone were to leave, Chung would surely grab them by the collar and pluck their feathers. Do you need to have your limbs cut off? And your head roll on the floor to wake up? Do they look easy to you? Baek Kyan himself understood that none of them were easy opponents. But if we just hide behind you because the opponent is strong, then Mount Hua will only ever be able to watch you fight. We might be a hindrance now, but if we keep fighting like this, one day we'll be able to help you. If you want to push me away, then hit me and throw me away. I'd rather die than just stand by and watch. Chung Mang knew Baek Kyan's words were not wrong. To grow, you need real combat experience. The more dangerous the real combat, the greater the maturity. So, at this moment, the protagonist no longer showed any signs of stopping them. He understood that if he kept them sheltered in his arms, none of them would ever grow up. Therefore, for the Mount Hua disciples to mature, I must also start entrusting them with some tasks, even if I could easily handle them myself. Chung Mang had never raised children before, but he could understand a little about a parent's heart. Even though he knew that fire tests gold and adversity tests strength, it was a given that to make kids grow up, you have to throw them into danger. But when he saw them all in danger, he wanted to step up and protect them. The protagonist looked at the fellow sect members standing around him, a lump forming in his throat, but he still managed to speak. And his gaze turned to Zhou Geology. Even if I see you about to be killed, I will never help. Hearing this, he gave a satisfied smile. Help? I never had any thought of needing help in the first place. This statement wasn't believable at all. It was as if the protagonist had to carry a few more sacks of luggage. Then the other senior brothers turned to look at Zhou Geology with pitiful eyes. Chung Myong replied with a sentence that made him break out in a cold sweat. Senior brother Zhou Geology. Let's have a little chat later, shall we? So, it was clear that this senior brother, after getting out of here, would definitely receive a thorough beating inside the protagonist. At this moment, there was a very strange feeling. Even he couldn't understand what that feeling was. Looking at the 7 remaining enemies, they were indeed not to be trusted at all. And his teammates were now all lacking in both martial skill and real combat experience. But all in all, one thing had to be affirmed. These 4 people were the best comrades he had had since returning to the mortal world. In a moment of recollection, the protagonist thought about things from the past. Everything in this damn tomb was just like the old days when he roamed the martial world with his senior and junior brothers. At that time, all the Mount Hua disciples had charged forward without regard for their lives. That event was no different from the situation right now. Let's go, junior brother. Let's show them the power of Mount Hua. Indeed, the more he thought about the past, the important person who motivated him and helped him become stronger always appeared. And that person in his eyes was indescribably similar to Sect Uncle Baek. The more he looked at that face, the more the pain of loss from the deathmatch gradually reappeared. The protagonist in that moment felt his heartbeat faster than ever before. Truly, everything was very strange and no one could explain it to him. Moreover, one thing was that the Mount Hua sect of the past was no more. No matter how hard Mang tried, it would never return. And Mang knew one thing most clearly. He couldn't regress to the past. He had to move forward. He pressed his lips tightly and began to speak, reminding his senior brothers. Insect uncle, let's go and smash those bastards' heads for me. This was also a command that prompted Baek to shout loudly, signaling all Mount Hua disciples to join the battle. After speaking, Baek himself led the charge. His sharp sword held tightly in his hand. Following him were the other 3, and only Chung had yet to act. All of the protagonist's senior brothers and sect uncle began to shout and run forward in a single line. So he also tried to catch up to keep pace with them. If only there was some strange miracle that would let him meet senior brother Chung again. And clearly if that happened, there were many things Mang wanted to say to the deceased. But in his heart right now, all he wanted to tell them was that their Mount Hua was back. In the previous episode, after reminiscing about the past and wishing for a better future for Ma, all the disciples, disregarding the danger to their lives, charged forward to confront the villains blocking the only exit. Hongdae Kwang roared coarsely, "What are you doing, you beggars? The Mount Hua folks are already ahead of us. Let's show them the righteousness of the Beggars' Union." The reason people in the martial world didn't hesitate to acknowledge the Beggars' Union as one of 9 sects' one union was because their spirit of righteousness was second to none. Before they could do anything, the Mount Hua disciples were already fighting the enemy right in front of them. The axe of the giant axe swung with hair-raising speed in an instant. Baek only had to step back slightly to completely dodge the man's ferocious axe blade. The man was getting quite frustrated because after fighting for a while, Chung Myong's sect uncle wasn't being serious at all. He didn't even land a single blow, only continuously and skillfully dodging with his large and incredibly heavy weapon. Each time he swung the axe like that, if it hit, a body would surely be split in 2. To face such a fierce opponent, Baek was not a thoughtless person. He wasn't just simply dodging. This was one of his combat tactics. "How long are you going to keep dodging?" The giant axe roared menacingly. Baek shouted back with a mocking tone. "Though respecting elders is a matter of course. Why is an old man worse than a child?" It looked easy from the outside, but in reality, Baek was having a hard time fighting back because he hadn't found the enemy's opening yet. He ducked right under the axe blade and swung his sword sideways. With just that one sword strike, drops of blood flew from the man's body, leaving a not-so-deep cut. Why the giant axe was so enraged that blood rushed to his head and he charged at Baek like a madman. At this moment, it wasn't just Baek who was fighting. Zhou Geology's sharp sword grazed East Mountain's swift sword, Sun Mayan. The protagonist's senior brother speed was just as fast. One of the man's cheeks was already injured. "You rotten kid, you've got some moves. However, my name is East Mountain Swift." Clearly, in terms of experience and fame, Joe Geology was nothing compared to him. Not only that, but on closer inspection, while Joe Geology was fast, East Mountain Swift's sword was a level faster. Suddenly, a figure shot out into the center of the clash. Yun Jiang was firmly supporting Joe Geology. Every time he was in trouble, East Mountain Swift's sword thought he had hit his mark, but missed and he let out a curse. Damn it! Every time. Sun Mayong aimed for Joe Geology's opening. Yun Jiang would help Joe Geology parry Sun Mong's sword. This man's sword path was a bit slow, but that didn't mean Yun Jiang lacked skill. His sword path might be relatively slow, but it was easy to see that they were the basic sword techniques of Mount Hua sword art. The opponent was one of the famous masters in the martial world. So, these two brothers joined forces to fight back together. Joe Geology's fast and fluid sword clashed powerfully with the opponent. This was also the opportunity for Yun Jiang to rush in from behind to provide support and spot some fatal weaknesses. Sun Mayong was tasting bitterness, having to fight two of them at the same time. He began to mutter many things in his heart. A bunch of weak fools who still aren't afraid of death. Considering their age, they probably hadn't been training together for even a decade. Yet, the two of them were combining their attacks so perfectly, as if they had been fighting side by side in the martial world for a very long time. The two complemented each other's weaknesses and enhanced each other's strengths. Sun Mayong couldn't believe that one day he would have trouble with these kids. He had definitely miscalculated by underestimating Joe Geology and Yun Jiang's abilities. Being at a disadvantage against two brats was a humiliation, but Sun's humiliation was not over yet. Yun Jiang thrusted his sword from his side. A little closer, and the man would have been sent to the afterlife if he hadn't dodged in time. Where did these guys come from? He hurriedly glanced around to get a clear picture of the situation nearby. The scholar Ryu Kuang was fighting beside him. The sound of metal clashing was just as intense as the confrontation between Sun Mayong and the two Mount Hua disciples. His sword was now tasting defeat at the hands of a young girl. When will this sword path end? Why does it keep going without a stop? And with no openings in the sword strikes, this man was in a situation where he couldn't deny the reality unfolding before him. The Mount Hua disciple was confronting the scholar's sword, using fluid sword strokes to push him into a corner. He was confused, not understanding when Mount Hua had become so strong. Thinking of this was enough to drive him mad as he watched Sun Mayong being pressured. 2 against 1 isn't cowardly, it's smart. His sword was pushed back and the weight pressed down on him heavily. Yun Jiang's eyes were small and narrow, but that didn't mean he couldn't see openings. Right now, Sun Ing had no plan. He could only defend and counterattack instinctively. In addition, there were countless random thoughts in his head which caused his concentration to lack. Of course, this created a great opportunity for Yun Jiang. He made a quick horizontal slash, but Sun Mayong hurriedly ducked. The man started to threaten the Mount Hua disciples. You team up well, but constant attacking creates openings, and you just let your guard down. After speaking, Sun Mayong retreated a few steps and channeled his inner energy into the tip of his sword. The energy in front of Joe Geology flared brightly. He hurriedly warned his senior brother to be careful. However, the man didn't have time to unleash his sharp sword technique. A powerful force shot from another direction right into the center where Joe Geology and Yun Jiang were facing the attack. This was a battle, not a simple martial art contest. Therefore, supporting teammates was absolutely essential. The sword that almost slashed Yun Jiang's waist was blocked by a sword chi that flew in from the side, sending it flying back with a loud bang. Just by looking, it was clear who had done this. Sun Mayong muttered and stopped his action because he realized something had just flown in and blocked his attack. From a distance, a voice full of anger reached the ears of the two Mount Hua disciples standing in front of him. It was Chung Mang's voice, and the protagonist was truly furious. I told you not to be careless. I told you so many times. Yet you still let your guard down. Are your ears blocked or something? Honestly, Chung Mang had a right to be angry because this was a battle where losing meant death. Wouldn't it have been better if the Mount Hua divine dragon had fought alone from the beginning? And let them watch. Taking advantage of that opening, the Taoist priest tried to sneak in a few hits. His sword thrust forward powerfully and the protagonist immediately ducked down. Seeing the opening, Chung Myong swept his leg powerfully at the opponent's standing leg, causing him to lose balance and fall. Not paying attention to that, he continued to scan all his senior brothers and sect uncle to see if anyone was in trouble. On the left, Baek Kyan was struggling to defend breathless when Chung Myong sent a powerful sword chi to assist him. As he did this, he yelled, reminding everyone to focus on their own tasks. Without these attacks to relieve the pressure, it would be difficult for everyone to assess the situation. If you die like that, no one will clap and praise you, or should you wait for me to clap for you? Chung Mang said this while giving numerous hints that anyone would understand. Those criticisms were not wrong, but perhaps the protagonist would have to worry about a few more opponents as the ghost shadow had rushed in from somewhere. It's not that Chung Mang didn't know. He just wanted to finish his sentence to make things clear. This is why I said I should fight alone. What a pain. Chung Myong was truly ruthless. In battle, he spared no trick. Anything that could be used would be a weapon. And right now, it wouldn't be wrong to say he could do it. Yun Jan looked at his junior brother's back and thought it was strange. Those words were only mixed with anger. Yet, he felt incredibly excited. It's crazy. How can you feel happy when you're fighting for your life? From a distance. Even while fighting 3 to 4 villains, everyone could hear Hong Duang's shouts. It took a while for the Beggars Union branch leader to organize his beggars to come and assist. Their purpose was to join hands and protect the Mount Hua divine dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew into the air and charged at the enemies fighting Chung Mang. Very quickly, one man fell to the ground, and the other 2 retreated upon realizing that many enemies were approaching. All the beggars now surrounded Chung Myong in an arrowhead formation, as if anyone who wanted to get to him would have to face their wrath. Mount Hua, divine dragon, we've come to help. The grateful voice reached the protagonist's ears. Seriously, now the beggars are getting involved, too. However, this wasn't the time to be moved or anything. Hongdae Quang bit his lip and yelled for all the beggars to attack simultaneously. The man shot forward like a great general regardless of the danger from the enemy. His familiar staff, his inseparable weapon, repeatedly struck the fierce enemy. Following him were a few scrawny beggars who had been starving for years. But they also showed surprising resilience. However, at this moment, only one person couldn't be bothered with the Beggars Union and was staring intently at Chung Mang. That person was Jae Myong-san of a long river saber. From beginning to end, he had fixed his gaze only on the protagonist. The protagonist himself understood that this man was no pushover. His sharp aura makes me pay attention. This one is completely different from the other rabble. It was as if Ju Myong-san saw nothing else. As if only the Mount Hua divine dragon existed in this world. He didn't know what others thought. But he knew clearly that if he couldn't defeat Chung Myong, the other battles would be meaningless. To survive in this place, he had to defeat the protagonist at all costs. And immediately he understood that too and looked at Jaeong-san with interest. The killing intent emanating from the man was not normal. There was no need for more words. All that was left was to fight until one of them was dead. Zhu Mongan slowly raised his saber, pointing it at Chung Myong, thinking that whether he lived or died, he had to introduce himself to his opponent. He understood one thing clearly. Regardless of the treasure, as long as he defeated this person, he would be safe to leave this place. Hearing his opponent say he was Ju Myong-san, the protagonist also politely stated his own name. And so, without any more words, the two entered their attack stances. Ju Myong-san probably knew his opponent's strength, so he put all his power into his attack from the very beginning. His muscles bulged and his body suddenly emitted a mystical blue energy. The hem of his robe fluttered and his figure suddenly vanished. His body shot towards Chung Myong, his weapon held tightly and powerfully. Although the speed was extremely fast, with the opponent closing in the blink of an eye, Chung Myong remained calm, observing his opponent's movements. Right now, Ju Myong only had one comment about the protagonist. He was nothing short of a monster. The saber's blue energy condensed clearly on Ju Myong-sen's great saber as he slashed down at Chung Yang. Two basic weapons became special because their owners were both incredibly high-level martial artists. The muscles on Juong-sen's body expanded and the pressure from it crashed down on the protagonist's body. His saber drew a long arc and slashed down with inertia, creating electric sparks and a hissing sound. Without attack, Chung Myong's stance suddenly wavered, even though he had anticipated some of his opponent's strength. Unbelievably, Mount Hua was pushed back. Ju Manzhen hovered in the air, carefully observing for other weaknesses in his opponent. Then, he landed on the ground, his oppressive aura growing even larger, as if he wanted to mince the protagonist into 100 pieces. It was a heavy and steady saber strike. And of course, it wasn't over yet. All my obsession and will to survive are in this. I will definitely kill you and leave this place alive. Juong roared and slashed his saber with even greater speed. The two charged at each other again, but Chung Myong was continuously pushed back by the powerful strikes. Even though the protagonist could block, he knew that the power hidden within his opponent was incredibly abundant and difficult to disperse over many saber techniques. His wrist ached, his internal organs felt like they were being turned inside out. Xian felt the weight covering his entire body. He understood that the weight in that weapon wasn't entirely created by its formidable internal energy. Juong-san was fighting in this state because he was just trying to preserve his own life. This man had bet everything he had on a single full-power saber strike. With every step forward, he swung his saber again, repeating it over and over. The continuous saber strikes were like a violent storm of blue light. Each of his saber strikes contained terrifying power, and it was clear that Chung Mang was struggling as he was repeatedly pushed back. After a brief chat, the protagonist had to retreat further despite his opponent's relentless pursuit. The hem of Ju Myong-san's robe fluttered in the wind, his body drenched in blue energy as he chased the Mount Hua. Divine Dragon. That energy seemed to make his saber even harder. Ju Myong-san shouted, thinking that Chung Myong was hiding his true abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, his body closed in and the protagonist temporarily just thrust his sword forward to counter. As he slashed, his voice grew louder. I already knew what you were about. Why do you keep running away like a coward? The two figures flickered in and out of sight, disappearing here and reappearing there. The sound of their clashes was deafening and killing intent radiated from them. As someone with 100 years of combat experience, Chung Myong was not easily swayed by taunts. He continued to parry one or two moves and then retreated to create distance as if he was playing with him. Ju Myong-sam began to show signs of stiffness from exerting all his strength. He knew full well that his opponent was waiting for his burst of internal energy to fade before counterattacking. Are you waiting for my strength to decline? If so, I can't wait any longer. After speaking, his figure built up powerful momentum and shot straight into the air. The speed this time was so terrifying that the protagonist was startled as soon as he looked up. Jun Mason knew his own limits and was clearly eager to see the true power of the person who had beheaded the great Luo sword with a single technique. The saber was held tightly with both hands, energy radiating from it, and the man roared as if he wanted to end this fight. It was unknown how much internal energy he had poured into his saber. But the saber cheese surrounding it grew larger, now looking several times its original size. The oppressive force was so great that even the viewers and the other senior brothers and sect uncles had a squint to follow. However, perhaps that was more than enough for Juong-san. As the two clashed, he was suddenly knocked back. Everyone couldn't believe that Chung could be so formidable. If killing the great Luo sword was just luck because he was careless, then against Ju Myong-san there were still many questions. The protagonist himself, upon colliding with the powerful saber technique, was also knocked down, creating a fierce tremor. In the cloud of dust, there was no sound of panting or exhaustion, only silence. Chung was not his usual brash self. Only silently thinking that his choice to hide his true strength was a huge mistake. He felt that his opponent respected him unlike the others he had faced before. At least after being reincarnated like this, I should meet someone like him. Juong-san was a villain, but he wasn't a reckless one. In a life-or-death situation, he chose to fight with all his might. One by one, he rushed in, unleashing saber techniques he had cultivated for years, but rarely used. The severing saber slashed over Chung Myong's head, followed by the dispersing wind, creating a giant whirlwind that shot towards him. It looked as if it was about to engulf and crush everything. So, he immediately used his lightness skill to leap backward. The whirlwind grew larger, and its area of effect was wider than ever. Chung Myong's small figure flickered around as if waiting for an opportunity. Just then, something strange caught the audience's eye. Countless plum blossom petals were scattering in the wind. The petals fluttered in the wind, rising and falling with the pressure created by the whirlwind. Then they all flew back towards the tip of Chung Mang's sword where he was channeling his energy. The Seven Sages' Sword, a sword art from the Mount Hua sect that was neither low-level nor high-level, was being performed by the protagonist. He slashed powerfully towards the immense force. The plum blossom petals swirled slowly through the space, but there was no weakness in them. At the center of the storm, everything dispersed and then gathered again, enveloping Ju Myung-san's terrifying saber speed. As soon as the two streams of power collided, his body automatically felt a strange change. Shu Myung cried out in pain. The petals were not harmless. They tore through his flesh. The man had used all the remaining internal energy in his danshin, wringing out every last drop of blood in his body to slash and slash at his opponent. However, all of that was now meaningless. His body seemed to collapse, feeling some pressure coming towards him, but unable to do anything about it. The speed was fast and powerful with a single target. The man, who was panting from losing too much internal energy, Juong-san could only stare straight ahead because even if he knew, he no longer had the strength to fight back. Chung Myong was like a ghost, as if he was passing right through his opponent's body. The space was filled with floating plum blossom petals, accompanied by their characteristic fragrance, wafting in the wind. The plum blossom flow sword technique defeated Jeong-san in just one form. It was unclear when, but Juong's saber had stopped. A momentary silence. After executing his move, Chung Mang silently flicked his sword down and sheathed it, a common practice among martial artists. The swift saber Myong-san was also silent. Only the sound of his frantic heartbeat could be heard. His ragged breaths were no longer smooth, and the life of a villain ended here. He turned his head to look at Chung Myong, but truly couldn't open his mouth to speak. He understood this and had to admit to his opponent that the fight was truly excellent. His vision blurred, the strength in his legs faded and all sensation in his body became vague. He managed to force out a few words from the corner of his mouth. "I have been acknowledged and I have seen that power." Shu Myung unconsciously smiled, and with that his breath stopped and his entire body collapsed to the ground. The plum blossom petals floating in the wind also gradually vanished. All the other fights around them had temporarily paused due to the perfect and flawless display that both Chung Myong and Jae Myong-san had just created. The three-eyed ghost's eyes trembled, and in his heart, he uttered a single thought. How can I possibly defeat this Chung Myong? Hello, fellow viewers. A new episode of Mount Hua is out. Let's follow it together. The three-eyed ghost's eyes trembled as he muttered to himself. How did it turn out like this? His plan wasn't bad. Reducing the number of competent people participating in this struggle was important. And above all, he had to ensure his own safety. He wasn't strong enough to face the sects present here like Wang or the Soim sect on his own. That's why he used every means to find allies and team up with them to secure maximum strength. In fact, he had preserved his own strength thanks to this alliance. Everything was going perfectly until the Mount Hua disciples appeared. Baek, in his elegant white scholar's robes, continuously dodged and weaved, making Mak the giant axe so furious that he roared like a cow. The man kept yelling, demanding that Chung Mang's sect uncle fight properly. "I am fighting you." "That should be enough, shouldn't it?" Baek replied. In a corner nearby, the two brothers Zhou Jiaology and Yun Jiang were intently taking care of East Mountain Swift's sword son. Sect and Tuakul was just as busy, and the three-eyed ghost was having many thoughts. Their bond of trust is different from the disciples of other sects I've met until now. Until now, the three-eyed ghost had witnessed countless times disciples of a sect gathering into a group and roaming the martial world. Although they always spoke malicious words to each other, their bodies were recklessly trying to lessen each other's burdens. Thinking this, his eyes became more dejected than ever. The ones fighting now were at a disadvantage, unable to withstand the Mount Hua disciples. Perhaps the three-eyed ghost was wrong to put his trust in temporary allies. Whether they had some reputation in the martial world or not, inside this tomb, it didn't solve anything. He watched as each person was about to fall, and his mood became despondent. In the end, the three-eyed ghost realized one thing. He couldn't win in a battle of attrition like this. Being from an unorthodox sect, he didn't want to help his allies and was planning to escape. This wasn't a secret chamber from the beginning. So, if I'm determined, I can run and hide in the cave behind. If he had known the Mount Hua group was this strong, some people would have fled immediately. The top priority now was to get out of here and find a place to ally with. If the battle between Wang and the group chasing them hadn't been decided, he still had a chance to turn the tables. Those foolish thoughts were immediately extinguished when the Mount Hua divine dragon's eyes spotted someone still idle. The three-eyed ghost quickly turned and used all his strength to deploy his lightness skill towards the corridor. Throughout his life, the three-eyed ghost had always been confident in his lightness skill. He was sure that the Mount-head disciples busy fighting could never catch him. The ones who survive are the strong ones. He bit his lip and sped up. There were still many people ahead. Although they couldn't compare in level to the ones here, their numbers were several times greater. Right now, the sword tomb was divided into three groups. Wang, those chasing Wang, and the people here. So, in the three-eyed ghost mind, he still had quite a few opportunities. He put all his strength into his legs and ran for his life, but he didn't know how Chung Myong had appeared out of nowhere. The protagonist started to get annoyed and let out a few curses, calling the three-eyed ghost a despicable bastard. Right after that statement, a terrifying blow struck him under the ribs. In an instant, the three-eyed ghost lost his balance and tumbled to the ground as if his windpipe had been crushed. He couldn't control his fading strength, his head continuously rolling and hitting the ground hard. The result for this gaudily dressed man was no better than for the others who were fighting. A moment later, East Mountain Swift's sword was also pierced by dozens of sword strikes, until he lost consciousness. With decades of experience in the martial world, he was now defeated by newly debuted Mount Hua disciples. Yun Jiang looked at the enemy's corpse and let out a sigh of relief, looking very tired. The battle was over, and he still couldn't believe it. For a normal person, killing is extremely difficult. Right now, both Yun Jiang's hands and his heart were trembling, completely different from a spar. The pressure of life and death dulled the blade and clouded the judgment of Chung Mang's senior brother. He understood that just one small mistake would have cost him his life. Yun Jiang sighed again. So this is real combat. Zhou Jiaology was sitting in front, sweat soaking his back and also breathless. Yun Jiang walked over with heavy steps and patted his shoulder as if asking how he was and thanking him for the smooth coordination earlier. You're the one who worked hard, senior brother Zhou Jiaology said in a weary voice, unlike his usual self. You only know your true strength after a real fight. Now I understand what that saying means. I never thought I was this weak. This sentence was a bit strange and made Yun Jiang ponder. We defeated Sun Mayang. That name is famous throughout the martial world, with the nickname East Mountain Swift. If Mount Hua found out about this, the elders would go crazy because the two of them were completely incomparable to him. What Chung Myong had demonstrated was the standard they had to meet. So even if they won, they couldn't be happy. Yun Jiang thought he did very well, but in reality, during fight, he couldn't even unleash half of his own strength. Then he patted Zhou Jiaology's shoulder and comforted him, knowing that his junior brother thought the exact same thing. The road ahead is still long. There's no need to be disappointed. Then Sect Uncle Baek Xian walked over as if he had seen everything. Not being able to display your true strength in a real fight is a matter of course. Everyone wants to display everything they've practiced, but that's impossible for anyone. So, you don't need to be disappointed. Instead, you should reflect on yourselves. What you showed in the battle is your true strength. After speaking and receiving a few yes, sirs, Baek nodded gently in satisfaction. Just as he was about to say his last sentence, a mocking voice came from behind. Chung Mang mimicked Baek Qian's words and added a few of his own. That is your true ability. Get stronger or be as strong as me. After speaking, the Mount Hua divine dragon burst in a laughter and pointed. You look so cool today, Sect Uncle. Setting aside those daily squabbles, a while later, everyone gathered the corpses into a pile. And so these bullies were all dealt with neatly. To be more precise, it seemed there were still a few faint breaths. Besides the two killed by Chung Mang himself, the others had only lost consciousness and were not yet dead. Although Baek Qian didn't like them at all, in reality, he didn't have the courage to kill people. Then Baek Qian looked at Chung Mang slightly inside. I guess I can't keep up with him. The image of the protagonist unhesitatingly beheading the great Luo sword still lingered in the Sect uncle's eyes. Perhaps that scene would remain etched in his mind for a long time. In reality, when he stepped in to stop Chung Mang earlier, it was probably more because Baek Qian wanted to prevent him from killing the others. You could call it being soft-hearted because that was the truth. As a Taoist walking this path, avoiding wanton killing was essential. Chung Myong also turned his head to look at Mac. Why the giant axe and the pile of unconscious people collapsed there? The Mount Hua divine dragon thought the same as his Sect uncle because if he hadn't intervened, this group wouldn't be alive anymore. In his heart, he had a principle. Kill those who want to kill you. That is the law of the martial world. If it were the past Chung Myong, even if Baek Chio interfered, he would have killed them all. The protagonist asked himself, did that guy want to stop me from killing people back then? If I keep being like my past self, how can I overcome the past? Chung Mang thought it wasn't a bad thing. Chung Myong didn't change. To be precise, the thing that needed to change was Mount Hua. If they wanted to be his support, leaning on them a little wouldn't be so bad. A satisfied smile flashed across Chung Myong's lips and he began to cough to get everyone's attention. The group turned back as if waiting for instructions from their leader. The Mount Hua divine dragon laughed out loud. Now, let's go catch those Wang guys. Let's briefly leave Chung Mong's journey to see what the Wang members are up to. On the ceiling, one could see the traces of a very intense life or death battle. Perhaps these people had encountered countless other powerful martial artists. Sanja used the hem of his robe to wipe away the mix of sweat and blood, turning the pristine white fabric a deep red. He unconsciously uttered a few curses. In front of him were rotting corpses scattered on ground. The ones who couldn't ascend to heaven even in death have finally found peace. There were no words or images to describe the scene. Hi, Sanja instinctively asked if his disciples were still okay. Everyone said they were fine, but the elder had to squint to observe the people behind him. Jin Hyan clutched one of his arms and nodded in response. No problem, despite the wound bleeding. Seeing his very poor condition, the elder approached and wanted to check the wound. Jin Hyan reluctantly lowered his hand to let his superior take his sleeve and tear it to examine. In this situation, maintaining numbers was essential. So, the Wang elder didn't want to lose any more disciples. Since we entered, we haven't seen the primordial pill. Only ghosts and enemies everywhere. It's exhausting. The skin scratched by the Jang was purple. This was a sign of corpse poison. The clotted blood of the wound confirmed it was corpse poison. If it continued like this, he might not be able to use his hand in the future. If the poison even reached his heart, it could be life-threatening. It was also unclear how to neutralize this Hyle poison. Hyo Sanja gripped Jin Hyan's hand and began to transfer his inner energy to him. Without needing an explanation, the Wang elder requested silence for him to concentrate. The energy emanating from both of them created a mystical blue light that fascinated viewers. Jin Hyan clenched his mouth shut. He wasn't allowed to speak casually anymore as the inner energy began to enter his body. Just using inner energy to treat poison in another person's body would consume a significant amount of energy. In Jin Hyan's mind, he thought that continuing like this would be exhausting and the elder couldn't afford to waste too much energy. Ahead, there are things 100 times more terrifying than anything we've ever seen. Then we won't have time to circulate energy for healing. It was clear that Jin Hyan wanted to refuse this kind gesture. But the elder had already finished. After a period of receiving inner energy, black poison began to flow out from a wound. The purple-tinged arm began to return to its normal state. Hyo Sanja seemed to know what his disciple was about to say and put on a stern face. Obtaining the divine weapon and divine medicine is very important, but how can that compare to my disciple's arm? Don't say any more useless words and just quickly follow everyone. Hyo Sanja was quite resolute. Besides, at this level, it won't weaken me. Perhaps the Wang disciple had no more words to refute the elder's good intentions. Another disciple hurriedly asked why. With so many people, they didn't go back to help. What would change if we went back to help now? Defeating them would just be a waste of time. So, it's better for us to try to find our target quickly. After hearing his words, which were also a command, a few people shouted, "Yes, sir." Repeatedly, Hyo Sanja raised an eyebrow. Although he didn't say it to his disciples, he had another reason to be in a hurry. After the battle earlier, he had sensed a very strong aura from behind. He didn't know the identity of the person emitting that aura, but someone with such power participating in the fierce battle behind them would create a significant variable. If they jumped in to help and the owner of that aura appeared, things could go in a direction no one could predict. It wasn't hard to guess what would happen if the primordial pill fell into the hands of those beasts. So, the Wang elder decided to sacrifice for the greater good. The goal of making Wang stronger was only secondary. The top priority now was to prevent the primordial pill from falling into the hands of the people behind them. Hyo Sanja was confident that the final destination of this terrifying tomb was not far. Reanimated corpses were not something that could be easily controlled. Just thinking about what other disgusting things were behind them made him exhausted. It was true that sacrifices had to be made because the Wang members left behind were struggling to hold off the other martial artists. They shouted at each other to quickly run to senior brother Hyo Sanja while there was still time. "Senior brother, we can't hold on any longer because the attack was too fierce," an elder had to shout for help. He wanted to help but he couldn't let go with just a word. Hyo Sanja unconsciously looked back and spat out a few curses. "You fleeing Wang rats, do you think you can survive and leave this place?" The enemy shouts echoed throughout the cave. "Chase them. Don't let the divine weapon fall into their hands. Wipe out Wudong." Just like that, a master swung his weapon and the oppressive force shot straight towards the weak wooden disciples. It seemed that in here, this sect wanted to be enemies with everyone and they were the primary target to be eliminated. Everything that was happening was draining the disciples' strength, leaving them with no moment of rest. Elder Ho, unable to control himself, had to step in to defend. "Don't worry about them anymore. You all quickly go to my senior brother, Hyo Sanja." And so, following the elder's words, they all left, leaving the wonky sword to deal with the situation alone. Clearly, in a one-on-one fight, this person would likely have the advantage. However, 3 or 4 against 1, even with his internal energy, was not a simple matter. Hyo Sanja bit his lip and continued to channel his inner energy to speed forward. There are too many traps, and the darkness is endless. If we keep wandering, we might fall into madness. The Divine Doctor, no matter how talented, could impossibly create something from legends like a Jangar. With his own thoughts, Hyo Sanja believed that this could be considered the most difficult thing among what the Divine Doctor had created. This also meant that the end of the tomb was not far. As he was lost in thought, a disciple from behind reminded the elder to look carefully ahead. As they reached the end of the cave, a brilliant light enveloped Hyo Sanja's vision as his eyes adjusted to the light. He was astonished by the scene that stretched out before him. It seemed so close yet also so far away. All the Wang elder wanted was one thing, the method to create the primordial pill. He didn't care who got the divine weapon or anything else. That thing would only be a seed of chaos. To put it simply, a divine weapon is something that causes harm in the long run. After running for a long time, the Wang group finally stopped. Everyone was breathless and no one knew how far they had gone. As for the elder, he wasn't tired at all because he didn't have time for that. He just kept looking in the direction his eyes were fixed on. After passing through the long, vast corridor of the tunnel, another door opened. The disciples followed Hyo Sanja one by one after he proactively entered and looked up. A towering cliff stood before them and the brilliant light was shining down from the top of that cliff. This was not the light from a night luminescent pearl. In terms of height, it was too high and it wasn't certain that they could reach the top with lightness skills. Perhaps besides the entrance we used, there's another path. But what about the primordial pill? If this was the end, then where was the primordial pill? Hyo Sanja's eyes did not miss the opening in the middle of the cliff face. There was indeed something there. If this was the end of the sword tomb, then that place with the light was clearly the exit. Whatever the Divine Doctor left for future generations must be. In the middle of that cliff, I can see a small hole. With his sharp, experienced eyes, the Wang elder was quite sure that if he could just get there, he would obtain the divine medicine and a method to create it. Only this person had a higher martial level than everyone else. So that powerful aura made him feel afraid. At the same time, a few other disciples who had been rescued by the wonky sword also arrived. Hyo Sanja became more anxious than ever because the undesirable was happening. According to the elder's previous description, the aura was not small. It would be more accurate to call it a demonic aura. Passing through the dark cave, a few shadows were gradually approaching them with the speed of lightning. And so, the Mount Hua divine dragon had caught up with Wooden. And he looked very urgent. If you want to know what happens next, please leave a like and a share for your Boykoi's review. The cliff was almost vertical, not allowing people to approach. It was at a height that couldn't be climbed just by using lightness skills. Even if we have to crawl, we must get up there immediately was what Hyo Sanja was urging. One by one, the surviving Wang disciples in the sword tomb hurriedly complied. After hearing the elder's command, they all clung to the cliff face and quickly climbed up. The pursuers behind them also quickly arrived. Wang is climbing the cliff. Follow them. Most of the martial artists were afraid the good stuff would fall into their hands. Absolutely do not let the divine weapon fall into their hands. Numerous shouts echoed. The ambitious ones began to climb the cliff. With bloodshot eyes. Perhaps some of them thought that even if they had to die here, they wanted to see the truth that the world was speculating about. Hyo Sanja's face turned purple with anger because he couldn't stop the greedy people below. Or perhaps he himself was greedy. The Mount Hua disciples were running with all their might. Hurry up or all the good stuff will be taken. But Chung Mian wasn't at the front. He was at the back chasing them with his sword drawn. Zhou Geology Wind. It's not that I'm not trying. I'm running as hard as I can. But what can I do if I lack internal energy? The protagonist suddenly shot forward. How long have you been running and you're already panting? This is why I always tell you to practice your lightness skills. This guy wasn't human. He was truly heartless. Joe Geology was running for his life, but still couldn't keep up. Seeing the ferocious blade and the crazed eyes, he couldn't even relax his legs if he wanted to. Chung Myong and everyone else looked at him as if they knew exactly what he was thinking. The protagonist from behind jabbed his sword into Joe Geology's back. His eyes bulged, showing only the whites. Those bastards are licking their lips over my stuff and are about to take it. Do you want to see us all die? Joe Geology screamed and sped up. Perhaps he wished he could summon the Grand Supreme Elder Lord to strike down this wicked junior brother. Clearly, the trick Chung Myong was using was effective because Baek was running twice as fast as usual. The reason he was pushing the other disciples to this extent was because the group ahead was no longer moving forward. That meant they had reached the end and that place would definitely have the primordial pill. How much hardship have we endured to get this far? I absolutely cannot watch them take the primordial pill and escape. It wasn't clear who that thing belonged to, but the Mount Hua divine dragon just roared and claimed it as his own. Truly formidable. It wasn't just the Mount Hua disciples who were suffering because of Chung Myong. There were others, too. A mournful voice echoed from the end of the cave. Mount Hua, divine dragon, wait for me. Hung Dae Kwang panted. You exploited my labor and now you're leaving me behind. Following him were countless beggars also running for their lives. The vast corridor echoed with their heavy footsteps. Branch leader, you go ahead. We can't make it. A beggar was breathless and promised he'd rather die than keep running. At this moment, Hong Duang gritted his teeth and kicked the beggars in the rear. The beggar who was kicked in the rear glared at him. Why did you betray your subordinate? Why can't I do it like that, kid? Hong Dae Kwang realized that bullying others wasn't easy. He pushed away the beggar who had lunged at him with the speed of wind. Sect Uncle Baek was now leading the way and was very close. The Mount Hua disciples shouted in unison with joy. Of course, the joy of being able to escape that wicked brat was greater than the joy of having reached the destination. Suddenly, Joe Geology, who was panting at the front, jumped into the exit, and his eyes immediately widened at the sight before him. So, this is. The army led by Chung Myong was no longer violently tormenting their fellow sect members. The brilliant light shone into the corridor and the group knew they had arrived. With a swish, Joe Geology, who was leading, Hurley stopped without saying a word. Before his eyes was an unbelievable sight. The light hadn't reached yet, so he couldn't see anything clearly. After rubbing his eyes again and again, a vertical cliff face appeared right before him. The martial artist desperately climbing that cliff made Joe Geology's eyes tremble after seeing them. Chung Mang rushed out and looked at the cliff with sparkling eyes. The Mount Hua divine dragon's finger pointed to the opening in the middle of the cliff. It was far away, so only a small part was visible. But it was certainly large enough for about 100 people to fit through. Joe Geology stared blankly at the cliff and then understood. After the cross-country run, it was time for mountain climbing. It was still unclear what the group would do as everyone was waiting for Chung Mang's opinion. Gradually, Joe Geology's mouth twisted into a grin again. Among the second and third generation disciples of Mount Hua, there was no one who couldn't climb a cliff. Thanks to the training of that inhuman guy. Didn't they have to climb the Duanchong cliff, which was 5 times higher than this every day? The shouts of the Mount Hua disciples from below made the martial artist stare down. They had long reached the stage where they could take a nap while climbing a cliff. Climbing a cliff now was nothing more than a light exercise after a meal. I guess the divine doctor has never been to Mount Hua. Zhao Geology roared, his greedy eyes showing. The Mount Hua disciples didn't wait for any words from Chung Yang. They used all their strength to cling to the cliff face. As expected, the effort and suffering they endured had finally borne fruit. This proved that the Mount Hua divine dragon wasn't as bad as his sect aunt, uncle, and senior brothers made him out to be. Every time they went through those hellish training sessions, they could only curse and curse again. They never thought that those useless training exercises, which they didn't know what to use for, would be useful here. This wasn't a matter of strength, but of proficiency. The onlookers could never have known that. With their hands and feet moving without rest, the group looked as if they were crawling on flat ground. To be more precise, the Mount Hua disciples were climbing the cliff even faster than that. And it wasn't just one, but all 5 of them were like that. Although they knew this wasn't the time to stand there and feel bewildered, they couldn't take their eyes off this scene. Though they didn't have the ability to climb the cliff, they couldn't give up on the divine weapon. The people at the bottom began to throw their weapons to hinder those climbing above. And in their eyes, the ones who needed to be hindered first were of course the Mount Hua disciples. Zhou Geology, who was busy climbing, also felt a long sword about to pierce his back. Fortunately, the Mount Hua divine dragon had descended the cliff, putting on a fruit slicing show for the martial artists to admire. They can't go, so now they're telling others not to go either. Even so, why would they go so far as to throw swords at us? Chung Miang yelled, reminding everyone to keep going. Leave the weapons down here for me to block. He said that, but the number of people below was too large, and the protagonist alone couldn't handle it all. Dozens of weapons from below were thrown up forcefully. How can you block all of this? Zhou Geology slowed down, his success seemingly short-lived. He had a right to be worried because even Miang felt overwhelmed at that moment. A very loud voice from the bottom echoed up, faintly making out the word bastards. It was Hong Dae Quang and his subordinates running from inside the corridor. Hey, you bastards, don't you dare touch the Mount Hua, divine dragon. Hong Duang, who arrived last, quickly grasped the situation. He began to order his beggars to restrain all those martial artists. Get rid of all these bastards. Mount Hua divine dragon, don't worry about things down here. Just climb up. Chung Mang clicked his tongue as if you're doing something great. And so, with no one throwing weapons anymore, the protagonist returned to the important matter at hand. With the obstruction gone, their speed increased greatly. Zhou Geology quickly used his hands and feet to their fullest to climb the cliff. Hyo Sanja stared at a group of martial artists with a terrifying aura catching up to them from below. The speed at which the Mount Hua disciples climbed the cliff was like monkeys. The ones who caused all this trouble were none other than that group. Just thinking of this fact, the Wang elder couldn't contain his rising anger. A vortex seemed to appear under his feet and then his body shot up. Chung Miang exclaimed from below about the Thayman tongue technique. It's a Wang movement art that when mastered can allow a person to soar more than 10 yards into the air. Chung's eyes were like a madman's. After all the trouble to get here, how can I just stand by and watch that Wang bastard steal the primordial pill? It was unclear what technique the Mount Hua divine dragon used, but he just flew straight up, no longer caring about the safety of his senior brothers and sect uncle. The Mount Hua disciples at that moment could only doubt what they were seeing. The protagonist suddenly took off his shoes and threw them away. He started running up the cliff face. I'll get it even if I die. The Mount Hua divine dragon's body moved at a terrifying speed, running upwards, which made Hyo Sanja look down with a shocked expression. Although he started later, Chung Miang's running speed on the cliff was definitely faster than Ho Sanja's soaring speed. Are you trying to overtake me, you arrogant Mount Hua brat? The two of them were racing to see who would reach the top of the cliff first, and at a terrifying speed, Chung Miang used all his strength, gritting his teeth and pushing off the cliff face, charging forward as if he were running on flat ground. On the other side, Hyo Sanja also pushed off the air to launch himself upwards. The two of them shot out of the hole in the cliff, their target almost simultaneously. Let's predict who will get the primordial pill first. If you want to know more details, please follow your boy Koi to wait and see if the primordial pill has the legendary effects. In the previous episode, the Mount Hua divine dragon and the Wang elder had entered the location of the divine doctor's tomb. As soon as he arrived, Chung Mang hurriedly looked around. He saw a place where swords were stuck close together. Although there were a few spears and sabers mixed in, most of them were swords. Finally, Chung Mang could dispel the doubt that had been bothering him since he set foot here. Just as he was about to move, a stern voice rang out. "You must be the Mount Hua divine dragon, correct?" If Chung Mang hadn't stolen the treasure map from Kaj and spread it all over Nyon, this elder wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble and Mao wouldn't have been able to enter this place. The protagonist didn't care who this person was. He just wanted the primordial pill in his hands. So, he replied curtly that he had no idea what the other person was talking about. Sanja didn't know whether to consider the protagonist intelligent or wicked. "You are so young yet have shown such outstanding ability. I admit your abilities and everything you've done have been completely beyond my expectations. But it ends here. You should quietly go back. I will overlook everything that has happened." The day. Sanja raised an eyebrow and promised to let everything go because Chong Mayon was just a third-generation disciple. This elder knew full well that the Mount Hua divine dragon had used the clam and snipe tactic to wait for an opportunity to profit from this situation. "If you take one more step, my sword will send you to the Yellow Spring." The Mount Hua divine dragon looked straight at the Wang elder and shivered slightly. The protagonist had felt all the killing intent emanating from this person. "But why don't you feel it's a bit strange?" Chung said, "Your mouth says you'll let it go, but your killing intent is raging as if you're trying to provoke me. Why would you want to spare me when I'm standing right here?" Sanja couldn't answer because he didn't know how Chung could possibly know what he was thinking. It wasn't until he heard the Mount Hua divine dragon's words that the Wang elder realized he had been emitting killing intent. If he were only cunning, he wouldn't be dangerous. Because no matter how smart you are, compared to the descendants of Zhuang or those well-versed in military strategy, you're still easier to deal with. However, after meeting Chung Mayon, the powerful elder who could be considered one of the top two in Wang, he had changed his mind. "I admit that kid is very dangerous." No matter where they went, the Wang disciples never fell behind other martial artists. Yet, they couldn't surpass him. Perhaps the killing intent I just unconsciously admitted was my true intention. Right now, Sanja was experiencing the same feeling as Samasang of the Southern Edge sect back then. His killing intent now was probably much more intense than Samasang's. As you say, I am not upholding my Tao right now. So don't make me commit a sin. You are shaking me to the point that all the cultivation I've accumulated over the years will collapse. Sanja's voice became stern again as he told Chong Yang to go back. As if shooing away a child. The protagonist began to look at the Wang elder as if he were something miraculous. If someone dies in a chaotic battle, no one will be held responsible. Although he might be criticized by the world for being involved in a murder and making things messy, he certainly couldn't retreat and give up the primordial pill just for fear of being criticized. Yet, Sanja once again advised Chong Mong to go back. That meant he wouldn't kill the protagonist. Now, even though this young deist priest would become a threat to Wang in the future, he's still giving me a way out. Perhaps that's why the name Wang is renowned throughout the world. Even after coming here, even though he dislikes others, he is still upholding his righteous path. Thinking this, Chung Miang also took a few more steps forward very close to the divine doctor's tomb. No matter how formidable Wang was, how could a few threats like that possibly scare the Mount Hua divine dragon? A powerful energy erupted from Sandu's body. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Your forfeit wine is too strong. I can only ever drink half before I'm drunk. So, let's not waste any more words and just fight. Chung Miang charged right back at him. The Wang elder had tried to suppress his killing intent to let Chung Mang go, but if the kid wanted it this way, Sanja didn't need to spare him anymore. The two of them flew up towards the place where the swords were firmly embedded. A powerful stream of sword chi shot straight towards Chong Yang. It was like a strip of blue silk in a void. Although very similar to Ween's sword chi, it was different. Perhaps this time Chung Mang couldn't fight with his usual arrogant posture. His opponent was the second strongest elder of Hua. This man was the strongest person Chung Mang had met so far. The protagonist poured strength into the arm, holding the sword tightly. No matter what sword art Hyo-san pursued, this sword art showed absolutely no feeling of wanting to overwhelm Chung Myung. On the contrary, it was filled only with the killing intent to end him immediately. If it were the past Chung Myung, he could have shattered this sword chi with his bare hands. However, for the current Chung Myung, this sword chi was more than enough to threaten him. More importantly, the immense inner energy compressed within that stream of sword chi made the Mount Hua divine dragon tense. If he were hit by just one move, his flesh would be torn and his bones shattered. But Chung was not afraid and continued to attack proactively. Anyone who saw Wang's soft stream of sword chi had to shut their mouths. Hyo-sanja shouted and charged forward, and his sword chi once again slashed towards Chongyang. This method of combat was incredibly reckless as the sword chi almost cut the Mount Hua divine dragon in half. For the first time, Chung Myung had to grimace in pain. The world often whispered that Wang's sword art was relatively soft and flexible. Compared to what the protagonist was feeling now, it wasn't like that at all. In his mind, Chung Myung unconsciously cursed this ridiculous softness, beating people into a pulp and calling it soft. What nonsense! The stream of sword chi like a blue silk ribbon continuously shot towards Chung. The protagonist let out a shout to build momentum, then flew towards the approaching sword chi. He immediately stepped on the sword chi and charged forward. Hyo-sanja was so surprised his eyes were about to pop out. He dared to step on sword chi using inner energy like limbs was a realm that no one dared to even dream of. This was something even Hyo-sanja didn't dare to try. Although he didn't know how he did it, Hyo-sanja couldn't deny what he had seen with his own eyes. The elder shouted again and charged forward, his sword chi once more slashing towards Chung. The protagonist became more cautious, knowing he was about to receive an incredibly powerful killing move. The shockwave spread, shaking everything around. The swords embedded in the ground also trembled and gradually rose up. Chung Mang gathered all his strength and raised his sword with both hands to block the attack. Unbelievably, a fierce stalemate was happening between a third-generation disciple of Mount Hua and an elder of Hua. If the Mount Huasi leader saw this, he would probably burst a blood vessel because he was worried about his disciple. To block that sword technique, drops of blood spurted from the Mount Hua divine dragon's body. The amount of energy from that technique emitted enough light to blind the viewers. With a heavy step, Chung Myung looked as if he was about to collapse. Another unbelievable event occurred. The sword stance was completely blocked by the protagonist. Although he managed to block it and shock the Wang elder, the consequence was that his internal organs were severely shaken. Not a first-generation disciple, not a second-generation disciple, but just a third-generation disciple not yet 20 years old. And that third-generation disciple had blocked the full-power sword strike of Hyo-sanja. So your victory over Ween wasn't a joke. How did you block that below you, Brad? We're not exactly in a relationship where we can just talk, Chung Mang replied, panting. Are we? If you want to talk, then lessen the power you're putting into your sword. Chung Mang kicked the Wang elder's sword hard and retreated to a distance, resuming his defensive stance. Perhaps after that test of strength, Hyo-sanja also had quite a lot to say. He looked closely at the renowned third-generation disciple of Mount Hua and spoke in a very formal manner. Although accepting disciples from other sects is a taboo, if you wish, no matter what it takes, I will accept you as a Wang disciple. With such talent, relearning martial arts would be a small matter. Join Wang. I will accept you as a first-generation disciple. Actually, this offer wasn't too surprising. After witnessing the terrifying power of the Mount Hua divine dragon, Hyo-sanja continued with a sentence that caught the protagonist's attention. I will make you a first-generation disciple and eventually the next sect leader of Wu. In reality, Chung found this offer very tempting. Have you lost your mind? Why would you want to steal a disciple from another sect? Pushing aside the distracting thoughts, the protagonist replied. Seeing that expression, Hyo-sanja didn't get discouraged and give up. Although I admire your deep affection for your sect, you must seize opportunities when they come. a wise man recognizes the times. Isn't being the sect leader of Wang better than being a disciple of Mount Hua? As he was about to entice him further, Chung Miang roared and decisively said no. The Wang elder continued to present his case. Wang is superior to Mount Hua in every way. Why can't you see that? My Wang can give you much more than Mount Hua. Chung Miang sighed again. He asked his opponent to stop being as clingy as a leech. Then, to affirm his future, the Mount Hua divine dragon looked straight into Hyo Sander's face. Then, Chung Miang raised his voice and declared, I have no interest in being the disciple of someone weaker than me. Hearing those words, the Wang elder was probably about to burst with anger. If it was someone else, they might have been mesmerized. The great Wang sect accepting them as a disciple, even promoting them to sect leader. However, the person standing here was Chung Miang, not someone else. The protagonist used all his strength after that sentence and leaped high into the air close to the cave ceiling. Then the Mount Hua divine dragon kicked his sword with terrifying speed straight at Hyo Sanja with a swoosh that movement could be described as supersonic. It shot past so quickly, just like how Chung had done to Wu Jin, Hyo Sanja's own junior brother not long ago outside. Neon. After feeling that powerful intent, sweat trickled down his forehead and his eyes stared straight at the rusty sword right behind him. From the sky above, Chung Miang reaffirmed his statement once more. All the swords flew as if they had a mind of their own, and the protagonist continued to kick them towards where the Wang elder stood frozen. All his inner energy was unleashed and a loud voice echoed. What the hell is Wang? The scene before him threw Hyo Sanja into confusion and panic. Chung Miang's figure appeared here and then shot to another place. The dozens of weapons embedded in the ground were now raining down like a shower of arrows, seen only in classic battles with hundreds of soldiers. Mount Hua will definitely become the greatest in the world. This was the declaration of the Mount Hua divine dragon. Baek Kyan was speaking in an urgent voice, telling Zhou Geology to stay behind him. Hurry up. Although they were climbing the cliff at a crazy speed, the initial distance was too great. At this rate, the Wang disciples would be the first to reach the destination. However, Zhou Geology, who was previously quite excited, was now whining as if he couldn't do it. If that's the case, Chung will have to face the entire Wang group alone. No matter how much of a monster he is, facing so many Wang disciples alone is impossible. Not to mention Chung Mang. Even if the protagonist grandfather appeared, he probably couldn't do anything. Baek Kyan, seeing Zhou Geology was exhausted, was at a loss for words. If you don't want to see your junior brother die, then wring out every last bit of your strength and climb. I'm going ahead. With that, Baek Kyan began to speed up his climb with Yu Isil right behind him. Even though they had trained together, Baek Kyan and Yu Isil were still second-generation disciples, while Yun Jiang and Zhou Geology were third generation. The difference in level between the two generations was still very large. Speaking of the Mount Hua divine dragon, he was still fighting one-on-one with the Wang elder. In the air, Chung Mang continuously threw swords at Hyo Sanja. Although he raised his sword to block, he still couldn't prevent his body from being thrown back. Hyo Sanja bit his lip, having been pushed away from the cliff. How long are you going to play these tricks? Even if it's a divine weapon. It's just an object made of iron. It's been left in a humid cave like this for 200 years. Do you think a sword without any spirit can threaten me? But in the midst of it, he still saw swords that retained their original spirit. No matter what, a divine sword wasn't just a name. It truly had value worthy of its name. The purpose of those who entered the sword tomb was to obtain a divine weapon. The only ones who knew the true identity of the sword saint was the divine doctor were Wang, the Beggars Union, and a few other top sects in the martial world. At that moment, Hyo Sanja's aura immediately changed because he realized Chung Mang's swordsmanship was not ordinary. At the tip of the sword, a plum blossom began to appear. Hyo Sanja unconsciously exclaimed in amazement, "Plum blossom sword art." It seemed this person had long known that the Mount Hua sect had lost the secret manual for the plum blossom sword art. That was clear. And right now, Chung Mang was only using the Seven Sages sword. While his opponent was having countless confusing thoughts, he rushed forward and gave him a light kick. After taking that hit, the Wang elder's entire body was pushed far away. It was truly unbelievable that a third-generation disciple of Mount Hua could fight one-on-one with a Wang elder. Just like that, from the edge of the cliff, Hyo Sanja's figure was sent flying off the edge. Once again, the Mount Hua divine dragon had pushed back his enemy, who was also the one trying to steal the primordial pill. In the past, Hyo Sanja had also experienced the profound martial arts of Mount Hua. That sect was not weak. It was just that the sharpness of Wang was Mount Hua's natural counter. After regaining his composure, the Wang elder's voice rang out. "How long are you going to keep up these tricks?" After speaking, he continued to build momentum and leap back towards the divine doctor's tomb. His movement technique was quite agile because he was already very proficient in the Yaman tongue. It was a secret likeness skill of Wang that only elders or first-generation disciples could learn. When the divine doctor created the sword tomb, he must have known that those who came later would only be aiming for these things. However, over time, those things would also rust. And this was the scene this person wanted to see. The scene of people blinded by treasure, killing each other, and running to this deep place only to be faced with shattered and rusty swords. Was the divine doctor perhaps toying with his descendants? From his own thoughts, Hyo Sanja also understood that the person called the divine doctor was not so great after all. However, for the Wang elder, his purpose was completely different from the other martial arts. Hyo Sanja's gaze was directed at the wooden box. No matter the level of the divine weapon, this person hadn't cared from the beginning. His top priority was only one thing, the primordial pill. As soon as he saw Chung Mang step up to block him, the elder's voice rang out. "It seems we have the same goal." Chung Miang walked to where his sword was stuck in the ground and gripped it tightly. "If you want the stuff scattered on the ground, just take it." After hearing those words, the energy from Hyo Sanja's body radiated out as if he no longer wanted to play around. On the contrary, the Mount Hua divine dragon did the same and pointed his sword straight at his opponent. Anyway, the longer time passed, the more disadvantaged the protagonist would be because the other Wang elders would eventually arrive. Here. Therefore, without needing to say much, the Mount Hua divine dragon charged forward. Red plum blossoms appeared from his sword, which made Hyo Sanja very surprised. Then he unconsciously shouted, "So you have truly restored the plum blossom sword art." As mentioned from the beginning, the Mount Hua divine dragon was not performing that profound sword art. He was only using the Seven Sages sword. However, that no longer mattered because no matter what, they were both Deus sects and the only thing necessary now was to fight. The plum blossom petals were now blooming in a brilliant red right in a place where no plants could grow. And of course, all of them flew towards the Wang elder. Chung Mang called it by a very beautiful name. The plum blossom rain sword technique. Dozens of illusions of the Mount Hua divine dragon transformed mystically, continuously striking where the Wang elder stood. A fierce tremor was created by the protagonist and it was unclear whether Hyo Sanja was alive or dead. After landing that powerful blow, Chung Miang also proactively stopped to check the situation. In a blink of an eye, the protagonist had to show great surprise eyes. Hyo Sanja had begun to lower his sword to block. This was a very stable posture to perform Wang's sword art. The elder began to draw a large circle in front of him, continuously muttering, "The origin within the origin. This is the beginning of all things." These are not just empty words, and Chung Miang understood that. Therefore, facing the danger before him, he proactively retreated to preserve his life. From the primordial times, this world was one and was divided into yin yang to create all things. The Wang elder's voice continued to echo non-stop. The circle Hyo Sanja created was now divided into two halves, black and white, and began to rotate. The beginning of the world is yin and yang, and that is tide. The Tai Wisdom sword is the ultimate sword form of Wang, the masterpiece that made their name renowned throughout the world. Not only that, but was now being performed by the second strongest elder of Wang. So, Chung Miang also understood its power. Unlike the clumsy sword art performed by Wu Jin, which was just a shell, this person's taigi had reached the level of the Tao. It was both soft and powerful. All the plum blossom petals deployed by Chung Miang were now drawn into that rotating Tai circle. Hyo Sanja thought to himself, for an opponent so young to be able to make plum blossoms bloom. If I let this kid continue to grow, Mount Hua will swallow Wang in the future. If he can't resolve this, he can only die in this tomb. These thoughts were accompanied by immense killing intent in Hyo Sanja's eyes. As for Chung Miang himself, he was not at all afraid of that sword technique. Right now, he was quite confident because no one was watching him fight the Wang Elder. Everything the Mount Hua divine dragon had done since his reincarnation was because he was hiding his true strength. Clearly, Chung Min was very afraid that the Mount Hua sect leader or his sect uncles and senior brothers would find out his true strength. However, in this situation, the protagonist didn't need to hesitate anymore. Before, perhaps everyone in the world knew that Mount Hua and Wang were two opposing forces. In the past, Mount Hua could never defeat Wang simply because their sword arts were counters to each other. Mount Hua's swift sword word art always revealed openings to Wang's soft yet powerful counterattacking style. The primal energy gathered in his Dante as if responding to Chung Mang's will. A stream of pure primal energy left his dantian, circled his 6 limbs, and stopped at the tip of his sword. A large fire will be extinguished by water, but a large fire will burn even brighter if only a little water is sprinkled on it. All properties will be countered by a greater force. As someone who had lived for 100 years, the Mount Hua divine dragon could not be unaware of this principle. If Tai contains the Tao, then the leaves that catch the morning dew can also contain a Tao. Everything is the Tao and everything is nature. At this moment, the Mount Hua divine dragon's entire body began to shake, accompanied by blooming plum blossoms. All the plum blossom petals fluttering in the wind, though small, contained the principles of the entire world. The plum blossom petals bloomed and enveloped the protagonist's body. Not only that, but they also enveloped the surroundings. Like a forest. Chung Mang was no longer using the 7 sages' sword. This was the true 24-movement plum blossom sword art. In the past, this secret manual was stolen by the Southern Edge sect. But they could not grasp the true meaning within the sword art because only the direct disciples of Mount Hua could achieve that enlightenment. And right now, the Mount Hua divine dragon shouted loudly, pointing straight at the Wang Elder, "Come at me." In a previous this episode, the Mount Hua divine dragon and the Wang Elder were engaged in a fierce battle. The sword arch Chung Miang used was not the 7 sages' sword, but a level above it. The plum blossoms bloomed, creating a small forest that enveloped a hill. Soon after, everything in sight was covered in plum blossom. This was the sword art that was stolen by the Southern Edge sect in the past. But they could not obtain the true meaning of this sword art. The primal energy gathered at his dantian as if responding to Chung Mang's will. The blossoms bloomed and continued to bloom. This was the 24-movement plum blossom sword art. Plum blossoms scattered, rising up and up ceaselessly. The plum blossom petals swirled like snowflakes in a spring breeze. Dozens, even hundreds of Chung Miang's illusions charged towards the infinite circle that Hyo Sanja was creating. As mentioned, Mount Hua and Wang's sword arts were counters to each other. One slow, one fast. Neither was inferior. However, now the renowned sword art of Mount Hua was breaking through that taigi sword. Hyo Sanja was mesmerized by the sea of plum blossoms flying towards him. Everything begins from Tai. A sword that contains Tai means holding the entire world in one's hand. But the sword art he was witnessing right now seemed to say that resistance was futile. He couldn't even tell which was Chung Mang's real form. The petals merged with the protagonist, and wherever he went, a sweet fragrance hit the nose. It was unclear what method the Wang Elder could devise to counter this. It was rare in this life for the Mount Hua divine dragon to be able to perform his sword techniques so freely. Therefore, he would probably fight with all his might. Everything that was described as the white veil of Tai, the natural order, was now being overwhelmed. The plum blossom petals just fluttered, but they contain the principles of the entire world. If Tai contains the Tao, then the leaves that greet the dawn also contain the Tao. Everything is the Tao, and perhaps everything is nature. A violent storm erupted as the plum blossoms and Tai collided. Fortunately, no one else had managed to climb up here yet. If someone had appeared here, they would surely have been in a miserable state from the shattered fragments of plum blossoms and taigi. In that moment, Hyo Sanja stood frozen, trying to carefully appreciate the beauty of his sword art that the third-generation Mount Hua disciple had just created. Chung Myung broke through the countless sharp layers and charged forward. The two no longer cared about age or status. Those things didn't matter. The only thing that mattered here was who would win in the end. Blossom. The Mount Hua divine dragon shouted as if all his power was concentrated in this one blow. The speed of the attack was too fast for even Hyo Sanja to see anything. His eyes widened in disbelief that the sword art that had made Wang famous for so long was being defeated. Chung Myong's sword flashed, growing brighter and absorbing all the petals as if drawing more power. Hyo Sanja on the opposite side had a flicker of fear, but this was no time for such thoughts. The elder channeled his energy and then struck out with a palm right as it met the tip of the Mount Hua divine dragon's sword. The entire cave seemed about to collapse. The tremors and flashes of light were unimaginable. On the cliffside, the Mount Hua disciples who were busy climbing also had to stop. They couldn't understand what the Hellchong was doing up there. In just a moment, the terrifying pressure from above gradually stabilized, and no more tremors were felt in that place. Now, only the tired panting of Hyo Sanja could be heard. Chung Mang's sword had pierced through the old man's body, but he couldn't believe it. Then the Wang elder managed to gather the last of his strength to stand up. His eyes darted around as if searching for Chung Mang's position. Very quickly, not far and not near, about 10 yards away, the Mount Hua divine dragon was lying on the ground, unclear if he was dead or alive. Finally, the protagonist struggled to sit up. He looked towards Hyo Sanja and didn't forget to exclaim, "You're pretty strong for an old man, huh? Is this a draw?" The old man thought. No. According to this humble narrator's calculations, the Wang elder was at a slight disadvantage. In this moment, Hyo Sanja felt an unbearable respect for this child. Not a first or second generation, but a third-generation disciple. If word got out that a Wang elder was inferior to a third-generation Mount Hua disciple, Wang's prestige would drop by 50%. The old man's eyes still stared at Chung Mang in bewilderment, filled with unspoken doubts. The Mount Hua divine dragon struggled to his feet, staring at his opponent. He spat on the floor. What came out was blood, not saliva anymore. Hyo Sanja's hands also trembled. Then he pointed his sword straight at the Mount Hua disciple's face. Perhaps he also wanted to end this long battle here because it would be quite troublesome if the other martial artists climbed up in a little while. Chung Myong was the same. He never catered to his opponents. But perhaps both of them had overlooked something very important. Elder Hyo Kong suddenly used Am Hung to shoot up towards the ceiling. "Senior brother!" He shouted over and over as if fearing Hyo Sanja was dead. This wasn't a sparring arena, nor was it a place for a fierce battle between two people. And this was not the time for Hyo Sanja and Chung Myong to have a one-on-one duel. Hyo Kong had climbed to the top of the cliff. At that moment, Hyo Sanja's eyes wavered. The old man suddenly realized what he was doing and shouted as if to tear his throat. It turned out his main purpose was to seize the primordial pill. So, he had instructed his junior brother to quickly search for the wooden box. There was no need to search hard because the box was right in the center of the hundreds of rusty divine weapons. Hyakong turned his head sharply. The small wooden box placed on a rock in the center caught his eye. The Wang elder immediately flew towards the space containing the box. The Mount Hua divine dragon, his face twisted like a monkey's, hurriedly shouted to stop him, but to no avail. Even if the protagonist wanted to stop him, it was too late now because now there were two people from Wang, one to block and one to grab the treasure. As if knowing Chung Myeon's intention, Hyo Sanja also flew forward to block his path. The old man wanted to turn a blind eye. But right now, the primordial pill was the priority, and he reminded Chung Mang that it was over. How could the Mount Hua divine dragon let it go? Because he had already decided the primordial pill was his. The image of Hyo Kong holding the wooden box appeared clearly in Chung Mang's eyes. The man quickly grabbed the box, his eyes trembling. He wasn't stupid enough to not guess what this object was. Seeing the current situation, the fact that the primordial pill was in his hands made his heart pound more than ever. And at that moment, Hyo Sanja quickly retreated and stood beside Hyakong. They exchanged the treasure very quickly, but not without being seen by Chung Myeon. In the audience, Hyakong immediately drew his sword and stood guard in case Chung Myeon charged in, but things were beyond their expectations. The protagonist had no intention of charging at them. Hyo Sanja used his trembling hands to hold the wooden box tightly and fell into deep thought. The hardships he had endured were much greater than initially expected, but in the end he had succeeded. Just thinking about that gave him a renewed strength. The Wang elder held the lid of the box tightly. The primordial pill and the method to create it. If only the former appears, it's a small success. If the latter appears, it's a great success. And if both appear at the same time, it's the best possible outcome. Hyo Sanja swallowed hard and flung the lid open. His eyes immediately bulged as if they were about to tear. The Mount Hua divine dragon also didn't know what would be inside, so he could only mutter curses unconsciously. In the previous episode, the two Wang elders had obtained the wooden box said to contain the legendary primordial pill. Hyo Sanja's body trembled violently. He was shaking so much that even Hyakong standing right behind him could sense that something was wrong. The expression on Hyo Sanja's face was so complex that even Hyakong after decades couldn't guess what was going on. Hyo Sanja put his trembling hand into the wooden box and fumbled around. An angry voice unconsciously poured out of his mouth. Why is there nothing? The Wang elder hurriedly turned the box upside down and shook. Nothing fell out. Perhaps the box held some secret. He stared at the box intently and shook it several more times, but what he held was still just an ordinary wooden box. A perfect mockery. Besides that thought, what else could he think? Hyo Sanja's eyes were bloodshot. The rage was so great that the blood vessels in his eyes looked like they were about to burst. The wooden box in Hyo Sanja's hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Still in disbelief, he even carefully examined the fragments. But no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't see any sheepskin scroll. It was just an empty box, nothing more. After so much hardship to get here, there's nothing in that box. The so-called divine weapons are rusted like a pile of scrap metal. If that's the case, then why does this sword tomb even exist? Just as all the fatigue and anger overwhelmed Hyo Sanja, making him unable to bear it, Chung Mang started beating his chest as if he was going crazy with frustration. You horse-nosed cow-brain fools. After all you've been through to get here, you touch that thing. Are your eyes just for show? You cry about your own desires and greed. And now you're defeated by that very greed. And you go and cause this. Seeing that the two of them still didn't understand, the Mount Hua divine dragon, too tired to beat his chest anymore, switched to pulling his hair. What Chung Myeon had sensed throughout his journey into the sword tomb was the divine doctor's malice towards those who entered. The ceiling collapsed to crush people. People died from being drained by of blood-sucking bats, and he even hijang. There's no such thing as that, and there's no such test. That so-called test only has meaning if people can survive even if they fail. But in a place where one small mistake means death, what kind of test is this? Chung Myeon gritted his teeth. Unlike the name Divine Doctor, this place had not a shred of goodwill. On the contrary, there was only malice. The Mount Hua Divine Agon wondered if he put the wooden box there, he should have added some poison or hidden weapons to get whoever touched it. That would complete the set. Honestly, the protagonist was too tired now. Even if the two wine guys wanted to fight, he couldn't be bothered. Do you know what happens when you touch the wooden box? Do you understand? Haikong and Hyosanja remained silent. Despite the kids' tantrum, now some other people from Wang and Mount Hua were also crawling up. Those who were ready for a chaotic battle after reaching the top could only hold their breath as they witnessed the confrontation before them. Baek was breathless, not understanding what was going on, only seeing his junior nephew continuously berating the Wang elder. The Mount Hua divine dragon kept muttering that if the box didn't have the pill, then something terrible was about to happen. Haikong, now being enlightened, also looked around with wide eyes. If it's not the wooden box, then is there something with that rock? Right after that sentence, the rock that was under the wooden box began to shake. Haikong's eyes bulged as if they were about to tear. Everything now was probably going according to the plan that old divine doctor had set up. Even Hosanja, whose anger had made him lose half his reason, began to regain his composure in this unexpected situation. He looked at the rock with a horrified face. The shaking was getting more and more intense. A few Wang disciples, not paying attention to the situation, just wanted to charge at Baek for a life or death fight. Chung Myeon's sect uncle was the same. He was just too tired and needed a little rest. A second later, he also sensed that the situation was really not good. The shaking that started from the rock gradually spread to the cliff face and up to the cracks in the ceiling. This was a warning of impending disaster, but everyone stood frozen. No one could say what would happen next, even though it was happening so clearly before their eyes. They were afraid that if they spoke it aloud, it would happen as they said, so everyone just expressed their surprise with roundabout phrases. The entire sword tomb began to shake as if there was an earthquake. The Manhwa disciples who had been standing close together behind Mang all looked up at the same time. That was the place where the light was pouring in at the base of the cave. In short, whether they wanted it or not, the greed of the people here had brought them into this misery. The tremors continued. This time, air also entered the deep cave. The ground above wasn't far, but no one could fly up, not even a Mount Hua divine dragon. Everyone craned their necks to look up, and each of them understood what was about to happen. On the other hand, if Chung Myeong hadn't spread the news, those martial artists wouldn't have died in vain like this. Speaking of the protagonist, he now ran to comfort his fellow sect members. Chung slowly looked up and asserted, "Don't worry because you have me. Even if the sky falls, I will definitely find a hole for us to climb out of." Before he could finish his sentence, the Mount Hua divine dragon also stopped because those words were just nonsense. In the end, he had to look at Baek and softly call out section uncle as if to cover up his previous words. Chung Myeong's tone changed and he muttered, "There's no hole, sect uncle." Accompanied by those words, this time the tremor was really strong and no one could stand steady anymore. Perhaps this was a mass burial for the greedy. No one knew what would happen. If you want to know, please follow your boy Koi a lot. Just then, a loud sound like a thunderclap, wanting to tear their eardrums, rang out. The sword tomb suddenly shook more violently. Everyone heard it clearly and saw it with their own eyes. The ceiling began to crack a long line. The cracks spread in all directions like a giant spiderweb. A chaotic scene like no other. As boulders the size of buildings began to fall, the Mount Hua disciples called for Mang's help again. But he wasn't a god. Even though he had lived for 100 years, even so, you should do something. Is there really no way? Baek shouted. Once again, the Mount Hua divine dragon calmly reminded his sect uncle about death. He accepted death because he had already died once. There was nothing to be afraid of. That was just Chung Myeong. The others were now panicking and in disarray. If he said another foolish word, perhaps besides Baek, Zhou, geology, and Yun Jiang, sect annual would also tear Mang to pieces. At that moment, a voice like rolling thunder roared, "Cut them down." All Wang disciples join forces and cut down all those things. After Hosanja's shout, the Wang disciples began to form lines, creating a strange formation. It seemed they were instinctively creating a familiar formation to unleash their greatest power. At least those disciples were all carefully selected before being allowed in here. It's not that they were weak, but the situation didn't look very promising. Dozens of small figures tried to charge up and attack the giant boulders. They poured all their life energy into the tips of their sharp swords. The familiar incantations and fluid sword techniques formed a circular BWA pattern. That's right. It was the Tai sword formation, an incredibly high sword formation of Wang. Perhaps that group thought that creating this formation would surely keep the whole team safe from a distance. Chung Miang also tried to observe their every action. The Mount Hua divine dragon knew very well that even if they attacked a dozen or 100 times, it probably wouldn't make a difference. This didn't make sense at all because as soon as they charged up, a few Wang disciples were crushed to death by rocks. If you could cut those things with a sword, what couldn't you do in this world? Chung Miang's face froze as he tried to think of a better way, seeing the sky fall and wanted. Fly up to it is a foolish act. This is the sword tomb. Everything here operates according to the divine doctor's will. So, did the divine doctor really intend to kill everyone who entered here? No. There must be a way. There must be. Think. Clearly, this was an illogical place, an extremely strange place. After passing through the entrance, they fell into a deep basement, went through increasingly narrow paths, and experienced countless hardships. The Mount Hua divine dragon was trying to piece together the small details to see if there was anything strange. Of course, all those paths merged into one leading to this place. After crawling and crawling, they finally saw a brilliant light which was shattered by Hyosanja. The reason was very simple. The divine doctor himself had destroyed the Wudong elders' hope. Chung Miang was putting himself in the divine doctor's shoes, wondering what he would do now if he were him. If it were the divine doctor, it certainly wouldn't be there. There's no reason it would be that easy. The protagonist looked down at the ground where he was standing. Standing right next to him, Sect Uncle Baek Xian also heard his junior nephew pointing and muttering something about down below. The large boulders mixed with sand and soil began to collapse downwards just like a giant earth-colored earthquake was coming. Dust flew everywhere. Rocks fell one after another. The Mount Hua divine dragon roared, telling the Mount Hua disciples to jump down. The large boulders mixed with sand and soil began to collapse downwards just like a giant earth-colored earth. Quake was coming. Dust flew everywhere. Rocks fell one after another as if there had just been an explosion. Chung Miang hurriedly shouted. As soon as they heard his voice, all the Mount Hua disciples jumped. Perhaps they reacted before they even had time to think. A bond of trust that would astonish others. What the hell? That kid just said the word and they jumped. That group trusted him that much. But the others still hadn't grasped the situation. Actually, these words of the Mount Hua divine dragon were not just for his senior brothers and sect uncle but also for the people on the tomb. They didn't understand anything, thinking that jumping down meant being crushed to pieces. The Wang disciples hesitated. They had just put in so much effort to climb up and now to go back down. Where would they get the strength? Everyone frowned and looked at their elders, but the leaders remained silent. Chung Mang roared again, cursing. What a bunch of blockheads. The protagonist continuously kicked anyone who caught his eye, making them fall down. Someone, not knowing what was going on, and feeling confused, just closed their eyes and followed. Are you deaf? I've been talking until I'm blue in the face. What the hell are you wondering about? Just die. Chung Miang didn't hesitate to grab the collar of the person next to him and throw them off the cliff. After taking care of things, the protagonist looked around once more and then jumped down as well. On his way down, he also conveniently grabbed the heads and hair of other martial artists who were climbing up. They didn't understand anything, just resentfully thinking, I'm not going back until I've seen the divine doctor's tomb. And the divine weapon. All the people trapped at the top of the cliff were blown into the air as if they were caught in a storm. Hyo Sanja, seeing this, bit his lip in frustration. The Wang elder didn't know what to ask anymore. There wasn't even time to think. After seeing his disciples started to jump, Hyo Sanja also jumped down the cliff. Truly a kid beyond my imagination. With things having come to this, the old man could only entrust his faith to that kid. The others were even more confused when they saw their elder following a Mount Hua disciple. Everyone jumped down. We're going down at high speed. Dive head first for me. Hurry up. This time, no one hesitated anymore because they had the elder's command. Whether they lived or died, they had to follow his word. Normally, when jumping from a height like this cliff, channeling inner energy towards the ground is slowed down is a basic thing. But Chung Mang was using all his strength to accelerate and shoot down. In just a few moments, the ceiling above would collapse. The boulders had already fallen to the ground. This place would soon become the tomb for all of them. The Mount Hua divine dragon understood this better than anyone. He channeled inner energy into his body in a straight fast line. The force was so great that the people who were falling were also slightly affected as he passed them. As soon as Chung Mang's feet touched the ground, all the boulders were blown into the air, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The protagonist couldn't stay still and gritted his teeth. Their original path was blocked by a giant boulder. There's no way the person who created this place didn't account for that. If I cut this boulder, well, I have to face something even more impossible. If that old divine doctor wasn't crazy, then there must still be a way to live. Even if I use all my strength to cut the boulder and go back the way I came, there's no guarantee that place won't collapse as well. Chung Mang thought for a second and noticed some small details at his feet. It seemed the Mount Hua divine dragon was quite confident in his current decision. And so he roared a command to the Mount Hua disciples. Dig! The other martial artists just stared blankly and the entire cavern fell silent, save for the sound of breathing in Chung Mang's voice. There's definitely something underground. Start digging for me now. Chung Miang drew his sword and began digging frantically, just like how the Wang sect first searched for the entrance to the sword tomb. Without needing any further reason, his senior Baek Kian also plunged his sword down and started digging. Even before Yun Jiang could react, he was already digging like his life depended on it. Seeing the divine dragon of Mount Hua's actions, everyone else wordlessly drew their weapons and began to dig. The first thing they needed to do now was to follow Chung Mang. Everyone started digging instinctively at his command. The situation was critical. If they were blind, their only choice was to follow the words of the one who could see, even if that person was just some unknown brat from the Mount Hua sect. After a while of frantic work, Baek Kian shouted to Chung Miang that there was a sign of metal beneath the dirt. From his description, it was a large metal plate that stretched across the entire area. It was just as the divine dragon of Mount Hua had calculated. What could possibly be down there? Just then, a stream of sword chi, like a bolt of green silk from the Wang sect, was about to shatter the ground. Hyo Sanja channeled his purple mist sword chi and stepped forward. Everyone, stand back. Let me break it. It seemed that went against Chung Mang's wishes. As the protagonist roared to stop him, the divine dragon of Mount Hua rushed over and kicked the esteemed Wang elder right in the butt. What do you think you're doing? Slicing it open? You idiot horseface? This thing is our lifeline. Kicked unexpectedly, Hyo Sanja tumbled to the ground, still not understanding what he did wrong. The other Mount Hua disciples also rushed forward to stop their junior's reckless action. Although it was covered in dirt and rock, the material of this section was completely different from the rest. But time was running out. If they weren't fast, they would all die. Chung Miang dashed towards his seniors at top speed because Baek Kian had discovered a door without even needing to check. He was certain this was the secret the medicine god had buried for 200 years. This is no time to be lying around, horseface. I found it. There was a door that looked very similar to the one they had passed through to get here. The only difference was that the first door had two swords pointing at each other, while this one had two swords. This thing is underground. Get over here and slash it. Hi. Sanja rushed over, unleashing a powerful sword chi, but not forgetting to warn the others to get back. Compared to scheming and planning, he was no match for Chung Myung. But when it came to brute force, it was a different story. The Wang Eller's blade was swift, cutting through the thick iron plates like a hot knife through butter. After he was done, his eyes widened in disbelief. The door shattered into a dozen pieces, revealing a pitch-black cellar. Chung reached behind him without turning and snatched his senior sister's collar. Baek Kyan couldn't escape either, looking at his junior disciple with astonished eyes. Chung Myung grabbed Baek Kyan and threw him into the cellar. Because it was the only safe path in this desperate situation. At this point, the divine dragon of Mount Hua generously added, "If you don't want to die, you know what to do." Everyone present used all their strength to leap into the cellar. They had realized it was their only chance of survival. No one had time to hesitate or doubt with tons of rock about to fall on their heads. According to the divine dragon of Mount Hua's calculations, the cellar was more than big enough to shelter everyone. Just then, Chung's eyes caught a familiar sight. In the distance, the disciples of the beggar's sect were carrying the injured. They were helping the wounded, even though in this situation, they might not even survive if they ran alone. The divine dragon of Mount Hua's face scrunched up. In a life or death situation like this, why were those beggars still being so damn noble? What are you doing? You stupid beggars? Chung's shout snapped Han Duang back to his senses. He hastily explained, "There are too many injured. I can't just leave them behind." Chung Myung quickly ran in their direction. "I'm going to die of frustration." He then grabbed the beggar's sect branch leader by the collar, but not to give him a few smacks like usual. The divine dragon of Mount Hua didn't care about their condition. He just grabbed the beggar's sect disciples and the injured and threw them into the cellar. Can you please grasp the current situation? How have these idiots even survived this long? A falling boulder would crush him instantly. The protagonist looked stressed, feeling as if the boulder had just fallen right behind his head. It wasn't just one boulder. Dozens of rocks bigger than houses were now thundering down. Chung Myung sprinted at full speed, weaving in a circular path as countless obstacles blocked his way, slowing him down. Right now, only the protagonist and the Wang elder were left on the surface as everyone else was basically safe. Hosanja stayed behind to guard the entrance after getting all the disciples into the cellar, watching Chung Myung and yelling, "Hurry up, you old horseface! What are you still doing up there? Get down here!" The largest boulder was falling right where the Wang elder stood waiting for the Mount Hua disciple. The thunderous explosions echoed, and only now did the old man realize the danger he was in. Chung Myung instantly pushed off the ground, flew up, grabbed Hyo Sanja by the waist, and spun around. Damn it! Why do I always have to carry this dead weight? The boulder crashed down and rolled towards the cellar at a terrifying speed. Understanding the situation, Chung Myung veered in another direction, still carrying Hyo Sanja. He jumped into the cellar with countless rocks and dirt falling in after him. But his speed wasn't enough, so he used the large boulder itself as a temporary platform to jump from. Hyo Sanja could only entrust his fate to the third-generation Mount Hua disciple as he had no idea what else to do. They were just a few dozen feet away from successfully getting into the cellar. Both young and old unconsciously fell hard to the ground. Luckily, no one was crushed to death. Mount Hua's disciple landed face first, and at this moment, it was hard to find words to describe him. No longer paying attention, Hyo Sanja quickly scrambled to his feet. He hastily pulled Chung Mang's collar and jumped to the side just before the boulder could crush them both. With a series of rumbles, the cellar entrance was sealed shut by the massive boulders that fell from the cave ceiling. The light vanished in an instant, and darkness enveloped everything, making it impossible to see a thing. In the dark space, Chung Myong groaned softly, having seemingly hit his head on something. Even though this was the medicine god's fault, Chung Mang couldn't think straight anymore. He quickly took out the night luminescent pearl from his chest, as it was the only thing that could light. His voice, accompanied by his forward gaze, asked, "What just happened?" After getting used to the faint light of the pearl, Chung Myong became more alert. He brushed the dust off himself and proactively stood up to survey his surroundings. This place could be called both spacious and cramped. As all the survivors were gathered around Chung Mang, to put it simply, this place was likely created to save those who were still alive. It's very possible the medicine god had foreseen this situation and created a separate space from a sword tomb. But on the other hand, perhaps he didn't know what would happen down here. Because even a medicine god, the creator of the sword tomb, couldn't have tested this place. Who could know if his place could withstand it if those massive boulders fell like rain? Chung could only pray that the unparalleled genius, the medicine god, had created this place perfectly. The ceaseless falling of boulders caused the entire space inside to tremble, feeling like a giant firecracker exploding right next to them. In the last episode, everyone in the sword tomb was nearly crushed to death by the terrifying trap set by the medicine god 200 years ago. Luckily, with his quick wit and intelligence, the divine dragon of Mount Hua discovered a secret cellar below, helping everyone escape into it. As the boulders fell in unison, the cellar shook as if the whole world was collapsing. The cave's ceiling collapsed rapidly, causing the metal plate to start deforming. Chung Myong understood this better than anyone, although it wasn't experiencing the same impact a person would. If the rocks kept falling like this, it couldn't maintain its original shape. This was obvious, as this place could no longer withstand the terrifying weight from above. In a fleeting moment, the divine dragon of Mount Hua held the night luminescent pearl tightly and yelled for everyone to evacuate immediately. At this rate, we'll all be flattened into a pile of mush. A few small stones fell, hitting some people on the head. The chaotic sounds drowned out the terrified screams. Others were less fortunate, getting hit by larger rocks, their heads split open with blood pouring out. This was the only place bearing the brunt of it because Chung Mang had led them all down here. They had no choice but to try and endure it. Many screams echoed, but the disciples of Mount Hua and Wang were still trying to endure and observe the situation. Overwhelmed, Baek Kyan yelled out, "Junior disciple, do something. It's about to collapse on us. Why is this bastard so stupid? If you want to act smart, at least do something that makes sense." Chung Myong was at his wit's end, cursing whoever designed this twisted treasure hunt. Not knowing what else to do, the protagonist stood up and pushed his hands against the ceiling. "You bastards, what are you doing? If you don't want to die, use your innate truki to support it." It felt like every time a boulder fell, the divine dragon of Mount Hua's guts did a somersault. But he had to endure. If this space couldn't hold, there was no other way but to add their own strength. Even if it meant death, Chung Mang desperately pushed all his truki towards the cellar ceiling. Hyo Sanjo was the quickest to understand Chung Myong's actions and braced himself to help. After that, everyone who could still stand on 2 feet ran to lend a hand. If things continued like this, they would all die, so they couldn't let this cellar collapse. So, each person took a direction as the ton-heavy boulders continued to fall with inertia. It was unclear how long they could hold out, but with even a slip of hope everyone would cling to it. It's uncertain what the divine dragon of Mount Hua will do next. If you want to find out, make sure to hit that subscribe button and follow along with me. Koi, the situation inside was chaotic, so the scene shifts outside for a breather. At this time in Nanyang, there was also chaos, and the SE leader of Flower Shadow Sect had more or less grasped the situation. He also went to the location where martial artists were flocking with one question: what on earth happened? Suddenly, martial artists he had never seen in Nanyang flooded in while the Mount Hua disciples rushed out with eyes blazing. As the leader of the Flower Shadow Sect, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Despite not understanding what was happening, Sect leading Wind quickly gathered his disciples and headed towards the large gathering of martial artists. There was only one mountain path to reach this place. Upon reaching the sword tomb, many people were shouting in anger. "I've never seen such a scoundrel. What does he mean by sealing it all up like this?" All the greedy martial artists understood the situation, but didn't know how to break in. Seeing the people of the Flower Shadow Sect, some proactively became wary and asked why they were here. Sect leader Gwyn politely asked, but before he could finish his sentence, another tremor echoed. Everyone felt it, but no one knew the cause. Along with the sound of the sky falling, the ground around the entrance to the sword tomb began to collapse. A few who couldn't give up their grief for the sword tomb stayed to observe the entrance. Those more afraid of death shouted for everyone to run. "The ground is sinking too fast. We have to leave." Those who retreated stared in fear at the collapsed area. It had sunk at least several dozen meters. The Flower Shadow Sect leader's son, who was with him, also lost his footing and slipped with a tremor. Luckily, his senior disciple quickly grabbed the boy. In the end, no one was thinking about divine weapons anymore, as everything was far beyond their control. All the lucky ones stood firmly on the ground, relieved. In front of everyone was a deep pit that might have extended 100 meters in depth. SEC leader in Wind wondered why this was happening. Most of the lucky survivors were silently cursing and mocking those below. After all, if someone managed to get the divine weapon, they would have to come back this way. That's why those people have been waiting here, drawing up plans to seize what they coveted. The last one in was a cunning brat. He collapsed the entrance. "I've lived for 70 years and never met such a bastard." Strangely, with just the two words cunning and bastard, Sect leader Gwyn immediately knew who everyone was talking about. He ignored the danger and slid down into the pit with inertia. Even if those who went down were famous names in the martial world, they were still just humans of flesh and blood. Sect leader Nwin's eyes widened at the sight of the collapsing sword tomb. Thinking of his benefactors from Mount Hua. Even if they die, they can't die so senselessly. He thought to himself, regretting not being able to stop those talented kids. Sect leader Nwin's sturdy hands dug continuously, trying to ignore the deep pit. The future of Mount Hua has only just begun. Although Mount Hua had other disciples besides those who came here, Sect leader Gwyn knew very well. Even if Mount Hua was like a precious vase that produced countless talents, no one could replace those who came here, especially the divine dragon of Mount Hua. No one, no existence could replace Chung Mang. Someone like him couldn't just be nurtured at will. He spoke as if he was ready to carry the entire future of Mount Hua on his shoulders. And now he's met with such a disaster. Beside him, Shurao Hang did the same as his father, insisting there was a high chance people were still alive down there. Sect leader Win didn't wipe his tears, just turned his head to stare at his only son. "Who knows? Let's just try digging, father." The sect leader of the Flower Shadow Sect shook his head with a sorrowful face. Sect leader Win sighed. Although he was in great pain, he knew he had to accept this reality. No matter what, they are human, not gods. The divine dragon of Mount Hua was the same. So the sect leader told his son to stop. "I understand your feelings, but Shurao Hang, you need to come to your senses." Young Shurao Hang still couldn't give up. The boy stood there staring at the completely collapsed sword tomb. At this level, survival was impossible. But when he thought of the Mount Hua disciples who came here, he couldn't stop mourning. If we can't have it, no one can. It's hilarious to think about Wang and that bunch dying down there. The martial artist's extreme reactions made Wei Shurao Hang's face turn red with anger. Sect leader Gwyn bitterly told his son not to pay them any mind. The martial world is ruthless. It's a place where many find joy in others' misfortune, even defaming them. More than anyone, the sect leader understood this. It was like an unwritten law. The people here were willing to harm others to get the divine weapon. Therefore, there was no reason for them to feel sympathy for those who had died. If someone had managed to get the divine weapon from inside, they would surely have to fight these martial artists once again. On the other hand, a young man like Wei Hang couldn't stand it. "You people are speaking too harshly." Immediately, all eyes turned to the boy. "We don't even know if they're really dead yet. And you're saying you're happy about it? Looks like a brat who doesn't know his place. Watch your mouth, kid, if you don't want to die." Wei Hang trembled with anger just as he was about to retort. Sealing Wen sighed and stood up, blocking his son. He proudly introduced himself as the sect leader of the Flower Shadow sect. Of course, no one knew of a small subordinate sect of the declining Mount Hua. "Please return. The people of Nanyang are currently in a panic due to the large presence of martial artists here." Seal Wen spoke very formally, but only received cold replies. "Why, you've been telling us what to do from the very beginning. What right does the leader of a no-name sect have to order us around?" His face gradually contorted as he had endured as much as he could. "Get the hell out of here. Don't loiter. I'm trying my best not to punch the lights out. That guy's crazy. He must have a close relationship with those inside. Anyway, they're dead now." They warned the sect leader to watch his mouth. "Even though there's no divine weapon, the weapons in our hands still work just fine. At the very least, SAC leader Ring Wen would not let this mob insult those who died inside the sword tomb." He gripped the hilt of the sword at his side, ready to charge at any moment. More than anything, this was the greatest honor the sect leader could do for the Mount Hua disciples. Shiro Hang was also unafraid despite his young age and small stature. However, a slight tremor made him more attentive. He was about to call his father when Sealing Wen said flatly, "Don't stop me. I've had enough. I can't continue to ignore these inhumane bastards." "That's not what I mean. Look over there." Hearing this, the sect leader hastily turned to look where his son was pointing. Along with a continuous sound, something was breaking through the layer of dirt and rock. It didn't take long for them to realize it was a human arm. At this moment, sect leadering just wanted to run down there to verify it. Father and son stared wide-eyed but didn't dare get closer, unsure if it was a living person or a ghost. It was so strange. Could it be that heaven had heard the sect leader's heartfelt lament? The arm that emerged from the ground began to slowly grope around. There was no mistake. There was a living person, and it seemed they were climbing out of the sword tomb. Sect leader Ring Wen felt like he'd been struck by lightning, rooted to the spot, trying to get a better look. Dirt and sand flew everywhere, and with it, the face of the divine dragon of Mount Hua was revealed. That familiar voice and face, and above all, that unmistakably sharp way of talking. Tears streamed from the Flower Shadow sect leader's eyes, knowing that Chung Mang was still alive. And so, he immediately ran towards the divine dragon of Mount Hua. Looking no different from a beggar, the protagonist roared, cursing the medicine god as a bastard. He hoped that up in heaven, his master would know and punish the old man to vent his anger. The father and son from the Flower Shadow sect didn't understand at all. Could it be that entering the sword tomb had affected Chong Miang's sanity? It wasn't just Chong Miang. Several others also emerged from that single hole. After the beggar's sect and mountain disciples came out, a few others followed and finally wooed on. Hyo Sanja sighed wearily, looking up at the sky with an exhausted face. He thought he would never see the sun again. However, it seemed things were not over yet. The martial artists outside began to surround the sunken pit after seeing those who entered the sword tomb escape. The Wang elder frowned, sensing the dangerous, aggressive atmosphere around them. It was all for the divine weapon. Perhaps that mob would be very disappointed to learn that divine weapons were just old, rusty artifacts. Who knows? Wang came up with the idea of finding the primordial chaos pill. And even the divine dragon of Mount Hua spread the false rumor. Chung ignored sect leader and Win's concerned inquiries and muttered, "What a bunch of bastards. I'm really getting pissed off now." The eyes of 9 people had reached the limit of their anger and began to blaze. Whoever holds the treasure first will be its master until the end. There's no way those who survive the collapsed treasure vault would return empty-handed. You must have brought the divine weapon back with you. The martial artists outside began to surround the sunken pit after seeing those who entered the sword tomb escape. The moment someone mentioned the words divine weapon, the atmosphere changed completely. From the beginning, no one came here with a righteous heart. Among those surrounding them and looking down, a young man with a loud voice asked for the Wang elder's name. The elder was quite surprised and asked back, "And who might you be?" Hong Duang, who was looking up at the sky, suddenly realized that's the shunny-speared Duan Si Huang. I heard he was active in Xinjiang, but I don't know why he's here. Knowing his identity was exposed, he didn't expect the person below to know so quickly. Hyo Sanja glanced at Hong Duang, then looked up at Duan Si Huang again and said, "So it is the great hero." The man above didn't make any judgments, just asked where the divine weapon was. The Wang elder replied, "Can't you see for yourself? There's nothing of value left to be called a divine weapon. Only things that have rusted and decayed after 200 long years. Even if we brought them up, they wouldn't be the items you're hoping for." Duan Si Huang frowned, looking disappointed. "If so, that's a real shame. But deist master, the martial world is treacherous. Shouldn't we not just blindly believe everything you say?" Duan Si Huang frowned. He didn't want to reveal his identity to Wang. But things had come to this. So he could only act brazenly. "Just let us search you. If you're being honest, what's there to refuse, right?" The answer didn't come from Hyo Sanja's mouth, but from the people standing around. Or more accurately, from their clear annoyance. Searching a person wasn't that difficult. But among martial artists, it was not an easy matter. Letting someone else search you is no different from handing over your life to them. Hyo Sanja refused. So Duan Si Huang gestured at him, looking down coldly as a reminder. "You should know the situation isn't that simple. With your numbers exhausted after surviving that cellar. Don't think you can deal with all of us. If you don't want to die, hand over everything you got." Suddenly, some brat who was squatting on the ground shot up and started climbing towards him. That person was none other than the fiercely furious divine dragon of Mount Hua. The one climbing the high cliff shot up like a flash of light and in the blink of an eye stood right in front of Duan Shang. Startled, he swung his long spear straight at the divine dragon of Mount Hua. Although his whole body was covered in dirt, his face still showed a calm demeanor. That look was immediately replaced by an expression full of arrogance and anger. Then Duan Shang was shocked. His meter-long weapon was shattered into 100 pieces. After that, the outcome was quite tragic. If anyone had experienced it before, perhaps only Hong Duang would understand. Duan Si Huang lost consciousness for a moment after taking a punch. His consciousness, which had been lost for a moment, returned. What he saw was a deep blue sky. Chung Mang grabbed the collar of the levitating man. "You want the divine weapon? Go down there and get it yourself. We have it down there." The protagonist said nothing more and threw the useless body down to where the martial artist had just escaped from hell. Duan Si Huang's body flew through the air with a whoosh, landing precisely in the hole from which Chung Mang and the others had escaped. A terrified scream was heard, but the sound quickly faded until it was gone. All who witnessed the scene nervously swallowed their saliva. Chung Mang glared fiercely and asked, "Anyone else want to look for treasure here?" Just then, following the divine dragon of Mount Hua's words, the sound of swords being drawn was heard. The survivors who had returned simultaneously drew their swords, preparing for battle. They understood that if they didn't take the initiative, they would be oppressed by someone like Duan Si Huang again. The Wang elder also stood up and explained, staking his sect's honor, that they had not taken anything. "There are no divine weapons down there like you think. There were a few things that looked like it, but I don't think they could have survived that collapse. But if anyone wants to get the divine weapon, just follow that hole and dig. I don't know how many years it will take, but you might find its remnants." The martial artists, overwhelmed by the imposing aura, didn't dare think about fighting. They hesitated and began to retreat. Someone still asked if his words were true or a joke, whether they should believe him. As I said, and as you can see, I have no place to hide such a metal object on my person. Everyone held their breath at Hyo Sanja's cold words. The fact that a Wang elder was staking Wang's name to persuade them was not something to be taken lightly. Everyone fell silent. Before, it was uncertain, but now the martial artist morale had dropped a notch. There was no reason anyone could refute his words. After the martial artists regained their senses and finally accepted it, Chung Myung added, "Anyone else want to check? Step forward now because I'm busy." That brat was too aggressive. They had witnessed him deal with the lightning spear. Duan Si Huang, who would have the guts to step forward now? They all timidly stepped back and left. One making an excuse about being busy picking herbs, another busy eating a January feast. Knowing the situation had become tense, they wanted to get out of there quickly. So Chong Mang and the Wang people wouldn't remember their faces. If they could kill that whole group, they might have stayed. But if they couldn't, they had to avoid a conflict with Wang. Since there was no one left to fight, Chung jumped back down to where his seniors were waiting, still looking unsatisfied. By now, Mount Hua and Wang were no longer at odds. Despite all they had been through in the sword tomb, the way they looked at each other held no trace of hatred. After all, Hyo San's life had been saved by the protagonist. So, he took the initiative to speak. "Thank you, young Taoist, for saving our lives. If not for your decisiveness, we would all have been in danger." Hyo Sanja bowed deeply in a fist in palm salute, surprising countless Mount Hua disciples. Chung Myung didn't seem to care, thinking it was no big deal. The divine dragon of Mount Hua looked down inside. What a miserable ordeal. And in the end, we got nothing. It seemed Hyo Sanja shared the same thought, as he spoke with a somewhat bitter expression. The Wang elder requested permission from the third-generation Mount Hua disciple to return to his sect. In the end, it all stemmed from greed. This statement made even Chung Mong pause, coveting treasures before mastering what we already have. So perhaps all of this was an inevitable outcome. Those words were very befitting of a Taoist. "Have you considered my offer?" "That will never happen because I am a disciple of the Mount Hua sect." This was absolutely unchangeable as Chung Myung more than anyone held Mount Hua dear. Hyo Sanja quietly looked at Chong Mang and nodded with a serious face. Perhaps this young Taoist will be even greater than I imagine. The two went back and forth, each with their own goals, but both shared a common interest, the benefit of their respective sects. The Wang elder had nothing more to say and mentioned that Wang would always remember Mount Hua. He hoped they would never become enemies. Though spoken gently, it was clearly a warning. So, Chung Myung did not reply. Sparring with words now would just tire the protagonist out. After that, the last of the Wang disciples departed one by one. Those who had entered alone and other sects also left their regrets behind and departed from a sword tomb. They could all let go of their longing more easily because they had seen with their own eyes that there was nothing inside the sword tomb. The beggar's sect branch leader, however, was different. He flopped onto the ground inside. "We're too tired to make it to Loyang today. Please let us stay at the Flower Shadow sect for one night." "I'm asking you, young Taoist." "We're dead tired, which is why we're asking. And the ones who still care for others in times of hardship are the beggar's sect." Because of this, the Flower Shadow sect leader did not refuse, promising to treat them to a grand feast upon their return. From getting out of the ground to this point, the beggar's sect had contributed the most after Chongyong. So was only right. Baek Kyan walked up beside his junior disciple with a rather tired face. So in the end, there was nothing. We were all made fools of by that rotten old man's 200-year-old record. Perhaps everyone was played for a fool by that damn old man. All of Mount Hua, Wang, the beggar's sect, and the other sect were toyed with by the genius medicine god from 200 years ago. Then an image of senior brother Chong appeared, but not really. It was an image from 100 years ago from Chung Mang's past. The admonishing words flew from his mouth. Didn't I tell you not to hit your junior brothers? In the distance, the divine dragon of Mount Hua's junior brothers looked this way and then turned away as if mocking him. Do they even know who they're messing with? In this Mount Hua sect, does anyone dare to touch my junior brother? Although the jealous ones called him a disaster and the bane of Mount Hua, it was really just the envious words of the incompetent. Not just his senior and junior brothers, but even his senior uncles didn't dare to touch him. Yet, there was one person, senior brother Chung, who was not afraid at all. A moment later, Chung Man with an angry face beckoned him to follow, saying they needed to talk privately. While Chung was determined to get revenge on them, he still had to listen to his late senior brother. Chung Man dragged his junior brother to the summit of Sunset Peak. They didn't say a word the entire way. After reaching the summit of Sunset Peak, Chung Man called Chung Mang to stand beside him. The magnificent Mount Hua lay before them. He asked his junior brother what Mount Hua meant. It seemed a bit inappropriate, so he changed his tone. What is the definition of a sect? The protagonist scratched his head, not understanding at all. So he just replied, there are people who can't adapt to normal life and want to leave it to find their own path. They find a secluded place to live in hiding. Simply put, if you don't want to live with people who don't think like you, it's better to live alone. Then those very people gathered together and formed a sect. Isn't that how Mount Hua was created? Chung Man looked at Chung Mian with trembling eyes. The answer was not what he expected. However, he still pondered it and thought it was correct. But a second later, he shook his head, thinking that wasn't all of it. Then Chung Man turned to Chung Mang and spoke his thoughts. A sentence full of hidden meaning that even after his return, the divine dragon of Mount Hua still can't live because humans cannot live forever. This statement was rather obvious but also held a lot of deep meaning because within Chung Man's words lay a mystery that Chung Mang couldn't quite grasp. You were born a genius. Even if you search all of Mount Hua or its entire history, there's no one as talented as you. But that's all there is to it. No matter how strong you are, can you change anything? In the end, there will be things you can't obtain alone. And places you can't reach alone. If our ancestors hadn't created Mount Hua and just lived alone, would the world remember them? Would their wishes or their martial arts be passed down to the present day? The more he spoke, the less Chung Mian understood, just thinking it was a lecture. I understand what you're saying, senior brother, but it's not necessary to say. Such a life goal for myself. It's enough for me to live my own life well and I don't have anything I want to leave behind for this world. Chung Man pursed his lips. That's because you have nothing you yearn for. One day you will have a wish and your junior brothers, your disciples, and your descendants will carry on that wish. That's what a prestigious righteous sect is. It's not simply about living together in harmony. Chung Man said, placing his hand on the plump awesome emblem on his robe, reminding him that it meant passing on the will from one generation to the next. Truly, these things were too difficult, and the protagonist's senior brother understood that he couldn't accept them yet. Just because it's difficult, acting on your own whims is not a good thing. So, you need to care for your junior brothers a little more. As you can see, they're all flawed children. And perhaps I'm not a perfect person in your eyes either. But one day, those flawed children will become an indispensable part of you. Chung Mang grumbled, signaling that day would never come. Although my junior brothers are idiots, I've never thought of you as flawed, senior brother. Chunyam looked at Chung Mian, who was putting on a I did a good job, right? Face inside. The divine dragon of Mount Hua laughed cheekily, making his senior brother sigh again. Do you know what the most frightening thing in this world is? The protagonist bluntly guessed. It was the canning their master often used. Chung Man dismissed it and said in a low voice, it is regret. I've never feared that the children would stray, but I fear one day you will regret this. The regret you will bear will be far deeper and heavier than that of others. So even if you don't understand now, you must remember my teachings. When that time comes, it will lessen your burden. These resounding words echoed continuously in the protagonist's head, and his eyes slowly opened. After a second, Chung Myong, the Great One, shot up because it was all just a dream. The protagonist remained silent for a long time in this unfamiliar space. If you can't understand yet, just remember my words. One day, it will help lessen the burden on your shoulders. A strange emotion welled up in his chest after remembering Chung Mun's face. So real, it was as if his senior brother had just grabbed him by the head and slapped him. Although Chung Mang didn't know why this only happened to him, he wasn't a fool who would just drown in the past and forget the present. The protagonist had overthought it. A dream was just a dream. Perhaps because he got nothing from a sword tomb. His mind was in turmoil leading to such a dream. Damn it! I should have gotten the primordial chaos pill. So this is why he advised against hitting the junior brothers. Who knew I'd have to pay for the karma I created in my past life? As he was fuming, his senior Baek Kyan reminded him it was time to return. Baek Kyan slung his bag over his shoulder and stood up. Today was the day they returned to Mount Hua. Hong Duang didn't stop them and didn't dare to ask for the money he was owed from the divine dragon of Mount Hua. He gently raised his hand as if to bid farewell. Chung Myong didn't even glance at him, just asked why he stayed for several days at Flower Shadow Sect when he only asked for one. The branch leader explained that his and his beggar's sect disciples' bodies had not yet recovered. The divine dragon of Mount Hua knew full well their reason and couldn't believe the beggar's sect had someone like this. In the past, the beggar sect had once risked their lives to join forces with them on the peak of the 10,000 Great Mountains. In terms of overall strength, Mount Hua was undoubtedly the sect that suffered the heaviest losses. But in terms of the number of disciples who died, Mount Hua could not compare to the beggar's sect. Hong Duang's gaze grew serious. He clasped his hands in a fist in palm salute towards Chung Myong. The seven elder of the beggar's sect sincerely thanks Mount Hua for their help in the sword tomb incident. One day, the beggar's sect will definitely repay Mount Hua's kindness. Chung Myong wasn't joking as usual and also clasped his hands in a salute towards Hong Duang. It was the right thing to do. The two lowered their hands and looked at each other with embarrassed faces. From now on, perhaps you should be more careful. For better or worse, your fame has spread throughout the martial world. From now on, they will be watching your every move. Although things had faded after the Mount Hua tournament, it has now flared up once again under the name of the Divine Dragon of Mount Hua. Gaining fame in the martial world isn't necessarily a good thing. More and more people want to take you down to gain that fame. Chung knew this was inevitable as he had experienced such things so many times. He was sick of it. Alright, I'll ask you to handle things well. Also, from now on, I will regularly send people to Mount Hua. Hong Duang said. Hong Duang's last sentence implicitly confirmed that the beggar's sect and Mount Hua would establish a reciprocal relationship. Chung Myong understood and had nothing to exchange, but the branch leader insisted that the beggar's sect would handle it. I will consider reopening the branch in Hawaiian, so if the beggar's sect needs any information, they will contact you. After all, this was what Mount Hua wanted. How could the current Mount Hua know much about the outside world while living in a valley and constantly worrying about money? If it was the beggar's sect's information network, it could certainly solve this problem. After all, Mount Hua was on the path to pursuing the position of one of the 9 great shit. 1. Union. Being able to reconnect the broken relationship with the beggar's sect and obtain useful information was a good thing. If that's the case, remember to send some smart guys to the Hawaiian branch because we have a lot of information we need to know. And you guys also keep some beggars in Nanyang to help the Flower Shadow sect and handle communication. Hong Duang made his decision very quickly and comfortably. Chung Myong secretly realized this guy wasn't losing out on anything. If Han Ji knew about this, he would probably be so grateful he'd cry. The divine dragon of Mount Hua thought with a shake of his head. It seemed there was still one important matter. As Chung Myong's attitude stiffened, reminding him of a previous promise. He had asked Hong Duang to drag the vicious beggar who had beaten him to a pulp in Nanyang. Hong Duang's eyes trembled. Of course, I won't forget. He wondered what kind of debt he owed this Chung Miang. Suddenly, during the farewell, a sad Shurao Hang walked over to the protagonist. The boy's face looked full of regret, as if he had too much to say, but had to part ways like this. Me, too. But won't we be seeing each other more often in the future? That's good, but we still have to be very careful. In the future, can I become a disciple of the main sect? Shurao asked timidly. This surprised Chung Mang even more, but the subsequent answer terrified the boy. There was no agreement here, but a blunt refusal from his mouth. Chung Mang was firm. In the future, you must become the sect leader of the Flower Shadow sect. Young Shurao Hang suddenly realized there was a very important matter. He forgot his own intention. But you can come to the main sect to practice if you want. Mount Hua is a place that doesn't distinguish between secular disciples and main sect disciples. Before, my senior brother from the main sect was the same. One day he will leave the mountain to continue his family sect. Wei Shaoang stared at Zhou Gul as if seeking an answer. For now, just help your father because there will be a lot of work to do. Realizing everything was settled, Baek Kyan once again greeted Wei Lap's son. It's a long journey, everyone, please accept this small token. The sect leader tried to offer a bag of money for their travel and food expenses on the way back to Mount Hua. He probably had to take it back immediately because a clear voice of refusal was heard. Puffing out his stomach. Something bulging from inside his chest. We're rich, so don't worry. After that, the protagonist slung his luggage over his shoulder and urged everyone to hurry up. And so, the Mount Hua disciples waved goodbye and set off. The people at the Flower Shadow sect also waved to see them off. The eyes of the sect leader and his son couldn't stop following them. They're really gone. This feels like a storm just passed through. Sect leader Ing Wen suddenly felt an emptiness in his heart, watching the gradually receding figures of the Mount Hua disciples, then smiled with satisfaction. Mount Hua is very different now. One day, the names of Chung Miang and Mount Hua will resound throughout this martial world. Let's go inside. We have a lot of work to do. The work the main sect has given me is so much that even tenium would not be enough. All the Flower Shadow sect disciples turned and went inside one by one. The road looked desolate. The crowds that had flocked to Nanyang had all left. The people of Nanyang, frightened by the recent events, also limited their outings, making the already sparsely populated Nanyang even more deserted. So, in the end, our efforts were in vain. Ha! Yun Jiang sighed. Baek Kyan shook his head after hearing Yun Jiang's words. We've settled things for the Flower Shadow sect and established a good relationship with the Beggar sect. We also had a fierce battle with Wang and managed to enhance Mount Hua's reputation in the martial world. Although they had gained a lot, they couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. All that trouble for the primordial chaos pill. Yet there was nothing in the sword tomb. The senior uncle told his junior to forget it. But Chung Miang still silently cursed that bastard, the medicine god. UIC all who have been silent all this time suddenly spoke up wondering why he became the unrivaled sword fiend. If we want to start, we must start with the unrivaled sword fiend. Didn't you say that before? How should I know? I was just thinking out loud. Chung grumbled in reply. Baek Chi shook his head. Unexpectedly, the one who answered the question was Zhou Gul. He guessed it was highly likely because that person wanted to hide his identity because there were some things that as the medicine god he could never do. The unrivaled sword fiend went to all the defeated countless masters, and took their divine weapons. If he did that under the name of the medicine god, it would have been chaos. Baek Kyan frowned. There must be another reason, but it was just his feeling. An indescribable feeling. That's not it. This time it was Wei Jiang who continued Zhou Gul's words. He hid his identity and went around stealing others' divine weapons. After stealing them, he piled them in the sword tomb and destroyed them all. So from the beginning, it couldn't have been due to greed, right? Hey, so we have to think about why he did it. Joe Ghoul frowned. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. The medicine god didn't desire divine weapons, nor did he care about the title of number one under heaven. Looking back, everything the medicine god obtained under the name of the unrivaled sword fiend was not what he wanted. So why did he act that way? Just then, UIC all spoke up again. Or was it just because he hated them so he did it? Hearing this, Baek tilted his head. Try to explain in more detail. The medicine god was originally a physician. So throughout his life of practicing medicine, perhaps he came to hate those people. What the senior sister meant was that the medicine god got tired of martial artists who only knew how to swing their swords, slash wildly, and kill each other. Because no matter how hard he tried to treat them, he couldn't save those people just because of those feelings he caused all this. And what about the sword tomb? In response to Baek words, UIC all replied with a vague expression. Was it a warning to the martial artists of the world? Because if the medicine god's disciple hadn't revealed it, who would have known he was the unrivaled sword fiend? The medicine god had disciples, right? Why was the primordial chaos pill lost the time? Didn't he pass it down to his disciples? It said the medicine god left nothing behind because he considered them unworthy. It really is getting stranger and stranger. Joe Ghoul also had a confused expression. In the end, was it all because of the medicine god's erratic personality? Just then, Chung Young, who had been walking slowly, lost in thought, suddenly stopped. Everyone turned to look as the protagonist continuously mumbled, "Mine god, primordial chaos pill, unrivaled sword fiend." His current state looked like he was possessed. And he even added the word experiment. The group tried to observe, but no one dared to ask what he was trying to say. It was clear the divine dragon of Mount Hua was connecting the thoughts of his senior sister, senior uncle, and two senior brothers. Perhaps he was figuring out something hidden in the whole affair caused by the medicine god. If you want to find out, make sure to hit that subscribe button and follow along with me. Koi, when Yun Jan was about to stop Chung Mang, Baek stopped him, signaling for silence. Everyone started to carefully follow Chung Myong, who was walking while mumbling something. Baek eyes couldn't hide his joy and anticipation. What have you figured out, you monster? He wondered to himself. So perhaps a new journey was about to begin and the return trip would likely have to be postponed. Chung Myong walked towards Nanyang. As if mesmerized, his steps leading him to a collapsed place, the sword tomb. On the way, the divine dragon of Mount Hua's mouth continuously mumbled incomprehensible words like medicine, God, disciples, sex, and so on. Those behind him still tried to follow without daring to ask a single question. Chung Mong racked his brain, asking himself what the medicine god would do. Now, in Chung Mong's mind, the clues were gradually becoming a jumbled mess. Primordial chaos pill and the method to create it. Brainstorming wasn't his strong suit, but the only one who could solve this puzzle now was the divine dragon of Mount Hua, the sword tomb, the grave of the unrivaled sword fiend. I was wrong from the very beginning. The medicine god is the unrivaled sword fiend. But the unrivaled sword fiend is not the medicine god. It was a huge mistake not to have thought of that strange difference from the start. If the medicine god considered himself the unrivaled sword fiend, he would have hidden this truth. He wouldn't have let the world know that the grave of the unrivaled sword fiend was the sword tomb. So if the medicine god intended to leave his mark, it definitely couldn't be in the sword tomb. In the end, didn't they only find rusted divine in weapons? So where in this world would the medicine god's mark be? Chung Myong wandered again, muttering. He remembered when he had just arrived in Nanyang and was talking to Hong Duang about Mount Sect. The branch leader had said that Mount Sect was a very special place. It said that in the past, besides this road on Mount Sect, there were other paths, but at some point, due to natural disasters, only this road remained. Damn it! You were intentionally trying to get information out of me, weren't you? It was as if he had deliberately made it so that anyone climbing Mount Hua had a pass by the sword tomb. Chung Myung had also climbed the mountain in a daze, and then a wide and deep pit came into view. The protagonist stood right in front of the pit, looking down with a dazed expression. The path and not the path. What about those who walk a path that isn't a path? A place that anyone would have to come to if they climbed the mountain. Only those who walked the right path could reach this place. Chung Myon, have you figured something out? Senior Baek Chi asked softly. Hearing his senior ask, the protagonist looked like he was about to turn and punch him. But no, how did those who discovered the sword tomb do it? Although it was a sudden question, he had to answer it first. What a strange question. Of course, they opened the door and walked in. Baek Kyan suddenly clamped his mouth shut as if he had realized something. Opening the door and walking in. That's entering the gate, Itman. It's a term used with many different layers of meaning. But those two words have only one meaning in this place. The door that made everyone point their swords at each other. That's right. Entering the gate of martial arts, Baek Kyan mumbled. Entering the path of martial arts. And after that, a long and narrow path with occasional traps. Before he could clap his hands, that's cultivation. Because cultivation is like walking through an increasingly narrow path. Everyone starts on a wide road. But eventually they start falling behind because they can't handle the narrowing path. Only those who overcome that can move forward. And sometimes they encounter terrifying obstacles. In other words, the sword tomb is a place that personifies the process of a martial artist entering the path of martial arts and training. Only now did Baek Kyan understand the strange overall structure inside the sword tomb. Just like practicing martial arts, everyone started it's the same, but depending on their inclinations, they choose different paths. Of course, it's all rivers flow to the sea. Even though everyone walks different paths, in the end, they can only pursue one thing. Different paths that meet in a vast empty space. And after that, a long and dark cave. And even zombies, Yun Jiang added, that represents the inner demon, the darkness that always comes before martial arts are perfected. Then what about that cliff? After falling to the inner demon, what do we have to climb? The answer came from Baek Kyan's mouth, not Chung Myon's. It is the path to ascending to immortality. Only now did the senior uncle understand the meaning of everything. The blinding light shining from the end of that cliff represented the perfection of martial arts. For Taoists, it's becoming an immortal. For Buddhists, it's transcendence. But there's still one thing that can't be explained. The pile of rusty divine weapons and the wooden box in the empty space. What are they? If you ascend to immortality, shouldn't you receive some item this time? Chung after a long silence explained, it means there is nothing. Whether it's ascending to immortality or transcendence, the place one reaches after killing each other, nothing exists there. From the beginning, learning martial arts had no meaning. The sword tomb wasn't a place the medicine god created to test people. It was just a place that personified his thoughts on martial arts. The medicine god was a physician. People like that could never look at martial artists, those who only know how to injure and kill others, with a favorable eye. The more he loved, the more severe his hatred became. That's why he became the unrivaled sword fiend, to show those powerful martial artists of that time that the martial arts they possessed had no meaning. He even took away their beloved weapons, the symbols of their martial arts. However, the martial artist obsession with martial arts was beyond the medicine god's imagination. That's what this person wanted to say. Martial arts are nothing but a tool for harm. No matter if you hide it behind the great Tao or Buddhist teachings, in the end, it all returns to nothing. Such an incredible madness and obsession. Just to convey the thought, he created the sword tomb. Such an unbelievable place. Baek Kyan asked Chung Mang again why he returned to this place knowing all this. The protagonist firmly stated, "This place is only the grave of the unrivaled sword fiend, not the medicine god." The medicine god didn't think of himself as the unrivaled sword fiend. That was a fake identity. Is nothing compared to the medical arts and pill-making methods the medicine god created. Normally when someone's goal is shattered, what do? Everyone looked up. No one could take their eyes off the collapsed ceiling. Even Chung was looking for the sunlight that shone in when the cave collapsed. But those who realize it's all vanity will look down at the ground. That ground, it's the lowest place, a place that martial artists, even if they look, cannot see. But there is life after escaping death by a hair's breadth. There is also survival, and there are people who are still alive. Chung Mian started to slowly move his feet and slid down into that massive pit. One must move forward. Even those who set the wrong goals at the beginning. Even those who walk the path of martial arts and harm others. As long as you are alive, you must move forward. The place he was heading towards was the mountain path that continued behind the pit. No matter what, as long as you are alive, you're forced to move forward. No one went there. Although many people gathered here, none of the people who discovered the sword tomb set foot on that connecting path, and no one thought there was anything strange about it. There were many clues. A piece of land between mountains where not a single tree or blade of grass grew. To those immersed in the ambition of finding treasure, that land looked like a treasure trove, but in reality, it was just a land of death. Thinking back, there were many clues, and he had explained it all very kindly. It was just that because of their greed for the primordial chaos pill and divine weapons, they couldn't think of anything else. Even the Mount Hua disciples jumped straight into the sword tomb upon arriving. After the sword tomb collapsed, they also returned without a second thought. For those who were only focused on the sword tomb, the path forward had no meaning. Chung Mian moved forward again as if possessed. Not for the goal he was trying to reach, but for his own life. And so everyone fell silent and tried to follow in the footsteps of the divine dragon of Mount Hua. In the heart of every Mount Hua disciple, perhaps they had fully understood the intentions of that legendary physician, not the evil old man named the unrivaled sword fiend. Chung Mian didn't agree with the medicine god's ideology, but he couldn't help but respect the arrangement that he had spent his entire life creating. In the end, the place they arrived at was a spacious, empty area. But unlike the place they first saw, everything here was harmonious. Water flowed through the cracks in the rocks, surrounded by lush trees and greenery that grew very naturally, a place with nothing special. But because of that, Chung Mian could be sure that this was the place the medicine god had truly chosen. Those who didn't understand the medicine god's intentions wouldn't think of anything even if they reached here. Probably so, because this was just an ordinary place on a mountain. Chung Mian's gaze had been fixed on one spot from the beginning. In the open clearing, a gap between the boulders where water flowed. That must be the source of the Sect Mountain's water. That tiny stream immediately merged with other streams to form a brook, then a river, and finally flowed into the sea, allowing so many creatures to live. That is the Tao. If the medicine god wanted to pass something of himself on, he would have had to overcome his pride, and the sword tomb was his anxiety. Simply put, it was his fear of martial arts and of people. Chung mumbled as if he himself had become the medicine god. The small stream through which the medicine god escaped his fear and passed on to future generations his pride. The divine dragon of Mount Hua stepped into the stream and continued to mumble. Truly, right now, he completely wanted to be the medicine god from 200 years ago. I want the things I create to be like this stream containing my will and flowing. Through time, Chung Mian placed his trembling hand on the rock where the water was flowing. The medicine god's hidden message was the starting point to save countless lives. The idea that one person's will could spread throughout the world and save all living beings was an arrogant thought. But if it was truly what he wanted to convey, perhaps it had reached the mind of the divine dragon of Mount Hua. In an instant, Chung Mian's entire body felt drenched with water. This place was the source of water, the origin of life. A small crack just big enough for two hands. The protagonist plunged his entire arm inside and began to search. If it exists, it can only be here. No, it must be here. One who doesn't know how hollow martial arts are cannot comprehend what the medicine god wanted to convey. Because Chung Mang was someone who had felt the profound emptiness at the end of life more than anyone. Yet he continued to move forward. So here, right now, Chung Mang seemed to have caught something. The feeling from his hand told the divine dragon of Mount Hua that this was not rock. The protagonist pushed his hand deeper, clearly feeling it was a smoothly crafted metal block. He put all his strength into his hand and pulled the metal block out. Water sprayed everywhere. At the same time, a block of iron was revealed. It was just as he thought because Chung Mang had answered the medicine god's questions completely. Therefore, the thing that tens of thousands of martial artists dreamed of was now in his hands. Chung Mang held his breath, looking at the block of iron without saying a word. His senior brothers and sister couldn't speak either, just staring at the box Chung Myung had taken out, their faces frozen like stone. The box, securely sealed with metal, had maintained its original shape even after being in the water for 200 years. Just one look was enough to be certain that this item was not ordinary. Chung's fingers slowly moved towards the box, and a clicking sound was heard. The lock opened with a decisive click. He took a deep breath and began to slowly open the box with a trembling hand. Along with a tiny scraping sound, before his eyes could see what was inside, a refined fragrance, indescribable in words, wafted into his nose. A moment later, the box was open and Chung Mang saw it clearly. Before me and all of you right now are few lines of notes titled Secrets of the Primordial Chaos. Inside the small box were 20 medicinal pills along with an ancient book. Heart pounding, legs trembling, the divine dragon of Mount Hua held the treasure high. He cursed inwardly at the bastard medicine god who nearly got him killed. I found the primordial chaos pill, Sect leader, senior brother. The protagonist looked straight up at the sky, imagining how Chung's face would contort when his junior brother found what so many had longed for. After successfully obtaining the primordial chaos pill and the secret manual, the protagonist along with his senior brothers and uncle immediately opened it to look. The title in the book roughly said, "To my successor, if you understand the meaning of my arrangement, and have reached this place, you are worthy to succeed me. The medical arts and the method of creating the primordial chaos pill must be used to save everyone in this world." They all stared wide-eyed, mumbling along with the words the medicine god had left behind after his death. Chung Myung felt dizzy as he spelled out each and every word. The protagonist probably understood now that the primordial chaos pill truly existed in this world. He immediately closed the book and packed up everything he had taken from the stream. The box containing the medicinal pills and other miscellaneous items was more important than ever. Everyone gaped at their junior brother doing these ridiculous things. Everyone wondered if this guy had lost his mind. Baek Chio knew but understood his junior's feelings. The saliva in his own mouth was about to form a string. Is it really the primordial chaos pill? Even though I came here for it, I never thought I'd actually hold in my hands. So, all the dangers in the sword tomb were traded for this day. Indeed, that seemed like a fair and reasonable trade. One must have principles. So, Chung Myung didn't leave immediately, but took the initiative to show respect to the medicine god, even though he had been calling the great master old this and old that before. Chung Myung gently approached and knelt down, performing a ritual before the place where the medicine god had left the treasure. Perhaps he considered this place his real tomb, the tomb of the medicine god, not the unrivaled sword fiend. Everyone had to remain silent, looking confused by his action. More or less. Even though he was the most mischievous person in the Mount Hua sect, the protagonist still knew how to maintain basic human decency. And so all four of them watched the divine dragon of Mount Hua cow and pay his respects. Since there were many things he couldn't explain, Baek Kyan also took the initiative to approach. He asked his junior disciple why he was doing this since this wasn't the medicine god's tomb. Chung Myung, while performing the ritual, denied it. But he didn't dare refute the statement either. Perhaps this place could also be considered the medicine god's tomb because he might not even have had a proper resting place. This life no longer had meaning for someone who had left everything behind like the medicine god. It's possible he died alone deep in the mountains where no one could reach. But anyway, this place contained his will, so it wouldn't be strange to call it the medicine god's tomb. What the Great Master truly wanted to convey was not the primordial chaos pill or the secret manual, but the will to save all the poor and suffering people in this world. After paying his respects, Chung had many questions for everyone. He turned around with no more regrets. Perhaps he would take the pills, but couldn't fulfill the will. Yin Jiang said there was still something unresolved. Can we take it back to Mount Hua? It seems that's not what the Ancient One wanted. Chung Miang replied flatly. Because the medicine god was just making a gamble, he did a very irresponsible thing, thinking that everyone would find this place according to his arrangement. If the medicine god truly wanted to pass on his will, he wouldn't have hidden the primordial chaos this way, but would have taught it to his disciples. Even if he wasn't satisfied with them, his will would still be carried on. At this point, Chung Miang suddenly fell silent, thinking of Chung's words. One day, you'll have a wish. Your junior brothers, your disciples, and your descendants will carry on your wish. That is what a sect is. It's not just about living together. What's more important is that our will must be continued. The protagonist suddenly understood the hidden meaning in his sect leader's senior brother's words. Chung Mang gently closed his eyes. Is that what you wanted to tell me, senior brother? A long dream. And that was what Chung Man had told the divine dragon of Mount Hua in that dream. He wondered if his late senior brother worried about his lacking junior brother that much. Then Chung Mang lowered his gaze. Avoiding his senior brothers and uncle, he spoke in a low voice. Even if my disciples are unreliable, I will still pass it on to them. Even if their abilities are insufficient, as long as they can carry on my will, one day someone with enough ability to carry on my will appear. Though I don't trust them, I am determined to do it because a sect is a place where each person's will is carried on into the future. The medicine god didn't believe his disciples could carry on his will. Perhaps he wished for his successor to be a genius who could understand his abilities and will, which is why he created this ordeal. A perfect person like him only knew how to look down on others because, in the eyes of a genius like the medicine god, everyone in this world was imperfect. And he believed that those flawed people couldn't carry on his will. He believed only a genius like himself had the ability to do so. Just like the old Chung before his return. But the medicine god was wrong. To be more precise, at that time he hadn't realized this. So it wasn't that he was wrong. One day those flawed children will become an indispensable part of you. Chung clenched his fist. If my senior uncles and senior brothers hadn't come with me, if we hadn't thought together, hadn't strived together, I wouldn't have been able to figure anything out. Those weak people had been behind Chung Miang, pushing him and helping him become stronger. Then suddenly, the divine dragon of Mount Hua made an embarrassed face and said loudly, "Everyone, you've worked hard." Is he crazy? Did he lose his mind? Why is he saying something he never says? We need to take him to the infirmary. Chung Miang quietly looked at the rock in front of him, thinking about the medicine gods. Well, that might still linger here. I don't have to walk alone anymore. I don't have to solve everything alone. Now, I have people who will carry on my will and achieve that will together. Yes, that is a sect. That is Mount Hua. The medicine gods will lead Chung Mang here, but Chung Miang will not carry on that will as long as Mao exists. As long as Mao will remains in this world. Then even if Chung Mang dies, even if hundreds of years pass, Chung Mang's will not disappear. As long as Mount Hua exists, the will of my senior brothers will also remain. Right, senior brother? There was no answer, but Chung Yang had already heard the answer long ago. And now, the divine dragon of Mount Hua looked at the senior brothers and uncle standing before him. That's right, because he just needed to walk with them. The protagonist smiled warmly. Now it was time for them to go to the place that felt like home just by mentioning its name, the Mount Hua sect. Along with the wonderful things they had received after a long journey back at Mount Hua, from the sect leader to the elders, everyone was worried sick. The sect leader had received a letter. According to the leader of the Flower Shadow sect, it seemed the disciples had entered the sword tomb but had gotten nothing. Haiyan Zhang unconsciously sighed. It was something called desire and it was too dangerous. Then he turned his head at Haiyanang's call. This matter absolutely cannot be overlooked. We must punish the children severely. I'm not saying this because I'm pleased with the children. We are set with nothing. The glory of the past is just that, the past. Now we are just beginning on the path to reclaiming that glory. The most precious thing to us right now are the children. And those kids must also be aware that their own safety is many times more important than bringing benefits to the sect. The sect leader nodded and affirmed that he would punish them severely. Then Anam, who had been standing by and listening attentively to their conversation, smiled brightly. But we must also reward and punish fairly. This time the children have accomplished quite a few great things. Haiyan Zhang shouted in a completely different tone. When talking about punishing the children, the sect leader appeared very sad and troubled. But when it came to rewards, he shouted with extreme excitement. Haiyan Sang could only smile bitterly, but more than anyone, the sect leader understood the countless incredibly great things the kids had done. They dueled with Wang and won. Not only that, the disciples also entered the sword tomb and returned safely. Since Haiyan Sang joined the sect, Mount Hua had never accomplished anything so great. Anyway, the important thing now was that the Mount Hua disciples, after descending the mountain, had honorably made the name of Mount Hua resound throughout the world. Suddenly, the elders sensed a very familiar presence from afar. The silhouette of someone was approaching them at a very fast speed. They all understood that the most outstanding talents of the Mount Hua sect had returned. Haiyan Zhang smiled and started walking towards the entrance gate, or rather, it was inappropriate for the sect leader to go out and welcome disciples returning to the sect, but he didn't care. Anam followed behind, wondering about the rules and regulations of Mount Hua. This was also natural, as any sect leader would do the same. If you feel happy, just show it. That's completely normal. When Haiyan Zhang stood before the main gate, the passing disciples also began to gather. Although the children didn't know what was happening, they must have keenly sensed something today. We should have gathered the disciples to celebrate the achievements of those who are about to return. Anam heard terrifying footsteps echoing. The speed was so fast it made him a little hesitant. A continuous thumping like an army. The sect leader's warm greeting probably wouldn't make it in time, as it was literally buried by the explosive sound of the main gate. The three of them stood frozen, mouths agape in surprise. The main gate, which had just been repaired not long ago, was now completely destroyed by their own beloved disciples. The one in the lead was Chung Mian, who shouted emotionally and jumped into Haiyan Zhang's arms. Not just the divine dragon of Mount Hua, but Yin Zhang and Baek Kian also hugged Nam and Haiyan. Without any explanation, the group carried their senior straight to the safest place in Mount Hua. The path they were galloping on led to the sect leader ancient pavilion. The other Mount Hua disciples, extremely surprised, also tried to follow behind. But then Zhou Gul and the senior sister drew their swords, glaring threateningly at their senior and junior brothers. Some were about to say something, but after seeing their half-crazed eyes, they clamped their mouths shut and mumbled, "This isn't a 1 or 2 day thing, but where did they kidnap the sect leader to?" The whole group sighed in resignation, understanding that from one madman, the insanity had now spread to many. At this time, in the sect leader study, he trembled upon hearing about the primordial chaos pill. He was so shocked that he roared. What kind of treasure is the primordial chaos pill? People in the martial world used to say that 1,000 gold taels couldn't buy a single one. The primordial chaos pill was a priceless treasure that nothing could compare to. And what's more, what they had obtained was not just the pill, but the secrets of primordial chaos. Because the situation was so extremely tense, the Mount Hua disciples had quickly decided they had to return to the sect as fast as possible. That's why they had run at full strength without rest until now. The problem was that carrying something as precious as the primordial chaos pill made them prone to robbery attempts. On the way, people looked at the Mount Hua disciples like they were thieves. But luckily, the secret to the primordial chaos was in Mang's chest. Without him, who knows how many brawls would have occurred. The unrivaled sword fiend was another identity of the medicine god. For Haiyan Zhang, who didn't know exactly what the sword tune was, he felt like he was about to fly. He and the other two swallowed hard, their mouths dry. Along with the sound of the box being opened, a refined fragrance quickly filled the room. In an instant, an unprecedentedly intense reaction appeared on the face of the Mount Hua sect leader. That was also when a faint mist began to well up in the eyes of Haiyan Zhang, Haiyan Sang, and An. Suddenly, a voice rang out as the door opened. The food is ready. Now that you're back, you should eat. The moment Elder Haiyan's words trailed off, Baek Kyan hastily took a defensive stance. Luckily, upon seeing the head accountant, everyone sighed in relief, but didn't forget to eye the box greedily. He suddenly glanced over everyone as if he understood something. First, he looked at Chung Myung, then glanced a little at the box. Of course, it goes without saying that the one who did this was the divine dragon of M. Hua Haiyan appeared very calm, a stark contrast to his other senior and junior brothers. He began by clearing his throat and clasping his hands behind his back, showing a dignified expression. The warmest smile in the world bloomed. You lovely things, what have you managed to get your hands on this time? Haiyan, who was staring intently at the box containing the primordial chaos pill, suddenly spoke up and shouted terribly. To be sure, the sect leader had to call the head of the Ungak's medicine hall as this person had some experience in concocting pills. All the most senior and important members tried to stay silent to wait for the Hom's conclusion. Sect leader, this is indeed the secret manual for the primordial chaos pill as the principles of pill creation are very proficient. Although there are many advanced secret techniques beyond my imagination, it's not necessary to understand everything. Just following the pill-making method written here is enough to concoct it. The sect leader sighed because Mang had truly brought back something good for the declining Mount Hua sect. But then, just when things were going well, the home master hesitated, feeling it was a bit overwhelming. Haiyan Zhang roared as if he was about to yell in his face, "Why are you so fickle?" Of course, creating the primordial chaos pill according to what's written isn't difficult. Anyone who knows how to make pills can do it. This time, it was Haiyan's turn to screech. Then what the hell is there to worry about? You have more than enough ability, so why are you refusing the job? Then the medicine hall master said. Bluntly, the cost of ingredients was very expensive, making the Mount Hua accountant's face turn pale. When it came to money, everyone fell silent. It was simple. The cost of purchasing the ingredients. Everyone turned to look at Haiyan because it was obvious this elder was in charge of both diplomacy and the economy of the Mount Hua sect. They're not just normally expensive. If we want to make a large quantity, we might have to sell the entire sect to afford it. The matter became even more angled when a medicine hall master asserted that even selling all the businesses in Hawaiian would only be enough to buy a few ounces of ingredients, which made Haiyan instinctively clutch the keys to the safe. Spirit pills are naturally expensive. Think about it. Even a wealthy sect like Shaolin can only make a few great return pills compared to the highest grade spirit pills. These ingredients are still considered very cheap because he was the medicine god, which is why he could create the primordial chaos pill from them. If it were anyone else, they could spend 10 times as much and still struggle to make it. Every sentence rife of money, making Elder Haiyan more frightened than ever. So, in short, it's because we don't have money that we can't make it. Just how expensive is it to be that scary? Mount Hua is in a sect that's short on money now. Haiyan and Ungak had to roughly calculate the ingredient prices, and then Haiyan's eyes started to tremble. The clacking sound of the abacus echoed as if a house, a shop of the Mount Hua sect, had vanished without a trace. Usually, this elder enjoyed his calculation work, but now he felt afraid. Chung Mang brought in profits from many large deals. But Haiyan's efforts and contributions could not be dismissed. Looking like he was about to foam at the mouth and faint, he started pointing at Haiyan Zhang. "So leader, please, I beg you, throw away the damn secret manual for me. Because of that damn thing, Mount Hua will be ruined. That medicine god or whatever. I'm sure he's a fraud. This isn't a treasure. It's poison. I tell you, it's poison." Haiyan Zhang looked at Haiyan with a bewildered face. With Mount Hua's current financial strength, they couldn't even make one pill to create the primordial chaos pill. They would have to liquidate all of Huan's assets. That would be no different from destroying Mount Hua. What good is being skilled in martial arts if you're poor as a beggar? If the beggar's sect heard this, they would be heartbroken. Haiyan had said everything to oppose this. If we try to create one master, the Mount Hua way painstakingly rebuilt will collapse. As the head of the finance pavilion, I absolutely cannot allow that to happen. The SE leader had a sigh. It was difficult. Because of a few coins, Mount Hua was losing another opportunity. Chung Myong, who had been listening all this time, suddenly spoke very calmly. "The problem is money, right?" While everyone was staring at the protagonist, he suddenly grabbed his own collar. Then he suddenly ripped open his collar, and round things poured out from the divine dragon of Mount Hua's chest. Except for the four who went to get the secret manual and the pill, everyone else gasped in a classic manner. No explanation was needed. Just looking at the sparkle, everyone understood they were night luminescent pearls. Haiyan stared blankly at Chung Myong. He instinctively mumbled, "Truly my golden goose." Perhaps the protagonist was someone the head of the finance pavilion could never understand, no matter how long he knew him. The matter of the primordial chaos pill proceeded very quickly. First, the purchase of the ingredients for its creation was all entrusted to the Yinha Merchant Guild. Because with the Yinha Merchant Guild, they wouldn't have to worry about information leaking, and they could handle everything discreetly as Mount Hua wished. Hang Zhongyue was astonished looking at the list of various ingredients, wondering what Mount Hua intended to use them for. Haiyan smiled. "You don't need to be so surprised. Mount Hua has now grasped the special method. So, we will be creating the purple cloud pill again." Although he didn't consider the Yunha Merchant Guild as outsiders, he couldn't treat them like they were part of Mount High either. Who knew what would happen if the name Primordial Chaos Pill got out? So just buying everything on the list was the way to go. "And I have one more thing to ask of you." Elder Haiyan pursed his lips, ate a piece of cake, and took a sip of tea. "I hope that Mount Hua's search for these things will not be revealed." The vice leader of the Merchant Guild became more curious and wanted to know the reason. "You know, the martial world is an unpredictable place. Right now, many sects see Mount Hua as a thorn in their side. The incident with the Southern Edge sect last time caused a shock wave, and the incident with Wang this time is not a small matter either." Yen Yang was right. After defeating the Southern Edge sect at the Mount Hua tournament, Mount Hua's reputation once again echoed throughout Nanyang, a testament to their rising status in the martial world. So, the rumor that Mount Hua's disciples charged into the sword tomb was true. Huang Zhongyue nodded repeatedly. "If that's the case, I understand." There were rumors that the Mount Hua disciples were among those who saved everyone when the sword tomb collapsed. There were even rumors that they defeated many influential figures in the martial world inside the sword tomb. And the divine dragon of Mount Hua was the most illustrious name among them. This name once again resounded after the Mount Hua tournament 2 years ago. Although the rumor that he fought to a draw with a Wang elder was an exaggeration, it was enough to show how terrifying his divine might was. If that was the case, it was understandable why Haiyan wanted to proceed with caution. With Mount Hua's momentum rising so rapidly, if they could recreate the purple cloud pill, how much stronger would they become? Mount Hua couldn't help but worry whether other sects thought well of them or were concerned. Although trust is the most important thing for a merchant, I've learned that satisfying the customer is just as important. Hang Zhongyue said in a worried tone, to find these things, it will take more than just a few coins. Knowing Mount Hua's financial situation well, he couldn't help but voice his concerns. But Hyung's reaction was beyond his expectations. So, the vice leader of the Yinha Merchant Guild carefully opened the box. Inside, a brilliant, dazzling light emanated. His mouth hung open in astonishment, his eyes wide. Aren't those night luminescent pearls? Each pearl was worth many times more than a gemstone of the same size. And yet, Mount Hua had so many of these precious gems. A merchant's instinct and business ethics were conflicting in his head. Huang Zhongyue pressed his lips together and quickly calculated. It's more than enough, elder. Although I must first appraise them carefully, just half of these gems would be more than enough to buy all the ingredients you need. Huang Zhongyue's estimate was not too different from Hyun's. In fact, it was even more generous than Hyun had anticipated. Then, please sell all these night luminescent pearls and send the gaining money back to Mount Hua. He couldn't believe Mount Hua was entrusting him with such a big task. Mount Hua and the Yinha Merchant Guild are like brothers. If I don't trust the guild, who else can I trust? Hyun and Huang Zhongyue exchanged glances. Although it was unknown if they would have different thoughts in the future. For now, they were giving each other looks filled with trust. The vice leader continued to ask about the commission. The head of the finance pavilion had already calculated it, so he just replied, "Take what you feel is right." In that sentence, the two words, "your conscience," were printed right on his face. How bold, truly stingy. Everyone knew the personality of the Mount Hua elder, and now Hang Zhongyue got to experience it firsthand. I will inform you of the details as soon as the appraisal is complete. When the sale is finalized, I will send the remaining money back to Mount Hua. And so the task of finding the ingredients was temporarily settled. The Yin Merchant Guild left happily, returning to his workplace. On the way, a chuckle escaped Hyun's lips. He couldn't hold it in anymore. And burst into loud laughter. Thanks to this blessing, he could now do things he had only dreamed of. Calling a merchant to Mount Hua, giving him a large sum of money, and asking him to buy the items he needed was something Hyung had dreamed of his entire life. And the scale of this was far beyond his dreams. The divine dragon of Mount Hua contributed to it all as always. If there was a dragon, the Mount Hua accountant would probably find him by it and throw him a feast. This event would help Mount Hua spread its wings once again. What Mount Hua lacked was internal energy. Although they had somewhat resolved the urgent issue of improving their martial arts after recovering the 24 Plum Blossom sword, internal energy was something accumulated over time with just talent and training. They couldn't catch up to the gap in internal energy. Considering that the second and third generation disciples had to become the core of Mount Hua, the terrifying internal energy of masters from other sects was the most headache-inducing problem for them. The great joy brought back by the divine dragon of Mount Hua pleased all the elders. And among them, Koi had the greatest contribution for continuously following along without fear of danger. So, please hit the subscribe button to follow along with me. The Mount Hua disciples grew increasingly frustrated, enduring the feeling of not knowing exactly what had happened. They decided to find the person who could give them an answer. What on earth happened to everyone when they went out? Isn't this too strange? No, it should be called extremely abnormal. That crazy Chung just asked if anyone was hurt. Senior brother, he's truly a devil. I heard that senior brother defeated the sword dragon. And I also heard that Brat Chongmyang fought to a draw with a Wang elder. The disciples of Mount Hua couldn't stand this terrifying change any longer. Baek Kyan smiled faintly as if it were nothing important. Everything is fine. This is also extremely beneficial for you disciples. It's just that I have to keep this a secret and can't tell you. Anyway, don't worry about these things. Instead, speed up your training. We need to get stronger. Baek Sang looked more frustrated than before. We used to be so close, but after hanging out with that psycho, you've changed 360. Baek Kyan's eyebrows twitched, making his junior brother look bewildered. The junior disciple realized he had made a mistake. After hearing the sound of grinding teeth from behind him, I said I'd tell you later. Why do you talk so much? Elsewhere, while partying, the divine dragon of Mount Hua's ears suddenly felt hot, as if someone was bad-mouthing him. And just like that, a warm brotherly affection spread throughout Mount Hua. But then one day, an unexpected person arrived at Mount Hua. The sect leader told me to come find you. Yun Jiang ran over to report. Not just the protagonist, but also Sojo Ghoul, who was getting his butt kicked, was called out. The three of them quickly went to the sealer's pavilion. Haiyan Jiang said, "Seek leader, I have brought Chong Mang and Ju." When permitted, Yun Jiang carefully opened the door and went inside, followed by Chong Miang and Ju. Nothing special, just the usual familiar faces: Haiyan Jiang, Haiyan Sang, Haiyan on AM, and also Baek Kaiyan and Yukal. There was also another person who caught the divine dragon of Mount Hua's attention. The merchant guild leader of the Yinha Merchant Guild, Huang Mak, upon seeing Chung Miang, immediately broke into a bright smile. "Young Taoist, have you been well?" he asked proactively. "You look like you're in your second youth." Chung Miang shook his hand and happily replied. Not only had he recovered his health after his illness, but even his hair had become so dark and glossy that it was an exaggeration to say he was experiencing a second youth. The three of them stopped their questions and sat down. Only then did Haiyan Jiang speak. "I have called Chung Miang here as you wished. What did you want to say?" Yinha Merchant Guild leader Hang Manak swallowed after Haiyan Jiang's question. "I came here personally because of the matter Mount Hua entrusted to the Yinha Merchant Guild." The tension began to build, and everyone knew that the sale of the night luminescent pearls had not been successful. Hang Manak showed a hesitant face and then began to sigh. He lowered his head as if he had lost all face. "I am truly sorry, but with the current capabilities of the Yuna Merchant Guild, we cannot meet Mount Hua's request." Chung Miang's eyes widened. Is he saying the Yuna Merchant Guild isn't capable of doing it? Huang Mak looked up and smiled bitterly. "If I had to make an excuse, I could only say that it's not just the Yuna Merchant Guild, but all other merchant guilds in the world would be the same." "That means it would be the same no matter which merchant guild you choose." Entrusted to Chung's eyes showed panic and fear. If that was the case, was using the primordial chaos pill just a fantasy? Please subscribe to the channel for more new videos. Chung Miang's face turned red as if it was about to explode. So, the sect leader had to ask the disciples to restrain the wild beast. Just as he was about to struggle, the people around him quickly rushed to hold him down. Just when they thought Mount Hua had found a way to strengthen the set, they hit an unforeseen obstacle. Haiyan Jiang waited for the atmosphere to calm down and then continued. "Some parts of the medicinal pill seem to be a bit difficult. I wonder if it's the ice crystal. To find the 10,000-year ice crystal, one needs to go to the North Sea. That place is treacherous and cold, so it's not something you can just get whenever you want." Huang Munyak smiled wryly. Obtaining the ice crystal is indeed a very difficult task, but with the capabilities of the Yinha Merchant Guild, we can get as much as needed. Then this experienced merchant took out an object from his sleeve as if it was the most difficult thing. "The thing we can't find now is not the ice crystal, but the purple woodgrass." Haiyan Jiang tilted his head. The list of things to find did include purple woodgrass, but it didn't seem particularly remarkable, so he hadn't paid much attention to it. The Mount Hua sect leader thought that just by pouring in money, he could buy it. But the Yinha Merchant Guild leader shook his head. Seemingly understanding the doubt in his mind, he began to explain. "Purple woodgrass is not exactly rare, but the difficulty lies in that it's only a component in a special pill formula. Furthermore, it grows in a hard-to-find place, but in Mount Hua's pill formula, it's an indispensable ingredient. The medicinal properties of purple woodgrass are not that potent, but it only grows in one specific region. I'm sure the sect leader knows about the 5 great palaces beyond the borders, right? Those are the forces outside the Central Plains martial world. The 5 great palaces beyond the borders are 5 powers located in the border regions of the Central Plains. Their strength is so immense that even the 9 great sects, one union, have to be wary of them. Each of these powers has strength equivalent to one of the 9 great sects, one union. So they're collectively called by that name. Therefore, the 5 strongest powers known to the world are: first, the North Sea Ice Palace. Second, the Mara Blood Palace. Third, the Beulah Imperial Palace. Fourth, the South Sea Sun God Palace. And finally, the Nan-Man Beast Palace. The term 5 great palaces beyond the borders is used to refer to all 5 of these powers. The problem lies with the Nan-Man Beast Palace, one of the 5 great palaces beyond the borders. Hyen John's eyes widened. This was the crux of the problem related to the purple wood grass that Mount Hua needed. Purple wood grass is a type of grass that grows naturally in the deep valleys of Yunnan. In the past, finding it wasn't difficult, especially when merchants didn't trade it. The only hassle was having to go to Yunnan personally. But now, the path to where the purple wood grass grows is almost completely blocked. The Nam-Man Beast Palace I mentioned earlier has sealed off that path. To be precise, it's not just the path to the purple wood grass. They've used their power to prevent people from the Central Plains from passing through. Hangman smiled wryly again. Nam-Man is a place that cannot be understood with our common sense. The martial sects and armed organizations there occupy an entire region and rule it like kings. The power and laws of the imperial court cannot control them. Even if the Nan-Man Beast Palace is like the other sects, it's not strange at all. Why did they seal off the path? After the bloody war with the demonic cult in the past, the relationship between the Nan-Man Beast Palace and the Central Plains martial world rapidly deteriorated. At first, the demonic cult started harassing the outer. They asked for help from a Central Plains martial world, but the Central Plains martial world didn't lift a finger. They probably thought there was no need to waste their full strength just for a mere outer force. Chung, who had been listening all this time, suddenly clicked his tongue. What a misjudgment by the martial alliance, leading to such a tragic outcome. After the demonic cult conquered all the smaller forces outside, they grew strong enough and advanced towards the Central Plains, causing a tragedy where blood flowed like rivers. Since the demonic cult's rampage ended, the Nam-Man Beast Palace has completely cut off all interaction with the people of the Central Plains. And that's not all. Now they don't even allow people from the Central Plains to approach. Huang Munyak sighed wearily at this story. The losses for the merchant guilds were not small either. Yunnan's tea is the most famous in the Central Plains. That tea was one of the main sources of income from many merchants in Shunning and Sichuan. But because the trade route with Henan was cut off, they suffered great losses. Seemingly understanding, Baek Kyan stated the main point. So their stance is so firm that merchants have to give up their large profits. Say, leader, I can bring back everything else, but with our strength, we can't do anything about the purple wood grass. Please raise your head, guild leader. It's not your fault. Though he gently comforted Huang Manik, the muscles on Hyen Zhang's face couldn't relax. Then the sect leader turned to ask a few questions to the head of the medicine hall. What do you think? Can we create the purple cloud pill without the purple wood grass? Ungak swallowed several times and then let out a long sigh. It's probably impossible. Pill making isn't just mixing all the ingredients together. Only when the ingredients are mixed perfectly through a special method can it produce superior effects. However, if any ingredient is missing or the dosage is incorrect, its effectiveness won't even be a tenth of what it should be. If you can't create a perfect spirit pill, it's better to just eat the ingredients directly. You can't make the purple cloud pill without the purple woodgrass. Everyone's face darkened. This was truly helpless. Just then, a gloomy voice, unmatched in its despair, like an echo from hell, rang out in the room. The owner of that voice was, of course, Chung Myong. The protagonist understood the problem. It was that Nan-Man Beast mob blocking away. Those bastards from a Nan-Man Beast palace won't hand over the ingredients. I swear I'll lead the Central Plains martial world and beat them all to death. The sect leader panicked and shouted, "Hold him back for me. If we let him go, he might blow up the entire sect leader study." His senior brothers and uncle quickly and reluctantly pushed the divine dragon of Mount Hua's head down, but this time they couldn't do anything. A wave of internal energy shot out from him, knocking everyone backward. Chung Miang slammed his fist on the table and growled like a monster. After a few hits, they'll know to get out of the way. Let's see if they still dare to be stubborn and block the road after I crack their heads open. Han Jiang was startled when he saw the fire in his disciples' eyes. I'll go to Yunnan, smash those bastards' heads, and bring back the purple wood grass. Baek Kian and Yun Jiang, terrified, held Chung Mang tightly. What are you going crazy about again? The Nam Man Beast Palace isn't some pushover like the Wang Elder. If you cause trouble with them, even 10 heads won't be enough. Hearing this, Chung was incredibly calm. If you're so scared, senior uncle, just stay home. I'll go there and bring back every single blade of grass. Those Man Beast people will have to fear this Mount Hua mud. Zhou Gul, who was watching the situation, spoke softly. If Yunnan forbids people from the Central Plains from entering, can we use people from other regions? Like people from the western regions, for example, people who aren't from the Central Plains might be able to enter Yunnan. Huang Munyak's eyes widened as he also understood the core of this difficult problem. He praised the red-headed kid, saying it was a waste for him to learn martial arts. If he became a merchant, he'd be filthy rich. In fact, Zhou Gul came from a business family, so he understood a little. Praise was one thing, but the Yuna Merchant Guild leader had also tried this, and the result was still rejection. The people from the western regions who trade in Yunnan have signed an agreement not to transfer goods to the Central Plains. If they're caught, their heads will roll, so they have no intention of getting involved. Especially this purple wood grass. It's in a remote part of Yan'an, right next to the Nan Man Beast Palace's territory. Even people from the western regions are forbidden from entering that place. So, we can't use that method to get it. They even forbid Yan'an people who are not affiliated with the Nan Man Beast Palace from entering. Zhou Gul quietly lowered his head as if he understood everything. Chung Miang gritted his teeth and said, "Then it's settled. I'll go. I'll just beat up the Yan Man Beast Palace and make them hand over the purple wood grass. That's the fastest way." Yun Jiang tried to calm him down, reminding him that force was not a joke, but his junior brother just brushed it off. Nonsense. How could Mount Hua lose to some whatever they're called? Seeing his beloved disciple puff out his chest, Haiyan Zhang had mixed feelings. Having the recipe for the primordial chaos pill, one of the rarest pills in the world, in his hands, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing because of a lack of ingredients. Even if he had to mobilize the full force of Haiyan, he had to create the primordial chaos pill. The sect leader made up his mind and turned to call Chung Mang. He gently asked if the protagonist could really do this. This is a very dangerous task, but also a very necessary one. That's why I'm asking you, can you safely bring the purple wood grass back here? The corner of Chung Miang's mouth quirked up as if this was child's play. The divine dragon of Mount Hua repeatedly thumped his chest as if to prove his determination. Don't worry, sect leader. When I say I'll do something, I'll do it. The moment he heard those words, a seed of trust sprouted in his chest. In Mount Hua, if you couldn't trust Chong Yang, who could you trust? He was the child who would lead Mount Hua. After that, the sect leader calmed his trembling face and turned his head back. Haiyan, prepare for the children to set off immediately. The head accountant's eyes darted around, but Haiyan Zhang still spoke decisively. I will send Chung Mang to Yunnan. The head of the finance pavilion understood this wasn't as simple as cutting some grass and bringing it back, calling it purple grass. The Nam Man Beast mob wouldn't just sit idly by and wait for the divine dragon of Mount Hua to climb the mountain and bring it back. Back to Mount Hua. Elder Haiyan suddenly stood up and signaled for his senior brother to step outside for a private talk. The two quickly stepped out of the room, moving as far away from the pavilion as possible. You're planning to send the children to another dangerous place. I know it's better if we have one capable leader. Then this elder spoke with a displeased. I also understand your actions are urgent and there's no other way. If you're sending the children to such a dangerous place, you must have some sort of plan, right? Han Jiang hadn't thought about it yet. So, he stroked his beard and bit his finger, trying to figure out a reasonable plan, and without him needing to think, his junior brother already had a pretty good idea. Haiyan insisted firmly, let the children eat that. The Mount Hua sect leader didn't understand yet, but seconds later, he was shocked to realize his junior brother wanted to give the beloved children the primordial chaos pill. Haiyan Jiang looked at the disciples with an expression of utmost affection. They all couldn't stop rubbing their eyes as they looked at the 5 primordial chaos pills before them. The divine dragon of Mount Hua swallowed hard. Even though he had brought them back himself, he hadn't dared to touch a single one. He never believed the masters could be so generous, giving the best things to their beloved disciples. Yun Jiang looked from Haiyan Jiang to the primordial chaos pill, not thinking he would get to eat one. The sect leader gently nodded in response, but Haiyan, standing beside him, quickly interjected, let me eat it for you. Of course, the elders should be the ones to use them. The head of the finance pavilion waved it off. You kids really don't understand anything. For old men like us who are waiting to die, eating them would just be a waste. You are the ones who found the primordial chaos pill. So, of course, you should be the ones to eat them. And even if you weren't the ones who found it, we would still give it to you. Don't waste time. What's the big deal if you eat all 5? We still have 15 left, so don't feel pressured. Seeing the children still frozen, the sect leader spoke up to support his junior brother. Finding the purple wood grass in Yunnan is not an easy task, so these primordial chaos pills will be very useful to you. Actually, this idea was all Elder Haiyanang's. Haiyan Jiang had no intention of letting them eat it, but he had insisted from the beginning that since Mang got it, the pills were originally his. Moreover, if something happened to the children on their way to Yunnan, it would be as if the Mount Hua sect was destroyed. No joke. The two glanced at each other, each with their own thoughts, but they had a common agreement to allow the 5 disciples to eat the medicinal pills. Chung Miang gently picked up a primordial chaos pill. As if it were nothing. It wasn't difficult at all, but all eyes in the study were fixed on the protagonist as he held the pill. The corners of Haiyan Jiang's eyes closed, and a few tears escaped. It wasn't because he was reluctant to part with the pills, but for many other reasons. Even if the pill-making process failed and these 20 pills were the last ones left, he would definitely give them to these children first. But what could he say? If they couldn't find a purple with grass, everything would be ruined. The sect leader wanted to save them for a life or death injury situation, but his junior brother proactively stood up and urged, hurry up and eat, you lovely kids. If you leave them, they'll spoil anyway. Don't worry about it. Just eat. Baek Kyan, who had been listening quietly all this time, suddenly stood up, facing the sect leader and Haiyan and bowed respectfully. I will never forget the kindness of the sect leader and the elder. Except for Chong Myong, the others quickly followed Baek Kyan's lead and bowed. The head of the finance pavilion winked at Haiyan Jiang at the elaborate ceremony. But compared to this well-mannered child, he preferred Chong Mong, a guy who had already thrown all etiquette to the dogs before joining Mount Hua. Truly my adorable little dog. After that, everyone held the primordial chaos pill with tense expressions. This spirit pill was far superior to Shaolin's great return pill. He never imagined he would one day eat a spirit pill so precious that if even one got out, the entire martial world would bleed for it. It was all thanks to the divine dragon of Mount Hua. Without him, the sect would be in deep trouble. Baek Kyan held the primordial chaos pill with a tense expression. Putting aside his worries, he returned to a meditative posture and brought the pill to his mouth. The other 3 had the same expression. They couldn't believe a day like this had come. Unlike the others, the protagonist quickly popped the pill into his mouth, fearing it would be snatched away. The moment the primordial chaos pill entered his mouth, it immediately slid down his throat. A refreshing sensation like drinking a sip of cool water from a deep forest stream quickly spread throughout his body. It was magical. This was truly the legendary primordial chaos pill. Deep inside his dantian, the pill gradually began to exert its top terror effects. Drops of pure water fell, suddenly becoming a stream and then a thundering waterfall. Baekhyun's entire body began to explode and tremble from the overwhelming sensation. A rush of primal energy flooded in, shattering the calm surface of the lake. It felt like a great flood had surged through his body. His meridians also became clearer after the primal energy of the pill washed away all impurities. The primal energy of the primordial chaos pill escaped Baekhyun's guidance and began to spread everywhere. But he felt an indescribable excitement rather than tension. It was as if everything was being reborn, even in the smallest places like his fingertips. A feeling of freshness filled his entire body. This was probably the most magical feeling that would be difficult to experience a second time. Baekhyun controlled the flow of primal energy which had been enhanced by the pill and began to circulate it throughout his body. The other disciples felt the same. It was truly a new dawn for a bright future for Mount Hua. The primal energy began to expand the major meridians and open every blood cell. Blocked acupoints were also cleared. This was the power of a spirit pill, one of the best medicinal pills in the world. They had to risk their lives to bring it back. The decision of the sect leader and the elder was not wrong at all. No matter how much they trained, they could not catch up to the others with their own strength without the primordial chaos pill. A powerful presence enveloped the entire bodies of the 5 promising disciples. However, any more would be too much because their martial foundation was still weak. Basically, the primal energy of a spirit pill retained in the body will dissipate over time. Therefore, when he could no longer absorb it, Baekhyun slowly guided it away because he knew that greed was the shortest path to ruin. The flow of primal energy from the pill that had been circulating in his body began to follow Baekhyun's guidance and converged in his dantian. And so he successfully integrated the magical spirit pill into his body. After making sure all the primal energy of the pill had stabilized in a corner of his dantian, Baekhyun slowly stopped circulating his energy. His eyes slowly opened. An indescribable feeling also developed so fast it was hard to describe. His body trembled. He could feel an unprecedented source of power surging through him. My eyes are brighter than ever. I can hear the crickets chirping behind the mountain. Every breath feels so refreshing. Baekhyun thought that whatever he wanted to do now would automatically succeed. This enormous power made him feel immensely stronger. Just as Baekhyun was about to say something in gratitude, the 2 seniors had their mouths wide open. It seemed Haiyan Jiang was a bit different. He was staring at something with wide, astonished eyes. Instinctively, Baekhyun turned his head to follow his gaze to Chongmyeon, who had also just absorbed the primordial chaos pill. He knew it was so, but it was hard to describe the image in words. Why can a person float in the air like that? Baekhyun's face was filled with question marks. Suddenly, the protagonist's body began to glow with a 5-colored light. The sect leader shouted, "This is the 5 Kai converging to the origin." The 5 Kai converging to the origin is a phenomenon where the 5 streams of qi from the 5 elements representing essence, qi, spirit, soul, and will merge and converge at the dantian along with the 3 flowers gathering at the summit. It is one of the 2 rarest and highest level phenomena that appear when martial artists practice internal energy cultivation. In an instant, all the surrounding air gathered towards Chung. The disciples also shouted, feeling like something was about to happen. This scene was completely beyond their comprehension. But Haiyan Jiang could be sure of one thing. At the same time, Baekhyun turned to look at the various pavilions of Mount Hua and began to sigh. Everything lately had been very hard to describe. To be precise, it was a feeling of being on cloud 9. It was true that Mount Hua had changed a lot since Mang arrived, but after he and some other disciples returned from their journey in Nanyang, the atmosphere here became even stranger now. Even the elders were showing their excitement openly. He must have done something amazing. Compared to the time when they only ate grass and wore ragged clothes, they now ate well and dressed well, lacking nothing. Their lives were 100 times better than when the sect was struggling with money. However, sometimes Baek-sang still missed the quiet Mount Hua of the past. Mount Hua back then gave people an indescribable feeling of serenity, generosity, and purity. At this point, which of the 21 St generation disciples could deny Chung Mang's talent anymore? 2 years had passed, and there were things that they had to admit whether they wanted to or not. The sect leader's studies seemed to be shaking. So, hearing the noise, Baek-sang looked down. The sound of thunder roared again and all the surrounding pavilions began to shake. Around the sealer's pavilion, dust flew up from all sides. There was a great force that seemed to be destroying all the structures. And of course, without needing to wait, the explosion happened just as scripted. A place that was one of the most important in Mount Hua was damaged like this. Baek-sang was completely shocked. Everything was blown away completely, creating aftershocks that shook the entire sect. Tiles flew one way, pillars another. It was hard to describe, as if a heaven and earth shaking brawl had just occurred. In the center of the rubble, there were no disciples, no sect leader, no elders to be seen, only Baek-sang lying in one spot. He thought he wasn't much affected, but was complaining because his junior disciple always circulated his energy in a weird way. Somewhere, Haiyan Zhang's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably as he witnessed the pavilion in front of him completely collapse. Haiyan was coughing continuously beside him, not thinking his senior brother's house would collapse so easily. Money was already tight, and now the head of the finance pavilion frowned because he would have to build a new one for the sect leader. More or less, it was a good sign for Haiyan Zhang. So, it didn't seem too bad. That wasn't the important thing right now because no one knew what Chung was doing or how he was. The debris of the collapsed pavilion moved a few times as the other disciples got up, but the divine dragon of Mount Hua remained in one place, unmoved. The scene continued to zoom in on the protagonist as his clothes were torn to shreds, basically ruined. His physical condition changed at an unprecedented speed. Even the others who absorbed the primordial chaos pill didn't experience such a change. The most bloodthirsty monster of Mount Hua has now advanced in power again. Please support me, Koi, by hitting the subscribe button, everyone. Reclaiming his past strength was still a long way off, but thanks to the primordial chaos pill, it seemed the distance had been shortened a bit. Chung Myong turned his head and smiled with satisfaction, while his nearby senior brothers had faces as if they were about to die. A desolate and ruined scene, as if a life and death battle had just taken place. Damn it! Why is it like this? Who dared to do this to us? They all stared and cursed the divine dragon of Mount Hua. And then Elder Haiyan spoke to his senior brother. Sect leader senior brother. Isn't that the 5 chi converging to the origin? Haiyan Zhang swallowed. This is a little different from the Faveki converging to the origin that I know. Those who achieve converging to the origin will have 5 colored circles appear when they circulate their energy. But here we only have the 5 colors without the circles. So can this be said to have reached a relatively similar level? Anyway, we can confirm that taking the primordial chaos pill was effective when circulating energy. The body floats in the air and emits a 5-colored light. Isn't that a sign of impending ascension to immortality? Unconsciously, the junior brother asked another difficult question. If that's the case, just how strong will that brat become? Haiyan Zhang hesitated as if he didn't know how to answer. Then he turned to look at Chung Myong and laughed heartily. I've never heard or seen anything like it in my entire life. The one who once fought a Wang elder. If he takes an immortal pill, will of course become stronger. But how much stronger? How would Haiyan Zhang know? Chung Myong lightly clenched his fist. His body was overflowing with vitality. Absorbing the primal energy in the spirit pill was quite limited for the protagonist. The primal energy in his body was the purest under heaven. The primal energy inside the primordial chaos pill wasn't actually that much compared to the purple cloud pill, but it was several times purer than the purple cloud pill. Just like when he ate the snow blossom pill before, although there was only a little primal energy inside that spirit pill, he couldn't absorb all of it. That's why eating the snow blossom pill in the past didn't have a great effect. I thought there was no other way to increase my primal energy besides waiting day by day. But maybe this can help. Hyan eagerly asked. Is it okay, puppy? The protagonist enthusiastically replied. It's absolutely fantastic. Chung licked his lips. This is really top-notch. This made the sect leader instinctively clutch the remaining 15 pills. If I eat more, will my internal energy increase accordingly? He blinked and stared at Hyan Jiang. He immediately gripped the box containing the primordial chaos pill in his hand. Absolutely not. Then he was startled and immediately stepped back. We still don't know what will happen in the future. Mount Hua still can't operate the medicine hall properly. If someone gets injured, don't we still have the primordial chaos pill to treat them? I can't give you any more. You might as well just beat me up and rob me. He thought Hyan Jiang was just being cautious, but he didn't expect such a deep intention. So, you're planning to leave it in case someone gets hurt? Han Jiang didn't know that he was now making a serious mistake. Chung Miang bowed at a right angle to the floor, but the sect leader's anxiety grew with that overly polite reaction. Next, the divine dragon of Mount Hua raised his head, smiled, and said, Yunnan is a dangerous land. The primordial chaos pill will be very helpful for disciples like me when we go to such extremely dangerous places. Sect leader I, Chung Miang, can die from Mount Hua without a second thought. The land of the Nan Man Beast Palace contains countless terrifying things in this world. If my senior uncles and senior brothers go there and die from their injuries, I wouldn't be able to close my eyes even in death. Something seems wrong here. So to prepare for a critical situation, such a dangerous situation, but if we just have 3 primordial chaos pills. No, just 5 primordial chaos pills would be great, sect leader, with just 5, we will definitely survive and return. Han Jan's expression was like, why does the number keep increasing? What kind of robbery is this? The leader had been a Taoist for several decades. He had never wavered while leading Mount Hua on the brink of collapse. He had faced many crises and endured much suffering. But now that composure had a crack in it. If I could just smack him on the back of the neck, I would have no other wish. Oh, great primal heavenly lord! Why have you done this to Mount Hua? Have I committed some sin? This kid was both a blessing and a curse. He was the greatest blessing, but also the greatest disaster for Mount Hua. Chung Miang happily held the spirit pills in his hand, regardless of the sect leader about to explode. Hyan keenly noticed his senior brother couldn't control his frustrated expression and cleared his throat. Oh well, whatever. It's finally time to see off our beloved disciples. Although he was glaring at Chung Miang, Hyan Jiang still had to remind him, this is not an easy matter. You don't need to worry, sect leader. We have the primordial chaos pills. What else is there to worry about? Realizing he had gotten too agitated, he quickly coughed loudly. Hearing the sect leader's serious tone, Chung Miang immediately stood up straight. Parting ways so soon it seemed no one wanted to. The 5 of you are the future of this Mount Hua. It pains me to see you get even a scratch on your fingernails. Always giving you such difficult tasks. I truly don't feel comfortable at all. As he was about to continue his heartfelt speech, the divine dragon of Mount Hua gently interrupted. Isn't it like this for everything? The protagonist shrugged. Although Chung Mang sometimes angered him to the point of a headache. Things like this made it impossible for him to hate the boy. It was because of that strangely profound understanding. Sometimes everyone thought the divine dragon of Mount Hua was a monstrous and cunning old man. He also caused so much trouble that no one could handle him. It was truly incomprehensible how that brat could have such a thoughtful and philosophical attitude. This child had been here for a while, but occasionally that strange feeling still appeared, not disappearing. How can one person have so many faces? Although the 5 great palaces beyond the borders were famous for being reclusive and having strange tempers among them, the members of the Nam Man Beast Palace were particularly strange and arrogant to the point that even the laws of the Central Plains couldn't touch them. Chung laughed heartily. Please don't worry. Besides the long journey, there's nothing to it. To increase his credibility, the protagonist patted the sword at his hip. But if anything happens, this will solve everything. Sect leader. Understanding Han Zhang's complex feelings, Baek Kyan quickly stepped forward and stood before him. See, sir, you don't need to feel so burdened. I know the Yanmanbi Palace are not people who can be reasoned with in just a few words. Look at that dignified aura. After looking at Chung and then at Baek Chi, Han Zhang's suffering slowly dissipated like snow melting under the spring sun. So, we will try to negotiate with them. If they see our sincerity before he could finish, Chung Myong scowled, I'll chop off their heads. Damn it, I was talking and you interrupted me. Baek Kyan roared. Senior uncle, you need to speak like a human being. If everything could be solved with words, there wouldn't be wars in the first place. Wars happen because of people like you. If the world was full of people like you, where would others live? The pair started arguing again. And the sect leader didn't understand when Baek Kyan had become like Chung Mang. That kid was also a lost cause. The dignified Baek Kyan of the past had long been corrupted by Chung Mang. To end the unwanted farewell, he gave instructions to the second-generation disciple. Still busy cursing Baek Kyan, he clenched his fists and bowed to receive the order. From now on, you will represent me. It was a swift decision from the sect leader. Your words in Yang will be my words. Your will be the will of Mount Hua. That meant Baek Kyan was given full authority to make decisions. Understanding the weight of those words, he couldn't help but sigh. It was always like this the first time. Baek Kyan couldn't avoid the fear of facing something he had never done before. But he had to tear through each fear one by one to expand his own world. Watching the disciples' figures leave the sect gate, Hyanson couldn't hide his anxiety and opened his mouth. Don't we need to protect them? Hyan showed a teary and gruff expression. If we went with them, would things be any different? When talking about the position of elder, the accountant squinted at his senior brother. So, what have we elders accomplished? Or have we just made Mount Hua so desolate that even the nameplate can't be hung properly? We old folks are always worried and untrusting when we look at the children, but if we interfere in everything, it will only hold them back. Since when did you start trusting them like that? Hyan couldn't believe it, especially that divine one. But every time he brought back money, he would smile. I don't trust them, but at least I know they'll do better than me. The children we've always held in our arms. If we let them go, they'll only know worry. But we can't hold them forever because facing danger and casualties is how they grow. Please, ancestors of Mount Hua, protect the children. The sect leader surely couldn't know that one of those ancestors was already among these children. It was truly difficult watching the children grow up day by day and his arms growing further and further away. But it's okay. Mount Hua will rise again and reclaim its position as the head of the 9 great sects, one union. Hyan Zhang tried to squint into the distance, but the figures of the 5 stars of the Mount Hua sect were gone. He sighed and hugged the precious primordial chaos pill, taking it into his study to find a hiding place, but it would have to be somewhere else since the place was completely destroyed. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, stopping the sect leader. Some beggar was running towards them, panting as if he was about to die, standing outside the gate. Not only that, but he was also crying out for a bowl of cool water because he was so thirsty. The beggar sect branch leader, Hong Duang, one of Chung Mang's golden geese, suddenly appeared. Isn't that strange, folks? The reason he came was because of a promise he made to the divine dragon of Mount Hua. The divine dragon of Mount Hua and his companions are on their way to find the ingredients to create the primordial chaos pill. However, not even 2/3 of the way there, the protagonist wanted to enhance everyone's cultivation using a basic physical impact method. Yun Jiang fell, curled up and slowly crawled up, trembling as he raised his hand to feel whether this was hell or earth. Who is this? Where am I? Why can't I remember anything? He mumbled as he got up. Then he remembered. Yesterday he was beaten to a pulp by that brat Chung. And in the end, he fainted and slept right here. I clearly said no, but he insisted on doing it. How much time do we have on this journey that we have to rush like this? Yun Jiang shivered, his aching body remembering the scene of being brutalized by his junior brother until he passed out. Anyway, I don't want to wake up at all. He lay sprawled on the ground again because as soon as he opened his eyes, that hell would repeat itself. It wasn't that he wanted to avoid training. But this was truly more than he could bear. Then suddenly he had to pay attention to the sound in his ear when he heard something. Yun Jiang crouched down again and looked towards Zhou Gul, who seemed to be crying his eyes out. Zhou Gul looked up with a face as if the whole world had collapsed. Yun Jiang had never seen such a serious face. The Zhou Gul he knew was a man who never despaired no matter the situation. Clearly something terrible had happened. Seen your brother. It seems my internal energy has increased significantly. Zhou Gul cried out, truly frustrated. If our internal energy increases, doesn't that mean we have to keep enduring this? That sounded about right. It would have been better to stay down and not get beaten anymore from today. Why did getting beaten make him stronger? Even John's mood immediately sank. He circulated his energy to regulate his breathing. And sure enough, his internal energy had doubled. For others, it would be a blessing, but for the stars of Mount Hua, it was utterly miserable. Internal energy was something a martial artist spent a lifetime accumulating. They had to practice for a whole year, but after just one day of being beaten, they could clearly feel with their own bodies that their internal energy had increased. That Kayan bit his lip, unable to speak. I don't know whether to call it acupoint stimulation or brutal training, but either way, this insane method works. Beating someone helps them absorb primal energy. If this is true, wouldn't all the sects in the Central Plains have become violent organizations by now? Yun Jiang cried out, looking at his seniors' face, which was bruised and swollen like a beast's sting. Just then, the source of all the trouble slowly approached them. Chung Miang stretched after his sleep and asked if anyone had any opinions. We were just talking about the current situation. I don't understand how getting beaten half to death can increase our internal energy. It's because I beat you with enthusiasm and a lot of love, the protagonist said, looking at them with half-closed eyes. The result is obvious. So, I have nothing more to say, but it's a bit hard to understand. Isn't acupoint stimulation basically about clearing blocked acupoints? The divine dragon of Mount Hua slowly explained that it was just something similar, which made Baek Kayan's eyes widen. What do you mean? If it's not acupoint stimulation, what is it? The more he looked at his junior's expression, the more frustrated he got. Luckily, Yun Jiang managed to intervene. Don't stop me. I have to cut this guy in half for the sake of world peace. Of course, if he could even do that, enthusiasm and love. How can that be effective? Chung clicked his tongue in annoyance and poked his senior's chest with 2 fingers. Where did this come from? I mean, where did these muscles come from? In the past, the protagonist would never have explained because explaining was time-consuming and annoying. Becken looked down at his chest. Indeed, the muscles on his chest were very firm. From training, I know, but why do you get muscles when you train? This was so obvious that Baek Kayan had never questioned it. There were many answers to this question, but none of them were clear. Simple. Because when you train, you get injured. Chung Myong said softly. Yun Jiang, who had been listening beside him, felt more and more confused. When you're injured, your body tears and your muscles get bigger, right? It's not just muscles. Wherever you get injured, it swells up. Broken bones also become thicker than before. Depending on the situation, there are some differences, but that's mostly how it is. So, the best way to train the body is to get injured. Although it's very illogical, this is completely true. True. In fact, this method has become a standard in the school of external martial arts. Isn't Shaolin famous for its training method of whipping themselves or sticking their hands in hot sand? Baek Kyan nodded blankly again. But isn't that an external training method? As a sword practitioner, accepting something like this was a bit difficult, but they had heard about sects that use external arts, including Shaolin, training this way many times. It's the same as training at Mount Hua. Mang continued to explain, from the beginning, I've slashed everyone's hand with a sword many times, haven't I? Baek Kyan immediately looked down at his own hands. He was a sword practitioner, and naturally, a sword practitioner's hands would be extremely callous and tough. The human body, the more it's injured, the stronger it becomes. Of course, if it's too much, it becomes poison. But if you know how to use it just enough, it will make the body stronger. Internal energy is the same. If you suffer internal injuries, your internal energy will increase and become even stronger than before. Internal injuries, they can't be compared to external wounds. Severe internal injuries can even be fatal. Baek Kyan denied. Chung Myung nodded again because circulating energy to gather primal energy also had its limits. Don't you have a source of primal energy in your body right now that you can absorb without circulating energy? Actually, this isn't hard to understand at all. By moderately impacting the part with qi and blood, causing just enough internal injury, the body will automatically seek a source of primal energy to recover. Primal energy of the body. This principle is used for both. When the ingredients are sufficient, the injured area will recover and create a powerful source of primal energy. This was knowledge they didn't learn in their sect. This was knowledge Chung Myung had learned through countless times wandering on the battlefield. In fact, this result was the outcome of him trying to apply it gently and safely on the bodies of his senior brothers. In reality, this theory described the path on the boundary between life and death. Baek Kyan and Yun Jiang now realized that their junior disciple actually had a brain. I didn't expect your head could contain this kind of knowledge. In general, Chung didn't bother to reply anymore. In the past, the protagonist being called the Plum Blossom Sword Saint was no joke. So how could those who hadn't experienced the world with their own bodies understand? Anyway, it's not necessary to understand. If your mind can't grasp it, then your body will have to feel it gradually. Chung Myung clenched his fist tightly and shouted with determination, rest assured. You won't die, so why be scared? Of course, they wouldn't hear about life and death because if they were dead, who would be there to tell the tale? Baek Kyan looked at his junior disciple for a moment and then sighed resignedly. So, if I can endure this violent sparring disguised as training, I'll get stronger, right? In this world, there's no such thing as being comfortable when getting beaten. Just keep trying till you drop everyone. Then, with a face that couldn't be more serious, Baek Kyan drew his sword and pointed it at the protagonist as if he agreed to this brutal training method. If there was a cut on that face, your already ugly impression would get even worse. Chung Myung smirked because it was clear the protagonist liked a Baek Kyan like this. No matter how much he was beaten and tormented, he would never give up. Only then would the Mount Hua sect soon rise again and stand at the top of the 9 great sects, one union renowned throughout the world. Baek Kyan immediately drew his sword and charged at Chung Myung. Take this, you rotten brat, inside him. Now, anger was boiling, wanting to return what that bloodthirsty mongrel had done to him. Thinking about it more, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. Besides their internal energy doubling, they also got to train with that monster twice a day. For a martial artist, this was like a dream opportunity. The journey to that distant place became even more distant and more painful with each passing day. Will the stars of Mount Hua even survive to reaching on? The horse-drawn carriage slowly moved along the rough, rocky road, carrying inside a true monster. And 4 soon-toed monsters. According to the plan, if they changed horses and ran continuously without stopping, they might have already reached Sichuan. But because Chung Mang's training plan interrupted them, the situation was now a bit different. What on earth are they doing? Lai Bao wondered. No matter how strong they were, they'd be broken and battered after being beaten like that all the time. From Li Bao's perspective, he completely couldn't understand what the two sides were doing. Chung Miang was so stubborn that he beat and cursed his senior brothers and uncle. And the senior brothers and uncle, even though they were beaten to the point of fainting the next day at training time, their eyes were filled with killing intent as they charged at Chongyang. Since when did Mount Hua become such a barbaric sect? Although everyone said that Mount Hua had declined. If all of Mount Hua's disciples trained as diligently as the people here, it wouldn't be long before Mount Hua regained its glory of over 100 years ago. That is if they didn't die from internal injuries before then. Lai Bao stared at the Mount Hua disciples being beaten half to death. For the 5 days it took to get here, the Mount Hua disciples were beaten black and blue by the protagonist. No matter how healthy they were, after being beaten like that, no one could stand up. Getting beaten can make them stronger. There's such a logic. But the truth was that unbelievable thing was happening right in front of Li Bao. Yun Jiang spat and fell forward after taking a fatal punch. As usual, he fell to the ground, his whole body curled up and shaking. Chung Miang cursed as he looked at his senior brothers and uncle lying flat on the ground. The only thing you guys are getting better at is faking it. Circulate your energy and get yourselves together. The divine dragon of Mount Hua turned and went into the bushes for a quick nap. Baek Kian covered his face, but still managed to ask where he was going and if he would be long. It sounded funny, but it was clear everyone just hoped that bastard would be caught by a wild animal. Surely, each of them was thinking of the primal heavenly lord, praying that old immortal would descend to save them from their miserable, wretched lives. Zhou Gul angrily shook his fist at his junior brother, disappearing into the bushes. Don't let me break your nose or you'll fall on your face. What nonsense are you talking? If he falls, his nose would just break the ground, let alone your fist. While Zhou Gul was fuming, Baek Kian was staring at Chung Mang's back for a different reason. With hesitant and incomprehensible thoughts, he started mumbling something that made everyone endure their pain and become curious. Hello fellow viewers, Return of the Blossoming Blade has published its latest chapter. Please hit the subscribe button to follow along with me. Koi Zhou Gul turned over, looked at the sky while panting, and looked at his senior. Baek Kian hesitated to answer, thought for a moment with a strange expression, and then spoke. Hey you guys, have you ever seen Chung Mang sweat? Hearing this, the other 3 were startled. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm just asking if you've ever seen him sweat. Yun Jiang tilted his head. This was indeed a bit strange. However, no one had paid attention, but then it was Zhou Gul's turn to mumble. Come to think of it, even in the sword tomb, Chung Miang didn't sweat. He's a bloodthirsty monster, so that's normal. Red Hair has been thinking a lot lately, hasn't he? Before continuing to ask his senior why he was concerned, Baek Kian's expression became even stranger, hard to read. His senior's gaze started to shift towards the divine dragon of Mount Hua, who had announced a 5-minute break to relieve himself. I clearly saw that the back of his neck was drenched in sweat. This meant that the guy who once fought to a draw with a Wang elder was now getting exhausted fighting them. If it were other people, they might have jumped for joy at their own growth. But Baek Kian was a calm person because with their current strength, they were still not enough to face Hyo Sanja. After staring at that spot for a while, Baek Kian spoke as if he was choked up, telling the group to stand up. As for Chung Miang, he was lying in a place where his senior brothers and uncle couldn't see him. The protagonist looked at the sparkling stars in the sky. signed to his senior brother Chung about his many headaches, lying there panting with sweat dripping all over his body. Acupoint stimulation was easy to say, but it wasn't about randomly pressing acupoints. It was one of the most difficult techniques that even masters found hard to perform. Transferring one's own primal energy into another's body and then delivering strikes in a reasonable manner was not an easy task. If it was too strong, their chi and blood would be severely damaged. If it was too light, the acupoint stimulation would be meaningless. It had to be a reasonable force. So, this was a technique where the practitioner had to understand each person's primal energy to deliver the strikes accurately. Chung had eaten the primordial CAOS pill and his strength had also increased a level. So this was something he could try. Of course, each time his concentration was completely drained to the point his mind was empty. If it were the Chung of the past, he certainly wouldn't have overexerted himself like this for others. Because at that time, Chung believed that quickly increasing his overall strength was better than training. But the current protagonist was not the plum blossom sword saint of the past. Actually, even without his help, those kids would eventually absorb all the primal energy of the primordial chaos pill. Basically, the primal energy of the pill wasn't hard to absorb because they had already reached that level. Although anyone could climb to the top of a not-so-high mountain with effort, there would still be a gap between those who reached the top earliest and those who came later. Because if they became stronger a few years earlier than others, they could go further than others in the future. Therefore, Chung wanted to help them quickly become stronger with each passing moment. Even though it was a path many times more difficult, he still had one comfort. Their will was amazing. Remembering the image of his senior brothers. An uncle who, despite being beaten half to death, still charged at him with blazing fighting spirit, the protagonist couldn't help but chuckle. Every day, seeing them get a little stronger, a desire to teach them a little more welled up in his heart. Isn't that right, Sect leader's senior brother? Chung mumbled while looking at the night sky, and it seemed Chung was smiling. The divine dragon of Mount Hua, once renowned throughout the world as the Plum Blossom Sword, Saint was now feeling burdened by something he had never had to worry about. Then Chung circulated his internal energy to dry all the sweat on his body. He tidied his clothes neatly. Now only fatigue remained on his face, but it was okay. Perhaps the time had come sooner than he thought. Now they were no longer a burden, but had become solid comrades supporting him from behind. Those damn bastards. How could they know this inner turmoil? The protagonist grumbled as he returned to the spot where he had just been beating up his senior brothers and uncle. As soon as he jumped out of the bush, he wondered what those strange expressions were. He thought they would be lying flat on the ground or sprawled on the carriage, but they had stood up and been waiting for some time. Unconsciously, Chung also asked why. Don't you guys know how to rest? Baek Kyan tilted his head. We've only trained this much and you're telling us to rest. Joe also smirked provocatively. If you're tired, just get on the carriage and sleep. Yun Jiang wouldn't be outdone. Don't tell me you're already exhausted after just that. You all drew her sword and pointed it at Chung Myeon. If I poke a hole in you, it will cool you down. Indeed, from such a small detail that was hard to notice, it was enough to lift everyone's spirits. The veins on his forehead moved down to his arm, his fist clenched tightly. Chung was also excited. Looks like you all still need to learn more. If you like, I'll take you all on at once. The 4 stars of the Mount Hua sect shouted. One wanting to break their junior brother's neck, another wanting to gouge out the divine dragon of Mount Hua's eyes. Chung chuckled at the scene. I'm very satisfied, you worthless lot. Perhaps up in the heavens, the late Chung was also at peace because Mount Hua had improved so much. And so time flew by. Finally, the carriage carrying the Mount Hua disciples arrived at the capital of Sichuan. The center of this place was the magnificent and most developed city in the Great Ming, Chengdu. The 4-horse carriage immediately attracted everyone's attention. A force capable of traveling in a 4-horse carriage must be extremely noble. So, it was understandable that people were curious. The door opened and from inside the Mount Hua disciples slowly stepped out. Everyone started whispering among themselves. The reason for all this was that the disciples' appearance was no longer human. "We're only halfway to Sichuan," Yin Jiang said weakly after getting over his motion sickness. "So, when we get to Yunnan, if we had just 2 more days, we could have really accomplished something." Chung was also tired, but his complexion wasn't as bad as his drowned-looking senior brothers and uncle. Their eyes drew. Their heads trembled and their shoulders slumped back. While the Mount Hua disciples were talking, Liaba had already gotten off the carriage. He wanted to go to the Merchant Guild's branch to maintain the vehicle. So, he invited the group to come along. The Yinha Merchant Guild had ordered its branch in Sichuan to gather information about Yunnan in advance. Although it was very good, Baek-Ion understood that it was still not enough. Frankly, with the current information-gathering ability of the Yinha Merchant Guild, getting information about Yunnan was relatively difficult. In the past, it was true that the Merchant Guild had traded goods from Yunnan, but in reality, that was only done through intermediaries, which were smaller merchant guilds. In other words, the Yunnan Merchant Guild couldn't find a way to enter Yunnan. From now on, the area the Taoist masters were going to was no longer within the scope of the Merchant Guild support. Baek-Ion once again thanked them on behalf of his companions and then Li Bao drove the carriage away. As soon as the carriage started rolling, he turned to look at his junior disciple and junior sister as if to ask, "Now what?" "We came here to find a way to Yunnan, not to cause trouble. Sichuan City is the territory of the Sichuan Tang clan. Not far from here is the Qingchong sect. So many Taoists will appear here. Although not many, it's also possible we'll meet disciples of the Amaze sect, so everyone must behave properly. You don't need to worry, senior uncle. The senior brothers will know what to do." Baek-Ion's face tensed up in annoyance because the one he was worried about was the bastard who had just spoken. Then, with the demeanor of a leader, Baek-Ion ordered them to split up to gather information. "First, we'll stop by the beggar's Sect branch. However, it's highly likely that merchants will know more about Yunnan than the beggar's sect. So, we should also investigate in that direction." The divine dragon of Mount Hua found it all too hopeless and was about to go find a drink. "Hold your tongue. Every little bit helps. We need to gather even the smallest pieces of information. After all, beyond this land, they would be entering a region that had cut off diplomatic ties with the outside world. Therefore, he wanted to be meticulous in gathering anything he could, even if it was just a little bit of information. The streets inside Chengdu were quite bustling, many times more crowded than White. Asking for information was not exactly easy, as everyone was wary of the Mount Hua disciple. Someone to ask merchants. Another sought out beggars and Zhou Gul looked for a tavern owner. The senior sister was a bit different. Being an introvert, she didn't need to ask. As for Chong Miang, he was already bored from the beginning, so he didn't care. After the group had made a round, they gathered at a famous inn. Of course, when the waiter brought the food, no one wanted to pick up their chopsticks. Isn't Sichuan the land bordering Yunnan? How can there be so little information? Yun Jiang couldn't hide his bewilderment at the words of the beggar's sect branch leader. Yunnan is a land where beggars can't survive. So, how can we get information? The merchant guilds were the same. Not to mention the route. Even the information was still a big fat zero. Not exactly. Zhou Gul started to speak with a dazed face. The beggar said, "Might not have any information about Yunnan, but there's no way the merchants don't. They clearly know. They just aren't telling us because there's no reason to. They don't get any benefit from it, do they?" Baek-Ion retorted that he had given them a few coins for drinks. Wasn't that enough? We have to take off this plum blossom pattern. Sichuan was more hostile to outsiders than they thought. Basically, they were quite far from the central region of the Central Plains and had some historical issues. There were even rumors that people from Sichuan would not be chosen as officials to work in the government. And above all, the Tang clan was very influential. If you wanted to live here, you had to watch their mood. How could such people welcome people from other regions, especially when they were wearing martial uniforms with a sect pattern that wasn't the Tang clan? Chung Miang, who had been silent all this time, suddenly pouted, "Then you should have told me sooner." Zhou Gul squinted and replied, "What would have done? Would you have taken off your uniform?" The protagonist puffed out his chest. "Hide the fact that I'm a disciple of Mount Hua? No way. I'd rather be discriminated against." Then, who was the bastard who wore a mask and snuck out at night? In short, Zhou Gul thought that the method of gathering information was not working. If we really want to get information, we should get the Tang clan's help, or if we can't do that, we have to hide the fact that we're outsiders. The group nodded in agreement. Just then, Yun Zhang turned and asked, "But how do you know so much?" "Wait a minute. You're from Sichuan. I vaguely remember hearing that when you first joined the sect." Zhou looked like he was about to die. In the end, he could only sigh. Baek Kian understood everything. If they weren't from Sichuan, it would be hard for them to know these truths. "Aren't you the son of a merchant? We could go to your family sect instead of wandering around here, right? How bad is your personality that you don't like guests at home? You want us to keep running around like this? What a bastard." Chung Mang tried to stuff all the food into his mouth and then accused both Baek Kian and Zhou Gul of being stingy. And the type to run away from home. So now they didn't dare show their faces at home. Senior Uncle Baek Kian will understand your feelings. He was flustered and quickly denied that he left on his own. No one dared to kick him out. "Anyway, since things have turned out this way, let's just drop by your house and see." That sentence was directed straight at Zhou, who was sitting there looking dejected. In the end, because of the primordial chaos pill, he had a sigh and agree. And so, everyone stepped out of the inn with slightly brighter faces. Zhou Gul led them to a place hidden deep inside the city, the Chengdu Merchant Guild. When Chung Mang saw it, he thought his senior brother's family was too poor. So, the reason he joined Mount Hua was to revive his family's sect. Anyway, senior brother Zhou Gul has his cute side. We should go and greet his parents, right? It seemed there was some mistake as red hair sullenly walked away to the side, making the group turn their heads to follow. "Not that way, this way." Zhou Gul turned back to remind them. The group had been turning back and forth for a while now, but all they saw was a wall. They had to turn so much that their necks were about to break. Before they spotted an extremely large gate. Chung Miang's eyes trembled. The fence was so vast that it was impossible to take everything in at a glance. And interspersed with it was a classy main gate with a sign above it that read "Foresees Merchant Guild." Suddenly, Chung turned to stare at Zhou Gul several times and then began to speak in a voice that couldn't be more trembling. "Oh my God. So senior brother is the son of a rich chairman pretending to be poor. I'm so impressed." Everyone looked from a huge pavilion to Zhou. The focus of attention kept shifting between the two. Chung Mang's jaw dropped, half believing, half doubting, thinking his senior brother was just a servant in this family. A person's life is revealed on their face. Looking at your face? Senior brother. Who would think you're from a rich family? Anyone would think you just crawled out of some poor remote village. Joel couldn't take it anymore and kicked Chung Mang away. He invited him home and he was still grumbling nonsense. Yun Jiang also asked with a doubtful tone, "Didn't you tell me your family was just a small merchant guild in a remote village?" Zhou Gul put his hands on his head in frustration under his senior brother's suspicious gaze. "Is it really that we're to be the child of a rich chaebol family?" Chung Mian, who had just been kicked in the butt, returned. "It could happen. Things like this are common. The young master of a rich family is treated coldly, can't stand it, and runs away from home. A hero's tale." It seemed their noisy chatter had reached inside. Who dares to cause a commotion in front of the Foresees Merchant Guild's main gate? The gate was so heavy that it took 2 to 3 servants to open it easily. The grand main gate swung open and an old man with sharp eyes stepped forward with a haughty attitude. He glared fiercely at the Mount Hua disciples and then shouted, "You are too bold." But in the end, the Grand Steward had to widen his eyes in surprise when he saw the young master had returned. "Isn't this the second young master? Oh my God, you've become so dignified." In the old man's eyes, it seemed the Mount Hua disciples didn't exist. He just hugged Zhou Gul with a teary face. Chung Mong whispered into Yun Zhan's ear, "They're so close. They must not have seen each other in a long time. You really can't judge a person by their appearance." But who would have guessed that Zhou Gul was from such a rich family? Yun Zhang knew his own background was about to be investigated, so he said he was just an orphan. "That's right. Looking at your miserable face, how could you be from a rich family?" After the heartfelt embrace, the steward quickly reminded a servant to go inside and inform the master that the second young master had returned. If not for the master's order, the old man would probably have gone to Mount Hua to find the young master several times. The disciples of Mount Hua who lived in poverty were sensitive to money matters. So when they found out Zhou Gul was from a rich family, they felt as if a brilliant light was emanating from him. The steward led them inside. His father and mother, dressed in silk clothes that exuded elegance and nobility, still looked worried when they saw their son. The middle-aged woman rushed over and hugged Zhou Gul tightly. Chung Myong, watching from behind, lamented his own fate. "Unlike me, their family is truly happy." And so, a disciple of Mount Hua was reunited with his family. The remaining Mount Hua disciples could only feel pain seeing the happiness on their senior and junior brother's face. And when night fell, a lavish feast was prepared. Zhou's fate was truly top class. Chung Myong looked at the plate of food and sighed. Compared to being born into a rich family, he was reborn as a poor beggar child. Just look at that feast table and you'll understand. Zhou Gul cleared his throat loudly. Once you join a sect, all senior and junior brothers are the same. What does family background matter? 3 orphans and 1 runaway stood stiffly like statues. Veins popped on their foreheads. Of course, they had to calculate because no one was happy. Seeing Baek Chan hesitate, Chung Myong nodded with a pained expression. "It's okay, senior uncle, because you were kicked out of your house. You bastard. I told you I went to Mount Hua to learn martial arts." He completely ignored Baek Kyan's excuse and said with a trembling voice, "With so much money, why didn't Zhou Gul bring some back to contribute to the Mount Hua sect? This is my family's money, not mine. I can't just spend it as I please." "You could have just asked. Just a few coins would have given Mount Hua food and clothing." Yun Zhang and the senior sister added, calling him a liar and a cheapskate. Seeing Zhou Gul's awkwardness, Baek Kyan stepped in to mediate. "We shouldn't push him so hard. It was all a misunderstanding. And now that it's clear, our lives will improve a little, but public opinion never went in a good direction." Chung Myong invited the 2 orphans to follow him, not forgetting to mock. "Who would dare to befriend rich young masters like you, too?" The group sat around the dining table. The protagonist continued to ask Zhou Gul about the master's intentions. His senior brother sighed deeply, bit his nails, and said he hadn't discussed anything yet. "The time I promised to stay at Mount Hua has long passed. According to that promise, I should have returned last year to help with family matters." "Then why didn't you go?" Chung asked while chewing noisily. "Why?" "Because you showed up, you brat." Truly, Zhou wouldn't voice those thoughts. In short, that's what happened. That's why my father now thinks that I'll stay with the family now that I'm back. I have to clear up this misunderstanding first. Even the divine dragon of Mount Hua agreed. If it was difficult, he could just stay home and the others would go to Yunnan. However, Joe refused, wanting to go with everyone with such a noble status. Why do you have to do that? Hearing this, Yun Jiang timidly asked as he was also a bit confused. You can't tell just by looking. I don't know where this is, but judging by its scale, it's probably no less than the Una Merchant Guild. Someone like I should just stay home, enjoy life, get married, have kids. Looking at you, I see you're quite similar to the young master of the Merchant Guild. Truly, wealth and nobility breed. It's... Every time Hang Jiang Yui came to Mount Hua, he would bow so low his head almost touched the ground. Just thinking about that image, his assessment of Zhou Gul's status began to plummet. And this time it was Zhou Gul's turn to tremble at their reaction. He ignored the comparison and asked Baek Kian to speak on his behalf about the long journey to Un. The master will surely know about our route and how to find the purple wood grass. If there's anything difficult to say, just say it all. I'll help if I can, but if not, don't blame me. A moment later, things were not as expected as a voice filled with anger rang out. After so many years away, you come back and ask for the way to Yin. Do you even know what that place is like? Hearing that, he quickly closed his eyes. He didn't know when his father's hair had turned white. It's already been a year since the day you promised you'd return. And after coming back so late, you're not staying home. His voice was filled with anger. But Joe also knew he was more worried and sorry for him than angry. Sooner or later, he had to face this. The Mount Hua disciple raised his head and resolutely said he had to go to Yunnan with everyone. The thing you must do is return to the family and take over the merchant guild. Isn't Big Brother taking care of that? The master shouted to cut off his son's mumbling. The family tradition is that all members contribute to maintaining the business. Zhou Gul mentioned his promise to the Mount Hua sect leader again, but he had forgotten how he had also promised his father. If it's come to this, then so be it. He didn't deny or belittle his son's words. In fact, Zhou Piong sent his son to Mount Hua, so he would suffer and reconsider. But now that son was determined to stay at Mount Hua and give up his family after many years away from home, the change was clear on Zhou Gul's face. Just seeing that expression made the master even sadder because he had forgotten the place where he was born so quickly. Although he understood his nature, how could he watch his son walk into a death trap? Zhou Gul bit his lip. In the end, their goals in this conversation were like two parallel lines. Clearly aware of his own mistake, he still asked for the way to Yunnan. This is something I must do as a man, a disciple of Mount Hua. If I can't complete this, I can't do anything else. Please, Father, allow me to have my own way one more time. Zhou Piong let out a heavy sigh and stood up decisively. He paced back and forth, not wanting to be away from his son. You know how dangerous the road to Yunnan is, and you still want to go. Also don't know how to get to Yunnan safely. So when you go, pay attention. Yunnan's pu'er tea is being traded in Chengdu. If there were no trade route, this couldn't be done. Even though the Nan Manbi Palace is blocking it, we are still finding a sufficient supply source. Despite being in Sichuan for only a short time, Zhou Gul had proven his talent for quickly gathering information. It was a waste for such a talented person to practice sword fighting. And Zhou Peion's son also asked to go with the merchant guild as a laborer. Suddenly, a voice of refusal rang out. Of course, the owner of that protest was not Zhou Peion. While Lin Pai, who have been sitting quietly listening to their conversation with your status. Why would you risk it? What parent would allow that? Changing your identity and going to Yunnan is too much to agree to. Zhou Gul's parents put down their teacups and flatly demanded their son give up his intention. Although his father had reluctantly accepted, the most important person in the house still remained. Zhou Gul knew what he had to do because the one with the final say in this matter was definitely Lin Pai. How could he deceive his parents after being reunited with him after 5 years? Zhou Gul spoke with spirit, holding his mother's hand. Didn't you always tell me that if I want to lead the merchant guild, I must be ready to face danger? So, how can I avoid all challenges and always stay under my parents' protection? In many things, he wouldn't go against his family's wishes. But since Mount Hua's revival as a disciple, how could he shirk his responsibility? The matter was decided. Zhou Gul would go, even if his mother forbade it. She also had a sigh, looking at the master and wondering if there was something so precious that he insisted on going. Just then, Zhou Peiyang spoke in a strange voice and looked at his son. Do you have to go there? What if I don't allow it? Zhou Gul's eyes were filled with determination and pride for the martial uniform he wore. He would still go to Yunnan even if he had to walk or if his father forbade it. How could he not be angry? The master looked at his son with a terrifying gaze, but Zhou Gul just calmly met his father's gaze. After a moment of staring, he sighed as if trying to hold back his helplessness. His second son had truly grown up, and that wasn't about. In the end, the master agreed. However, he needed to check the Mount Hua disciples to see if they were trustworthy enough to entrust his son's life to. This is my final concession. If you don't agree, let's just drop this. Zhou Peiyang's words spun in Zhou Gul's head, and then he also agreed but asked his father to spare one person. The next morning, in the inner hall of the Four Seas Merchant Guild, that's the situation which why I've called you here. Please feel free to speak as if you were at home. Baek Kyan heavily formed a fist and palm salute. I have been rude for greeting you so late. I am Baek Kyan, a second-generation disciple of Mount Hua. I hope you will be lenient and forgive my shortcomings for unexpectedly visiting my junior's family without prior notice. The image of the first-generation disciple in a white martial uniform was so dignified that even men were astonished upon seeing him. A person with a handsome appearance and impeccable manners. The master thought this person was truly courteous, although the person sitting on the left was not as outstanding. Just a glance told Zhou Pangong that his eyes were calm and profound. And the woman sitting next to him was so beautiful that he had never met anyone so beautiful in his entire life. He never expected Mount Hua to have so many talented individuals. However, the master had to ask about the person in the last position. Since arriving, the child had not taken his eyes off the wine jar in front of him. He stared at the wine jar so intently it seemed he could drink it with his eyes. Baek Kyan waved his hand. Please don't mind him. You wanted to ask about our situation and everything. I wish to go to Yunnan. Before the many expectant eyes, Zhou Peiyang sighed and looked at his son. I want to be sure that I can trust you when I send my son to the dangerous land of Yan'an. Therefore, the reason I invited you here is to see if you are worthy of me entrusting my son's life to you. I'm truly at a loss when my son, who has just returned after 5 years, insists on going to Yunnan. Zhou Gul, who had always held his head high with pride even when facing others' wrath, was now lowering his eyes before Baek Kyan's gaze. He turned to the master and said, You don't have to worry about this. If you say so, I understand. After all, what parent would want their son to walk into a death trap? After speaking, Baek Kyan closed his eyes as if he was struggling with an internal conflict. In the end, the first-generation disciple had to choose the best option in this situation. I will not take Zhou Gul. Therefore, I hope the Merchant Guild Master can tell us the way to Yunnan. Senior uncle, Zhou Gul, shut up. I won't let you all go without me. Even if my leg is broken, I will crawl there. Please don't leave me behind. Sit down, senior. Uncle, I told you to sit down. Zhou Gul resentfully bit his lip and sat down. Seeing your uncle, the sect leader told me to go to Yunnan and complete this task. So, you can't stop me either. You really think so? Goodbye. If the sect leader knew about this, would he still let you go to Yunnan? Baek Kyan spoke with a firm voice. The sect is important, but the family is also important. Is there any teaching that tells you to go against your parents' wishes? Senior uncle damn teachings. Chung Mayan, who had been focused on the wine jar all this time, said nonchalantly. Being able to do as you please is the true path. Beck looked at Chung Myong as if he was about to explode. Sit still. No, that's not it. Senior uncle, what's not it? What? Our journey to Yunnan. Be any easier if we left senior brother behind? Then we could just suffer a little more. Beck Kyan's face stiffened. This is a matter of Joe Ghoul's family, but this is also a matter of our sect. Chung Mong spoke with a serious voice without any of his usual playfulness. Beck Kyan also confronted him with a serious face. Senior uncle, you're not the one to decide whether the family or the sect is more important here. The one who decides that is his senior brother Joe Ghoul. Even if you're the person with the highest status to him, you can't force him because this depends on his heart. That's right. It's his feelings. That sentence stunned Beck Kyan. Seeing Beck Chan speechless, Chung Myong turned to look at Joe Ghoul. Senior brother, what do you want? Can I decide for myself? Of course, but if we want to go to Yunnan, we need the help of your family. Damn it, Chung Myong shouted, cutting Joe Ghoul off. Then he unhesitatingly turned back to grab the wine jar. The sound of him guzzling wine echoed. Ah! Chung Mang wiped his mouth with his sleeve and laughed. Why are you so worried? Who do you think you are? Either way, I'm going to smash the heads of East Palace mob. So, don't worry about it. Just do what you want. Chung Myong flexed his arm, revealing his bulging muscles. Joe Ghoul burst out laughing at his appearance. I don't know why, but seeing him like this makes me feel at ease. Joe Ghoul said with a bright expression. Just then, knock, a voice rang out along with the sound of knocking on the door. Master, what is it? What's wrong there? There's a guest at this time of night. This is the 4-seat Merchant Guild. But the status of the Merchant Guild here could be compared to the heavens. Knocking on a Merchant Guild's door at night was extremely rude. In Chengdu, there were only 2 types of people who were that rude. But the status of the Merchant Guild here could be compared to the heavens. One type were those who came even knowing it was rude because of extremely urgent business. The other type were those who didn't even think about being polite to the Merchant Guild. Those of the first type could be anyone, but those of the second type in Sichuan, there was only one. Zhou Peiyong could vaguely guess who the visitor was from the servant's tone. Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Sir, you can't go in here. Please wait here. Sir, you're not allowed to go that way. Zhou Pong quickly walked out and opened the door. Sure enough, the sight of a crowd of servants hit his eyes. Besides them were a few people trying to push past his servants to get inside. There were 3 of them. They looked quite young and were walking leisurely through the crowded servants. Blue martial uniforms and grayish hands. With just those 2 characteristics, it wasn't hard to recognize them as experts in using flying daggers and hidden weapons in the martial world. Stand down. Yes, master. Only then did all the servants move to the sides to clear a path. The faces of the 3 people also became clearer. Zhao Pangong's face gradually stiffened. It seemed his suspicions were correct. Why at this time? It is a great honor to meet the master of the 4 Seas Merchant Guild. The leader formed a fist and palm salute. Zhou Peiyong also returned the salute. Zhao Pangong became extremely alarmed as soon as he saw the person's face. Aren't you young hero Tang? Greetings, master. The leader was Tang Jin, one of the young masters of the Sichuan Tang clan. Tang Jin, the 5th young master of the Sichuan Tang clan's head. If it were the 5th young master of the head of another sect, he would be nothing more than a collateral relative with no power. But the Sichuan Tang clan was different. Where bloodline determined everything and inheritance was entirely based on bloodline. Even being the 5th young master of the Tang clan's head was no different from being at the center of power. Although he was still young and couldn't hold important positions in just a decade, it was highly likely he would become a core member of the Tang clan. Such a person had stormed into the Four Seas Merchant Guild late at night. Zhou Piong's face darkened. It seemed he had come with no good intentions. Zhou Piong quickly spoke when he didn't receive a reply from the people opposite him. It is a great honor for me to meet the heroes of the Tang clan, but frankly, I am very worried that I won't be able to receive you properly when you arrive without any prior notice like this. Those were Zhou Piong's words of reproach for this late-night visit. But then Tang Jin just smiled brightly in response. We had to be so rude because the competitive spirit in our hearts could not be quelled. I hope the guild master will not blame us. Young hero just mentioned competitive spirit. That's right. Tang Jin's gaze shifted behind Zhou Piong. Zhou Piong quickly realized he was staring at the pavilion and quickly spoke. I heard that the second young master of your esteemed family has returned after training in a distant place. Zhou Piong bit his lip at Tang Jin's rudeness. The news has already reached the Tang clan. Joel had only been back for less than half a day. Even if this was Chengdu, the news traveled too fast. This showed how completely the Tang clan controlled Chengdu. Isn't that right? Zhou Piong frowned at Tang Jin's somewhat pointed words. That's right. My incompetent son has just returned home. Zhou Piong said nothing more. Just quietly waited for Tang Jin's next question. He needed to grasp their intentions for coming here. Ha ha. Zhou Gul, the second young master of the Four Seas Merchant Guild, is also a talent that our Tang clan wants to recruit. That's why when the Merchant Guild sent the young master to another place, our master felt very heartbroken. Zhou Piong was startled when the word master was uttered. Not good at all. Although it wasn't said directly, this meant that their visit here represented the Tang clan. We came here to confirm one thing. Young hero said confirm. That's right. Tangon smiled. I heard that young Master Zhu has joined Mount Hua. Is that true? That's right. Young Master Zhou Gul refused to join the Tang clan to learn martial arts in order to join Mount Hua. What did the young master gain from such a distant place? We need to know that to feel less heartbroken. Zhou Piong bit his lip lightly. I knew this would happen, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Most of the sons of the powerful families in this city had to join the Tang clan to learn martial arts. Of course, they wouldn't be taught the core technique of poison or hidden weapons because only direct descendants of the Tang clan could learn the Tang clan's secret techniques. They were even so concerned about their secret techniques leaking out that the daughters of the Tang clan were not allowed to learn them. Only the men of the Tang clan were allowed to learn the Tang clan's hidden weapon techniques. In other words, the sons of the powerful families who joined the Tang clan only learned miscellaneous things for many years. Through these unreasonable actions, the Tang clan made it so that all the sons of the powerful families in the city could not focus on learning proper martial arts. This made them reliant on the Tang clan and gave them the feeling that they were a collateral branch of the Tang clan. This process had been repeated for over 100 years, and as a result, the Tang clan now completely controlled all the prominent families in the city. Zhou Gul had refused to participate in this process. Why should I become a puppet? Zhou Piong had also tacitly agreed with that opinion. He wanted to prevent his son from becoming a puppet in the Tang clan. But if he dared to send his son to another sect outside of Sichuan, he would have to face the wrath of the Tang clan. And so after much deliberation, he chose Mount Hua. It was a weakened sect and could not become a threat to the Tang clan. Moreover, in the past, they had also had a reputation. So, as long as he did well, his son could improve his own abilities. The important thing was that it was very far from Sichuan. As you already know, my son has joined the Mount Hua sect. Mount Hua is a sect that has declined both in name and in reality. I sent my son there only because he likes swords. I know. But the statement that Mount Hua has declined is somewhat incorrect. Currently, Mount Hua's reputation is spreading throughout the Four Seas. Huh? What does that mean? What else? The guild master is a merchant, so why is his news gathering so slow now? The reputation of the Mount Hua sect is resounding throughout the Central Plains. Among them, the third-generation disciples Zhou Gul and Yun Jiang. The second-generation disciples Baek Kian and Yu Isil are names that everyone knows. Zhou Peng's eyes trembled. They must be exaggerating because they came here to threaten him. But the names that Tang Jin mentioned completely match the people who came here with his son. Even for the Yin clan. It was impossible to know the identities of people who had just arrived in such a short time. If that was the case, it seemed that the rumor of Zhou Gul's name resounding throughout the martial world was true. Is my son really among them? Especially the divine dragon of Mount Hua. I heard that the one known as the number one rising star of the generation. The divine dragon of Mount Hua is here. Although I am nothing compared to him, a person said to be the number one rising star of the generation is here. How can I not pay a visit? The divine dragon of Mount Hua, renowned throughout the world, came here with him. If that's the case, then young hero Tang means, could it be young hero Baek Kian? Ha ha. Tangon laughed absurdly. Guild Master, are you going to keep pretending like this? I don't know if it's because you only travel around Yunnan and Sichuan that you don't get news from the martial world, or if the Guild Master is intentionally trying to deceive me. Deceive? Why would I do that? Alright, that's not important right now. Anyway, Tang Jin quickly cut him off. I want to meet the Mount Hua disciples who have come to Chengdu as a representative of the Tang clan. I wonder if he could call him out here. Of course, that includes the Guild Master's son. Zhao Peng's gaze shifted behind him. What should I do? In Sichuan, especially Chengdu, once you set foot here, you couldn't disregard the Tang clan's request. But the Taoist masters of Mount Hua were now Zhou Gul's seniors in the sect and guests of the Merchant Guild. Bringing esteemed guests before the beard, fangs and claws of the Tang clan was not a good idea at all. They would respect the guild master's face and not touch Joel. But what about the others? So, what should I do now? I understand what young hero wants to say, but it's late today and my guests are probably resting peacefully. Please, young hero. Before he could finish, Tang Jin cut him off. Resting peacefully. It's still so early. It seems the disciples of Mount Hua are very lazy. Zhao Pangong explained they had traveled a long way. Tangon suddenly raised his voice. This is a matter of the Tang clan. Is the guild master now obstructing the Tang clan's business? How would I dare? Zhou Paion's face had turned ashen. In Chengdu, anyone who knew the consequences of opposing the Tang clan would react just like Zhou Paiong. Tangon smiled slightly. I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean to threaten the guild master. No. Tangon glanced behind Zhou Paiong and continued. The disciples of the Mount Hua sect have no self-respect. You clearly heard what I said, but still deliberately hide behind the Four Seas Merchant Guild like this just then. Hey, endure it. We have to endure it. This is Sichuan. Brat. The sect leader told us not to cause trouble. Ow. Grab that brat quick. Yeah. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from inside and immediately boom. With a powerful sound, the door just flew into the sky. Seeing the door land right beside him, Tang Jin blinked and looked up. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Tangon and his men quickly dodged the kicked-in door. Still not over his shock, Chung continued to chug the wine bottle. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Tangon turned to ask, You are? And who the hell are you? Chung asked back and shouted loudly, What kind of bastard comes here in the middle of the night causing trouble? Are you tired of living? More than anger, Tangon felt incredulous. The teaching from his family not to be provoked in any situation was restraining him. Squinting to get a better look at the person who stepped out of the door. Instead of getting provoked, the fifth young master saw the martial uniform with the plum blossom pattern of Mount Hua. A rude reaction, a flushed face, and a wine jar in hand. Has the youth of today thrown all etiquette to the dogs? I bet they're going to say, "Do you know who my father is?" Right. Asking for someone's name before introducing yourself is the most basic etiquette. Just then, the others, also wearing Mount Hua martial uniforms, rushed out of the room as if to refute that assessment. Sorry everyone, he's too drunk. Go back to sleep. The Mount Hua disciples started grabbing the drunkard's limbs and dragging him away. If it ended there, everything could have been laughed. But someone accidentally called out Chung Myon's name. A voice full of astonishment came from Tang Jin's mouth. Is that person the divine dragon of Mount Hua? Chung Myon. Zhou Pong was also stunned after hearing that. He looked from the Mount Hua disciple to Tang Jin. No one called you. You heard wrong. Just go to sleep. The number one rising star of the current era. Perfect in both martial arts and intellect. Is that drunkard the protag? He pushed Yun Jan's hand away. I'm sure someone just called me. Among the people standing next to the slurring drunkard, there were many more outstanding ones, but no one said anything more. Chung Min took a big gulp and turned back. Young deist, are you Chung Myon? I have been rude. I am Tang Zan of the Sichuan Tang clan. The divine dragon of Mount Hua's face began to contort as he taunted. If you're from the Tang clan, you should be people of learning and etiquette. Why come here in the dead of night, causing a ruckus and demanding people? Has the Tang clan I know been wiped out? Has another Tang family established a new Tang clan? Yun Jiang beside him had to cover his mouth because those words were a bit too much. Baek Kian cleared his throat lightly and stepped in front of Tang Jin, who was witnessing the current scene with astonished eyes. I'm truly sorry, young master. We have been rude. He then introduced himself politely. I am Baek Kian of the Mount Hua Sect. So, you are the one who defeated the sword dragon of Wang. Baek Kian scratched his head. I just punched him a few times. Tang Zan's eyes turned cold. But satisfied. Anyway, I've finally met someone I can talk to. Young Master Zhou and the Tang clan have many related matters. Therefore, today right here, I want to see what young Master Zhou has learned at Mount Hua. Baek Kian's face froze slightly as Tang Jin emphasized, bring out Zhou Gul to warm up a bit. Baekhin wanted to ask him, you're not from the imperial family, so where do you get that authority? But asking would be pointless because at least in Sichuan, the Tang clan ruled this city of Qingdu like a king. If he clumsily avoided it, not just Zhou Gul, but the entire Four Seas Merchant Guild might have to bear the consequences. And that was something neither Baek Kian nor Zhou Gul wanted. Hearing the call of senior uncle from behind, everyone turned around. Tanan's gaze was also fixed there. Instead of contempt, he looked very surprised. Deliberately avoiding it was only for cowards. Zhou Gul had to step up because he was the source of today's situation. Zhou Gul called Baek Kian and stepped back. The two began to whisper. The Tang clan members certainly couldn't hear, but they understood that the second young master of the Four Seas Merchant Guild was explaining to his senior. This is the rule for those who live in Qingdu. And there's also the matter of Mount Hua's fame, spreading far and wide. Those people don't want the influential people in Qingdu to escape the Tang clan's rule. If they let me go, the children of other influential families will know they can join prestigious, righteous sects in other lands. So, they plan to embarrass me to crush those thoughts from others from the start. Baek Kian owns. Eyes were filled with disbelief. You can hear that. That is the rule of Sichuan and also the rule of the Tang clan. If Mount Hua gets involved in this, things will get more complicated. Please leave this to me. The senior uncle grumbled and then quietly nodded. All right, but wait a moment. Baek Kian walked forward again, getting closer to Tang Jin than before, wanting to know how he would verify it. Isn't it obvious? How else would a martial artist verify another martial artist? So, you want to verify the strength of Zhou Gul, the second young master of the Four Seas Merchant Guild and a disciple of Mount Hua, and then announce the result to the people of Qingdu, which is why you insisted on meeting him. Right? Though the words are a bit extreme, it's not wrong. And on this occasion, I also wanted to befriend the disciples of M. Ha! But it seems the situation doesn't allow it. Hand over Zhou Gul first. This is a matter of the Sichuan Tang clan. I will not allow anyone to interfere. Baek Kaien's smile grew wider. Of course, our Mount Hua has no intention of interfering with the Sichuan Tang clan's affairs. But there is a small problem here. Although I have no thought of interfering with the Sichuan Tang clan's affairs, aren't all the people present here wanting to verify Joel? While Tangjian was scratching his head in confusion, Baek Kaien subtly winked. It's a problem with your strength. His pupils widened. He thought he had the home field advantage, but now it was the opposite. Mount Hua was pressuring the Sichuan Tang clan. You dare to step up and demand to verify a third-generation disciple of Mount Hua. So, I must also treat you with proper respect. I will verify your strength first. Isn't that what you call fair? Becken slapped the sword at his hip and said decisively, Come on, if you can't even do this, don't even think about touching him. This is Mount Hua's business. I won't allow any bastard to interfere. Truly, these were very unexpected decisions, but they were meant to be a show of strength. The Mount Hua disciples, watching from afar, stared blankly at Baek Kaien. Chung Mon's voice was half awake, half asleep. He told me not to cause trouble, but he's causing a bigger mess. Mount Hua is truly a mess of a sect. The attitude of the fifth young master of the Sichuan Tang clan changed and became even more frustrated upon hearing the divine dragon of Mount Hua's slurring. Thinking about it, that was only natural as they had never been treated like this before. Are those Mount Hua disciples all crazy? The drunkard could be understood and ignored. But what about Baek Kaien? Was Mount Hua treating the Tang clan like some third-rate unknown sect? Mount Hua seems to be a wonderful sect to dare to stand in front of our Tang clan to protect one of its disciples. Are you sure you can handle this? Mount Hua always protects its disciples without any calculation. That should be the top priority. So why hesitate and think? Baek Kaien smiled faintly and continued to provoke. The Tang clan doesn't seem to be like that. Although this hypothesis will never come true, even if Mount Hua is destroyed because of this, not a single disciple will blame me. That is Mount Hua. Those words were touching, but the reaction of the Mount Hua stars was completely different. Just you try. I'll be the first one to blame you, senior uncle, after the sect leader does. Baek Kaien clamped his mouth shut, his face flushed. These spoiled junior disciples couldn't even keep their mouths shut at a time like this. Just as the situation was reaching its peak, the drunkest person in Mount Hua started his antics again. Chungyang peeked out from behind his senior uncle, his face still scrunched up, and asked why he liked to fight so much. Senior uncle has been stepping up all this time, but isn't this senior brother Zhou Gul's business? I know you have ambitions in these matters, senior uncle, but you've been cool enough. Now you have to give senior brother Zhou Gul a chance to show off. He just reunited with his parents and ancestors after so long. Baek Kaien's eyes trembled with embarrassment. What on earth is this guy thinking about the Tang clan? A prestigious sect of Sichuan famous for using poison and hidden weapons when facing a master from the Sichuan sect. Even those who had wandered the martial world for many years would be done for with just one small mistake. And yet he wanted to let Zhou Gul, who had little combat experience, fight against such famous figures. Chung Miang brushed it off. What's the big deal? If he dies, we bury him. If he's disabled, we treat him. Haven't you ever heard that even a tiger pushes its cub off a cliff? Chung knew exactly what Baek Kaien was worried about, but protecting and cherishing someone wasn't about helping them. Doing on a junior was the same as taking away all their experience. If Baek Kaien shouldered everything himself, the future generations would lose the opportunity for great growth. Thanks to Chung, they would minimize their losses. Does senior brother Joe Ghoul look that weak? As if sobered up, the protagonist asserted in a high-pitched voice, he will absolutely never lose. Maybe to famous elders of a world. But the Tang clan mob, don't even mention it. Baek Kyan's face hardened. What Chung Myung said showed his trust in Joe Ghoul. Perhaps he had doubted his own faith in his junior disciple. Even though they had gone through life and death together several times. I fed him so much love. Chung Mang was still chugging wine like a man who hadn't had a drink in 3 years. Whether the protagonist understood Baek Kyan's feelings or not, he turned his head to look at Joe Ghoul. If Chung Myung stepped up, this matter could probably be resolved easily because that brat was like a cunning demon. No matter what, he would find a way to solve it. But Joe Ghoul knew he couldn't keep hiding behind his junior brother. Knowing he wasn't as strong, at least Joe Ghoul wanted to be of some help. Who wanted to be called the 1000 lb deadweight of Mount Hua. If he had this thought in his head, he wouldn't have followed them to Yunnan. At the very least, he needed to become useful, and that was also the minimum requirement to stand on equal footing with the other Mount Hua disciples. Winning or losing was not the issue. The issue was the relationship between Joe Ghoul and the Sichuan Tang clan. With his thoughts clearer, Joe Ghoul confidently asked for his senior uncle's permission. I understand what you're saying, but this is something I have to resolve. The heaviness in Baek Kyan's eyes lessened. Can you do it? The second young master of the Four Seas Merchant Guild shed his sorrowful look and proudly declared he was a disciple of Mount Hua. Right now, at this moment, no words in the world could be more trustworthy than that. Baek Kyan accepted Joe Ghoul's smile and had no more doubts. He stepped back, not forgetting to offer words of encouragement for the coming victory. Weren't you the one who wanted this from the start? He said, gesturing to the sword at his hip. So, never mind Tang Zan's scowl. It only makes sense for me to fight you, doesn't it? It was one thing for Baek Kyan and Chung Myung to be arrogant. But Zhou Geology was from a merchant family. There was no way he didn't know how terrifying the Sichuan Tang clan was. Yet here he was brazenly challenging Tang Jin. The green leather gloves were items that the warriors of the Sichuan Tang clan carried. Made from deer skin specially treated so that poison could not seep through. This act was a warning that Tangon would show no mercy. The sight struck the guild leader of the Four Seas Merchant Guild, Zhou Peiyong, who seemed to completely lose his mind when he saw his son step forward. If he stepped up to protect Zhou Geology, the Tanglan's wrath would fall upon the Four Seas Merchant Guild. But right now, he couldn't think straight. But just as he was about to beg for forgiveness, his son roared out, making his unwillingness clear. Zhou Geology looked into his father's eyes, which were filled with a mix of determination, weakness, and sorrow. This isn't just about the Four Seas Merchant Guild. It's also about Mount Hua. Please trust and wait for me. Everyone held their breath, watching the upright demeanor and incredibly determined expression of the second young master. He had sent his son to learn martial arts to train his body, never expecting him to return changed like a snake that had shed its skin. Guild leader Zhou Peiyong had no choice but to close his eyes, not daring to imagine the scene of losing his son in a battle against the Tang clan. The name Tang clan was once a symbol of fear and anxiety for him, like an insurmountable wall. From the moment he was born as a descendant of a merchant family in Chengdu, the Sichuan Tang clan had always loomed over everyone like a heavenly punishment. But now after all that fear, it seemed ridiculous. Zhou Geology asked for just 3 minutes to handle this guy. Compared to the guy standing smugly in the back, Tang Jin was practically a kind-hearted kid. Zhou Geology had been fighting that monster until now. So, how could he possibly lose? Only he knew what he had gained because it was too much to describe with mere words. It could only be shown through this sword and the Tanglan's oppression of the Four Seas would end. Tang Zhen looked into those cold eyes and also prepared himself thoroughly. The two of them cupped their fists in a basic greeting before showcasing their martial arts skills. This match was not only significant for each individual, but would also boost the prestige of the winner's sect. In last episode, the fifth young master of the Sichuan Tang clan came to the Four Seas Merchant Guild late at night with the intention of fighting Zhou Jialaji. After a long and drawn-out argument, he finally succeeded in provoking the second young master of this merchant guild into a martial arts duel. What will be the outcome of this fight? And just how powerful is Tang Jin? Let's dive right in and find out. As the two were staring each other down, sparks flying, a variable suddenly appeared with the arrival of Tang Hao. Why use an ox cleaver to kill a chicken? Let me handle this. Tanga, his younger brother, suddenly stepped forward, speaking with a confident expression. If a senior disciple has to step up before the divine dragon of Mount Hua even makes a move, it wouldn't look good. Tangon nodded repeatedly. He wasn't wrong. It's important for people to act according to their station. Agreeing with his junior brother, he began to take off the gloves specialized for hidden weapons and poisons to hand them over. As he stepped back, Tang Jin didn't forget to remind his younger brother to absolutely not hold back. Tanga respectfully agreed, then stood before Zhou Jialaji and slid his hands into his sleeves. It was the characteristic opening stance of the Sichuan Tang clan. It might look strange to others, but to Zhou Jialaji, it was all too familiar. An opening stance that those who had never encountered the Sichuan Tang clan had only heard of through rumors. The weapon is not revealed, and there's no attacking posture. It looks completely harmless. But if you know the characteristics of the Tang clan, how could you be careless? Because all of this family's hidden weapons are mostly fired from within their sleeves. A blue killing intent permeated Tanga's eyes. He cupped his fist with both hands and gave a cold greeting. Zhou Jialaji politely replied, how could he forget the face of his current opponent? Who didn't know the descendants of the Four Seas Merchant Guild? They were taught from a young age to engrave the faces of their rulers in their minds. Zhou Jialaji, who couldn't even look him in the eye in the past, now dared to point his sword at him. Arrogant bastard. That look is infuriating. I'll have to take one of his arms to quench my anger. Tanga gently stroked the hidden weapons inside his sleeve. Suddenly, those feather-like objects shot out like rays of light. Seeing that his enemy couldn't react, he showed a very pleased expression. Dozens of hidden weapons, invisible to the naked eye, were flying towards Zhou Jialaji at a terrifying speed. The young master of the Tang clan already pictured the outcome in his head, thinking his opponent would die instantly. The things in his sleeves were indeed oxhair needles, very difficult to detect. He figured that if they hit, the match would be over. At that moment, Zhou Jialaji seemed unable to react, but suddenly his sword swung up with a very timely response. The oxhair needles that Tanga was so confident in were now completely useless. And perhaps he realized then that it was still too early to be surprised. Zhou Jialaji's feet stomped hard on the floor and his body shot towards Tang Hao like a bolt of lightning. The one who loses their composure cannot win. He felt the flat of Zhou Jialaji's sword striking his neck. It was just one move, but the one who delivered it was the second young master of the Four Seas Merchant Guild. Tanga's body was sent flying backward by the force of inertia, crashing hard into a corner. The most confident person who hadn't even bothered to watch the match, Tang Jin, froze in astonishment. No, the Mount Hua disciples weren't surprised. If the opponent was Chong Myung, it would be terrifying. But against someone like Tang Jin's brother, this was normal. Tanga lay there seemingly unconscious. What was even more unbelievable was how he was taken down in a single move. The Tang clan members still couldn't figure out how it was done. It would have been better if it were Tang Jin. But his turn would come soon enough. Zhou Jialaji glanced at Tanga's spot and smirked with a chuckle. He confidently stretched and puffed out his chest, waiting for the next opponent to step up while things were still hot. At this moment, just one move. Tang Jin's eyes couldn't hide his astonishment. Just a single move. He shifted his gaze to stare at Tang Hao, lying sprawled on the ground. Although Tang Hao was weaker than Tang Zan, he was still a son of the Sichuan Tang clan. Man! He was by no means the type to be easily defeated by someone from a merchant guild. Yet, such a person was knocked unconscious on the floor. Tang Jin bit his lip about to say something several times, but couldn't bring himself to speak. Unlike Tang Jin, who was trying to hide his shock, Joey's face was slightly flushed. The Tang clan was a formidable wall and a lifelong burden. His eyes were fixed on Tang, Hao lying on the ground. That wall had now crumbled. Zhou Jialaji gripped his sword tightly, his heart filled with joy and excitement. And at that very moment, a familiar voice rang out as if to slap Zhou Jialaji in the face. "Who is he?" We knew exactly who it was because that voice belonged to the damn mad dog of Mount Hua. Behind him, his senior brothers and uncle were looking on with second-hand embarrassment. The Plum Blossom Sword Saint has graced us with his presence. That sound way too epic. Zhou Jialaji's face turned red as a beet as he tried to tell himself not to turn around. He blew away his embarrassment with a cough, then drew his sword and pointed it straight at Tang Jin. His words weren't aimed at Tang Jin, but at the person standing next to him, Tang Ming. When that kid was about to jump in, his senior brother standing beside him stopped him, not allowing it. His and Tanga's abilities weren't that different. That meant if Tanga was defeated, he would be no different. Tangon gave Tang Ming a cold look and ordered him to step back and check on a useless guy lying over there. Tang Ming bit his lip, his mood extremely sour. Although they were brothers, Tanga's position and status were on a completely different level. My sincerest apologies for my brother's impedance. After Tang Ming retreated, Tang Jin turned to look at the Mount Hua disciples who were standing leisurely behind Zhou Jialaji and spoke. "I'm different from those junior brothers of mine. You should be careful." His voice rang out clearly and coldly. Zhou Jialaji's body filled with power upon hearing those words. He had fought against a disciple of the Jin generation from Wang and won without much difficulty. But it seemed that Tang Jin before him was in existence on a higher level. If he were to face Tang Jin, at the very least, Jin Gimong would have to step up. This was similar to when Baek Kyan faced Jin Gimong. Just how strong am I? Zhou Jialaji's heart pounded with more excitement than ever before. Just imagining testing his strength made his whole body tremble uncontrollably. Then Chung Mian, who was chugging wine from a jug above, saw this and spoke in the tone of a mother-in-law teaching her daughter-in-law how to wash dishes. "Hey senior brother, have I been talking to a brick wall? Why do you forget everything the moment I turn around? I hammered it into your head not to get too excited in front of strong opponent. You might as well hold your nose and dunk your face in that basin of water. Why must you die at the hands of someone else like this? In reality, even being stabbed with a knife wouldn't be this painful." He was ignoring the enemy in front of him, getting excited just because he got to fight him. Even a child holding a sword for the first time wouldn't make such a foolish mistake. The martial arts of Mount Hua prioritize subtlety at the sword's tip. If you can't control the sword perfectly, the power generated will be less than half of its normal potential. "I must be colder," he told himself. And Zhou Jialaji's eyes gradually calmed down. A real battle in the truest sense. And it held a lot of meaning for Zhou Jialaji. If you can't control your emotions, the sword's blade will never move as its master wishes. The head must be cool, and the heart must also be frozen. Only then can one have a certain level of confidence. Zhou Jialaji had been sold out by Chung Miang a dozen times. So following his junior brother's experience was very precious. Many conflicting thoughts ran through his mind. And then his inherent calmness began to take over. His sharp gaze was not easily swayed by Tang Jin's strength. All his plans were well thought out, nestled within a brain that calculated quickly from his time in business. Only after seeing that look could Chung Miang nod in satisfaction. "Stop making me repeat myself. You should know how to do it right. Figure it out on your own." Behind him, Baek Kyan was giving his junior a strange look. If he had stepped in himself, things would have been simple. But instead of choosing the easy way, Chung Miang chose to suppress his anxiety and patiently observe until the end. Baek couldn't lead the juniors like that person. He hadn't been able to step up and guide his own junior. It seems I haven't thought about the juniors as much as this kid has. The more they're sheltered, the less they can grow. If you don't take the children to the seashore just because you're afraid their knees will get scraped or they might fall into the water, then perhaps the child will never dare to touch the water in their entire life. Whether it's worry or anxiety, just trust them to walk on their own 2 feet. That is how you raise a person. Baek lightly bit his lip and stared at Zhou Jiaoloji's back. You are my junior and a disciple of Mount Hua. Yes, I trust you all. In the center of the courtyard, Tang Zan's eyes were fixed on Zhou Jiaoloji. Zhou Jiaoloji's face was focused on his sword, showing no distracting thoughts. It was an incredible level of concentration. Beyond concentration, could this kid be entering a state of selflessness? Could I concentrate to that extent? No, I can't. At least until now, Tangon thought that he was not inferior in any way. Concentration is only one part of martial arts. In the face of absolute power, it is all meaningless. The willow leaf flying daggers inside his sleeves made dreadful sounds. That scraping speed began to accelerate with the heating atmosphere. The hand inside Tang Jin's sleeve shot out like lightning, and with it 3 willow leaf flying daggers flew towards Zhou Jiaoloji at a terrifying speed. Zhou Jiaoloji's eyes flashed as he spun and knocked away 2 of the flying daggers. But it didn't stop there. The remaining daggers were closing in on him. Just as Tang Jin said, his abilities were on a completely different level compared to those 2 useless fodders, Tanga and Tangming. Will Zhou Jiaoloji be taken down by that rain of hidden weapons? Try to predict the outcome of this match and don't forget to subscribe to the channel to support Koi. In the last episode, Zhou Jiaoloji had a pretty good start, but his opponent was not as easy to deal with as Tanga and Tangming. The willow leaf flying daggers inside his sleeve emitted dreadful sounds. That scraping sound began to quicken as the atmosphere grew more heated. Zhou Jiaoloji shuddered at his opponent's power displayed with a simple flying dagger technique. He just channeled his chi into the daggers and threw them. But this technique was terrifyingly perfect, as if to prove Tangon's long and arduous training. From the moment he threw the first 2 daggers, he had already planned for this situation. Tang Jin's flying daggers no longer had any obstacles. 5 flying daggers rained down on Zhou Jiaoloji, who was on the ground. Getting hit by just 1 would mean death. The 5 willow leaf flying daggers spun and aimed for Zhou Jiaoloji's entire body. Who knows if those daggers are coated with poison or not? Clearly, Tang Jin was very strong. Much stronger than anyone he had faced before, except for the martial artists in the sword tomb. However, there were things hidden within Zhou Jiaoloji that he had never shown before. Zhou Jiaoloji slightly retracted his leg and then used all his strength to launch himself into the air. Taking advantage of the rebound speed created by the Relioseki, Zhou Jiaoloji surprisingly charged into the flying daggers aimed at him. Chung Myong had trained not only him, but all the 3rd-generation disciples of Mount Hua in the most brutal way possible. As a swordsman, their sword is their arm. Losing it is tantamount to having death hanging around their neck. Not only that, Mount Hua belongs to the 5 great sword sects, but unlike the other 4, Mount Hua's sword techniques don't just focus on power but also emphasize subtlety and precision in every stroke. It focuses on power and speed that can defeat an enemy in an instant. Of course, it can be simply understood that its essence is concentrated at the tip of the sword. To do all of that, the user must be able to control their sword. Zhou Jiaoloji had to fight a monster far more terrifying than you every single day. Tang Jin's fingertips stretched out as if wanting to grasp the sword of choice. The small leaf flying daggers flew faster with terrifying speed and incredibly perfect movement. But to Zhou Jiaoloji, it was nothing. So formidable, so strong, still just a dragonfly. The plum blossoms of Mount Hua will still bloom in a storm, even in a hard blizzard. At the tip of Zhou Jiaoloji's sword, a small flower bud appeared as a disciple of Mount Hua. It doesn't matter if you are high or average, 1st, 2nd, or 3rd generation. The sect leader always reminds his disciples. Only when you make the plum blossom bloom will you be a true disciple of Mount Hua. Baek Kyan, who was watching most intently, was so astonished that he had to grab onto Yun Jang's shoulder in disbelief. The Thomas-san was probably the divine dragon of Mount Hua because he knew his senior brother could do it. Zhou Geology's plum blossoms finally bloomed, covering all 5 of the incoming flying daggers. Tang Jin's flying daggers couldn't penetrate the plum blossoms and were gradually deflected from their trajectory. This was just the very basic 7 sages sword technique that Chung Mian once used to beat the arrogant Southern Edge disciples to death. Zhou Geology was now executing the first form, the plum blossom wall, creating a solid barrier. Though each plum petal was gentle and fragile, it was backed by a ton of internal energy from the user. All of the willow leaf flying daggers from the top disciple of the Sichuan Tang clan fell clattering to the ground to the surprise of many. Zhou Geology was about to charge at Tang Jin with powerful momentum, but had to stop immediately. It was clear from his expression that Tang Jin had poured a lot of chi into that flying dagger. The 11th flying dagger was something Zhou Geology had heard of in the past. It was the Tang clan's renowned flying dagger technique. Be careful of those who carry 11 flying daggers because the last one can steal your soul before you even realize it. And the last flying dagger in Tang Jin's hand was preparing to take Zhou Geology's soul. The flying dagger left Tang Jin's hand and slowly flew towards Zhou Geology. Surprisingly, the dagger flew at that speed without falling to the floor. The dagger's speed was so slow that even if he wanted to, he couldn't strike it. Geology watched the scene with a stunned expression. But despite the ridiculous sight, when he clearly saw the flying dagger, sweat poured down his entire body. It's coming. Something truly terrifying in the imagination of the Mount Hua disciple on the dueling stage. The flying dagger, which was moving so slowly it was about to stop, suddenly shot towards Zhou Geology with terrifying speed. By the time he realized the truth, the flying dagger was already right in front of his face. Tang Jin had poured all his essence into this final hidden weapon. He was very clever, throwing 10 daggers to distract Zhou Geology and make him lose track of the final one. Since executing the 7 sages' sword had consumed a lot of his internal energy, he had no choice but to face it head-on. But it wasn't just blocking with his sword. He used his entire body to take the full force of Tang Jin's ultimate hidden weapon. The Mount Hua disciples watching from the outside were also terrified by that frightening speed. With a horrific sound, Zhou Geology's neck was cut half an inch deep and blood sprayed from his neck all over the hall. Even though he was injured, Zhou Geology's eyes did not waver in the slightest. Before Tang Jin could even celebrate, Zhou Geology's body spun around, slammed hard onto the ground, and then lunged forward with the speed of a lightning bolt. But he was mistaken, realizing that what was charging at him was not Zhou Geology, but a plum blossom. The blooming plum blossoms covered his entire field of vision. It must be said this was a magnificent sight. This expression was exactly like what Chung Mian used to do to his opponents in the past. They were scared, they were amazed, and they felt a million other vague, uncertain emotions. Upon receiving the exquisite swordplay of Mount Hua, Tang Jin immediately felt the weight of something on his shoulder, where the plum blossom disappeared. A person appeared, Zhou Geology, standing there with a bleeding wound soaking his neck. The sword in his hand was at some point resting on Tang Jin's shoulder. The guy was speechless, his mouth agape. Zhou Geology, drenched in sweat, said next. He knew his opponent no longer had the strength to continue fighting, having poured all his energy into the 11th flying dagger. Lowering the sword from his enemy's shoulder, Zhou Geology smiled and shook his head. In any case, the victory belongs to me. Seeing the smiling face of the second young master of the Four Seas Merchant Guild, he could only shut his eyes tightly. Tang Jin's attention wasn't entirely on the person, but on the scent of the plum blossoms as the petals fell. It was truly magical. What to say to the fifth young master of the Sichuan Tang clan? The outcome was already decided. For him, this was a complete loss that he couldn't justify. He could only blame himself. Guild leader Zhou Pangong's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Was it a dream? His son, Zhou Jialaji, had defeated Tang Jin. What on earth was happening? He sent his son to Mount Hua because he was a sword genius. No, he wasn't sure if he had talent because he had talent. He didn't want to send his son, who was destined to be a merchant, to a sword sect. And who was Tang Jin? The Sichuan Tang clan dominated Sichuan, and only those with direct blood ties to the Tang clan were respected. So, his strength didn't need to be proven, and his reputation wasn't limited to just Sichuan. Yet today he lost to a young swordsman named Zhou Jialaji. The guild leader knew he had to say something but couldn't easily find the words. Just then Zhou Jialaji retracted the sword from Tang Jin's neck and turned around. He smiled at Zhou Peiyang and walked toward the Mount Hua disciples. Then suddenly, he felt dizzy, lightheaded, and nauseous. While Baek Kaiyan and Yun Jiang were panicking, not knowing what to do, Uic all quickly rushed over to check his condition. Zhou Jialaji's face suddenly turned deathly pale, like a drowned man just pulled from the water. Although he had one, the wound on his neck was bleeding too much. It seemed the willow leaf flying dagger had touched a meridian in his body. In the last episode, after defeating the fifth young master of the Tang clan, Zhou Jialaji was very excited, but then he almost collapsed on the dueling floor, perhaps due to the wound from the hidden weapon grazing his neck and the significant blood loss. Zhou Jialaji felt dizzy and lightheaded. While Baek Kaiyan and Yun Jiang were panicking, not knowing what to do, Yuikal quickly stepped forward, held his neck, and stopped the bleeding. Don't talk, you'll lose strength. The female senior circulated her chi and transferred some to him, causing the bleeding to stop. Zhou Jialaji's face suddenly turned deathly pale. Although he had one, the wound on his neck was bleeding too much. It seemed the willow leaf flying dagger had touched his meridians. In his place, Chung Miang clicked his tongue and pressed firmly on 2 points on Zhou Jialaji's neck. The gushing blood began to stop. And the divine dragon of Mount Hua continued to grumble like a 200-year-old man. Gez, if that cut was half an inch deeper, you would have been meeting the king of hell. Senior brother Baek Kaiyan and Yun Jiang yelled again. Can't something nice come out of that dog's mouth? We told you to say kind words. Chung Miang shook his head saying he was just stating the facts. While his senior brothers, uncle, and junior brother were bickering, Zhou Jialaji's deathly pale face showed a hint of joy. Zhou Jialaji was smiling as if he had the whole world. And Chung Mang thought he shouldn't spoil this moment. Even when he defeated the Wang disciples or even obtained the Grand Unification Pill, Zhou Jialaji wasn't this happy. It turned out the Tang clan was such a huge wall for his senior brother. In terms of swordsmanship talent, no one at Mount Hua could match Zhou Jialaji from the beginning. If Chung Mang hadn't appeared, Zhou Jialaji would have held the title of Mount Hua's #1 sword after Baek Kaiyan. The swordplay not only made the plum blossoms bloom, but also made the person from Mount Hua bloom as well. It's good that he could blossom through this event. Temporarily ignoring his sectmates, Chung turned his head to see the 3 people from the Tang clan. Tang Jin still hadn't recovered from the shock of his defeat. He was still standing there staring into space with soulless eyes. Tangon bit his lip tightly. There was so much he wanted to say, but in this situation, his words had no meaning anymore. Not the divine dragon of Mount Hua, nor the righteous sword of Mount Hua. The 5th young master had been defeated by Zhou Jialaji, a swordsman who didn't even have a proper title yet. Just then, Tang Jin turned his head. He saw Chung Mang offering him a gourd of wine. Feeling unstable and confused, it's best to take a sip to smooth things over. Taking a gulp when you're in the most pain is the best. Drink up. Don't be shy. Tang's face was filled with surprise. Although Tang always thought this guy was not normal, he really didn't expect this. You seem to think you'll never lose. Don't you? He glared at the sudden question. Chung's words had hit a nerve, but he immediately denied it. I'm not that arrogant. Even within my own clan, there are many senior and junior brothers stronger than me, Tang said. Chung Miang burst out laughing and began to explain Tang Xian's failure to stop him from feeling bitter. You've never lost to your junior brothers, nor have you ever lost to those your age. Although there are many people stronger than you now, you think you'll eventually catch up to all of them, right? Tang Jin bit his lip tightly, unable to say anything. All the rising stars of this generation think the same way. If they continue to grow like this, the day they become the world's #1 person is no longer a distant dream. Of course, Chung also had those thoughts because that mad dog of Mount Hua never accepted being second to anyone. However, most of the rising stars can achieve this. At some point, they will have to accept defeat and realize their limits. Do you think someone who has never failed can become stronger? Upon hearing that, Tangon looked at the main character. When a wound heals, the body becomes stronger. Therefore, a body with no wounds cannot become stronger. Chung wasn't joking. His calm gaze as he stared in this direction made even the renowned Tang Jin feel overwhelmed. Either you turn the pain of failure into a motivation to rise stronger, or you let the wound to your pride fester and live forever in cowardice. It all depends on your choice. If you see this failure as a stepping stone, you will become much stronger in the future. Chung Myong shrugged once more and held out the wine gourd in front of Tang Jin. And so he silently looked at the divine dragon of Mount Hua, then snatched the gourd from his hand without a word. Tang Jin chugged it down like a wanderer in the desert who hadn't had water in 3 years. His face contorted because the wine was too strong. And after just a few gulps, he had to return the jug to Chung. He chuckled and accepted the divine liquid that boosted confidence by 100%. And also took a big swig. A clear, satisfied sigh escaped his lips, and he spoke with a face that couldn't be more pleased. You don't have to be so disappointed, although you'll be a little embarrassed for now. Chung turned back to look at Zhou geology because the world will realize that losing to Zhou geology is not a shameful thing. Tangon bit his lip tightly, wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth, and no longer felt any bitterness. The matter was considered closed. Chung Myong didn't need to say more because if he dragged it on, he wouldn't be able to resist provoking another fight. But as he was about to turn and congratulate his senior brother, Tang Jin called out to him. In his heart, he had thought that after defeating Zhou geology, he would turn and challenge the famous divine dragon of Mount Hua. But things had changed. If he couldn't even beat Zhou geology, just how strong was Chung Myong? Chung Myong burst out laughing. Right now, you're no match for me. You probably couldn't even touch a single hair on my body, but it's not certain. The main character's face was filled with a playful expression because if he had 12 daggers instead of 11, even I would have to be careful. But for now, that's a long way off. In any case, you'll have to try much harder. Only then can you become a #1 of the Tang clan that I cannot defeat. All right. After hearing that, Tang Jin looked at Chung Myong with a fierce face filled with countless vague and distant thoughts. The noisy night at the Four Seas Merchant Guild slowly came to an end like that. The guild leader was also dazed and then softly asked to see the guests off. Tangon shook his head. Strangely, he felt at ease. He hadn't expected that just a few short words could bring such peace to the fifth young master's heart. In any case, Baek Kyan couldn't forget that he had looked at Tang Jin in a new light. This was the first time he had seen Chun Mong care about someone from another sect besides the disciples of Mount Hua. But then the righteous sword of Mount Hua lowered his gaze to Tang Jin's hand, which had been removed from the green leather gloves. He hadn't noticed from a distance before. Now standing this close, he saw that the hand was covered in countless large and small scars. Will this end simply? Tang Jin wasn't sure either because he would report to the family head and the Tang clan would have to hold a meeting and make their own decision. The Mount Hua disciples sighed in relief after seeing their figures fade into the distance. It is said that the Sichuan Tang clan never forgets even the smallest of grudges. Although Tang Jin had said that his intentions couldn't represent the entire clan, the Tanglan would definitely handle this matter thoroughly regardless of his wishes. A moment later, Chung Myong returned to his room to escape the stifling atmosphere. The divine dragon of Mount Hua was pouring wine into a cup, which was very unlike him. Then, the main character quietly placed the wine cup on the opposite side of him. There was no one on the opposite side, but Chung Myong still raised the wine cup. As if someone was sitting there. A soft chuckle echoed in the study. The image of Tang Jin had reminded him of a memory from a very long time ago, so far back that perhaps even Chung Mang couldn't remember it clearly. He heavily placed the wine gourd down and quietly closed his eyes. Mount Hua had bet everything it had to fight the demonic cult. But were the people who risked their lives and participated in that long war only from Mount Hua? Hong Mong had failed to fulfill the last wish of that person who had asked him to take care of the Tang clan. In truth, he also died 100 years ago. Although one could say he protected the Tang clan by defeating the heavenly demon. But somewhere in his mind, Chung Myong knew he hadn't fully kept that promise. My Tang clan's senior brothers. My uncle and my juniors are all counting on you. It was truly a strange fate since the Plum Blossom Sword Saint's return. He has been living in a beautiful future that he himself created by ending the hell brought by the demonic cult. What would happen if he told his Mount Hua comrades? They would probably be so shocked their brains would explode. But luckily, Chung Myang wasn't that crazy. The ultimate technique of the Tang clan's former head was still passed down to his descendants. But it was difficult for the current Sichuan Tang clan to execute the 12 flying daggers. Although Tang Jin could only use 11 flying daggers, at some point the willow leaf flying dagger with 12 blades would be launched from his hands. Chung Myong believed so, but his top priority was still the Mount Hua sect. Don't you worry. If the Tang clan dares to cause trouble, I'll at least show you some respect and only punch them a few times. I'm showing you a lot of respect, you know, he said, chugging down wine as if another person was listening to his troubles. Chung Mong drank all the wine in the opposite cup and then refilled it. It's been a long time since we've had a drink together, but the taste isn't as good as it used to be. The corner of the divine dragon of Mount Hua's mouth trembled into a forceful smile that had long been lost. In the end, after downing 4 or 5 jugs of wine, Chung Myong, like everyone else, climbed into bed, pulled up the covers, and fell into a deep sleep. In the last episode, after reminiscing a bit about his deceased friend, the divine dragon of Mount Hua, out of sorrow, drank all night and couldn't wake up in the morning. Yun Jiang burst through the door, his eyes suddenly wide. Chung, wake up. Why did you drink yourself into this state? The floor was littered with scattered wine jugs, and the main character was waving his hand, complaining, "What kind of wine is this? My head hurts, and I'm so thirsty. Bring me a cold Coke." Yun Jiang looked around the room in horror. This bastard drank 5 large jugs all by himself. And it was strong liquor, too. Wake up. The guild leader wants to have breakfast with us. The senior sister shook her head in frustration. I know he's a mess, but how can he do this in someone else's house? She looked around the room like her junior and frowned, expressing her disapproval. This is so embarrassing for our Mount Hua sect. Chung Myong gritted his teeth, stood up and staggered towards the main door. He clicked his tongue, then stretched out his hand and created a small amount of heat. A flame erupted, and at the same time, the strong smell of alcohol spread everywhere. Is he using the Samadhi True Fire to sober up? Both Yun Jiang and Zhou Geology remembered this. This was surprising enough, but using the Samadhi True Fire to expel alcohol poison was even more so. This was no different from using a world-famous sword to cut radishes. Just how much did he drink to resort to this? After forcing out all the alcohol poison, Chung Myong extinguished the flame, smacked his lips regretfully, and said, "Let's go meet the guild leader for breakfast." Just as he was about to lift his foot to leave, Uic all pressed down hard on his shoulder. She was staring at him with an emotionless face. The room was a mess. You cleaned this up first. The main character knew what crime he had committed, so he cleaned up the room, took a bath, changed his clothes, and then went with his senior brothers to breakfast. Zhou Peiyang was already sitting at the head of the table. The divine dragon of Mount Hua sought his senior brother, Zhou Geology, looking ecstatic, having been too happy to sleep all night. After all, his son had just returned home and defeated a direct descendant of the Sichuan Tang clan's leader. How could he not be happy? He was about to burst with joy. Zhou Jiaology had several rounds of bandages on his neck, but was still grinning from ear to ear. He couldn't seem to close his mouth. This father and son duo were as happy. Be as if they had just come back from the dead. Seeing their over-the-top reaction, it was easy to guess what it meant to defeat the Sichuan Tang clan in Sichuan. Zhao Peiyang cleared his throat loudly once more. He put on a strange, contorted expression and began to speak. It must be because of last night's noisy affair that you wish to discuss countermeasures. That's why I invited everyone for breakfast. As Zhou Peiyang spoke, he couldn't help but look at Zhou Jiaology with eyes full of love. The master said, "You still wish to go to Yunnan. Is that correct?" Baekhyou nodded. At first, I was really worried about the boy and didn't want to let him go to Yunnan, but after witnessing yesterday's duel, I changed my mind. So, the guild leader had also decided to allow his son to travel with the Taoists of the Mount Hua sect. Zhou Peiyang began to explain further, intending to support them fully. To be honest, our Four Seas Merchant Guild and Yunnan have a long-standing relationship. Because of that, I could dispatch a small-scale merchant caravan. Coincidentally, that caravan is departing today, so please go with them. Beckon's face lit up. Please, I ask you, esteemed Taoist, to take care of my foolish son. Immediately, the righteous sword of Mount Hua stood up and cupped his fists in gratitude. There's no need to thank us. Young master has taught my foolish son so well. On the contrary, I am the one who should be thanking you. You all heard what the guild leader just said, right? As soon as we finish our meal, we will prepare to leave. Just thinking about how things that once seemed hopeless were now gradually being resolved. Baek Kyan couldn't contain his joy. The three Mount Hua disciples, Zhou, Jiaology, Yun Zhang, and the female senior, all nodded in agreement with the plan. It seemed a strange voice had cut in. It was Chung Mang because he was refusing. Baek Kyan slowly turned his head. Did I just hear someone refuse the trip to Yunnan? On the opposite side, Chung Mang was crossing his arms with a face full of dissatisfaction. Surprisingly, the divine dragon of Mount Hua, the one who wanted to find the ingredients for the grand unification pill the most, was now suddenly changing his mind. The Sichuan Tang clan is a prestigious sect, one of the 5 great clans in the world, and has been the overlord of Sichuan for hundreds of years. A cold voice unparalleled echoed from the sect master's hall. Of that prestigious clan. Tangon had rushed to report the situation to his father and elder brother early in the morning and was being scolded harshly. You were beaten by a group from Mount Hua in one fight and came back empty-handed. The young sect master of the Sichuan Tang clan, Tang Pa, who was standing beside Tangunek, spoke up with a tone that was not at all pleased. You dared to lose to a brat from the Four Seas Merchant Guild. It wasn't even the divine dragon of Mount Hua or that back. Chong, was it? After causing such a mess, you're still so defiant. Tang Pa's eyes grew cold. Tandon looked at Tang Pa and then fixed his gaze on his father as if to say, that's right. Is there a problem? Knowing that, you're still so stubborn. You are a direct descendant of the clan and the son of the Semaster. Yet you were defeated by that lowly Zhou Jiaology and came crawling back. Do you know what will happen if the people of Qing find out the truth? Everyone will laugh at us and there will be those who think that the Sichuan Tang clan is not so formidable anymore. There will definitely be those who oppose our clan and collude with other major sects outside. Tangon quietly lowered his head because that would be the truth. Just this one small incident could have serious consequences. Are you so stupid that you don't realize that? Over here, Tang Pa wanted to strangle his younger brother, but had to respect his father beside him. What to be said? The loss had already happened. It wasn't as if Tangon was going to cry and beg for a chance to get revenge. How do you plan to take responsibility for this? Because of your momentary carelessness. The Sichuan Tang clan will at best lose all its reputation. At worst, the Tang clan's control over Sichuan will be shaken. Even if you offer your life, you can't solve this matter. I have prepared myself to accept the punishment. Tangan replied to the young sect master. Just as Tang Pa was about to reply coldly, Tang Gunak spoke. The head of the Tang clan spoke indifferently about punishing his fifth son for losing a fight. The pupils of this man were even more emotionless than his eldest sons, who wanted to punish his junior brother for failing at a small task. You said you were prepared to be punished, right? Does that mean you know how great your crime is? Tangan didn't dare to meet that dangerous gaze, so he could only bow his head without denying it. Then why do you look so comfortable? This was the real question Tanganak wanted to ask. It's because I got what I wanted. I have found the path I need to take and learned how vast this world is. Knowing that there are countless people stronger than me in this world, my will to strive has become much stronger. I will not be afraid of those punishments. Tang Gunak frowned. Stronger people? Are you referring to the kid from the Four Seas Merchant Guild? Please subscribe to Law School's channel so you don't miss out on exciting videos. The truth is, I was defeated by him, but if we fight again, the result might be different. However, if the opponents were the others, I'm not so sure I could win. The Tanglan's head understood his son was talking about the righteous sword of Mount Hua and the divine dragon of Mount Hua. The righteous sword is definitely stronger than Zhou geology. Just seeing his attitude when facing his junior is enough to know. Tang Jin, who had been speaking fluently, suddenly fell silent because he didn't know how to comment on the divine dragon of Mount Hua. Tang Gunak didn't rush him, just waited for his son to think. I don't know what words to use for him, father. The answer that came after a long silence was far beyond Tang Gunak's expectations. I don't know what that guy is like. I don't know if that kid is strong or weak. Tangan sighed and confidently told his father that the divine dragon of Mount Hua was a formidable person in the truest sense of the word. The head of the Tang clan fell silent. The Tang Jin he knew was the embodiment of the ambition to win. Among his sons, none had a greater ambition to win than Tang Jin. The Tang clan's training was so harsh that it made everyone cry and want to run away several times. Yet, Tangan, with the sole desire to become stronger, endured it all without a single complaint. It was precisely because of this that Tang Gunak loved Tang Jin the most among his sons. Tang Pa, who was listening, gave a slight smile and interjected, "Family head, there's no need to hear anymore. Please punish the fifth brother and send me to the Four Seas Merchant Guild. I will resolve the matter smoothly in return." Tang Gunak slowly turned his head to look at his first son with a displeased expression. The great young master was immediately startled when he saw that look and quickly bowed his head in apology. This was the first time Tang Jin had judged someone else like this. From what you've said, it seems his strength isn't that exceptional. What's the reason? You're someone who doesn't care about worthless things like reputation in the martial world. So, what's so special about that kid? The fifth young master still had to consider his father's attitude. And after a moment of hesitation, he had to be honest. Perhaps the story Tang Jin was about to tell would surprise both the family head and the young master so much that they would fall over. Father, he said that my flying dagger technique needs one more dagger. Tang Gunak shot up from his seat. A rare reaction in the life of the Sichuan Tang clan's leader. His demeanor was no longer as composed as before. A terrifying aura emanated from Tang Gunak's entire body. That dreadful aura made both Tang Pa and Tang Jin's bodies tremble uncontrollably. Just releasing such a terrifying aura in front of his children was enough to guess how astonished Tang Gunak was. When people mention the Tang clan, they immediately think of the sky-covering flower rain and the formless poison. But the 12 flying daggers is another secret dagger technique no less formidable than the other two. The Sichuan Tang clan's flying dagger technique is known to the world as the 11th flying dagger. But those who can perfectly master the 11th flying dagger can use one more dagger. That is the 12th flying dagger. This highly hidden weapon technique is one of the ultimate secret dagger arts called the true flying dagger technique of the Tang clan. Tell me everything that happened last night. This was also one of the Tang clan's important secrets. What if an outsider knew about it? Back at the Four Seas Merchant Guild, Chung Myung still stubbornly said he didn't want to go to Yunnan. It was too tiring. No matter what you say, this kid is truly unpredictable. I don't like it, so I don't like it. Don't ask for reasons anymore. Baek Kyan looked like he wanted to punch his junior in the face, but he knew scolding wasn't enough, so he could only shout in frustration. Then you stay here. We'll go to you. Stay here and live in luxury to your heart's content. Just as he was about to say more, Yu Si all softly called out to her senior brother. Do you think that Tanglan will let this go? Baekhan let out a long sigh. Of course, they won't let it go. They'll definitely come looking for us. So, shouldn't we go to Yunnan as soon as possible? If we stay here, who knows what else will happen? What about the Four Seas Merchant Guild? The Tang clan's wrath might fall upon them. The scene cuts back to the main hall of the Sichuan Tang clan. So, you're saying that kid recognized the incompleteness of the technique just by looking at the hidden weapons cover. So, he said it needed another dagger. Yes, this is impossible. It's absurd. Tang Gunak muttered to himself as if forgetting his sons were in front of him. If that's true, it means that kid's understanding of martial arts surpasses even mine. It would be more accurate to call him a monstrous prodigy. In the end, as if he had made up his mind, he ordered his men, both inside and out, to prepare. Last night, the Tang clan dared to barge in here and cause trouble, which shows they really wanted to tarnish Zhou Geology's reputation, but they failed and even embarrassed themselves. Baek Kyan turned to look at Zhou Pyong as if understanding what his junior sister meant. The gentle smile on his face suddenly showed a hint of distress. Zhou Pyong had probably anticipated this whole situation, which is why he wanted the Mount Hua disciples to leave Chengdu for Yunnan quickly before the Tang clan members arrived. Whether we go or not, they will find us anyway, the senior sister affirmed once more. Because even the Tang clan couldn't possibly chase them all the way to Yunnan. While the Four Seas Merchant Guild would have to bear the full brunt of the Tang clan's fury. I will personally make a trip to the Four Seas Merchant Guild. This was the statement of the Tang clan's leader. Perhaps everyone is starting to understand why Chong Mang didn't want to leave in a hurry. And now even the senior sister intends to stay and wait. What will happen next? Don't forget to support Koi with a subscription to wait for the newest parts. The Tanglan will be furious, but we won't be here. What about the Four Seas Merchant Guild? The Tanglan's wrath might fall on Zhou Geology's family. The righteous sword of Mount Hua realized this was the reason the divine dragon of Mount Hua was insisting on not leaving yet. He turned to scold his junior. Have you been making things difficult forever? Everyone because of this. Baek Kyan slowly turned back to look at Zhou Pyong, saying the group would postpone their distant trip to Yunnan. We will temporarily stay here and won't go anywhere until the matter with the Tang clan is resolved. Baek Kyan affirmed that this trouble was caused by the Mount Hua disciples, so they must also take responsibility. Why is it our fault? It's that uncle's fault. Baek Kyan tried to suppress his expression and spoke decisively. Zhou Pyong's face, which had been feigning calmness, slowly began to contort. He knew it was good that his son had won against Tangan, but the Tang clan still had countless masters. Please, all of you, leave his place now. Above all, he just wanted these Taoists to be safe because among them was Zhou Geology, his second son. Then Sheng Mang suddenly cut in saying that it was too late to run even if they wanted to. They arrived faster than I thought. It seems they're already here without anyone knowing. Everyone looked outside. No one wanted to touch the sumptuous breakfast anymore. As the general manager's voice rang out in a hurry, a very urgent voice echoed. The sect master of the Sichuan Tang clan has come here personally. That was it. If they were to leave, they should have left during the night. Everyone in Sichuan knows the Tang clan is a fierce tiger that rules over everything and decides all. Zhou Pion's face turned deathly pale. His legs lost all strength, and he slumped into his chair. Why are so many high-profile figures appearing all of a sudden? Even someone like Baek Xian, who never lost his composure, was now so panicked that his face was drained of all color. The sect master of the Sichuan Tang clan. What martial artist in this world wouldn't be flustered by that name? Chung was different. He was very calm. It's just a fight between kids, but they're bringing in the parents. That's not very manly. When the guild leader heard that, he was so traumatized that fell to the ground, too shocked to stand. While sitting on the floor, he quickly regained his composure and stood up, then called out, "What do you mean the Tanglan sect master is here in person?" According to the general manager's urgent tone, the person was waiting for the guild leader outside the main gate. Zhou Piong gritted his teeth, but still thought that if that was the case, his merchant guild still had a glimmer of hope for survival. The Tang clan sect master was still waiting for the guild leader to come out and greet him. That meant he still wanted to maintain a minimum level of courtesy towards the Four Seas Merchant Guild. If he had come to slaughter the place, no one would have survived. Zhou Jialaji rushed towards his father with a pale face. "From this moment on, no matter what happens, you are not to come out." The boy nodded repeatedly, understanding the seriousness of the situation. He even shouted, demanding his foolish son to swear a deadly oath not to show his face while he handled it. Zhou Piong turned back and looked behind him with a terrifying gaze. "And the rest of you too, you are not allowed without my word. You Taoists don't know the consequences of opposing the Tang clan here in Sichuan. Absolutely do not come out." Faced with that urgent and decisive attitude, Baek Qian unconsciously nodded. In response, Chung Myong just crossed his arms, waiting to see. If things got tense, he would bare his fangs and bite back. It wouldn't be an exaggeration because Sichuan is a rugged region. Ae and Xingchong have long been no match for the Tang clan. Therefore, that clan can be considered the family that stands above all. Zhou Piong took a deep breath to regain his composure, then stepped out of the room with a firm and cold face. He even thought about telling everyone to flee immediately. But anyway, the Tanglan Samaster had already come here in person, so escape was impossible. The Samaster of the Sichuan Tang clan wouldn't come here alone. The entire Four Seas Merchant Guild was probably surrounded by now. The current situation of the Four Seas Merchant Guild could be described as fish on a chopping block. Among thousands of people, a few might be lucky enough to escape because that person has a will of iron and remains calm in all situations. The problem is most people bitten by a tiger will die whether they are calm or not. Zhou Piong bit his lip tightly standing before the main gate of Four Seas Merchant Guild. Behind this gate was a tiger. The Tanglan sect master was more than a tiger. Such a terrifying person was coming here to bite him. Looking at the servants trembling in fear, Zhou Piong felt grateful that the Tanglan sect master was still waiting outside. Because if he had just pushed the door open, some of Zhou Piong's servants might have fainted on the spot. With the guild leader command, the gate was finally opened to both sides. A very respectful bow was shown from his actions to his attitude because everyone knew who was outside. The person the guild leader feared and never wanted to meet face to face properly, always having to be subservient, had finally arrived. Zhou Piong bowed his head and tried to take a deep breath before the main gate was fully opened. In this world, there are many masters known as the Sword King, Saber King, this King, and that King. The sect master of the Tang clan, Tang Gunnik, holds the title of Poison King. It is an honor for this humble one to meet the sect master of the Sichuan Tang clan. Through the opening door, a majestic middle-aged man with the eyes of a tiger and the brows of a sword, exuding an air of authority without being angry, dressed in green robes, gradually appeared. Tang Gunnak stood still looking at Zhou Piong for a moment, then nodded in greeting. "It has been a while since we last met." "Yes, Lord Sectmaster. This humble one should have come to see you first as is proper. Please punish this humble one for causing a noble person like yourself to come all this way." There's no need for such formality. I came here because there is a small matter to resolve. Zhou Piong swallowed his mouth dry. First, please let's go inside. The guild leader led Tang Gunak into the reception hall with a face stiff from tension. Actually, Zhou Piang already knew everything. In reality, there was nothing he could do in this situation. The important thing now was not how to deal with it, but what Tang Gunak was thinking to come here in person. With a humble gaze and a very modest posture, Zhou Piang walked slowly, leading the way for Tang Gunak. The back of his robe had been soaked with sweat for some time. Following the guild leader guidance, Tang Gunak began to walk towards the inner reception hall. Just then, a deep voice from behind made Zhou Piang stop immediately and stand up straight. He turned around in alarm and tried to avoid the semi-sharp gaze. Are those kids inside? This was a question that would have been asked sooner or later. Zhou Piang closed his eyes for a moment. What was bound to happen had finally happened. Those kids from Mount Hua. Tang Gunak emphasized the two words Mount Hua heavily. In front of this man, all lies were meaningless and had no effect. Zhou Piang was breathing heavily as if he were about to die. They're all inside. But why do you wish to see them? Tang Gunak shook his head and continued, I want to meet those kids once. Tang Gunak's goal was to use the Mount Hua disciples as an excuse to threaten the Four Seas Merchant Guild. He wouldn't get straight to the point, but would threaten Zhou Piang slowly. The Tang clan sect master was bound to say this. But he didn't expect it to come so soon. Would just meeting them be harmless? Zhou Piang finally regained his senses and immediately bowed his head, finding it hard to speak. No matter how much he racked his brain, he didn't know what to say at this moment. What reason was there to hide the kids inside? Zhou Piang's lips trembled. Lord Semaster, what happened yesterday was a bit heavy-handed. I hope you can forgive us. Tang Gunak looked at the guild leader and smiled faintly, as if nothing had happened, and even offered congratulations. I heard that the second young master of the Merchant Guild is exceptionally talented. Yesterday, that boy embarrassed my genre quite a bit. Zhou Piang's eyebrows twitched continuously. It was just luck. How could my foolish son be a match for the fifth young master? Son, tell me, do you have any excuse for yesterday's defeat? Tang Gunak gently turned his head to his son and the boy said that a loss is a loss. No arguments. Humility is a good virtue. He continued to smile. But too much humility can make the other party feel uncomfortable. If it's something to be happy about, you should be happy. People are very foolish. They look at things that only a few talented individuals can do and think they can do it, too. Guild Peter, what do you think about this? Zhou Piang's head bowed lower and lower as if something was pressing it down. People are indeed foolish, but they also know their own limits, and there aren't many in this world with boundless ambition. What about you, guild leader? The story began to escalate to a point where it was hard to predict whether things would get better or worse. The sect master's mouth was smiling, but his eyes were cold. Faced with that strange expression, Zhou Piang could only tremble. Guild leader, do you have a dream? My dream is to meet you, Lord Semaster. He was already terrified. That's a very good answer. Tang Gunak nodded with satisfaction. As it was taking some time, the Sem finally said, bring those Mount Hua kids here. Zhou Piang stammered. And it took him a while to get a few mumbled words out which made him grit his teeth in frustration. Didn't you hear what I said? Tang Gunak's eyes became sharp and cold. This is the third time. Bring the Mount Hua disciples before me right now. Don't make me say it again. Zhou Piang didn't dare to say anything more. His legs were trembling. It seemed he couldn't stand firm any longer. His whole body was exhausted and his mind was dizzy. A normal person would naturally react this way when facing Tang Gunak's wrath. But in the end, Zhou Piang still didn't collapse, thinking of the life of his son, Zhou Geology. He tried to muster strength in his legs and forced a smile. Lord Tang Sect Master, the Mount Hua disciples are guests of the Four Seas Merchant Guild, and among them is my foolish son. As the master of the Four Seas Merchant Guild, I cannot call out a guest without a reason. Not only that, as a father, I certainly cannot call out my foolish son. Tang Ganak stared at Zhou Peiyong with the eyes of a grim reaper. You would still do that even if the Four Seas Merchant Guild is annihilated. What father in this world would push their child into danger just because they fear that Zhou Peiyong continued to speak with determined eyes? Please kill me. Everything that happens in this Four Seas Merchant Guild is my responsibility. I have always believed that the Tang clan is a family that never harms the innocent. After hearing those words, Tang Ganak just smirked. Perhaps I was mistaken. For your second young master to have developed such strength, I find it to be a truly joyous occasion. Perhaps that has caused your judgment to become distorted and much weaker. Guild leader, you must still be lost in a dream to the point of forgetting how my Tang clan operates. Well, then I'll have to show you how the Tang clan operates, and I guarantee you will never forget. Tang Ganak's fingers began to move. The pressure from a supreme expert started to envelop the entire vast estate of the Four Seas Merchant Guild. See you in the next episode. Tang Ganak's hand began to move, a signal that something was about to happen at the Four Seas Merchant Guild. It's rare to see the flying daggers in the hands of the Tang clan sect master. But every time they were seen, death was very close, so the guild leader's mouth started to open as if to say something, but no words came out. He couldn't run away because he was the leader. So, he turned back and told everyone to run for their lives. The general manager started shouting, following suit with an expression identical to Zhou Peiyong's, just with a look of terror. They would rather the sky fall than be pierced by the hidden weapons of the Tang clan sect master. The vast estate of the Four Seas Merchant Guild was now like a disturbed anthill. The fast ones would live while those who were a bit slower found corners and hallways and hid under staircases. It was all because of that person in the dark green robes. The wind picked up as if a small storm was about to form. It grew larger and larger. It seemed Tang Ganak was about to unleash the sky-covering flower rain to kill everyone. In reality, he was trying to display his power to press the guild leader in calling out the Mount Hua Taoists. However, the Ten Clan sect master quickly realized that some other power was watching him. High up on the roof of the main entrance to the Four Seas Merchant Guild, someone's figure had been silent for a long time. It turned out to be the mad dog of Mount Hua. The reason the main character was on the roof was because he was busy dealing with the Tang clan's assassins surrounding the Merchant Guild. He punched him one by one, then moved to a closer position and raised his voice. Hey, old man, you're being so weird. But by then, Tang Ganak seemed to have lost interest in Zhou Peiyong. He had shifted his gaze to stare at Chung. Who are you? Don't you know the divine dragon of Mount Hua? How can you ask? Chung Mang replied with a cheeky tone. Young Master Chung Myong, Jopa, Kong, his face drained of all color, shouted, I told you not to interfere. The guild leader looked at the situation, not understanding why. That old man clearly came here to cause trouble on purpose. I heard everything. Then the main character looked over at the Tang clan disciple, making him stammer in fear and confirm it to not waste everyone's time. Chung Mang quietly leaped down into the inner hall to talk, or if he felt like it, to fight to heat things up. Unlike every other member of the Four Seas Merchant Guild, the phrase fear the Tang clan sect master didn't seem to exist in his dictionary. It was unexpected that someone would dare to speak so disrespectfully in front of Tang Ganak. Divine Dragon of Mount Hua, you are a bit different from my expectations. In any case, that's fine, Tang. Ganak smiled and took step after step towards Chung Mang. The face of Tang Jin, who had been watching the situation from the side, had turned stiff at some point. Not only him, but the young Master was the same. Because they both knew that when their father wore that expression, it meant he was preparing for a great slaughter. Let me see what you can do. Each step the Tanglan sect master took was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, shattering tiles.
Mình sẽ cố gắng chia sẻ ngắn gọn bộ truyện để cho mọi người cùng thưởng thức nhé.
Tang Gunak's reputation was unquestionable, but everyone wanted to test the divine dragon of Mount Hua, the one who was said to be able to fight evenly with the Wang elder Hosanja. However, facing Tang Gunak's aura, Chung Myong showed no reaction at all, just stood there indifferently with a bored look on his face. His body began to radiate an astonishing aura. Not only the people who had been observing until now, but even his sons, Tang Pa and Tang Jin, felt so pressured that their faces turned pale. On the other hand, someone else was in a state of utter confusion. And then from the reception hall, the voice of the righteous sword of Mount Hua rang out trying to stop it. Not only that, but 4 figures suddenly shot out like lightning. They were the Taoist of Mount Hua. At the center of the story, Chung Myong and the SAM master also fell silent to see what they wanted to do. Baek Kyan in his white robes quickly moved to stand in front of Chong Mang, shouting loudly for a moment. It is an honor to meet the Samaster of the Sichuan Tang clan. This humble one is Baek Kyan, a second-generation disciple of Mount Hua. Tang Gunak stopped walking, but he still kept his hand inside his sleeve. So, it's the righteous sword of Mount Hua. This crazy guy doesn't know how to distinguish between people he should and shouldn't talk back to. Has he never heard of Tang Gunak's reputation throughout Sichuan and the martial world? Because of one reckless kid, the whole group was about to be dragged to their deaths. Who was Tang Gunak? Wasn't he the world's #1 poison master? Even the sect leader of Mount Hua, if present, would have to yield half a step. No joke. I always called him a madman, but I never thought he was this crazy. Baek Kyan thought he swallowed hard because the difference was too great. Just standing in front of him made him feel suffocated. This was the pressure of a supreme expert. Clearly, Tang Gunak had reached a realm that even the righteous sword of Mount Hua had never seen in his life. This humble one apologizes on behalf of my junior for being disrespectful to the Lord's sect master. If you wish, please punish me instead. Nowadays, one couldn't speak carelessly, but Baek Kyan had never felt an aura like this from the elders of Mount Hua. Lord Samaster, I am responsible for these children. Just then, Chung pulled Baek Kyan behind him. This is too much trouble. Go play somewhere else, he said with a faint smile. From the beginning, that uncle didn't even care about you, senior uncle. He came here just to see me. Ever since entering the inner courtyard, Tang Gunak had been radiating a very strong killing intent. Even though he tried to endure it, that killing intent kept pressing in, and he even scared Zhou Piong into trembling. There was no way Chung Myong would stand by and not step forward. In his confusion, suddenly being pulled back, Baek Kyan looked at Chung Myong with a bewildered expression. He looks strong. That bastard is definitely a master. Baek Kyan's eyes widened upon hearing those words. In short, even someone as reckless as Chong Mang acknowledged that Tang Gunak was a master. He had never heard such words come out of his junior's mouth before. Could it be that this kid is also worried after feeling the sect master's aura? Worried about what? He came here personally to cause trouble like this. He must have a purpose. Tang Gunak's smile gradually faded. Now that I found the person, of course, I have a purpose. Don't I, Lord Samaster? Without another word, Tang Gunak, straight as an arrow, said, I have a question for you. Do you think anyone who has acted so insolently in front of me has lived? The question made everyone's mind freeze. The entire inner hall fell into silence. However, just as he was from the beginning, Chung Mang remained extremely calm and said, there must be someone, but for sure there is. It's just that they haven't appeared yet, or I will be. First, Tang Gunak's face, which had always been indifferent, gradually became fierce. You little brat, what on earth are you? All this time, he had been trying to suppress Chong Mang with his killing intent. Normally, by now, he should have turned pale and been trembling like a leaf. Even my own sons would probably wet their pants if they endured such a powerful killing intent. Yet, this kid is as calm as if nothing is happening. On the outside, he looks unremarkable, but you can't judge a book by its cover. This one is also a hard-to-predict crouching tiger. Either he's nothing or he's unfathomably deep. Everyone watched Tang Genak mutter seemingly meaningless words and became suspicious. Only Chung understood those words. Do you want to verify it? Yes, but before that, I want to ask you one more question. Do you think I won't kill you? Why is that? Do you think Mount Hua can be your backing in front of the Tang clan? It sounded a bit off mentioning the Mount Hua sect, and in reality, the divine dragon of Mount Hua was the pillar of Mount Hua, wasn't he? Chung Mang gently wiped his stinging eyes, trying to hold back his emotions and also remembering many things about his deceased friend. That year, the divine dragon of Mount Hua, or rather the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, was discussing matters and enjoying drinks with the Tang clan sect master. Although my surname is also Tang, I have no affection for this rotten clan. To be honest, if it's profitable, they're ready to sell me out. I'm not kidding. If I become an obstacle to the clan, they will surely eliminate me immediately. Chung Mang didn't believe it and tried to chug his wine. What qualifications do those trash have to touch me? There was truly a world of difference when the Hidden Weapon Saint was even superior to the current Hidden Weapon King. Back to the main story. I don't trust Mount Hua. I trust the Tang clan. Chung said, what do you mean? If Tang Genak knew this young Taoist had once drunk with his ancestor, he would probably die from broke. I heard that to bring benefits to the clan, the Sichuan Tang clan is always ready to do anything. Is that right? Then there's no reason for you to kill me. Tang Genak frowned, then saw Chung Mayan puff out his chest. I am both the person who will become the world's #1 in the future and the person who will make Mount Hua the world's #1 sect. If you kill me here, at most I'll become an enemy you have to eliminate in the future. But if you form a friendship with me, you could become the friend of the future world's #1. Isn't it obvious which is more beneficial? Without me, the Tanglan can't become the world's #1 sect either. Tang Genak silently stared at Chung. It was truly the work of a devil. The main character's words just now had directly hit upon his intentions. Even his own sons couldn't understand why he had come here in person, only to let a clever stranger grasp his scheme. You're right. You're quite smart, aren't you? The SAM master felt that this was a rare genius. If you are indeed the future world's #1, then the Tang clan will form a friendship with you. Friends are supposed to take care of each other. The Tanglan will not spare anything to give to you. I will gladly accept it then, Chung Miang said. But Tang Genak's voice turned cold as he waved his hand. That's only if you can prove that you are the future world's #1. Otherwise, the price you'll pay for jesting with the Tang clan is death. His words, spoken as the master of the Tang clan, naturally could not be taken lightly. And even if those weren't the heartfelt words of the Tang clan sect master, words once spoken can never be taken back. If Chung Miang couldn't prove himself to Tang Genak, then the Tang clan would use any means to kill Chung Miang right here. Baek Kyan's face turned pale, and the other junior and senior disciples followed suit. Everyone felt a chill down their spine because the sect master never joked. Chung Miang and Tang Gun stood facing each other at a distance. Everyone watching them swallowed nervously, leaving his senior brothers and uncle behind. Chung Miang slowly stepped forward, comforting Zhou Geology that this old Tanglan geyser was no match for him. The main character looked back at his senior brothers and uncle. From now on, don't blink. Watch carefully. Everyone was silent and scared, although they really wanted to intervene. How could they stop this mad dog now? Even if he didn't fully understand the kid's personality, how could he not acknowledge his strength? Baek Kyan relied on and trusted Chung Mang more than anyone else in this world. However, the opponent was the renowned poison king of the world, Tang Genak. Even before Chung Mang was born, that name had resounded throughout the world. A supreme expert and the sect master of the Tang clan. Could Chung Mang's strength possibly defeat such an opponent? Of course not. That's what the righteous sword of Mount Hua thought. And he even feared that one of Mount Hua's rising stars would lose his life today over a trivial matter. Just as he was about to step forward, someone pulled his sleeve. He turned to see Icol silently shaking her head. That kid's greatest goal is not to become the world's number one, but to make Mount the world's number one sect. For this purpose, he doesn't mind diving into the mud and is willing to endure any humiliation. If he's not sure of winning a fight, he'd rather throw away all honor and dignity and run away. For someone like that to personally step forward, he must be trustworthy, right? Baek looked at Chung Mang's back with anxious eyes. Everyone understood the divine dragon of Mount Hua's personality, but the problem was that his opponent now was the Poison King. Tham seemed to stop. The space was so strangely quiet that even the main character's light footsteps could be heard clearly. Baek prayed in his heart while gently placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, looking at his junior. If Chung is truly in danger, I will not hesitate. Not just him, but all the Mount Hua would do the same. Even if the opponent was the Tanglan sect master, it would be the same because Mount Hua would never abandon its own disciples. The two strongest masters in Sichuan slowly moved to a wide open space to facilitate their fight. Before they even started fighting, Chung Mian blurted out, asking the Tanglan sect master why he kept provoking him. Why did you come here looking for me? I don't think I did anything. The one who caused trouble was senior brother Zhou Geology. So why are you looking for me? Tang Gunak smiled faintly and answered in a very low voice. So low that those around couldn't hear. I heard you know about the 12th flying dagger. Is that right? I'm also interested in that. Since when or where did you hear and learn the secrets of the Tang clan? This was unexpected and finally, Chung Mang's expression twisted. The main character remembered a story from 100 years ago when he was drinking heavily with the god of wine, Tanghua, while dead drunk. He had revealed the secrets of the Tang clan, but didn't forget to make his friends swear to keep it a secret until death. Everyone thinks I can only use 11 hidden weapons. But actually, I have a hidden 12th one. Is it the one you used to attack me last time, only to get beaten to a pulp? It sounded funny and was enough for us to understand how close these two were to the point of discussing their sex secrets. Chung wondered how he could say something so important. If he had a wish, he would ask the heavens to teach Tangbo a good lesson. Suddenly, the main character's heart pounded. If this scoundrel already knows, didn't he come here to silence me by killing me? Surely not, right? Chung Mian's calm mind now began to feel a sense of unease. To cover for his slip of the tongue, while moving to the fighting area, the divine dragon of Mount Hua Sly said he was just thinking out loud. Don't be so serious, uncle. But never mind the empty words. The Tanglan sect master didn't believe him anymore. Now whether it was a bluff or a slip of the tongue, it no longer mattered. After that, they both got into position. Chung Mang's smile vanished when he saw Tang Gunak's cold face. The old man glared for a moment, then sighed, confidently facing the junior. If you want to prove it was just a joke, it's simple. Before Chung Mang could speak, the master set the condition for the fight. Just 10 moves. If you can withstand 10 moves, I will acknowledge you as the number one of the next generation. So all I have to do is dodge the Poison King's attacks 10 times? You damn old man. You want to kill me or something? Demanding 10 moves from a junior as fresh and green as me. Chung was furious. But since he wasn't really a junior, he had to accept. To be the number one in the world, you have to have that kind of skill. If one could withstand 10 moves from Tang Gunak, they would definitely become the number one of the next generation. Anyone who could do that would no longer be called a rising star. Chung Mian let out a cry of pain, his eyes blazing with anger as he looked at Tang Gunak. Old man, don't you ever forget your promise. I will clean out the Tang clan's treasury until not even a blade of grass is left. The Samaster nodded and gestured with his hands. If you have the skill, then go ahead and take me on. Compared to his own sons who were always afraid and couldn't even make eye contact, wasn't Chung Mang 100 times better? I heard you broke through Tang Jin's flying dagger technique. That was senior brother Joe Geology, the main character explained. But the sect master waved it away. What's the difference now? Like father, like son, Tang Ganak took out a hidden weapon to signal that he would use the same technique as his fifth son. Although it's called the flying dagger technique, each person's technique is different. You should consider it an honor to face my hidden weapons. Tang Ganak slowly pulled his hand from his sleeve, revealing a slightly old-looking flying dagger. This is the beloved weapon of the most perfect user of the flying dagger technique in a long history of my Tang clan. Chung Myong smiled with light contempt. He probably knew more about this flying dagger than the old man. So, the soul-chasing dagger has finally returned to the hands of a Tang clan member. A strange feeling arose in the main character's heart as he saw Tang Bao's beloved weapon in Tang Ganak's hands. Just then, a sound that tore through the air rang out as the soul-chasing dagger was launched, grazing past Chung's face at lightning speed. Just a light graze, but a long cut appeared on Chung Mang's cheek and fresh blood began to trickle down. Tang Ganak gave a demonic smile at the sight, promising that the divine-kind dragon of Mount Hua's death would be as painful as having his throat cut. It was indeed a powerful declaration, but he was mistaken as his opponent now was a mad dog who was one of the best in the world. Chung Myong wiped the blood from his fingertip on his sleeve and looked at Tang Ganak with a sneer. One move, old man. He dusted his hands with a look of disgust because he wasn't used to the taste of his body's blood. Yet, you've made your first move. Now, there are 9 more. This statement made the Tang clan sect master hold his tongue because it was too true. The dagger he threw had grazed Chung Mang's face. He had seen its speed and power, so it wouldn't be strange if he screamed and ran away from this duel now. Yet, now he was saying there were 9 moves left. The 2 soul-chasing daggers in Tang Gun's hands scraped against each other, creating a piercing sound. He regretted it because he had been too careless in wasting one flying dagger. I will show you why that was your mistake with this sword. The divine dragon of Mount Hua confidently drew his sword from scabbard. At the same time, the playful look on his face disappeared and the tip of his sword pointed towards the sect master. Tang Ganak's eyes radiated coldness. A strange emotion also arose in the old man's heart. The moment he saw that blade pointed at him, Tang Ganak unconsciously poured his chi into the dagger he was clenching in his hand. What is this feeling? That's right, it's terror. And he bit his lip without realizing it. He was feeling terror from the sword of a brat younger than his own son. That can't be. Tang Ganak's face gradually became emotionless, a smile forming at -20. If Chung Myon died because he couldn't block his dagger, then Chung Myon's ability was only so-so. From the beginning, the sect master had no intention of sparing his life. If he died, no one would mourn except the Mount Hua sect. But what if Chung Myon blocked all of Tang Ganak's daggers? Then he would be a recognized guest, treated better than the Tang clan's own ancestors. Tang Ganak's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. That won't happen. At the same time, a soul-chasing dagger, still full of chi, was launched once again. This time, it was no longer a simple threat. The soul-chasing dagger flew from his hand, heading straight for Chung Myong at a speed too terrifying to be seen with the naked eye. Time and space seemed to freeze before the main character's eyes as he saw that old yet incredibly familiar object. In the past, he had faced it dozens of times, but the object was still there while the person truly skilled enough to wield it was gone as the hidden weapon shot straight at him. Thanks to his experience, Chung Myong simply raised his sword instinctively to block it. Despite its dizzying trajectory, with one move, he timely intercepted the attack, and small sparks flew out. In reality, Chung Myong had flexibly swung his sword to strike the flying soul-chasing dagger, not just passively defending. And then the soul-chasing dagger was deflected, flying past him and piercing through a support pillar of the pavilion behind. What terrifying power! If it had been a righteous sword of Mount Hua or the other 3 Mount Hua Taoists, they would likely have been shattered beyond recognition. The spectators were also shocked. It was fortunate that the battle between the 2 masters was taking place at the Four Seas Merchant Guild, a large and sturdily built area. Tang Gunak's eyes widened as if they were about to tear. He deflected my soul-chasing dagger. The dagger just thrown was not only fast but also contained a lot of concentrated chi. If one tried to block or hastily neutralize it, their weapon would break in half and they would surely die. Yet Chung Miang, without using much strength, was able to deflect the soul-chasing dagger with a single swing of his sword. Did anyone here know how difficult that move was? Tang Gunak gave a sinister smile, praising the main character's strength. I told you you'd regret it one way or another. The old man nodded in agreement, but didn't stop as his two sleeves puffed up as if about to burst. His calloused hands, blackened by hidden weapons and poisons, were now tightly gripping many soul-chasing daggers. At the same time, a stream of chi began to swirl around his body. The surging chi stirred up the surrounding ambient energy. From now on, I will use all my strength to fight you, the Sect master said. Tang Gunak gave a demonic smile as he saw the scene he had just created when the flying dagger grazed past Chang's face. You made your first move. Now there are 9 more, but it won't be as gentle as the first time. Just with chi alone, he created such a strong force. The main character began to worry about the horrifying scene he was about to face. With just a slight mistake, the divine dragon of Mount Hua would lose his life at the hands of the leader of the Sichuan Tang clan. The weakness of hidden weapons is that once they are thrown, they cannot be recalled. Whether the Sect master intended to kill him or not was no longer important. Even if he didn't mean it, just a moment of carelessness in his head would immediately be severed from his neck. In the blink of an eye, 3 small daggers shot out from the Sem's sleeve. Their flight speed was truly off the charts. If there was a speed gun, it would break the law enforcement's equipment. Each hidden weapon flew in a different direction, and their speeds were not the same. Chung Mang glanced left and right and judged that they would attack his vital points. One dagger flew straight ahead while the other 2 circled around from the left and right. The speed of the 2 circling daggers was much faster than the one flying straight ahead. In the end, all 3 daggers reached Chung Miang at the same time. A small flower bud appeared at the tip of the main character's sword. And then a fragrant aroma emerged. The plum blossom wall sword technique was executed, completely blocking the hidden weapons. Tang Gunak's eyes were filled with surprise when he realized his opponent was using sword chi, but he was not governed by emotions. His hands had already moved after finding the most effective attack. The clanging sound of hidden weapons falling to the ground was the signal for the next attack. The flying dagger disappeared, appeared vaguely in an instant, and then reappeared right in front of Chung Miang. The one launched this time didn't contain any power, but was just fast at a level that could only be described as terrifying. Chi continued to be poured into the next wave of hidden weapons the SEC master was about to launch, but he had changed it to make it harder for his opponent to see the movement. Tang Gunak skillfully waved his hand and shot 5 flying daggers known by the beautiful name 5 Thunder Chain. 3 was already tiring. Now it's 5. It's as if the Sem was increasing the difficulty to test him. Chung Miang remained calm and used the plum blossom wall to resist each lightning-fast movement. He twisted his body to dodge each dagger that grazed past. But if it was so simple, why would it to be so difficult because he had to use Hiski to strengthen the tip of his sword? Chung Miang also suffered considerable damage. However, after a struggle, he still successfully blocked the 5 Thunder Chain of the Tang Clan Sect Master. But as he was returning to his stance, a flying dagger struck his blade, causing him to become flustered and almost fall. The moment his body lost balance was what Tang Gunak had been waiting for. Only the 5th hidden weapon controlled by the old man remained, and now it was aimed straight at Chung Mang's face. Things became unpredictable when a 6th dagger flew from somewhere behind with terrifying speed. There weren't many choices at this moment, and time seemed to slow down for us to see the main character's expression. Even a world-renowned figure like Chun Mong couldn't help but be startled at this moment. He realized that if he got hit, he would be done for, let alone receive the next moves in the 10M agreement. The soul-chasing dagger cut a long gash across Chung Miang's chest, and the 5th soul-chasing dagger that he hadn't managed to subdue stabbed deep into his thigh. So, it could be considered that he had dodged it, but the increased amount of blood was enough to know that the SEC master would strike even harder in the next round. Chung Myong spun in the air and landed on the ground. He quickly pressed his pressure points to stop the bleeding. Of course, letting the blood flow wouldn't kill him, but if he lost too much blood, his stamina would decrease and his concentration would be lost. Someone like Chung Myong, who had fought on the battlefield for a long time, knew well that minimizing injuries was the fastest way to stay alive. On the other hand, Tang Gunak stared at the main character with a face that couldn't comprehend what was happening. Blocking the 5 Thunder Chain was one thing, but the Lightning Lifetaker, the technique he executed next, was a move that no mere rising star could possibly dodge. That Mount Hua disciple had perfectly dodged the perfectly executed Lightning Lifetaker. The Sect master thought Chung Myong was just developing, but he didn't expect him to be this strong already. While he was still unsure what to do from the opposite side, the Divine Dragon of Mount Hua spoke, reminding the Sect master. Although he was no longer bluffing like at the beginning, Chung Myong's face was serious. 6 moves left, old man. Tang Gunak slowly extended his hand forward, then clenched his fist and pulled it back as if grabbing something from the air. And the soul-chasing daggers that had fallen to the ground all returned to their master's sleeves. The old man didn't have to worry about not being able to defeat Chung Mang within 6 moves. If the purpose of this duel was to prove himself as the number 1 of the next generation, that kid had already achieved his goal. This was an unpredictable talent, and the Sect master became even more curious to see just how strong this young Mount Hua Daoist really was. He couldn't imagine any of his peers being able to defeat Chung. Perhaps this kid would soon surpass the title of Mount Hua's number 1 sword and become the world's number 1 sword. What else was that unpredictable talented kid hiding? Even if the number 1 of the next generation had to die by his hands, he still wanted to know. The soul-chasing dagger once again emitted a faint sound. The desire of a supreme expert within Tang Gunak had crushed the interests of a Tang clan sect master. 3 flying daggers were launched. Chung's face froze as he saw the daggers flying towards him. From speed to power, everything was now several times stronger. Tang Gunak had gone all out. To return the opponent's respect, the main character also prepared a fitting response. The movements he was about to make startled the onlookers. His foot stomped hard on the ground, and Chung Mang charged into the soul-chasing daggers flying towards him. The closer the distance, the more powerful the flying dagger technique, because projectiles naturally lose power the farther they travel. But if he retreated, there would be no victory because this place belonged to Tang Gunak. Chung Myong's sword couldn't reach the sect master. If he wasn't careful, his wrist would be crushed. However, he had to try his best to endure, at least until this duel ended. A duel with the purpose of testing. But if one doesn't pursue victory in a life and death match, then that person is no longer Chung Mang. He had to advance despite the danger. What Chung Myong needed to grasp was not behind him, but in front of him. 3 flying daggers were sent flying into the air by the main character's sword and then fell scattered to the ground. Every time he struck a dagger, a pain as if his wrist was about to break surged through him. His internal energy had not yet reached a level where he could withstand the powerful internal energy of the Poison King. Tang Gunak took a short breath, looking interested, then swung his sleeve wide. Simultaneously, 7 flying daggers were launched. Chung Myong's eyes widened as he saw the daggers flying in the formation of the Big Dipper. 5 was already tiring, then 6, and now 7. Where was the opening to approach? If he retreated, he would gradually be controlled by the subsequent transformations of the soul-stealing 7 stars and would eventually have his throat pierced. The soul-stealing 7 stars was Tang Bo's ultimate move. If you piled up all the demonic cult members who died from this wicked and cruel flying dagger technique, you could build a small mountain. This time, Chung also shouted and charged towards the 7 flying daggers coming at him. He launched himself 3 feet into the air and kicked continuously in midair, skillfully weaving through the daggers. If Chung Myong didn't know Tang Bi, he certainly wouldn't have been able to break this technique. To the main character, this flying dagger technique was as familiar as Mount Hua's own martial arts. 3 places on his body were cut simultaneously, and blood splattered in the air. But Chung Myong had no intention of looking back at his wounds and just charged towards Tanganek. The sect master's face momentarily regained its composure. He used his right hand to recall the soul-chasing daggers while using his left hand to launch 5 more. So the leader of the Tang clan had used all the ultimate techniques that the Hidden Weapon King had once used. It was identical in every move, but the speed and power were different and unavoidable. This was proof that even if the same martial arts move is performed, depending on a user, it can become a completely different move. Tanyon's previous soul-chasing dagger couldn't compare to Tanganak's. Now, if he clumsily dodged and got caught in the aftershock, the main character's body would be instantly crushed into nothing but a piece of meat. The plum blossom rain was unleashed, creating an area shining with plum blossoms. And now it was the 7th move. The plum blossoms multiplied in an instant, blooming immediately and began to cover the space. Tangunnik's eyes were filled with stunned horror. It was as if plum blossoms were covering everything like a vast endless sea of plum blossoms. Then the soul-chasing dagger spun and entered the sea of plum blossoms. It was a terrifying power and a frightening source of energy. I've been through this once before. Chung Myong gathered all his remaining aura and swung his sword at the flying dagger. He slashed repeatedly to quickly finish the 8th move. And now there were only 2 moves left. Chung Myong's eyes widened as if about to tear. A flying dagger appeared right in front of him again. That flying dagger was flying towards him as if Chung Myong had never knocked it away. There was no more time to react. The worst outcome seemed about to befall the divine dragon of Mount Hua. It seemed his senior brothers and uncle had also guessed the situation. They screamed in terror. Everyone at Mount Hua knew Chong Mong's level, but when facing a higher mountain, there would be many unpredictable variables. The flying dagger stabbed straight at Chong Mang's face. He was pushed back in midair and began to fall to the ground like a broken kite. It's hard to guess if the main character can escape this situation. Don't forget to support Koi with a like and share and wait for the newest parts, everyone. In the last episode, with only 1 dagger left, it seemed Chung Myong was hit. Baek Kyan held back Zhou Geology, who was trying to rush out with blood-red eyes. He didn't care if it was the Tanglan's master or the Sem's father. He would get revenge, thinking his junior was dead. Even the calmer Yun John panicked and ran to hold him back. Calm down? What? Calm down. How dare he lay a hand on our Chung Mang? That kid isn't dead yet. Baek Kyan whispered in his ear, here partly to maintain face for Mount Hua and the Four Seas Merchant Guild. Just then, the main character who was falling from the sky suddenly spun around and landed gently on the ground. Seeing that sight, Zhou Geology's legs went weak and he slumped to the ground. Everyone must have been shocked, although they knew the divine dragon of Mount Hua was a bit of a mad dog and reckless. This was too much. Chung Myong had landed. He raised his head angrily, holding the flying dagger that Tangunnik had launched in his mouth. The main character spat the flying dagger onto the ground and swallowed the blood that was about to gush out. That was a close one. A familiar, arrogant voice came from his blood-stained lips. Even the Tanglan sect master was now stunned with a look of disbelief. Let alone the Mount Hua deist. From the beginning, the number of daggers launched was not 1. The first dagger flew in to attract attention, while the second dagger would fly in from a clever angle to blind and take down the opponent. If he hadn't transferred his chi to his mouth and used his teeth to hold the dagger in that instant, his head would probably have a hole in it. Just thinking about it sent chills down everyone's spine. Of course, to avoid being detected. Its power would also be at a level that Chung Myong could block with this method. It was a very simple way of improvising. But to be able to improvise like that in a life-threatening moment is by no means an ordinary feat. With such martial arts and improvisation skills along with a mastery that seemed to have reached perfection, the word genius couldn't fully describe this kid. What words could be used to describe this monster? On the opposite side, Chung Min gently reminded him, 8 moves left, old man. Tang Gunak didn't smile anymore. He acknowledged Chung Mang's talent, and of course, he would show respect when fighting someone whose strength he had recognized. Tang Gunak held up a flying dagger, looking very formidable. It seemed this would be a big problem. If he could dodge this flying dagger, then you win today. After that, the Tanglan Sect master began to channel his chi into the flying dagger in his hand. The flying dagger began to vibrate and then struggled like a living carp. A powerful stream of chi was channeled into it, making it vibrate at a rapid speed. The observers mistook the flying dagger for a real living creature. Sweat started to pour down Chung's back because his aura was terrifying. Hidden explosion dagger. That was the secret technique Tang Jin had used to defeat Zhou Geology. Of course, the hidden explosion dagger in Tang Gunak's hands was on a completely different level. The Tang clan sect master, who had been relaxed until now had beads of sweat on his forehead. This showed that he was also trying hard to pour his strength into this attack. In the current situation, the word shoot cannot accurately describe the speed of the flying dagger. The flying dagger flew so slowly that it began to draw on the surrounding air. Soon after, a giant vortex appeared, surrounding the center, startling Chung Mang. The main character gripped the sword in his hand tightly. How do I deal with this one-hit kill attack? He couldn't counter that attack, but he couldn't run away either. The hidden explosion dagger was spinning at high speed and pulling in everything around it. Chung Myong held his sword out in front without hesitation. This was a situation that couldn't be solved just by thinking. My sword knows everything. My sword contains everything. My sword is Mount Hua and Mount Hua is my sword. Currently, there are only 2 moves left. If Chung Myong can withstand these last 2 attacks, victory will be in his hands. With a sound like a thunderclap, the flying dagger began to charge at the divine dragon of Mount Hua with brutal speed. I must trust in my own sword. Now, his sword moved elegantly. But actually, the sword wasn't slow because the surrounding world was now moving slower than the main character's sword. At first, there was only a small plum blossom on the tip of the sword, but soon after dozens of plum blossoms bloomed surrounding the blade. So to counter the highly hidden explosion dagger of the Tang clan sect master, the divine dragon of Mount Hua used the famous plum blossom sword technique, the same trademark he often used when he was the plum blossom sword saint. It was not the time to turn back and run. Nor was there enough time to think any further. The plum blossom always blooms if the sword is held tight. If that martial artist was and always will be a disciple of the Mount Hua sect. To put it simply, for a sword saint like Chung Myong who had roamed the martial world for 100 years, this was as easy as stealing wine to drink under the sacred tree. The highest defensive state of the 24 forms plum block. Some sword technique has finally reappeared after 100 years. The blooming plum blossoms overlapped each other, forming an impenetrable wall. This was the plum blossom wall sword technique. She surged from Chung Mang's dantian, was transferred to his sword, and then created hundreds more plum blossoms. Those blossoms covered and then covered the entire trajectory of the hidden explosion dagger. But then the hidden explosion dagger pierced through the plum blossoms very easily. The plum petals couldn't withstand the power from the flying dagger's force and immediately disappeared. Hundreds of plum petals couldn't even stop one small flying dagger with supersonic speed. The hidden explosion dagger continued its momentum, piercing through the plum blossom wall that Chung Myong had just created. Unlike his powerful shout, Chung Myong retreated and then retreated again. If once doesn't work, try a dozen times. If a dozen times doesn't work, try 100 times. He continued to create plum blossoms on the tip of his sword from day to night, from autumn to winter, even as the sun changed. As time passed, the plum blossoms of Mount Hua will never stop blooming, and failure is only temporary because the flowers continue to bloom. No power can resist the principle of the cyclical nature of all things. Chung Myong slashed out with the plum blossom wall once more. But under the control of the Tanglan sect master, it seemed unstoppable. Dozens of sword strikes containing the essence of Mount Hua's martial arts, accompanied by the gentle fragrance of plum blossoms, shot out in response. Fortunately, the fighting space at the Four Seas Merchant Guild was large. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Chung Mang to create an opening. Having once faced the heavenly demon, the ruler of the demonic cult in the martial world, this one flying dagger was just a nostalgic reminder of Tang Bao for him. It's hard to reminisce about the past because people who want to live must look forward. It's just that Chung Mang still wanted to cherish the juniors of his friend. The space seemed silent. Only the sound of the wind could be heard, and the hidden explosion dagger continued to fly. It would only stop when it was lodged in its intended victim. Chung Myong's arm strained with all his might, and he poured all his chi into the tip of his sword. The plum blossom wall was executed once more, but its power was different from the first time. Along with a deafening sound, the hidden explosion dagger gradually lost its initial power. Perhaps the hidden weapon created by the sect master had been overcome by the strength, spirit, and somewhat limited internal energy of a young body the plum blossom sword saint was in. Chung Myong realized that, but he was still very cautious because his principle was to only relax after seeing the enemy fall. Regaining his momentum, the main character began to circulate the chi in his dantian, pouring his internal energy to create more plum blossoms. And at that moment, when he looked up, another flying dagger shot out from Tanguna's sleeve. Its speed tore through the wind terrifyingly fast. Many times over. It turned out the other dagger was just bait. How treacherous. This dagger was aimed precisely at the hidden explosion dagger that was losing its power in front. With an earth-shattering sound, the hidden explosion dagger instantly regained its power, tearing apart the plum blossom wall in front of Chung. Tangunik was confident because he had warned him beforehand. It wasn't like he didn't say anything. This was truly cheating, but it was because the divine dragon of Mount Hua had been confident, thinking there were only 2 moves left. The Tanglan sect master's dagger struck the hilt of the preceding dagger, creating a surprising push. Well, that's it. It's unknown what Chung will do, but the Mount Hua Taoists are already shouting and preparing for a funeral. Chung Myong only had 2 moves left to finish this test of fate with the Tanglan sect master. Unexpectedly, another flying dagger was launched by Tangunak, flying at a terrifying speed. With an earth-shattering sound, the hidden explosion dagger instantly regained its power. Nothing was left. If we could. Let's call it the killing move hidden weapon, the sect master's trademark. It created a situation, creating a giant vortex strong enough to sweep up all the dirt and rocks on the ground and hurl them towards Chongmyong. How is this possible? From that method of attack, it can be understood that Tangunik was not hiding his intention to kill the number 1 rising star of the generation. It sucked in all the air and dirt, forming an earth dragon. He circulated the external chi from his danshan, causing his whole body to spin. The chi responded to the internal energy within was sucked into the body, and then the main character poured all his chi down to the last drop into the sword. With the explosion of chi, the ground sank into a pit accompanied by countless cracks. The Mount Hua disciples all shouted in surprise and were very worried for Chongyang. There was no difficulty. What better way than to face large things head-on? We are in a situation like this now. Perhaps we should face it bravely and turn the tables in our eyes. Baek Kyan's eyes showed a look of great admiration mixed with respect for his junior. He realized that although he was a bit of mad dog at times, his junior had made his own choice in that moment. There was nothing to do. There was no reason to be ashamed or think that the divine dragon of Mount Hua wasn't strong enough to handle the 9th move. If needed, he himself would step in to help. The sword seemed unable to withstand the power of the abundant chi stream. The move that the Tang clan sect master struck could be considered half successful. The dagger that impacted the previous dagger had successfully completed its mission of increasing the weight and sharpness of its wind-tearing trajectory. Chung could charge into that terrifying thing with everything he had. He chose to use Mount Hua's basic sword technique. He adopted the stance of the 8 extremities fist to maintain a stable center of gravity, then swung his sword straight at the hidden explosion dagger. Upon entering the game, he channeled all the terrifying chi from his pants up to his waist, then swung his sword upwards from below. This helped the sword move increase its elasticity, enhancing defense and keeping the user more agile. However, as everyone knew from the beginning, Tangunak's power was like a storm that blew everything away. He shouted loudly and tried to pull his arm back with all his might. Even as his cracking sword creaked, it wouldn't be long. It wasn't the sound of weapons clashing, but rather a very loud explosion that shook Jojiology's estate. The hidden explosion only grazed his head and changed direction, tearing apart everything in its path. That's right, isn't it? The main character had truly blocked Tangunak's one-hit kill attack. He was happy, but then he spat out blood like a waterfall, staining a large patch of the ground red. The world's foot stomped hard on the ground while he still couldn't maintain his balance. In the blink of an eye, he tried to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, knowing that the nightmare was now returning. Right when he was about to die, before he could even think, a terrifying, killing intent flew towards him from behind with a whoosh. The hidden explosion. The dagger that had been knocked away had returned as if it had a mind of its own. People called it the returning dagger. Many supreme experts have lost their lives to this wicked trick. Those who lost their guard after dodging the hidden explosion dagger would die from the returning dagger stabbing them in the back. The follow-up combo to the hidden explosion was probably what Tanghua was most proud of in his life. He launched himself into the air, then pulled his sword closer and aimed precisely at the dagger flying towards him. A shock wave occurred. It was so terrifying that it felt like his body had shattered after blocking those daggers. Just a moment later, just a little bit, time counted down slowly and heavily, just like what the divine dragon of Mount Hua was enduring with all his might. Right now, in those chaotic moments, Chung Myung still didn't lose his spirit. He defied the danger, pulling his sword hard, grazing it past the dagger, and finding a way to approach the sect master. Victory always, it always lies ahead. Your job is just to find a single path and believe in it. Taking advantage of the rebound force from the collision, he slashed the dagger away to create a powerful push. The returning technique, whether by answer design, acted like a slingshot, launching Chung Myung straight at Tangunak's face. It looked a bit like a heavy bullet. The divine dragon of Mount Hua was like a heavy bullet. The old man was also startled and flustered. In that moment, Chung Myung would surely land a few slashes. However, it's important to note that he was completely defenseless. His emotions of everyone from the spectators to the minor characters were conflicting. Some would respect the divine dragon of Mount Hua, but others would not. They all had one thing in common. They wanted to wait for the result because the 10th move had ended. As a seasoned martial artist with decades of experience, Tangunak didn't want to attack for the simple reason that he didn't understand what Chung Gi-yun was. Only when the main character's voice rang out, "It's over, my friend." Did the Sem snap back to reality? The beautiful hand. He clenched his fist so tightly that blood couldn't circulate, and the sword, under the force of the impact, was almost about to break in two. The sword again tore through the air and was gently placed on Tangunak's shoulder with a swish. The sound of a sharp blade cutting into flesh rang out clearly. The body, the two of them seemed frozen in place. Time seemed to stop as they faced each other. One was in pain and the other was in shock. The emotions in their chests were intertwined. How did it happen? The end of a long morning, like 3 Lunar New Years, was also a new beginning for the future of the Mount Hua sect. In the Sichuan Tang clan, Chung Myung's voice was very gentle with ragged breaths as he reminded the sect master about the last move. But then his eyes hardened, blood flowed, and he pointed straight at the old man's face, calling him a liar. The old man's face of Tangunak had twisted at some point. It was when he saw the divine dragon of Mount Hua slowly fell, unable to breathe. His body was a beautiful sight. Chung Mang's body was completely sprawled on the ground in front of everyone. But people didn't understand. They just stared at the motionless Chung Mang with fierce eyes. The main character cursed for a reason, not just because he felt like it. Like the times he cursed Wang and the Southern Edge sect. Tangunak's face twisted like a demon because he saw whose dagger that was. The realization rose to its peak, not because he blocked 10 moves, but because of his eldest son cowering in the back. His eyes were those of Playboy, but now the sect master's eyes seemed to contain all the fury in the world. Tangpa was the one who had sneak attacked while Chung Mian was blocking the returning dagger. Now he had to face Tang Gunak's wrath and unconsciously trembled. His son tried to explain to his father that it was just a small slip-up. You don't know. Do you know what honor is? How dare you tarnish my battle like that? Tang Gunak shouted angrily while delivering a palm strike. This was a duel between a senior and a junior. So from the beginning, the Semaster had declared with great authority that no one would interfere. Yet the young Semaster, the one supposed to be the successor, acted like a petty villain in this world. Is there any failure more shameful than this? The Mount Hua disciples immediately rushed to where Chong Yang had fallen. No one knew what was going on. It was uncertain if Tangpa had coated his weapon with poison, but if he had, the mad dog of Mount Hua was done for. So, what will happen next? Don't forget to eat and sleep with koi and wait for the latest parts. Everyone, hello everyone. Mount Hua has released its latest chapter. Don't forget to leave a like and a share to support koi. The Mount Hua disciples immediately rushed to where Chung had fallen. Some were wailing, others were shouting. In short, they were extremely worried about this mad dog of a junior. Zhou Geology even let out a stream of curses, calling the Tang clan despicable, able villains who use sneaky tactics and so on and so forth. Looking at the hate-filled eyes of the Mount Hua disciples staring at him, Tang Gunak could only sigh. Ilg. Immediately, a figure in a tight black outfit appeared behind Tang Gunak. While giving the order, the Tanglan sect master pulled the sword from his shoulder. Take the divine dragon of Mount Hua to the medical hall. Relay my words to the physicians. You must save his life at all costs. This was perhaps a small part of the old man's remorse for accidentally letting his precious son ambush Chong Mang. If the divine dragon of Mount Hua dies, the head of the medical hall and all the physicians in it will be buried with him. Tang Gunak directed his gaze towards a collapsed corner of the hall with eyes as cold as the northern blizzards. Over there was Tang Pa, the one who had sneak attacked the main character. If the divine dragon of Mount Hua died, the young Semaster of the Tang clan would be buried alive. Those heavy words sent a chill down ILG's spine, and he swore an oath to heal him no matter what. When ILG tried to approach Chong Yang, the Mount Hua disciples quickly blocked him. Leading them was Baek Kyan. He drew his sword, his eyes filled with killing intent. Although he had been told to calm down, the righteous sword of Mount Hua was furious. If this weren't Zhou Geology's home, he would have already stabbed Tangpa a few times. The Tang clan has the best medical skills in the world. Here in Sichuan, the best place to treat the divine dragon of Mount Hua is the Tang clan. But the most untrustworthy place right now was also the Tang clan. Tang Gunak bit his lip after Baek Kyan's reply. Normally, the old man would never listen to such childish words from a junior, but what Tangpa did had stripped him of any chance to object, even a single word. In the end, Tang Gunak had to swallow his anger to calm down the Mount Hua Taoists because from the beginning the Tang clan was in the wrong. I lost this battle and I lost in the most humiliating way. Baek Kyan's eyes widened as he looked back, not believing that the leader of Sichuan's martial artists would lower himself. Therefore, I ask you, young hero, to give me a chance to restore my honor and prove that the Tang clan is not a despicable place. Tang Gunak bowed his head towards Baek Kyan because only the righteous sword of Mount Hua could decide whether to go to the doctor or stay at the Four Seas Merchant Guild. No one dared to say anything. If the news that the Semaster had bowed and begged got out, the entire city of Chengdu would celebrate to the point of tears. It was about the honor and dignity of a martial family. So Tangpa's actions were truly deserving of heavy blame. Even now, Baek Kyan didn't dare to say anything because he was still scared. Then, out of respect for his admission of defeat, the righteous sword of Mount Hua sheathed his weapon and no longer showed a hostile and annoyed attitude because of his junior. Baek Kyan turned his head back. He could see his juniors and senior sister try to stop the bleeding for the unconscious Chung with all their might. Tang Gunek understood and looked towards the guild leader and general manager, asserting that Chung Mang would definitely live and live a long life at that. He said that even if he had to sacrifice the future of his Tang clan, he would save the divine dragon of Mount Hua. Seeing the main character gradually turning blue and cold like a corpse, Baek Kyan gritted his teeth. He went over to do a quick check and then gently picked up the tattered body riddled with wounds from hidden weapons. There were no guarantees, but the Sem's word was as good as the word of the entire Tang clan. Baek Kyan didn't say yes. He understood that Chung Mian was the future of Mount Hua. If anything happened to him, he would surely be killed by the Sect leader and the elders when he returned. Then please remember the promise you just made. After that, the divine dragon of Mount Hua and the Mount Hua Taoists were given Ling at the Tang clan. Chung was still in a coma due to the sneak attack with a hidden weapon. It seems several nights had passed. The main character couldn't figure out where he was, what he was doing, or what this place was. He only smelled the thick scent of blood. The confusion was so overwhelming that Chung Mang couldn't even remember that he had been revived and returned to the Mount Hua sect. His head throbbed like a hammer, hitting it thousands of times, and it was hard to know if he would be able to wake up. We can temporarily consider that the divine dragon of Mount Hua is on vacation in a dream that he often has every night. The killing intent made his skin burn. Everything was strange yet unusually familiar. Somewhere in a desolate canyon filled with corpses, and there were also demonic cult members, always ready to pounce with beard fangs and claws. When he regained his senses in his daze, the shadow of a demon appeared in front of him, but Chung Miang still froze. Were both the dangerous sound and that aura real, or they just old memories in his eyes? No one could answer for the main character because only he could answer all his own questions. It's so familiar, isn't it? But perhaps this wasn't Chung Mi's perspective, but someone else's. 3 flying daggers flew towards his back, making the demonic cult members charging at him flinch. Then the owner of that voice also shouted, "Senior brother." A terrifying sound echoed through the narrow canyon, and at the same time, the demonic cult members collapsed on the spot. The killing intent had disappeared, but Chung Min still stood there like a statue, not moving, not asking why. "Senior brother, what are you doing? We're in the middle of a battle." A voice made the main character dazed. And he turned around. It was Tang Bi. And the world called him the Hidden Weapons Saint, the man who killed in the blink of an eye, the king of hidden weapons, the master of stealth. I can't believe I was so distracted. Chung Miang sheathed his sword a few times, thinking he was a bit tired. Tang chuckled and retrieved his daggers. It's natural to be exhausted. We've been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. It seems you're really exhausted, aren't you, senior brother? How about you take a pill personally concocted by me? The main character shook his head. I'd rather buy a jug of wine. That would be much better.
Cái nội dung của những cái câu chuyện này ấy, thì nó không quá là mới đâu. Nhưng mà cái cách mà tác giả dẫn dắt và thể hiện câu chuyện thì rất là ổn đấy các bạn ạ.